Chapter 1, Sorry, I'm hungover. Early in the morning, Zhangcheng number 1 Middle School, Senior Class 8. Speak. On the podium of the classroom, Du Qingqing, the teacher of Senior Class 8, was wearing a teacher's uniform. Her slender thighs were outlined in black silk, presenting a perfect physique. The school has recently prepared to organize a martial arts class. Students who join the martial arts class will be able to be vigorously cultivated by the school. The test will be conducted a week later, and students whose chi and blood reaches 80 cards will be able to join the martial arts class. Is there any student in our class who wants to give it a try? You can sign up now. Du Qingqing's voice rang out in the classroom. That perfect figure coupled with an unassuming face instantly attracted the attention of a large number of horny wolves. Inside our class, I'm afraid that only the class president and Mu Bing can meet this requirement. As for us, it still counts. The words are so. But isn't there still some time left? Let's work hard, in case we can meet the requirements? A burst of discussion sounded in the classroom. Du Qingqing looked at this scene, her eyebrows slightly clustered, her eyes scanned inside the classroom, and finally landed in the corner of the classroom. There. A youth was lying on the table and huffing and puffing. Yi Duan. Du Qingqing slammed the podium, accompanied by a chalk bullet accurately hitting Yi Duan's forehead. That's stupid. Yi Chuan instantly woke up, and just when he wanted to curse angrily, he saw Du Qingqing's unkind eyes on the podium, as well as the teasing gazes of the surrounding classmates. Yi Chuan also has the balls to dare to sleep in Ms. Du's class. So what? If I were hanging around I would sleep too. I can't become a martial artist in this life anyway, so what's the point of learning? A classmate laughed coldly and spoke. Isn't that so? Although our class isn't considered a top class, it's not so bad that someone doesn't even have 50 cards of chi and blood. Hearing the voices of the surrounding classmates, Yi Chen could not help but stare. What's the situation? A martial arts class? Yi Chuan was a bit bewildered. Wasn't he in the company groping for fish? How did he suddenly come here? In the next moment, countless memories flooded into Yi Chuan's mind. Am I crossing over? Yi Dust understood his current situation, and his face gradually became strange. Dust was still honestly working as a social animal on Earth. Looking at the New Year's Eve, it was roughly because the Dirt Truck Brigade was lacking in performance, and Yi Dust became one of the Dirt Truck Brigade's performance. Then traveled to the present parallel to the Earth Gao Wu Blue Star. High Martial Blue Star, the aura is revived, ferocious beasts are rampant, and martial artists are born. Through cultivation, ordinary human beings were able to become more powerful, and opening mountains and breaking seas did not exist in legends. Since then, the martial arts have flourished, and all people have entered the era of cultivation. Yi Chuan's predecessor who crossed over was an ordinary student in the 8th class of the senior high school of the 1st middle school of Jiangcheng in Blue Star Daxia, and there was still a year's time before he would participate in the martial arts college entrance examination. The Martial Dao College entrance examination, just like the college entrance examination in the previous life, it's an opportunity for the carp to leap over the dragon gate. If you want to turn over a new leaf, you'll have to rely on the martial arts college entrance examination. Yi Chuan recalled the memories in his mind, but in the eyes of the others in the outside world, it seemed like he was a nerd. This hangman is afraid to be stupid, to the point where he doesn't even dare to speak. That's right, the martial arts class is something that only Heaven's Pride martial artists can get involved in. What can he do? If he doesn't dither, it's hard not to participate in the martial arts class examination. In the classroom, there was laughter. Yi Chuan listened to the words coming from all around him and frowned slightly, but just at this time, an icy voice rang out in his mind. Ding, host provoked detected, martial arts inner volume system bound successfully. Mighty Tiger breathing method was mocked by the outside world, his heart was upset, he practiced hard, his proficiency increased by 20. Windy Step swears to hit everyone in the face, frantically scrolling, proficiency increased by 20. The basic sword technique is furious, proficiency increased by 20, crossing into the realm of grand completion. What is this situation? Yi Dust couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately afterward, in front of Yi Dust, a virtual panel violently surfaced. Name, Yi Dust. Cultivation, Quasi-Martial Artist 48100. Note, achieving full proficiency of 100 will lead to the achievement of a full-fledged martial artist. Mighty Tiger Breathing Technique, Introductory 78100, Mighty Tiger Breathing Technique, Introductory 78100. Basic Wind Steps, Beginner 88100. Basic Sword Technique, Grand Finish 1100. Note, before becoming a full-fledged martial artist, a full-fledged martial artist is divided into 1st to 9th ranks. Quasi-martial artist can practice basic martial arts and breathing techniques, divided into introductory, minor success, major success and then success. Quasi-martial artist can practice basic martial arts and breathing techniques, divided into introductory, minor success, major success and then success. Hiss. Seeing the virtual panel in front of him, Yichuan immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. So, this is my golden finger? Martial arts inner volume system? Martial arts breathing technique automatic cultivation? It doubles the internal scrolls when the martial breathing technique is subjected to emotional fluctuations? Looking at the system's introduction, Yichuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. It's true that every traveler has benefits, not bad for the dirt truck brigade. Yichuan rubbed his hands and glanced around before his eyes fell on Du Qingqing on the podium. In that case, Yichuan already had an idea in his mind. Du Qingqing on the podium looked at this scene and was somewhat helpless, just wanting to open her mouth to stop the crowd's ridicule, but she suddenly heard, Yichuan's voice resounded inside the classroom. Teacher Du. I want to sign up for the martial arts class test. Hearing this sentence, Du Qingqing, who originally wanted to stop the crowd, froze and looked at Yi Chen in the corner with an incredulous face. The students in the classroom were also stunned, and after a short period of calm, the classroom roared with laughter once again. Ha ha ha, what did I hear? Yichuan even wants to sign up for the martial arts class test? This little cutie. Could it be that he slept his head off? With his chi and blood that was no more than 45 cards last month, he even wants to sign up for the martial arts class? Ha ha, it's over, I can't help it, this is simply the funniest joke I've heard this year. The martial arts class requires at least 80 cards of chi blood to pass. Who does he, Yichuan, think he is? A hangdog even wants to enroll? Isn't this pure disgrace? That's right, it's still the face of our 8th class that's being disgraced. Accompanied by the mocking voices coming from all around, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth rose slightly, and the cold voice of the system in his mind also sounded again. Uncle can tolerate it, and can't tolerate it. Fierce tiger breathing technique is once again inwardly rolled, proficiency increased by 20. King Fengbu was furious, swearing to hit everyone in the face, proficiency increased by 20, crossing into the small completion realm. Basic sword technique is silently practiced, wanting to make a splash. Proficiency increased by 5. Accompanied by the sound of the system voice, the clear wind steps crossed into the minor achievement realm, and Yichuan's mind instantly gained an additional epiphany, the clear wind steps epiphany belonging to the minor achievement realm. A moment later, Yichuan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the system panel. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Quasi-Martial Artist 48-100. Fierce Tiger Breathing Technique, Introductory 98-100. Clear Wind Steps, Minor Achievement 8-100. Basic Sword Technique, Grandmaster 1-100. For a moment, welcoming the mocking smiles from all around, Yichuan grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. Teacher Du. Give me an enrollment form. Chapter 2 Lick Dog Predecessor, on what grounds? This dangling tail even really dares to ask for the enrollment form. He comes for real? Hiss, bad, the reputation of our 8th class is really going to stink in the hands of this guy. Yichuan's words had obviously irritated the other students in the classroom again, so much so that each and every one of them looked at Yichuan with a somewhat bad look in their eyes. Even Du Qingqing's brows were knitted tightly. Student Yi Duan, you have to think clearly, the test for the martial arts class requires at least 80 cards of chi and blood, and you. As the class teacher, Du Qingqing obviously knew that Yichuan's test result last month was only 45 cards. Nowadays there is only 1 week left for the martial arts class test. It is hard to believe that this Yichuan can still suddenly skyrocket to 80 cards? As for Yichuan's previous words, Du Qingqing completely took it as Yichuan couldn't stand the stimulation, young and frivolous words. So Du Qingqing wanted to let Yichuan calm down a bit. After all, giving up at this time, although it was a bit humiliating, it was better than losing face for the whole grade a week later. No need, Ms. Du, give me a copy. Yichuan smiled faintly and walked out of his seat to come in front of Du Qingqing, stretching out his hand. Du Qingqing looked at this scene and was somewhat helpless. After all, there were no restrictions on the martial arts class test, so she still gave Yichuan a copy of the enrollment form. Student Yichuan, once you have signed up, you can't be absent at that time, otherwise you will be subject to disciplinary action. Du Qingqing still reminded? However, Yichuan just smiled, casually picked up a pen and swished his name on the enrollment form. Seeing Yichuan write his name, Du Qingqing became even more helpless and shook her head, still finalizing Yichuan's enrollment. It was only the scene that made the others in the classroom despise it more and more. This guy even came for real, but if we really let this guy go for the test, our 8th class will be completely disgraced. Damn, a hanging tail, just walk the culture properly and be done with it, having to get involved in martial arts matters. I don't know what Yi Chuan's brain is thinking. Humph, strong on the outside, when it's time for the martial arts class test, I'd like to see what this guy does. Inside the classroom, voices rang out one after another. Yi Chuan, however, was completely unconcerned. Instead, he was immersed on the system beeps that kept ringing inside his head, and slowly walked back to his position. On the way, Yi Chuan felt a touch of astonishment looking at himself, and when he looked over, he saw a young girl with an icy face looking at herself with an astonished gaze. Yi Chuan felt that the young girl's appearance was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't think of it for a moment, so he just rushed at the other party with a faint smile, and then returned to his position. At this moment, Mu Bing, who saw Yi Chuan smiling faintly at himself, his face was getting colder and colder. Binger, I told you that this guy is trying to get your attention. After all, he's such a hangdog that he can only use such a way to gain your attention. Beside Mu Bing, a wide-eyed cute girl pulled Mu Bing's arm and couldn't help but say. Mu Bing's face grew colder and colder as she listened to her tablemate's words. Yi Chuan's pursuit of Mu Bing was not a secret within senior class 8, on the contrary, the entire class knew that Yi Chuan was Mu Bing's crazy suitor. What send breakfast, send milk tea, all kinds of hush-hush licking dog behavior, in Yi Chuan's body to show to the fullest. It was just that for Yi Chen's pursuit. Although Mu Bing came and went, she also still maintained a very obvious distance from Yi Chen. Him? My target is Jiangnan University, a hangdog doesn't deserve me. Mu Bing laughed coldly. The wide-eyed cute girl on the side even pulled Mu Bing's arm intimately and said, that's not true, our Binger will be a martial arts empress in the future, and lickspittles like Yi Chuan are destined to wag their tails in front of our Binger. But that said, Binger, the school's subsidy for Yi Duan should have come down this month, right? If you have this subsidy from Yi Duan, you should be able to go further in the test of the martial arts class a week from now, and you might be able to get more resources tilted at that time. The wide-eyed cute girl was Mu Bing's deskmate and best friend, called Lu Qian, who often gave Mu Bing advice during Yi Chuan's pursuit of Mu Bing. Things like coming on but keeping a certain distance was something Lu Qian brought up. Hearing Lu Qian's words, Mu Bing's eyes also had a hint of heartfelt color. She knew very well that for her requests, Yi Chen had always been a comer. When school is over, let's find him, I'll go to him personally, he definitely won't refuse. Mu Bing thought so in her heart, although it was a bit immoral, but in order to be able to obtain higher grades among the martial arts class tests, Mu Bing still chose to do so. Along with the fall of Yi Chen's storm, Du Qingqing on the podium continued to explain the knowledge of martial arts. From time to time, she looked at Yi Chuan inside the corner, and after seeing the other party's eyes tightly closed, she was getting more and more hateful. In the end, it was too lazy to care about Yi Chuan. Only, what Du Qingqing didn't know was that at this moment, Yi Chen was silently running the mighty tiger breathing method and began to quench his own qi and blood. During the previous storm, the fierce tiger breathing method had been internally rolled several times, and at this moment, it had already crossed over into the small completion realm, just like the Qingfeng steps. Soon, the bell rang for the end of class, and Yi Chuan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Not bad, according to the memory of the predecessor, today seems to be the day when the school's subsidy for the predecessor's orphan status came down, it's just the right time to use it to exchange for some cultivation resources, in this way, the certainty will be even greater. Saying that, Yi Chuan got up and prepared to go and collect the school's subsidy. As an orphan, Yi Chuan was not only able to receive a monthly subsidy from the school, but even the Dixia officials had specially gifted Yi Chuan with a set of low-cost housing, which was not big, but it was enough for Yi Chuan to live and reside alone. However, Yi Chen had only just gotten up when he heard an icy voice from behind him. Yi Dust, you should be going to collect the subsidy, right? After you collect it, send this one over to me. Yi Chuan's face instantly turned strange, and when he turned around, he saw Mu Bing's ice-cold face, as well as Lu Qian, who was nonchalantly glaring at him by his side. It's her? Yi Chen also remembered that the other party was the one he had just faced with a smile. At the same time, the memory fragments in his mind were quickly digested and absorbed by Yi Chuan. Only after figuring out Mu Bing's identity, Yi Chuan's face became more and more strange. To put it simply, Yi Dust's predecessor was this Mu Bing's licking dog, the kind that obeyed Mu Bing's words. I'm not a predecessor, ah. Yi Chuan murmured, then calmly looked at Mu Bing and said, on what grounds? Chapter 3, 55 Cards of Air and Blood, Blocked Doors. On what basis? Yi Chen's faint voice fell into the ears of Mu Bing and Lu Qian. Mu Bing's ice-cold face also froze slightly along with these words of Yi Chen. Before she could say anything, Lu Qian on the side instantly exploded. Yi Chen! Do you know what you are saying? And on what grounds? Do you believe that if you don't give it, in the future, I'll let Binger never ignore you again? Don't you know that Binger has also enrolled in the martial arts class? Do you know that your share of the subsidy can boost Binger's strength quite a bit? The subsidy given to you by the school is a waste when it's used on you. It's better to give it to Binger, and if Binger gets into Jiangnan University at that time, it's also your honor. Lu Qian screamed with one hand crossed and one finger pointing at Yi Chen. The sound of fat squeezing her vocal cords was sharp and incomparable. Mu Bing's face was also getting colder and colder at the moment because of Lu Qian's words. She looked at Yi Chuan and said in a cold voice, I know what you have in mind for me. This martial arts class is very important to me. If you are willing to give me the school's share of the subsidy, I can give you a chance to pursue me. Otherwise what? Mu Bing's words were ruthlessly interrupted by Yi Chuan before he could finish. Yi Chuan waved his hand and said at Mu Bing with some impatience, It's none of my business if you enroll in a martial arts class. And what Jiangnan University? Your family is broke to buy resources and you want to rob with me, an orphan? Or are you an orphan too? And you? Yi Chuan looked towards Lu Qian, the color of disgust in his eyes grew stronger, and what are you? Yelling and screaming here? Two stupid hangers, get lost. After Yi Chuan cursed, he didn't give the two of them time to react and directly turned around and left, only leaving the duo of Mu Bing and Lu Qian standing dumbfounded in place. He dared to curse me. Mu Bing's body trembled a little, her face filled with disbelief. She completely did not expect that the licking dog who used to obey her words would one day do this to herself. So much so, her face even revealed a look of aggravation, as the two heavenly prides of the 8th class who were qualified to enter the martial arts class. When had she ever suffered such aggravation? This damn guy, how dare he? Lu Qian, who was on the side, even screamed with red eyes at this moment, but soon she seemed to have thought of something and pulled Mu Bing's hand and said, Binger, this licking dog must be like this on purpose, intentionally giving you a contrasting feeling, and then giving to please you again. I see those books say so. Well, it must be like this. Believe me, it won't take long for this licking dog to come and apologize to you, and finally obediently deliver the allowance to you. Lu Qian's eyes had a wise light flickering in them. Is that so? Mu Bing was also somewhat moved by Lu Qian's words, and a proud look could not help but appear on her face. The sense of contrast? Still not obediently give me subsidies. Mu Bing had already begun to think about how she should humiliate the other party when Yi Chen sent the subsidy over to her afterward. At the same time, Yi Chuan also received his subsidy for this month from the school's treasury. A first-order Qi and Blood Dan. No wonder this predecessor is so weak, all the previous subsidies were given to Mu Bing by him. Wasteful. Dog lickers deserve to die. Yi Chuan looked at the precious Qi Blood Dan in his hand and couldn't help but shake his head. To know, a first-order Qi Blood Dan, put on the market is at least a few $1,000s apiece. Yi Chuan used to work and study hard for a month was only able to exchange for one. As a result, it was given to Mu Bing. Just, go back to cultivate first. Yi Chuan collected the pills and quickly returned home, directly sitting on the bed. With a slight movement of his mind, the system panel surfaced. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Quasi-Martial Artist 49100. Mighty Tiger Breathing Technique, Minor Achievement 18100. Clear Wind Steps, Minor Achievement 28100. Basic Sword Technique, Great Success 16100. During the enrollment, Yi Chuan was again taunted by the other students, and the breathing method and martial arts skills were once again inwardly rolled, and at this moment, the Fierce Tiger Breathing Method and the Clear Wind Steps had already cleared into the Minor Achievement realm. Along with the Fierce Tiger Breathing Technique crossing into the Minor Achievement realm, Yi Chuan's Qi and Blood had also been raised by one card. The most important thing to raise a martial artist's cultivation efficiency was the level and realm of the breathing technique. Regardless of whether it was a martial skill or a breathing technique, the grades were all divided into the basic level, as well as the 1st to the 9th rank. The realm, on the other hand, was from introductory, slightly successful, great successful, and then perfection. The increase in the realm of the breathing technique also caused Yi Chuan's cultivation efficiency to increase, and one class session also allowed Yi Chuan to raise his Qi and Blood by one card. There's still a week to go before the martial arts class. There's still no rush to take the Qi and Blood pills. After all, the higher the breathing technique realm is, the better the effect will be after taking the Qi and Blood pills. For now, slow cultivation is the main thing first. After Yi Chuan murmured something, he then silently sat down on the bed and began to cultivate. On the following day, the sunlight gently waved down, awakening Yi Chen, who was in the middle of cultivation. It was clear that he hadn't rested all night, but Yi Chen's breath was still at its peak. In one night's time, the Qi and Blood has been raised by a full 6 cards. This is incomparable before. Yichuan slowly opened his eyes, filled with satisfaction. Soon, the system panel appeared in front of Yi Dust once again. Name, Yi Dust. Cultivation, Quasi-Martial Artist 55-100. Mighty Tiger Breathing Technique, Minor Achievement 42-100. Clear Wind Steps, Minor Achievement 52-100. Basic Sword Technique, Great Success 28-100. From 6 o'clock yesterday to now, 12 hours, the Fierce Tiger Breathing Technique and the Clear Wind Steps of the Minor Achievement Realm raised 24 points of proficiency, but the Basic Sword Technique of the Grand Achievement Realm only raised 12 points of proficiency. It seems that as the realm rises, the proficiency of the automatic cultivation rises will also decrease. But even so, it's already very good. According to this progress, by this time tomorrow my Mighty Tiger Breathing Technique will be able to come into full fruition, and by then the cultivation efficiency will be able to increase again. A satisfied smile appeared on Yichuan's face. Stretching his waist, Yichen simply washed up in the restroom, ate a breakfast, and then walked towards the school. Soon, Yichuan arrived at the entrance of number 1 middle school. Just before Yichuan stepped through the gate, 3 figures of different heights appeared in front of him. Wang Xing, Lulong, Zhaoming? Yichuan recognized the identities of the 3 at a glance, and like himself, they were all students of the 8th senior class. The 3 blocked Yichuan's way into the school, and the leader, Wang Xing, stared at Yichuan with a somewhat unkind expression. Yesterday counted you kid ran fast, today is finally let me catch, you give me listen well, a moment honestly go to Mr. Du to cancel the registration, or else lose the face of my 8th class, I'll get you killed. Chapter 4 Destruction, the second way of the inner volume of feats. Wang Xing's trio was also considered a small gang within the 8th class of the senior year. Their talent wasn't that good, but they were fond of the so-called Jianghu morality. In their opinion, Yichuan's unauthorized enrollment was an insult to the reputation of the entire senior class 8. After all, the martial arts class was only for the top students of each class to be able to enter. Anyone with a bit of self-awareness would not enroll. A guy like Yichuan. That is the only one in Scorpion Poop. Therefore, for the sake of the so-called Jianghu morality in their hearts, and in order to maintain the reputation of the 8th class, they were prepared to threaten Yichuan and make the other party give up. Yichuan looked at the 3 of them and couldn't help but laugh, let alone the fact that it can't be cancelled after signing up. Even if it can be cancelled, why should I listen to you 3 again? The 3 of them, Wang Xing, froze. They did not expect Yichen to be so tough today. Damn, if you ask me to say less nonsense with this kind of person, if you don't listen then beat him until he listens. The short-tempered Lulong couldn't help himself at once. Taking a step forward, he slammed his fist directly towards Yichen. Seeing this, the 2 of them, Wang Xing and Zhaoming, looked at Yichen with more than a hint of pity in their eyes. Lulong's talent wasn't good, and his chi blood was only 58 cards, but it was more than enough to deal with Yichen. In their opinion, Lulong in his violent state was enough to give Yichuan a good meal. However, just when Lulong's fist was about to land on Yichuan's face, Yichuan's footsteps slightly turned, and his entire body instantly sidestepped, dodging Lulong's fist without any danger. Count yourself lucky. Lulong was a little surprised, but when he thought that his attack was dodged by the other party, Lulong's face was a little embarrassed. Who is Yichuan? Who is Yichen? He is the tail of the 8th class of senior high school. If he couldn't even clean up a tail, how could he still mix? Running bull fist. Lulong roared, his entire aura instantly changed, as if he was a running bull, wrapped in an unrivaled aura, ruthlessly killing towards Yichen. Surprisingly, I let old Lu use the running bull fist? I don't want to use a bull's knife to kill a chicken. But it's good, it's not bad to clean up this guy and take out his anger. Wang Xing and Zhaoming were a bit surprised, but they still looked at Yichen with a cold smile on their faces, as if they had already seen how Yichen would be viciously ravaged under Lulong's running bull fist. Basic martial skill running bull fist? Yichuan was a little surprised as he looked at Lulong's fist, but soon a cold smile spread out from the corner of his mouth. Yichuan's basic sword technique and Qingfeng steps had already been accomplished, and naturally, his eyes had widened a lot, and at a glance, he could tell that Lulong's running bull fist was nothing more than an introduction. It seemed to have a ferocious momentum, but in reality, Yichuan's footsteps instantly turned, and his entire body was like a wisp of wind, disappearing in place, causing Lulong's running bull fist to fall short once again. How is it possible? Lulong exclaimed in shock. Before he could react, a low murmur resounded in his ears. This person. Most is Jeria. Bang! A muffled sound came. Yichuan's fist was directly smashed on top of Lulong's face with lightning speed, and 55 cards of chi blood instantly erupted. In an instant, it was seen that Lu Long's body was like that of a kite that had broken its strings, and it flew out viciously backwards. It smashed on the ground and couldn't get up. This. Wang Xing and Zhao Ming looked at the sudden scene. The two of them were instantly dumbfounded. They completely did not expect that things would end up like this. Just before the two of them could come back to their senses, Yi Chen's voice also sounded in the ears of the two of them. The two of you had better go together to accompany him. Bang! Bang! Two more muffled sounds exploded, and the bodies of Wang Xing and Zhao Ming, just like that Lu Long, flew out backwards, landing on Lu Long's body with unerring precision. Lu Long, who had already suffered a heavy injury, was now being pressed by Wang Xing and Zhao Ming, and immediately a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Yi Chuan looked at the trio's stacked appearance, clapped his hands, smiled, and turned around to walk towards the school. All around, those students who were watching the show were also casting an astonished look towards Yi Chuan. Ding! Defeating the enemy greatly, the fierce tiger breathing method is invigorated, and it is insanely internally rolled, and its proficiency is increased by 20. Ding! Xingfeng steps are inspired, inward scrolling together, proficiency increased by 20. Ding! Basic sword technique, turn your back to the world and swing your sword silently, skill up 10. Inside his mind, the system's voice sounded again. Yi Chuan's footsteps towards the classroom slightly lurched, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It can still be like this? That is to say, besides being provoked and taunted, defeating an enemy is also able to make martial arts and breathing techniques increase in proficiency? If that's the case. Yi Chuan's eyes gradually became brighter, and an idea was already in his heart. Resisting the excitement in his heart, Yi Chuan came to the classroom and silently sat in his seat. It was only when class was about to start that Wang Xing's three men came in ashen, but it was hard to hide their bruised and swollen noses. The entry of Wang Xing's trio also made many people a little curious. Just Wang Xing three people is not a word, the only time to look at Yi Chuan from time to time, the eyes are a little evasive, and even more than a trace of fear. The time in the school quickly passed, to 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the school bell rang. Sitting on the position, silently cultivating Yi Chuan, is also snapped open his eyes, picked up his own book bag, turned around and left the classroom. But he did not notice that in the middle of the corner, there was a gaze looking at himself until he disappeared into the classroom. Shanqian, didn't you say that guy just wanted to bring contrast to me? How come after this day has passed, he still hasn't given me that one chi and blood Dan? Mu Bing looked at Lu Qian at the side with some confusion. Lu Qian said unconcernedly, Binger, don't panic. That licking dog is nothing more than pulling the strings. You are the one who was going to become the Martial Dao Empress. Don't worry, I can say for sure that before the registration for the Martial Dao class, he will definitely give it to you. At that time, don't give him a good face and let him stomp on your nose. Mu Bing sniffed, and her tightly knit brows slightly stretched for a few moments, but she didn't know why, but she always felt that since yesterday, Yi Chen seemed to have changed into a different person. Just when Mu Bing was contemplating Lu Qian without a care in the world, a young man with a gentle smile on his face, but walked to Mu Bing's front, and said gently, Binger, I see that you're in a bit of a bad mood today, who's bullying you? Mu Bing looked at the visitor, but his face was calm. On the contrary, Lu Qian on the side at this time, suddenly became attentive. Class president, but you don't know, Yi Chuan that licking dog recently angered our Binger, but also want to hang our Binger's appetite. This kind of person should be properly cleaned up. Chapter 5 Taking the Chi and Blood Elixir and Fighting in the Ring. Oh? There's such a thing? Wang Jie's eyebrows couldn't help but raise slightly at once as he looked towards Mu Bing. Binger, but is it like this? If that's the case, I can help you out to teach this fellow a good lesson. Mu Bing looked at Wang Jie, but there was resistance. Surely this kind of dog-licking behavior of Yi Chen was not a good thing in her opinion, but for Wang Jie, Mu Bing did not have much of a good face either. Day after day pestering herself, not much better than Yi Duan predecessor. Want you to care? Mu Bing glared at Wang Jie without any good humor, and then retracted his gaze, no longer bothering with Wang Jie. The expression on Wang Jie's face was slightly stiff. Lu Qian saw that the atmosphere between the two was a little off, and hurriedly rounded it up. Class president, don't you know Bing's character? Besides, it's also that Yi Chuan who first angered our Binger, and our Binger was in a bad mood before she acted like this. That's right, it's all because of that Yi Chuan. Lu Qian said and moved Yi Duan out again. Wang Jie's eyebrows slightly clustered, but he also listened to Lu Qian's words and gradually transferred that nameless anger in his heart to Yi Chen's body. Yi dust. Humph. Wang Jie snorted coldly. If you want to join the martial arts class, you also have to ask if I agree. Wang Jie's eyes flashed with the color of ruthlessness, turned around and left the classroom, but he did not know what to do to go. Lu Qian watched Wang Jie leave. The corners of her eyes had more than a touch of laughter. Hey, this time Yi Duan, this licking dog is in trouble. The class president is angry. I don't think it will take long for him to come and beg for you. When that time comes, are you still afraid that he won't give you the qi and blood pills? Mu Bing's eyebrows frowned, wanting to say something, but looking at the vast future that Lu Qian drew out for herself, she finally didn't say anything. Yi just walked out of the school gate, but his eyes were looking at the system panel in the void that only he could see. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Quasi-Martial Artist 58-100. Fierce Tiger Breathing Technique, Small Completion 80-100. Clear Wind Steps, Minor Achievement 90-100. Basic Sword Technique, Great Success 47-100. After a day of school and 9 hours of time, proficiency has risen quite a bit, plus I was provoked before. But the Qi and Blood only increased by 3 cards, a bit too slow. There are still a few days left before the examination of the martial arts class. It's best to raise the Fierce Tiger Breathing Technique to perfection, and the Qi Blood has to reach the level of 80 cards as well. It's just that. Relying on the time liver is ultimately too slow. I have to find a way to get some resources. Yi Chuan pondered as he walked towards his home. Right. If my predecessor's memories are not wrong, there is a good place to go. Suddenly, Yi Chuan's eyes became bright all of a sudden, and he immediately returned home with quick steps. However, before going to that place, it's still necessary to improve yourself. After all, that place is a place that eats people without spitting out bones. Yi Chuan murmured, and then returned home to his bed and couch, sat down in it, and took out the Qi and Blood Dan that he had not used yesterday. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chuan directly swallowed it. In an instant, the Qi and Blood Dan directly turned into a warm current that surged into Yi Chuan's body, and Yi Chuan hurriedly operated the Fierce Tiger Breathing method, quickly refining the medicinal power within the Qi and Blood Dan. At that instant, Yi Chuan merely felt as if there was a warm current flowing continuously in his body, and the Qi and Blood in his body soared. Fierce Tiger Breathing Technique has been increased by the Qi and Blood pill. Cultivate hard and increase your proficiency by 5. Clear Wind Steps increased by Qi and Blood pills. Crazy Internal Scrolling, proficiency increased by 5. Basic Sword Technique increased by Qi and Blood Dan. Silent Sword Swing, proficiency increased by 5. By his ears, the system's voice rang out at once, but it made Ji Chen unable to help but stare. Taking the elixir is also able to increase proficiency? The functions of the system, I really still haven't gotten all of them right. However, this is good. The corners of Yi Chuan's mouth drew an arc, and he once again cultivated. After roughly half an hour had passed, the medicinal power of that Qi and Blood Dan in Yi Chuan's body was also completely refined by Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan slowly opened his eyes, but there was a faint red glow that flashed through his eyes. The Qi and Blood has been raised by 5 cards. Yi Dust murmured faintly as the system panel, once again, came into view. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Quasi-Martial Artist 63-100. Mighty Tiger Breathing Technique, Minor Achievement 85-100. Clear Wind Steps, Small Completion 95-100. Basic Sword Technique, Grand Completion 52-100. Looking at the system panel and feeling the majestic Qi and Blood in his body, Yi Chuan could not help but let out a long whistle. Cool. With 63 cards of Qi and Blood, it's considered a moderate existence within the entire class, and if I continue at this pace, tomorrow I'll be able to raise the Fierce Tiger Breathing Technique and the Qingfeng Steps to grand completion, and in another 2 days, the Basic Sword Technique will be able to be raised to completion as well. At that time, my battle power will still be able to soar. Yi Chen was secretly excited in his heart. If there's also the assistance of the Qi and Blood pill, maybe I'll be able to directly break through to martial artist before the martial arts class examination. Yi Chuan murmured and then slowly got up. Resources. Can only go to that place, now that my strength has increased, coupled with the soon-to-be completed Qingfeng Steps and the Great Basic Sword Technique. Even if I'm facing a quasi-martial artist with a Qi and Blood 70 card, I still have the power to fight. Immediately, Yi Chuan dialed the class teacher Du Qingqing's phone and informed the other party that he wanted to take a few days off. Du Qingqing agreed very quickly, but she also instructed Yi Chuan on some precautions, reminding him that he must come to the martial arts class examination. After all, if you submit the enrollment form and don't come, it's easy to make some of the school's leaders dissatisfied, and you might be penalized or something like that. Yi Chuan promised one by one, and immediately changed into a black dress, and through the already gradually darkening sky, he walked in the direction of the outskirts of Jiangcheng. Outside, a deserted street, around can rarely see there are traces of pedestrians. Yi Chuan black clothes seemed to blend into it. Turned left and right to a dark alley, and then the depths of the alley. There is a face full of bearded middle-aged man quietly leaning against the wall at the end of the alley, slanting his eyes toward the leaf dust. Little doll, this is not a place where you can come, leave within 3 breaths and you might still see the sun tomorrow. The middle-aged man opened his mouth indifferently, but his voice was like ice, instantly lowering the temperature of the surroundings. Yichuan slowly raised his head, calmly looked at the middle-aged man and said faintly, "Fighting." The middle-aged man was stunned, especially when he looked at Yichuan's slightly childish face. A flash of surprise flashed across his face. But soon, a smile appeared at the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth. "Interesting, follow me." Chapter 6, Xingfeng Steps to Greatness, Seconds. Black Fist, life and death are at your own risk. Since you've come in, you should know this bit of rule, right? The middle-aged man led Yichuan to walk in a long dark passageway, and opened his mouth somewhat lazily, but he did not look back. Yi Dust followed behind the middle-aged man with a calm face, and said indifferently, "Naturally, I know. Underground Ring, an organization active in the major cities of Xia, specializing in providing perverted entertainment for some dignitaries in the major cities. Black Boxing was one of those programs. Players who played black boxing could sign a life and death contract with the Underground Ring, and engage in ring battles in the Underground Ring, and every time they won, they were able to obtain a considerable reward. Yichuan was an orphan with no source of income. Perhaps a part-time job would be able to support Yichuan, but if he wanted to become more powerful, he needed more income. Black Fist is one of the ways. It is certainly vicious 1 or 2, but the income is not expensive. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. This is a point that Yichuan has been insisting on for 2 lifetimes. The two walked in the dark passageway. As it got deeper and deeper, a burst of noisy sounds gradually came to their ears, and they could vaguely hear people hissing and cursing everything. Soon, in front of the 2 people, appeared a wall, the wall above hanging all kinds of masks. The middle-aged man pointed to the wall of masks, said faintly, "Choose a mask. Our Black Fist is still ultimately unseemly things. Later, pick a nickname and say your strength, I'll arrange a match for you." Listening to the middle-aged man's words, Yichuan slowly looked at the masks that were hanging all over the wall, and was soon attracted by one of the masks. It was a monkey face mask. Yichuan smiled faintly and went forward to remove that mask, directly affixing it to his face. "For a nickname, let's call it Great Sage." The middle-aged man looked at Yichuan with some surprise, and then snorted, but did not say anything, only asked Yichuan's cultivation level, and then hurriedly left to arrange opponents for Yichuan. Yichuan quietly stood in front of the wall. The noisy sounds in his ears kept pouring in, but it made the blood in Yichuan's body have a boiling sensation. It was clearly the first time, but it was all too familiar. A moment later, a woman dressed in a professional bunny girl outfit respectfully came to Yichuan's side, bending close to him and said, "Sir, an opponent has been arranged for you, please follow me." Yichuan nodded slightly, and following behind the woman, he also walked towards the direction of the ring. Around the gladiatorial arena, there was a sea of people. A cacophony of voices rose and fell, but it was a voice of insults, intertwined together. "Hey! Why hasn't it started yet? Old me's money is getting rusty. Hurry up and start, I want to see murder. You, hurry up and start." A voice rang out, and on top of one of the high platforms in the gladiatorial arena, a host with a clown mask, holding a microphone, had a wry smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. "Everyone's hospitality is so high. Since that's the case, let's invite one of our contestants for today. For 3 consecutive days, the contestant who has taken 4 consecutive victories in my 100 Faces Gladiator Arena. Black Wolf." The clown host's voice, which passed through the microphone, instantly spread throughout the entire gladiatorial arena, and the countless spectators fell into a flash of ecstasy after hearing his words. "Black Wolf! Black Wolf! Give me all the chips on Black Wolf, he's a 4 consecutive winner." That's right, although Black Wolf's blood is only 55 cards, he is extremely ruthless, and he takes the path of hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging himself 800 times. No one is more ruthless than Black Wolf. In the audience, a voice continuously rang out, accompanied by the iron door in one direction of the arena, slowly opening. Only to see, a burly figure, with a hideous wolf head mask, slowly walked into the gladiatorial arena, his body, exuding an aura of blood. And Black Wolf's opponent. At this time, the clown host on the high stage once again slowly opened his mouth, and that smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more bizarre. And the newcomer who just participated in the ring today, his name is called Great Sage. The host's voice fell, and the originally noisy surroundings of the stands fell into a short silence. And after this brief silence, it was a mocking voice that rang out. What did I hear? A great saint? A newcomer even dares to give himself the nickname of Great Sage? Ha ha ha. Black Wolf. Tear him apart for me, how dare he take such a name, how does a newcomer deserve it? For a while, those silent spectators hurled insults. In their view, needless to say, a newcomer, even those ring masters with 10 consecutive victories, or even ring kings with 100 victories, did not have the qualifications to be addressed as a great saint. The clown host contained a smile and simply dropped his gaze to another iron gate, raised the microphone in his hand, and slowly said, "Whether it's Black Wolf who takes away the 5 consecutive victories belonging to him from the hands of the great sage, or this great sage of ours, who manages to get his own first blood, let's wait and see." The iron door slowly opened, and a thin figure with a monkey face mask slowly walked into the gladiatorial arena. Black Wolf's gaze instantly landed on Yi Chuan's body, and a flash of tyrannical color surfaced in his eyes. "Kid, this name of a great saint is not something you can bear." The Black Wolf's voice carried a touch of ferocity, as if it was a hissing roar from a ferocious beast. Yi Chuan looked at the Black Wolf with a calm expression, but he did not care. Instead, he looked into the void, where only he could see the subtitles. Mighty Tiger breathing method is provoked, bound to make a splash in the gladiatorial arena, proficiency +10. The wind steps are too ripe to endure. I want to defeat my opponent. Proficiency +10. Ding, Xingfoam steps crosses into the realm of the great achievement. Basic sword technique, thirst for killing, wants to kill the opponent with the sword, proficiency +5. Looking at the subtitles in front of him, Yi Chuan was smiling slightly. Sure enough, the underground ring is the most suitable place for me. As for the opponent, Yi Chuan's gaze gently landed on Black Wolf's body, and in the next moment, Yi Chuan's entire person seemed to have turned into a wisp of wind and instantly disappeared in place. This. The Black Wolf looked at Yi Chuan, who disappeared in his field of vision, his pupils instantly contracted, followed by the sweaty hairs of his entire body, which all shrugged at this time. A strong sense of crisis filled his mind. The next moment, a fist fiercely smashed into Black Wolf's chest, and a huge force was crazily declared. Black Wolf's entire person was as if he had been hit by a car, and the entire person instantly flew out backwards, ruthlessly smashing into the earth. Yi dust. Killed in seconds. Chapter 7: 3 Straight Winds and a Bountiful Harvest. All around the arena, there was silence. As if a pin drop can be heard. However, this state did not last too long, followed by the audience cursing out. Grass. I pressed 2,000 dasha coins, and Black Wolf was killed in seconds? Damn it, I'm pissed off. Black Wolf the punk. Those gamblers who had previously placed all their chips on Black Wolf, at this moment, made levying noises at the already defeated Black Wolf. However, there were also some spectators who looked at Yi Chuan with a hint of essence in their eyes. This guy called the Great Sage is a bit of something. That Black Wolf is a 55-card chi-blood quasi-martial artist, and even a ruthless person who has gone deep into a level 1 alien space, but he was killed by the Great Sage in one move. Great Sage! Great Sage! Some people were cheering for Yi Chuan. This was how it was in a place like the Underground Ring. The new king could replace the old king at will, even if the old king once had many supporters. The moment he fell off the throne, those supporters had already begun to support the new king. Yi Chen stood in the arena, listening to a burst of cheers coming from his ears, but could not help but take a deep breath. It was only because, in front of Yi Chuan, a subtitle had surfaced once again. Fierce Tiger breathing technique sensed the cheers of the crowd and was invigorated, proficiency +10. Ding, Fierce Tiger breathing technique has been upgraded to the Grand Completion realm. Windy Steps enjoys the warm atmosphere and has some insights in his heart, proficiency +5. Basic sword technique with both hands behind the back, silently greeting the cheers of the crowd, proficiency +5. It can still be like this? Yi Chuan looked at the subtitles that popped up in front of him, but he couldn't help but be stunned. He had thought that only when he was in a negative mood, he could stimulate his martial arts techniques to rapidly cultivate, but he hadn't thought that in such a positive mood, he could also stimulate his martial arts techniques to cultivate. Yi Dust licked his lips, and there was a light flashing in his eyes, and between his thoughts, the system panel surfaced again. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation level, Quasi-Martial Artist 64-100. Fierce Tiger breathing technique, Grand Completion 5-100. Clear Wind Steps, Grand Completion 10-100. Basic Sword Technique, Great Success 57-100. The Chi Blood has also been raised by 1 card due to the Fierce Tiger breathing technique being raised to Great Success. Moreover, after the fierce tiger breathing technique's grand completion, my cultivation efficiency and the speed of the chi and blood running in my body has accelerated. If I were to be given another chi and blood elixir, I would even be able to directly raise my chi and blood by 3 or 4 cards. The martial arts class test a week from now won't be too much of a challenge for me. Yi Chuan murmured, but his heart was surging more and more along with the murmurs. This place is simply my treasure. He just looked around, the cheers of those spectators constantly coming from his ears. At this time, the clown host on the high stage was the one who opened his mouth and asked, "Contestant Great Sage, will the contest continue?" Feeling the elevated chi and blood in his body, the corners of Yi Chuan's mouth rose slightly and he said without hesitation, "Continue." Orange red light shone in the gladiatorial arena. Yi Chuan was wearing a monkey face mask, his face calmly standing in place, while in front of Yi Chuan, a middle-aged man was a man who had already broken an arm, and the entire person was lying on the ground with a painful face. Blood dyed the ground red. Friends of the audience, let's congratulate our player, Great Sage, with a loud cheer for the 3 consecutive victories that belong to him. On top of the high platform, the clown host held the microphone in his hand and shouted excitedly, "Great Sage! Great Sage! Great Sage! One more game, I'm going to put all my chips on you." There were gamblers whose eyes were glowing red. Yi Chen's 3 consecutive victories had created a lot of gamblers, and even those who had not pressed their chips on Yi Chen regretted it. At this moment, it was hard to press all their chips on Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen was calmly looking at the void in front of him, and a system panel slowly emerged. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Quasi-Martial Artist 65-100. Fierce Tiger Breathing Technique, Grand Completion 15-100. Clear Wind Steps, Grand Completion 20-100. Basic Sword Technique, Great Success 70-100. Chi and Blood is 65 cards up, and the Basic Sword Technique is about to be raised to completion. Today's harvest is too much. Not only have all the Gonfu martial arts been improved, but the cultivation level has also been raised by 2 cards, plus there's also the income gained from the fights. That's enough for me to buy a lot of chi and blood pills. Tomorrow, my chi blood will be able to be raised to 70 cards upwards, just 1 day's time. Looking at the entire Jiang city, I'm afraid that there is no quasi-martial artist who has raised his speed above me. Yi Chuan smiled faintly, then looked at the clown-masked host and said calmly, "I'm tired." The clown host understood Yi Chuan's thoughts and instantly announced that Yi Chuan had given up on continuing the challenge. This move instantly caused dissatisfaction among the countless spectators, who still wanted to continue witnessing Yi Chen's competition, and even attempted to earn a certain amount of money on Yi Chen's body. A burst of abusive voices resounded once again, only for Yi Chen to have already walked down the arena and left the underground ring. Inside an ordinary lounge, Yi Duan looked at the young girl serving him at the side. The other party smiled and said, "Mr. Great Sage, our 100 Faces Gladiator Arena's reward for winning a ring is 3,000 dasha coins, and a consecutive win will increase by 1,000. That is to say, you got a 3rd consecutive win today, which is a total of 12,000 dasha coins. May I know if you will be given the cash or have it credited to your account?" Yi Chuan was not in a hurry, but said indifferently, "The 100 Faces Gladiator should have channels to buy some cultivation resources, right?" The smile on the corner of the young girl's mouth became more and more intense. In our 100 Faces Gladiator Arena, no matter whether it is cultivation resources, or feats and martial arts are able to be purchased, provided that Mr. S money is sufficient. Yi Chuan nodded calmly and said, "Then give me a bottle of Chi Blood Dan." The price of the Chi and Blood pill was 1,000 dasha coins a piece in the market, and a bottle had a total of 10 pieces. The young girl smiled faintly. "Okay sir, after deducting 10,000 dasha coins for the Chi and Blood Dan, there are still 2,000 left. Hit my account," Yi Chuan said without hesitation, and then after waiting for the other party to send the Chi Blood Dan to himself, he hurriedly left the 100 Faces Gladiator Arena. After leaving, Yi Chuan specifically spared a large circle of the road before choosing to return home after realizing that no one was following him. Sitting on the bed, Yi Chuan took out a bottle of Chi and Blood Dan that he had earned today, and his breath blazed a little. A bottle of Chi and Blood pill should be enough for me to meet the testing requirements of the martial arts class. Yi Chuan licked his lips. The later the Chi and Blood got, the more difficult it was to raise it, but fortunately, his fierce tiger breathing technique had already crossed over into the grand completion, and his efficiency had increased. Thinking of this, Yi Chuan took out a Chi and Blood Dan and put it directly into his mouth. Chapter 8, Crazy Cultivation. That's right, it's my handiwork. The majestic medicinal power instantly turned into a warm current that flowed through Yichuan's limbs and bones, continuously strengthening the qi and blood in Yichuan's body. Time, too, passed quickly along with Yi Chen's cultivation. On the following day, when the sunlight gently fell into Yichuan's bedroom window, Yichuan slowly opened his eyes. A powerful aura directly diffused out from Yichuan's body. The Qi Blood 85 card is up. Yichuan murmured slightly, and the corners of his mouth were also tinged with a smirk. Between a thought, the system panel also appeared in Yi Dust's field of vision. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Quasi-Martial Artist 85-100. Mighty Tiger Breathing Technique, Grand Completion 23-100. Clear Wind Steps, Grand Completion 28-100. Basic Sword Technique, Grand Completion 78-100. The more the Qi and blood gets to the back, the more difficult it becomes to raise it. A bottle of Qi and blood pills went down and surprisingly, it only raised the Qi and blood by 20 cards. Yichuan shook his head with some regret. If Yi Chen's words fell amongst the ears of the other students, it was feared that many of them would take their knives to Yi Chen. A 20-card Qi blood boost in one night, and you're still a bit upset? Still regretful? Be a human being. But the good thing is, 85 cards of Qi and blood has already met the minimum requirements to enter the martial arts class test, but the stronger the strength during the test, when I enter the martial arts class, the more resources I can be allocated. There's also the need to continue to improve. It is said that if one is able to become a first-ranked martial artist before the test, they will even be favored by the teacher of the martial arts class and specially instructed. Yichuan's gaze gradually flamed as he remembered the information about the martial Dao class. Before the test, a martial artist is definitely required to become one. The breathing technique and the clear wind steps as well as the basic sword technique must also be upgraded to perfection. It's almost time. Yichuan took a deep breath and then closed his eyes once again to prepare to consolidate his cultivation, after which he once again traveled to the 100 Faces underground ring. Although the underground ring was a lot more dangerous, the rewards were proportional. In the time that followed, Yichuan shuttled back and forth between the underground ring and his home, and after earning money from the underground ring, he directly exchanged it for cultivation resources to enhance his cultivation. One by one, 5 days soon passed. And during these 5 days, Yi Chen's improvement was quite remarkable. At this moment, Yi Chen was sitting on top of his bed, but his eyes were looking at the system panel that only he could see. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation level, Quasi-Martial Artist 99-100. Fierce Tiger Breathing Technique, Perfect 99-100. Clear Wind Steps, Perfect 99-100. Basic Sword Technique, Perfect 99-100. I'll soon be able to raise my Qi and blood to 100 cards, and at that time, I'll be considered a first-rank martial artist in the true sense of the word. In addition to that, why are the breathing technique and martial arts both raised to perfection? There is still progress. Yichuan's attention fell on the proficiency of the breathing method in martial arts, where it was said that after consummation, it was already the limit of the breathing method in martial arts, but on the contrary, his proficiency was still rising. It was only 2 days ago that Yichuan had raised the proficiency of the breathing method in martial arts to 99, and after that, no matter what, they were no longer raised. It's a bit strange, can't figure it out. Yichuan shook his head, but didn't care. He was about to become a first-ranked martial artist. When the time came, he would have to give up all these basic martial arts and switch to those first-ranked breathing techniques and martial arts. Tomorrow is the day of the test. Take advantage of this last period of time to strive for a breakthrough as a martial artist. Yichuan took a deep breath and took out 2 bottles of Qi and blood pills from his bosom, which Yichuan had saved in the past few days just to prepare for the breakthrough to first-rank martial artist. Without the slightest hesitation, Yichuan directly opened and took out all the 2 bottles of Qi and blood dan and swallowed them in one gulp, while running the perfection level Mighty Tiger breathing technique and began to refine the medicinal power within the Qi and blood dan. In an instant, scalding hot currents continuously flowed through Yichuan's body, strengthening his Qi and blood. Jiangqing First Middle School, Class 8. The bell rang for the end of class, but Mu Bing was holding her chin with one hand, looking at Yichuan's seat from time to time, with doubts in her eyes. Lu Qian on the side looked at this scene and couldn't help but deflate her mouth. Binger, why do you still care about this licking dog? Haven't I said it all? It must be because Wang Jia found trouble with this licking dog after hearing about you last time, and this licking dog doesn't even dare to come to school now. Speak of the devil, Lu Qian's words had just fallen when Wang Jia arrived in front of Mu Bing with a smile on his face. Binger, tomorrow is the test for the martial arts class. My family has specially hired a first-rank martial artist as an instructor for me to prepare for the final sprint. Do you want to go with me? Wang Jia's voice was very gentle. Just before Mu Bing responded, Lu Qian, who was on the side, had her eyes lit up. Class president, is that dead-licking dog Yi Duan being taught a lesson by you, now he doesn't dare to come to school? I told Binger, she still doesn't believe me, you quickly prove it to Binger. Wang Jie listened to these words and looked slightly embarrassed. He did want to find someone to teach Yichen a lesson before, just who knew that Yichen didn't come to school the next day. However, Mu Bing was watching himself at the moment, and Wang Jie also wanted to show his strength, and after coughing, he said in an unconcerned tone. Does it even need to be said? If you dare to be impolite to Binger, then you are impolite to me. Humph, this guy even wants to enroll in the martial arts class. Don't worry, I've already found someone to teach him a good lesson. Not only in these few days, even the martial arts class test, he wouldn't dare to come. After saying that, Wang Jie straightened his chest with a proud face, especially when Mu Bing looked at himself with an astonished gaze. The vanity in Wang Jie's heart was even more explosive at this moment. Mu Bing glanced at Wang Jie and then at Yi Chen's seat, and the anger in her heart towards Yi Chen subsided a lot. Humph, let you do not give me chi blood Dan, obviously in the past will give me, this time. Wang Jie to teach you a lesson, cannot blame me. Mu Bing couldn't help but say arrogantly in her heart, then looked at Wang Jie. A first-rank martial artist as an instructor? Can I? She was also very moved by Wang Jie's words. Even though the test was going to be held tomorrow, a first-rank martial artist instructing would be of great benefit to prospective martial artists like them. Wang Jie was even more excited inside when he heard Mu Bing open his mouth, and hurriedly said. Naturally I can, isn't it just adding one more person? I will give that senior a word at that time. My Wang Jie's words are still quite good. After saying that, Wang Jie again revealed a touch of arrogance. Chapter 9, Who Sent You Here? Morong Qing. Early in the morning, when the first rays of sunlight gently waved down from the sky dome and illuminated the entire Jiang city, Yi Chen also slowly awoke from his cultivation. Along with Yi Chen opening his eyes, a terrifying aura instantly stirred out from Yi Chen's body. A faint red glow surrounded above Yi Chen's body surface, as if it was cloaked in a thin layer of blood-colored gauze. First-rank martial artist. Has become a success. The corners of Yi Chuan's mouth rose slightly at this moment, carrying a smirk. Immediately afterward, the system panel also appeared in Yi Dust's field of vision. Name, Yi Dust. Cultivation, Blood Refining Martial Artist 1-100. Fierce Tiger Breathing Technique, Perfection 99-100. Clear Wind Steps, Perfection 99-100. Basic Sword Technique, Perfect 99-100. In the cultivation column, it had changed from a quasi-martial artist to a chi-blooded martial artist. The path of martial arts is divided into quasi-martial artists in 9 stages, where quasi-martial artists are also called chi-blood martial artists, while after reaching the first stage, it's called blood refining. As for the ones after that, I have no idea. Nowadays, I am also considered a blood refining martial artist. The smile at the corner of Yi Chan's mouth grew more and more intense. A blood-refining martial artist, when looking at the entire Jiang city, was considered in existence with a certain level of strength. After all, the strongest ones in the entire Jiang city were only a few second-order martial artists. These second-rank martial artists were all big shots in important positions in Jiangchang. The martial arts class test is steady. Yi Chuan stood up and stretched, then came to the restroom, simply washed up, changed into a clean outfit, and walked towards the school. Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School, inside a martial arts training center. The entire senior class of Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School had gathered here, making the training center crowded with people. While at the location of senior class 8, Wang Jie looked at Mu Bing, who was beside him, with a gentle smile on his face, and said softly, Binger, have you digested all that Senior Yang said yesterday? Hearing this, Mu Bing's face also revealed a smile. After school ended yesterday, Mu Bing followed Wang Jie to meet that first-rank martial artist, and under the other party's guidance, Mu Bing had also raised his breathing method to the grand completion realm. His chi and blood had also been raised by 1 card yesterday. One must not underestimate this 1 card of chi and blood boost. After all, in the middle of the martial arts class test, the more chi and blood one had, the higher one's treatment would be down the road. Thanks a lot. Mu Bing said softly. These words, falling into Wang Jie's ears, were like eating an ice cream in the middle of summer, causing Wang Jie's entire heart to soften. Hey, what are you saying thank you, me you don't know? Wang Jie giggled. Mu Bing understood Wang Jie's meaning in his heart, looked around and did not find Yi Chen's figure. Wang Jie looked at Mu Bing's movements, and instantly understood a lot, coldly smiled and opened his mouth. Don't worry Binger, Yi Duan is unlikely to come today, the reputation of our 8th class can't be spoiled by a hangman. Wang Jie was very clear that Yi Duan's failure to come to school had nothing to do with himself, but in order to perform in front of Mu Bing, he specifically called a few people to observe outside the school gates. Once Yichuan came to the school, he would block Yichuan down, so that his own lies would be rounded down. As for whether Yiduan would break through the block of those few people, Wang Jie's heart was not at all concerned. After all, the few people he called could be quasi-martial artists with around 80 cards of chi and blood. Even he was unable to enter the school under the blockage of these few people. As soon as he thought of this, a smile appeared on Wang Jie's face. In the middle of a street outside the school gate of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Yichuan expressionlessly patted his hand, while at Yichuan's side, a few burly and strong men were lying on the ground with pained faces, looking at Yichuan with fear in their eyes. "Say it, who sent you here?" Yichuan stepped on one of the burly men's chest with one foot. Even without using too much chi, it caused that burly man to directly spray a mouthful of blood out. After days of fighting in the underground ring, the current Yichuan was no longer the little sheep he was before. A pair of ice-cold eyes revealed an eerie coldness, as if it caused the air around him to freeze for it. At this moment, the strong man's heart had already started cursing. "This Wang Jia, isn't it said that it's just a hangman with 50 or 60 cards of chi blood? How come it's so strong? Wang Jia, your ancestor." The burly man's heart continued to hurl curses, but facing Yichuan's pair of ice-cold eyes, the burly man still hastened to open his mouth. "Wang Jia. It was Wang Jia who told us to stop you from taking the test for the martial arts class." Hearing the strong man's words, there was another flash of coldness in Yi Chen's eyes. Wang Jia? After all, he was the class president of the 8th senior class. Yichuan naturally recognized him. It was just that Yichuan couldn't imagine where he had offended this Wang Jia, and even had people stopping him from going to the test. However, very quickly Yichuan figured out the key point. "It's that Mu Bing woman?" Yichuan's eyebrows were slightly raised, but there was a touch of fury surging out between his brows. "I don't care if you pick up a woman, but you are bullying on my head." Yichuan moved his neck, and a crackling sound was emitted. "I'm not done with you." Yichuan murmured softly, then his foot pushed hard, and the burly man's chest instantly sunk in. Accompanied by a pig-killing scream echoing through the streets, Yichuan walked out expressionlessly and headed inside the school. Senior Class 5, Morong Qing. Inside the martial arts training hall, there was a teacher specializing in testing, calling out the names of those students who had signed up for the martial arts class testing. Accompanied by the teacher's voice, inside the training hall, there was a tall, ponytailed young girl with a calm complexion, who slowly walked in front of the testing apparatus in the center of the training hall under the gaze of the crowd. "Wow, Morong Qing He, it is said that she is the most demonic student in our Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school for decades. As early as half a month ago, her chi and blood reached 90 cards, and I don't know if she has broken through to a martial artist. Hey, Morong Qing, I love you. If it's possible for me to marry Morong Qing, even if it means letting me drive a luxury car and live in a villa, I'm willing to do it." For a while, along with Morong Qing's walkout, the entire martial arts training center was plunged into a burst of noise. Even Wang Jie's gaze fell on Morong Qing, making it difficult to move away. Mu Bing, who was on the side, was even looking at Morong Qing in a savory manner, with envy and even jealousy surfacing in the bottom of his eyes. Under the gaze of the crowd, Morong Qing's palm landed on top of the testing instrument. In the next moment, a scarlet number was instantly reflected in everyone's vision. First level of blood refining. Chapter 10, Smug Wang Jia, I report. Surprisingly, it's the blood refining realm. Morong Qing has actually become a first-rank martial artist. Worthy of being the flower of our first middle school, not only is her family's background superior, even her talent is so outstanding. I can remember that there hasn't been a genius in Jiangcheng who broke through the first rank before the college entrance exam in decades. One Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school student looked at the young girl with a ponytail in front of that instrument, and couldn't help but show a look of envy, and even quite a few boys had trouble expressing their admiration. Morong Qing. Mu Bing looked at Morong Qing below, but her complexion was a little complicated. She may be the prettiest one in the 8th class, but compared to Morong Qing, she was eclipsed. Even Wang Jia, who was on the side, showed a touch of appreciation. This made it even harder for Mu Bing. "Is it okay?" Morong Qing looked at the teacher on the side and said calmly. It's okay. The teacher in charge of the records hastily nodded his head, and even more so, he said with a smile on his face, "Morong student can go down to take a rest, and when the time comes for the martial arts class to be established, we will notify you." The treatment was a world of difference from those students who had been tested before. Morong Qing nodded slightly, and then returned to her position with an expressionless face. No matter how blazing the gazes around her were, they couldn't make Morong Qing move the slightest bit. Even more, that natural aura was such that people didn't dare to approach. Next, Senior Class 5, Ludong. The teacher in charge once again called out the name of the next tester. As time passed, it was soon the turn of senior class 8. Only the class teacher, Du Qingqing, was looking around with an anxious face, glancing at the time every now and then. It's all the way to our class, why hasn't Yi Chen come yet? This guy. Du Qingqing was a bit annoyed. If he had known that Yi Chuan would miss it, he wouldn't have agreed to the other party's request for a leave of absence. After all, signing up for the test and then ending up absent, this is a big no-no. Next, senior class 8, Wang Jie. Along with Wang Jie's name being called, the surrounding students of class 8 smiled and opened their mouths. Class president, you can give our class 8 a long face. That's right, class president, you're the best. A confident smile appeared on Wang Jie's face as he straightened his chest and said to Mu Bing at the side, Binger, I'll go first. Mu Bing slightly nodded her head, seemingly still having a problem with Wang Jie looking at Morong Qing before. Soon, Wang Jie arrived in front of the testing instrument and confidently stretched out his hand. His qi and blood surged into the testing instrument, accompanied by a slight vibration of the instrument, which then revealed the data. 89 cards. The moment the data came out, it also caused sounds of sucking and cool air to come from the surroundings. 89 cards of qi blood? This is already the person with the highest qi blood besides Morong Qing in class 1's Zhao Jijia, right? It's going to be 90 card qi blood soon, this Wang Jie from class 8. I'm afraid that he's expected to break through to a first-rank martial artist before the college entrance exam. A crowd of surprised students' voices came from all around. While Wang Jie was facing these voices, he was obviously very flattered, and even couldn't help but look at Morong Qing, but found that the other party had her head down looking at her cell phone, and didn't raise her head. This made Wang Jie a little discouraged, but he still put on a smile and slowly returned to his position. For a while, the students of class 8 congratulated each other. Even the class teacher Du Qingqing also revealed a smile, only when she didn't see Yi Chen's figure, there was still more than a touch of anxiety between her brows. There's still one more to go before Yi Duan. Where the hell did this guy go? It can't be that he's really afraid of losing face and not coming, right? Du Qingqing couldn't help but say in her heart. Next, senior class 8, Mu Bing. The teacher in charge called out a name once again, and Wang Jie tenderly looked at Mu Bing. Binger, it's your turn. Aha! Mu Bing gently stood up and walked towards the direction of the instrument, and despite not being as good as Morong Qing, she still attracted the gazes of many students. After a burst of testing, Mu Bing's data also appeared in everyone's view. 85 cards. This class 8 Mu Bing isn't bad, he even has an 85 card qi and blood as well. Amongst all those who passed the test, it's considered to be moderately high. Yeah, most importantly, this Mu Bing is not bad looking, although not as good as Morong Qing. A voice fell into Mu Bing's ears, causing Mu Bing's face, who was still somewhat elated, to suddenly become a few points more gloomy. Mu Bing stomped her feet and eventually returned to her position. Even when her bosom friend Lu Qian congratulated her, the gloom on Mu Bing's face did not dissipate. Have you guys seen Yi Chen? Why hasn't he come yet? Which one of you has his contact information? Hurry up and inform him. At this moment, Du Qingqing's voice rang out as she said with an anxious face. Wang Jie and Mu Bing sniffed, but it was Wang Jie who was seen rushing at Du Qingqing with a faint smile. Teacher Du, this dangler definitely doesn't dare to come, so if you want me to say it, let's just announce that Ji Chuan has given up the test. That way, we don't have to be afraid that this dangling tail will make our 8th class lose face. This statement also caused many people to agree, especially Lu Qian, who said without hesitation, yes, Teacher Du, this kind of person is deliberately pretending. In the end, he still doesn't dare to come to the test. Directly give the teacher in charge to say that he will be disqualified. Du Qingqing sniffed, her eyebrows slightly clustered. Honestly, she didn't know what to do now. And at this time, the voice of the teacher in charge sounded again. Next, senior class 8 Yi Chen. As the teacher in charge's voice rang out, Du Qingqing's face changed slightly, and she finally decided to announce that Yi Duan had abstained from the competition, hoping that the school leaders would be able to be lenient with Yi Duan. However, before Du Qingqing could open her mouth, outside the martial arts training hall, there was a calm voice that rang out. Arrived! Hearing this voice, the smile on Wang Jie's face stiffened and he looked outside the training hall gate. Mu Bing also looked towards the training center with a surprised expression. Only to be seen, at the location of that training hall's main door, Yi Chuan walked in with a calm face. Only on his clothes, there were still remnants of blood that had not even dried. Wang Jie, didn't you say that you taught him a lesson so that he didn't dare to come for the test? Lu Qian couldn't help but look at Wang Jie. Even Mu Bing looked at him with some doubt. Wang Jie's face changed for a while, he stammered, but he couldn't say anything. He also couldn't think of why those few guys he had called with around 80 cards of qi and blood wouldn't be able to stop Yi Chen. And at this time, Yi Chuan had already arrived in front of the instrument, looked at the teacher in charge and asked softly, "Teacher, can we start?" The teacher in charge frowned slightly, obviously smelling the bloody odor on Yi Chuan's body. Just before he could open his mouth, a scream rang out. "Teacher, I'm reporting Yi Dust for clowning around. He's just a hangdog with 40 plus cards of chi and blood. He's intentionally disrupting the order of the martial arts class testing." Chapter 11 Changes in Martial Breathing Technique, Blood Refining Layer. A sharp voice resounded throughout the martial arts training center, instantly overpowering the other sounds. The crowd and even Yi Duan looked in search of the voice, but found that the person who spoke was actually Mu Bing's best friend, Lu Qian. At this moment, Lu Qian pointed at Yi Duan and said, "This guy is the tail end of our 8th class, it's impossible for him to pass the test, he signed up just for the sake of claptrap, he's disrupting the order of the test." Listening to Lu Qian's words, the students from the other classes around them also revealed a look of surprise. The tail end of the crane even came to participate in the testing of the martial arts class? This is a bit overconfident, isn't it? More than 40 cards of chi and blood? How dare this enroll? Doesn't he know that disrupting the order of the martial arts class test is punishable? That's right, those who are able to enroll are those who have a certain level of confidence, or those who will be able to reach the standard soon. When did the tail end of a car also dare to enroll? All around, a noisy voice rang out. Even the teacher in charge of the test was also a slight frown, looking at Yi Chuan, said, "Students, if the distance is too far from the requirements or give up, if the time to test out, you will be judged as disrupting the order of the test." This teacher in charge of testing was also kindly reminding Yi Chen. Only, in the face of the teacher's words, Yi Chuan merely glanced at Lu Qian faintly, but there was a touch of ice-cold aura surfacing on his body. This was the killing intent that had naturally coalesced from Yi Chuan's fights in the underground ring over the past few days. Suddenly, the killing intent on Yi Dust's body lurched, and a subtitle but appeared in Yi Dust's field of vision. Mighty Tiger breathing method is provoked, furious, appears to have undergone some sort of change. Clear Wind Steps was angry inside, wanting to hit the crowd in the face, and evolved white light appeared. Basic sword technique's eyes are cold, killing intent spreads out, some kind of change has occurred. Eh? Yi Chuan looked at these 3 subtitles, but in his heart, he was somewhat delighted. The breathing technique and martial arts are both stuck above the perfect 99%, and have not been able to improve, but I didn't expect that today there was a change. Evolution, change. Could it be? Yi Chuan's heart gradually had a thought emerge. And at this time, Lu Qian, who was locked by the killing intent, looked at Yi Chuan with a few points of fear, but still screamed and opened her mouth, "Yi Chuan, didn't you hear your teacher's words? With your cultivation, if the gap is too big at that time, you won't be able to eat it." Just as Lu Qian's words fell, Yi Chuan spoke in a cold voice, looking at Lu Qian as if he was looking at a little cutie. "Like, you dare to scold me." Lu Qian was dumbfounded by this sentence of Yi Chuan's. As Mu Bing's bosom friend, the usual Yi Chuan was respectful to himself, never going so out of line. In Lu Qian's opinion, she accused Yi Chen of disrupting the order just to give Mu Bing an outlet for her anger, who made Yi Chen not give the school subsidy to Mu Bing. Who knew that Yi Chen would dare to scold himself? Before Lu Qian could continue to speak, Yi Chuan was the one who had already looked at the teacher in charge of the test and calmly said, "Can we start?" The teacher still wanted to say something, but looking at Yi Chuan's calm eyes, he eventually swallowed his words, and for some reason, when he looked into Yi Chuan's eyes, there was a trace of fear, as if he had seen those murderous beasts that were eager to kill. The teacher nodded, and Yi Chuan also stopped talking nonsense and walked towards the testing instrument. In the position of the 8th senior class, Du Qingqing looked at the atmosphere around her, although she was the class teacher, but her character was a little weak, but she didn't know what to say at this time, it was a little awkward. While Lu Qian was looking at Yi Chuan's movements, her hands wrapped together and said with a cold smile, "Gave this guy a chance and didn't cherish it, later I want to see how you're going to wrap it up." At that time, it will also be considered as a way for you, Binger, to take out some bad anger. Mu Bing, who was on the side, nodded calmly, and in her heart, she was also grumbling over Yi Chen's failure to give the subsidy to herself. Only Wang Jia, who was on the side, had his gaze fall on his cell phone, which seemed to be constantly sending some kind of message. Inside the martial arts training hall, many students threw a teasing glance towards Yi Chen. From those words of Lu Qian, they also took Yi Chen as someone who was clamoring for attention. Even Morong Cheng, who had never raised her head, was looking at Yi Chen with interest at the moment. "Hey, is this guy a head iron or not? If the gap is really too big in a while, it won't be easy. Who knows, what if someone else has a strange encounter and suddenly has 80 cards of chi and blood? Ha ha ha." Someone laughed and opened his mouth, but his tone was full of teasing. Yi Chuan didn't care about the gazes coming from all around, he just silently walked to that testing instrument and slowly extended his palm, inputting his own chi blood into it. Buzz buzz buzz. A faint chirping sound suddenly emanated from above the instrument, and immediately afterward, Yichuan felt the instrument stop absorbing his chi blood. Afterward, Yichuan dropped his gaze above that instrument and calmly waited for the results to appear. Oomph, what's the point of pretending? Giving the opportunity doesn't work, you have to be a head iron yourself. Lu Qian looked at Yi Chen's appearance and said viciously in her heart. Binger, by the time we will be able to see this licking dog being disciplined, that mouthful of bad anger in your heart, it's kind of out. Saying that, Lu Qian took Mu Bing's arm and said with a smile. Mu Bing gently nodded. Originally because of Morong Qing's appearance, Mu Bing's heart was a little uncomfortable. Yichuan again appeared in the testing site, more so, it made some lumps appear in Mu Bing's heart. At this moment, naturally, she wanted to vent it out, and Yichen being disciplined, for Mu Bing, it was also considered a way to vent her heart's pent-up anger. Thinking of this, Mu Bing looked toward the testing instrument, wanting to see the moment when Yi Chen's results came out. Not only Mu Bing, Lu Qian, almost all the students in the martial arts training center, all looked towards the testing instrument, waiting with interest for the moment Yi Chen's results came out. Just the moment when the data appeared on the instrument, everyone's pupils were at that moment, shaking violently. Blood refining first level. The scarlet font was reflected in everyone's vision, constantly stimulating their heartstrings. In an instant, the entire martial arts training hall was plunged into a dead silence, and even the teacher in charge of testing on the side was dumbfounded as he looked at the data above the instrument. This blood refining layer. Suddenly, there was a student's surprised voice that instantly tore through the silence in the martial arts training hall, igniting the entire martial arts training hall. Chapter 12, Martial Arts Advancement. Lao Zi is right. How is this possible? In the senior class 8 position, Lu Qian's entire complexion changed, her face filled with disbelief. How could he be at the first level of blood refining? He clearly had only 40 or so cards of qi and blood a few days ago, how could he suddenly be? Lu Qian had some difficulty accepting the facts in front of her, and all of a sudden, it seemed as if she had thought of something, and her eyes instantly became bright. That's right. The instrument. It must be that the instrument is broken. Otherwise, how could he, a hangdog, become a martial artist of the first layer of blood refining? Even Morong Cheng is only at the first blood refining layer, how could he be at the first blood refining layer? The instrument. The instrument must be broken. Lu Qian's ear-piercing voice resounded within the martial arts training hall. It also caused many students to have more than a hint of doubt in their hearts. The instrument is broken? It seems like it's really possible. After all, this person also said that this Yichuan is their class 8's hangman. It can't be possible that a hangman has the cultivation of the first layer of blood refining. That's right, the first level of blood refining. We haven't seen it for decades in Zhangchang. How could a tailender be at this level of cultivation? The instrument must be broken. In the end, there were still unknown students who were driven by Lu Qian's words and opened their mouths. However, the teacher beside the instrument was listening to the words of the crowd with a strange face. As the teacher responsible for the test, he knew very well that the instrument was not broken at all. Yichuan as cultivation is true. To be honest, even he hadn't expected that in this term. Besides Morong Qing, there was someone else who had shown a cultivation of the blood refining realm during the martial arts class testing. Immediately, the teacher slowly spoke. Yichuan, first level of blood refining, passed the test. When his voice fell, it was undoubtedly a direct hammer blow, completely silencing those sneers that said the instrument was broken. How? How is this possible? Lu Qian was somewhat disoriented and paralyzed in her position, with a flash of panic surfacing on her face. She completely did not expect that her best friend's dog licker would display such a powerful talent and strength. And Mu Bing, who was on the side, also looked at this scene dumbfounded. As for Wang Jie, at this moment, he was even sitting in his own position, his body shivering, a cold sweat constantly falling down his forehead. This is actually really a blood refining layer. Our Zhangchang number 1 middle school besides Morong Qing, there is still this demon Yichuan? Good boy, blood refining first layer what kind of god is this Yichuan in the end? Didn't he say that he was hanging on for dear life? Laugh me to death, a heavenly pride of the first layer of blood refining is said to be the tail end of a car. Is this person from class 8 out of his mind? A single voice continuously resounded within the martial arts training hall, but it was a drastic change from the previous wind direction. Even Morong Qing revealed a curious gaze and looked towards Yichen. It was just that all of this, Yichen was completely unconcerned about. but silently looked at the void in front of him. Accompanied by the sound of a gasp of surprise, subtitles also appeared again in Yi Chuan's field of vision. Mighty Tiger Breathing Corporation manifested in front of the Holy Spirit, Epiphany, advanced to Mountain Monarch Vomiting Method First Order. Fresh Wind Steps Slightly Smiling, Epiphany in front of people, advanced to Wind Cloud Steps First Order. Basic Sword Technique, Standing with Sword, advancing to Sword Drawing Technique First Level. Along with the emergence of these three subtitles, Yi Chuan's mind was instantly flooded with so many epiphanies that the breath in his body became somewhat arcane. After Yi Dust refined the epiphanies in his mind, the system panel reappeared between his thoughts. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Blood Refining Martial Artist 2-100. Mountain Monarch Vomiting Method, Introductory 1-100. Wind and Cloud Steps, Introductory 1-100. Sword Drawing Technique, Introductory 1-100. First Rank Breathing Method in Martial Arts. Yi Chuan looked at that system panel and his face gradually flamed up. Previously, whether it was the Fierce Tiger Breathing Technique, the Clear Wind Steps or the Basic Sword Technique, they all belonged to the category of basic martial arts breathing techniques, and they were also the martial arts and breathing techniques that quasi-martial practitioners were able to cultivate. After arriving at the blood refining realm, one would need to switch to first order martial arts and breathing techniques. Yi Chuan would have had a headache because of this. After all, first order martial arts breathing techniques were extremely expensive. Even if you joined a martial arts class, you would only be able to acquire at most one martial art or one breathing method, and the rest would be up to you. Nowadays, one's breathing method and martial arts had actually advanced on their own. This was something Yi Chen had never expected. My strength has risen another step. Even if it was only the introduction of two first-rank martial arts, it had raised Yi Chen's strength by a lot. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yi Chen slowly dropped his gaze on Lu Qian and Wang Jie. The test is over. Some grudges should be settled. Yi Chuan said softly, moving his neck a bit, making a crackling sound. Being looked at by Yi Chuan, Wang Jie's entire face turned pale. He instantly understood what Yi Chuan wanted to do. If Yi Chuan didn't pass the test, he naturally had nothing to fear. But just now Yi Chuan's test score. But it was a first-level blood refining martial artist. Even if it was only the first level of blood refining, it was not something that he, a quasi-martial artist with only 89 cards of qi and blood, could fight against. Yi Chuan. This is a misunderstanding. Wang Jie opened his mouth trembling, but it caused one of the students in the martial training hall to be puzzled. What is this Wang Jie talking about? What misunderstanding? Is there anything else between him and Yi Chen? The crowd opened their mouths in confusion. Only Yi Chuan had a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, only that smile was icy cold no matter how you looked at it, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Misunderstanding? Since it's a misunderstanding, it's just a matter of solving it. Yi Chuan smiled as he stepped forward and walked towards the location of the 8th senior class. No, that's right, unraveling it is. Wang Jie was also relieved to hear these words, forcing out a smile, and was about to open his mouth when he saw Yi Chen come to his front, not even waiting for Wang Jie to continue speaking. A huge fist had already ruthlessly smashed towards Wang Jie's face. Bang! Terrifying power was instantly declared, and Wang Jie's entire person was like the kite that folded its strings, instantly flew out backwards, and ruthlessly smashed on top of the wall. This sudden scene instantly caused the entire martial arts training center to fall into silence. Everyone hadn't expected Yi Chen to actually strike at Wang Jie. They might not know what was going on between Wang Jie and Yi Chen, but this was a school, not a place for a brawl. However, Wang Jie's miserable condition caused them to freeze. Is this the strength of a blood-refining martial artist? Wang Jie's 89 caliber Qi blood was actually crushed without the slightest power to fight back? Someone murmured, his face filled with shock. This Yi Chuan is a bit too fierce. A whispering voice rang out, but it also caused people to react. Yi Chuan, how dare you strike your classmates in front of so many teachers? Another screaming voice rang out. Only Lu Qian could be seen looking at Yi Chuan with a malicious look as she pointed at him and said to the teacher who was in charge of the test. Teacher, Yi Chuan striking out at his fellow classmates is simply heartless. Such a person doesn't deserve to enter the martial arts class. Lu Qian screamed, but a touch of joy surfaced in the depths of those vicious eyes. She did not expect Yi Chen to strike at Wang Jie. But this was just right, to strike at a fellow classmate, such a person. In the eyes of the teacher, there was a problem from the quality. In this way, it was just right to cut off Yi Chuan's prospects of entering the martial arts class. In Lu Qian's opinion, as long as Yi Chuan's persona was stripped away, so that everyone felt that Yi Chuan was cold-blooded and murderous, the door of the martial arts class would be closed tightly for Yi Chuan as well. However, before waiting for the testing teacher's response, a slap was instantly slapped on Lu Qian's face. Slap! A crisp sound resounded within the martial arts training hall. Lu Qian's entire person was instantly slapped in the eye by this slap, and the side of her cheek that was slapped in the face was instantly red and swollen. Taking a shot at him didn't take a shot at you, did it? Still screaming here? Yi Chuan looked at Lu Qian indifferently. The coldness in those eyes seemed to wrap Lu Qian's entire being. You. Lu Qian covered her face, looking at Yi Chuan's eyes filled with fear. Her body trembled and kept backing up, but she couldn't help but look at the testing teacher within the martial arts training center, hoping to get shelter. Yi Chuan, this. As expected, after hesitating for a moment, the testing teacher was still torn and opened his mouth. After all, this was inside the school. No matter how talented Yi Chuan was, he couldn't violate the school's rules, could he? Only the next moment, Yi Chuan's icy cold voice rang out. Wang Jia let people outside the school to block me. Want me to miss the test of the martial arts class? The monitoring outside the school can be seen clearly. Bad people martial arts, like killing parents, this Wang Jia. I still cannot fight. What? The testing teacher's face changed slightly, and his eyes gradually became stern as he looked at that Wang Jia. I didn't expect there to be such a thing. Student Yi Chuan, you can rest assured that this matter, the school will give you an explanation. In the face of the testing teacher's words, Yi Chuan but smiled, pointing to Lu Qian on the side. As for this guy, I've been saying bad things about me everywhere from the moment I came in. Can't I fight too? Detecting the teacher no longer open his mouth, what Lu Qian did, in the eyes of the crowd, are also clear. So? Am I at fault? Yi Chuan slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at the entire martial arts training hall, his voice calmly asking. Is it wrong? The crowd all stopped speaking. The silence had already shown their answer. That's right. No matter who it was, if this kind of thing was placed on them, they would also make the same move as Yi Duan. The testing teacher took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, the school will give you an explanation for this matter, but there are still tests to be conducted next, so please ask Mr. Yi Duan not to disturb the other students' tests. Chapter 13 Identity Revealed, Temporary Agents of the Gladiator Arena. Yi Chuan faintly glanced at Lu Qian, who was huddled behind the crowd, and Wang Jia, who had fainted, and nodded slightly at the testing teacher. Yi Chuan was not an unreasonable person. Then he turned around and left the martial arts training center. For Yi Chuan, the test was over. There was no need for him to stay here, and with this time, he might as well go to the ring and earn a little more money to use to buy cultivation resources. After all, after reaching the blood refining realm, the difficulty of cultivation became greater. Even with the existence of a system, the rate of improvement would be faster if there were cultivation resources to assist. Not long after leaving the school, on Yi Chuan's cell phone, he received a message from the acceptance of the martial arts class, asking Yi Chuan to go to the martial arts classroom of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School 3 days later. Looking at this message, Yi Chen's face was quite calm, and after putting away his cell phone, he walked towards the 100 Faces Arena. Arriving at the 100 Faces Arena in a familiar manner, Yi Chuan put on his monkey face mask and sat in a relatively luxurious lounge. During the week's time, Yi Chuan also managed to get the identity of the ring master of the 100 Faces Arena with 10 consecutive victories. But after arriving at the status of ring master, the opponents that Yi Dust had faced had gradually increased in strength, but fortunately, a place like the 100 Faces Arena was able to effectively stimulate the inner scrolls of martial arts and breathing techniques, allowing Yi Dust to keep up with the gradually increasing strength of his opponents. Now, Yi Dust had already gotten 45 consecutive victories in the 100 Faces Arena, and it was because of this achievement that Yi Dust was able to have an exclusive lounge of his own within the 100 Faces Arena. It was said that becoming the 100-win ring king of the 100 Faces Arena would also enable him to have a cultivation room of his own within the 100 Faces Arena. However, according to Yi Chuan's understanding of the 100 Faces Gladiatorial Arena, the entire 100 Faces Gladiatorial Arena only had less than 5 ring kings, and none of these people were above the 5th level of the blood refining realm. After the blood refining realm, there was a division of 1 layer to 10 layers, and after 10 layers, it was the next big realm. The King of the Ring. Exclusive Cultivation Room. Yi Chen sat on the soft sofa, his eyes gently lowered. A moment later, the door to the room knocked, and there was a gentle voice that came from it. Mr. Great Sage, your opponent has been arranged. May I ask if you will start directly or rest for a while? Hearing this voice, Yi Chuan snapped his eyes open, stood up, and spoke indifferently. Start directly. Great Sage. Great Sage. Great Sage. Within the gladiatorial arena, a blazing cheer rang out like thunder, deafening. In the center of the arena, a thin figure, holding a fine iron longsword, quietly stood in place, while in front of that thin figure, there was a sturdy middle-aged man, lying in a pool of blood, life and death unknown. Mountain Monarch vomiting method feels the stimulation of blood, crazy cultivation, proficiency +5. Wind and cloud steps travels between the battlefields, quite enlightened, proficiency +5. Sword drawing technique is becoming more and more skillful, +5 proficiency. In front of his eyes, the subtitles continued to appear, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. Yi Duan's mind moved, but the system panel appeared again. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, blood refining martial artist 3100. Mountain Monarch vomiting method, introductory 26100. Wind and cloud steps, introductory 26100. Sword drawing, introductory 26100. This was the fifth opponent that Yi Chuan had defeated today, and from the hands of the other party, Yi Chuan had managed to get his own 50th consecutive victory. Because of this, the martial arts that Yi Chuan had mastered, his proficiency skyrocketed, increasing by as much as 25%. Even his cultivation level, along with the increase in proficiency, increased by 1 point of progress. This place really suits me. According to this current progress, it will only take 4 or 5 days for me to be able to raise all of my breathing techniques and martial arts to the minor achievement level, and my cultivation will have a chance to rise to the second level of blood refining. Looking at the entire Jiang city, I'm afraid that no one's cultivation speed can be compared to mine. The corners of Yi Chuan's mouth arced as he slightly opened his arms to greet the cheers of the crowd. At the same time, inside a luxurious lounge in the 100 Faces Gladiator Arena, a figure with a cat-faced mask and wearing a tuxedo stood quietly behind that floor-to-ceiling window, looking through the glass at Yi Duan in that gladiator arena. When this great saint first came, he was still just a little guy with more than 60 cards, but now he is already a martial artist of the first layer of blood refining. This cultivation speed. Ha! A gentle voice came out from within that cat-faced mask, carrying a touch of teasing. With such obvious features, it's hard not to let people guess your identity. The cat-faced mask smiled faintly and said without looking back. Make a trip and invite this great sage of ours up. Yes. Behind him, outside the lounge door, a respectful voice came. Yi Chuan ended today's competition and managed to get the reward of 50 consecutive victories. A total of 200,000 daxia coins came to hand. After the rewards for consecutive victories accumulated to 20,000, they would no longer continue to be stacked, and only after every 10 consecutive victories, 100,000 daxia coins would be rewarded. Now that Yi Duan had gotten 50 consecutive victories and had played 5 more games, so it was 200,000 daxia coins. This money seemed like a lot, but if it was used to purchase cultivation resources for first-ranked martial artists, it was a bit insufficient. Yi Chuan returned to the lounge and prepared to use the channels of the 100 Faces Gladiator Arena to purchase some pills used by first-rank martial artists for cultivation. However, before Yi Chuan could sit down, there was a young girl dressed in professional attire who walked in with a smile. Mr. Great Sage, my master has an invitation. At those words, Yi Chuan's eyes snapped. Master. With just these 2 words, Yi Chuan already understood who the person in this young girl's mouth was. The person in charge of the 100 Faces Gladiatorial Arena. The master of the 100 Faces Gladiatorial Arena is looking for me? Could it be that I have offended the other party? No, I only won 50 consecutive victories. There are many people with a winning streak above me. The only way to get to the point of the King of the Ring is to perhaps still offend the interests of the 100 Faces Gladiator Arena. So, what exactly is the other party looking for me for? Yi Chuan's mind was rapidly pondering, but on the surface, he calmly stood up and said to the professionally dressed young girl, "Lead the way." After saying that, Yi Chuan followed the young girl in a direction, and along the way, Yi Chuan was also constantly pondering what the other party's purpose of looking for him was. The strength I've shown so far is that of a first-ranked martial artist. Although first-ranked martial artists are rare, they are not rare characters in the 100 Faces Gladiator Arena. Wait. Yi Chuan's heart suddenly shrunk, and a cold sweat secreted out from Yi Chuan's forehead. It's not that the strength I've shown is too strong, but my progress is too obvious. When I first started, I only had more than 60 cardinalities of chi and blood, and now after only a few days, I'd become a first-rank martial artist. Such rapid progress should have been targeted by the master of the 100 Faces Gladiator Arena. Yi Chuan's muscles were a little tense, and the sweaty hairs on his entire body stood up. Damn it, even a little forgetful, this world is not like the previous life. In this world the strong are honored, if the other party wants the chance on me. What should I do? Yichuan kept pondering until the young girl brought Yichuan to a gate, then smiled at Yichuan and said, "Mr. Great Sage, my master is already waiting inside." After saying that, the young girl slowly pushed open the gate, and Yichuan also looked towards the inside. He only saw a figure with a cat-faced mask and wearing a tuxedo quietly sitting on the sofa, crossing his legs, one hand holding a red wine glass and gently shaking it. Even through that mask, Yichuan was able to feel the other party's gaze as if it was a knife, constantly sweeping over his body. It made the hairs of sweat on Yichuan's body never relax. Yichuan walked into the room with some stiffness. Bang! The door behind him suddenly closed, but it made Yichuan's heart instantly tighten up. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that the rising star of our 100 Faces Gladiator arena would be a youth who is no more than 18 years old? You say it is right. Yi Duan. A gentle voice came out from within that cat-faced mask and fell into Yichuan's ears. The moment he heard this voice, Yichuan's entire body involuntarily trembled. Yichuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. It was obvious that his identity had been exposed now, there was no need to hide it. Yichuan looked at the cat face mask and slowly spoke, "So, what exactly is it that you are looking for me for?" After saying that, Yichuan's gaze looked straight at the cat-faced mask without any dodging. Interesting. The cat-faced mask smiled faintly, raised his wine cup, and after taking a shallow sip, a powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire room. Under this aura, Yichuan felt that his breathing became difficult, and there was even a sense of oppression in all directions, constantly squeezing Yichuan's physical body, causing his body to constantly tremble. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" The morose voice fell into Yichuan's ears, as if it was a soul-hooking god of death, causing one to tremble with fear. However, facing the voice of the cat-faced mask, Yichuan raised his head with some difficulty, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. "If you wanted to kill me, why did you have to wait until now to do it?" As the words fell, those auras that swept from all directions instantly dissipated, and Yichuan also felt an unprecedented ease. The entire room returned to normal, and the previous oppressive feeling was as if it had never appeared. Interesting indeed. The cat-faced mask slowly stood up, and the floor-to-ceiling window behind him cast a ray of brilliant light that shone on the other party's body. "Introduce yourself, temporary agent of the 100 Faces Gladiator Arena." Chen Moyun. Chapter 14 Star River Academy. Chaperone? A temporary agent? Yi Chen keenly sensed some of the clues in Chen Moyun's mouth and couldn't help but look at the other party. It's strange, isn't it? The 100 Faces Gladiator Arena, the underground king of Zhang City, has only one temporary agent? Chen Moyun seemed to have seen through the thoughts in Yi Chen's mind and smiled faintly. Then once again, I would like to introduce Star River Academy, the 168th student, Chen Moyun. Star River Academy. After hearing Chen Moyun's introduction, Yichuan's pupils could not help but shrink slightly. Since the Blue Star had recovered its aura, martial artists were rampant and martial arts were honored, and the Grand Xia officials had established a martial arts academy after recovering those territories lost from the hands of ferocious beasts. Among them, the Star River Academy was one of the top martial arts academies among all the martial arts academies in Grand Xia. In Grand Xia, there was no one who did not know about the Star River University, and those students in the Star River Academy, if they took out just one of them, they were all outstanding genius martial artists of the current generation. Yichuan did not expect that this fellow in front of him would be a student of the Star River Academy. Although it's a bit strange, but there are some things that you are not able to know. What about me calling you here today? I also want to ask you to do a favor. Chen Moyun smiled faintly at Yi Chen. Yichuan was a little surprised. The other party needed his favor? How could that be possible? That was a student of the Star River Academy. Even though Yichuan lived in the small place of Jiangchang, what he was able to know was that if he wanted to enter the Star River Academy, on the college entrance exams, he had to have at least a cultivation of the third order before he could hope to be accepted by the Star River Academy. And the students, if they didn't break through the fourth order within a year of joining the Star River Academy, they would even be persuaded to leave. In other words, the guy in front of him was at least a third-order martial artist, and probably even a fourth-order being. In a small place like Jiangchang, this could be called the emperor of the land. It was such a character that needed his help? Before Yichuan could think of why exactly the other party was like this, he heard Chen Moyun continue, entrusted by a friend of mine to find a sparring partner for his sister in Jiangchang. That friend of mine's sister is about to take the college entrance exam just like you, so in order to hone her martial arts and combat experience, she needs to find a chaperone. As you know, these guys in our 100 Faces Gladiator are all ruthless people. Letting them go will inevitably make my friend's sister suffer, so I looked at you." After hearing Chen Moyun's words, Yi Chen looked at the other party with a calm expression and said, "Can I refuse?" After understanding the identity of the other party, the scruples in Yi Chuan's heart were also a lot less. At least it was someone from the Star River Academy. It was impossible to take action against himself because he refused. As for being a chaperone for this kind of thing, himself also still need to cultivate, but do not want to give others together to play over the house trick. One first order violent blood pill a day, Chen Moyun said lazily. In the next moment, Chen Moyun was feeling that his hand was held by a pair of hands, but he saw Yi Chen tugging his palms tightly with both hands and said seriously, "Let's plot and scheme law." Chen Moyun froze, and underneath the cat-faced mask, he also revealed an expression that looked like a smile. "Don't worry, my friend's sister's strength is not weak. If you give her as a chaperone, it will be good for you as well." "Can I not reveal my identity?" Yi Chuan asked. If it was possible, Yi Chuan still didn't want his identity to be exposed in the middle of the 100 Faces Gladiator. After all, whose student was fighting in an underground ring like himself? "It's fine, just wear a mask. It's just a chaperone. It's not like I'm asking you to accompany your body in." Chen Moyun waved his hand and yawned lazily. When Yi Chen heard this sentence, he was also relieved. As long as he didn't expose his identity, whatever was good. What's more, one first order bloodstorm pill a day. The first order blood riot pill was a cultivation resource that was specifically used for the cultivation of first order blood refining martial artists, and the effect was unknown how many times better than the Qi and blood pill. Because of this, the price of a first order bloodstorm pill was extremely expensive, with the market price being 100,000 daxia coins apiece. Each one's one day of fighting was only 200,000 daxia coins, and he was only able to purchase a total of 2, whereas he only needed to accompany a person to be able to obtain a blood violence pill, and it was still easy. This business, it was a steady profit. "Alright, on this matter, I will give you the address later. At that time, you will be responsible for accompanying the training every day from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. and you will be done." Chen Moyun waved his hand at Yi Chuan, signaling that Yi Chuan could leave. In response, Yi Chuan didn't make a fuss and stood up to leave this lounge. Only after Yi Chen left did Chen Moyun stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling window again, and the sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling window, shining on top of Chen Moyun's cat face mask. Underneath the mask, Chen Moyun's eyes were incomparably deep as he put his hands behind his back and looked in the direction beyond the window. Third level interdimensional space. For a small Jiang city to give birth to a third level interdimensional space, it's a bit strange. Those old guys inside the academy don't know what they think. They even let me come to explore the water inside, and they are not afraid of me folding inside. Saying that, Chen Moyun's face even showed a touch of helpless expression. That's just it. At least there are quite a few credits for this mission, and I can also make that guy Morong owe me a favor, earned it. Chen Moyun stretched his waist, then reclined on that sofa and closed his eyes. After coming out of Chen Moyun's room, Yi Chuan utilized the channels of the 100 Faces Gladiator Arena to purchase 2 first-grade Bloodstorm pills, and after getting his hands on them, as always, he circled around the vicinity of the Gladiator Arena before returning to his home. Sitting on top of his bed, Yi Chen recalled today's events. After all, I was still careless, with my cultivation progressing so fast, plus the fact that I had just taken the test for the martial arts class. Many people knew about me and my identity was exposed. In the end, I was still not cautious enough, but it's good that this guy Chen Moyun doesn't have any bad intentions towards me, but I guess it's also true that the one who can enter the Star River Academy, that one is not a dragon and phoenix amongst people, and is more or less disdainful of the chances of a small martial artist in Zhangchang. Yi Chuan smiled. But this matter also gave me a wake-up call. The existence of the system is a heavenly chance, not until absolutely necessary, or do not easily expose my cultivation speed is too fast. Unless entered the Star River Academy. There was a trace of hope in Yi Chen's eyes. The Star River Academy, as the top martial arts academy in Grand Xia, was admired by countless students, and those who were able to enter it were the top geniuses of Grand Xia. Once one entered the Star River Academy, even if one's cultivation progress was too fast, it could be explained by talent, and one would also be sheltered by the Star River Academy. Looking at Grand Xia, no one had dared to make a move against the students of the Star River Academy in the open. And if you want to enter the Star River Academy, you have to at least break through to the third stage before the entrance exam to have any hope. And looking at the history of the entire Jiang city, there has only been one genius who has successfully passed the entrance exam to the Star River Academy. Even in Jiangnan province, where Jiangcheng is located, there are only about 10 geniuses that are able to join the Star River Academy every year. My current cultivation of this first stage of blood refining is still a bit inadequate. Yichuan shook his head, then after taking a deep breath and calming himself, he took out a bloodstorm pill and put it into his mouth. In an instant, the blood violence pill directly turned into a surge of qi and blood that surged into Yi Chen's body. At the same time, within Yi Chen's eyes, there was a subtitle that surfaced. Mountain Monarch Vomiting Method absorbs the power of tyrannical blood, quite an insight, proficiency plus 10. Wind and Cloud Steps absorbs the power of blood rage, quite perceptive, proficiency plus 10. Sword Drawing Technique absorbs the power of bloodshed, quite perceptive, proficiency plus 10. Along with the surfacing of the subtitles, Yichuan was also able to feel that the qi and blood in his body was rising little by little. As Yichuan refined the medicinal power of the blood violence pill, time also flew by along with Yichuan's cultivation. When Yichen opened his eyes again, there was a ray of bright moonlight that passed through the window and splashed over Yichen's body. A powerful aura, also at this moment, whistled out from Yichen's body and swept across the entire room. Yi Dust's mind moved, and the system panel slowly surfaced. Name, Yi Dust. Cultivation, Blood Refining Martial Artist 5100. Mountain Monarch Vomiting Method, Introductory 76-100. Wind and Cloud Steps, Introductory 76-100. Sword Drawing Technique, Introductory 76-100. A single blood storming pill has sufficiently raised my breathing technique and martial arts by 50 proficiency, and even my cultivation has increased by 2 points of progress. The effect is horrifying, but that's also because both the breathing technique and martial arts are only introductory. As the realm of the breathing technique and martial arts gets higher and higher, the increase in proficiency will also decrease. There's still a blood storming pill on my body, use it together to raise the breathing technique and martial arts to a minor level of proficiency. Yichuan smiled faintly and took out the last blood storming pill on his body, swallowing it directly and starting to cultivate. On the following day, the sun shone over the entire Jiang city, and Yichuan slowly awoke from his cultivation. Opening his eyes, the system panel reappeared. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Blood Refining Martial Artist 9100. Mountain Monarch Vomiting Method, Minor Achievement 16100. Wind and Cloud Steps, Minor Achievement 16100. Sword Drawing Technique, Minor Achievement 16100. Sure enough, after crossing into minor success, the increase brought by the blood storming pill has also decreased, but it's good that I'll be able to break through to the second level of blood refining soon. Yichuan looked at the cultivation column, which was just a little bit short of progress to be able to raise up, and a smile appeared on his face. There are still 2 days left before the martial arts class starts, so take advantage of this time to earn as many resources as possible to improve my strength, and incidentally, accompany the sister of that Star River Academy student that Chen Moyun talked about to have some fun. Chapter 15, Going All Out? Are you sure? Yichuan got up, and after simply washing up, he walked towards the 100 Faces Arena. Even though it was in the morning, those gamblers in the 100 Faces Arena never cared about the time, all they cared about was the stakes. Immediately, Yichen took 10 consecutive victories in a single breath directly in the middle of the day, successfully raising his winning streak to 60 consecutive victories. At the same time, both the breathing method and martial arts were greatly improved amidst the frenzied cheers of one gambler after another. Inside the lounge, a professionally dressed young girl smiled at Yi Chen. Mr. Great Sage, is today's reward still exchanged for bloodstorm pills? After Yi Dust nodded, he stopped paying attention to the young girl and looked at the system panel in front of him. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Blood Refining Martial Artist 9100. Mountain Monarch Vomiting Method, Minor Achievement 31100. Wind and Cloud Steps, Minor Achievement 31100. Sword Drawing Technique, Minor Achievement 31100. After minor success, the rate of increase is getting slower and slower. A day's time only boosted the progress by 15, and the cultivation level is even closer to being able to cross over to the second level of blood refining. Yichuan shook his head with some regret. At this rate of progress, if I don't take the blood storming pill, I'll have to have another 5 or 6 days before I'll be able to raise my breathing technique and martial arts to a grand completion. It was just now that the young girl had left, or else if she heard Yi Chen's words, she was afraid that she would collapse. One must know that for a first-rank martial artist to be able to cultivate a first-rank breathing method or a first-rank martial art to a grand completion within a month's time was already very outstanding. As for Yi Chen, in just 5 or 6 days, he was able to raise a first-order breathing technique and 2 martial arts to great achievement, and this was still too slow? Be a human being. It's just that, with today's 10 consecutive victories, I did get 300,000 dasha coins, which can be exchanged for 3 blood-storming pills, and when I finish today's accompaniment, 4 blood-storming pills will be enough for me to break through to the second level of the blood refining, and even have a chance to have my breathing techniques and martial arts raised to the grand completion realm. At that time, I will be able to cultivate even faster, and perhaps I will be able to break through the 3rd layer of blood refining when the martial arts class opens. Yi Chuan was excited in his heart, and after the staff sent that blood-storming pill over to him, Yi Chuan was also walking to the address Chen Moyan had given him, ready to fulfill his job as a chaperone. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious lounge, Chen Moyan looked at the departing Yi Chuan, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. This kid's martial arts seems to have improved again, although this kid has hidden his clumsiness for a moment or two, but he can't hide it from my eyes. Interesting, a day's time. TSK. Chen Moyan laughed and then said, "Perhaps half a year from now, there will be a chance to meet this brat at the Star River Academy." Saying that, Chen Moyan slowly withdrew his gaze. Jiangchang, Golden Bottle City Mansion. This should be the place. Within a huge villa area in Jiangchang, Yi Chen's figure slowly emerged. This was where the rich and noble people of Jiangchang lived, and it could be described as an inch of gold. However, once he thought about the fact that the brother of the person he was accompanying was a student of the Star River Academy, Yi Chuan was relieved. "It's Mr. Deshang, right?" At the door, a middle-aged man wearing a security uniform respectfully said to Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chuan was wearing a monkey face mask and was directly recognized. Yi Chuan nodded, then the security guard also said with a smile, "Mr. Great Sage, please follow me, Miss Morong has been waiting for a long time." Morong? Listening to the other party's words, Yi Chuan's eyebrows slightly raised. This was a rare surname. The only one Yi Chuan knew was the flower of the first school inside the school, Morong Cheng. Can it be that the person I'm accompanying is Morong Cheng? Once he thought of what Chen Moyan said about the other party also taking the college entrance exam and needing his own blood-refining martial artist to accompany him, Yi Chuan naturally thought of Morong Cheng. For this flower of the first middle school, Yi Chuan could have heard about it many times in the middle of the school. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Under the monkey face mask, Yi Chuan's face was slightly strange, but he still followed that security guard inside. Soon, Yi Chuan was led by that security guard to a villa. "Mr. Deshang, Miss Morong is inside, you can just go in directly." After saying that, the security guard smiled faintly at Yi Chuan and turned around to leave. Yi Chuan's eyebrows slightly raised, then walked towards the main door, which was not closed, and gently pushed open, a scene of opulence and splendor. "You are the chaperone that Big Brother Chen found for me?" A calm voice suddenly came from within the room. Yi Chuan followed the voice and looked over, only to be unable to hold back his silence when he saw the person who spoke clearly. Morong Cheng. Sure enough, it was her. This flower of the first middle school, not only did she have the most beautiful appearance, even her talent was the best in Jiangcheng First Middle School, and she was also the only one, besides Yi Chuan, who had shown a cultivation of the first layer of blood refining in the test of the martial arts class. "Humph." Yi Chuan nodded gently. "Follow me." Morong Cheng spoke faintly, turning around and walking in a direction. Yi Chuan followed, and after turning left and right, but he entered inside a large practicing room. The practice room was very large, with a full 200 square meters. In the practice room, there were all kinds of weapons placed. Morong Cheng turned around and entered a small room. Yi Chuan was also silently waiting inside the practice room. After a few minutes had passed, Morong Cheng had already changed into a brand new practice outfit and walked out. Even though the practice clothes were extremely loose, they still couldn't cover up those firm peaks. However, Yi Chuan only took one look and was no longer interested. "Woman? Hee, it will only affect my liver proficiency. What do you need me to do?" Yi Chuan calmly looked at Morong Cheng. "Didn't Big Brother Chen tell you?" Morong Cheng glanced at Yi Duan, then pointed to the practicing longsword on the side and said, "I need a chaperone preferably to help me hone my newly practiced martial art, San Lan sword technique, so looking for a martial artist who uses a sword as well. You just need to stimulate me with your sword technique, the more pressure the better. If you can't give me enough pressure, the payment that you said before, it won't count." Morong Cheng looked at Yi Chen with a calm demeanor, but there was a touch of scrutiny in her eyes. It seemed as if she was determining whether or not Yi Chuan was qualified to be her chaperone. Yi Chuan's eyebrows were slightly raised, and just as he wanted to open his mouth, a subtitle instantly popped up in front of him. Mountain Monarch spitting method was provoked, burning with anger, proficiency +5. Wind and cloud steps can't stand a woman's contempt, proficiency +5. Sword drawing technique silently draws its sword to prove itself, proficiency +10. Ha! This is still possible. Yi Chuan looked at the subtitles that appeared in his field of vision, his eyes instantly became bright. Before he came here, Yi Chuan had thought that accompanying training was just playing house with Murong-Ching, but now it seems could also increase his proficiency. Thinking of this, Yi Chuan's mouth couldn't help but outline an arc. Since this is the case, then I'll be polite. As Yi Chuan's words fell, he directly transformed into a residual shadow and instantly picked up the practice longsword on the side before. Drew his sword. Buzz. A crisp sword chirping sound resounded within the practice room. Murong-Ching merely felt as if there was a white flash in front of her eyes, followed by a practice longsword that had already stopped at her neck. Even was able to feel the sharpness coming out of that long sword. The Murong-Ching who made it could not help but swallow his saliva, and his eyes were already lost in thought. Teaching Murong-Ching a lesson, Mountain King is very happy, proficiency +10. Wind and Cloud Steps looks at Murong-Ching in front of him with a cold smile, proficiency +10. Sword drawing technique is silent, just a sword draw, proficiency +10. A subtitle surfaced, and the smile at the corner of Yi Chuan's mouth became more and more intense. Yi Chuan looked at Murong-Ching, who was already disoriented in front of him, and calmly said, "You want pressure, but unfortunately, you can't withstand this pressure. You are too weak." Yi Chen's voice fell into Murong-Ching's ears, but it caused Murong-Ching's delicate body to tremble. She looked at Yi Chen incredulously. Since childhood, she, Murong-Ching, had always been the number one among her peers, and even in terms of talent, she was not weaker than her half-brother who had entered the Star River Academy. And after transferring to Jiangqing to study because of some reasons in her family, this feeling of being invincible amongst her peers became more and more obvious. So much so, Murong-Ching treated everyone with a wisp of arrogance. However, this wisp of arrogance was mercilessly shattered by Yi Chen at this moment. "You." Murong-Ching angrily stared at Yi Chuan, wanting to say something, but then remembered that it was clearly his own words just now that made Yi Chuan go all out, and for a moment, he was unexpectedly a bit speechless. "Do you still want to continue? I'm afraid that it will only cause a blow to you, and won't be able to do the effect of accompanying you, and at that time, you'll find an excuse not to pay me again." At this time, Yi Chuan's voice sounded again, but it was like a sharp sword that was directly inserted into Murong-Ching's heart. "This guy." Murong-Ching clenched her silver teeth and looked at Yi Chuan viciously. She had never seen such an abominable fellow before. However, the opponent's strength was above her own, and she was also able to better train with her. Murong-Ching calmed down a bit before slowly saying, "Don't need to go all out, 80% of it. Are you sure? How about 50%? Inside the practice room, Murong-Ching's weak voice resounded. For hours later, Murong-Ching's entire body sat helplessly on the ground. Fragrant sweat had already dampened her clothes, making that perfect body hidden. In front of Murong-Ching, Yi Chuan was wearing a monkey face mask as he gazed calmly at the blank space in front of him. Murong-Ching looked at Yi Chuan, but there was a sense of powerlessness. Yi Chuan gave her a companion practice. First, from Yi Chuan only use 50% of the force, to later on, but only use 30% of the force, just so that Murong-Ching can adapt down. "Chen, big brother. In the end, from where to find me a monster to accompany the training?" Murong-Ching's heart couldn't help but say. Chapter 16 Treasure Murong-Ching, Second Order Martial Arts, Third Level of Blood Refining. While Murong-Ching was secretly looking at Yi Duan at this moment was landing his gaze in the void in front of him. A subtitle slowly emerged. Thwarting Murong-Ching, the Mountain Monarch even rejoices, proficiency +10. Wind and Cloud Steps smiles contemptuously, proficiency +10. Sword drawing technique quietly draws the sword in silence, proficiency +10. Along with the emergence of the subtitles, the system panel also quietly appeared in Yi Duan's field of vision. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Blood Refining Martial Artist 10-100. Mountain Monarch Vomiting Method, Minor Achievement 66-100. Wind and Cloud Steps, Minor Achievement 66-100. Sword Drawing Technique, Minor Achievement 71-100. Blood Refining is at the second level. Looking at the cultivation progress panel, which was already at 10 points, a smile spread across Yi Chuan's mouth. Immediately afterward, a strong aura whistled out from Yi Chuan's body, and a faint bloodlight surrounded Yi Chuan's body. Morong Cheng is shocked. Mountain Monarch rejoices again, proficiency plus 10. Wind and Cloud Step secretly rejoices, proficiency plus 10. Sword Drawing Technique smiles disdainfully, but draws his sword again, proficiency plus 10. 3 more subtitles appeared in Yi Chuan's field of vision. Yi Chuan couldn't help but be stunned, and when he turned his head to look, he found Morong Cheng looking at himself with a shocked gaze. You broke through? Morong Cheng opened her mouth with some difficulty. She didn't understand that obviously this abominable guy in front of her was still at the same blood-refining layer as herself before. How did he suddenly break through? Is it so easy to break through? Morong Cheng's brain was somewhat confused. However, Yi Chuan did not care about Morong Cheng's words, and only stared at the subtitles in front of him with a deadly stare. I didn't expect that accompanying a Morong Cheng would have such a gain. The proficiency gained from this nymphette alone is already comparable to the gamblers in the middle of the 100 Faces Gladiator arena. Perhaps it's because Morong Cheng is a blood-refining first-layer martial artist? That is to say, the higher the strength, the more emotions one obtains from someone with higher strength, the more it increases one's martial arts proficiency? But why didn't I acquire proficiency from Chen Moyun's body? Yes, Chen Moyun is at least a third-ranked martial artist and a student of the Star River Academy. These enhancements of mine should be worthless to Chen Moyun. Yi Chuan's brain quickly pondered, and soon captured the key point. In that case, Morong Cheng's work as a chaperone will be of great benefit to me. Yi Chuan's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. This niece is simply a treasure for me. Yi Chen's eyes gradually blazed a lot more as he looked towards Morong Cheng. It was just that this look fell in Morong Cheng's eyes, but it was a bit more aggressive, and Morong Cheng couldn't help but hug herself tighter. What are you doing looking at me? Morong Cheng looked at Yi Chuan vigilantly. Yi Chuan froze, then smiled sparingly. Today's work is over, do you want to continue tomorrow? Morong Cheng hesitated for a moment. Although it was said that Yi Chuan's strength was many times stronger than his own, it was precisely because of this that he was able to hone his sword skills from this immense pressure. In just 4 hours today, Morong Cheng felt that her swordsmanship was becoming more and more skillful. A moment later, Morong Cheng nodded and stood up, taking out a bottle containing a crimson-colored elixir from one of the rooms and handed it to Yi Chen. Here is a bottle of blood violence pill. There are still 9 days to come, so come over and train with me for all of them. Yi Chuan looked at the blood-storming elixir that the other party handed over and was slightly surprised. Was this woman not afraid that she would run away with it? However, this thought only made Yi Chuan think about it and gave up. Not to mention that the other party's brother was a student of the Star River Academy, and his strength was at least above the third order. Just one Chen Moyun was enough to make Yi Chen jealous. After all, the other party was aware of his identity. Humph. Yi Chuan nodded and received that bloodstorm pill, and just as he was about to turn around and leave, Morong Cheng called out to Yi Chuan. Wait. Yi Chen turned around in confusion and looked at Morong Cheng. Is there anything else? Morong Cheng took out a book from her bosom and handed it to Yi Duan. This is the second order sword technique I practiced, the Tsong Lan sword technique. You can try to practice it. When the time comes, if you use the Tsong Lan sword technique to accompany me, it will be faster for me to improve. Yi Chen froze and looked at the Tsong Lan sword technique that Morong Cheng had come over. A second order sword technique? You just gave it to me? Yi Chuan looked at Morong Cheng with some confusion. This was a second-rank martial art. The market price of just a first-order elixir, blood storming pill, would be 100,000 apiece, and a first-order breathing method or a martial art would be priced above $1 million. As for the second-order martial arts and breathing techniques, they are worth at least $10 million. Looking at the entire Jiangcheng, I'm afraid I can't find many second-order martial arts and breathing techniques. Right? It's just a second-rank sword technique. Morong Cheng blinked her eyes and said with a calm expression. The corner of Yi Chuan's mouth twitched. Second order only. Yi Chuan took a deep breath and looked at Morong Cheng with a somewhat complicated look. What kind of family was it that could make Morong Cheng say such words about tigers and wolves? Yi Chuan suddenly remembered that Morong Cheng well seemed to have transferred to Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School only last year, and he himself had not heard of any famous person with the surname Morong in Jiangcheng. But on the other hand, in the other party's eyes, the second-rank martial arts was like a cabbage. This nymphette's background is somewhat not simple. Yi Chen took a deep look at Morong Cheng. But it's not for nothing, you need to get started with the Tsanglan sword technique within 9 days and reach the same level as me, otherwise, you won't be needed for the subsequent accompaniment, I'll hire someone else. Morong Cheng looked at Yi Chuan and said. Yi Chuan took the Tsanglan sword technique handed over by Morong Cheng and asked, what level have you cultivated the Tsanglan sword technique to now? Just now, it has become a small success. Morong Cheng also carried a hint of excitement when she uttered this sentence. She had been cultivating the Tsanglan sword skill for half a month, and had not yet attained a small success, but just by practicing against Ji Chen today, she had managed to cross over into a small success. This was also the reason why she had to pay Yi Duan for the following days and give Yi Duan the Tsanglan sword skill. If Yi Chuan practiced against herself with the Tsanglan sword skill, he might be able to cross over into the grand completion even faster. At that time, might be able to make a dash for that place. There was an exquisite light flickering in Morong Cheng's eyes. Is it a minor accomplishment? Yi Chuan glanced at Morong Cheng, then nodded and left Morong Cheng's home. After returning from Morong Cheng's home to his own home, Yi Chuan then couldn't wait to take out that Tsanglan sword skill. Second order martial arts. Just don't know how difficult it is to get started. Since obtaining the system, I haven't practiced any new martial arts or breathing methods to get started. Yi Chuan excitedly looked at the Tsanglan sword technique and kept pondering. Try it first. Yi Chen then flipped open the Tsanglan sword technique and began to carefully look at its contents. When Yi Chuan had completely finished reading the contents within the Tsanglan sword technique and felt his eyes swell a little, suddenly, a subtitle popped up. Ding, Tsanglan sword technique has been initiated. Along with the appearance of this subtitle, a wave of enlightenment surged in Yi Chuan's mind, and it was clearly the entry-level Tsanglan sword technique. This is introductory? Yi Chen couldn't help but be stunned, before revealing a look of ecstasy. That is to say, regardless of martial arts or breathing techniques, I have the presence of a system that only requires me to glance the content over and I will be able to automatically get started, followed by liver proficiency? With this discovery, Yi Chuan instantly became somewhat unable to sit still. Throughout the ages, how many martial artists had gotten stuck at the threshold of initiation when faced with some powerful martial arts and breathing techniques? And he himself only needed to take a look at it to be able to get started with all the martial arts and breathing techniques. Looking at the entire blue star, there should be no one more powerful than himself. Too perverted. Yi Chuan exhaled a long breath of turbid air, closed his eyes, and began to digest the epiphanies in his mind. After digesting the epiphanies, Yi Chuan took out the tyrannical blood pills that he had obtained from Morong Cheng today. 10 tyrannical blood pills should be enough to take my cultivation to the next level, right, and it's about time for the mountain monarch vomiting technique, wind and cloud steps, and sword drawing technique to cross over into the grand completion realm. As for Morong Cheng's request for the minor completion Tsanglan sword technique, Yi Chuan smiled faintly and took out a bloodstorm pill from inside the bottle and swallowed it directly. On the following day, the sunlight passed through the window and fell on Yi Chuan's body, and after a night of cultivation, Yi Chuan also slowly opened his eyes. In front of his eyes, the system panel slowly emerged. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Blood Refining Martial Artist 21100. Mountain Monarch Vomiting Method, Grand Completion 56100. Wind and Cloud Steps, Grand Completion 56100. Sword Drawing Technique, Grand Completion 56100. Tsanglan Sword Technique, Minor Achievement 1100. The third layer of blood refining is up. Yi Chuan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not only the third layer of blood refining, the breathing technique and the other two first-rank martial arts have crossed into the grand completion realm, and are only halfway to completion. The Tsanglan sword technique has also become a minor success. The current me is able to easily defeat even a martial artist at the 4th level of blood refining, and even a martial artist at the 5th level of blood refining at the beginning. Has the power to fight. If I'm able to raise the Tsanglan sword skill to its grand completion, I'll even be able to match the Ring Kings of the 100 Faces Gladiator Arena. There was an exquisite light flickering in Yi Chen's eyes. The Ring Kings of the 100 Faces Arena were all strong people who were at the 5th level of blood refining and had perfect mastery of a first-order martial art. It was just that the Tsanglan sword skill that Yi Chuan practiced was a second-order martial art, and even a small success was comparable to a perfect first-order martial art. The current me is considered to be among the strongest when I look at Zheng City. Chapter 17, Zhengnan Training Camp, Foxy Morong Cheng. You have reached the third level of blood refining? That Song Lan's sword skill has also become a minor success? Within the large practice room, Morong Ching's incredulous voice rang out, so much so that throughout the entire practice room, Morong Ching's screams resounded. Humph. Yi Chen, who was wearing a monkey face mask, nodded slightly at Morong Ching. Morong Ching's eyes were a bit dumbfounded. She completely did not expect that this guy who was accompanying her to practice had such a terrifying talent. In one day's time, he had continuously raised 2 realms. Even the second-rank martial art, Song Lan's sword skill, had only taken 1 day to achieve a minor accomplishment. Even his own brother, who had joined the Star River Academy, was no better than that, right? But his own brother, at first, was called the #1 heavenly pride of that generation in Jiangnan province. Why did a person who fought in the underground ring in Jiangcheng also have such a terrifying talent as his own brother? Morong Ching felt that his worldview was collapsing little by little. You. Morong Ching already didn't know what she should say, and her eyes were filled with complexity as she looked at Yi Chuan. However, Yi Chuan had no interest in looking at Morong Ching's complicated eyes. His attention was all on the top of the pop-up subtitles, and as he looked at the breathing techniques and martial arts that were growing in proficiency, the smile at the corner of Yi Chuan's mouth became more and more intense. Even though the proficiency decreased quite a bit after the grand completion, the good thing was that it was also steadily increasing. Start working! Yi Chuan looked towards Morong Ching and leapt into action. He couldn't wait to ravage Morong Ching a bit to increase his proficiency. Morong Ching nodded with some difficulty, picked up the practice long sword, and began today's masochism. Time quickly passed. For hours quickly passed, Morong Ching sat cross-legged in the practice room, a circle of blood-colored radiance surfacing on her body surface. Immediately afterward, an aura of the second level of blood refining whistled out from Morong Ching's body. Second level of blood refining. Morong Ching opened her eyes, but she was overjoyed. Originally, she was still some distance away from the second level of blood refining, but under that powerful pressure from Yi Chen, she had hardened and shortened this distance. It successfully allowed Morong Ching to cross into the second level of blood refining. Great sage, many thanks. Morong Ching said somewhat happily at Yi Chuan. This flower of the first middle school who had never shown a smile in the first middle school was now revealing that bright smile in front of Yi Chuan. Just. Facing Morong Ching's happiness, Yi Duan just nodded lightly. Well, not bad. But I'm already at the third level of blood refining. In an instant, Morong Ching's bright smile stiffened. Will you die if you don't speak? Morong Ching clenched her teeth, her pink fists were even more tightly clenched. If she could, she really wanted to give this guy a good beating, but it was just a pity that it would always be only her who would unilaterally get beaten up. Humph. Morong Ching grunted at Yi Chen. However, fortunately, after 2 days of contact with Yi Chen, Morong Ching also gradually became somewhat immune to Yi Chen's perversion, and immediately said with a smile. Tomorrow is the opening of the martial arts class. With my cultivation of the second level of blood refining, I should be one of the strongest inside the class. Even the people from other middle schools can't compare to me. Listening to Morong Ching's words, Yi Chuan's face was slightly strange, but fortunately, there was the presence of a monkey face mask, which covered the change in Yi Chuan's face. However, Yi Chuan noticed Morong Ching's words and asked with some curiosity, martial arts class? How come there are people from other schools? Morong Ching smiled smugly and said, he, you don't know about this, right? But that's right, you're from the 100 Faces Gladiator, so naturally you don't understand the stuff of our high school students. Although it's said to be a martial arts class, in reality, it's where all the tested students in the entire Jiangcheng city come together to study, and there'll be a second-ranked martial artist personally leading the class. But Morong Ching paused and said, there's honestly nothing too appealing about a second-ranked martial artist leading a class, and the reason why I want to join a martial arts class is also because Jiangcheng's martial arts class has 2 qualifications to take part in the Jiangnan training camp test organized by Jiangnan province. I want to enter the Jiangnan training camp. Morong Ching's small face also revealed a look of determination when she spoke of the Jiangnan training camp. Yi Chen's expression was slightly moved as he listened to Morong Ching's words. Morong Ching said he can be completely unaware of. What he knows is to join the martial arts class, there will be resources tilted. As for what Jiangnan training camp is even more confused. Jiangnan training camp? What kind of existence is this? Yi Duan couldn't help but ask. Morong Ching glanced at Yi Duan, blanked his eyes and said, Uncle, how old are you? Why do you still care about this? In Morong Ching's perception, those who fought in underground rings were mostly people who lost their ambitions in middle age in order to earn quick money. On the contrary, it was rare, but not unheard of, to find a talented ring fighter like Yi Chen. However, Morong Ching, who had broken through the second layer of blood refining, was obviously very happy, and that was why she explained to Yi Chuan, the Jiangnan training camp is a place organized by Jiangnan province facing the whole province to absorb all kinds of talented martial artists. It can be said that if one is able to enter the Jiangnan training camp, basically all are able to enter the first-class martial arts academies of pride, and the instructors leading the Jiangnan training camp are all clear third-order martial artists, and there are even fourth-order martial artists sitting in the town. When these words came out, even Yi Chuan could not help but show a hint of emotion in his eyes. A fourth-order martial artist was sitting in the town. The current Yi Dust might have scoffed at second-order martial artists. After all, this realm was not half as difficult for Yi Dust. But a fourth-rank martial artist. Yi Chuan had never seen a martial artist above the second rank before when he grew up. Hey, how about it, surprised? Morong Ching smiled playfully at Yi Chuan. It's surprising. Yi Chuan came back to his senses and said with a bashful smile. Jiangnan training camp? It's an interesting place. Yi Chuan's heart, however, was intensely interested in the Jiangnan training camp that Morong Ching spoke of. The two places must have a share of me na. Yi Chen murmured slightly in his heart. Thinking of this, Yi Chuan waved his hand at Morong Ching and said, Alright, we're going to enter the martial arts class tomorrow, so today's accompanying training will end here, you have a good rest. Morong Ching nodded obediently and watched Yi Chen leave. The great sage is quite an interesting fellow. Morong Ching looked at Yi Chen's back as he left, but there was a different kind of light flickering in his eyes. I also don't know what this mask looks like underneath. Returning home from Morong Ching's house, Yi Chuan took out the 3 Bloodstorm pills that he had earned from his 10 consecutive victories within the 100 Faces Gladiator Arena during the day today. Although it's already a nail in the coffin for me to get one of those 2 spots with my current strength, but spots are spots, and you still have to pass the examination if you want to enter the Jiangnan training camp. The place that houses the various heavenly prides of Jiangnan province, the difficulty of the examination is bound to be not low, and the third layer of blood refining is still not ensured after all. Still have to seize the time to cultivate, and strive to have the peak of blood refining before the examination, or break through to the second stage martial artist. Yi Chuan took a deep breath and swallowed a Bloodstorm pill directly. In an instant, the majestic medicinal power washed over Yi Chen's body. Within his vision, there was also a subtitle that surfaced. On the following day, after Yi Chuan refined the 3 tyrannical blood pills, a powerful aura also spread out from Yi Chuan's body. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Blood Refining Martial Artist 24-100. Mountain Monarch Vomiting Method, Grand Completion 86-100. Wind and Cloud Steps, Grand Completion 86-100. Sword Drawing Technique, Grandmaster 86-100. Song Lan Sword Technique, Minor Achievement 5-100. After the cultivation breakthrough, the rate of improvement is getting slower and slower, and a Bloodstorm pill is only able to improve the progress of cultivation even a little bit. If we continue at this rate, it will take 6 more Bloodstorm pills to break through to the 4th level of blood refining. However, if one is able to raise the Mountain Monarch Vomiting Method to perfection, the efficiency of cultivation will go up, and less bloodstorming pills will be needed at that time. Poor in literature and rich in martial arts, the martial arts path is really not something that poor people can take. Yi Chuan shook his head somewhat helplessly. It was still like this even though he had mastered the system panel, not to mention others. However, his own progress, compared to other martial artists, was already considered to be rocketing. Throwing the thoughts in his mind behind him, Yi Chuan got up from the middle of the bed. Today is the opening day of the martial arts class. Looking at the sunlight outside the window, Yi Chuan smiled faintly. Zhangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Yi Chuan arrived at a multi-purpose hall in No. 1 Middle School, which was a classroom specially opened for the martial arts class. Because there were also students from other schools in Zhangcheng, the classroom was prepared to be larger. As for why the classroom was opened in Zhangcheng No. 1 Middle School, don't ask is that Zhangcheng No. 1 Middle School's performance in the college entrance examination last year was better than other high schools. That's how realistic it is. Arriving at the martial arts class, Yi Chuan found that there were already quite a few people sitting inside. Wang Jie and Mu Bing were also among them, except that after seeing his arrival, Wang Jie's eyes clearly had some more evasive colors in them. Only Mu Bing, however, was looking at himself with a grudging gaze. Yi Chen directly ignored the two and noticed Morong Ching on the side. At this moment, Morong Ching was back to her quiet demeanor, and the little girl gesture she had made when she accompanied him earlier was completely different. Yichuan felt slightly amused in his heart, shook his head, and casually found a seat and sat down. Morongqing sat in her own seat, but her gaze was suspiciously swept over Yichuan. Why does this guy give me a familiar feeling? Yichuan was, like Morongqing, the only two blood-refining martial artists among the martial arts class tests, and it was precisely because of this that he had caught Morongqing's attention. But on the contrary, Morongqing, however, sensed a familiar feeling from Yichuan's body. Before Morongqing could think it out, a lanky figure was taking big strides, directly walking into the classroom and standing on top of that podium. Let's cut the small talk and introduce ourselves. I, Zhang Long, am also the instructor of your martial arts class. Chapter 18 Zhang Long's Request, Annoying Mu Bing. Zhang Long's voice instantly resounded throughout the entire classroom, and his voice contained an iron blood aura that instantly shocked the students of the martial arts class. Zhang Long's gaze swept around the classroom, but it paused for a moment on Yichuan and Morongqing, but quickly swept away. I know that all of you are the pride of the heavens from various schools in Jiangcheng, but I'm sorry, but in my place, you're all a bunch of rookies. Zhang Long braced his hands on the podium and spoke nonchalantly. His words drew the wrathful faces of many students, but they didn't dare to speak out in rebuttal. After all, the other party was a second-rank martial artist now. In the martial arts class, then you have to follow my commands, do whatever I tell you to do, and anything you're not told to do, it's best not to challenge my patience. Alright, after the rules, let's start the class straight away. Zhang Long's acting style was very thunderous, and after giving the crowd a downward spiral, he directly started the lesson. For this first lesson, I will be explaining to you the general knowledge of martial artists, such as the realm of a martial artist. Zhang Long lightly glanced at the students inside the classroom before explaining. After hearing Zhang Long's words, Yichuan also came to have some interest. Regarding the realm of martial artists, Yichuan only knew about the quasi-martial artists and the first to the 9th stage, and only knew that the first stage was called blood refining. The subsequent ones were unknown. The realm of martial artists, from quasi-martial artists to the 9th rank, the first rank is called blood refining. Currently Yichuan, Morongqing students in our class are both blood refining martial artists. The moment these words came out, Yichuan immediately felt that there were quite a few gazes that fell on and came to his body. Among them, there was even a complex to the extreme gaze. And above refining blood, the party is the second stage of refining viscera, melting the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, strengthening the internal body. The strongest in this realm, looking at the entire Jiangcheng, are also the top, such as me. Zhang Long spoke with a calm face. As for the second stage of refining the internal organs above, it is the third stage of forging the bones. The martial artist in this realm, the bones are already like steel. Ordinary cold weapons can no longer cause any damage to them, and can even withstand some small caliber hot weapons. Looking at the entire Jiang city, there is only one third order bone forging martial artist. Hearing this, Yichuan could not help but be surprised. Jiang city even had a third order martial artist. This was something that Yichuan had not known before. It seems that I still know too little about Jiangcheng, Yichuan said secretly in his heart. And when it comes to the 4th rank, martial artists in this realm can be said to have been considered beyond the mundane. They can briefly fly in the air, and even harden themselves against large caliber thermal weapons, unless it's a missile or something like a super powerful thermal weapon, which basically can't shake them. And this realm is called the flying sky. Above the flying sky, for the 5th order shackles, martial artists in this realm have begun to sever the shackles of the physical body, developing the human body to its limits. Above the shackles, for the 6th order golden body, martial artists in this realm condense the golden body of the martial Tao. The golden body is indestructible, and the physical body is immortal. As for the realm above the 6th order, I am not allowed to know, and even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you guys. After all, knowing those won't do you any good. Zhang Long spoke indifferently. Yichuan, on the other hand, listened to Zhang Long's explanation, and a touch of yearning surged in his heart. Golden body indestructible, flesh immortal, this is still just the 6th order. There are 7th order, even 8th order, 9th order top existences in the back. That realm, what kind of light is it? Yi Chen's heart was filled with longing. Subsequently, Zhang Long explained about other martial arts knowledge. Yichuan also listened with great interest, and even more so, he felt that the door of martial arts, at this moment, had opened to himself. Soon, half a day's time passed. Zhang Long also spoke with a somewhat dry mouth, and immediately announced the end of the class, but before leaving, he called Yichuan and Morongqing out. Yichuan was puzzled in his heart, but he also joined Morongqing and headed to Zhang Long's office. Along the way, Yichuan from time to time was feeling that there was a scrutinizing gaze around him that was sizing himself up. Did this niece Find out that I am the great sage? Yi Chuan was secretly surprised by the intuition of women, but still pretended to be unaware of it as he walked towards Zhang Long's office. Soon, the two arrived at the office. Zhang Long sat on a chair and smiled at the two of them. The two of you are the most talented people in the martial arts class, so I'll make it clear that I'm going to give you the 2 spots in the Jiangnan training camp. Zhang Long appeared much more pleasant in the face of Yi Chuan and Morong Cheng, and was a different person from his previous appearance in the middle of the classroom. Yi Chuan was secretly a little surprised in his heart, and even though he already knew about the Jiangnan training camp, he still pretended to be puzzled and asked. Immediately, Zhang Long answered one by one, but the answers were pretty much the same as what he knew from Morong Cheng's mouth before. But although the examination quota can be given to you, and you can even skip the next martial arts class, I only have one request. Zhang Long suddenly looked positive. Within a month's time, you must cultivate to the 5th level of blood refining. This concerns whether you can enter the Jiangnan training camp in the future, and whether you can have better treatment in the Jiangnan training camp. Looking at Zhang Long, who suddenly straightened up, Yi Chen was also a bit surprised, but nevertheless, he nodded his head. A month's time to break through the 5th layer of blood refining was not a problem for Yi Chuan. After all, today's Yi Chen already had the cultivation of the 3rd layer of blood refining. On the contrary, Morong Cheng on the side wrinkled her small nose. It was obvious that this request was still difficult for her. Zhang Long looked at the two of them, and his face slightly eased. As for why I am asking you so much, I can't say right now. I can only tell you that if after a month's time, you are able to have the cultivation of the 5th level of blood refining, there will be heavenly chances waiting for you. For a moment, Yi Chuan's curiosity was completely aroused by Zhang Long's words. Heavenly opportunities? What should it be that could make even teacher Zhang, who was a viscera refining martial artist, say that it was a heavenly chance? Yi Chuan said secretly in his heart. Afterward, the two of them agreed to Zhang Long's request under his gaze. As soon as they walked out of the classroom, before Yi Chuan could react, a dainty voice suddenly came from the distance. Yi Duan. When did you hook up with Morong Cheng? Hearing this voice, Yi Chuan's brows slightly clustered and looked towards the direction the voice came from, but he saw Mu Qing with one hand crossed and the other pointing at himself, with a touch of indignation on his face. Yi Chuan. I'll give you a chance to fall in love with me, now immediately disappear from Morong Cheng's side. Mu Bing said excitedly. Morong Cheng, who was on the side, glanced at Mu Bing faintly, then looked at Yi Chuan and said, Your girlfriend? Yi Chuan shook his head. It's just a classmate in the same class. I pursued her before, but I'm not feeling it now. Morong Cheng nodded indistinctly. Yi Chuan. Hurry up and come over. Or else I will never ignore you again in the future. At this time, Mu Bing saw that Yi Chuan didn't pay attention to himself, and even yelled and opened his mouth, a world away from the iceberg look he had when he was in the ordinary class before. Are you having brain problems? Ye dust for Mu Bing are some speechless, really take herself as her licking dog? Brain problem go out and turn left, where there is a doctor who treats the brain, don't ing bark in front of me. Yi Chuan waved his hand with some annoyance, then he also stopped taking care of the other party and directly turned around to leave. You. Looking at Yi Chen, who did not give himself any face, Mu Bing's inner unwillingness became stronger and stronger. Originally, 3 days ago when he watched Yi Chen display the strength of the blood refining realm, Mu Bing regretted in his heart and wanted to repair the relationship between him and Yi Chen. But today, when he watched Yi Chen and Morong Cheng walk together, even though he knew that Zhang Long had called them, Mu Bing's heart was still uncomfortable. Morong Cheng was called the flower of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, and no matter whether it was her looks or her talent, she had stepped on Mu Bing ruthlessly. Therefore, Mu Bing's heart became more and more unsettled, which led to the current scene. With that, Mu Bing chased after her, and while doing so, she shouted. Yi Chen! You stop right there! Do you believe that I will never ignore you again in the future? Mu Bing ran towards Yi Chen. Morong Cheng on the side watched this scene and also became interested, quietly following behind. Yi Chuan walked down the stairs and prepared to walk towards the school entrance, only that behind him, Mu Bing's screams kept ringing out, once making Yi Chuan's heart irritated. Yi Chuan! I'm ordering you! Stop right there! The voice was still ringing out, and Yi Chuan violently stopped himself. Seeing this, Mu Bing's eyes also lit up, thinking that his words had made Yi Chuan obedient, and immediately, he quickly ran up, ready to pull Yi Chuan to a halt. However, he did not. Snap! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Mu Bing's entire person was instantly confused. She covered her slightly swollen cheeks and looked at Yi Chen dumbfounded. Yi Chuan, you! Scram! Don't bother me! Yi Chen shouted explosively, and a smear of killing intent even surged out from his eyes. Being stared at by Yi Chuan's eyes that were filled with killing intent, Mu Bing's entire body slightly trembled, and his entire body even directly went limp. As Yi Chen watched this scene, he became more and more annoyed inwardly and turned around to leave. Only, just after walking out of the school gate, a laughing voice came from behind him. I didn't expect you, this guy, to be so unsympathetic. Yi Chuan's footsteps slightly lurched, and when he looked back, he saw Morong Qing standing behind him, looking at him with a smile. Don't you think so? Mr. Great Sage. After saying that, Morong Qing flashed a playful smile at Yi Chen. Yi Chuan's eyebrows slightly raised, but he did not expect that his identity would be recognized by Morong Qing so quickly. How did you find out? Yi Chuan asked with some curiosity. Morong Qing blankly glanced at Yi Chuan and said, Come on, you didn't even change your voice, as well as the killing intent that just emanated from your body. Is not something that an ordinary student can do. When these words came out, Yi Chuan was embarrassed. It had not occurred to him that his so-called means of hiding his identity was this crude. Chapter 19 Xian Tan Breathing Method. A little breakthrough. Yi Chuan touched his nose somewhat awkwardly, then said, Then. Start accompanying practice? Morong Qing gave Yi Chuan a blank look. Does this guy only have chaperoning in his heart? He was at least the flower of a middle school, was the other party not moved at all? To be honest, Yi Chuan's performance, for the first time, made Morong Qing lose confidence in her own looks. Let's go, grab the chaperone. After being recognized by Morong Qing's identity, Yi Chuan didn't care, he just urged Morong Qing, after all. Giving this nymphette to accompany the practice, he himself was able to let him prove a lot of strength. Morong Qing looked at the somewhat hurried Yi Chen, his heart was speechless. Under no help, she could only bring Yi Chuan to her family's practice room. Along the way, Yi Chuan was also somewhat curious as he asked, Do you know what the chance that teacher Zhang is talking about is? Although Yi Chuan hadn't met Morong Qing's family and didn't know what Morong Qing's family situation was like, the other party at least had a brother from the Star River Academy, so she should know quite a bit. However, Morong Qing shook her head, I don't know about that, but since Mr. Zhang said so, I think it should be a good opportunity, won't we know after a month? Without getting an answer, Yi Chuan didn't care and followed Morong Qing towards her family's practice room. Zhangchang, in a valley on the outskirts. A tuxedo figure with a cat-face mask quietly appeared in the sky above the valley. And the moment the cat-faced mask appeared, a silhouette surprisingly surfaced beside him as well. The person who came was a middle-aged man in camouflage uniform, with a scar on his face that ran from his forehead all the way to his chin, looking as hideous as a centipede. As the middle-aged man's face squirmed, the scar also squirmed slightly, as if a centipede was really crawling on his body. The energy fluctuations at the entrance of this third-level alien space are becoming more and more stable. At this rate, it will open in a month's time at the latest. Chen Moyan spoke indifferently, his gaze falling on that middle-aged man. But are you really sure that you want to let the people from Zhangchang's martial arts class go in there? Zhangchang is a small city after all, even if it is a martial arts class, after a month, there aren't many blood-refining martial artists. Moreover, this is a third-level alien space, even if we stare that third-level creature to death, there are still quite a few second-level creatures surviving in it, this is letting them die. The middle-aged man's face remained unchanged, and he just said indifferently, that's why I'm only letting Yi Chen and Morong Qing go in. Chen Moyan stared blankly before a smile appeared on his face. What? Jiangnan training camp noticed these two little guys so quickly? Between the middle-aged man's flip of his hand, two documents also surfaced in his hand, and on top of the documents were pictures of Yi Chen and Morong Qing respectively. These two little guys have good talent, especially this Yi Chuan, a quasi-martial artist dares to be fighting in an underground ring, just this courage alone surpasses many people. Not to mention, the talent is not bad either. As for Morong Qing, the daughter of the Morong family in Jiangnan, naturally she has long been on our training camp's radar. Chen Moyan shrugged his shoulders and said, so what? They are still just blood-refining martial artists after all, don't forget that within the alien space, especially the newly born alien space, the ones who have their eyes on this piece of fat meat are not just us. The middle-aged man sniffed, a flash of stern color in his eyes, slowly said, letting them two little guys go in, for one thing, it's also considered to be an entrance examination into the battalion, the alien space, but it's a natural examination ground. Even though I look favorably on them, if they don't go through the living test, in the end, I won't let them enter the training camp. As for that group of rats, they dare to come, I dare to destroy them. Humph. The middle-aged man said in the end, let out a cold snort, and there was even a powerful aura that diffused out from his body. Chen Moyan nodded thoughtfully. So, you're asking them to raise to the 5th level of blood refining within a month, which is also one of the tests. The middle-aged man's face remained unchanged as he spoke blandly. The training camp doesn't recruit wastes. When Chen Moyan heard this, his eyebrows slightly raised, but underneath the cat-faced mask, he was hanging a smirk-like expression. 5 days later, within the practice room of Morong Qing's home. You guy is simply a pervert. Morong Chang was paralyzed on the ground. Her fragrant sweat had already dampened the loose practice clothes, outlining the perfect arc of her body. Yi Dus sat on the side and smiled faintly, but he looked into the void in front of him. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, blood refining martial artist 35-100. Mountain monarch spitting method, 99-100. Wind and cloud steps, 99-100. Sword drawing technique, 99-100. Song Lan sword technique, minor achievement 40-100. The effect of the blood storming pill enhancement is getting smaller and smaller. These 5 days, in addition to accompanying the training, all the funds earned from the fights were used to purchase the blood storming pill, coupled with the 1 blood storming pill a week from the martial arts class. It has only raised me to the 4th level of blood refinement nowadays. Even with the perfection level breathing technique, I can only raise my progress by a little bit at most every day. If I continue at this rate, it will take another 5 days to raise my cultivation to the 5th level of blood refining. Yi Chen said with some regret in his heart. What are you thinking about? Morong Qing suddenly came over to Yi Chen's side and suspiciously surveyed him. After 5 days of Yi Chuan's special training, although Morong Qing had been unilaterally hanged by Yi Chuan every single time, it was precisely because of this that Morong Qing's cultivation had also approached the peak of the 2nd layer of blood refining, and was only 1 step away from the 3rd layer. Yi Chuan shook his head and said, It's nothing, it's just that I feel that my cultivation level is rising too slowly. Morong Qing. Morong Qing's grudging gaze swept over Yi Chuan's body as she clasped her hands together and waved at him. Please, big brother, please be a human being, it's only been a few days? You're already at the 4th level of blood refining. Don't you know enough? Look at the entire Jiang city, who can be the same as you? It was because she stayed with Yi Chuan every day. Morong Qing's mental quality had been greatly improved, otherwise, she would have wanted to slash Yi Chuan to death. However, in the face of Yi Chuan's confusion, Morong Qing still said after a pause, there are actually many ways to raise your cultivation level. Yi Duan looked at Morong Qing. Morong Qing winked at Yi Duan and said, in fact, in Jiangnan province, and even in other provinces and even the imperial capital, some heavenly prides choose to cultivate a high-level breathing method, and if the level of the breathing method exceeds the cultivation level, then the efficiency of the cultivation will be incomparably faster. This is also the reason why those top forces in Grand Xia are able to cultivate so many strong people. A higher grade breathing method? Yi Chen's brows clustered slightly. Why didn't he know so? Even a 2nd order breathing technique would sell for tens of millions of dollars, and even if Yi Chuan fought every day, he would have to fight for more than 10 days before he could gather the money for a 2nd order breathing technique. Cough cough. Morong Qing suddenly coughed, and when Yi Chuan's gaze looked over, Morong Qing stirred her hands behind her back and her eyes drifted upwards. Actually, I have some 2nd order breathing methods in my hands, but well. A smug smile also appeared on Morong Qing's small face. Depending on how you impress this young lady, if this young lady is in a good mood, it's not impossible to give you a door. Morong Qing had a flash of a bad smile on her face. Yi Chuan looked at Morong Qing's appearance. Rows of black lines fell on his forehead, even though he somewhat wanted to beat her up, but the 2nd order breathing method was the one that made Yi Chuan's heart flutter. However, just as Yi Chuan was psychologically prepared and ready to properly coax this great lady in front of him, a subtitle was suddenly flashing in front of Yi Chuan. How can a mountain monarch curry favor with a woman? In a moment of anger, the mountain monarch had a realization in his heart and advanced into the Xian Tan breathing method. 2nd stage. Wind and cloud steps curses in his heart, has a sense of wind and clouds, and advances to 9 green sky steps. 2nd level. Sword drawing technique, cursing in his heart, he silently draws his sword, advancing to 1 sword of heaven and earth. 2nd level. Looking at the subtitles that suddenly popped up in front of his eyes, Yi Chuan instantly felt that his mind was instantly flooded with many epiphanies. Yi Chuan closed his eyes and silently began to digest. When Yi Chuan opened his eyes again, a powerful aura instantly roared out from Yi Chuan's body. Vaguely, it seemed as if one could hear the roar of a fierce tiger resonating throughout the practice room. On the other hand, Morong Qing, who was sitting in front of Yi Chen, her entire body instantly stood up, and the hairs on her body suddenly shrugged. She pointed at Yi Chuan, her voice somewhat broken. You just Why do I feel like you just incarnated a fierce tiger at that moment? Morongqing's small face was slightly pale. Just at that moment when Yi Chuan's aura was displayed just now, she clearly heard the sound of a fierce tiger roaring if it was hidden. This one sound, however, caused Morongqing's entire mind to be afraid. Also, your cultivation. Morongqing looked at Yi Chuan dumbfounded. Even though Yi Chuan still had the aura of the 4th level of blood refining, it was clearly more powerful than just now. Yi Chuan came back to his senses and looked at the somewhat frightened Morongqing. His eyebrows could not help but raise slightly. Is this the breathing technique of the 2nd stage? Breathing techniques that have reached this stage are even able to display a part of their characteristics, and Xiantan itself is the longest of the fierce tigers, so between my every move, it is the shadow of Xiantan. Worthy of being a 2nd stage breathing technique. Even though my cultivation hasn't increased by half, my strength is at least 2 times higher than before? There was a light flickering in Yi Chen's eyes. The advancement of the breathing method made Yi Chen's qi and blood more and more majestic and strong, and it also allowed Yi Chen's battle strength to increase quite a bit. However, looking at the somewhat frightened Morongqing in front of him, Yi Chen was smiling faintly. Sorry, I just had an epiphany and had a small breakthrough. Chapter 20, A Change of Heart, Preparing to Shock the King of the Ring. A little breakthrough. Listening to Yi Chuan's words, Morongqing wanted to speak, and looked at Yi Chuan as if he was looking at a monster. Then do you still want the 2nd order breathing method? Morongqing hesitated for a moment, but still asked. Yi Chen's eyebrows slightly raised and waved his hand. No need, I don't have that much money. Yi Chen casually found an excuse. He couldn't just tell Morongqing that he had a 2nd order breathing technique. Such a thing was just too shocking. Even if he said that he had created a 2nd order breathing method, it would be enough to make Yi Chen famous throughout the Blue Star. Today's Yi Chen was ultimately only a blood-refining martial artist. His strength was too low, and he had no background to support him, so if he was targeted by someone with a heart of gold, it would be troublesome. The only way to display a world-shattering talent was after joining the Star River Academy. At that time, not only would they have the backing of the Star River Academy, the top martial arts academy in Blue Star, but they would also be able to obtain more cultivation resources because of their powerful talent. Alright, today's accompanying training will end here, I'll go back first. After saying that, Yi Chuan turned around and left the practice room in Morongqing's home. Morongqing looked at Yi Chuan's departing back, and her small mouth could not help but mutter. Wooden head. Simply a wooden head. People obviously wanted to give it to you for nothing. Morongqing's small face revealed a look of disappointment. Outside of Zheng City, inside a valley. The figures of Chen Moyun and the uniformed middle-aged man appeared above that valley, and the two of them looked within the valley, their eyes gradually becoming gloomy. Strange, why is the convergence of energy at the entrance of this 3rd-level alien space getting faster and faster? It's only been a few days and the concentration of energy has skyrocketed by several times. If we continue at this speed, I'm afraid that it won't take more than a month's time, or even half a month, no, maybe a week's time, for the entrance to this 3rd-level alien space to be revealed. Within Chen Moyun's voice, there was a hint of gravity, and even the face of the uniformed middle-aged man on the side, a rare flash of solemnity appeared. But there are other people messing around? According to reason, the speed of energy condensation in the foreign space is fixed. Why would this happen? The middle-aged man's voice was slightly heavy as he gazed at the entrance of that foreign space with a deadpan look in his eyes. Could it be that the group from the Scarlet Church has struck? Chen Moyan rubbed his chin, and his eyes carried a flash of sternness within them. The middle-aged man on the side shook his head. It's not clear, but the speed at which the entrance to the alien space is coalescing has accelerated, which has excited them. Saying that, the middle-aged man snorted coldly. No matter what, the newly born foreign space must be suppressed, otherwise there will be no peace in the rear. The speed of energy condensation has accelerated. It's nothing more than a little bit of advancement. We've been preparing for such a long time. I don't believe that we can't take this alien space. After saying that, the middle-aged man turned around and was ready to leave. Chen Moyan looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "What are you doing?" The middle-aged man, however, said without looking back, "Inform Yi Chen and Morongqing, let these two little guys prepare. It's time to enter the foreign space." Chen Moyun said with a wry smile, "What? You won't give them a month to break through the 5th level of blood refining?" The middle-aged man said indifferently, "Plans can't keep up with changes, a different way of testing it is." After saying that, the middle-aged man's figure disappeared into the valley. Chen Moyan withdrew his gaze and shook his head, looking at the valley in front of him. The eyes under the cat-faced mask gradually became deeper. The frequency of the appearance of foreign space is getting bigger and bigger. The chaotic world is afraid to descend. Chen Moyun's voice slowly fell. On the following day, Yi Dust awoke from his home and sat on top of his bed, and in his field of vision, a system panel slowly surfaced. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, blood refining martial artist 37100. Shen Tan breathing method, introductory 16100. 9 green sky steps, introductory 16100. Sword of heaven and earth, introductory 16100. Song Lan sword technique, minor achievement 56100. Worthy of being a level 2 breathing method, a night's time has actually allowed me to increase my cultivation progress by 2 points. At this rate, if I continue, I only need 1 more day to break through to the 5th level of blood refining. However, the system's automatic cultivation function is a bit too overbearing. No matter what level the breathing techniques and martial arts are, the introductory stage is able to raise the progress by 2 points every hour, and it will only be lowered when the realm of the martial arts breathing techniques goes up. In that case, wouldn't it be that no matter what level of breathing techniques and martial arts I practiced, I would be able to master them at the first opportunity and quickly ascend to a higher realm? Yi Chuan looked at that system panel, and a faint glow flickered in his eyes. Just as Yi Chuan was pondering in his heart, his cell phone was ringing at this time. Yi Chuan looked over, but it was that Zhang Long who had called. "What is Mr. Zhang doing calling me at this time?" Yi Chuan was a bit curious and picked up the phone to answer it. "Hey, Teacher Zhang." Yi Chuan spoke softly. "Yi Chuan, things have changed. That chance I told you about before may have to be brought forward. 3 days later, you and Murong Cheng will gather at the East City Gate of Jiangchang, and someone will take you there then." Zhang Long's voice carried a hint of gravity in it. "As the teacher of the martial arts class, I can't reasonably tell you guys too much, but this time it's your chance, and it's also a test for you. If you pass it, both of your assessment spots will also be transformed into official spots, directly joining the Jiangnan training camp." When these words came out, Yi Chen's heart shook slightly. Directly joining the Jiangnan training camp. For Jiangnan training camp, Yi Duan is now not unfamiliar. Enlisted Jiangnan province, all kinds of heavenly pride of the training camp, it can be said to be able to enter it, has half a foot into the first-class martial arts academy. Even if the performance in which the outstanding words is able to enter the Star River Academy. The most important thing is that Jiangnan Training Camp is Jiangnan Province key cultivation talents location, backed by the entire Jiangnan Province, countless resources. Teachers are also incomparably powerful. In a certain sense, it was considered a small martial arts academy. For a while, Yi Chuan's breathing also became a bit fiery. Taking a few deep breaths and suppressing that fiery heat within, Yi Chuan slowly opened his mouth. "I know, Teacher Zhang, thanks a lot." After saying that, Yi Chuan hung up the phone, and his gaze couldn't help but look out that window. What in the world is a 3-day place? But no matter if it's a chance or a test, you still need to improve your strength. The higher your cultivation and the stronger you are, the more income you'll be able to have. Yi Chuan murmured faintly, his eyes gradually becoming determined. Yi Chen then dialed Murong Qing's phone again, informing the other party that he might need to improve his strength next, and would not come to accompany the training. The few days of remuneration that Murong Qing had given to Yi Chuan for his chaperone work before had also ended. Naturally, there was nothing on Murong Qing's side. She had also received a message from Zhang Long, and was also preparing to make use of these last few days to impact the 3rd level of blood refining, so she agreed. After doing all this, Yi Chen slowly walked out of the room and headed towards the direction of the 100 Faces Gladiator Arena. There are still 3 days left, so it's possible to impact the 100 Victory Ring King of the 100 Faces Gladiator Arena. In this way, I'll be able to get the rich rewards of the Ring King, and even test my current strength, at what level it is. The most important thing is that the King of the Ring has an exclusive cultivation room, so cultivating inside will be twice as effective. Yi Chuan said secretly in his heart, and soon arrived at the 100 Faces Gladiator Arena. Wearing a monkey face mask, Yi Chen sat in his lounge and waited for the arena to arrange an opponent for him. A few moments later, there was a staff member who came forward and informed Yi Chen that he had already been arranged. Yi Chen nodded slightly and walked out of the lounge, heading towards the location of the arena. Noisy sounds echoed throughout the entire arena. The countless gamblers around them made blazing noises. Above the high platform, the host with a clown mask held a microphone in his hand and cheered loudly. "Friends of the audience, today, the great sage contestant who has been away from us for a few days has finally returned once again, ready to impact the Supreme Ring King within my 100 Faces Gladiator Arena. Let's see if the great sage contestant can make a successful impact. And wait and see." Accompanied by the host's voice, in an instant, it ignited the entire gladiatorial arena. A burst of cheers echoed throughout the gladiatorial arena, and each one, who was wearing a monkey face mask, also appeared in everyone's field of vision at this moment. Great Sage! Great Sage! Great Sage! Great Sage, do it for me! I've pressed you for 30,000 dasha coins, make sure you succeed for me. Great Sage, I want to give you a monkey. A blazing voice constantly echoed throughout the gladiatorial arena, accompanied by overwhelming cheers. Along with the sound, a subtitle appeared in front of each one. Xian Tan feels the cheers of the bystanders and is exhilarated, proficiency +1. 9 green sky steps is excited, proficiency +1. One sword of heaven is infected, +1 proficiency. Looking at the subtitles in front of him, Yi Chuan's eyebrows slightly raised. As expected, the reaction of the surrounding bystanders to the martial arts stimulation is also due to the fact that the different boosts in strength are also different. Inside the gladiatorial arena, most of them are ordinary people, or quasi-martial artists, not even as good as a Murong Cheng, who after all, is also a blood-refining second-stage martial artist. Yi Chuan secretly opened his mouth in his heart. And just at this time, in front of Yi Chuan, an iron door slowly opened, and the opponent belonging to Yi Chuan, also at this time, entered the gladiatorial arena. When Yi Dust saw this, the corner of his mouth gradually arced. Chapter 21 The Xian Tan reveals its power, the King of the Ring. 91 straight wins. 92 in a row. 93 straight wins. 98 consecutive victories. 99 consecutive victories. The Great Sage player has taken his 99 consecutive victories within my 100 Faces arena. Within the 100 Faces gladiator arena, the cheers of the hosts instantly resounded throughout the entire arena under the added power of the microphone. Great Sage! Great Sage! Great Sage! Give it to me. I pressed the Great Sage to become the King of the Ring for 100,000 dasha coins. This time I've earned a fortune. If I had known that the Great Sage was so gripping, I would have pressed the Great Sage as well. It's only 99 consecutive victories. If you want to get 100 consecutive victories to become the King of the Ring, you need to challenge a King of the Ring. I think this Great Sage will definitely fall at the last step. One by one, the spectators opened their mouths. Inside the arena, Yi Chuan was wearing the monkey face mask, holding a standardized longsword in his hand, looking calmly at his opponent, who was lying half dead on the ground in front of him. In front of him, there was a system panel that slowly appeared in Yi Duan's field of vision. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Blood Refining Martial Artist 37-100. Xian Tan Breathing Technique, Introductory 2100. 9 Green Sky Steps, Introductory 2100. Sword of Heaven and Earth, Introductory 2100. Song Lan Sword Technique, Minor Achievement 6100. The progress improvement is a bit slow, after all, these watchers are some ordinary people, and for the current me, the improvement is ultimately a bit slow. But if I wait until the college entrance exam, my martial breathing method progress will also receive a terrifying boost. Yi Chuan's eyes had a faint essence light flickering within them. The college entrance exam would be conducted in a globally broadcasted manner, facing the ordinary people and martial artists of the entire Xia. At that time, as long as one showed a strong talent, one would definitely be able to rise several notches. However, the college entrance examination is really a bit far away from oneself. There are still several months of time. Nowadays it is better to honestly improve one's strength prevail. The next thing is to challenge the Ring Kings of the past. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly with a hint of anticipation. The Ring Kings of the 100 Faces Gladiator are all at least at the 5th level of blood refining, and although I'm only at the 4th level of blood refining, I'm only a little bit away from the 5th level of blood refining, and with the 2nd grade breathing technique that I'm practicing, I'm even more powerful than the average blood refining martial artist. There's also the 2nd level martial arts. Even if I'm facing a martial artist at the 6th level of blood refining, I still dare to fight. Yi Chen's heart surged. At this time, the host on top of the high stage, however, spoke in a loud voice. The Great Sage contestant has already taken the 99 consecutive victories that belong to him. May I ask the Great Sage, does he continue to challenge and get the King of the Ring that belongs to you? The host's voice rang out, and all eyes fell on Yi Chen. Continue. A faint voice fell, but it was like a bomb that violently set the entire arena ablaze. Today's Ring King sitting in my 100 Faces Gladiator arena is the White Tiger who became the Ring King 2 months ago. Let's invite White Tiger. The high voice of the host violently echoed throughout the entire gladiatorial arena. White Tiger. Surprisingly, it's the White Tiger. I watched the battle when White Tiger became the king of the ring, and 2 months ago, White Tiger was already a powerhouse at the 5th level of blood refining. I didn't expect it to be the White Tiger. It's said that the White Tiger has already cultivated a first-rank martial art to its great completion. Even a martial artist of the same realm wouldn't have much of a chance of winning against the White Tiger. Hiss, 2 months of time, the White Tiger must have gotten even better. Great sage this time. I'm afraid it's a bit up in the air. When the host pointed out the identity of the king of the ring, many people's faces showed a flash of shock, and those gamblers who had placed their bets on Yi Chen were even more panicked at this moment. It's over, it's even a White Tiger. What can I do with my bets? Some of the gamblers even felt dizzy. Their complexion was a little bad. White Tiger? Yi Chuan stood in place, his eyebrows slightly raised, but his gaze was directed towards the iron gate of the gladiatorial arena in front of him. Even though the iron gate was tightly closed, Yi Chuan was still able to feel an extremely powerful aura fluctuation from within that iron gate. It was as if it was a real fierce tiger. To dare to use the name of a White Tiger. Just don't know if this tiger of yours can compare to this Shin Tan of mine. Under the monkey face mask, the corners of Yi Chen's mouth rose slightly. The tiger was the dignity of all beasts. A tiger above 24 years old could be called a mountain monarch, and above 30 years old, it was only a Shin Tan. The tigers who can live to be above 30 years old are none of them the kings among tigers. Dang! 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 Suddenly, inside the gladiatorial arena, a low voice rang out. Immediately afterward, the closed iron door instantly opened, and a burly figure, wearing a white tiger mask, slowly walked in. On his body, he exuded a bloodthirsty aura. That was a ghastly aura that only someone who had experienced countless lives and deaths could emit. Great sage? Just a monkey grandson. The White Tiger looked at Yi Chen in front of him and let out a cold laugh. It's really true that if the tiger is not at home, the monkey is the king. The White Tiger laughed. A violent chi and blood fluctuation instantly whistled out from the White Tiger's body, and a blood-colored light surrounded the White Tiger's body, as if it had clothed the White Tiger in a layer of blood-colored armor. This breath already belongs to the peak of the 5th layer of refined blood. From the 6th layer of refined blood is not far away, and can be in the 100 Faces arena. To become the king of the ring, the same realm and the battle power is far beyond other martial artists, at least. Also comparable to a martial artist who is at the beginning of the 6th layer of blood refining. Yi Chuan felt the powerful aura emanating from the White Tiger's body, and his eyes under the mask, also at this moment, exuded a strong battle intent. Just in time to use you to test my true battle power. Yi Chuan let out a low heave, but in an instant, he killed towards the White Tiger. Within the 100 Faces gladiator arena, after experiencing so many battles, Yi Chuan had long since had incomparably majestic battle experience. Making the first move is always the strongest. A faint glow flashed from within Yi Chuan's eyes, and the aura of the peak of the 4th layer of blood refining also whistled out at this moment. 4th level of blood refining? Also presumptuous enough to try to die the king of the ring, really is a monkey. As the White Tiger felt the aura emanating from Yi Chen, the disdain in his eyes grew more and more intense. He raised his palm and violently slapped it towards Yi Chen. Fierce tiger cracking palm. Pounds of majestic chi and blood instantly roared out from the White Tiger's body, wrapped in a powerful might, instantly killing towards the Yi Chen. However, you have learned a little bit of the skin of a fierce tiger, and you dare to call yourself a White Tiger? Today, let you see what is a real fierce tiger. Shen Tan. Yi Chen shouted explosively, followed by a roar from the chi and blood in his body. Vaguely, it seemed as if there was really a fierce tiger breeding within Yi Chuan's body, and towards that White Tiger, a deafening roar was emitted. Roar, roar, roar. Terrifying hissing sounds exploded violently. The sound waves enveloped the White Tiger, and in just a moment, a wave of fear immediately surged in the White Tiger's heart. Surrounded by the emotion of fear, the White Tiger's entire body was immediately plunged into a state of disorientation. And it was also at this time. 9 green sky steps. Yi Chuan's silhouette instantly left a trail of residual shadows within the arena, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared directly in front of that White Tiger. The standardized long sword in his hand swung out violently. Heaven and earth one sword. Puff. In an instant, above the White Tiger's chest, a line of blood instantly exploded, and blood soared out along the location of that line of blood. Along with the mask on the White Tiger's face, it was also split in two at this moment. You. Under the intense pain, the White Tiger finally regained his senses, but at this time, it was all too late. Thud. The white tiger cannot even say anything, the whole person is already straight toward the back lying down. The whole person has already lost his life. In an instant, the entire gladiatorial arena instantly fell into dead silence. The white tiger was actually killed in seconds. It wasn't until several breaths of time had passed that it was able to be heard, a trembling voice resounding amongst the audience. Immediately afterward, overwhelming cheers instantly filled the entire gladiatorial arena. Great sage! Great sage! Great sage! Ha, I knew it, I knew that the great sage could become the king of the ring. So terrifying, an existence like White Tiger was killed in seconds. A voice rang out in the middle of the gladiatorial arena. This was how it was in a place like the gladiatorial arena, no matter if it was the king of the ring master, or an ordinary player, as long as you were alive, there would be people cheering for you. But if you die, everyone will forget your existence, and even despise. Yi Chuan, on the other hand, was quietly standing in place, with a subtitle floating in front of his eyes. Chopping the pseudo-tiger, Xian Tan is very happy, proficiency +5. The corners of his mouth rise slightly with the 9 heavy green sky steps, proficiency +5. Heaven's sword has gained some understanding, proficiency +5. Kanglin's sword technique is very angry that the host has not used it, the more he works, proficiency +10. Cultivation progress +1. Along with the subtitles appearing in front of him, underneath the mask, the corners of Yi Duan's mouth rose. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, blood refining martial artist 38-100. Xian Tan breathing technique, introductory 25-100. 9 green sky steps, introductory 25-100. 1 sword of heaven and earth, introductory 25-100. Song Lan sword technique, minor achievement 70-100. The Song Lan sword technique is about to be raised to its grand completion, still missing the last 30 points of progress, striving to raise it to its grand completion before heading to the land of opportunity as described by teacher Zhang. As for the cultivation level, there is a cultivation room with a 100-sided gladiatorial arena. Breaking through the 5th layer of blood refining is easy. Yi Chuan smiled faintly, then glanced at that white tiger's corpse, but without any attachment, he turned around and left the gladiatorial arena without taking away a single cloud. Chapter 22 Blood Refining 5th Layer, Other Space. The 100 Faces Gladiator Arena, Yi Chuan's exclusive cultivation room. Yi Chuan sat in it, feeling the heaven and earth aura around him, and could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Worthy of being the exclusive cultivation room of the 100 Faces Gladiatorial Arena, the heaven and earth aura of this place is at least twice as dense as the heaven and earth aura of my home. And Yi Chuan's eyes gently lowered and landed on the caption in that void. Sufficient spiritual chi of heaven and earth, Xian Tan breathing method proficiency +2. Sufficient spiritual chi of heaven and earth, 9 green sky steps proficiency +2. Sufficient aura of heaven and earth sword proficiency +2. Sufficient aura of heaven and earth, Song Lan sword technique proficiency +2. When I was at home, the heaven and earth aura was much less than the cultivation room, and I was only able to increase my progress by 1 point per hour, whereas after I arrived in the cultivation room, the heaven and earth aura increased, but the proficiency was increased. That is to say, the more abundant the content of heaven and earth aura is, the faster the proficiency of my martial breathing technique will increase. I still haven't fully tapped into the system's functions. But it's just as well, in the exclusive cultivation room of this 100 Faces Gladiator Arena, I'll also be able to raise my strength faster. Yi Chen looked at the progress of the enhancement, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile, and then, he took out a blood-storming pill and took it. After taking down the king of the ring, all of the Xia coins that were rewarded, Yi Chen exchanged them all for the blood-storming pills, a full 15 of them. It was to improve himself within these last 2 days. The tyrannical blood pills transformed into a majestic energy that surged into Yi Chuan's body, accompanied by the Xian Tan breathing method, and began to deliver progress. 2 days later, within the exclusive cultivation room of the 100 Faces Gladiator Arena, Yi Chuan slowly opened his eyes, and a powerful aura spread out from Yi Chuan's body. 5th level of blood refining. Yi Chen gently opened his mouth, and an intense blood light surged out from his body surface. Immediately afterward, the system panel, too, surfaced within Yi Dust's field of vision. Name, Yi Dust. Cultivation, blood refining martial artist 45-100. Xian Tan breathing method, introductory 88-100. 9 green sky steps, introductory 88-100. Sword of heaven and earth, introductory 88-100. Song Lan sword technique, Grand completion 28,100. Not only has my cultivation level increased to the 5th level of blood refining, but the Tsang sword technique has even become a grand completion. Looking at the system panel, an excited light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. With my current strength, although I'm only at the 5th level of blood refining, with the grand completion of the Tsang sword technique, even if I'm facing a martial artist who is at the 7th level of blood refining, I still have the power to fight. After all, blood refining martial artists, there are very few who are able to grand complete a second-order martial art. Even that niece Morong Ching has only raised her Tsang sword technique to a minor success. Yi Chuan smiled faintly, then glanced at the time. It's almost time, so it's possible to go over to the location as stated by Teacher Zhang. Yi Chuan slowly got up and walked out of the lounge, heading towards the east city gate of that Zhang city. At the eastern city gate of Zhangchang, Yi Chen's figure slowly emerged. Yi Dust. Yi Chuan had only just arrived near the east city gate when he heard a voice with a smile coming from him. Yi Chuan looked and saw Morong Ching standing next to an ancient tree, and beside Morong Ching was a middle-aged man wearing a camouflage military uniform. The moment he saw that middle-aged man, Yi Chuan instantly felt as if he had seen a ferocious beast, and the sweaty hairs on his entire body directly shrugged up at this moment. This person's strength is absolutely terrifying. There was a flash of gravity within Yi Chuan's eyes. This was an instinct that had been tempered over so many days, within that 100 Faces gladiator arena. Once a strong person appeared in front of Yi Chuan would have such a reaction. However, very soon, Yi Chuan returned to normal, and with a smile on his face, he walked over to Morong Ching's side, while asking imperceptibly, "This is?" Only, before Yi Chuan could even get his words out, the middle-aged man beside him spoke in an inning voice. "Kid, there is no need to test my identity." When these words came out, a flash of embarrassment also appeared on Yi Chen's face. Being recognized by the other party in this manner was indeed a bit embarrassing. "My name is Xiao Wuji, one of the instructors of the Jiangnan training camp, and also your examination officer of this Jiangnan training camp." Listening to Xiao Wuji's words, between Yi Chen's eyebrows, there was a flash of surprise. Instructor of the Jiangnan training camp. Doesn't that mean that this person in front of him was a third-order martial artist? Yi Chuan realized, no wonder the other party gave him such a feeling. I'll stop with the small talk. An entrance to a third-level alien space has appeared near Zhangchang, and strong people are needed to enter it and suppress the ferocious beasts within the alien space. At the same time, it's also necessary to guard against people with ulterior motives, sabotaging our plans and releasing the ferocious beasts within the alien space. Therefore, the test for the two of you to enter the Jiangnan training camp is to enter the alien space and prevent those first-level ferocious beasts from coming out of the alien space. Of course, the second-order and even third-order ferocious beasts within the third-order alien space, we will fend them off for you, and the ferocious beasts of the late First Order will likewise be blocked by our people. All you have to do is to fend off those early First Order, and even mid-First Order ferocious beasts, at the exit of the foreign space. Xiao Wuji's voice was resounding, and that pair of eyes was even like a falcon gazing at the two of them. Listening to Xiao Wuji's words, Yi Chuan's face gradually became grave. With regards to the foreign space, Yi Chuan also understood some. With the recovery of aura in the blue star, there were some special places that were isolated from the space outside the blue star, and in these spaces, there were many powerful ferocious beasts. Nowadays, those beasts in the blue star are either evolved like human beings, or they come out from that different space. It could be said that the biggest crisis in Planet Blue nowadays was this alien space. It is said that the 9th level of the foreign space, but also has a comparable to the 9th level of the ferocious beasts entrenched in it. Until today, Blue Star Dasha's martial artists have not been able to clean up the 9th level of the foreign space. Even today, the martial artists have not been able to clean up that level 9 alien space, and even threaten the safety of Blue Star Granxia at all times. Nowadays, outside Zhangchang, a level 3 alien space has appeared, and for Zhangchang, it is also a huge crisis now. The extra news, Morong Cheng will tell you, now. I'll take you all there. After saying that, Xiao Wuji walked towards the outside of the city gates. Morong Cheng also blinked at Yi Chuan. Let's go, on the way, I will inform you about the news about the foreign space. Yi Chuan nodded, and then he and Morong Cheng, the two of them, followed Xiao Wuji and walked towards the outside of the city gates. Chapter 23 Entering the Other Dimension, the Scarlet Church. Along the way, Yi Chuan and Morong Cheng followed behind Xiao Wuji, heading in one direction, gradually penetrating deeper into the suburbs beyond Zhang City. Morong Cheng, on the other hand, was constantly adding news about the foreign space for Yi Chuan. The appearance of the foreign space is an opportunity and also a source of danger for my Blue Star Granxia. For one thing, the foreign space is accompanied by many heavenly treasures all year round, and nowadays, many of the cultivation resources of the Blue Star Grand Xia are obtained from the foreign space. Even the ferocious beasts within the foreign space, after killing them, beast pills will appear. These are all good things to use as cultivation. After all, although the Blue Star has experienced an aura recovery, it has not experienced it for a very long time, and was unable to give birth to high-quality cultivation resources, and was only able to obtain heavenly treasures, as well as a number of other resources, through within the foreign space. Secondly, if is the appearance of foreign space will be accompanied by countless ferocious beasts hiding in it. Once let these ferocious beasts within the foreign space out of the foreign space, into the domain of my Grand Xia, will be living and dying. Therefore, whenever a new foreign space is born in Grand Xia, people will be sent into it to purge those top ferocious beasts within the foreign space, to curb the level of danger to a minimum, and ultimately turn the foreign space into a place to hone martial artists, and even a place to cultivate resources. Along the way, Morongqing continued to fill in Yichuan's lessons, and Yichuan listened with great interest. After all of this could not be learned in the classroom, and it was only because this Morongqing's background was somewhat mysterious that she was able to know all of this, and she herself was considered to have learned a little bit from it. The foreign space is also the same as the martial realm, divided into 1 to 9 levels, corresponding to the realm of a martial artist as well, and within the foreign space of the 9th level, there are ferocious beasts that are comparable to the 9th ranked martial artists of Xia. And above the level 9 alien space, it is said that there is also the alien space known as the Forbidden Zone. That kind of alien space, every time it is born, it will bring life and death to the Blue Star Daxia, and countless living beings will die tragically in it. So far, the Blue Star has seen a total of 2 births of the Forbidden Zone. Until now, the Grand Xia martial artists have only barely sealed it, but were unable to do a complete purge of it. The most important thing is that at the time when all the Xia martial artists are attempting to purge the foreign space and protect the safety of the people of Xia, in the middle of Xia, there are some rats-like existences that want to release the ferocious beasts within the foreign space, thus helping them to change the heavens and the earth. And these rat-like existences, they boasted themselves as the Scarlet Church, and every time a foreign space appears, no matter what level, more or less, the shadow of this group of rats will appear. This time although it is said that the requirement of the test is to resist those ferocious beasts that are below the late 1st rank, it may be necessary for us to make a move to stop the people of the Scarlet Church from releasing the ferocious beasts. Morongqing spoke softly in Yichuan's ear, but he didn't expect Xiao Wuji, who was walking in front of the two of them, to pause and faintly say, "There's no harm in telling you guys, the ferocious beasts are one of the contents of your test, and the people of the Scarlet Church are likewise one of them, but the former is definitely something you have to go through, and the latter depends on your luck." Yi Chen listened to Xiao Wuji's words, his eyebrows slightly raised, but he did not say anything. After these few days of frantic sprinting, his own cultivation had already reached the 5th level of blood refining. Coupled with the Tsonglan sword skill at the grand completion level, he had the power to fight even if he was facing a martial artist at the 7th level of blood refining. And this battle power is already comparable to a ferocious beast at the late 1st stage. As for Morongqing on the side, although the enhancement wasn't as great as his own, he already had the 3rd layer of blood refining, and his breath was extremely majestic, so he thought that in the past few days, he had also improved. Soon, the two of them followed behind Xiao Wuji and arrived at the location of a valley. At this moment, on the outskirts of the valley, it was already heavily guarded. One by one, the Xia soldiers swept their eyes sternly over the surroundings, and when they saw Xiao Wuji and the 3 of them, they also quickly released the 3 of them into the area. With this level of guarding, people from the Scarlet Church shouldn't be able to sneak in. Looking at the tight layout around them, Yichuan couldn't help but say, theoretically speaking, the Scarlet Church should not be able to sneak in, but Morongqing just wanted to open his mouth, but was directly interrupted by Xiao Wuji in front of him. The military forces that can be mobilized by the 3rd level alien space are only these, and these soldiers are all ordinary soldiers, not martial artists, while those people from the Scarlet Church are all martial artists. And the destruction that a level 3 alien space is able to cause by appearing in this small city of Jiangchang will be enormous, so the Scarlet Church will not give up this one opportunity. And this is the only power we can mobilize, so still have to prepare for the worst. Listening to Xiao Wuji's words, Yichuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not expect that this so-called Scarlet Church would have a clean slate of martial artists. This kind of strength would even be able to easily sweep Jiang City. Just why are the people of the Scarlet Church destroying the human order? Are they not humans themselves? Seeking the skin of a tiger with a ferocious beast is not a good tactic. What exactly are these guys thinking? With doubts in his heart, Yichuan followed Xiao Wuji and walked into the interior of that valley. The moment he entered the valley, Yichuan felt the surrounding heaven and earth aura suddenly skyrocketed a lot, and in the center of the valley, there is a ghostly blue portal, slowly emerged. Those skyrocketing heaven and earth auras were emerging from that ghostly blue portal. Is this the entrance to the foreign space? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. That's right. At this moment, there was suddenly a gentle voice that rang out, followed by Chen Moyan, who was wearing a cat-faced mask, but he directly appeared beside Yichuan. It's you! Yichuan looked at the suddenly appeared Chen Moyan, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. What? Can't it be me? Chen Moyan smiled faintly. Morong Cheng on the side rushed at Chen Moyan and called out in a good-natured manner, "Big brother Chen." Chen Moyan nodded with a smile and said, "As I said, I'm only a temporary agent of the Hundred Faces Gladiator Arena, and my true identity is still that of a student of the Star River Academy." So? Hearing these words from Chen Moyan, Yi Chen also reacted in an instant. The purpose of your coming to Jiang City is this level 3 exotic space? Chen Moyan nodded and said, Jiangnan province is short of people nowadays, and there are newly born other spaces everywhere, so support has been launched to our Star River Academy, and I am one of the war forces that have been supported over. Responsible for working with Instructor Xia to suppress the third-level alien space in Jiangchang. Saying that, Chen Moyan patted Yichuan's shoulder and said with a smile, so, with me, the danger within the alien space is not very great. Wait a minute. You broke through? Chen Moyan said, but through patting Yichuan's shoulder, he felt the surge of qi and blood power within Yichuan's body, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Xiao Wuji, who was on the side, also looked towards Yi Chen. Before, he did not pay much attention to Yi Chen's aura, but at this moment, after careful scrutiny, he also revealed a touch of surprise. TSK, blood refining 5th layer. One of the tests that Instructor Xia gave you before was to break through the blood refining 5th layer within a month, but I never thought that it's only been more than a week that you've done it. Chen Moyan looked at Yichuan, but there was some emotion. When he first met Yichuan had just broken through the blood refining, barely attracting his attention. Now that he met again, he was already at the 5th level of blood refining. At such a speed, even the original him was not far behind. Morong Cheng on the side even covered her mouth with her hand and looked at Yi Chen with a shocked expression. Not bad. Xiao Wuji's eyes that were looking at Yi Chen at this moment also had a flash of essence emerging from them. Breaking through the 5th level of blood refining in a week's time, even in the Jiangnan province those children of martial arts families are just like that. You're only from Jiangchang, to be able to make it this far, your talent is already very good. To be honest, the moment he felt Yi Chen's cultivation aura, Xiao Wuji was moved with the impulse to directly bring Yi Chen into the Jiangnan training camp. After all, this talent was truly a bit terrifying. It was just that. These words couldn't be said now, otherwise, if Yichuan became complacent because of this and couldn't complete the examination at that time, even if Xiao Wuji appreciated Yichuan, he wouldn't be able to bring Yichuan to the Jiangnan training camp. As the thoughts in the three people's hearts emerged, a caption emerged in Yi Chen's field of vision. Xian alter arrogant smile, proficiency +5. 9 green sky steps slightly deflated, proficiency +5. The sword of heaven smiles coldly and swings the sword silently, proficiency +5. Song Lan's sword technique with sword at back, proficiency +2. Looking at the subtitles that popped up, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. I didn't expect there to be unexpected gains. Alright, it's about time. The entrance to the foreign space has also stabilized. I think those few second ranks in Jiangchang are also a bit of a one-trick pony in there, so it's about time we can go in. Chen Moyan withdrew his gaze from Yi Chen's body and looked towards Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji nodded and said to Yi Chen and Morong Cheng, "You two, follow us in." After saying that, Xiao Wuji took the first step and directly stepped into the entrance of that third-level alien space. Chen Moyan smiled faintly and led Yi Chen and Morong Cheng, entering the entrance together. Immediately afterward, the silhouettes of the four people also disappeared into the valley, causing the surrounding space to fall into calmness once again. And not long after the four people disappeared, outside the valley, in a hidden jungle, a figure wearing a scarlet robe stood on top of the trunk of a large tree. The scarlet robes shrouded their bodies, making it impossible to see their figures clearly. Where the chest of the robe of the person at the head of them was, there were 3 blood drop-like marks imprinted on top of the robe, emitting a faint pressure. Xiao Wuji, they have already gone in, those ordinary soldiers in the periphery. Exterminate it! A hoarse voice rang out from the mouth of the person in charge. In the next moment, behind him was a group wearing scarlet robes that instantly disappeared in place. On the outskirts of the valley, a roar of anger and the sound of guns being fired rang out. However, these sounds did not last too long, just a minute or two. The entire valley was once again calm. At this time, the person in charge was slowly walking towards the valley, arriving at the entrance of the third-level alien space. The ghostly blue light shone on the visitor, revealing that withered cheek. If the third-level alien space is able to release the ferocious beasts inside, the entire Jiang city, along with several nearby cities, will be instantly annihilated. I, the Scarlet Church, will also be able to use this to stir up the wind and clouds in Jiangnan. The withered middle-aged man's eyes carried a touch of morbid fervor. Half an hour later, enter the alien space. The middle-aged man waved his hand and conveyed the order. A wave of dizziness enveloped Yi Chen, but this feeling did not last too long before it returned to normal. When Yi Chen opened his eyes, he realized that he seemed to have arrived in an unfamiliar world. In this place, there was already a figure waiting for them. It was a vast grassland. The grassland was endless, and even between heaven and earth, there was a strong heaven and earth spiritual chi filling the area. The heaven and earth spiritual chi content here is even more dense than the heaven and earth spiritual chi inside the 100 Faces Gladiatorial Arena's cultivation room? After silently sensing for a while, Yi Chuan's face revealed a look of surprise. The heaven and earth aura within the foreign space is dense, that's why it's able to give birth to countless heavenly treasures and even strong ferocious beasts. If it's possible to suppress the foreign space, for the Dixia martial artists, this place will be a natural blessing for cultivation. Beside him, Morong Qing slowly spoke. That's right, in Dixia's martial arts academies are some powerful forces. There are suppressed alien spaces. For example, my Star River Academy, there is a suppressed grade 8 alien space, in which cultivation, the efficiency is several times or even 10 times that of the outside world. At this time, Chen Huayan also smiled and spoke. He glanced at Yi Chen, then slowly said, "This is the entrance to the foreign space, but it is also the exit of the foreign space. Those ferocious beasts must also pass through here if they want to go out. Therefore, the task of the two of you is to guard this place, and you don't need to care about the ferocious beasts after the late first stage." After saying that, Chen Huayan nodded at Xiao Wuji, and then looked towards the several figures that had long been waiting at this place and said, "Let's go." In the next moment, Chen Huayan was leading those few people and swept towards the depths of the grassland. "Big brother Chen, this is?" Yi Chen asked with some curiosity. He is responsible for suppressing the third and second order ferocious beasts in the third level alien space. The others are all Jiang Cheng's second order martial artists. All of them have been drawn over and are responsible for clearing out those missed second order ferocious beasts and late first order ferocious beasts. Xiao Wuji, who was on the side, directly sat down on the ground and opened his mouth in an ending voice. Chapter 24 Cultivation speed doubled, humanoid ferocious beast Yi Duan. Then won't Big Brother Chen be in danger? After all, he's the only one of the third rank? Yi Chen looked at Xiao Wuji with some doubt, and then at the direction Chen Huayan had gone in. Xiao Wuji said indifferently, "If a third-order student of the Star River Academy can't even suppress a third-order ferocious beast, it's simply better to just drop out. As for me, I'm responsible for overseeing your examinations while guarding against the Scarlet Church's sneak attack. If the Scarlet Church doesn't come, naturally everything will be fine if it comes. It's also considered to have a layer of insurance." Listening to Xiao Wuji's words, Yi Chen nodded indistinctly. "Now that the war has not yet started in the depths of the foreign space, you guys can take this opportunity to cultivate. The concentration of heaven and earth aura within the third level foreign space is more than 3 times that of the outside world, so it might be able to allow you to improve," Xiao Wuji reminded. When Yi Chen and Morong Qing heard this, they also stopped talking nonsense and directly sat down on the ground and began to absorb the heaven and earth spiritual chi to strengthen their own chi and blood. Time passed little by little, and soon half an hour had passed. Relying on the heaven and earth spiritual chi within the foreign space, Yi Chuan clearly felt that his body's chi and blood had grown by a tiny bit, and when Yi Chuan opened his eyes and looked in front of him, the system panel slowly appeared. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Blood Refining Martial Artist 46-100. Shen Tan Breathing Technique, Introductory 93-100. 9 Green Sky Steps, Introductory 93-100. Sword of Heaven and Earth, Introductory 93-100. Kanglan Sword Technique, Grand Completion 30-100. It's worthy of being a level 3 foreign space. Just half an hour's time has allowed my cultivation progress to increase a little, and with the concentration of heaven and earth aura in this place being so high, the efficiency of automatic cultivation of martial arts is also high. Previously, within the 100 Faces Gladiator Arena, I was able to raise my progress by 2 points in an hour, and here, I'm afraid that I'll be able to raise it by 4 points in an hour. That is to say, in another hour and a half, my Shin Tan breathing technique, 9 green sky steps, and even the heaven and earth one sword will be able to cross over into the realm of minor accomplishment. At that time, my battle power will also be able to become even more powerful. Yi Chuan looked at the system panel in front of him, and a faint glow emerged from his eyes. Just as Yi Dust was pondering in his heart, all of a sudden, from the depths of that grassland, there was a burst of extremely terrifying energy aura, accompanied by the sound of an explosive shout, a circle of energy that instantly spread out. Sinful animal, suffer death. Yi Chuan fiercely looked towards the direction where the voice came from, and even though he couldn't see what it looked like, he was still able to feel an extremely strong aura spreading out from that direction. Accompanied by a raging hissing sound, it echoed between heaven and earth. Roar, roar, roar. Over there. It started. Xiao Wuji, sitting in place, also snapped his eyes open and looked towards the direction of the depths of that foreign space with a hint of gravity in his eyes. Get ready, Chen Moyun and that third-level ferocious beast are exchanging blows. The other Jiang Cheng second-rank martial artists are also overwhelmed. Those ferocious beasts below the late first rank will all take advantage of this moment to rush over, and your examination will officially begin. Listening to Xiao Wuji's words, Yi Chuan also slowly stood up, while Morong Qing on the side had already taken out a green-colored longsword, with a faint green light flickering on top of the longsword. Yi Chuan was a little surprised to see the longsword in Morong Qing's hand, but also still took out his own standard longsword. Compared to the two, Yi Chuan's standard longsword was defeated. Knock, knock, knock. A low sound rang out, and Yi Chuan was able to see that from the depths of the grassland, there was a head of ferocious beasts that directly rushed over towards the location of the exit. The eyes of these beasts were scarlet and red, and they were emitting a strong aura, and they were all first-order beasts. There were even some late first-rank beasts mixed in. Morong Qing was obviously experiencing such a picture for the first time, and her small face instantly turned pale when she saw the densely packed ferocious beasts. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was calm. Within the 100 Faces arena, Yi Chen's opponents were not just those quasi-martial artists, and there was no lack of ferocious beasts among them. Fighting with ferocious beasts. Yi Dust had long been not the first time. Suddenly, Yi Chuan's figure moved, directly transforming into a wisp of fresh wind, instantly killing towards the nearest ferocious beast. The systematic longsword instantly slid, accompanied by a flash of sword light, but it directly killed that one ferocious beast. As Xiao Wuji watched this scene, his eyes instantly brightened. To strike so decisively, a single strike is to find the vital place of the ferocious beast. This kind of combat experience can be called the top of the same realm. This son can enter my Jiangnan training camp. In the end, he was still a third-ranked martial artist, and at a glance, he could see how stern Yi Chuan's methods were, not dragging his feet in the slightest. But this Morong Qing. Xiao Wuji again landed his gaze on Morong Qing's body. At this moment, Morong Qing was also taking on a ferocious beast at the early stage of the first rank, only that efficiency could not be compared to Yi Chuan's. Even though he had also suppressed it, he clearly had many chances to kill the ferocious beast, but it still took longer. Combat experience is a bit far from Yi Chuan, but fortunately, the talent is good, and the foundation in his body is incomparably strong, so with a little bit of honing, he will be able to achieve the same level as Yi Chuan. Observe and observe again. Xiao Wuji already had a general evaluation of the two in his heart. As Xiao Wuji had just said, this time he was assisting Chen Moyan in suppressing the third-level alien space, and at the same time, he was also the examiner for the duo of Yi Chen and Morong Qing. Every move of the two was under Xiao Wuji's watchful eye. Soon a few minutes had passed, and at this moment, in Yi Chuan's hands, no less than 10 ferocious beasts at the early stage of the first rank had already died. Early first stage beasts are hardly challenging for me. It's better to hand it over to Morong Qing, but he can fight with mid-first stage beasts for a moment or two. Yi Chuan said secretly in his heart, and then directly killed towards the nearest mid-first order ferocious beast. Immediately, Yi Chuan no longer cared about the other early first stage ferocious beasts and directly took on those mid-first stage ferocious beasts, and without the threat of the mid-first stage ferocious beasts, Morong Qing's side was also much more relaxed. In the end, she was still a martial artist of the third blood refining layer, and her talent was also very high. After a short period of adaptation, Morong Qing's speed in killing the ferocious beasts was also faster. However, just when the two had completely adapted to these ferocious beasts, in the position they had just come from, there was an energy fluctuation that instantly spread out. Immediately afterward, a figure dressed in scarlet robes also appeared in this piece of foreign space within the heavens and earth. Chapter 25, Chopping the 7th Level of Blood Refining. Jia, Xiao Wuji, long time no see. The moment that Scarlet Robe appeared in this side of the heaven and earth, a strange laughter also instantly echoed out. Xiao Wuji, who was originally sitting in place with his eyes tightly closed, also violently opened his eyes under this sound, and a berserk aura also instantly roared out. It was as if a fierce tiger had awakened. Rats of the Scarlet Church! You guys are really still here. Xiao Wuji shouted explosively, and his third-order bone-forging aura instantly erupted, rolling up a storm that ruthlessly crushed towards that red robe. Just as Xiao Wuji's breath had just erupted, amongst the red robes, there was also a breath that was not weaker than Xiao Wuji's, which instantly erupted. It rigidly resisted that Xiao Wuji's aura. Xiao Wuji's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the incoming person and let out a cold laugh. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be a defeated general. I didn't manage to kill you in the first place, and yet you came running to Jiangchang. The red-robed figure that exuded a third-order aura, his eyes instantly shaded as he opened his mouth with a cold smile. Last time, I let you win by fluke. This time, I would like to see what you can take to fend off our Scarlet Church's actions. Go, let that Star River Academy student see the strength of our Scarlet Church. The withered middle-aged man spoke icily, and in the next moment, a figure behind him instantly swept towards the depths of the grasslands. Each person's body was glowing with an aura that could only be possessed by a second-stage viscera refining martial artist. And there were 12 such martial artist figures. Seeing this, Xiao Wuji's eyes couldn't help but change slightly. Even though these were all second-order martial artists, don't forget that in the depths of the prairie, there was still a third-order beast that was fighting with that Chen Maoyan. The remaining Jiangcheng second-ranked martial artists were only 5 in total, not to mention the second-ranked ferocious beasts within this third-level foreign space. The addition of these 12 second-order martial artists from the Scarlet Church was enough to change the entire battlefield. Seek death! Xiao Wuji shouted explosively, and there was a terrifying aura that roared out from Xiao Wuji's body, wanting to stop these people outside. However, Xiao Wuji's side had only just struck out, but that withered middle-aged man was stalking Xiao Wuji in an instant. Xiao Wuji, your opponent is me. The withered middle-aged man laughed coldly as he struck out a strong killing spell, hardening that Xiao Wuji's figure and intercepting it. Xiao Wuji's face instantly became ugly. The rest of you killed these two little guys. The withered middle-aged man entangled that Xiao Wuji while saying to the few remaining figures wearing scarlet robes with a sardonic smile. These two little guys. If I guessed correctly, they should be the targets of your Jiangnan training camp's examination, right? TSK, those who can be assessed by the Jiangnan training camp are bound to be genius martial artists. I just don't know what your Jiangnan training camp will think if they are killed here. The middle-aged man laughed strangely, looking at Xiao Wuji with those wanton colors in his eyes. Wanton! Xiao Wuji snorted coldly, his qi and blood was like a long dragon, instantly wrapping around Xiao Wuji's body, and a terrifying energy instantly erupted towards that middle-aged man to kill him. At the same time, Xiao Wuji also noticed that the several figures wearing scarlet robes had already killed towards Yi Chen and the two of them. One of them even exuded an aura of the peak of the 7th level of blood refining. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wuji's heart also panicked. He had thought that the Scarlet Church would invade the 3rd level of foreign space, but he had not thought that the Scarlet Church near Jiangcheng would be able to send out so many strong people over. Even those soldiers in the outside world did not have the slightest resistance. Thinking of this, Xiao Wuji's heart couldn't help but be furious at the Scarlet Red Church, and he rushed at Yi Chuan and Murongqing and said, "Hold on for an incense stick." One incense stick. With just one incense sticking out, he would be able to finish off this abominable fellow in front of him, and he would be able to turn the situation around at that time. Humph. The middle-aged man also saw through Xiao Wuji's thoughts and could not help but feel more than a hint of scorn. He had fought with Xiao Wuji and naturally understood how terrifying Xiao Wuji's strength was. One incense stick of time was enough for the other party to kill himself. However, the middle-aged man also snorted out coldly, "Within one incense stick, kill these two guys for me." As the words fell, the body of that one of the Scarlet Church's first-ranked martial artists trembled slightly, instantly erupting into even faster speeds as they killed towards the duo of Yi Chen and Murongqing. On Yi Chuan's side, he naturally heard Xiao Wuji's words, and as he looked at the members of the Scarlet Church that kept rushing over towards the side, his countenance gradually became gloomy. 1 blood-refining 7th layer, 2 blood-refining 6th layers, and 4 blood-refining 5th layers, the Scarlet Church's strength is somewhat strong. Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the standardized longsword in his hand. Yi Chuan, what should we do? Murongqing moved closer to Yi Chuan, and there was more than a touch of panic above her small face. If it was just ferocious beasts, Murongqing was naturally not afraid, and even during this period of time, she had adapted to the situation of killing with ferocious beasts. But if there were more members of the Scarlet Church, it would be different. There was a wolf in front of them and a tiger behind them, plus the other party's strength was still above her own. Morongqing couldn't help but have a wave of panic rise in her heart. Yichen took a deep breath and looked at the members of the Scarlet Church that kept rushing over towards his side, and there was gradually a flash of stern color in his eyes. Wanting to kill me. Also depends on whether the sword in my hand agrees or not. It's not like you can't beat the 7th level of blood refining. Yichuan let out a low growl in his heart and looked toward Morongqing and said, "Give me the sword, you're responsible for fending off those ferocious beasts, and these people from the Scarlet Church, leave them to me." Morongqing was stunned, but she also obediently handed the long sword that was glittering with green light to Yichen. "You're going to face the people of the Scarlet Church? That's a martial artist at the 7th level of blood refining. There are also martial artists at the 6th and 5th layers, you." Morongqing spoke with worry. Yichuan did not continue to speak and held the long sword in Morongqing's hand. Suddenly, a subtitle violently surfaced in Yichuan's mind. One sword of heaven and earth, sensing the power of the spirit sword, proficiency plus 50. Ding, one sword of heaven and earth crosses into the realm of minor completion. Song Lan sword technique, sensing the power of the spirit sword, proficiency plus 25. Along with the 3 subtitles appearing in Yichuan's field of vision, Yichuan was slightly stunned, and a number of epiphanies instantly sprang up in his mind. This is a spirit sword? Yichuan looked at the sharp sword in his hand that was glowing with a faint green light, and there was a flash of light bursting out from his eyes. In this world, some special weapons were called spirit weapons. And the grade of a spiritual weapon, just like a martial artist, was also divided into the 1st to the 9th grade. Nowadays, this weapon in Yichuan's hand was clearly a first-rank spirit sword. The one sword of heaven and earth and the Song Lan sword technique are actually able to increase proficiency by sensing the power within the spirit sword? Is it all spiritual weapons, or only spiritual swords? Is it only once, or can it be countless times? Countless thoughts instantly flashed through Yichuan's mind, but very quickly Yichuan suppressed this thought. After all, now is not the time to ponder these What? To do now is to kill those Scarlet Church guys. With the spirit sword in his hand, plus the heaven and earth one sword had also crossed into the small completion realm. The current Yichuan, although he was only at the 5th level of blood refining, he was just as confident in killing a martial artist at the 7th level of blood refining. When he faced them, "If you want to kill me, be prepared to be killed by me." A flash of light flashed through Yichuan's eyes, and he unexpectedly carried his spirit sword and instantly killed towards that Scarlet Church's man. This kid even dares to rush over to us? Seeing this, the leading martial artist at the peak of the 7th level of blood refining couldn't help but be stunned, before revealing a teasing look. "A tiny 5th level of blood refining, I don't know where this fellow got the courage to even dare to touch base with us. Just in time, within these 2 guys, he is the strongest, settle this kid, the other girl." He. That person's eyes had a touch of obscene color emerged, the body instantly surged out of the majestic chi and blood power, killing towards Yichen. "Kid. Suffer death. Open mountain palm." The commotion on this side also attracted the attention of Xiao Wuji's duo, and when the withered middle-aged man saw this, the teasing color on his face became more and more intense. "I don't know where you Jiangnan training camp found the seedling, courage is good, it's this brain that has problems. A small 5th level of blood refining, but also want to fight with a peak 7th level of blood refining martial artist, this is purely looking for death." Listening to the middle-aged man's words, Xiao Wuji's heart couldn't help but sink, and he couldn't understand at the moment what exactly Yichen was doing this for. This fellow. Xiao Wuji's heart couldn't help but feel a burst of annoyance. Honestly, cooperating with Morongqing to stall for time was over, retreating if you couldn't beat him. Why did he have to head iron and meet that peak 7th level blood refining martial artist? If Yichuan dies, Morongqing will be in trouble. At that time, these first-order beasts will have to rush out of the 3rd level of foreign space, even though it is only a few first-order beasts, but don't forget, nowadays Jiangcheng has no second-order martial artists in town. If so many ferocious beasts rushed out, it would be a huge trouble for Jiangcheng. Thinking about this, Xiao Wuji's heart was a little disorganized. However, just at this time, a faint voice suddenly rang out. "Heaven and earth. A sword." Along with the fall of this voice, an extremely terrifying force instantly burst out from the spirit sword in Yichuan's hand, and the radiant green light transformed into a sword that instantly landed on the body of that blood-refining 7th level martial artist. Puffing. Simply accompanied by a muffled sound, a line of blood large enough to spread to the lower half of the body had already appeared on the forehead of that blood-refining 7th layer martial artist. The next moment, that peak 7th level blood-refining martial artist's body had instantly turned into 2 pieces and collapsed on the ground. The few people from the Scarlet Church behind them looked at this scene, and their faces couldn't help but show a flash of shock. They actually didn't expect that a martial artist at the peak of the 7th level of blood refining would be directly killed in seconds by a person at the 5th level of blood refining. This is a second-rank sword technique at the minor achievement level. The withered middle-aged man's pupils shrunk slightly and he couldn't help but cry out in shock. Immediately afterward, his face turned ugly. A second-stage sword technique at the minor completion level was incomparably difficult even for a second-stage martial artist to cultivate to this realm, let alone a first-stage martial artist. And this also showed that the power of this sword technique was even more terrifying, and among the same realm, it was almost impossible to resist it. Moreover, in this Yi Chen's hand, there was also a first-rank spirit sword. Under the superimposition of the two, the withered middle-aged man also understood that the martial artist at the peak of the 7th level of blood refining had not died unjustly. But it was so. The withered middle-aged man's face also became more and more gloomy. Such a talented person, if he cannot be killed, in the future, I am afraid that it will be another student of the Star River Academy. After graduation, at least all of them will be 5th order martial artists. A 5th rank martial artist is even comparable to a helmsman of the Scarlet Church. Damn it, there's such a heavenly pride amongst them. How could such a heavenly pride be born in a small Jiang city? The withered middle-aged man cursed in his heart. And after Xiao Wuji in front of him froze for a moment, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Second-rank minor accomplishment sword technique. This son's talent is still beyond my expectations. This son must be included in my Jiangnan training camp. It's not surprising that after a few months, it's another seedling of the Star River Academy, and it's even expected to impact the top 500 in the country. Xiao Wuji's heart was excited. He did not expect Yi Chen to bring such a big surprise to himself. A second-order minor sword technique is enough to consume a first-order martial artist's chi and blood, don't forget that. The Scarlet Church, still have quite a few people. The withered middle-aged man snorted coldly, looking at that Yi Chen with killing intent in his eyes. When these words came out, Xiao Wuji also snapped back to his senses. Yes, it was not easy for a first-ranked martial artist to be able to practice a second-ranked sword technique that had reached a small level of success, and while it was certainly powerful to use it, it was also a great exertion for a first-ranked martial artist. Yi Chuan was able to kill martial artists at the 7th level of blood refining, and had almost reached his limit. But on the contrary? Now the crisis has not been resolved. For a while, Xiao Wuji's brows tightened again. Go, he killed the boss. At this moment, he must be incredibly empty. Take advantage of this, kill him. At this moment, those few remaining people from the Scarlet Church also reacted and once again killed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen stood in place, a burst of emptiness in his body. Just as the middle-aged man had said, the second-order small completion sword technique was used, and Yi Chen didn't have much chi and blood left in his body. But it was also at this time that a subtitle quietly surfaced. Killing the enemy by crossing the rank. Xian Tan has made a breakthrough, proficiency +10. Killing the enemy at a higher level, the 9 blue sky steps have had a breakthrough, proficiency +10. Killing the enemy at a higher level, a breakthrough in the heaven and earth sword, proficiency +10. Killing the enemy, a breakthrough in Kanglin's sword technique, proficiency +10. Cultivation progress +2. Chapter 26. The Deshang San Lan sword technique shows its might, the dust settles. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, blood refining martial artist 48-100. Xian Tan breathing technique, minor completion 3-100. 9 green sky steps, minor achievement 3-100. 1 sword of heaven and earth, minor achievement 53-100. Song Lan sword technique, grand completion 65-100. The 2 points of progress in cultivation enhancement did not allow Yi Chuan's cultivation to rise to the 6th level of blood refining, but it was precisely because of these 2 points of progress that Yi Chuan's previously deficient chi and blood, at this moment, unexpectedly returned again. It was even better than just now. Looking at that one member of the Scarlet Church that was killing towards him, Yi Chuan held his spirit sword in his hand, his eyes gently lowered, with a murderous intent that flashed past from within those eyes. It seems that hasn't deterred you guys yet. The small completion heaven and earth one sword didn't work, so what about the big completion? Yichuan murmured softly, and a strong aura also roared out violently from Yichuan's body. How is it possible? Those few members of the Scarlet Church naturally felt the terrifying aura that erupted from Yichen's body, and their pupils continuously contracted. How did his chi and blood suddenly come back? And why is his aura even more powerful than just now? A member of the Scarlet Church at the 6th level of blood refining couldn't help but tremble slightly in his heart, and the look in his eyes toward Yichuan was filled with a color of incomprehension, as well as bewilderment. He was a little confused as to what had happened to Yichen. Not only them, even the withered middle-aged man, and even Xiao Wuji did not understand the changes in Yichen's body. What's the situation? The withered middle-aged man's face suddenly became a bit ugly. He was still thinking that taking advantage of Yichen's aura wilting, the rest of the people who were left at this time would strike together, enough for them to kill Yichen here. But on the contrary? The aura emanating from Yichen's body was what made him all a little confused. San Lan. Sword technique. And it was precisely at this moment that a faint sound was violently exploded between heaven and earth. Buzz buzz buzz. A burst of sword chirps instantly reverberated at this moment. Accompanied by a strand of stern sword chi, under the excitement of that spirit sword, it instantly transformed into a green sword chi, violently killing towards that one member of the Scarlet Church. Puffing. The speed of the green sword chi was so fast that even those few martial artists at the 6th level of blood refining didn't even react to that sword chi that looked like a silk thread. Surprisingly, it directly separated their corpses. 2 members of the Scarlet Church who were at the 6th level of blood refining, as well as 4 members of the 5th level of blood refining, were actually directly beheaded by Yichuan. The corpses were separated. Impossible. As the withered middle-aged man watched this scene, his entire face twisted at this moment. He gazed at Yichuan in death, and it was as if his eyes wanted to devour Yichuan's entire being. A grand completion second stage sword technique, and a different second stage sword technique at that, this is absolutely impossible. Even amongst the provincial cities in Jiangnan, there are very few who can achieve this step. How could a little guy who walked out of Jiangnan City possess such talent? The voice of the withered middle-aged man was incomparably sharp, and also carried a strong color of disbelief. Not only this withered middle-aged man, even Xiao Wuji froze. Even if a second-rank sword technique of small completion is fine, this son has even mastered a second-rank sword technique of large completion. What kind of monster is this? This? I've picked up a treasure this time. Xiao Wuji's breath also became fiery as he gazed at Yichen as if he was seeing a rare treasure. No, the top 500 in the country of the college entrance examination is not too much of a difficulty for Yi Duan anymore. He even has the hope to impact the top 300. Xiao Wuji's voice contained a touch of excitement. As the instructor of the Jiangnan training camp, Xiao Wuji was well aware of how difficult it was to achieve the top 500 in the college entrance examination. With this score, one would already be able to choose any martial arts academy amongst the great Xia. Even the Star River Academy would have opened its doors. Even amongst the Jiangnan training camp, there were at most no more than 20 that were able to impact the top 500 each year. As for the top 300, is even more, absolutely no more than 10. And for such geniuses, it was no longer a matter of choosing a martial arts academy, but rather looking at which martial arts academies gave the best treatment. It could be said that every year, the heavenly pride that could enter the top 300 in the college entrance examination, as long as they didn't die in the middle of the process, in the future, they all had the chance to break through the 5th rank and achieve the existence of the 6th rank. Even within the Jiangnan province, a martial artist of the 6th rank could already be considered a first-class powerhouse. Xiao Wuji looked at Yichen, his eyes glowing. Dog thing, I want to see how you Scarlet Church can release the ferocious beasts within the foreign space this time. Xiao Wuji came back to his senses and looked at the withered middle-aged man and let out a cold smile, but he pushed his fist out horizontally and killed towards the withered middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hastily resisted, and at this moment, he was even more eager to kill Yichen. It could be said that Yichuan killing these members of the Scarlet Church had already destroyed 1/5 of his plan. Humph. It's just a stray fish, it's the same with or without them. Don't forget, in the depths, there are still 12 second-order martial artists from my Scarlet Church. They are the most indispensable part of this plan. There was a touch of madness in the middle-aged man's eyes. However, facing the middle-aged man's words, Xiao Wuji let out a cold laugh. A mere 12 second-ranked martial artists and you want to turn the heavens and the earth upside down? You have not underestimated the students who come out of the Star River Academy. When these words came out, in the middle-aged man's heart, he felt a slight palpitation sensation for no reason. It was as if. Before the middle-aged man could regain his senses, a loud laughter, however, directly spread out from the depths of that grassland. The rats of the Scarlet Church. Really think that little master can't clean you up? And you, this sinful beast, give little master death. Along with the sound of this loud laughter, an extremely terrifying energy instantly erupted from the depths of the grassland. And in the midst of that roar of energy, there was even the wailing of a ferocious beast, accompanied by a miserable scream. Hearing these sounds, the middle-aged man's face instantly turned pale. Impossible. The middle-aged man's body trembled slightly, and when he lost his concentration for a moment, he was even smashed in the chest by Xiao Wuji's fist. Along with the middle-aged man's body, it was instantly sunken in, ruthlessly smashing into the ground, smashing out a deep pit in that earth. Fighting me and still dare to lose your concentration. Xiao Wuji laughed coldly and walked towards that middle-aged man. And at this moment, Yichuan stood in place, his body was shaking. The second stage sword technique of small completion made Yichuan's body already a little empty, and this second stage sword technique of large completion completely emptied Yichuan's chi and blood. However, as the two blood refining 6th level martial artists were killed, a subtitle emerged in Yichuan's eyes. Killing the enemy across the ranks, Xin Tan has made a breakthrough, proficiency +5. Killing the enemy by crossing the ranks, there has been a breakthrough in the 9 green sky steps, proficiency +5. Killing the enemy, a breakthrough in the heaven and earth sword, proficiency +5. Killing the enemy, a breakthrough in Kanglan sword technique. Proficiency +5. Cultivation progress +1. There's enough spiritual energy in heaven and earth. Cultivation progress +1. Along with the emergence of this subtitle, a surge of chi and blood power also violently erupted from Yi Chen's body at this moment. This is the 6th layer of blood refining. Yi Chuan's eyes instantly brightened as he felt the surging energy coming from within his body. Between the movement of his mind, the system panel was once again emerging. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, blood refining martial artist 5100. Xin Tan breathing technique, minor completion 8100. 9 green heavenly steps, minor achievement 8100. 1 sword of heaven and earth, minor achievement 58100. Song Lan sword technique, grand completion 7100. You're at the 6th level of blood refining. Just as Yi Chuan was still viewing his system panel, it was Morong Qing's scream that came from the side. Yi Chuan turned his head to look, and he saw Morong Qing, who had just killed a ferocious beast, looking at himself incredulously, with some bewilderment in his eyes. Well, a lucky breakthrough. Yi Chuan smiled faintly at Morong Qing. A fluke. The corner of Morong Qing's mouth twitched slightly. God fluke, if the breakthrough could still be a fluke, it would be good, and one wouldn't have to go on for so long and still only be at the 3rd level of blood refining. Obviously, Yi Chuan and himself were the same, both almost the time of the martial arts class test, broke through the 1st layer of blood refining. How could it be that by now, in just over a week's time, while he himself was at the 3rd level of blood refining, Yi Chuan was at the 6th level of blood refining? This made Morong Qing somewhat doubt her own talent. This should be the end. Yi Chuan looked in the direction of that Xiao Wuji, only to see that above Xiao Wuji's fist there was a dense chi and blood whistling out, and in an instant, it ruthlessly smashed into that middle-aged man's body. Immediately afterward, that middle-aged man instantly turned into countless amounts of blood, splashing out. It's finished. Yi Chuan looked at this scene and also let out a sigh of relief. This 3rd level foreign space was really a bit dangerous, even if he only had to take care of those 1st level ferocious beasts and the 1st level Scarlet Church people. But without Morong Qing's spirit sword, Yi Chuan would have to struggle a bit to deal with all of them. And now, along with the death of this 3rd order Scarlet Church person in Xiao Wuji's hands, this mission, at last, was almost complete. It's not that easy. At this time, Xiao Wuji was slowly speaking. He looked at the blood pit below and said indifferently, the people of the Scarlet Church, after reaching the 3rd rank, all know a kind of blood escape technique. If you want to kill them, it won't be that easy. Yi Chuan's pupils shrunk slightly when he heard this. You mean he's not dead yet? Xiao Wuji slowly withdrew his gaze and said, that's right, but although he is not dead, but after using blood escape twice in a row in my hands, this guy's martial path is also at an end. Chapter 27's Grade Evaluation, 8th Level of Blood Refining. Blood Transportation. Yi Chuan looked at the deep pit filled with blood, and his eyes couldn't help but become deeper. So, in the future, if you encounter someone from the Scarlet Church, if you can cut them down in the shortest possible time, cut them down as much as possible in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, if you let him use the blood escape out, at that time, you won't be able to kill the other party unless you are able to detect the fluctuation of the blood escape. Xiao Wuji looked at Yi Chen and said slowly. In Xiao Wuji's opinion, Yi Chen's talent was here, and becoming a third order was all but a done deal, and sooner or later, he would fight the Scarlet Church's third order powerhouse. It would be good to take a precaution in advance. However, although the blood escape is able to save their lives, every time it is used, it will cause them to become an invalid for a short period of time, unable to make waves again. If it's used continuously, it will even destroy their martial arts foundation, and even depreciate their lifespan. This is also considered a good thing. Listening to Xiao Wuji's words, Yi Chuan also nodded, his gaze moving out from that blood pit. So, is my examination over? Yi Chen looked towards Xiao Wuji. A rare smile surfaced on Xiao Wuji's serious face. It's over. Your performance is very good. I can give you an S-class evaluation. Hiss. Xiao Wuji's side had only just finished speaking when Yi Chen heard Morongqing on the side suck in a mouthful of cool air. Xiao Wuji looked towards Morongqing and said with a smile, as for you, although Yi Chuan helped you block those Scarlet Churches, I have also seen your performance in my eyes. To be able to go this far with the third level of blood refining is already very good. Then, let's give you an A-grade evaluation. At those words, Morongqing's eyes also instantly brightened. But don't ever think that Morongqing's side didn't do too much, and her contribution wasn't big either. But don't forget that Morongqing had also mastered a small completion-level Tson Lan sword technique. The talent is here after all. Moreover, Yi Chuan was able to receive an S-rank evaluation, and to a large extent, it was also due to Yi Chuan's display of the grand completion Tson Lan sword skill and the small completion Heaven and Earth One sword. It was only with such a combination that he was able to get an S-rank evaluation. Alright, your mission is almost complete, so we'll wait for Chen Moyan's side to wrap things up next. After Xiao Wuji finished speaking, he also looked towards those first-order fierce beasts that hadn't been cleared yet, instantly rushing over and starting a frantic killing spree. The examination had already ended, and it would be useless to keep these first-order ferocious beasts. It was better to seize the time to kill these beasts. And it was only at this time that Yi Chuan looked at Morongqing, who was on the side, and asked, this S-rank evaluation, is it worth a lot? Morongqing rolled her eyes at Yi Chuan, come on big brother, that's an S-rank evaluation, you're even measuring it in terms of whether it's worth money or not. Although she was spitting, Morongqing still explained to Yi Duan, in the Jiangnan training camp, every member who enters within the camp will have an evaluation, from the highest S grade to the lowest C grade. Members under different grades will be treated differently in the Jiangnan training camp. The higher the rank, the most resources you can enjoy every month, and there are even some special cultivation equipment within the Jiangnan training camp, such as the cultivation room, as well as some special spaces used for honing martial arts, which are also open to members with high ranks. So, you should know what this S-rank evaluation represents, right? Morongqing opened her mouth with some grudges, and her eyes even carried a hint of envy when she looked at Yi Chen. She was the princess of the Jiang family in Jiangnan province, but she had only gotten an A-rank evaluation, while Yi Chuan, on the other hand, had gotten an S-rank evaluation, which made Morongqing's heart, too, a little shaken. Yi Dust's eyes were also blowing after hearing this. S-grade evaluation Yi Duan didn't care, but resources, cultivation room and these things, Yi Duan could care. As the realm elevation got higher and higher, the cultivation resources that Yi Dust needed were also more and more expensive. Now we're okay, if to the second stage, afraid of playing the underground ring, cannot satisfy the appetite of Yi Duan. And the Jiangnan training camp is a good place to go. Alright, if there's nothing going on, seize the time to cultivate in this place. After the foreign space is cleared, someone will come to clean up the resources within the foreign space, and it will be troublesome for you guys to come in at that time. Take advantage of this time to hurry up and cultivate. Xiao Wuji walked out from amongst the many first-ranked ferocious beasts, carrying a huge bag in his hands, which was filled with bulging things. He walked over to Yi Chuan and his duo. These beasts dawn of first-rank ferocious beasts are unavailable cultivation resources for first-rank martial artists. It is considered a reward for you for this examination. The two of them, Yi Chen and Morongqing, exchanged a glance, and then looked at the beast dawn in the bag with glowing eyes. The number of these beast dawn looked like there were at least 100 of them as well. Just the two of them, Yi Chuan and Morongqing, had killed those first-order fierce beasts, and it was in the double digits, not to mention the fierce beasts that Xiao Wuji had just killed with his hands. There were only a few more. Yichuan took out a beast pill from the bag and directly swallowed it in one gulp, not caring that there was still a residue of blood on it. In an instant, a majestic power of qi and blood directly burst out within Yichuan's body. The qi and blood power of this first-order beast Dan is so much more than 2/3 of a first-order bloodstorm Dan? Feeling the ample qi and blood power in his body, Yichuan's eyes gradually became brighter. Inside this bag, there were still hundreds of them. Yichuan was about to continue cultivating, but he heard Murongqing say, "Yichuan, I'm leaving." Hearing these words, Yichuan couldn't help but stare at Murongqing. Murongqing said, "I'm originally from Jiangnan province, I'm just a bit tired of my family's life, and I ran to Jiangqing alone, I just want to rely on myself, and enter the Jiangnan training camp, and now that I've also managed to get the entrance ticket, it's time for me to go back." Yichuan was silent. He could naturally see that Murongqing's family was extraordinary, but he did not think that the other party was actually a person from Jiangnan provincial city. Looking at Yichen's silence, Murongqing's heart was still a little happy, smiling and said, "Don't worry, anyway, there's still some time, the Jiangnan training camp will open, by then we'll meet again." Yichen raised his head at this time and looked at Murongqing with a puzzled expression. "Don't worry about what?" "I'm just thinking about how I'm going to collect you, a little rich girl, afterward." The smile on Murongqing's face instantly stiffened. "Go to hell." In the middle of the grassland, Murongqing's irritated voice resounded. With Murongqing gone, and Chen Moyan having resolved the third-order ferocious beasts in the depths of the grassland, as well as those second-order ferocious beasts, he was waiting for someone to come and take over this piece of third-order alien space. It could be imagined that with the reception of this third-level foreign space in Jiangchang, the resources here would cultivate a lot of martial artists for Jiangchang, and even give birth to third-level martial artists. This was the benefit of a foreign space. A suppressed foreign space was a blessed cave for the Grand Xia, capable of cultivating countless martial artists. However, if it was a foreign space that had not been suppressed, it would also bring about a devastating blow to the Grand Xia. One could only say that opportunity and danger always coexisted. However, Yichuan did not care about this point. According to Xiao Wuji's words, the person sent by Jiangnan province to take over the third-level alien space would need another week to arrive in Jiangchang. During this period of time, new exotic spaces had been born all over Jiangnan province, and there was a shortage of manpower. It was just as well that this week's time would allow Yichuan to cultivate here and wait for a week before joining Xiao Wuji and traveling to Jiangnan province. Entering into the middle of the Jiangnan training camp. At this, Yichuan naturally agreed. After all, if 1 day of cultivation within this third-level alien space was comparable to 4 days in the outside world. "Kid, I hope to see you within the Star River Academy when I have the chance, after all. Our Star River Academy is considered the #1 martial arts academy in Xia, and the other martial arts academies." He. Chen Moyan waved his hand at Yi Chen. Yichuan blinked and said, "Is this considered your school's enrollment brochure?" Chen Moyan laughed dumbly and said, "It can be said so." "Alright, see you later." After saying that, Chen Moyan also left this third-level alien space and disappeared from Yi Chen's field of vision. Nowadays, only Xiao Wuji and Yichuan were left within this level 3 alien space. "Alright, you can cultivate here, all the ferocious beasts here have been cleared, I'll take a look around." Xiao Wuji rubbed his hands, and a touch of excitement appeared on that serious face. In a third-level foreign space, even if those third-order heavenly treasures couldn't be taken and would be easily discovered, the remaining second-order heavenly treasures would be able to be sold for a good price. Even Xiao Wuji was a bit hot-eyed. After saying that, Xiao Wuji also swept towards the depths of the grassland. Yichuan shook his head, then sat down, took a bite of a first-order beast Dan, and began to cultivate madly within this foreign space. Time flew by, and a week's time quickly passed. And during this week's time, Yichuan was either knocking out beast pills or cultivating within this foreign space where the heaven and earth had sufficient spiritual qi. A powerful aura spread out from Yichuan's body. Qi and blood surrounded Yichuan's body, vaguely seeming to coalesce into the silhouette of a fierce tiger. Roar, roar, roar. A sound of a tiger's roar exploded from Yi Chen's body. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen opened his eyes. The 8th layer of blood refining is up. A faint blood light flashed in Yichuan's eyes, and the system panel, too, appeared in Yichuan's field of vision at this moment. Name, Yi Dust. Cultivation, blood refining martial artist 76-100. Shen Tan breathing method, grand completion 42-100. 9 green sky steps, grand completion 42-100. 1 sword of heaven and earth, great achievement 22-100. Song Lan sword technique, grand completion 96-100. Chapter 28, Traveling to Gangnam Training Camp, Betting on a Fight. Within this third-level foreign space, the aura of heaven and earth was even twice as much as the exclusive cultivation room of the Hundred Faces Gladiator Arena. Cultivating in this place, no matter if it was the progress of cultivation or the proficiency of martial arts, the rate of increase was very astonishing. Coupled with having hundreds of first-rank beast pills, even though the effect was not as effective as the Bloodstorm pill, and the increase would decrease as Yi Chuan's cultivation increased and his martial arts realm increased. However, this week's time still allowed Yi Chuan's strength to skyrocket. The current me has two grandly accomplished second-rank martial arts, and even that Song Lan sword skill will soon be able to cross into the realm of perfection, even if I face a martial artist at the 9th level of blood refining, or even the 10th level of blood refining, I have the power to fight. What's more, the Xian Tan breathing method has come to a great success, making the qi and blood in my body thicker and thicker. Even if it's only at the 8th layer of blood refining, it's still comparable to some martial artists at the 9th layer of blood refining. Yi Chuan felt the changes within his body, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. This week's enhancement was very great. The current me, I don't know how much of a gap there is between me and those members of the Jiangnan training camp. Despite cultivating to the 8th layer of blood refining, Yi Chuan didn't feel in the slightest that he would be able to compete with those people from the Jiangnan training camp. After all, every year, the Jiangnan training camp could be filled with demons who were able to enter the Star River Academy. The demons that entered the Star River Academy had at least a third-order strength. Even though there were still a few months left before the college entrance exam, there was definitely no lack of second-order members within these Jiangnan training camps. Himself now still has a long gap. But because of this, the corners of Yi Chen's mouth spread a smile. Then let me see what level the heavenly pride of the Jiangnan training camp are. If it's too weak, wouldn't it be boring, isn't it? Saying that, Yi Chen stretched his waist and slowly stood up. And at that moment, Xiao Wuji's voice came from behind him, 8th level of blood refining? Your talent is truly demonic. In just a week's time, you have cultivated to the 8th level of blood refining. Such a speed is not far from even the children of those martial arts families. Yi Chuan turned around and looked at Xiao Wuji. At this moment, Xiao Wuji's body was also radiating a powerful aura. It was obvious that during this week, his harvest was also very good. I've read your file. It's only been less than half a month since you became a martial artist. To be able to have this speed, it's worthy of the S rank rating I gave you. Alright, the people from the Jiangnan province side are almost about to arrive. Do you still need to pack anything? If not, just follow me to the Jiangnan training camp. Xiao Wuji said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head. He didn't have anything to pack. As for a change of clothes or something like that, there was even no need to bring it. Just buy one or two at random when the time comes and it's done. Anyway, Yi Chen didn't have any requirements for what to wear. In that case, let's go. Xiao Wuji patted Yi Chuan's shoulder and then took the first step, walking out of the third-level alien space, with Yi Chuan following closely behind. After walking out of the alien space, Xiao Wuji brought Yi Chuan on the high-speed train to Jiangnan Provincial City. Sitting on the seat, Yi Chuan looked at Xiao Wuji and after a moment of contemplation, asked, Instructor Xia, can you tell me a little bit about the Jiangnan training camp? Even though he was about to head to the Jiangnan training camp, Yi Chuan didn't particularly know much about the Jiangnan training camp. He just knew that as long as he entered this place, it would be of great benefit to the college entrance exam afterwards. Xiao Wuji wrapped his hands around his chest and said after a moment of contemplation, the Jiangnan training camp is actually a platform that Jiangnan province has created for all of Jiangnan province's heavenly prides. Here, you can purchase resources that cannot be purchased in the outside world, and even teacher power, but all of this requires you to spend a certain amount of points on yourself in order to do so. In the Jiangnan training camp, points are hard currency, which can correspond to dasha coins, and you can use them to exchange for all kinds of cultivation resources, all kinds of cultivation chambers, and even ask instructors to give lessons, or even. If you have enough points, you can even apply to enter the Jiangnan training camp's exclusive level 4 exotic space. Listening to Xiao Wuji's words, at first Yi Chuan did not have much of a reaction, but when he heard the 4th level alien space, Yi Chuan's pupils contracted for a moment. After experiencing this newly born level 3 other space in Jiangchang, Yi Chuan had already felt many benefits from it. If he cultivated for a long period of time within this 3rd level foreign space, Yi Chuan even felt that it was absolutely a nail in the coffin for him to break through the 3rd stage before the college entrance exam. Not to mention, the Jiangnan training camp, which overrode the 3rd level alien space, was a 4th level alien space. But the way to obtain points, well, either complete the mission or wait for the specific points issued by the training camp every week. Depending on the different levels of the members, the training camp will also distribute different points every week. For example, if you are in the S class, you will be able to obtain 200 points distributed by the training camp every week. Yi Chuan heard this and probably had a general understanding of the Jiangnan training camp. Of course, there are some other ways of obtaining points, such as impacting the Ink Dragon Tower made by the Jiangnan training camp, and every time you succeed in impacting a layer, you will be rewarded with a different amount of points. There's also the gambling fights between members and members. If both sides are willing to do so, they can engage in a beatdown gambling fight, with the winner taking all the points. In short, there are many more. All of this will be known when you go to the Jiangnan training camp. Xiao Wuji said, waved his hand and said, saying all this, it's actually useless, it's better to say something dry. Xiao Wuji suddenly looked at Yi Chen and said with a straight face, even though you have now received an S-rank evaluation from me, this evaluation is not stable and unchanging. Every week the training camp will conduct an assessment on you. If the assessment is passed, the evaluation will remain unchanged, while if the assessment is not passed, then your evaluation will be lowered. If you can't even stabilize the final C-grade evaluation, then sorry, you can only be dismissed from the Jiangnan training camp. Yi Chuan blinked his eyes. Yi Chuan did not feel any exception to such a request. After all, the platform of Jiangnan training camp was here, there was no way you could be allowed to wait for death inside, and the weekly points handed down were actually equivalent to the training camp's funding for you. It was also impossible for people to give you so many resources for nothing for the sake of a waste that hadn't half improved. There is another point that is worth noting. Xiao Wuji suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and a bad smile appeared on his face. Everyone who enters my Jiangnan training camp will experience an old custom now. I hope you can carry it off. Yi Chuan looked at Xiao Wuji with a bad smile on his face and wanted to ask what this old custom was, only Xiao Wuji was dead set on not saying anything. This made Yi Chuan also a little helpless, but helpless as helpless is, Yi Chuan still sat on his seat and digested these things that Xiao Wuji said to himself. The speed of the high-speed train was very fast, and after about an hour, it arrived at the city of Jiangnan province. The moment he just stepped off the high-speed train and stepped into the Jiangnan provincial city, Yi Chuan felt just two words in his mind. Prosperous. A high-rise building, rising up from the ground as if it was going to pierce through the clouds, surrounded by an impenetrable city wall, on top of which, it possessed ancient and mottled traces. On top of it, it was filled with a sense of age and pallor. Let's go, brat, don't stay in this so-called prosperity. Martial arts is the most important pursuit for martial artists like us. Xiao Wuji patted Yi Chuan's shoulder and led Yi Chuan onto a jeep that was parked outside the high-speed train station at an unknown time. Sitting on the jeep, the car sped towards a certain place. After another 10 minutes had passed, the vehicle slowly came to a stop, and Yi Chuan stepped out of the jeep, only to see that in front of him, it was already near the edge of the city wall. Here, was circled a large open space above. A small house quietly stands in this place, surrounded by heavy military guards. These soldiers, not before Yi Chuan saw those ordinary soldiers can be compared to. Yi Chuan can feel the chi and blood fluctuations coming out of these soldiers. Surprisingly clear is the blood-refining realm martial artist. What's more, even Yi Chuan can't perceive each other's realm. Obviously, the other party's cultivation was still above Lu Shang. Is this the Jiangnan training camp? A bit of shock surfaced within Yi Chuan's eyes. One must know that a martial artist of the first rank was already considered to be a very well-mixed character in Jiangcheng, and in the middle of this Jiangnan provincial city, even the soldiers were martial artists of the blood-refining realm. This is all still considered good. If we were to put it in my great Xia imperial capital, the soldiers guarding there would be second-ranked martial artists at the weakest. Xiao Wuji said with a smile as if he had seen through the thoughts in Yi Chen's mind. Okay, don't look, I'll take you in first, or live through the old tradition of our Jiangnan training camp. The familiar bad smile surfaced on Xiao Wuji's face, pulling Yi Chuan and walked inside the training camp. The moment he entered the training camp, Xiao Wuji yelled with his voice. Bunnies, here come the newcomers. The voice was mixed with chi and blood, and it instantly echoed throughout the Jiangnan training camp. Yi Chuan, who was standing next to Xiao Wuji, even covered his ears, and until the sound fell he still felt a tingling sensation. The next moment. Swish swish swish. Yi Chuan heard a cracking sound, followed by an unknown time. In his own surroundings, there were already many more members of the Jiangnan training camp. Their gazes fell straight on Yi Duan's body, the eyes, as if they were looking at rare treasures. Instructor. This is? Yi Chen looked at Xiao Wuji in disbelief. Xiao Wuji laughed out loud and said, every member who enters my Jiangnan training camp has to be baptized by the older members of the camp. That is to say, gambling fights. Chapter 29, Training Camps Are All Elites? I'm fighting the elite. Gambling. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This kind of thing, gambling fights, had been explained by Xiao Wuji to Lu Xing on the high-speed train, so Yi Chen was no stranger to it. At this time, Xiao Wuji continued, you need to pick one out of this group of old farts for a betting fight. For one thing, it's sort of letting the new members know what level the members of the Jiangnan training camp are at, and secondly, it's also letting the new members understand that if they want to get a foothold in this Jiangnan training camp, they need to be strong. However, the points for the betting fight can be decided by you, it can be 1 point or no upper limit. Of course, if you are willing for the others to look down on you, 1 point is also fine. Xiao Wuji looked at Yi Chen with a smile. Buddy! Pick me, pick me. I'm only at the 7th level of blood refining, my strength is at the bottom here, you'll definitely win if you pick me. This student, don't listen to him, although he only has the 7th layer of blood refining, he has mastered a second-order martial art that has reached great success, don't be fooled by him, pick me, although I have the 10th layer of blood refining, I haven't even upgraded a single second-order martial art to great success. I'm going to you, it's obviously right to pick me, I'm going to be so poor that I can't afford to eat, pick me. As Xiao Wuji's voice fell, those Jiangnan training camp members around them revealed gazes as if they were jackals, and kept saying to Yi Chen. Listening to the words of the crowd, Yi Duan's eyes also gradually became strange. Are these guys all this enthusiastic? Or is this a certainty that they will be able to eat me? Yi Chuan's heart suddenly had a wave of defiance surging out, although Yi Chuan knew that those who were able to enter the Jiangnan training camp were all the various heavenly prides. But with the system in hand, who is not an absolute demon? Yi Chuan slowly looked at Xiao Wuji who was on the side and said, Instructor Xia, how many points am I able to dispose of on my own? When Xiao Wuji heard this, there was a flash of bright light in his eyes. He clasped his hands on his chest and grinned, I told you, you're an S-class evaluation. Yi Chuan was enlightened. Yi Chen's eyes then looked at the crowd and smiled faintly, I'm sure you all heard what Instructor Xia said, I have 200 points at my disposal. So, those who can't get 200 points, leave first. Once these words came out, the voices around were really much smaller, and many people looked at Yi Chen in surprise. 200 points? If this was placed in the middle of the Jiangnan training camp, it would be a considerable amount. An S-grade evaluation. For a while, the eyes of the crowd looking at Yi Chen also changed a little. The crowd was slow to respond, but the corner of Yi Chuan's mouth rose slightly at this moment, as he met the gaze of the crowd and spoke with a smile, Gentlemen, is this not daring to gamble with me? So, the members of the Jiangnan training camp are nothing more than that. As soon as these words came out, the members of the Jiangnan training camp who were originally still a bit hesitant, instantly reddened their eyes. Unbridled. A tiny newcomer, this has only just joined the training camp and you're so arrogant, it seems that no one has told you the heights of the sky. Damn, S-class evaluation is terrific, it's just an 8th layer of blood refining, I'll come and bet with you. A burly youth opened his mouth with red eyes, only the next moment, after he glanced at his only remaining points, but then he scratched his head and said to the crowd, Nah, which one of you lend me 78 points, I don't have enough points. Crowd. Good guy, no points you are still so crazy? Damn, is not just 200 points it, we 1 person out of half, a good lesson this kid, when the time to earn the equal share. A member of the Jiangnan training camp immediately opened his mouth. The two men hit it off at once, at the same time ready to let the lanky youth who just made a move after all, his strength is a little stronger. The two men got together and finally managed to gather 200 points. The lanky youth handed over the 200 points to Xiao Wuji and said, Instructor Xia, I have enough points on my side. You can start the betting fight. Xiao Wuji cheerfully took the points, then rushed to Yi Chuan and said, I'll deduct your share first and on. Yi Chuan nodded slightly. Afterward, the two of them arrived at a nearby ring. It was only at this time that Yi Chuan realized that in this Jiangnan training camp, rings could be seen everywhere in the corners of the camp. Obviously, it was for the convenience of the training camp members to compete and gamble with each other. It seems that the training camp is still upholding a supportive attitude towards gambling. Is this a preparation to sharpen the actual combat abilities of the members? Yi Chuan pondered in his heart and stood on top of the ring, while on the opposite side of Yi Chuan was the burly youth who had accepted Yi Chuan's bet. When Yi Chuan glanced at the other party, he already knew the other party's cultivation level. 9th level of blood refining. It was even infinitely close to the 10th level of blood refining. Such strength, when placed in Jiangchang, was definitely considered a first-class powerhouse. Kid, dare to be so wild, just don't know if you're ready to eat dirt for the next week. The lanky youth gave a sardonic laugh at Yi Chuan. The surrounding crowd also laughed out at his words. Ah, Zhao Ji, this guy is also considered lucky. There is really someone who has pulled 200 points with him. Hey, it's a pity that I didn't find anyone, otherwise I would have been on it. 200 points, even if I complete the task for a week without stopping for a moment, it's almost 300 to 400 points. If I can take it, I'll be able to cultivate properly for half a week. Although Zhao Ji's evaluation is only B grade, he has mastered a grandly accomplished second-rank martial art, and has a record of defeating even martial artists at the 10th level of blood refining. This Yi Duan is afraid that he is iron to iron? But who made him so wild, haha? The surrounding voices continued to ring out, but Yi Chuan's face was unmoved, and he even tried to laugh. Along with their ridicule, a subtitle surfaced in Yi Chuan's field of vision. The Xin Tan breathing method was mocked by the outside world, his heart was upset, he practiced hard, and his proficiency increased by 5. 9 heavy green skystep swears to hit the crowd in the face, madly scrolling inside, proficiency increased by 5. The Heaven and Earth sword is furious. Proficiency increased by 5. Song Lan sword technique is silent, proficiency increased by 5, crossing into the perfection realm. In a flash, a wave of clarity instantly surged into Yi Chen's mind. That was the epiphany that uniquely belonged to the consummation of a second-rank martial art. When Yi Chuan opened his eyes again, a powerful aura, but at this moment, instantly roared out from Yi Chuan's body. First timer, please enlighten me. A faint voice spat out from Yi Chen's mouth. In the next moment, Yi Chen's figure instantly shot out explosively, and the entire person instantly left a trail of residual shadows above that ring. The speed was so fast that Zhao Ji hadn't even reacted yet, but there was a strong sense of crisis that instantly erupted. This speed. Zhao Ji's scalp was a little numb, and there was even a touch of fear that suddenly crept into his heart. How could this speed be something that a martial artist at the 8th level of blood refining could burst out? Not only Zhao Ji, even the other members of the Jiangnan training camp who were watching the battle from all around them also exclaimed out in shock at this time. Could it be that the second stage of the great achievements footwork? Someone exclaimed out in shock at this time. Yes, it must be a second-order grand completion footwork, otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to burst out with such a terrifying speed. Hiss. No wonder this guy was able to be evaluated as S rank, just at the 8th level of blood refining, he has mastered a grand completion second rank step. Zhao Ji is afraid that he's in trouble. The crowd's complexion became grave at this moment, they didn't expect Yi Chen to have such a terrifying speed. Not only them, even Xia Wuji's eyelids jumped at this moment. Good brat, I thought that 2 grand completion martial arts would have already surprised me, but I didn't expect that he was still hiding such a hand. No, before he also demonstrated this footwork, obviously the speed is not so fast, could it be? Within a week, he has again raised this footwork to a great accomplishment? Xia Wuji's heart instantly set off a wave at this moment. And at this moment, Yi Chen's figure appeared behind Zhao Ji like a ghost, accompanied by a murmur that sounded like a ghostly voice. I heard that every member of the Jiangnan training camp is an elite. Zhao Ji couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he listened to this voice. But sorry. I'm fighting the elites. Yi Chuan's voice once again exploded, accompanied by an extremely sharp aura that instantly erupted. In Yi Chuan's hand, a standardized longsword appeared at an unknown time, and an extremely terrifying sharpness instantly rolled up between the swinging of the longsword. The Heaven and Earth One sword. The grand completion level Heaven and Earth One sword viciously killed towards Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji wanted to defend himself, but Yi Chen's speed was simply too fast for him to react. He could only watch as the long sword, which was pregnant with endless sharpness, killed towards him. My life is over. Just this thought surfaced in Zhao Ji's heart. Bang! A muffled sound exploded as Xia Wuji's figure appeared in the middle of the two, blocking Yi Chen's kill for that Zhao Ji. Yi Chen wins! Xia Wuji spoke gently. In an instant, Zhao Ji breathed a sigh of relief, and when he looked at Yi Chen again, a color of fear surfaced in his heart. He hadn't thought that this guy who had just joined the Jiangnan training camp would be so terrifying. Not only Zhao Ji, even the surrounding crowd of onlookers, their complexions all became incomparably grave at this time. The long sword in Yi Chuan's hand that he retrieved had subtitles floating in front of him, but he directly turned it off and instead looked at Xia Wuji. Instructor, I have 400 points now, right? Yi Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Xia Wuji nodded, but as he looked at Yi Duan's smile, his eyelids jumped, and there was a touch of bad premonition surfacing. Then, 400 points, is anyone willing to gamble with me? Chapter 30. Without that strength, don't pretend this. Yi Chen looked at the crowd with a beaming smile. The crowd, however, had a slight twitch at the corners of their mouths. The eyes that looked at Yi Chen gradually became strange. 400 points. The ones present had only joined the Jiangnan training camp not long ago, and even the evaluations were only between B and a grade, not even an S grade. The strength was also almost at the 8th to 10th level of blood refining, and there wasn't a single second-ranked martial artist. This was also a sign from the instructors of the Jiangnan training camp. After all, if they were too strong, it would also dampen the confidence of the new members. Often, fielding some members who had only joined not long ago, even if they lost, could mobilize the new members. In the past, it wasn't as if there were no new members who had defeated old members, but just like Yi Chuan, the ones who still wanted to continue the challenge were none. Not to mention out 400 points. Meeting Yi Dust's gaze, the eyes of the crowd all began to dodge a little. For one thing, Yi Dust's strength was here, with the two Deshang's second-rank martial arts, unless a member at the peak of the 9th level of blood refining made a move, otherwise, it was basically impossible to defeat Yi Dust. Secondly, these 400 points, they can't take it out. For a time, the crowd was awkward at this place. You look at me, I look at you, even though they wanted to extinguish Yi Dust's arrogant flame, but they didn't think that they couldn't teach a lesson but were taught a lesson instead, and they were also awkward at this place. So, there is no one? Yi Dust withdrew his gaze with some regret and even shook his head. This action, however, was what caused a nameless anger to surge in the hearts of the crowd once again. But there was nothing they could do about Yi Chen. Just as Yi Chen was about to walk off the ring, a voice came from the distance. How about I come and play with you? Yi Chuan looked in the direction where the voice came from, but he watched as a young man dressed in a punk series of clothes with his hands in his pockets and a playful smile on the corner of his mouth walked over. It's Yang Yun. Isn't he impacting the Ink Dragon Tower? Why did he come out at this time? Hiss, Yang Yun coming out is not the same. This person just broke through the 10th layer of blood refining a few days ago, and he even mastered a grand completion level 2nd rank martial arts. His strength is not to be underestimated. Isn't that right? Who doesn't have 2 brushes if they dare to enter the Murong Tower? All around, a voice came out. At this time, Yang Yun also walked to the ring and looked at Xiao Wuji. Instructor Xia, I haven't broken through the 2nd rank yet, so it's not considered a violation, right? Xiao Wuji looked deeply at Yang Yun and nodded. Seeing this, Yang Yun smiled and scratched out 400 points and handed them over to Xiao Wuji. He then looked at Ji Chen, 400 points, I'll play with you. Yang Yun playfully looked at Ji Duan, but the color of contempt in his eyes, even with a touch of provocation, as if saying, do you dare to play around? Looking at Yang Yun, Yi Chuan also came to be interested. After moving his neck, Yi Chuan said with a smile, haven't fought with a martial artist at the 10th level of blood refining, just try it out. In the next moment, Yi Chuan's figure instantly transformed into a residual shadow and killed towards that Yang Yun. The speed was so fast that Yang Yun's eyebrows couldn't help but raise slightly. Grand completion level stance, no wonder Zhao Ji is not your opponent, but the cultivation realm is a hard injury. Yang Yun let out a low heave and thrust a fist horizontally, surprisingly directly and accurately capturing Yi Chuan's figure, and rigidly stopping Yi Chuan's incoming killing figure. When the surrounding crowd saw this, their eyes also brightened up. Worthy of being Yang Yun, daring to enter the Ink Dragon Tower. Strength is really extraordinary. That Yi Chuan's grand completion level 2nd order stance, surprisingly, couldn't escape Yang Yun's eyes. Yes, without the advantage of speed, Yi Dust's cultivation was already below Yang Yun. This is afraid to be suppressed by Yang Yun. The crowd opened their mouths, but Yi Chuan did not respond, only glancing at the subtitles that surfaced in front of him, the corner of his mouth outlined an arc. Worthy of being at the 10th level of blood refining, but if that's all it is, it's better not to play this pussy. Yi Chen smiled and opened his mouth, and in the next moment, the standardized longsword in his hand was instantly swung out. However, it had a wisp of chi and blood surrounding it, transforming into a blood-colored sword light that instantly killed towards Yang Yun. This is Xiao Wuji, who was on the side, had his pupils instantly contracted the moment he saw that blood-colored sword light. Perfection level Song Lan sword technique. Xiao Wuji exclaimed in shock. As his voice fell, that sword light had already landed on Yang Yun's body. Put. Yang Yun, who was originally still wearing a teasing face and his entire person was full of vigor, was at this moment, his face changed continuously, and even that I had an extra touch of disbelief. The next moment, Yang Yun's silhouette instantly flew backwards, and was rigidly chopped out of the ring's range by Yi Chen's blood-colored swordlight. Falling heavily to the ground, where his chest was, a hideous blood scar was already left behind. In an instant, the surroundings of the ring once again became incredibly quiet. They had all just been talking about how powerful Yang Yun was, but who knew that in just an instant, the situation between the two sides had directly changed. The crowd was at this moment, but they no longer knew what they should say. It was just that there was an extra touch of fear in their eyes as they looked at Yi Chen. The 8th level of blood refining, defeating the 10th level of blood refining. It was even still a second kill. The most important thing was still the sentence that Xiao Wuji had just said, the Tsong Lan sword technique at the consummate level. This is the most terrifying. Looking at the entire Jiangnan training camp, to be able to cultivate the second level of martial arts to perfection at the first level, in the entire history, there were no more than 10 people, right? But it was this kind of demon that appeared in front of them. Thanks a lot, I'll laugh at these 400 points. Yi Chuan stood on top of the ring, condescendingly looking at Yang Yun, who was lying on the ground in agony, and said with a smile. When Yang Yun heard Yi Chen's words, he was already in immense pain, but at this moment, he was even more enraged, and a mouthful of blood directly sprayed out. Seeing this, Xiao Wuji, who was on the side, also shook his head helplessly, and when he once again looked at Yi Chen, there was an extra touch of gravity in his eyes. This son's talent is afraid that he won't be able to impact the top 200 or even the top 100 in the country. Seeing that the surroundings had fallen into a dead silence, Xiao Wuji also knew that it was useless for this old tradition to fall on Yi dust, and continuing it would only cause demons to appear in the hearts of all these old members. Alright, I'll take you to your residence. Xiao Wuji rubbed his brows with some headache and urged Yi Chen to leave. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, Yi Chen would shout out another 800 points. At that time, this group of old members' psychological defenses were afraid that they would be completely shattered. Yi Chuan also knew this, and after a slight smile, he followed Xiao Wuji and left the place, leaving behind a crowd of people with complicated expressions. At the same time, in a room in the Jiangnan training camp, a thin middle-aged man in camouflage uniform had his hands wrapped around his chest, and through the window, he was just able to see the ring where Yi Chuan had just been. This Yi Duan is somewhat interesting. The middle-aged man smiled and opened his mouth, but his eyes were filled with admiration. At the 8th level of blood refining, yet he is able to master 2 grand completion second-rank martial arts, and even a second-rank martial art at the consummate level. The members of this session are more demonic than one another. The middle-aged man laughed, while behind him, there were likewise a few figures wearing camouflage military uniforms, only their faces carried a touch of bitterness. Good is good, but at the back, we who are instructors are afraid that we are not the opponent of these little guys, then it will be a disgrace. An instructor couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, withdrew his gaze, and said, "But isn't this better? The higher the achievements of these little guys, the more benefits it will be for us. This Yi Chuan is really good, let's give him the nomination. If he can catch up with those little guys within 2 months, it's not like that place can't be tried by him." The moment these words came out, a flash of surprise appeared on the faces of several instructors. However, the middle-aged man had spoken, so they no longer said anything. After all, they had just seen Yi Chen's talent. Xiao Wuji this is considered lucky to have found a good seedling. An instructor opened his mouth with some envy. Xiao Wuji brought Yi Chuan to a compound, which was very large, even to the point that Yi Chuan was able to clearly feel that in this compound, there was a rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth. This is... Yi Chuan looked at the compound in front of him with some surprise. Xiao Wuji explained, the place where the members with S-class ratings reside is equipped with a second-grade aura formation, and it is free to use. As long as the ratings do not fall off midway, this treatment will not be cancelled. After saying that, Xiao Wuji glanced at Yi Chen with a strange expression, and couldn't help but say in his heart, if it's this little monster, ratings, or anything else, it's not a matter for him, right? Muttering in his heart, Xiao Wuji then said, your identity bracelet will be sent by someone at that time, and those 800 points are all in the identity bracelet, so go back and take a rest first. After saying that, Xiao Wuji left in a hurry. Yi Chuan watched Xiao Wuji leave before he entered the compound. Feeling the majestic heaven and earth spiritual qi, Yi Chuan's eyes also brightened. Although the heaven and earth aura here isn't as good as a third-level foreign space, it's much denser than the cultivation room of the 100 Faces Gladiator Arena, so I think that the previous formation of the 100 Faces Gladiator Arena should have been a first-level aura formation. Indeed, joining this Jiangnan training camp has many benefits. Yi Chuan smiled faintly and then walked into the room. The facilities and supplies in the room were well prepared, so there was absolutely no need to worry about anything, and after Yi Dus took a look at it, he also sat on top of the bed, and the system panel slowly surfaced between his thoughts. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, blood refining martial artist 76-100. Shen Tan breathing technique, grand completion 62-100. 9 green sky steps, grand completion 62-100. 1 sword of heaven and earth, great achievement 62-100. Song Lan sword technique, 100-100. Chapter 31 9 layers of blood refining, ink dragon ranking. The remaining few second order breathing techniques and martial arts are all on the verge of being raised to completion. However, the Song Lan sword technique is different from the 3 breathing techniques and martial arts I had mastered before, and surprisingly, it didn't get stuck at a progress of 99. Could it be because the Song Lan sword technique cannot evolve? So the only ones that can evolve are the breathing techniques and martial arts that I mastered before? Yi Chun looked at the system panel and pondered for a moment. Then he closed the system panel. That should be the case now. If all martial arts and breathing techniques are able to evolve, I don't even need to cultivate other martial arts. However, even if this is the case, I don't have to worry about breathing techniques. After all, these are all capable of evolving. Yi Chen smiled faintly. At this time, the people from the Jiangnan training camp sent that identity bracelet over to Yi Chuan, and Yi Chuan also tapped on the identity bracelet and saw his information, as well as the 800 points in his account. 800 points, from the reaction of those old members before, other than those of the second rank, the number of people who can earn 800 points a week is almost few and far between, if not none. Just in time, let's see what these 800 points can be exchanged for. Yi Chuan whirled around and tapped on the internal platform that belonged exclusively to the Jiangnan training camp within the identity bracelet, and found the exchange list on it. Second order Viscera nourishing pill, 50 points apiece. Second order blood lifting pill, 55 points apiece. Level 1 cultivation room, 10 points a day. Second grade cultivation room, 50 points a day. Third grade bone forging pill, 500 points apiece. Third grade cultivation room, 200 points a day. Yi Chuan looked at the redemption list above and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. On top of the exchange list, it's even possible to exchange for third order cultivation resources? You have to know that after the cultivation resources reach the second rank, they are almost all already sky high in price, and can't be purchased even with great summer coins. And in the middle of the Jiangnan training camp, it's even possible to exchange them. Even. Yi Chuan's gaze landed on the last position of the exchange list. 4th rank Hegemony Spirit Pill, 10,000 points apiece. Surprisingly, even 4th rank cultivation resources can be exchanged. But this price is really a bit expensive. Yi Chuan was a little emotional, but he also knew that after a martial artist reached the 4th rank, it was almost considered a leap in life. If it was said that martial artists from the 1st to the 3rd stage were all still at the stage of mortals, then when they reached the 4th stage, it was the means that only the legendary gods and immortals were able to possess. The cultivation resources at this stage were naturally expensive. However, the Jiangnan training camp still took them out and was able to allow its members to exchange them. Just this point alone was enough to show that the Jiangnan training camp was rich and generous. Putting aside the 4th order cultivation resources not counting, just those 3rd order cultivation resources, if they were placed in Jiangcheng, I'm afraid that it wouldn't cause the entire Jiangcheng to shake. It's worthy of being the Jiangnan training camp that relies on the entire Jiangnan province as its background. Yi Chuan smiled, all positive about this move of joining the Jiangnan training camp. And that second order cultivation room should be the corresponding second order aura formation. It's surprising that it takes 50 points a day. If I'm inside the courtyard every day, wouldn't it be the equivalent of having 50 points of support every day? Yi Chuan smiled, then his gaze landed on the second grade blood rising pill. For me now, the first order blood rising pill is already limited in its enhancement for me, so I can try taking a second order pill. Anyway, I still have 800 points now. Yi Chuan pondered, then without hesitation, he exchanged 10 second order blood rising pills. Yi Chuan was not made to wait for too long. About 10 minutes later, the door of Yi Chuan's compound was knocked on, and a special person sent over the 10 second order blood ascension pills that Yi Chuan had exchanged. Subsequently, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on top of his bed, took out a blood rising pill, and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, a strong qi and blood force instantly swam through Yi Chen's body. Immediately afterward, a subtitle instantly surfaced within Yi Chuan's field of vision. Shen Alter feels majestic qi and blood, cultivation efficiency increased, proficiency +10. 9 green sky steps felt majestic chi and blood, cultivation efficiency increased, proficiency plus 10. The heaven and earth sword senses the majestic blood, cultivation efficiency increases, proficiency plus 10. In just an instant, Yichuan was able to see that his proficiency in the 3-second order breathing techniques and martial arts had skyrocketed by 10 points. Yichuan's mind was slightly shaken, then he frantically operated the Xian Tan breathing technique and began to refine this majestic chi and blood power in his body. On the following day, when the sunlight fell on the Jiangnan training camp and entered the small courtyard where Yichuan was, Yichen also finally opened his eyes while sitting cross-legged on the bed. A powerful aura also instantly roared out from Yichen's body. The 9th level of blood refining is up. A faint blood-colored glow flashed through Yichen's eyes. Immediately afterward, the system panel surfaced once again. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, blood refining martial artist 82-100. Xian Tan breathing technique, grand completion 82-100. 9 green sky steps, grand completion 82-100. 1 sword of heaven and earth, great achievement 82-100. Kanglan sword technique, 100-100. The grade 2 aura formation in the courtyard, along with the 2 grade 2 blood rising pills, directly increased the progress of my breathing technique and martial arts by 20 points, and it's still 20 points in the middle of the grand completion realm. The most important thing is that the progress of my cultivation has also increased to 82, crossing over into the 9th level of blood refining. The current me. Even if I encounter that Yang Yun again, he won't be able to capture my speed anymore. I feel like I'm able to fight against a beginning 2nd stage viscera refining martial artist. Yichuan's heart surged. However, the 2nd order viscera refining in Yichuan's mouth referred to those ordinary viscera refining martial artists who had not cultivated their 2nd order martial arts or breathing methods to perfection. If he were to benchmark the 2nd order members of the Jiangnan training camp, he was afraid that he was still a bit short. But even so, Yichen's battle power was now terrifying. It's not bad. It's just a pity that in one night's time, I'll only be able to refine at most 2 second order blood rising dawn, but as long as I refine all the remaining 2nd order blood rising dawn, I'll even be able to raise my cultivation to the 10th level of the blood refinery, so maybe I'll be able to try and make an impact on the 2nd order viscera refining. There was an exquisite light flickering in Yi Chen's eyes. Just as Yi Chuan was murmuring in his heart, at that moment, the door of the compound was knocked on. Yi Chuan. Hearing this familiar voice, Yichuan also knew who the visitor was. Walking out of bed with a slight smile, Yichuan arrived at the gate of the compound. Opening the gate, Morong Qing's figure was clearly reflected in Yichuan's field of vision. Today's Morong Qing wore a JK outfit, erected a ponytail, but filled with a touch of youthful and beautiful color. Humph. You this guy, came and even did not say a hello to me, thanks to which I still met instructor Xiao Wuji today and realized that you had come. Morong Qing was also overjoyed to see Yi Chen. After all, in that 3rd level alien space, the two of them were also considered to have a lifelong friendship. Coupled with the bits and pieces from before, the relationship between the two was not ordinary. Yi Chuan smiled with the corners of his mouth, and after sizing up Morong Qing, he froze. Your cultivation level. There was a color of surprise surfacing on Yi Chuan's face. It was only because Morong Qing's cultivation had unexpectedly increased to the 8th level of blood refining as well. What should be known was that when they were separated, Morong Qing was only at the 3rd level of blood refining. How could it be that in more than a week's time, Morong Qing had directly risen from the 3rd level of blood refining to the 8th level of blood refining? This speed was even more terrifying than Yi Chen. Morong Qing blinked and said, after I went home, my family let me cultivate for a week in a 5th level foreign space, so I went to the 8th level of blood refining. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Yi Chuan's face instantly stiffened. A 5th level alien space? What family? Surprisingly, there was a 5th level foreign space? To know, even in the Jiangnan training camp, there was only a 4th level alien space, right, and this had made quite a few heavenly prides fight for their heads. And Morong Qing had gone to a level 5 alien space just by going home. Well, people with backgrounds were different. The corner of Yi Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. He thought that breaking through the 9th level of blood refining was already enough for Yi Chuan to be proud of the crowd, but he had forgotten that in this world, in addition to talent monsters, there were also kryptonite monsters. Not to mention, Morong Qing's talent was already good. If it wasn't for the existence of the system panel, the first day of Jiangcheng was called, it was Morong Qing. With talent on the side, coupled with kryptonite, it was normal to improve so quickly. Right, you shouldn't have taken a good stroll through the Jiangnan training camp yet. I'll take you there. Morong Ching looked very excited. Pulling Yichuan's hand, she walked out of the compound and headed towards the Jiangnan training camp. Yichuan had no choice but to follow behind Morong Ching and began to survey this unfamiliar training camp. This is where the cultivation room is, whether it's a first-order cultivation room or a third-order cultivation room, it's all here. Along the way, Morong Ching obviously knew more about the Jiangnan training camp than Yichuan, and while leading Yichuan around, she explained to Yichuan. This is the place where tasks are completed. All the tasks that have been received and completed are required to come here for task determination. Here is the entrance to the Jiangnan training camp's level 4 alien space, but to get in, you need to spend a lot of points. Here, Morong Ching introduced with relish, and eventually brought Yichuan to a black stone tower with 10 floors next to it. Here, this is the Ink Dragon Tower of the Jiangnan training camp. Morong Ching pointed at the Ink Dragon Tower and said. Yichuan looked over, but saw that next to that Ink Dragon Tower, there was a stone tablet. On the stone monument, there was a name carved on it. Ink Dragon Ranking. First place, Yan Xuanqiu. Number of floors, 8. Second place, Kong Jie. Number of layers, 8 layers. Third place, Yang Bufan. Number of layers, 7. Chapter 32. So? Is this really hard? This is. Yichuan looked at the Ink Dragon list and couldn't help but ask. Yichuan realized that on this Ink Dragon list, there were nearly 100 members' names, and the last one of them, after his name, all had the words 1 layer. This is the Ink Dragon Tower. The Ink Dragon Tower is a special cultivation place in the Jiangnan training camp, and in the Ink Dragon Tower, there are a total of 10 floors, and every time you succeed in crossing a floor, you will be able to obtain quite a lot of opportunities. Even if you can't successfully cross over, you can still use the levels within the Ink Dragon Tower to hone your own martial arts. It is also the place where all the members of the entire Jiangnan training camp are most willing to come. Morong Ching on the side explained. And on this stone monument is the Ink Dragon Heavenly Pride ranking, taking all the 99 people who entered the Ink Dragon Tower with the best grades and engraving them on top of the stone monument. It can be said that the Ink Dragon Heaven's Pride ranking is also a manifestation of the strength of all the members of the Jiangnan training camp today. Those who are able to enter the Ink Dragon Heaven's Pride ranking, the weakest ones all have second-order battle power and have successfully broken through the first level. Yichuan nodded as he heard this, and couldn't help but look at Morong Ching. So, what do you want by bringing me here? Morong Ching winked playfully. Naturally, it's to break into the Morong Tower. It's so hard to come to the Jiangnan training camp, so I mustn't feel the atmosphere of the Ink Dragon Tower? Moreover, it is said that the Ink Dragon Tower was separated from the treasures of a martial arts academy, and every time you break through a layer, you will be able to obtain many opportunities, so this can't be missed. Little Dusty, I'll go first and on. Morong Ching waved her hand at Yichuan and turned around, that vertical ponytail raised high. Under Yichuan's gaze, Morong Ching directly entered that Ink Dragon Tower. As Yichuan watched this scene, his heart also came to a trace of interest, and he also waited here for Morong Ching to come out. Morong Ching's entry also attracted the attention of the other Jiangnan training camp members around. Isn't this the one from the Morong family? She just entered the Jiangnan training camp and is ready to break into the Ink Dragon Tower? The Ink Dragon Tower isn't so easy to break through. If you want to break through the first floor, you have to have at least a second-order combat power. I guess this one will be able to hold out for a few minutes and that's good enough. Almost, after all, it's the first time entering the Ink Dragon Tower, unfamiliar with the situation inside, able to hold on for 4 or 5 minutes, already very good. The crowd was discussing one after another. And time, also in the midst of the crowd's discussion, slowly passed. It was only after 4 or 5 minutes had passed that the crowd's expressions gradually changed. Especially when the time came to 10 minutes, even some people's faces became strange. 10 minutes? This Morong Ching was actually able to last 10 minutes? This is her first time going in, right? My goodness, worthy of being the Morong family's princess. Looking at this, when Morong Ching enters the Morong Tower next time, she'll be able to impact the first layer successfully. One by one, the old members of the Jiangnan training camp all revealed looks of surprise at this time. It was only after another 3 minutes that Morong Ching's figure stepped out from that Ink Dragon Tower, her appearance slightly looking a bit wretched and even a bit deflated. Obviously, it was a failure to impact the first layer. Morong Ching walked to Yichuan's side, and Yichuan smiled and said, "It's already very good, to be able to hold on for 13 minutes, listening to those people, this can require a second-order battle power to be able to impact successfully." Saying that, Yichen reached out his hand and touched Morong Ching's small head. This scene caused the teeth of the surrounding training camp members who were looking here to clench. This damn guy, how dare he touch the Morong family's little princess's head? Damn, so angry, why don't I have this treatment? Don't even stop me, I'm going to kill this bastard. Then you go, Yichuan just defeated Yang Yun yesterday, you go. By the way, Yichuan is still S-rated. As soon as these words came out, the old members who had just clamored to clean up Lu Sheng suddenly stiffened, and then raised their heads as if they were no one else, whistling. Ah. Today's son is really a few big. So annoying, I was obviously close to being able to defeat that guy, who knew that guy suddenly gave me a sneak attack and I lost. Morong Ching stomped her feet in front of Yi Chen. It could be seen that there was really some chagrin. Yi Chuan looked at this scene in his eyes, but he felt somewhat amused. Is this first layer so difficult? Yi Chuan was a little curious. After all, Morong Ching's talent wasn't weak. When she first entered the blood refining, she was able to introduce a second-order martial art to the door. With this talent, if she didn't rely on the help of Morong Ching's family before, otherwise she would have been able to get an S-rank evaluation. Moreover, even if it was only an A-rank evaluation now, it would be able to be upgraded to an S-rank just as well with a few reassessments later on. Although there was only the 8th level of blood refining, but this week's time had passed, perhaps Morong Ching had also cultivated that San Lan sword technique to its great completion. With this strength, it was enough to beat 70% or 80% of the blood refining 10th layer. Surprisingly, she couldn't even break through? As much as it's hard to admit, it's really a bit difficult. Morong Ching lowered her head and muttered, looking exceptionally cute. Yi Chuan rubbed his chin, his gaze looking in the direction of that ink dragon tower. Really? Is it that hard? Saying that, Yi Chuan walked straight towards that ink dragon tower. The surrounding crowd watched Yi Dust's movements and also came to be interested. What? Yi Chuan is also planning to break into this ink dragon tower? Interesting, yesterday, Yang Yun failed to challenge the first floor of the ink dragon tower and was defeated by Yi Chuan again, so I wonder if this Yi Chuan can succeed. Where in the ink dragon tower is it so easy to be able to succeed? That Yang Yun was only the same as Morong Ching, holding on for more than 10 minutes, and in the end he was eliminated. Yi Chuan was able to defeat Yang Yun. The strength is here. It is estimated to be able to hold on for a longer period of time. It is estimated to be around 20 minutes, but wanting to break through is not that easy. Among our session, the first time to break through the barrier successfully, there are only those guys, and those guys can be the Jiangnan province's major martial arts family's demon. As for Yi Chuan, is afraid to be a little bit worse. The crowd opened their mouths, speculating about Yi Chen's results. At this time, Yi Chen's figure was already entering the Ink Dragon Tower. Walking into the Ink Dragon Tower, Yi Dust merely felt the image in front of him, instantly turning. Immediately afterward, he arrived in an extremely spacious platform. Within that platform, a figure wearing black armor sat quietly on top of a black iron throne. Below the throne, there were 10 figures in bronze armor, holding sharp blades, standing quietly in place. The moment Yi Chuan came in, those 10 figures in bronze armor instantly cast a sharp gaze towards Yi Chuan. The gaze was like a knife. Well, is this the first level of the Ink Dragon Tower? It doesn't look like it's that difficult. Yi Chuan swept a glance and found that the strength of these bronze guards was just at the 9th level of blood refining, not very strong. The only trouble was the 9th level of blood refining, which was still really hard to deal with. However, for Yi Chuan, the corner of Yi Chuan's mouth rose slightly, and in the next moment, he directly transformed into a shadow to kill the 10 bronze guards. Incoming offenders. Chop. Along with the moment Yi Chen's figure moved, a scarlet light instantly burst out from the eyes of those 10 bronze guards. The 10 of them violently killed towards Yi Chen. It was just that their means were too weak in Yi Chuan's eyes. Yi Chuan did not even use his martial skills, and between the qi and blood surging within his body, it surged into his palms, transforming into a terrifying might that instantly killed the bronze guards. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a muffled sound exploding, those 10 bronze guards at the 9th level of blood refining, unexpectedly, at this moment, instantly obliterated. So, is this really hard? Yi Chuan looked at the bronze guards that had already dissipated and issued a sole question. His gaze then looked towards the black armor that sat on top of the black iron throne. Along with the bronze guard's dissipation, there was a flash of scarlet light in the black armor's eyes. Enemy. Kill. The black armor let out a low roar, like that of a ferocious beast hissing, and a terrifying aura instantly erupted from his body. At this moment, Yi Chuan also finally felt the strength of the black armor. Peak of the 10th layer of blood refining. No wonder Morong Ching said it was a bit difficult, but it's nothing more than that. Yi Chuan smiled slightly. If it was his own self at the 8th level of blood refining, he might still be a bit troubled if he faced this black armor, but today's Yi Chuan was at the 9th level of blood refining. The strength had long since increased a lot. Especially under the increase of the Xin Tan breathing method at the grand completion level, Yi Chuan's chi and blood was not much weaker than those martial artists at the 10th level of blood refining. The systematic long sword quietly appeared in Yi Chuan's hand, and in an instant, Yi Chuan directly transformed into a green stream of light and violently killed the black armor. Heaven and earth. A sword. Terrifying sword light instantly erupted at this moment. The weapon in the black armor's hand also collided with the long sword in Yi Chuan's hand. Rumble. A burst of rumbling sounds exploded. The next moment, on top of that black armor that had just been incomparably powerful, it even directly cracked open a hideous crack. Yi Chuan took a step forward and kicked the black armor's body. Bang! The figure of the black armor, however, was also the same as that bronze guard, instantly turning into pieces and dissipating between heaven and earth. In the entire platform, but only Yi Chuan was left, standing there silently, sending out a soul torture. So, is this first layer really difficult? Yi Dus spread out his hands, a question mark surfacing on his head. Also, when they said that defeating the first layer requires second rank battle power, doesn't that mean that I already have second rank battle power now? Is second rank battle power also that simple? Yi Chuan opened his mouth in doubt. Chapter 33 Peak Blood Refining, Second Level Guards. Yi Chuan was a bit puzzled. He really couldn't understand, obviously such a simple first layer, why did all the other people say that this first layer was extremely difficult? Just as Yi Chuan was puzzled, on that black Iron Throne's position, there was a white halo that surfaced. It immediately attracted Yi Chen's gaze. Yi Chen looked towards the white halo and extended his hand, wanting to grab it. Immediately afterward, a white elixir appeared in Yi Chuan's hand. This is... Yi Chuan looked at this white elixir, but there was a bright glow that instantly flickered in his eyes. Third order. Epiphany pill. Yi Chuan's couldn't help but open his mouth. The third order Epiphany Dan, Yi Chuan had also seen it in the exchange list of the Jiangnan training camp. Even though it was only a third order cultivation resource, its price was one of the most expensive among all the third order resources. Just one of them would cost 1,500 points. And the effect of this Epiphany Dan was extremely direct. In half an hour, no matter if it was cultivating or comprehending martial arts breathing techniques, the efficiency would directly increase tenfold. Extremely overbearing. Hiss, before Morong Ching that Ni said that there are many coveted opportunities in this Ink Dragon Tower, I'm still somewhat not taking it as a matter, but I didn't expect that this is only the first layer, and it gave me a third order Epiphany Dan. This is a good thing. A blazing color surfaced in Yi Chen's eyes. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen directly sat down and took that Epiphany Dan. In the next moment, Yi Chen was feeling as if his entire being had become clear, as if anything in this world was in his eyes, becoming extremely transparent and regular. A subtitle emerged within Yi Chuan's eyes. The Xian Altar Heart has an epiphany, cultivation efficiency increased, proficiency plus 17. 9 Green Sky Steps Heart has an epiphany, cultivation efficiency increases, proficiency plus 17. The Heart of the One Sword of Heaven and Earth has an epiphany, cultivation efficiency increases, proficiency plus 17. In just an instant, Yi Chen Xin Tan breathing technique, 9 heavy green sky steps, and 1 Sword of Heaven and Earth were directly raised to the perfection realm. The suffixes of these 3 martial arts breathing techniques also appeared with the words 99-100. It was obvious that they had reached the level where they were able to advance. Yi Chuan couldn't help but run the Xin Tan breathing technique, and in an instant, the heaven and earth aura within that Ink Dragon Tower directly surged madly towards Yi Chuan's body. Cultivation progress plus 1. Cultivation progress plus 1. Yi Chuan could clearly feel that along with the appearance of the subtitles, the cultivation level within his body was rising crazily. Worthy of being a third order Epiphany Dan, it has directly increased my cultivation efficiency by 10 times, but it's a pity that I only have half an hour, I have to hurry up. As if Yi Chen thought of something, a blood-rising pill instantly appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he took it down. Only after taking it down, Yi Chuan, however, seemed to feel that it was somewhat not quite enough and took another one. In an instant, majestic chi and blood flowed crazily within Yi Chuan's body, and each flow caused the qi and blood within Yichuan's body to be raised by a lot. Just like this, Yichen sat down on the first floor of that ink dragon tower and began to cultivate madly. Time, too, passed little by little amidst Yichen's cultivation. Outside, in the ink dragon tower, everyone looked at the location of the ink dragon tower, silently calculating the time in their hearts. Morong Cheng on the side even had a look of anticipation in her eyes. It's been 15 minutes, this Yichuan's strength is really good, this battle strength is definitely considered good when placed among all the first rank members. Well, that's true, but it's not that easy to impact the first level successfully. Previously, Yang Yin even lasted 19 minutes in that first layer, Yichen must be able to last even longer, maybe he can last for more than 20 minutes. If he can hold on for half an hour, Yichen's strength is considered to be the top of the first level when placed in our Jiangnan training camp. The crowd opened their mouths one after another, and time passed quickly amidst their discussions. Soon, another 15 minutes passed. Hiss. Surprisingly, it really reached half an hour. Is this really just someone who just joined our Jiangnan training camp? I've been here for half a ing month, and now I can only last for 10 minutes. Worthy of being an S-rated genius. This has only just entered the Jiangnan training camp, and the first time he impacted the ink dragon tower he was able to hold on for half an hour. As time passed, the crowd's expressions gradually changed, and they all began to exclaim in astonishment. However, half an hour should also be the limit. After all, if you can't break that first layer through in half an hour, you probably won't be able to continue rushing. That's right, the first layer requirement is to have second-order battle power, and even though Yichen's strength and talent is here, I don't think he has second-order battle power. That's right, unless he can cultivate a second-order breathing method to perfection, otherwise at the first order, it's impossible to master second-order battle power. The crowd continued to speak, and Morong Cheng, who was on the side, was somewhat annoyed in her heart as she listened to the words of these people. She looked at that ink dragon tower, but in her heart, she couldn't help but say, "Little Dusty, cheer me up, you must succeed in charging through the first level, and properly punch these guys in the face." These words, hearing them makes me too angry, Morong Cheng said in her heart. And at this time, a faint glow suddenly flashed across the first floor of the Morong Tower. Immediately after, on the location of the second layer of that ink dragon tower, there was already a flash of black light. What's going on? How did the second layer of the ink dragon tower light up? Could it be? The old members in the surroundings were first stunned when they saw this scene, and then as if they had thought of something, an incredulous look instantly appeared on their entire faces. Yichuan actually really rushed the first layer successfully? How is this possible? Obviously when Yichuan fought Yang Yin yesterday, he was only at the 8th level of blood refining. When did the 8th level of blood refining manage to rush the first layer through? A cry of shock instantly resounded in the outskirts of the ink dragon tower, carrying a look of disbelief. They somewhat did not understand how exactly Yichen had managed to do it. Morong Cheng, who was on the side, with this cry of astonishment, a bright smile appeared on her small face as she raised her small fist and waved it at that ink dragon tower. I knew it. Worthy of being Little Dusty. Morong Cheng smiled, but that smile was one that made even that sunlight pale. Inside the ink dragon tower, half an hour passed instantly. Yichuan also felt that arcane state, passing little by little, and then also opened his eyes at this time. A strong aura instantly roared out from Yichuan's body. The blood refining 10 layer is up. A faint blood light surrounded Yichuan's body, causing Yichuan to look from afar as if he was wearing a thin layer of blood armor. More importantly, the corners of Yichen's mouth contained a smile, and a subtitle surfaced in his vision. Shen Tan has had an epiphany, and an evolved white light has appeared on his body. The 9 green sky steps looks up to the 9 heavens of the green sky, and a strange change begins to appear on his body. The one sword of heaven and earth drew its sword as if it had come to an understanding. The breathing method and martial arts are going to start evolving, just one more opportunity to go. Yichuan looked at the subtitles that popped up, and the smile at the corner of his mouth thickened a few points at this moment. Between a thought, the system panel also appeared in Yi Dust's field of vision. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, blood refining martial artist 99-100. Shen Tan breathing technique, grand completion 99-100. 9 green sky steps, grand completion 99-100. One sword of heaven and earth, great achievement 99-100. Kanglan sword technique, 100-100. The effect of the third order epiphany Dan is truly terrifying. Under the tenfold efficiency, even the speed of refining the blood rising Dan is much faster. In half an hour's time, it even directly allowed me to refine 6 blood rising Dan. It's also because of this that my cultivation progress has reached 99 points, and I'm only one step away from breaking through to the second rank. Yi Chen looked at the system panel, and the corners of his mouth arced. The current me is also considered to be at the peak of the 10th level of blood refining, and I don't know what level my current battle power can probably reach. Yi Chuan mused for a moment, then looked toward a corner of the platform, where there was a white circle of light that quietly appeared there, enough to accommodate a person to enter. The second layer. If the first layer of the Ink Dragon Tower requires a second stage battle power to be able to defeat it, then the second layer must be at least 2 or 3 layers of the refined Viscera battle power to be able to do so. It just so happens that can test the limit of my current battle power. Yi Chen said, stood up and walked in the direction of that second layer. After entering the circle of light, the image in front of Yi Chuan's eyes changed once again, and immediately afterward, he arrived at the second level platform. In front of him, there was no longer the figure of the bronze armored guards from before, but only 10 guards in black iron armor, standing there quietly. After the 10 black iron guards, a figure in silver armor sat quietly on top of the silver throne. A big boss on the first level, but when it comes to the second level, it becomes a pawn. Yi Chuan's eyebrows raised slightly. He then took one step and instantly killed towards those 10 black iron guards. In an instant, the aura of the peak of the 10th level of blood refining erupted violently, with the sound of a tiger's roar, instantly exploding the entire platform. However, a moment later, Yi Chen's figure was teleported out. Standing at the location of that Ink Dragon Tower's gate, Yi Chen fell into a deep thought. Those 10 black iron guards naturally have no difficulty for me. Instead, that silver guard, surprisingly, has the cultivation of the second level of refining viscera, and has also mastered an entry-level third stage martial art. I merely lasted 10 moves in his hands before I was defeated and teleported out. Chapter 34 Appointment with Yang Bufan, Advancement, Comprehension. However, the strength of a viscera refining second stage who has mastered the introductory third stage martial arts cannot be calculated as if he were a viscera refining second stage, in general. My current battle power should be able to fight against an ordinary viscera refining first stage martial artist. Very quickly, Yi Chuan was able to judge the standard of his battle power. Don't look at it as just crossing one realm, but don't forget that this realm was the first rank to the second rank. At the martial artist stage, the gap between each major realm was like the sky. It could be said that a viscera refining martial artist who had entered the second stage was casually able to kill a dozen or so martial artists at the 10th level of blood refining. This was the suppression of realms. However, Yi Chuan was able to directly ignore the realm, and his battle power was straight up to the first level of viscera refining, which was already a very terrifying thing. This Ink Dragon Tower is a good place. When the strength increases and crosses into the viscera refining realm, perhaps we can continue to come and try the second layer. Yi Chuan turned his head and glanced at the Ink Dragon Tower, and could not help but lick his lips. The chance of the first layer had already allowed Lu Sheng to feel the benefits, and the second layer would surely only have more benefits than the first layer. And breaking through the refined viscera, Yi Chuan also feels that it won't take long, and the most important thing is that he can still have 2 blood ascension pills that have not been used. There were even more than 400 points. It was completely enough for Yi Chuan to ascend to the refined viscera in the shortest possible time. Thinking of this, Yi Chen walked out of the Ink Dragon Tower. The moment he stepped out of the Ink Dragon Tower, Yi Chuan felt a strange gaze coming from the surroundings. Immediately afterward, Morong Cheng's little nymph's voice rang out. Little Dusty. Hearing this name, the smile at the corner of Yi Chuan's mouth stiffened for a moment, and if he could, Yi Chuan really had an MMP that he wanted to respond to Morong Cheng. However, looking at Morong Cheng's figure bathed in the sunlight, the whole person looks youthful and beautiful. The heart of that a touch of indignation is also dissipated. Yi Chuan walked forward and came to Morong Cheng's side, and it was Morong Cheng who was heard looking at Yi Chuan with an extremely worshipful gaze. Little Dusty, you're so powerful, you actually broke through the first floor of the Ink Dragon Tower. You didn't hear how those people reacted when you just went in, and how they're reacting now. It's just killing me with laughter. Morong Cheng covered her small mouth and said with a smile. Looking at Morong Cheng's childish appearance, Yi Chen smiled and rubbed Morong Cheng's head. Alright, let's go. The Morong Tower had already been broken through, and Yi Chuan didn't want to waste his time on this. Morong Cheng also obediently turned around, ready to go with Yi Chuan to wander around the rest of the Jiangnan training camp. It was only that the two of them were just about to leave, when they saw that in front of them, an extremely burly figure came walking head-on. Looking at the person, Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He could feel an extremely terrifying aura emanating from the person's body, a feeling that Yi Chuan had only ever felt on the bodies of those Scarlet Church second-order martial artists. Obviously, the person in front of him was a second-order martial artist. And the visitor was not good. Something's up? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the visitor. The person's body paused and stood in front of Yi Chuan, and then he glanced at Murong Qing, then said in a jarring voice, "My name is Yang Bufan, and Yang Yun is my twin brother." Listening to Yang Bufan's words, Yi Chuan's eyebrows slightly raised. If he didn't remember wrongly, the other party's name he should have seen above the Murong Heavenly Pride ranking in front of the Murong Tower. And ranked third. It was even the ruthless person who had broken through the 9th floor of that Ink Dragon Tower. Looking at the entire Jiangnan training camp, is definitely deservedly proud. Hearing the other party talk about Yang Yun again, Yi Chen instantly understood. So what? Yi Chen responded calmly, but his gaze was meeting Yang Bufan's gaze straight on. The silhouettes of the two men also instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. Isn't that Yang Bufan? Why did he go to find Yi Chen? Alright, yesterday Yang Yun was defeated by Yi Chuan and is still lying inside the training camp's infirmary. This Yang Bufan is clearly here to find Yi Chuan in trouble. Hiss. This Yi Duan is in trouble. That Yang Bufan is the third person in our Jiangnan training camp. Even the two guys above Yang Bufan have to give Yang Bufan some face. This is a good show. The surrounding crowd, accompanied by a murmur of voices, looked towards the duo of Yang Bufan and Yi Duan, wanting to see between the duo what in the end would happen. Yang Bufan. I'm warning you, if you dare to make a move against Yi Chen, I'm not finished with you. Before Yang Bufan or Yi Chen could open their mouths, Murong Qing, who was on the side, instantly glared at the other party like a kitten that had exploded its fur, and said viciously. Yang Bufan listened to Murong Qing's words, but his face did not have any expression to react out, just quietly looking at Yi Chen. Yang Yun was defeated by you in the ring, that was his own weak strength, so I won't look for your trouble. But he is my twin brother after all. As an older brother, if I don't take a breath for him, it's me who is not qualified. Yang Bufan calmly opened his mouth, but it gave a great sense of oppression. Only Yi Chen was still calm, and even his eyes were a little surprised. So? Yi Dust opened his mouth with interest. To be honest, these two words of Yang Bufan had made Yi Chen somewhat feel good. I'm already a second stage 9th layer martial artist now, and I don't want to bully you, and I heard that you're also a member of the S-class evaluation, so I'll give you 3 months, and after 3 months, I'll launch a ring battle against you. At that time, you must have been able to touch my realm. How about it? Yang Bufan spoke calmly, his gaze falling straight onto Yi Chen's body. 3 months? Yi Chen listened to Yang Bufan's words and rubbed his chin, falling into deep thought. What? You don't dare? Yang Bufan's brows clustered slightly. But the next moment, Yi Chen revealed a bright smile. 3 months is too long, how about 1 month? I think 1 month should be enough time for me to defeat you. Yi Chen's voice rang out and echoed in the surroundings. It instantly made those watching the crowd froze. Wait, did you guys just hear what Yi Chen was saying? 1 month? He can't be sick in the head, right? A month to fight Yang Bufan? Is this a deliberate attempt to speed up a little bit for fear of dying too slowly? A month's time to surpass Yang Bufan? What is this guy talking about? Doesn't he know that Yang Bufan also has the same S-class rating as him? Let alone a month's time to raise to the 9th level of viscera refining. Even if he did that, wouldn't someone else, Yang Bufan, have half an improvement? This guy Yi Chuan is really exactly the same as what he showed yesterday, too arrogant. The surrounding crowd instantly exploded. They completely did not expect that Yi Chen would say such words. Not only them, even Yang Bufan was stunned. He also completely did not expect the other party to be able to say such words. But because of this, Yang Bufan's eyes also showed a touch of appreciation. I like your character, after a month. I'll go easy on you. Yi Chuan also smiled and responded, then I'll go easy on you too. The two of them glanced at each other, and sparks instantly erupted. There's no need for a verbal argument, see the real thing in a month's time under hands. Yang Bufan waved his hand, and after he finished speaking, he directly turned around and left. After Yang Bufan left, Murong Qing on the side even hurriedly grabbed Yi Duan's hand and said with some anxiety, Yi Duan, are you out of your mind? That's Yang Bufan. With Yang Bufan's strength and talent, in the future when the college entrance examination is held, that is 100% able to hit the top 100 in the country, you even made a date with him? Even if it's a date, he gave you 3 months, but you even shortened it to 1 month. Morong Ching was a bit angry. Even though she had seen Yi Chen's terrifying cultivation speed, she still didn't think that after a month, Yi Chen would be able to defeat Yang Bufan. After all, after reaching the second stage, cultivation could be even more difficult. However, in the face of Morong Ching's words, Yi Chuan still had a smile at the corner of his mouth. Instead, he didn't have any worries. He just gently patted Morong Ching's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's hard for you to stand up for me, but right. I prefer to stand up for myself. As for your worries, won't you know after a month?" After saying that, Yi Chen took a step towards the front, leaving Morong Ching alone with some air puffs stomping his feet in place, until Yi Chen walked out a long way. Morong Ching is the only one who said loudly, "What are you doing to go off?" Yi Chen did not turn around, just waved his hands at Morong Ching. "Going back to cultivate Otherwise I won't be able to beat Yan Bufan in a month." This scene made Morong Ching's heart grow a bit more and more irritated. Humph. Dead wood. Morong Ching stomped her foot and then also left the Morong Tower. The surrounding crowd gradually came back to their senses at this time and looked at each other. Immediately after, a month later, the news of Yang Bufan's appointment to fight Yi Duan also spread throughout the entire Jiangnan training camp in an instant. For a time, Yi Chen directly became a celebrity in the Jiangnan training camp. However, this way of becoming famous caused countless members of the Jiangnan training camp to roar with laughter. In their eyes, Yi Duan's 1 month's time to fight with Yang Bufan was completely an act of looking for death. However, all of this, Yi Chuan was completely unaware of, and even if he knew, he wouldn't say anything. At this moment Yi Chuan had already returned to his own small courtyard, sitting cross-legged on top of his bed, his gaze looking straight into the void. Brave Testament. Xian Tan senses the host's ambition and evolves into the Xian Tan spitting method. Third order. The 9 heavy green sky steps are infected by the host's courage and evolve into the 3000 wind shadow steps. Third level. The 1 sword of heaven and earth's courage rushes straight into the clouds, evolving into the 9 heavenly cloud-piercing sword. Third level. The sword mantle. Chapter 35 Breakthrough and Refining the Viscera. Ascending the list. This sun is as terrifying as hell. Sword mantle? Yi Chuan was first stunned when he saw the last line of the subtitles, only to explode with a radiant glow after digesting the epiphanies and information inside his head. Surprisingly, I even comprehended the sword aura. Yi Chuan's face carried a touch of excitement. In the martial Dao, some martial artists who had outstanding talent in a certain field, such as the sword Dao, would comprehend the sword Dao realm. And the sword mantle realm was the introductory sword Dao realm. Although it is only an introductory sword Dao realm, but to comprehend it, it requires great talent. Looking at the whole of Daxia, the vast majority of those who are able to comprehend the sword aura are third-stage martial artists, and only a small number of exceptionally gifted guys are able to comprehend the sword aura at the second stage. As for Yi Chuan, this has not even broken through the second rank, and directly comprehended the sword on. If this were to be spread out, the entire martial artists of Great Xia would be shaken. The sword Dao realm is divided into sword mantle, sword light, sword chi, and sword intent. Even if one only comprehends the sword aura, when using the martial arts within the sword technique, the power will be increased by at least 30%, and if one comprehends the sword aura to perfection, they will even be able to increase it by 50% or even more. Yi Chuan recalled the introduction about the sword Dao realm. For a moment, he couldn't help but bring up that system panel. Name, Yi Dust. Cultivation, Blood Refining Martial Artist 99-100. Xian Tan Vomiting Method, Introductory 1-100. 3000 Wind Shadow Steps, Introductory 1-100. 9 Skies Cloud Piercing Sword, Introductory 1-100. Song Lan Sword Technique, 100-100. Sword Mantle, Introductory 1-100. Although I'm only a first-ranked martial artist, I'm just a step away from the second rank. Now that the breathing techniques and martial arts have all been raised to the third rank, plus the sword mantle, if I break through to the second rank, I might be able to break through the second level of that Ink Dragon Tower. Yi Chuan looked at the system panel in front of him, and within his eyes, he couldn't help but burst out a brilliant light. Then now, it's time to break through the second rank. Yi Chuan smiled faintly, took out the remaining 2 blood-rising pills, and directly took them in one gulp. In the next moment, the majestic power of qi and blood instantly surged into Yi Chen's body. And at this moment, Yi Chen also operated the Xin Tan vomiting method, a third-order breathing method that had evolved from the Xin Tan breathing method, with a refining ability and cultivation efficiency that was significantly higher than that of the Xin Tan breathing method at the perfection level. In just half an hour's time, the power of the 2 blood-rising pills was already in Yi Chuan's refining, instantly turning into Yi Chuan's own cultivation. Yi Chen opened his eyes, but there was a terrifying energy that spread out from Yi Chen's body. The refined viscera has become a success. Yi Chuan opened his mouth and spoke softly, accompanied by a powerful force of qi and blood that roared out from Yi Chuan's body. Between the movement of his mind, the system panel appeared once again. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Dirty Refining Martial Artist 2-100. Shen Tan Vomiting Method, Introductory 5-100. 3000 Wind Shadow Steps, Introductory 5-100. 9 Heavenly Clouds Piercing Sword, Introductory 5-100. Song Lan Sword Technique, 100-100. Sword Mantle, Introductory 2-100. For the breathing techniques and martial arts of the 3rd rank, the blood rising pills boosted them much less. 2 blood rising pills surprisingly only boosted proficiency by 5 points. The Sword Mantle even only boosted the progress by 1 point. But is also very good. Yi Chuan looked at his current state and smiled slightly, then stood up and moved his neck. Perhaps can try to purchase a spirit sword that belongs to me? There was a flash of brilliant light within Yi Chen's eyes. Previously, within the 3rd level alien space, Yi Chuan had never forgotten about the spirit sword that Murong Qing had lent to him earlier, wanting to have a spirit sword that belonged to him. After all, the spirit sword, however, was able to increase the proficiency of the 9 Heavens Piercing Cloud sword, and it was said that it would also increase the progress of the sword mantle. Plus, if the spirit sword was in hand, one's battle power would also increase a lot. Immediately, Yi Chuan opened that redemption list and directly found the page for the 2nd order spirit sword. 2nd order spirit sword, Blazing Sword, 300 points. 2nd order spirit sword, Cloudy Sky Sword, 400 points. 2nd rank spirit sword, Running Thunder Sword, 400 points. Yi Chuan looked over and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he looked at that price. The cheapest 2nd order spirit sword even requires 300 points? The most expensive one even costs 600 points? Yi Chuan's voice was somewhat distorted. He only had 250 points left on him, so he couldn't even afford a 2nd order spirit sword? As for the 1st order spirit sword, it was cheap, a few dozen points would be able to buy it, but it could not support Yi Chuan's current strength at all. Moreover, the 1st order spirit sword gives himself a boost. I'm afraid it's very little. After all, the 9 Heavens Piercing Cloud sword, but the 3rd rank martial arts, the 1st rank spirit sword is afraid that it will not be able to improve much proficiency. It is better to take their own slow liver. The sword mantle was even more so. Gotta make money. Yi Chuan rubbed his head, feeling quite a bit of a headache. Within the Jiangnan training camp, points are everything. Even if you want to improve your strength, you need enough points to do so. Yi Chuan sat cross-legged on the bed and began to think about the channels for earning points in the Jiangnan training camp. The first one was naturally the points that were given out on a fixed weekly basis, while the second one was completing missions. Earning points through missions was also the usual way for most of the members of the Jiangnan training camp. As for the third one, it was gambling. Of course, there is also a. It was also something Yi Chuan overheard Murong Qing mention today. That was to impact the Ink Dragon Heavenly Pride ranking. In the Ink Dragon Heaven's Pride ranking, one could gain a variable amount of points every day, and even if one was in the last place, one could have 100 points every day. As for the top 3, it was said that there were even thousands of points every day. Murong Tianji ranking. Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. If I remember correctly, some people who haven't broken through the second layer are also on top of that list, so I only need to break through the second layer to be able to ascend the list? Yi Chen recalled, and immediately afterward, his eyes became bright. This is a good method. There's no need to painstakingly complete any quests yet, just directly charge the list and be done with it. Thinking of this, Yi Chuan hurriedly got up and walked towards the Ink Dragon Tower. Previously, Yi Chuan hadn't broken through the second level because the Silver Guard's cultivation at the second level of Viscera Refining had also mastered an entry-level third-order martial art. The battle strength was directly comparable to some martial artists at the third level of Viscera Refining. At that time, Yi Chuan was still a blood refining martial artist in the end. But now it is different. After breaking through the refined viscera, Yi Chuan is even more successive introductory to third-order martial arts, coupled with the third-order breathing method to bring the underlying He didn't fail to rush through. Soon, Yi Chuan's figure appeared at the location of the Ink Dragon Tower. At this moment, there were still quite a few members around the Ink Dragon Tower, who were also preparing to impact the Ink Dragon Tower, firstly, to hone their own martial arts, and secondly, to try to break through and gain rewards for breaking through. When Yi Chuan's figure appeared near the Ink Dragon Tower, it naturally caused quite a few gazes. Yi Duan? This guy only had a date with Yang Bufan in the morning, and he came to the Ink Dragon Tower this afternoon? What does he want? Does he want to impact the Ink Dragon Tower? Use the Ink Dragon Tower to sharpen his martial arts? Yes, he is going to fight Yang Bufan in a month's time, so he must be seizing the time to improve his strength at this moment. Heh, crazy right, how dare he make a date with Yang Bufan? I want to see how he ends up a month later. The surrounding crowd laughed and spoke after recognizing Yi Chen. Yi Chuan ignored the gazes and voices around him and walked straight in towards the Ink Dragon Tower. Seeing this, the crowd was also happy to watch Yi Chen break into the Ink Dragon Tower. Here comes the opening Anon. How long can Yi Chuan stay on the second floor? I bet 3 minutes. I'll bet 5 minutes. Then I'll bet 6 minutes. If I remember correctly, in the morning, Yi Chen was the one who stayed on the second level for about 6 minutes. For a while, the crowd responded, happily looking in the direction of the Ink Dragon Tower. In their opinion, Yi Chen was bound to fail this time as well, and the purpose of coming here was to hone his martial arts. As for breaking through the barrier. Are you kidding? Who's a good guy who lasted just a few minutes in the morning and was able to break through the barrier in the afternoon? With this kind of mood, the crowd was also happy to look at the location of the Ink Dragon Tower. There were even people who pulled out melon seeds and peanuts from their pockets, ready to kowtow on dried fruits while watching Yi Chen's performance. However, they hadn't waited for them to be happy for too long. Just 2 minutes later, the light at the location of the second level of that Ink Dragon Tower instantly became dim. Immediately afterward, above the third level of the Ink Dragon Tower, a ghostly glow was illuminated. In an instant, the expressions on the faces of those watching the show instantly stiffened at this moment. All around, at this moment, they also fell into dead silence. It was only after a few moments that there was the sound of an exclamation that broke the silence around them. Not Buddy? This will be the second layer broke through? No, clearly in the morning this guy only lasted for a few minutes, less than half a day. You tell me he succeeded in breaking through the second level? An explosion of shocked cries caused the crowd's expressions to instantly become strange, and even the expressions of many people looking towards the Ink Dragon Tower became shocked. Hey guys, look, the Ink Dragon Heavenly Pride ranking has changed. Yi Chen's name appeared on the Ink Dragon Heavenly Pride ranking. Someone looked at the Ink Dragon Heaven's Pride ranking and let out an urgent voice. For a while, many people looked in the direction of the Ink Dragon Heaven's Pride ranking, and sure enough, they saw that on top of that stone monument, there was a brand new name slowly emerging. 96th place, Yi Dust. Number of layers, 2 layers. Hiss. When the crowd looked at the top of that Morong Heaven's Pride ranking, and Yi Dust's name appeared in the 96th place, a voice that sucked in cool air instantly resounded. This has only joined the training camp for 1 day, and in the morning he pierced through the first layer, and in the afternoon he pierced through the second layer? This son is as terrifying as this. Chapter 36, Such a Simple Task? How you despise. The crowd were all already at a loss for what to say. It was just looking straight at Yi Chen's name on that Ink Dragon Heaven's Pride ranking. And at this moment, in that Ink Dragon Tower, Yi Chuan had also defeated the town guards of the second level, and had taken that chance that belonged to the second level into his hands. This is 2 Epiphany Dan? Yi Chuan weighed the 2 Epiphany Dan in his hand and smiled. Doesn't that mean that the third level is 3 Epiphany Dan? Let's try the third level first. After Yi Chen put away the 2 Epiphany Dan, he got up and walked towards that third layer. A familiar feeling of vertigo came, and in a moment, Yi Chuan arrived at the third layer. When he reached the third level, the silver guards on the second level had instead turned into small monsters. Instead, on top of that throne, there was a golden guard sitting. And that golden guard's body was emitting an aura that only a martial artist of the 4th level of refining viscera could possess. Is the 4th level of refining viscera? Yi Chuan's eyebrows slightly clustered, and then he carried that standardized longsword to kill. 3 minutes later, Yi Chuan's figure appeared outside the Ink Dragon Tower. Hiss, the town guards of this third level have actually mastered 2 third stage introductory martial arts, which is a bit stronger than the normal 4th level of refining the viscera. Yi Chuan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as he recalled the scene where he had just exchanged blows with that golden guard. It's a bit strong. But I should be able to defeat it tomorrow. Yichuan shook his head, thinking of the epiphany pill he had just obtained. A smile appeared on his face before he walked out of the Ink Dragon Tower. In the midst of that crowd's complicated gazes, Yichen left the Ink Dragon Tower and walked towards his residence. And when Yichen left, the crowd around him then exploded. This guy actually lasted for 3 minutes even at the 3rd level. Hiss. On the Ink Dragon Heaven's Pride ranking, Yichuan's name had actually rushed to the top 90. The crowd exclaimed, and on that Ink Dragon Heaven's Pride ranking, Yichen's name slowly emerged. 89th place, Yi Dust. Number of layers, 2 layers. For a while, the crowd looked at each other. This guy is simply a monster. In one day's time, he directly rushed to 89th place. Even when Yan Xuanqiu and Kong Jie entered the Jiangnan training camp back then, they weren't this terrifying, right? Someone murmured and opened his mouth, his voice trembling a little. Yichuan returned to his residence, and after using the only 250 points left to exchange for 4 blood-rising pills, Yichuan waited for the blood-rising pills to arrive, and directly took an epiphany pill. Afterwards, he took those 4 blood-rising pills again, directly. In an instant, Yichuan entered that arcane state. This state lasted for half an hour. After half an hour, Yichuan slowly opened his eyes, and a faint streak of refined light surfaced from within Yichuan's eyes. The second layer of the refined viscera is up. Yichuan murmured faintly, and the system panel slowly surfaced in front of Yichuan's eyes. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Dirty Refining Martial Artist 15100. Shen Tan Vomiting Method, Introductory 25100. 3000 Wind Shadow Steps, Introductory 25100. 9 Heavenly Clouds Piercing Sword, Introductory 25100. Sword Mantle, Introductory 10100. 1 Epiphany Pill, coupled with 4 Blood Rising Pills, directly raised my cultivation progress by more than 10 points, and even the breathing technique and martial arts have increased their proficiency by 20 points, and the Sword Mantle proficiency has reached 10 points. The current me will be able to hold out for 10 minutes or so without losing, even if I can't defeat the town guards on that 3rd level. If I can break through to the 3rd level of Viscera Refining, I'll have the certainty of defeating that 3rd level township guard. Within Yichuan's eyes, there was a bright glint of essence flickering. There's still 1 epiphany pill left. It's a pity that I don't have the blood rising pill as a match anymore, but let's raise our strength up first. With stronger strength, earning points will naturally be easier. Yichuan said secretly in his heart, then he swallowed the remaining epiphany pill in one gulp. The next day, the sunlight splashed in the grounds of the Jiangnan training camp. Yichen also slowly opened his eyes. A thick and heavy aura also spread out from Yichen's body. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Dirty Refining Martial Artist 2100. Shen Tan Vomiting Method, Introductory 51100. 3000 Wind Shadow Steps, Introductory 51100. 9 Heavenly Clouds Piercing Sword, Introductory 51100. Sword Mantle, Introductory 18100. 1 Epiphany Dan, plus 1 Night of Automatic Cultivation. Has finally barely crossed over to the 2nd level of Viscera Refining. The progress of the breathing technique and martial arts has also increased by half. Next I only need 1 more day. Along with the Epiphany Dan, I'll be able to cultivate all of the breathing technique and martial arts to a minor success. Perhaps can continue to impact the 3rd layer. Yichuan grinned, revealing snow-white teeth. Soon, near the Ink Dragon Tower, those people from the Jiangnan training camp saw a familiar figure arrive near the Ink Dragon Tower. Yi Duan. It's Yi Duan. This guy actually came again. What is he doing here today? It can't be that he wants to impact the 3rd layer, right? My goodness, you guys say that Yichuan won't even be able to charge through the 3rd layer today, right? The crowd around them looked at Yichen's figure and immediately opened their mouths like kittens that had exploded their fur, exclaiming in shock. That was until Yichen's figure entered the Ink Dragon Tower. 15 minutes later, Yi Dust's figure walked out from the Ink Dragon Tower, ignoring the crowd that was already stunned, and turned around to return to the residence. At this moment, in that Ink Dragon Heaven's Pride ranking, Yichen's name had quietly changed position. 74th place, Yi Dust. Number of layers, 3 layers. Yi Dust had actually really broken through the 3rd layer. In the days to come, the crowd in the Jiangnan training camp was already numb. On the 2nd day, Yi Dust impacted the 4th layer and failed, only lasting for 10 minutes. On the 3rd day, Yichuan impacted the 4th layer and succeeded, holding on for 2 minutes on the 5th layer. On the fourth day, Yi Chen impacted the fifth layer and failed, holding on for 10 minutes. On the fifth day, Yi Chuan succeeded in impacting the fifth layer and held on for 1 minute at the sixth layer. Every day, Yi Chen was refreshing the perceptions of everyone in the Jiangnan training camp. Until the sixth day, Yi Chen's figure, finally, did not appear outside the Murong Tower. It was only because the once-a-week evaluation test arrived. In Yi Chuan's residence, Yi Chuan slowly opened his eyes, and an extremely powerful energy aura emanated from his body. Between the movement of his mind, in front of Yi Chuan's eyes, the system panel slowly surfaced. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Dirty Refining Martial Artist 43-100. Shen-Tan Vomiting Method, Minor Achievement 55-100. 3000 Wind Shadow Steps, Minor Achievement 55-100. 9 Heavenly Clouds Piercing Sword, Elementary Achievement 55-100. Sword Mantle, Introductory 66-100. Refining the Viscera is at the 5th level. Looking at the system panel in front of him, a smile appeared on Yi Chuan's face, and he even couldn't help but stretch his back. It's just a pity that after reaching the 6th level of the Murong Tower, the strength of the town guards has become even stronger. The strength of the town guards on the 6th level has even reached the 6th level of the refined viscera, and they have even mastered the 3rd rank martial arts of small success. My advantage is no longer there, and my realm is still suppressed by the other party. Yi Chen could not help but shake his head. And at this time, the door to Yi Chuan's room was knocked on. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, walked off the bed, and headed towards the gate of the small courtyard. When he opened the door, he saw Xiao Wuji as well as several other instructors from the Jiangnan training camp, looking straight at himself. Is there something wrong with the instructors? Yi Chen looked at Xiao Wuji with some doubt. Xiao Wuji and the others looked at each other, then said, "Today is the evaluation test, you won't forget, right?" Yi Chuan slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, then smiled and said, "Do I still need a test?" Saying that, Yi Chen blinked at Xiao Wuji and the others. Xiao Wuji and the others fell silent. They naturally knew about Yi Chen's situation in the past few days. In a week's time, from being a newcomer, directly breaking through all 5 floors of the Ink Dragon Tower, such an achievement, since the opening of the Jiangnan training camp, there had never been the birth of such a demon. And the evaluation test placed on Yi Chuan more or less appeared to be somewhat useless. Cough cough cough. Xiao Wuji coughed somewhat awkwardly, then said, "The process of testing is definitely necessary, but with your performance in the past few days, the test is not necessary, but the task after the test is something that needs to be completed by you." Xiao Wuji said, then sent a document to Yi Chen. Every member needs to complete a rating task after the test, and passing the task will maintain their current rating. So, I'll omit the test session for you, but this task, you at least have to complete it for me, otherwise it's not good to deliver. Xiao Wuji rushed at Yi Chen and said. Yi Dust lowered his head, looked at his identity bracelet, and saw the mission information that Xiao Wuji sent over. Level B character, within Cloud City, a Jiangnan training camp member has suddenly disappeared. Please investigate the cause and save the missing training camp member. Mission message: 3 days ago, a Jiangnan training camp member who was on a C-rank mission, Zhaoji, lost contact in Cloud City and is suspected to have a second-order Scarlet Church powerhouse. Please go to Cloud City to investigate. Mission reward, 200 points. Yi Chuan looked at the mission. Xiao Wuji on the side asked, "If there is anything you don't understand, just ask. If there is no problem, you can go. There will be an instructor on the side to evaluate you on this mission." Yi Chen did not look up and just said, "There is one problem." Xiao Wuji smiled and said, "Feel free to ask." Yi Dust raised his head and looked at Xiao Wuji with a strange gaze. "Instructor, you gave me such a simple task. This is how much you despise me." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Xiao Wuji's expression also became stiff all of a sudden. The task is simple. Looking down on. A few words came out of Yi Chen's mouth, causing Xiao Wuji's heart to growl. The training camp stipulates that the first time a person grades a mission, the highest is no more than grade B. You think I want to? Who told you to cultivate so fast? Chapter 37. Where did this guy get the courage to fight me? Yi Duan quietly looked at Xiao Wuji, and that look was about to be like saying, "You take this test, cadres? Which cadre can't afford such a test? Go!" Xiao Wuji blankly glanced at Yi Chuan and said without any good humor. Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders, then returned to the compound, ready to pack up his things and then go on his mission. However, there wasn't much to pack. Instead, Yi Chuan tapped on the Jiangnan training camp's redemption list. A week had passed, and in addition to the chances gained from breaking through the passes, as well as the regular daily redemption of blood rising pills, each one now had 850 points left. After all, once one ascended the Morong Heaven's Pride list, one would be able to receive a minimum of 100 points per day. Not to mention, each one had already rushed past the 5th floor, and now his ranking on the Ink Dragon Heaven's Pride ranking had even reached more than 40. With such a ranking, he was able to obtain a reward of 500 points every day. Perhaps can exchange for a second-rank spirit sword of my own. Yichuan smiled faintly, then looked at one of them. Second-rank spirit sword, Cloudy Sky Sword, 400 points. That's it. Yi Chen's eyes lit up and he directly chose to exchange it. Not long had passed before someone sent over the Cloudy Sky Sword that Ji Dust had redeemed. Looking at the pure white sword body, vaguely, it seemed like there was a sharp aura that diffused out from that Cloudy Sky Sword. Is this the second-order spirit sword? Yi Chen held that Cloudy Sky Sword in his hand. In the next moment, a subtitle appeared before Yi Dust's eyes. 9 Heavens Piercing Cloud Sword, sense the power of Spirit Sword, proficiency plus 45. Sword Mantle senses the power of the Spirit Sword, proficiency plus 34. Along with the emergence of the two subtitles, Yichuan's mind was instantly flooded with many epiphanies, and when Yichuan opened his eyes again, there was a powerful aura that diffused out from Yichuan's body. At this moment, Yi Chen's entire body was radiating a sharpness, as if it was a sword that was about to be unsheathed. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Dirty Refining Martial Artist 43-100. Shen Tan Vomiting Technique, Minor Success 55-100. 3000 Wind Shadow Steps, Minor Achievement 55-100. 9 Heavens Piercing Cloud Sword, Grand Completion 1-100. Sword Mantle, Minor Achievement 1-100. 9 Heavens Piercing Cloud Sword, Great Success. The Sword Mantle has also been raised to the Minor Achievement realm. The current me even feels capable of impacting the 6th floor of the Ink Dragon Tower. Yichuan felt as if his entire body was filled with an extremely powerful force, a force that fascinated Yichuan. What was important to know was that the 6th layer of the Ink Dragon Tower, if he was able to succeed, Yichuan's ranking would be enough to enter the top 40 of that Ink Dragon Heaven's Pride ranking, or even close to 30. After all, after reaching the 6th layer of the Ink Dragon Tower, the strength of the town guards on each layer was extremely terrifying. It was definitely not something that a martial artist of the same realm could fight against. And now, Yichuan had only come to the Jiangnan training camp for a week, yet he was already able to reach such a level. Now, it's time to go and complete a mission. Yichuan moved his neck and a faint smile appeared on his face. Jiangnan Province, Cloud City. Cloud City, as one of the cities in Jiangnan Province, wasn't very big, and was only slightly better than Jiangcheng, where Yichuan had been before, with a third-ranked martial artist sitting in the town. It could barely be considered a medium-sized city in the Jiangnan Province. At this moment, in a lodging near the city wall in Cloud City, 2 figures dressed in scarlet robes stood in the middle of the room, and within this room, there was also a burly figure that had already fainted, and the entire body of the person was covered in dense scars. TSK, is this the heavenly pride of the Jiangnan training camp? It doesn't look like it's a big deal. A figure wearing a scarlet robe laughed and spoke. It's just a heavenly pride on the periphery of the Jiangnan training camp. What kind of heavenly pride is it if he didn't even make it onto that Ink Dragon heavenly pride ranking? Letting him live is nothing more than serving as bait. Another person said disdainfully. I don't know if this time, can we capture a demon on the Ink Dragon Heaven's Pride list, do you think? We'll let those instructors from the Jiangnan training camp go out. Those can all be third-rank martial artists. Don't worry, we made all the traces clean, no one will suspect us. At most, we'll just put up a B-ranked mission on the Jiangnan training camp and top it off. And at most, a B-class mission would be completed by some people who barely made it into the Morong Heaven's Pride ranking. Moreover, don't you know that Emissary Li is sitting right on the sidelines? Although it is said that Emissary Li has used the blood escape twice in a row, and now he is only able to burst out with the battle power of the 5th level of the refined dirtiness, which is enough to easily pin down those fellows. The 2 Scarlet Church people chatted eloquently in the middle of the room, and as they spoke, they couldn't help but have a smile on their faces. However, just as the 2 were chatting, a muffled sound came instantly. Bang! In an instant, the door of that lodging house violently exploded open, and immediately afterward, a white figure instantly rushed in. Before those 2 people from the Scarlet Church could react, a flash of sharpness appeared, and a sharp line of blood was instantly left at their necks. The next moment, Puffing. Blood soared out wildly from that line of blood, and the entire person fell heavily towards the back, not even reacting to what was going on. And at this time, that white figure was revealed. It was certainly Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan looked at the corpses of the two Scarlet Church members and clapped his palms with a look of boredom. This test mission is so damn troublesome, I still have to do it myself. 200 points, sending off a screamer. Yi Chen said, and his gaze also looked towards the fainting Zhao Ji. And not far from this lodging, Xiao Wuji, who was hidden in the shadows, listened to Yi Duan's mutterings, and his entire face darkened. What could he do with the requirements of the training camp? As he watched Yi Chuan help that Zhao Ji up, and Xiao Wuji was ready to show up to complete this raiding mission, the next moment, Xiao Wuji's face couldn't help but sink. Not good. Xiao Wuji violently looked in the direction to Yi Chen's left. And there was a flash of bloodlight, accompanied by a powerful aura that instantly erupted. So it's you. Today, Xiao Wuji is not here, I will make sure that you are broken into pieces. A roar exploded out, but it was a middle-aged man with an eagle's hooked nose, who was looking at Yi Chen with a resentful expression, his hands transformed into eagle's claws, and violently killed towards Yi Chen. Although the breath on his body was a little shriveled, it still exuded the cultivation of the peak of the fifth layer of refining viscera. This person. It was clearly the third-order Scarlet Church member leading the group that Yi Chuan had encountered back then within that third-level alien space. Damn it, how could it be this guy Li Ying? The training camp's intelligence was wrong. Xiao Wuji's face changed wildly, even though he could also tell that Li Ying's aura was shriveled, only radiating the aura of the peak of the fifth level of viscera refining. But don't forget, even if he only had a cultivation of the peak of the fifth level of refining viscera, Li Ying was still a former third-ranked martial artist after all. He had even mastered a third-rank martial art that had come to a great completion. Such battle power. Even those heavenly prides who had broken through the sixth layer of the Ink Dragon Tower might not be Li Ying's opponent. Not to mention Yi Chuan, a person who had only broken through the fifth layer. An extremely powerful aura instantly erupted from Xiao Wuji's body, wanting to rush before Li Ying and save Yi Chen. Nowadays, this situation had long exceeded the scope of a B-class mission, and even among A-class missions, they were all high-difficulty situations. Yi Chuan's talent was so demonic that he absolutely could not fold here. Xiao Wuji was anxious in his heart, only that the distance between him and Yi Chen was far from as close as the distance between Li Ying and Yi Chen. It's over. Xiao Wuji watched as Li Ying killed towards Yi Duan, even though he had shortened the distance as much as possible, but that Li Ying's kill was only a few centimeters away from Yi Duan. Scarlet Church scum, how dare you! Xiao Wuji roared angrily, and his eyes unexpectedly became directly scarlet at this moment. Li Ying naturally also noticed Xiao Wuji's presence. The resentment in his eyes became even more intense. At this moment, he only wanted to get Yi Chen killed to ease the anger in his heart. However, just when his eagle claw was about to fall on Yi Chen, an extremely terrifying sharpness, but at this moment, it instantly bloomed. The nine heavens piercing cloud sword. Accompanied by strands of sword awnings circling above that cloud sky sword, the extreme sword awning seemed as if it was going to completely tear everything apart. In an instant. Ah! A miserable scream came, but it was to see that Li Ying's arm unexpectedly at this moment, instantly threw out, in mid-air above cut out a beautiful parabola. Li Ying's face even became distorted due to the pain and let out a miserable scream. This. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xiao Wuji's entire body froze, so much so that his figure, which was rushing towards Yi Chen's direction, could not help but pause in place. Puffing. Another white sword aura flashed in the middle of the room, but it was seen that a line of blood surfaced on that Li Ying's neck, just like the two Scarlet Church members before him. And then blood erupted, and the whole person heavily collapsed towards the back. For a moment, inside the BB, it instantly fell into silence. It wasn't until a moment later that Yi Duan's voice slowly sounded. What's the point of pretending? I'm still afraid of you if you're not a third stage? Saying that, Yi just carried the cloudy sky sword behind his back, grabbed Zhao Ji who had fainted and resisted on his shoulder, and walked out slowly. Just as he walked out of the BB, he saw Xiao Wuji who was frozen in place. Yo, Instructor Xia, you are also here. Yi Chuan looked at Xiao Wuji and grinned, revealing snow-white teeth. Nua, help clean up. I don't know where this guy got the courage to fight me. Chapter 38, Opening Privileged Passages for Yi Duan, he's worth it. While Yi Chen left, Xiao Wuji was standing in place, pondering over the sentence that Yi Chen had just said. However, the more he thought about it, the more Xiao Wuji felt that there was something wrong with that sentence. Wait a minute. Not buddy, that Li Ying is a former third-order martial artist. Even if after 2 blood escapes, his strength is not as strong as before, only able to burst out the cultivation of the peak of the 5th layer of the refined viscera, but with his combat experience and mastery of the breathing method martial arts. Even a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of viscera refining might not be his opponent. Not to mention anything else, just those heavenly prides from the Jiangnan training camp who had rushed through the 6th layer of the Ink Dragon Tower might not be able to be Li Ying's opponent. You're a person who has only broken through the 5th layer, what right do you have to say such big words? Inside Xiao Wuji's brain, there were tens of thousands of alpacas racing around. In the end, who has more courage? Xiao Wuji looked at Yi Chen's departing back and paused for a long time before he opened his mouth in a quiet voice. You're saying that this B-class mission, there's even a former member of the Third Order Scarlet Church? Within the Jiangnan training camp, one instructor watched Xiao Wuji's exposition, and their hearts immediately gripped. They looked at each other, unable to hold back the fear in their hearts. Luckily, it's good that you're following, otherwise our misinformation this time would have really caused Yi Chen to fold there. An instructor couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and said with quite a bit of fear. It was just that as soon as he said these words, Xiao Wuji's face became a little embarrassed. Zhang Feng, the chief instructor at the side, noticed Xiao Wuji's face and spoke with a smile. What's wrong? Could it be that Yi Chuan's performance in the middle of this mission was not bad? These words had aroused the interest of several other instructors. Yes, old Xia, quickly tell us about that Yi Chuan's performance in this mission. I reckon, it should be that he hard resisted that Li Ying's move, only just joined the Jiangnan training camp for only a week. Being able to hard resist Li Ying's move is already very good. Maybe it's really expected that after a month, he will fight with that Yang Bufan for a month or two. One instructor said with a smile. But the more these instructors opened their mouths like this, the more awkward the expression on Xiao Wuji's face became. In the end, Xiao Wuji exhaled a long breath and said that Li Ying was killed by Yi Duan. The moment these words came out, the entire office was instantly silent, and even the smile on that Zhang Feng's face stiffened for a few moments at this moment. After several minutes had passed, Zhang Feng opened his mouth out of breath. Yi Chuan killed Li Ying? How is this possible? Zhang Feng was astonished in his heart. As a 4th-ranked martial artist, and even the chief instructor of Jiangnan training camp nowadays, Zhang Feng was naturally very clear about Li Ying's strength. Even in front of Xiao Wuji, who had used blood escape twice in a row and his cultivation had plummeted, it was still not something that could be compared to someone in the same realm. Not to mention that Yi Chuan had only just joined the Jiangnan training camp for just a week, and hadn't even broken through the 6th floor of the Murong Tower. To be honest, Zhang Feng was shocked. He hadn't expected that Yi Chen would have this kind of strength. Hiss. For a while, inside the office, a sound of sucking in cool air rang out. This fellow is a little too demonic. It can't be that after a month, this little guy will really be able to fight Yang Bufan? One instructor couldn't help but speak. Obviously, the previous betting fight between Yi Chen and Yang Bufan was also known to them, but even if they knew about it, they didn't stop it. After all, in their opinion, gambling fights were also a way to stimulate the members. Incidentally, it allowed Yi Chen to meet the top demons of the Jiangnan training camp and sharpen Yi Chen. Only, with this one incident, they suddenly realized that they seemed to have underestimated Yi Chuan a little bit, perhaps. Yi Chuan really had hopes of defeating Yang Bufan. But if that was the case, one instructor once again fell into silence. Inside their minds, only 2 words surfaced greatly. Demon. This little guy. Zhang Feng also rubbed his brow with some headache. The Jiangnan training camp collected all the demons from all walks of life in Jiangnan province. The better the talent of the members, the happier they would naturally be. However, as Yi Chuan such a demonic guy, but let them instructors, and even the chief instructor have some headaches. It wasn't a headache of Yi Chen's talent, but a headache that they didn't know how to teach Yi Chen anymore. If I remember correctly, it seems like Yi Chen has not asked any of us to teach him during this week. An instructor weakly opened his mouth. However, it caused the group of instructors to become embarrassed all of a sudden. A member, who didn't need to ask the instructors to teach him, had performed so demonically, such talent. Even if it was placed in the entire Grand Xia, it could be called the top A. Perhaps our Jiangnan province is going to produce a national top 50 demon this time. Zhang Feng took a deep breath with a smile on his face. One instructor instantly moved. Top 50 in the country. Looking at the Jiangnan training camp since its inception, there had only been 2 top 50 national demons. And those two demons, nowadays, were both high-ranking people in Daxia, and the weakest one was already a 7th-order cultivator. Even the current Jiangnan province's Xinhua envoy would have to be respectful when he saw the other party. Since that's the case, then the previous test against Yi Chuan will have to be cancelled. Zhang Feng instantly made a series of plans for Yi Chen inside his head. Cancel Yi Dust's test rating and rate him as an SS grade Heaven's Pride, with 1,000 points issued weekly, while entering the cloud domain space once a week. Zhang Feng said quickly. In addition, 1 month later, let Yi Chuan and Yan Chuanqiu and the others head to the 10,000 Beasts jungle. When these words came out, the instructors in the entire office were shaken. This treatment could be said to be unheard of in the Jiangnan training camp. They all revealed surprised gazes at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng slowly turned around and looked through the window into the middle of the compound where Yi Chen was currently residing. It's been a long time since the Jiangnan training camp has produced a demon in the top 50 in the country. There has to be one this time. I know what you guys want to say, but people make the rules, and as the chief instructor, I have the right to arrange all of this. Perhaps this year's college entrance exam, the record of our Jiangnan training camp, will be broken with it. Such a person deserves it. Saying that, Zhang Feng's eyes that looked in the direction of Yi Chen's small courtyard revealed a touch of anticipation. The entrance of Jiangnan training camp. 3 figures slowly emerged. One of them was clearly Yang Bufan. And beside him, a skinny young man dressed in black with an expressionless face carried a silver-colored lance on his back, and his entire body exuded a dense aura of ferocity. On the other side, there was a woman with an ice-cold look, just like the iceberg that never melts, revealing a strong cold aura. If someone was here, they would be able to recognize the identities of the 3. The first person on the current Morong Heaven's remarkable ranking, Yan Chuanqiu. The second person, Kong Jie. And the third person, Yang Bufan. The 3 of them walked into the Jiangnan training camp and arrived at the location of the Ink Dragon Tower. Yang Bufan smiled faintly. After I break through the 3rd rank, I will definitely be able to impact the 8th floor of that Ink Dragon Tower. At that time, my results will be exactly the same as yours. In the face of Yang Bufan's words, Yan Chuanqiu and Kong Jie both had no reaction, and only said indifferently, I heard that you had a date with a guy who just joined the training camp. Yang Bufan froze and pondered for a long time before he nodded. There is such a thing. Is it him? Kong Jie, who hadn't said anything on the side, suddenly pointed at a position on the Morong Tianjiao ranking and said. The 2 of them, Yan Chuanqiu and Yang Bufan, looked towards the direction Kong Jie had pointed past. They suddenly saw a name. 48th place, Yi Duan. Number of layers, 5 layers. Upon seeing Yi Duan's name, Yang Bufan froze. 5th layer? He rushed to the 5th layer in a week's time? Yang Bufan's shocked voice rang out, even with a look of disbelief on his face. If he remembered correctly, the last time he had a date with Yi Chen had only just broken through the 1st layer. It had only been a week's time, and he had rushed to the 5th layer. This speed. For a moment, a flash of gravity flashed across Yang Bufan's face. After all, even the present-day him had only broken through the 7th layer. A bit interesting, a week's time to directly break through the 5th layer. This guy wouldn't have already had the cultivation of the 5th layer of refining viscera when he came in. Yan Chuanqiu, who was on the side, said with a smirk on his face. However, Yang Bufan was shaking his head at this time, and said in a deep voice, when this guy just came in, my younger brother fought with him, and at that time, he was only at the 8th level of blood refining. As soon as these words came out, the smile on the face of Yan Chuanqiu at the side stiffened. You mean? In a week's time, he went from the 8th layer of blood refining to the 5th layer of viscera refining in terms of battle power? Rao Yan Chuanqiu, as the number 1 person in the Jiangnan training camp today, couldn't help but be startled when he heard this news. Even Kong Jie, who was like 10,000 years of cold ice, had a look of dismay appear on her face. How is this possible? Kong Jie spoke softly, but her face carried a strong color of disbelief. Hiss. Yan Chuanqiu sucked in a breath of cool air, then patted Yang Bufan's shoulder. It seems that after a month he might really be your opponent. The corners of Yang Bufan's mouth twitched slightly, but the color of gravity on his face became more and more intense. And just at this time, a figure dressed in white but appeared in the trio's field of vision. Yi Chen? Looking at the white-clothed figure, Yang Bufan froze and couldn't help but voice out. Yi Chen also heard Yang Bufan's voice and turned his head to look over, then waved his hand at the 3 of them and grinned. Oh, it's you, brothers, have you eaten? After saying that, Yichuan didn't wait for the three people's response and directly walked into that ink dragon tower in front of the three people. Chapter 39 Scare away young Bufon, little master will come to kill you next time. What is this guy doing entering the Morong Tower again? Looking at Yi Chen's movements, the three of them, Yan Xuanxiu, also froze for a moment. They looked around at the others, but found that the people around them were all showing a look that they had gotten used to. This made Yan Xuanxiu a little curious in his heart. He pulled over a member of the Jiangnan training camp and asked, "This Yi Chen entering the Morong Tower, are you guys even the least bit surprised? After all, he is a demon who has consecutively rushed to the 6th floor within a week." While facing Yan Xuanxiu's inquiry, the surrounding crowd appeared calm. Surprised? What's so surprising about this guy coming every day? Nothing more than just sticking around for an extra 10 minutes or succeeding today? Small scenes, they're all small scenes, we're all used to seeing them. Hearing the responses from the crowd, Yan Xuanxiu and the three of them glanced at each other, all frozen. It was only after a moment that Kong Jie slowly opened her mouth, her voice carrying a hint of coldness just like her likeness. After reaching the 6th level, it's not that simple. The town guards of the 6th level along with the town guards behind them are all mastering consummate level 3rd rank martial arts, not to mention the same realm. Even when I broke through the 6th level back then, I was only able to do so at the 7th level of refined viscera. Yan Xuanxiu nodded. That's right, after reaching the 6th layer, the difficulty all goes up. Back when you broke through the 6th layer, what realm were you at? Saying that, Yan Xuanxiu looked at Yang Bufon who was on the side. Yang Bufon said in a jarring voice, it was also at the 7th level of refining viscera, and it took some means to succeed. Hearing this, Yan Xuanxiu smiled and said, just now when Yichuan passed by me, I detected that he only had a cultivation of the 5th level of refined viscera, so I guess at most, he could only hold out for about 10 minutes in there, and if he wanted to succeed in breaking through the barrier, it wouldn't be that easy. However, it is possible to take a look. After all, this fellow talent is truly somewhat demonic. Saying that, Yan Xuanxiu's eyes had a flash of refined light within them. A week's time, breaking through to the 6th layer, this talent, even he, the number one person amongst the Jiangnan training camp today, felt shocked. With Yan Xuanxiu opening his mouth, the two of them, Kong Jie and Yang Bufon, no longer said anything, only quietly looking at the Morong Tower in front of them. At the same time, inside the Ink Dragon Tower, Yi Chen looked at the figure wearing a bucket hat in front of him, and behind the bucket hat man, he was carrying a sword box. Last time, surprisingly, I didn't even force out your sword box this time. There was a flash of stern color in Yi Chen's eyes. Immediately afterward, he directly transformed into a white radiance and instantly killed the man in the bucket hat. The cloudy sky sword quietly emerged and instantly cut out a strand of sword awnings. The sword awns at the minor achievement level instantly erupted with a terrifying power. And under this wave of power, the man in the bucket hat eventually could not help but pull out the sword box behind him, and a dark golden longsword, too, instantly collided with Yi Chen's sword awnings. Bang! A muffled sound exploded throughout the 6th floor of the Ink Dragon Tower. It set off a burst of terrifying aura. Suddenly, Yi Chen's movements changed once again. However, it was the 9 heavenly cloud-piercing sword at the grand completion level. In an instant, the might above the cloud-piercing sword was even greater, rigidly suppressing the dark golden longsword of the man in the bucket hat. Just the 6th layer of the town guard, also as that Yan Xuanxiu said, is not that simple existence. Not only has the cultivation of the 6th layer of the refined viscera itself, and even has mastered a consummate level martial art. A ray of sharpness erupted from the body of the man in the bucket hat, but it was the 3rd ranked martial art at the consummate level that he had mastered that erupted out. Buzz buzz buzz. A faint chirping sound resounded throughout the entire 6th floor. The might that could be erupted from a consummate level 3rd rank martial art was exceptionally terrifying. Even in the face of this consummate level 3rd rank martial art, Yichuan's face was still incomparably calm, only that small consummate level sword aura instantly erupted at this time. The sword mantle realm was the first realm of the road of the sword Dao, but even if one wanted to cross into this realm, one had to have a cultivation level of the 3rd rank. Once one was able to master the sword arcane realm, the power of the sword technique would increase by at least 30%. And now the small completion level of the sword mantle was enough to raise this increase to 50%. A grand completion 3rd stage martial art under a 50% increase was already comparable to an ordinary perfection grade 3rd stage martial art. Not to mention, Yichuan's Xian Tan vomiting method had also become a small success, although he was only at the 5th level of viscera refining, but under the blessing of the breathing method, the quality of the method was not at all inferior to that of a martial artist at the 6th level of viscera refining, or even the 7th level of viscera refining. A sword sound echoed out, accompanied by strands of sharp edges that soared in all directions. On the floor of the platform, and on top of the walls of the surrounding buildings, a hideous sword mark was immediately left behind. Bang! Another muffled sound exploded. The dark gold longsword in the hands of the man in the bucket hat was instantly dislodged, and even above the chest of the man in the bucket hat, a hideous sword mark had been left behind at an unknown time. Success! Yi Chen looked at the scene in front of him, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, but the cloudy sky sword was already behind his back. In the next moment, the figure of the man in the bucket hat slowly dissipated. In its place, there was a dark golden pill that was silently suspended in mid-air. Yi Chuan looked at this dark golden dan pill in front of him, and a brilliant light also erupted from his eyes. This is the third order boundary breaking dan. Yi Chuan's heart immediately set off a wave. Realm-breaking pills were found in every realm, and the effects of realm-breaking pills varied from realm to realm. For example, this third-order realm-breaking pill in front of him, as long as it was in the third order and the realms below the third order, it would be able to directly break through a realm. It wouldn't even have any side effects. Third-order mirror-breaking pill. After eating this mirror-breaking pill, I'll be able to break through to the 6th layer of viscera refining immediately. However, such a valuable thing can't be taken now. It's a bit of a waste. When I cultivate to the peak of the viscera refining, and then use it together with this mirror-breaking dan, I'll be able to immediately break through to the 3rd stage of bone forging. Yi Chuan smiled and opened his mouth, extending his hand and instantly taking that third-order mirror-breaking dan in his hand. Rather, I can go to the 7th floor to have a look. If I remember correctly, that Yang Bufan is the one who broke through the 7th floor. Yi Chen said as his figure walked in the direction of the 7th layer. Meanwhile, outside the Morong Tower, Yan Xuanqiu counted the time and said with a smile, 8 minutes have already passed, I guess another few minutes will reach Yi Chen's limit. Kong Jie nodded, to be able to hold on for 10 minutes at the 6th level at the 5th level of the refined viscera realm, this strength is already very good. It seems that after 3 weeks, Yang Bufan you have an opponent. Yang Bufan on the side was silent, but he was able to see that between Yang Bufan's brows, there was more or less some gravity. And just at this time, that Ink Dragon Tower's position. The light of the 6th layer instantly dimmed, followed by the light of the 7th layer instantly shining. This scene instantly caused the expressions on the faces of Yan Xuanqiu as well as Kong Jie to slightly stiffen. Immediately afterward, Yan Xuanqiu even widened his eyes. This is breaking through the 6th layer? No, how can he, a 5th layer of viscera refining, break through the 6th layer? Yan Xuanqiu said with some disbelief. He really couldn't understand how Yi Chen had managed to do it at the 5th level of viscera refining, knowing that both Yang Bufan and Kong Jie had only managed to break through the 6th level after breaking through the 7th level of viscera refining. Even he had only managed to break through at the 6th level of viscera refining. And Yi Chuan surprisingly did it only at the 5th level of viscera refining. Could it be that he has mastered a 3rd rank martial art at the consummate level? But that shouldn't be the case. The town guards at that 6th level had similarly mastered a consummate level 3rd rank martial art. Yan Xuanqiu kept pondering, but no matter how much he pondered, he couldn't figure out how exactly Yi Chen did it. This matter was really a little too shocking for the world. Kong Jie, who was on the side, even had a look of gravity on her face. This person is a bit demonic. Yang Bufan looked at this scene and even turned away in silence. What are you doing? Yan Xuanqiu shouted at Yang Bufan. Going back to closed-door cultivation. Yang Bufan responded in an unning voice, and even his footsteps quickened a bit after the response. 7 or 8 days' time, successfully breaking through the 6th layer, such a speed made Yang Bufan feel a strong sense of crisis. He even felt that if Yi Chuan went on at this speed, 3 weeks later in his own appointment with Yi Chuan, he was afraid that he would be defeated by the other party. Yang Bufan wasn't afraid of losing. What was scary was being defeated by a guy who had joined the Zhengnan training camp for only a month. That would really be too humiliating. The more he thought of this, Yang Bufan didn't even dare to walk directly ran, ready to seize the time to cultivate and break through the 3rd stage. Watching Yang Bufan quickly leave, Yan Xuanqiu returned to his senses, looking at the direction of that Ink Dragon Tower. His eyes also gradually became complex, and even there was also a touch of scorn that surfaced. Yi Chen left the Ink Dragon Tower, and on the 7th floor, Yi Chen didn't even last a minute this time before he was directly defeated. The town guard of the 7th layer had a full cultivation of the peak of the 9th layer of the refined viscera, plus the mastery of the 3rd stage of the perfect level of martial arts. Such a battle power was directly close to the 10th layer of the refined viscera, or even close to the 3rd stage. And those crowds who were spectating outside the Morong Tower even saw Yichuan cursing and grumbling as he walked out while patting his ass. Damn, dare to beat Little Master's ass. When Little Master comes over next time, I won't get you killed. If an ordinary person said something like this, it might cause a roar of laughter. After all, trying to break through the 7th floor for the second time? What kind of joke is that? It was just that this sentence was spoken by Yichuan, and surprisingly, it did not cause anyone to object. Chapter 40, the old man comes back to him. Here the old man is a dog. Jiangnan training camp, in Yichuan's residence. Yi Dus sat cross-legged on his bed and looked into the void in front of him, but the system panel slowly emerged. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, dirty refining martial artist 45-100. Shin Tan vomiting method, minor achievement 75-100. 3000 wind shadow steps, small completion 75-100. 9 heavenly clouds piercing sword, grand completion 5-100. Sword mantle, minor achievement 5-100. After defeating the town guards on the 6th floor, the crowd of onlookers outside also brought Yi Chen a lot of proficiency boosts. Even the 9 heavens piercing cloud arrow of grand completion has increased its proficiency by 4 points. It seems that there are still big fish outside the Morong Tower. Yi Dus looked at the proficiency boosted by the sword mantle and the 9 heavens piercing cloud sword and opened his mouth with some surprise. After all, the 3rd rank martial arts at the grand completion level and the sword mantle at the minor completion realm, the response brought by the general Jiangnan training camp could no longer be raised too much. The only explanation was that there were big fish outside the Morong Tower. It's Yang Bufan, and the 2 guys beside Yang Bufan? Yichuan's eyebrows raised slightly, but in his heart, he already roughly knew the identity of these 2. However, Yichuan did not care, but pondered. I tried the intensity of the 7th layer today, and according to the quality of the Jiangnan training camp, members who want to break through the 7th layer must at least have the cultivation of the 10th layer of the viscera refining before they can do so, and they even have to master martial arts above the 3rd stage of the grand completion before they can do so. That means that Yang Bufan, at least, are all at the 10th level of the refined viscera cultivation. There are still 3 weeks to go before the appointment with Yang Bufan, and by a bold bit of estimation, Yang Bufan broke through the 3rd rank, which means that in 3 weeks' time, I need to raise my battle power to a level where I can fight against 3rd rank martial artists. Yi Chen sat cross-legged on top of the bed, one hand resting on his chin as he pondered. It's not that difficult. After pondering for a while, Yichuan's brows stretched and a confident smile appeared on his face. After I cultivate for a few more days and break through that 7th layer, plus there's a 3rd order realm breaking pill, it's not too difficult in here. Yi Chen smiled and spoke. Immediately, Yichuan was preparing to cultivate. Only before Yichuan entered the state of cultivation, the door of the courtyard's room was knocked on. Who could it be at this hour? Yichuan opened his eyes suspiciously, walked off the bed, and opened the door of the compound. Instead, he looked at a thin middle-aged man with a smile at the corner of his mouth, looking at himself. You are. Yi Chen did not recognize the identity of the person in front of him. The visitor smiled faintly at Yichuan. It's normal that you just came to the training camp and don't know my identity. Introduce yourself, Zhang Feng, chief instructor of Jiangnan training camp. Hearing the other party's introduction, Yichuan's eyebrows raised slightly. Chief instructor of the Jiangnan training camp? Wouldn't that mean that the guy in front of him was a 4th rank martial artist? Yichuan was a little surprised in his heart. A 4th order martial artist was already considered to be an existence that had transcended mortals, and martial artists in this realm had their lives leapfrogged and sublimated. The battle power was even more powerful. But at this time, what is Zhang Feng doing here to find himself? Yichuan looked at the other party in doubt, and the other party also saw the doubt in Yichuan's heart and said with a smile, You don't invite me in to have a seat? Yi Chen reacted and hurriedly invited Zhang Feng into his room. Zhang Feng sat on a chair, one hand gently resting on the table, his fingers tapping the tabletop rather rhythmically, making a crisp sound. Yi Chen looked at this scene, and after a moment of silence, he said, Chief Instructor, you came to me so late, do you want to play with the table inside my room? Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's smile instantly froze, and his fingers, which were tapping on the desktop, stopped in mid-air. This mindless sentence from Yi Chen instantly gave Zhang Feng a whole won't. This guy. Zhang Feng some tears and laughter, his own 4th order chief instructor, the training camp inside the member to see is not respectful, but on the contrary is Yi Chen this guy, but seems a little heartless. However, what Zhang Feng didn't know was that Yi Chen was a bit annoyed because of his arrival. Just say it if you want to say it, why are you making a fuss here and disturbing my cultivation? Yi Chen couldn't help but spit in his heart. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and stopped playing tricks. From tomorrow onwards, you shouldn't go and break into that what's it Morong tower. Why? Yi Chuan was instantly reluctant. What kind of joke was this? Without breaking into the Ink Dragon Tower, how would he get the chance of that Ink Dragon Tower? How to collect those people's emotions and provide inner scroll power for his own martial arts? Although it is true that these days the earnings are somewhat reduced, but the mosquito meat is still meat even if it is small. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Chen's eyes looked at Jiang Feng with some mischief. What's your kid's expression? Jiang Feng glared at Yi Chen. He was at least a fourth-order martial artist, and in the entire Jiangnan province, he had a certain status, while Yi Chen, a second-order martial artist, even dared to look at himself with such an expression. Could it be that he still wanted to make a move? This thought surfaced in Jiang Feng's mind, especially when he looked at Yi Chuan's unkind eyes. This thought became even more firm. Bad, this kid really dares to make a move. Jiang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air in his heart. This kid is too rash, right? It seems that in the future, we absolutely can't offend this kid. Jiang Feng said secretly in his heart. And at this moment, in Yi Chuan's field of vision, there were also subtitles floating. Shocking a fourth-order powerhouse, Xian Tan is arrogant in his heart, proficiency plus 25. Deterring a fourth-ranked powerhouse, 3,000 wind shadow steps is proud, proficiency plus 25. Shocking a fourth-ranked powerhouse. 9 heavenly cloud-piercing swords smiles coldly in his heart. Proficiency plus 10. Deterring a fourth-ranked powerhouse, sword mantle proficiency plus 10. Looking at the subtitles that suddenly popped up, Yi Chuan froze, but inwardly, he became strange. No, I've shocked a fourth order here? 10,000 Ys surfaced in Yi Dust's heart. It can still be played like this? Yi Chen was silent for a moment before glaring at Jiang Feng once again, even directly showing his teeth. Looking at Yi Chen's appearance, Jiang Feng was silent. The two of them stared at each other like this, and it was only after a long period of silence that Jiang Feng slowly opened his mouth, breaking the silence between the two of them. Your kid belongs to a dog? Yi Chuan scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, while Jiang Feng's eyes towards Yi Chuan were getting weirder and weirder. After a moment, Jiang Feng no longer hid it and said, "The reason I asked you not to go to the Morong Tower is because I don't want to break the atmosphere of the Jiangnan training camp." Yi Chuan muttered, "I'll just break into a tower. How can I break the atmosphere? I feel that the atmosphere is quite good and the people here speak well." A row of black lines instantly fell from Jiang Feng's forehead, and he said with some exasperation, "It's destroying other people's motivation." Other people. Do you understand? Jiang Feng banged on the table and kept saying. Jiang Feng felt that it was a little too difficult to communicate with Yi Chen. This guy's brain circuits were simply abnormal. If he could, Jiang Feng didn't even want to continue staying here, so he quickly said, "Of course, to compensate you, you can go to our Jiangnan training camp's cloud domain space once a week for up to 48 hours each time. How about that?" Cloud domain space. Yi Chuan's eyes lit up. After spending more than a week in this Jiangnan training camp, Yi Chuan also knew what this cloud domain space was. This was that fourth-level alien space that Jiangnan training camp possessed. Cultivating in it, not to mention the richness of heaven and earth aura, there was even a chance to encounter some heavenly treasures, and even kill the demonic beasts in it to earn points. As for those who wanted to enter the cloud domain space, they needed to pay 1,000 points for each entry, and the time could not exceed 24 hours. Even so, Jiangnan training camp also has many people who are eager to enter the cloud domain space, not to mention that the efficiency of cultivating inside is several times that of the level 3 aura formation. Just obtaining heavenly materials and treasures inside, or even killing the ferocious beasts, even if they are unlucky, the value is close to 1,000 points. Good luck. Might be able to find 4th level cultivation resources inside. This was the benefit of a 4th level foreign space. This was also why Daxia martial artists both loved and hated foreign spaces. The love was that martial artists could find many opportunities in the foreign space, and the hate was that the appearance of the foreign space, if not suppressed, would also be a crisis for Daxia. One could only say that chance often came with danger. However, inside the suppressed foreign space, the chances were often greater than the crisis. Cultivating for 2 days in the cloud domain space is worth more than 10 days of my cultivation, and with the difficulty of the 7th layer being so great, I may not be able to break through in a short period of time. This deal. Yi Chuan licked his lips, as if he was a person who had been hungry for a long time and saw delicious food. Jiang Feng glanced at Yi Chen. More and more he didn't want to continue staying here, then threw out a token, saying, "You can't go and break into the Ink Dragon Tower within half a month, and within a month you can break into it at most once, and this token will be yours." Holding this token, you can cultivate in the cloud domain space for 2 days a week. Can you do it? Yi Chuan picked up that token without hesitation and said somewhat lovingly, Can. Simply too able, chief instructor, you know, I'm a person who has been an obedient child since I was a child. Although Yi Chen was talking, his eyes did not move away from that token. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched again, and he finally shook his head helplessly and left Yi Chen's room. Chief instructor, you take your time. Come back next time. Hearing Yi Chen's voice coming from behind him, Zhang Feng's pace stumbled, a fourth-ranked powerhouse, but he almost tripped walking. Still come. I won't come in the future even if I die. Come again, lousy as a dog. Zhang Feng's mind roared. He then quickly walked out of Yi Chen's room. As Zhang Feng left, Yi Chen's gaze slowly moved away from the token and carefully placed it in his pocket. Only then did he return to his bed with satisfaction. Tomorrow, I'll go and see what this cloud domain space is all about, Yi Chuan said with a happy heart. Chapter 41. How about just rubbing it in? The following day, Yi Chuan slowly opened his eyes, but there was a powerful aura that roared out from Yi Chuan's body. Accompanied by the system panel, also at this time, appeared in Yi Dust's field of vision. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Dirty Refining Martial Artist 47-100. Shen Tan Vomiting Method, Grand Completion 4-100. 3000 Wind Shadow Steps, Grand Completion 4-100. 9 Heavens Piercing Cloud Sword, Grand Master 19-100. Sword Mantle, Minor Achievement 19-100. After raising the realms of the breathing method in martial arts to grand completion, it takes almost 2 hours to raise the progress by 1 point, and after this night has passed, the breathing method and body technique have only raised their progress by 4 points. If I want to live her to perfection, it will take at least a week or so. But fortunately, the cultivation progress has increased by 2 points, and we're only 3 final points of progress away from breaking through the 6th layer of viscera refining. After entering the cloud domain space today, I might be able to break through to the 6th layer of refining viscera, if I can find some treasures. Saying that, Yi Chen took out the token that Zhang Feng had sent over yesterday. The token took on a gray color, and on top of the gray token, a white cloud was carved. 4th level 4 in space, this is a good place. Yi Chuan's gaze gradually became blazing, then he walked out of the room and headed in the direction of the cloud domain space entrance. The cloud domain space, which was in the deepest part of the Jiangnan training camp, was heavily guarded, and there was even an instructor who sat in this place every day. Today, it was Xiao Wuji who was in attendance. Instructor Xia. Yi Chuan greeted Xiao Wuji, and after seeing Yi Chuan arrive, the corner of Xiao Wuji's mouth twitched slightly. He knew about the incident last night where Yi Duan had infuriated Jiang Cheng into numbness, and now that he saw Yi Duan, he couldn't help but admire Yi Duan for being a man of the people. Zhang Feng had been sitting as the chief instructor of Jiangnan training camp for 5 or 6 years, and there had never been a member who could make Zhang Feng angry like that. Not to mention the members, even they, the third-rank instructors, didn't dare to do so. In 5 or 6 years, Yi Chen was still the first. It was a Han Yu. However, because of this, Xiao Wuji didn't want to say anything more to Yi Chuan. He was afraid that he would be angry too. Now it was fine, if he waited until Yi Chuan had grown up, he wouldn't be able to beat Yi Chuan's opponent even if he wanted to. Therefore, in response to Yi Chen's greeting, Xiao Wuji only nodded gently. Hey, why are you so high and cold, Instructor Xia? It's a bit different from before, huh? Yi Chuan came next to Xiao Wuji and stared at him, rubbing his chin, then his eyes lit up and said, You're not coming to that, are you? What? Xiao Wuji was confused. Oh, the male doesn't seem to have it. Who knew? Yi Chen uttered another sentence, instantly causing rows of black lines to fall on Xiao Wuji's forehead. Scram! Xiao Wuji yelled at Yi Chen. He sort of understood that after stepping the ground hot in Jiangnan training camp, this kid was considered to have completely let himself go. Hurry up and roll in. Xiao Wuji waved his hand at Yi Chen, seemingly not wanting to see this guy appearing in front of his eyes. Yi Chuan hemmed and hawed, then directly came to the entrance and placed the token on that entrance passage, and immediately a suction force directly pulled Yi Chuan in. Accompanied by Yi Chuan entering the cloud domain space, Xiao Wuji immediately felt that the entire world had cleared up quite a bit. In the cloud domain space, the surroundings were white, and the entire heaven and earth were covered by that white mist. With a flash of white light, Yi Chen's figure descended into this cloud domain space. Is this the cloud domain space? Yi Chen looked around, his eyes somewhat bright. The heaven and earth aura here is really dense. Even if that small courtyard of mine has a second-grade aura formation, but compared to the cloud domain space, the heaven and earth spiritual chi here is at least 8 times that of the small courtyard. Doesn't that mean? The more Yichuan spoke, the brighter his eyes became. 8 times the effect. When he was in the middle of the small courtyard, he raised his progress by 1 point in 2 hours. Wouldn't he be able to raise his progress by 4 points in 1 hour here? A day would be over 90 points of progress? Directly raising all the breathing techniques and martial arts to perfection? Thinking of this, Yichuan instantly became excited, and without wasting any time, he directly sat down on the spot here. Anyway, there are 2 days. First, deliver the breathing method and martial arts to perfection. At that time, my cultivation efficiency can be even faster, and then I will raise the sword on to the grand completion realm. The next day would be a good time to stroll around this cloud domain space. Thinking of this, Yichuan hurriedly sat down and began to cultivate. As time passed, there were subtitles slowly emerging in Yichuan's field of vision. Sufficient spiritual chi of heaven and earth, Xian Tan vomiting method proficiency +1. Sufficient spiritual chi in heaven and earth, proficiency in 3000 wind shadow steps +1. Sufficient aura of heaven and earth, +1 proficiency in 9 heavens cloud piercing sword. Sufficient aura of heaven and earth, sword mantle proficiency +1. Soon, a day passed. Yichuan slowly opened his eyes, and the white mist in the surroundings, along with Yichuan's breathing, surged into Yichuan's body. These white mists were clearly made up of the spiritual chi aura between heaven and earth. Finally, all of them are complete. Yichuan exhaled a long breath of turbid air, accompanied by an extremely powerful aura, which also instantly erupted at this moment. The system panel slowly emerged. Name: Yi Dust. Cultivation: Dirty Refining Martial Artist 6100. Xian Tan Vomiting Method 99100. 3000 Wind Shadow Steps 99100. 9 Sky Cloud Piercing Sword 99100. Sword Mantle, Grand Completion 8100. After consummating the breathing technique, cultivation has become more and more efficient, and with the heaven and earth aura of this place being so dense, in just 1 day's time, my cultivation level has risen to the 7th level of viscera refining. Under the perfected breathing technique, the quality of my cultivation is even able to straighten out the 9th level of viscera refining, and even some martial artists at the 10th level of viscera refining. Coupled with all kinds of battle power. That 7th layer, even if I can't break through, I'll still be able to hold on for at least half an hour. Yichuan felt the cultivation changes within his body, and a bright smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kind of enhancement was somewhat terrifying. Most importantly, it's still the sword mantle that has become a great success, and the sword mantle of the great success realm can only raise 2 points of progress in an hour, even in the middle of this cloud domain space. When the time comes, it will also be almost able to deliver half of the progress, so when we come back next time, we will probably be able to cultivate the sword armor to completion and advance into the sword light realm. Yichuan smiled. The sword light realm, that was something that only a 4th rank swordsman would have the chance to comprehend, and there were also a portion of gifted people who were able to comprehend it at the 3rd rank. And Yi Dust might be able to do this step at the 2nd rank. Thinking of this, Yi Chen also stretched his waist. If we go on at this speed, after 3 weeks that Yang Bufan won't be a troublesome opponent, and it's even expected that we'll get the 1st place in the Jiangnan training camp. It's too easy. Yichuan shook his head and stood up. The white mist around him was still pouring into Yichuan's body. After the Xian Tan vomiting method was perfected, even if Yichuan didn't actively run it, he was still absorbing the spiritual chi between heaven and earth in a constant stream. Subconsciously, it was raising Yi Chen's cultivation level. The breathing method and martial arts have been perfected, I just don't know where the opportunity for advancement is. I can't go to the Ink Dragon Tower within half a month, this is making it hard for me. Yi Chen shook his head with some regret. Forget it, let's first see what treasures are within this cloud domain space. Yichuan walked towards the depths of the cloud domain space. I'll go, 2nd order heavenly spirit flower, there are so many of them? Hiss, isn't this ancient wood essence? 1 drop of it is equivalent to a 2nd order extreme cultivation resource, and it's surprisingly possible to collect half a vial here. 3rd order aura crystals. Yichuan's exclamations of astonishment continuously resounded in the cloud domain space. Developed. This place is simply a treasure land. Yi Dust's eyes emitted a bright glow, and in this white mist shrouded heaven and earth, it was as if the fog lights were turned on, extremely blinding. Yi Dust quickly collected the resources in the cloud domain space, and the entire person was as if he had entered the Grand View Garden. After only an hour had passed, Yi Chuan had collected more than 500 points of cultivation resources in this cloud domain space. What was important to know was that Yi Chuan's previous S-rank evaluation was only 200 points a week. It had to be said that the opportunities in this cloud domain space were simply all over the place, at least for martial artists under the 4th rank. This is still only the periphery of the cloud domain space, if the depths of the cloud domain space. Yi Chuan stood still and looked towards the depths of the cloud domain space. As a 4th level foreign space, when the cloud domain space was born, there were 4th rank ferocious beasts that had appeared, but after the cloud domain space was suppressed, although there were still some ferocious beasts that were retained to be used as objects to sharpen martial artists. However, there were no more 4th ranked beasts, and at most, there were only some peak 3rd ranked beasts. And these ferocious beasts were usually located in the depths of the cloud domain space. The most important thing is that the resources in the depths of the cloud domain space are also the most precious, and it is said that 2 years ago, there was a lucky member who found a 4th order treasure in the cloud domain space. At that time, he directly exchanged tens of thousands of points. It is also because of those tens of thousands of points, making that person in their session of the college entrance examination, directly rushed to the top 500 in the country, and finally entered the Star River Academy. The future was unlimited. 4th rank resources if I can get. Yi Chuan looked straight into the depths of the cloud domain space, but his saliva flowed out indisputably. For a while, he actually directly looked and forgot his mind. A moment later, it was only then that he came back to his senses, wiped his mouth and hesitantly said, "The peak of the 3rd order of ferocious beasts, not to mention the other 3rd order of ferocious beasts I'm not a match for, or come back later." However, not long passed, Yi Chuan's voice was once again sounded, or just rub it in? Chapter 42 Brother Wolf, Misunderstanding. Breakthrough, 3rd order bone forging. There shouldn't be any problem with rubbing it, right? Yi Chuan looked at the depths of the cloud domain space not far away, but his eyes were tinged with a slight unwillingness. Knowing that in the depths, there were quite a few heavenly treasures that he could not get, this feeling made Yi Dust very difficult. And so, Yi Dust stood on his tiptoes and carefully walked towards the depths of the cloud domain space. The feeling was like a thief entering a luxurious room, looking around. The eyes were as if they were planted with radar, constantly scanning the surroundings, looking for the heavenly treasures around. However, as he went deeper into the cloud domain space, the white fog around him was getting denser and denser, and the white fog itself was composed of heaven and earth aura, which also represented that the heaven and earth aura content in the depths of the cloud domain space was even more dense. But this also brought some small trouble to Yi Chuan. The heaven and earth spiritual chi into the fog, but effectively cut off Yi Chuan's field of vision. It made Yi Chuan, even with the cultivation of the 7th level of viscera refining, only have a visual range of about 5 meters at most. Yi Chuan walked carefully, but never found any scent of heavenly materials. Until a fluctuation of energy attracted Yi Chuan, who hurriedly looked over in that direction. Just as turning back, it was to see a wolf's face coming up to his face. Subsequently, Yi Chuan even saw the true appearance behind that wolf face. This is clearly a pitch-black giant wolf. The body of the giant wolf exuded a powerful aura accompanied by a tyrannical aura, and when it saw Yi Chuan, that black giant wolf also opened its mouth in an instant, and a foul odor instantly hit its face. When the giant wolf's aura emanated, Yi Chuan knew that it was a 3rd stage ferocious beast. He was instantly plunged into silence. "Brother Wolf, if I say that this is a misunderstanding, do you believe me?" After Yi Chuan was silent for a moment, he squeezed out a smile and said at the black giant wolf. However, the giant wolf seemed to have understood Yi Chuan's words, and a smirk was even revealed on its hideous face. It seemed to be thinking about how to deal with this fellow in front of him. Just the next moment, Yi Chuan's figure instantly transformed into a residual shadow and darted out towards the periphery. Perfect level 3000 wind shadow steps. In just the blink of an eye, he even directly pulled away from the black wolf by a full 100 meters. This scene caused that black wolf's humanized face to freeze. The black wolf then became furious and wanted to chase after him, but he could not even see Yi Chuan's figure anymore. While the white mist blocked Yi Dust's vision, it also blocked the black wolf's vision. Looking at Yi Dust's sudden disappearance, a flash of annoyance also surged on the black wolf's face. Ow! The black wolf's unwilling roar resounded in the cloud domain space. The periphery of the cloud domain space. Yi Chuan was panting as he sat on top of the trunk of an ancient tree, but his eyes were looking at the depths of that cloud domain space with some mischief. It's fortunate that Little Master's 3,000 wind shadow steps have been perfected, otherwise, there's only one way to die when encountering a third-ranked ferocious beast. Black Wolf, right? I'll remember you, Little Master. This time I can't beat you, but the next time. Little Master doesn't knock your brain flower out, Little Master won't be surnamed Yi Chuan said viciously. Yi Chuan was a person who was vindictive. However, this scene experienced today was also what made Yi Chen lose the idea of exploring the depths of the cloud domain space. After all, the depths were ultimately too dangerous for the current Yi Chen. The periphery is just the periphery. Anyway, it won't be long before Little Master is able to break through the third stage. Yi Chuan glared at the direction of the depths of the cloud domain space again, then took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and began to cultivate in this periphery. Half a month's time passed in a row. The many members of the Jiangnan training camp suddenly discovered a strange thing. Yi Chuan, who obviously came to break into the Ink Dragon Tower every day without fail, hadn't moved at all during these next 10 days or so. There wasn't even any information coming out, as if in the Jiangnan training camp, there was no longer any Yi Chen as a person. Such a change was also something that made the many members of the Jiangnan training camp feel a bit uncomfortable. Obviously, they had already adapted to Yi Chuan breaking into the Ink Dragon Tower every day, but as a result, all of a sudden, Yi Chuan did not come and did not appear in the crowd's field of vision. This was also something that made many members of the Jiangnan training camp a bit puzzled. However, although there was no more legend of Yi Duan within the training camp, there were some big things happening. The first was that Yang Bufan had successfully broken through the third stage, becoming the third demon from the Jiangnan training camp to break through the seventh floor. This scene originally made those who felt that after a week, Yi Chuan could possibly defeat Yang Bufan instantly change their minds. Yang Bufan actually went to the third level. This is already the third level in our Jiangnan training camp, right? TSK, it's going to be good to see after these few days. I don't know if Yi Duan is Yang Bufan's opponent. I think it's up in the air, although Yi Chuan broke through the 6th layer, but it's not that easy to break through the 7th layer. After all, even Yang Bufan only broke through the 7th layer after breaking through the 3rd rank. And haven't you guys seen that Yi Chen hasn't even appeared in these 2 weeks? Maybe this guy's cultivation has entered a bottleneck and he's still stuck at that realm. That's also true. There was a lot of talk in various places of the training camp. And besides Yang Bufan successfully breaking through the 7th floor, the big thing left was Morong Cheng. This heavenly pride from the Morong family, who had arrived at the Jiangnan training camp a day earlier than Yi Chen, had also managed to break through the 5th floor of the Ink Dragon Tower within these 3 weeks. Although this achievement was quite a bit slower compared to Yi Chuan, it was already considered very demonic when looking at this session of the Jiangnan training camp. So much so, Morong Cheng's name was now quite famous throughout the Jiangnan training camp. Coupled with Morong Cheng's appearance, she was even more admired by countless members of the Jiangnan training camp. Some even compared Morong Cheng to Kong Jia, and apart from strength, Morong Cheng unilaterally crushed Kong Jia. In addition to that, another major event was that Yan Chuanxiu had broken through the 8th floor of the Ink Dragon Tower and successfully entered the 9th floor. This scene was even more shocking to many members of the Jiangnan training camp. After all, amongst the members of the Jiangnan training camp, there were only a handful of people who were able to break through the 8th floor. Even in the last session, only one person from the Jiangnan training camp had broken through the 8th floor. Everyone was looking forward to whether Yan Chuanxiu would be able to break through the 9th floor before the college entrance exam. If he was able to succeed, Yan Chuanxiu would also become a heavenly pride strong enough to be ranked in the top 10 since the establishment of the Jiangnan training camp. And at this moment, within the cloud domain space, Yi Chen's silhouette was quietly sitting in an open space on the outskirts of the cloud domain space. An extremely powerful aura roared out from Yi Chuan's body, as if it had rolled up a wave. Faint qi and blood surrounded Yi Chen's body, as if it was an armor enveloping Yi Chen's body. In the next moment, Yi Chen violently opened his eyes. The 10th level of viscera refining is up. Yi Dust said, the corner of his mouth even rose slightly, followed by the system panel appearing in Yi Dust's field of vision. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Dirty Refining Martial Artist 9100. Shen Tan Vomiting Method, 99100. 3000 Wind Shadow Steps, 99100. 9 Sky Cloud Piercing Sword, 99100. Sword Mantle, Great Achievement 99100. The Sword Mantle has also been raised to its limit. Yi Chen looked at the system panel in front of him and couldn't help but slightly cluster his brows. I originally thought that after the Sword Mantle was raised to completion, it would automatically cross over into the Sword Light realm, but now it seems that it is the same as the breathing technique as well as the martial stance technique, which requires some opportunity to cross over into the next realm. But it doesn't matter, nowadays even though I'm only at the 10th level of the beginning viscera refining, I'm able to crush even a ferocious beast or even a martial artist who is at the 3rd stage of the beginning viscera refining. The corner of Yi Chuan's mouth rose slightly. The 10th layer of viscera refining at the consummation of the 3rd order breathing technique was enough to make Yi Chuan's chi and blood power comparable to some martial artists at the 1st layer of bone forging, or even the 2nd layer of bone forging. Coupled with the 3rd order perfection martial arts and body technique, ordinary martial artists of the 3rd bone forging layer were no match for Yi Chen. Thinking of this, Yi Chuan slowly stretched his waist, and his body bones made a crackling sound. It's a pity that I only have 2 days each week, otherwise, even without taking the 3rd order boundary breaking pill, I would be able to cross into the bone forging realm. As for now then, it's better to use it. Yi Chuan said, took out that 1/3 order boundary breaking dan and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, an extremely strong force of qi and blood instantly surged into Yi Chen's body. Yi Chuan hurriedly revolved the Xian Tan vomiting technique, and surged this extremely strong qi and blood force in the direction of his bones. Instantly, Yi Chuan felt a tingling sensation emanating from the bones of his entire body at this moment. This feeling did not know how long it lasted, and immediately afterward, a surge of qi and blood unexpectedly gushed out directly from Yi Chuan's bone marrow, feeding back into Yi Chuan's body. At this moment, the aura within Yi Chen's body also gave off an even more terrifying aura. Bone forging realm, finally. Yi Chuan opened his eyes, and there was a faint bloodlight flickering within Yi Chuan's eyes. With a thought, the system panel appeared again. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Bone Forging Martial Artist 1-100. Xian Tan Vomiting Method, 99-100. 3000 Wind Shadow Steps, 99-100. 9 Sky Cloud Piercing Sword, 99-100. Sword Mantle, Grand Completion 99-100. Sure enough, in that system panel cultivation column, it had also changed from the previous viscera refining martial artist to the current bone forging martial artist. 3rd order. If I return to Jiangcheng, I'm afraid that I'll be considered a party emperor. Yi Chuan smiled faintly. But if you put it in the entire Grand Xia, the 3rd rank is only just standing at the starting point of the martial arts path, and the only way to be considered truly in the martial arts path is to cross over to the 4th rank. And have a place. Chapter 43. This kid won't be hung, right? Yi Chuan began to break through the barrier. After breaking through the 3rd stage, it's time to settle the score with that black wolf. Yi Chen seemed to have thought of something, and a cold smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding my ass, never have any misunderstandings. Yi Chuan stood up and followed the route in his memory, walking towards the depths of that cloud domain space. Someone Yi had always been vindictive. Soon, Yi Chuan arrived at the location where he had encountered the black wolf before. Roar, roar, roar. Yi Chuan's figure had just arrived at the range of the black wolf's domain when the black wolf let out a roar and instantly killed towards Yi Chuan. The black wolf looked at Yi Chuan with a tyrannical color in its eyes. This period of time, this human, has made the black wolf somewhat broken. Ever since the black wolf first encountered Yi Chuan pulled out his legs and ran away, making the black wolf miss the opportunity to kill Yi Chuan. Who knows, a week later this guy came again. And the strength had become even stronger. However, as a ferocious beast of the early 3rd stage, it was enough to fight against a martial artist of the 3rd bone forging layer, so it naturally didn't fear Yi Chuan, and once again ravaged Yi Chuan. Yet it was still escaped by Yi Dust. It couldn't be helped, the perfect level of the 3000 wind shadow steps made Yi Duan's speed extremely terrifying. Even the black wolf, an early 3rd stage ferocious beast, couldn't catch up. This also made the black wolf's heart furious, and now that Yi Chuan had appeared once again, the black wolf naturally could no longer hide the anger in its heart. Instantly roaring, it killed towards Yi Duan. This time, it would not give Yi Duan any chance to escape. However, facing the pouncing black wolf, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth rose slightly. Sinful animal, today I will avenge the deaths of the Jiangnan training camp members in your hands. Yi Dust let out a low chortle, and a flash of sword awnings instantly surfaced. The black wolf couldn't help but freeze when he heard Yi Dust's words. The Jiangnan training camp members who died in my hands? What's the situation? My old wolf hadn't encountered many humans since he was born. Apart from killing a few humans when the cloud domain space was just born, I have never killed anymore. What do you mean by the Jiangnan training camp members who died in my hands? The black wolf was a little confused in his mind, but he didn't know that a sword blade had instantly landed on his neck. The 9 heavens piercing cloud sword. Puffing. In an instant, the cloud piercing sword cut through the black wolf's neck, accompanied by a bloodstain that suddenly surfaced. In the next moment, the black wolf's vitality dissipated, and up until this moment, the black wolf was still pondering where he had killed a member of the Jiangnan training camp. Bah! Yi Chuan spat at the black wolf's corpse. Dared to start a killing spree against little master. But after spitting, Yi Chuan had some regrets. Not good, this black wolf's body is full of treasures. Take it back, but it can be exchanged for quite a few points. Yi Chuan's face instantly wrinkled, and the whole person looked extremely bitter. After a moment of silence, Yi Chuan carefully avoided the location of the saliva, carried the black wolf's corpse, and strutted towards the outside of the cloud domain space. Even though it was a bit disgusting, once he thought that he would be able to exchange it out soon, he no longer cared about that. Cloud domain space entrance. Today, it was still Xiao Wuji sitting in the town. Buzz buzz buzz. Space slightly distorted, Yi Chuan walked out carrying the corpse of the black wolf, saw Xiao Wuji on the side, and smiled as he greeted him. Good day, Instructor Xia. Xiao Wuji nodded with a calm face and stopped responding to Yi Chuan. He was afraid that if he responded to this guy, he would be infuriated by this guy and couldn't control himself to beat him up at that time. Yi Chuan didn't care either, he just carried that black wolf's corpse and tugged his pace. He walked towards the mission center. While Xiao Wuji's gaze had just moved back from Yi Chen's body, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something and once again looked in Yi Chen's direction. Correctly speaking, it should be towards the corpse of the black wolf in Yi Chen's hand. This is... After taking a clear look at the black wolf's corpse, Xiao Wuji's pupils shrunk slightly. The corpse of the Stormblood wolf. Xiao Wuji exclaimed. This guy actually killed a tyrannical blood wolf? That's an early 3rd stage ferocious beast? Doesn't it mean that this guy already has 3rd rank battle power? Xiao Wuji's entire body froze. 3rd order battle power. Such strength wasn't anything to be surprised about for Xiao Wuji. After all, in today's Jiangnan training camp, there were also several members with 3rd order battle power. However, the term 3rd order battle power was used on Yi Chen's body. Xiao Wuji fell into silence. In less than a month. From the 1st rank to the 3rd rank. Is this ING human? Xiao Wuji's eyes widened, but the color of suspicion was thick in his eyes. No, this guy is hung up, right? It was almost evening when Yi Chuan came out from the cloud domain space. When Yi Chuan arrived at the mission center, the sky was already completely dark, and there was even no one inside the mission center. There was only a Jiangnan training camp instructor, sitting on the counter, drowsy. Yi Chuan carried the body of the Stormblood wolf and ruthlessly smashed it on the counter. Bang! The loud sound immediately woke up that instructor. Enemy attack. With red eyes, the instructor instantly stood up, exuding a powerful aura. Only, after seeing the incoming person, he froze and then dispersed his aura. So it's you, kid, what are you doing in the mission center at this late hour? The instructor looked at Yi Chuan somewhat helplessly. Yi Chuan pointed at the tyrannical blood wolf corpse placed on the counter and said, Instructor, estimate a price. At this moment, the instructor was the one who noticed the tyrannical blood wolf's corpse on the counter. Seeing the tyrannical blood wolf corpse, the instructor was first stunned, and then there was a flash of brilliant light in his eyes. Hiss. Surprisingly, it's the corpse of a Stormblood wolf, and it's even so complete? You killed it? The instructor looked at Yi Chen with some surprise. Yi Dust nodded. Hiss. The instructor sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but shake his head, saying, Your guy's talent is still really terrifying as hell. Saying that, the instructor then dropped his gaze on the blizzard wolf's corpse, and there was even a flash of excitement surfacing in his eyes. Preserving such a perfect blizzard wolf corpse is simply rare. Saying that, the instructor even couldn't help but get his hands on the blizzard wolf's corpse and caress it. Just as Yi Chuan looked at this scene, his expression instantly became a bit strange. What's your kid's expression? The instructor glared at Yi Dust. After Yi Dust was silent for a moment, he slowly said, There is saliva on this corpse. The instructor's expression froze slightly, followed by Yi Chuan's voice once again. I spat on it. Plop. It was as if there was a knife that ruthlessly plunged into this instructor's heart. The instructor's stiff face became more and more rigid, and he took several deep breaths before he was able to suppress the anger in his heart. 2,000 points, it will hit your account in a while, hurry up and get out. He didn't want to see Yi Chen for even a moment now. He finally understood why Zhang Feng's entire body was furious when he came back after going to meet Yi Chen. Nowadays, it seemed that this kid was really a bit angry. However, it was only when he came back to his senses that he was heckled. Wait. If this Blizzard Wolf was killed by him, doesn't it mean that this guy's battle power has already reached the 3rd rank? Hiss. In the middle of the mission center, the sound of the other party sucking in cool air resounded. Yi Chuan returned to his residence. From within the identity bracelet, he tapped on his account. Finding that 2,000 points had already arrived, counting the points accumulated before, the points on Yi Chuan's account now came to 3,000 points. 3,000 points, this is already a lot. It's even possible to purchase an ordinary 3rd rank spirit sword, but the sword aura and martial arts are already stuck above the consummate level, and purchasing a spirit sword before advancing has little effect. Yi Chen looked at the exchange list and pondered. The appointment battle with Yang Bufan will start only the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow we can go to the Ink Dragon Tower to rush, see if we can break through the 8th floor, then with the rewards of the Ink Dragon Tower, exchange some more cultivation resources, and make a good breakthrough before the appointment battle. Perhaps this covenant battle is an opportunity for me to advance in my martial breathing method as well as my sword Dao realm. There was a flash of light in Yi Chuan's eyes. Solely closing the redemption list directly, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The following day, outside the Morong Tower, there were already quite a few members of the Jiangnan training camp. If one were to take stock of the most popular places in the Jiangnan training camp, other than the cloud domain space, it would be this Ink Dragon Tower. Basically, there were people outside the Ink Dragon Tower every day, either because they wanted to break into the Ink Dragon Tower themselves or to sharpen their martial arts, or because they were just people watching. Soon, outside of the Ink Dragon Tower, those watching the crowd discovered a familiar figure slowly emerging. You guys see who that guy is? It seems like Yi Chuan? Yi Chuan has finally come to the Morong Tower? At once, along with Yi Chen's appearance, it instantly caused quite a stir in that Ink Dragon Tower. Previously, Yi Dust had not been coming, which had made the crowd more or less uncomfortable, and now that he had appeared once again, he had naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. Boy, this guy actually gave up more than 10 days to not come to the Ink Dragon Tower? This time he came, it couldn't be that he's going to impact the 7th floor, right? If he is able to succeed, wouldn't it mean that my Jiangnan training camp will have a 4th member of the 3rd Order Battle Force? I don't think so, right? The 7th floor requires 3rd Order combat power to break through. How long has Yi Chen been practicing? What if this guy is refreshing our cognition time and time again? The surrounding chatter gradually grew louder. And Yi Chuan's figure finally arrived outside the Ink Dragon Tower at this moment. Yi Chen waved his hand at the surrounding crowd. Everyone, long time no see. After saying that, Yi Chuan directly walked into that Ink Dragon Tower in front of the crowd. Watching Yi Chen walk into the Ink Dragon Tower, the surrounding crowd also reacted instantly. Quickly inform the others that Yi Chuan has started to break through the barrier. Chapter 44, Training Camp 4, Early Battle. Yi Chen started to break through the barrier. This news instantly spread throughout the entire Jiangnan training camp. More than 10 days had passed since Yi Chen had last broken through the barrier. Not having broken through the barrier for such a long period of time made most of the members of the Jiangnan training camp a little uncomfortable. After all, some time ago, Yi Chuan had come every day and reported on time. Despite being shown some scalps, every time Yi Chuan appeared, he would bring them a big shock. There were some people who had gotten used to the shock that Yi Duan brought. They were even happy about it. Now that Yi Duan had once again broken through the barrier, it naturally attracted this part of the people. Of course, there were also some people who were thinking about tomorrow's appointment between Yi Duan and Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan had broken through the 3rd stage and broken through the 7th floor some time ago, and this news had caused quite a stir in the Jiangnan training camp. Now that Yi Chen had reappeared, how many people wanted to see how much of a gap there was between the current Yi Chen and Yang Bufan? So much so that when Yi Chen entered the Ink Dragon Tower, a number of members of the Jiangnan training camp arrived outside that Ink Dragon Tower. Among them included Morong Qing, included Kong Jia, included Yang Bufan, and also included Yan Chuanxiu. Outside the Ink Dragon Tower, Yan Chuanxiu's trio stood in one place, and the surrounding Jiangnan training camp members looked towards the 3 of them from time to time. After all, amongst the Jiangnan training camp nowadays, the 3 of them were the only ones who had demonstrated 3rd Order combat power. Moreover, the three of them were also genuine third-ranked martial artists. With this cultivation level, even if they were to take the college entrance exam tomorrow, they would be able to easily enter any first-class martial arts academy in Disya. Tomorrow is the appointment between you and Yi Chuan. This kid suddenly came to the Murong Tower today. I'm afraid he didn't come to show off his muscles. The corners of Yen Xuanqiu's mouth contained a smile, but his gaze was always fixed on that ink dragon tower, and there was even a deep color flickering in his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking inside. On the side, Yang Bufan was silent, but he was also staring straight at the ink dragon tower. More than 10 days Yi Chen had brought great pressure to Yang Bufan. Only entering the Jiangnan training camp for a week, he had directly gotten the same results as himself. This filled Yang Bufan's heart with pressure, and it was under this pressure that was what allowed Yang Bufan to successfully break through the third stage. He broke through the seventh layer. Moreover, relying on the chance of the seventh layer, the current Yang Bufan's cultivation level was also further advanced. It was just that what made Yang Bufan puzzled was why since that day, Yi Chen hadn't continued to break through the ink dragon tower, and even Yi Chen's messages were rarely heard. Until today. Do you have confidence? Kong Jie suddenly looked at Yang Bufan, who was on the side, and asked. Yang Bufan's expression was first grave for a moment, then it was stretched out, and he said lightly, I have crossed into the third stage, and the heaven and earth after the third stage is different again, and that Yi Chuan. Unless he is also able to break through the third stage, otherwise. Yang Bufan didn't finish his words, but the two of them, Kong Jie and Yen Xuanqiu, smiled blandly, understanding the meaning of Yang Bufan's words. Unless Yi Chen broke through the third rank, otherwise even if Yi Chen broke through the seventh layer, Yang Bufan would not be afraid in the slightest. Inside the ink dragon tower, Yi Chen looked at the man in the bucket hat in front of him. An old friend. Yi Chuan looked at the other party and smiled faintly. It was only when Yi Dust's words had just fallen, the man in the bucket hat was directly transformed into a stream of light, instantly killing Yi Dust. In an instant, a flash of sword aura instantly flashed from the dark gold longsword in the hand of that man in the bucket hat. Yi Chuan's eyebrows jumped slightly, but there was no look of concern on his face. He just dodged the opponents, killing directly between the flashes of his figure. Still so shameless, sneak attacking right off the bat. Yi Chen looked at the man in the bucket hat in front of him and spoke with a smile. But the current you is not my opponent. Yi Chen smiled faintly. The 3,000 wind shadow steps flashed once again, and in an instant, the entire platform was left with a trail of residual shadows. The number of residual shadows even reached dozens, making it difficult to distinguish which one was the real Yi Chen. Sparingly, the 7th floor townkeeper could not help but freeze when he saw these residual shadows, and it was clear that even he had not been able to distinguish which one was the real Yi Chen. It's over. A voice, which continuously came from all directions, was accompanied by an extremely terrifying sword aura, which instantly appeared in this side of the heaven and earth. Buzz buzz buzz. Between the heavens and earth, there was a sword roar that echoed out, erupting with a roar and viciously declaring on that bucket-hatted man's body. Plop! In an instant, the figure of the man in the bucket hat was instantly shattered under this sword mane. It directly turned into mottled energy fragments and dissipated between the heavens and earth, leaving only a milky white glow that silently hovered in midair. The 7th layer is nothing more than that. A remnant shadow around the platform instantly dissipated, leaving only Yi Chuan standing alone on this 7th level. Yi Chuan stretched out his hand and took out the object within that white halo of light, and it was only immediately after that he realized that it was a dark red elixir. Beast blood pill? Yi Chuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly as he looked at this dark red elixir in his hand. The beast blood pill was an elixir that was refined using the blood of countless ferocious beasts, and this kind of elixir had only one effect, and that was to be able to utilize the effect of the ferocious beast's blood when cultivating to raise the power of qi and blood in one's own body to a berserk state. Cultivation under this state had the effect of doubling the effort. Of course, it was only limited to cultivation. Like comprehending martial arts or something like that, it wouldn't have much of an effect. Moreover, the duration was also very long, lasting a full day. It's not bad at all. Yi Chuan placed the beast blood pill into his bosom, glanced at the platform on the 8th floor, and after pondering for a moment, he still walked in. Along with Yi Chen's figure appearing on the 8th floor, while outside the Ink Dragon Tower, everyone was able to see that the light of that 7th floor dimmed. The 8th layer of the Ink Dragon Tower also brightened instantly. At the same time, on the Ink Dragon Heaven's Pride ranking, the 4th position was also quietly changed to Yi Chen's name. Hiss. It's really Yi Dust. I knew that this guy would definitely succeed when he came to break through the barrier. That's the 7th layer. To break through the 7th layer, one would need to have at least a refined viscera perfection, or even a third stage battle power, to be able to break through. Can't it be that Yi Chen has also broken through the third stage? For a while, as the light of the 8th layer of the Ink Dragon Tower flickered up, outside the Ink Dragon Tower, the murmurs from all around echoed. It shouldn't be possible, right? Yi Chuan joined our Jiangnan training camp full count. It's only been less than a month. Wanting to break through the third stage in such a short period of time is not that easy. It should have the battle power of a refined viscera perfection, otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to break through the 7th floor. That's right. Yi Chuan should have the battle power of a viscera refining perfection now. The crowd opened their mouths one after another. On the other hand, Yan Xuanxiu and the three of them were staring tightly at the location of that Ink Dragon Tower without saying a word. Especially Yang Bufan, the gloomy color between his brows were much more at this moment. Bufan, is there any pressure? Yan Xuanxiu looked towards Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan, however, was silent. It was a lie to say that there was no pressure. He had thought that after he crossed into the third stage, he should be able to pull away a distance between him and Yi Chen, but he hadn't thought that Yi Chen would actually break through the 7th layer on the eve of his battle with himself as well. Such battle power. Even if there is no third stage, there is also refined viscera perfection. However, Yang Bufan in the end was still the third person in the Jiangnan training camp, and after a moment of silence, he slowly opened his mouth. The pressure is certainly there, but I also have reasons why I can't lose. Yang Bufan's voice carried a hint of determination in it. Yan Xuanxiu nodded, then moved his gaze to the 8th floor of that Ink Dragon Tower. I don't know if this fellow can break through the 8th layer, Yan Xuanxiu said, but soon laughed again. Breaking through the 8th layer was not that easy. Even he himself had only barely broken through the 8th layer after cultivating to the 3rd level of bone forging. And Yi Chuan definitely couldn't. Sure enough, before Yan Xuanxiu's voice had finished speaking, the light of the 8th layer of the Ink Dragon Tower dimmed. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen's figure appeared outside the Ink Dragon Tower. At the location of the Ink Dragon Tower's main door, Yi Chuan rubbed his shoulders and glanced back at the Ink Dragon Tower. This 8th floor's town guard is a bit difficult to deal with. Not only does he have the cultivation of the 3rd level of bone forging, he even mastered an entry-level 4th rank martial art. My strengths can't be displayed at all on this 8th level. It seems that if I want to break through the 8th level, I would need to at least raise my breathing method and even my martial arts to the 4th rank to have a chance. And the opportunity to raise the 4th rank. Yi Chuan mused. His eyes began to scan outside the Ink Dragon Tower and soon landed on Yang Bufan's body, and in an instant Yi Chuan's eyes lit up. He said to Yang Bufan, "Why don't we wait for tomorrow? How about starting directly today?" Yi Duan's voice resounded outside the Morong Tower and fell into everyone's ears. The crowd was stunned. Not only them, even the three of them, Yang Bufan, froze. They didn't think that Yi Chen would choose to bring the appointment forward. For a moment, everyone's gazes fell on Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan's lips quirked slightly, then he met the gazes of the crowd and nodded. For Yang Bufan, there were some benefits to fighting Yi Chen today. After all, the talent Yi Chen had displayed was just too terrifying. In case Yi Chen improved again tomorrow, wouldn't he really be defeated by Yi Chen? Although this probability was said to be very small, but if it was Yi Chen, this probability could be infinitely magnified. Chapter 45 Seconds. Re-advancement. As Yang Bufan agreed, the duo walked towards the nearest ring. The surrounding crowd also came to be interested and followed behind the duo, ready to watch the duo fight. Some good people even sent this message to the other people in the Jiangnan training camp who had not come. After all, Yi Chen and Yang Bufan's battle was in the limelight from the beginning. And at this time, Morong Qing also ran to Yi Chuan's side to come, looking at Yi Chuan with some concern, saying, "I know that you broke through the 7th layer, but that Yang Bufan has broken through the 3rd rank some time ago, and in these few days, he even refined the 7th layer's chance, and his strength has followed him further, so do you really want to advance fight with him?" Even though Yi Chuan had also broken through the 7th layer and had the strength of a peak refined viscera or a 3rd stage battle power. But Yang Bufan was the one who had broken through the 7th layer earlier, and now that Yi Chuan hadn't yet refined the 7th layer of the chance, Morong Qing was more or less still a little worried. Being looked down upon by a woman, Xian Tan was angry in his heart, and an evolved white light appeared. Tiny woman, with long hair and short knowledge, 3,000 wind shadow steps appeared with evolved white light. The 9 heavens cloud-piercing sword snorted coldly, and a strange change appeared on its body. The sword mantle was silent, only light appeared on its body. As Morong Qing's voice fell, a subtitle appeared in Yi Chuan's field of vision. And upon seeing these subtitles, Yi Chuan's eyes instantly became bright. He rubbed Morong Qing's head. Morong Qing, Morong Qing, you really are my lucky star. Yi Chuan said with a smile. Previously, he had first accompanied Morong Qing in his training, and as a result, he had allowed his martial arts and breathing techniques to evolve, and now the opportunity to evolve from the third stage to the fourth stage was surprisingly caused by Morong Qing as well. How was this not Yi Chen's lucky star? Hello? As Morong Qing listened to Yi Duan's words, question marks immediately surfaced on her head. She did not understand what Yi Chen meant by this. Yi Chuan no longer explained too much, but just smiled and whispered, he, Yang Bufan, can break through the third order, can I not? Morong Qing froze, and even her body stopped in place. What do you mean? Could it be that? Morong Qing's eyes instantly widened as she looked at Yi Chen's back, a look of disbelief surfacing in her eyes. He broke through the third stage? Morong Qing's heart immediately set off a wave, and even more so, there was a touch of complexity that surged to her heart. As the young princess of the Morong family, one of the martial arts families in Jiangnan province, Morong Qing's talent was already terrifying, otherwise, she wouldn't have broken through the fifth floor of the Morong Tower in just a month's time. Although it was said to have the Morong family's resource support, being able to make it this far was also very heaven-defying. However, compared to Yi Chen, Morong Qing was much worse. For a moment, Morong Qing suddenly felt as if there was a heavenly gap between herself and Yi Chen. When Morong Qing came back to her senses, Yi Chuan was already standing on top of that ring, and opposite Yi Chuan was Yang Bufan. Your talent is the strongest within the people I've seen, even Yan Chuanxiu can't compare to you. Yang Bufan looked at Yi Chen in front of him, his expression was slightly gloomy, and he said in a jarring voice. When I first made a date with you, I originally thought it was just you being intentional, but now it seems that I underestimated you. Saying that, a blood-colored battle sword emerged in Yang Bufan's hand. A powerful force of qi and blood also diffused from Yang Bufan's body. Yi Chen smiled faintly. I am a person who never fights unprepared battles. When these words came out, the aura on Yang Bufan's body could not help but stagnate. What did it mean? Not fighting unprepared battles, does he mean that fighting with himself today is also in Yi Duan's preparation? Thinking of this, Yang Bufan's heart became more and more gloomy, but the crowd around him was getting bigger and bigger, and even the figures of some instructors appeared. Yang Bufan took a deep breath. No matter what, I can only win, I can't lose, at least today. In an instant, an aura of the second level of bone forging directly whistled out from Yang Bufan's body, just as Morong Qing reminded him earlier. After breaking through the third stage, Yang Bufan even refined the seventh level of chance, his strength had gone even further. That would be a pity, I have to win today as well. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, but his figure instantly killed towards Yang Bufan. The perfect level 3000 wind shadow steps was so fast that even Yang Bufan, who was at the second level of bone forging, couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly. This is a third level consummate stance? In the distance, Yan Chuanxiu watched this scene, his complexion slightly condensed. Yang Bufan is in trouble. As the words fell, the cloud sky sword in Yi Chen's hand instantly swung out, wrapped in a powerful force that violently erupted. 9 heavens piercing cloud sword. Wisps of sword on surrounded the cloudy sky sword, rigidly adding to the sharpness of the cloudy sky sword. Sword ons. It's still a sword aura at the consummate level. Yi Chuan, this guy. How is it possible? And seeing this scene, the gravity on Yan Chuanxiu's face instantly disappeared, and there was merely a look of disbelief. Similarly, as a swordsman, Yan Chuanxiu naturally also mastered the existence of the sword mantle, only that even now, Yan Chuanxiu had only raised the sword mantle to a great completion, and there was still a distance from completion. But on the contrary, Yi Chuan had mastered a perfect level sword aura. Not only Yan Chuanxiu, but even those instructors nearby, their expressions gradually became gloomy before they shook their heads. Just with this consummate level sword aura, Yang Bufan has already lost. An instructor shook his head inside. Sure enough, the moment this instructor's words fell, a strand of sword on had already landed on a position that was only a centimeter away from Yang Bufan's neck. The sharpness that spat out from the sword blade caused a cold sweat to fall on Yang Bufan's forehead. Yang Bufan's face was pale. He had lost. He didn't even have the chance to make a move before he directly lost. Facing Yi Chen, he felt as if he was facing an unrivaled peerless powerhouse, completely without any power of resistance. Yang Bufan's eyes gradually became blank. He had thought that he would be able to stabilize his victory over Yi Chen after he broke through the third stage. But who knew? The cultivation and battle power that he was so proud of was so unbeatable in front of Yi Chen. Around the ring, there was a silence. Only the sound of thick breathing could be heard. Before Yi Chen's eyes, a subtitle also suddenly appeared. Xian Tan vomiting technique advanced to Kai Hung breathing technique 4th order. 3000 wind shadow steps advanced to 9000 wind thunder steps 4th order. The 9 heavens piercing cloud sword advances to the Chun Yang sword technique 4th order. Sword mantle advanced to sword light. In an instant, a wave of enlightenment suddenly exploded in Yi Chen's mind. By the time he just came back to his senses and summoned the system panel with a thought, the panel had already undergone a huge change. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Bone Forging Martial Artist 1-100. Kai Hung Breathing Technique, Introductory 1-100. 9000 Wind and Thunder Steps, Introductory 1-100. Chen Yang Sword Technique, Introductory 1-100. Sword Mantle, Introductory 1-100. Finally, Advanced. Each one felt the feedback due to the advancement of the breathing technique. The qi and blood power in his body became denser and denser. Even though his cultivation had not increased by half, the quality of the qi and blood power, due to the initiation of the 4th order breathing technique, had been upgraded by a few notches. A moment later, Yi Chuan came back to his senses, smiled slightly, put away the cloudy sky sword in his hand, and said smilingly at the surrounding crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, offering up an honor anon." When these words came out, the corners of the crowd's mouths twitched slightly. Good fellow, making a fool of themselves. If this was called making a fool of themselves, what did they count as? Clowns? A negative emotion surfaced from the crowd's bodies, and the smile at the corner of Yi Chuan's mouth became even more intense when he saw the prompted subtitle of the proficiency increase. Afterward, Yi Duan waved his hand at Yang Bufan. "Alright, that's it for today." After saying that, Yi Chen directly jumped off the ring, and the two of them, Morong Qing, slowly left the place under the gaze of the crowd. Only the crowd was left to follow their departure with that complicated gaze. 1 month. In just 1 month's time, Yi Chen had gone from being a martial artist of the 1st rank to becoming the 3rd person in the current Jiangnan training camp. Moreover, the reason why he was the 3rd person was only because Yi Chen had only fought with Yang Bufan. Even they estimated that with the battle power Yi Chuan had just displayed, even the 2nd ranked Kong Jia might not be Yi Chuan's opponent. If they wanted to really suppress Yi Duan, they would at least need Yin Xuanqiu to make a move. Even if Yin Xuanqiu was able to suppress it now, what about down the road? With Yi Chuan's demonic rate of improvement, he was afraid that it wouldn't take more than half a month for him to surpass Yin Xuanqiu. At that time, the name of the 1st person in this Jiangnan training camp would have to be given to Yi Chen. Meanwhile, inside the instructor's office, Zhang Feng looked at the ring not far away, the corner of his mouth slightly outlined an arc. This guy really didn't let me down. Zhang Feng smiled, just wanting to praise Yi Chen, only when he thought of the conversation between himself and Yi Chen, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a toothache. After taking several deep breaths, he was able to suppress the unpleasant image in his mind and regained normalcy. Counting the time, the appointment with those guys from Jiangbei is coming up to the period. I thought that this time it would be a bit difficult, but who knew that this demon Yi Chuan had come out? If Yi Chuan were to go up against those little guys from Jiangbei, would he directly step on these high-minded little guys and crush them hard on the ground? Zhang Feng laughed and opened his mouth as if he had thought of some image that made him very happy, and a smile could not help but appear on his face. This image is something to look forward to just thinking about it. Chapter 46 is not a buddy, those people are too much of a waste of space. You actually crossed into the 3rd rank. The two of them, Yi Chen and Morong Cheng, left the ring, and Morong Cheng looked at Yi Chen with an adoring gaze. Facing Morong Cheng's adoring gaze, Yi Chen merely smiled faintly. But then again, what have you been doing during this period of time? Why haven't I heard anything about you? Morong Cheng looked at Yi Chen with eyes that were slightly suspicious. Yi Chen touched his nose and said, "There's an old thing that won't let me break into the Ink Dragon Tower anymore, letting me go to the cloud domain space to cultivate." Upon hearing this, Morong Cheng couldn't help but stare, then her eyes widened. Cloud domain space? Are you talking about that 4th level space in the Jiangnan training camp? On top of Morong Cheng's small face, there was a hint of surprise, and it was obvious that she was really a bit surprised at the news that Yi Chen had entered the cloud domain space. Yi Chen nodded slightly. This cloud domain space would actually open up directly to you, the general members of the Jiangnan training camp. Even if they can redeem it with points, they all need to go in at a specific time. Morong Cheng looked at Yi Chen with some envy. Even as the Morong family's little princess, This kind of fourth-level space was all very good treatment. And Yi Chen was actually directly opened up to the cloud domain space, which was quite heaven-defying. No wonder. Morong Ching nodded with some emotion, and then asked, "Then when are you going to break through the Morong Tower again?" "Ah, if you can break through the 8th floor, then you can be the second only to Yen Xuanxiu in our Jiangnan training camp." Morong Ching asked with some curiosity. Yi Chuan pondered for a while and said, "Half a month later." Hiss. Morong Ching sucked in a breath of cool air. Breaking into the 8th floor of the Ink Dragon Tower after half a month, did this not mean that Yi Chen was certain that he could directly raise his battle power to the 3rd level of bone forging after half a month? One must know that as one's cultivation level rises, one's cultivation becomes slower and slower, that Yen Xuanxiu was already at the 3rd level of the bone forging realm as early as when Yi Chuan entered the Jiangnan training camp. But it was also not long ago that he barely managed to break through the 8th floor of the Ink Dragon Tower, so it could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate after the 3rd stage. And Yi Chuan surprisingly only felt half a month's worth of time. Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, "It can't be helped, there's an old thing that makes it so that I can only break through at least once in half a month, otherwise, it would have been much earlier." Morong Ching. Bad, shouldn't have asked this question. As soon as Yi Chen's sentence came out, Morong Ching felt like she had suffered a great blow. This guy is really a human being? Sure it wasn't some kind of cultivation machine? Morong Ching's small eyes suspiciously kept sizing up Yi Chen's body. The corner of Yi Chuan's mouth arced, simply because in that void that only Yi Chuan could see, a subtitle slowly emerged. Strike Morong Ching, Kai-Hung Breathing Technique Proficiency +1. Strike Morong Ching, 9000 Wind Thunder Steps Proficiency +1. Strike Morong Ching, +1 Proficiency in Shen Yang Sword Technique. Strike Morong Ching, Sword-like Proficiency +1. Laughing, Yi Chen rubbed Morong Ching's small head and said, "Alright, go back to your cultivation properly." After saying that, Yi Chuan took a big stride towards his own small courtyard, but the smile on his face became more and more intense. "This niece is really my lucky star." Saying that, shaking his head, Yi Chen walked into the small courtyard. And at the back, Morong Ching looked at Yi Chen's back, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. "I'll keep up with you, at least. Won't be too far behind." Immediately, Morong Ching waved her small fist, and then also returned to her room. Back in the middle of his residence, Yi Chuan sat cross-legged on top of his bed and felt the strength of the 4th order breathing technique. A moment later, Yi Chuan slowly opened his eyes, but the aura on his body became more and more solid. The Kai-Hang breathing technique is worthy of being a 4th order breathing technique. It's only an introduction, but compared to the Xian Tan vomiting technique at the consummate level, the quality of the qi and blood in my body has increased by at least 3 times. Even after the quality of qi and blood was raised 3 times, it caused the strength of my quenched bones to be raised a lot as well. The current me, even if I were to harden against some small caliber hot weapons, they wouldn't cause me much harm. Yi Chen said with some satisfaction. Kai-Hung was the name of the next stage of the Xian Tan, and the tigers at this stage were already considered to be infinitely close to the level of the flood beasts in mythological novels. And a breathing method that could be named after such a name could be considered terrifying. Yi Chuan even felt that even among the breathing techniques of the 4th stage, the Kai-Hang breathing technique was considered to be among the top group. When the system produces a product, it will be a fine product. Yi Chuan sighed with emotion and immediately prepared to continue cultivating. Just as he was about to cultivate, he heard the door of the small courtyard being knocked on. Yi Chuan's eyebrows slightly raised, then he jumped off the bed and opened the door of the small courtyard. He suddenly saw Jiang Feng's figure appear in front of his eyes. "Instructor Jiang. Come in and sit, come in and sit." Looking at the visitor, Yi Chen's face also instantly revealed a bright smile. However, Jiang Feng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he looked at the smile on Yi Chen's face, and he suddenly felt that it was better for him not to go in. If he got pissed off by this guy again at that time, then it would be more than worth it. "Cough cough, just don't go in, I came to find you today for one thing," Jiang Feng slowly said after coughing. Yi Chen's eyebrows raised slightly. "What matter?" Jiang Feng's expression became solemn for a few moments. "Do you know about the existence of the relic?" Yi Chuan pondered for a while, then news about relics also surfaced in his mind. The so-called relics were a special space formed between heaven and earth after the death of some powerful martial artists, and this special space was somewhat similar to an alien space. However, the level of danger in the relics was much lower than the alien space. At least in the relics, there would be no threat to one's life. After all, relics were special spaces formed after the death of powerful martial artists, and the reason why this was so was also because of the obsession in the hearts of these dead powerful martial artists. Wanting to find a suitable successor for themselves to inherit their legacy, so that they could make their legacy flourish. Entering the relics, perhaps you won't be able to obtain the inheritance, but you will be able to gain a lot within the relics. Even if you failed, you would only lose the qualification to continue exploring the relics and be forcibly teleported out without any threat to your life. It was different in Other Space. The ferocious beasts within Other Space were basically existences that ate people without blinking an eye, coupled with the fact that Other Space wouldn't have any protection mechanisms for either the ferocious beasts or the martial artists. If you die within the Other Space, you are truly dead. So, there's another relic in the Jiangnan training camp? Yi Chuan's eyes gradually became brighter. The relic was a good thing, being able to get a lot of cultivation resources and inheritance, which was naturally full of temptation for Yi Chuan. Moreover, the most important thing was that martial artists who wanted to form a relic after their death were at least 5th ranked or even stronger than 5th ranked. Anyone like Zhang Feng would only honestly turn into dust after death. However, in the face of Yi Chen's words, a trace of embarrassment couldn't help but appear on Zhang Feng's face. After touching his nose, he smiled and said, "It's not that there's a relic, half of it. Half a place." As soon as these words came out, he immediately felt the skeptical gaze coming from within Yi Chen's eyes. "What the hell is your expression?" Being looked at by Yi Chen like this, Zhang Feng immediately became a bit unable to sit still. "Not buddy, I'm at least a 4th ranked powerhouse, you're a 3rd ranked who just broke through, why are you looking at me with such an expression? I'm at least a 4th order powerhouse, you're a 3rd order who just broke through, why are you looking at me like that?" However, after Zhang Feng coughed, he still explained, "This relic was discovered by my Jiangnan training camp and Jiangbei training camp together, so it belongs to both of our training camps. Every year when the college entrance examination is about to take place, our 2 training camps will send a few of our most elite heavenly prides to enter it and compete for the inheritance in the relic." Hearing this, Yi Chuan heard a hint of something wrong. "Wait, are you saying that every year?" Yi Chuan looked at Zhang Feng with a strange gaze, and it was precisely because of this gaze that caused the look of embarrassment on Zhang Feng's face to become even more intense. "Hoping that no one can get the inheritance in this one relic every year." Yi Chen slapped his thigh and said loudly, "Not buddy, are all these people such losers?" Yi Dust's words caused Zhang Feng's old face to blush, and he immediately covered Yi Dust's mouth with his hand. "You keep your voice down." Zhang Feng stared at Yi Chuan with a threatening gaze, and only after Yi Chuan nodded did he release the hand covering Yi Chuan's mouth. Zhang Feng looked at Yi Chen and suddenly felt a bit tired. Obviously, he was the chief instructor of the Jiangnan training camp. How come every time he came to Yi Chuan's place, he would feel like he was being mocked by this little guy in front of him? This made himself lose face. Yi Chen blinked, then whispered, "So instructor, what's the situation with this relic? Is it really what I said, that the people before were too useless?" The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Could the people who could be screened out by the Jiangnan training camp as well as the Jiangbei training camp be said to be trash? Definitely not. After all, these guys, although they didn't get the legacy of the relics, they were all characters who could at least enter the top 300 in the college entrance exam. They also belonged to the existence of 1 in a million. It's not that they're too useless, but rather, barring that, there's something strange about this relic. After a few moments of silence, Zhang Feng finally told the whole thing. "Strange?" Yi Chuan's eyebrows raised slightly, and the curiosity within him was also aroused by Zhang Feng at this time. For this kind of strange place, Yi Chuan was always full of curiosity. Chapter 47 Special Relic, Bone Forging 3rd Level. Zhang Feng whirled around and explained, "This one relic, by definition, is just a relic left behind by a 5th ranked martial artist. It's not a particularly powerful relic, so it's reasonable to say that the requirements wouldn't be particularly great. After all, every year, the celestial pride that we screen out, after entering the Martial Dao Academy, are often able to all cross over to the 5th rank level after graduation. It's reasonable to say that the talent of these people also meets the requirements of this relic. But on the contrary, according to the people who are eliminated from that relic every year, the requirements of this relic are not even close to those of some 6th rank relics. Moreover, the owner of this one relic, until now we haven't investigated which 5th ranked powerhouse fell." Zhang Feng's expression was also slightly embarrassed as he explained. Jiangnan training camp, Jiangbei training camp being the training camps of 2 major provinces, with the power of 2 major provinces at their backs, surprisingly, neither of them had investigated the background of the owner of this relic. If this were to be spread out, I'm afraid that it would be a great shame. But it is just that under the power intelligence of the 2 training camps, it is still unable to investigate out. visible. The specialness of this one relic. So, you want me to go to the relic and get the relic's inheritance? Yi Chen blinked and looked at Zhang Feng in front of him. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "It's not that I necessarily want you to get the legacy of the relic, it's mainly for the sake of nausea, no, it's mainly for the sake of suppressing the Jiangbei training camp." Zhang Feng looked at Yi Chen with a smile. "That one relic, it opens once a year, and there is still one last month left before the next one opens, and 1 month later, you will enter the relic with Yan Xuanqiu, Kong Jia, and Yang Bufan. I'm not asking for you to be able to get the relic inheritance, after all, no one has been able to get it for so many years, but you'll have to give me a good time to straighten out those Jiangbei training camp pups inside the relic. After all, for so many years, every time in the middle of the relic inheritance, our Jiangnan training camp has always had the disadvantage." Zhang Feng said and couldn't help but sigh. It was obvious that they all had the same heritage and the same strength, but it was Jiangbei training camp that would suppress Jiangnan training camp every year. It was also causing Zhang Feng, the chief instructor of Jiangnan training camp, a slight headache. Yi Chuan nodded thoughtfully, then said, "So? Isn't it still that the previous people were too useless?" Zhang Feng. The expression on Zhang Feng's face instantly became stiff. This guy isn't finished, is he? He can't get rid of the word waste, can he? If it wasn't for Yi Chen's talent being really a bit demonic, making Zhang Feng see that there was a hope to press headlong against the Jiangbei training camp this year, otherwise, Zhang Feng really wanted to make a move against Yi Chen. "So, what's in it for me?" Yi Dus looked at Zhang Feng, rubbed his hands together and said with a smile. Zhang Feng froze, his eyes gradually became strange as he looked at Yi Chen. "No, letting you enter the relics is already the biggest benefit, what else do you want?" One must know that within the relics, there was not only the legacy of this 5th-ranked powerhouse, but also the cultivation resources left behind by this powerhouse, and even the martial breathing method. Such benefits could not be given even by the entire Jiangnan training camp. This brat even didn't know enough. Just looking at Yi Chuan's expression, Zhang Feng slowly said after a moment of silence, "Over at the Jiangbei training camp, there are also 4 people. If you are able to beat one of them, I will give you 3,000 points, how about it?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes instantly brightened. He took Zhang Feng's hand and said, "Instructor, you know me, I'm a person who loves nothing more than to blow up others." Zhang Feng instantly drew back his hand, and under the gaze of Yi Chen, Zhang Feng felt his body was covered in dense goosebumps. Alright, let me say this first, there's still a month left. According to the average level of the Jiangbei training camp, every year the 4 heavenly prides they enter into it are of the 3rd level, basically all of them are clear of the 3rd level of bone forging, and there might even be someone whose strength is above that. You've only just broken through the 3rd rank today, in a month's time, can you break through to the 3rd level of bone forging? Zhang Feng asked. Yi Chen rubbed his nose and said, "I guess, it's possible." Zhang Feng glanced at Yi Chen suspiciously, and then he didn't say anything else, he just said, "Alright, I've already told you anyway, during this period of time, you'd better honestly cultivate for me within the cloud domain space, don't find any problems for me." After saying that, Zhang Feng also turned around and left. And after Zhang Feng left, Yi Chen excitedly returned to his bed. The relics of a 5th-ranked powerhouse, I don't know what kind of good treasures a powerhouse at this level has. Yi Chuan fell into longing. For the legacy of this 5th-ranked powerhouse, Yi Chuan wasn't very interested. After all, he had the existence of a system, so naturally, he didn't need to worry about breathing techniques and martial arts. They were all capable of advancing anyway. But the cultivation resources, as well as some spirit weapons, were what Yi Chuan needed. 3,000 points ahead, by the time all of them are blown up, it'll be 12,000 points, and with this amount of points, I'll even be able to exchange for a 4th-order spirit sword. By then. TSK. Yi Chuan was caught up in a fantasy, and his entire body looked very excited. After Zhang Feng informed Yi Duan about the relics, the following day Yi Duan entered into frantic cultivation once again. According to his previous agreement with Zhang Feng, he couldn't break into the Ink Dragon Tower within half a month, which would blow the self-confidence of the Jiangnan training camp members. Therefore, Yi Chuan spent this half-month, apart from 4 days of cultivation within the cloud domain space, he was also alone in the small courtyard, cultivating his proficiency. When the time limit arrived, Yi Chuan went to the Ink Dragon Tower. Without expending much effort, he broke through the 8th floor and obtained the 8th floor's chance. At the same time, Yi Chen's ranking came under Yan Xuanqiu. This scene shocked the members of the entire Jiangnan training camp, and even Yan Xuanqiu felt a great pressure and began to train like crazy. This also led to the fact that, in addition to Yi Chen in the early days of the Jiangnan training camp, once again, the image of Yan Xuanqiu coming to break into the Ink Dragon Tower every day appeared. However, the ninth floor was much more difficult than the eighth floor. If the eighth floor required at least the third level of bone forging strength, then the ninth floor required a strength above the sixth level of bone forging. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible to break through the ninth floor of the Morong Tower. So much so, even if Yen Xuanqiu came to the Ink Dragon Tower every day, there was no hope of seeing Yen Xuanqiu break through. On the contrary, it was Yi Chen who had once again entered into bitter cultivation after getting the chance to pass the eighth floor. Soon, another half a month passed. On this day, Yi Chen sat on top of his bed, a powerful aura constantly spreading out from his body, accompanied by a pressure that enveloped the entire small courtyard room. Not knowing how long had passed, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. Between a thought, the system panel also slowly surfaced in front of Yi Dust. Name, Yi Dust. Cultivation, Bone Forging Martial Artist 29-100. Kai Hung Breathing Technique, Minor Completion 55-100. 9000 Wind and Thunder Steps, Minor Achievement 55-100. Shenyang Sword Technique, Minor Achievement 55100. Sword Light, Shaocheng 55-100. Bone Forging third layer now, only one step away from the fourth layer of bone forging, just the progress of this breathing method in martial arts. Yi Chuan looked at the system panel and fell into deep thought. Ever since the breathing method in martial arts had advanced to the fourth level, Yi Chuan had realized that the rate of improvement of the breathing method in martial arts was getting slower and slower. If one practiced in the small courtyard, automatic practice would only be able to raise the progress by 6 points a day, and this was still at the introductory stage. After reaching the minor accomplishment, it was surprisingly only able to raise 3 points of progress in a day. Even in the cloud domain space, where the spiritual chi of the earth and sky was 4 times that of the small courtyard, a day's worth of training would only increase the progress of the introductory stage by more than 20 points. For the minor accomplishment stage, it was even only 12 points. This made Yi Chen feel doubtful. Could it be because of going from the third to the fourth stage? Yi Chuan rubbed his chin and couldn't help but recall when he first entered the martial arts class, Zhang Long had said that going from the third to the fourth stage was a leap in life. It could be said that it was already out of the level of mortals. Then wasn't it also a leap for the breathing techniques in martial arts of the third rank to become the fourth rank? So, the breathing techniques in martial arts from the first to the third rank, the rate of improvement was about the same, while after the fourth rank, it would have to be slower? It should be like this: after the breathing techniques in martial arts reach the fourth rank, they are getting slower and slower to cultivate. It took me a month's time, and this has only been upgraded to a minor accomplishment. If it were to be upgraded to a major accomplishment, they would all still need a week's time to do so, and the speed would still be reduced if it were to reach a major accomplishment. Even in the cloud domain space, if you want to raise your breathing method in martial arts to completion, you have to stay inside for half a month before it's enough, and if you're in the outside world, it'll even take several months. Yi Chuan shook his head somewhat helplessly, with a hint of melancholy in his voice. Too slow. If this mental activity of Yi Dust was known by Zhang Feng as well as some fourth-ranked martial artists, they were afraid that they wouldn't just get Yi Dust killed. One must know that Zhang Feng had crossed into the fourth rank, and had already been in this realm for more than 10 years, and had only gone from being a beginner to the fourth rank, to the fifth level of the fourth rank now. The breathing method in martial arts, up to now, were only at the grand completion realm. As for Yi Chuan, in just a month's time, he had raised the breathing method in martial arts to a minor accomplishment, a speed that was already astounding. Even among the Star River Academy, it definitely belonged to the top group of people ever. Just this. This kid even doesn't know enough. Yi Chen came back from his despondency. It's almost time to enter the ruins, just in time to make a good sprint before entering the ruins. Chapter 48: Forging Bones 4th Layer, CNMD. Thinking of this, Yi Chuan also stopped talking nonsense. He directly clicked on the Jiangnan Training Camp's exchange list, found a third-order spirit sword named Tiger's Whistle, and directly exchanged it down. Soon, someone delivered the Tiger's Whistle sword to Yi Chen. Yi Chen extended his hand and held the Tiger's Whistle. Immediately after, a subtitle appeared before his eyes. Absorbing the power of the spirit sword, Kaiheng breathing technique proficiency plus 10. Absorbing the power of the spirit sword, Cinnabar Sun sword technique proficiency plus 10. Absorbing the power of the spirit sword, sword light proficiency plus 10. Yi Chuan's eyebrows raised slightly as he noticed that this absorption of spirit sword power had even increased the proficiency of the Kaiheng breathing technique. However, very quickly, Yi Chen reacted. The tiger whistling sword was crafted from the inner den of the third-ranked ferocious beast, the Desert Tiger King, and possesses a certain tiger-like nature, so the power of the spirit sword also contains this part of the power, and Kaiheng is even a top-notch existence amongst the tigers. Therefore, this has increased the proficiency of the Kaihung breathing technique. Yichuan smiled faintly, he had not thought that there was such a gain. Immediately, Yichen took out another pure white elixir from his pocket. This elixir was somewhat similar to the third-order epiphany pill that Yichuan had acquired when he had broken through the first level of the Ink Dragon Tower. And this elixir was indeed an epiphany dan. Only, it was an epiphany dan that belonged to the 4th rank. Even a 4th rank flying sky realm martial artist taking this pill would be able to gain a lot within half an hour. Yichuan took the epiphany dan without hesitation, and in an instant, Yichuan directly entered a subtle state. Under this state, Yichen felt that the qi and blood in his body, and even the bones that were being tempered instantly became incomparably stronger. Along with his perception, it also increased by more than tens of times at this moment. As time passed little by little, soon half an hour passed. A powerful aura spread out from Yichuan's body. Between a thought, the system panel slowly surfaced. Name, Yi Dust. Cultivation, Bone Forging Martial Artist 32-100. Kaihung Breathing Technique, Minor Achievement 95-100. 9000 Wind and Thunder Steps, Minor Achievement 85-100. Shenyang Sword Technique, Minor Achievement 95-100. Sword Light, Shao Cheng 95-100. Both the breathing technique and martial arts have increased their proficiency by 40 points, both of which are equivalent to about 4 days of my cultivation in the cloud domain space. Soon, I'll be able to raise my breathing technique and martial arts to grand completion soon, and by then, even if I don't have a breakthrough in my cultivation, with my current cultivation at the 4th level of bone forging, I'll be able to easily behead opponents at the 6th level of bone forging, or even the 7th level of bone forging. There was a flash of brilliant light in Yichuan's eyes. The difficulty of cultivating breathing techniques and martial arts of the 4th rank was very high, but if one was able to cultivate to a higher realm, the increase in battle power that it brought to the martial artist was very terrifying. Not to say that they could match the 4th rank, at least in the same realm, or even 1 or 2 small realms higher than themselves, they were definitely an unrivaled existence. The current me, I'm afraid that I'm already able to start impacting the 9th layer, but there's no time left, I have to head to the ruins soon. Yichen said and stretched his waist. And at this time, Zhang Feng happened to send a gathering message to Yichen. It told Yichen to gather outside the gate of the Zhengnan training camp. Seeing this, Yichuan also stopped talking nonsense, and after simply washing up, he walked towards the Zhengnan training camp outside the gate. Soon Yichen arrived at the gate of Zhengnan training camp. At this moment, Zhang Feng, as well as Yen Xuanqiu and the 3 of them had been waiting at the gate for a long time. Sorry for being late. Yichuan smilingly walked forward and greeted them one by one. Zhang Feng glanced at Yichen and said indifferently, since they're all here, let's set off. After saying that, he was ready to lead the crowd to the land of relics. Yichen glanced at Zhang Feng and said, Instructor Jiang, how are we going to get there? Zhang Feng said uncertainly, naturally, it's by car, otherwise you want to walk there. Yichuan laughed, didn't you say that all 4th ranked martial artists can fly in the sky, why don't you take us to the sky to try it out? Yichuan said, but his small eyes were filled with anticipation. A row of black lines immediately hung down on Zhang Feng's forehead. Flying Heaven Realm martial artists were able to fly well, but that was only based on flying alone, and the speed wasn't very fast, unless it was some flying martial artists who specialized in speed. Zhang Feng was obviously not one of those people. Even if one wanted to take someone flying, that was even more something that only a martial artist of the 5th order shackle realm would be able to do. Old me doesn't have that ability yet. After saying that, Zhang Feng glared at Yichen without any good humor. Just as he glared at Yi Dust, Zhang Feng even realized that the Yi Dust was even looking at himself with a contemptuous look, and his little mouth was still muttering. A flying heavenly martial artist can't take people flying, what kind of flying heavenly is that? What did you say? A nameless rage immediately surged in Zhang Feng's heart, and he glared angrily at Yichen. Nothing, I said riding in a car is good, Yichuan smiled sarcastically, then he saw the bus parked not far away. Ah, I just like riding in a car. Afterwards, Yichuan ran towards the direction of the bus. Afraid of being caught up by Zhang Feng. The 3 Yen Xuanqiu on the side watched the scene, the corners of their mouths twitching slightly. Yang Bufan covered his face with one hand and couldn't help but say, I can't believe I would be defeated by someone like this. The crowd was helpless, and then they also got on the bus. The inside of the bus was very luxurious. The bus that was able to hold dozens of people was transformed into a 5-person position, making the chairs that each person sat down on very spacious and luxurious. and one could even directly lie down and sleep on the bus. Don't ask why this was said, because Yi Chen had already started doing this. Looking at Yi Chen, who was lying on the chair and huffing and puffing, the crowd fell into silence again. Zhang Feng covered his face and said, "That's just it. Anyway, we haven't arrived yet. It's better to lose face now than to wait until afterward." Upon hearing this, Yan Chuanqiu and the three of them also stopped saying anything, and just sat themselves down on their seats, closing their eyes and resting their minds. After all, to enter the land of relics, or to adjust their state to the peak, and also to face the heavenly pride from the northern part of the river, the pressure on them could not be described as not great. In particular, the members of the Jiangnan training camp of several previous sessions had been pressed by the Jiangbei training camp, and under such circumstances, they naturally had to be well prepared. The bus traveled quickly, and soon came to a wild place. All around the weeds, but also has a dense tree, lush, surrounded by the sound of birds and animals chirping. If it is not on the ground, some positions are still left with some steel materials, then it is a good place for trekking. And in one direction of the wilderness, there was a small hill that stood quietly above the earth, appearing unusually conspicuous. Here it is. Zhang Feng slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the small hill in front of him, and spoke softly. Yan Chuanqiu and the three of them, on the other hand, along with the fall of Zhang Feng's voice, also opened their eyes at this time, gazing at the location of the small hill with gloomy expressions. At this moment, at the corner of the small hill, there was also a black bus parked there. Outside of the bus, a middle-aged man dressed in black stood quietly, and beside him, 3 men and 1 woman stood there equally quietly. A powerful aura emanated from their bodies. "Ah, Zhang Feng, long time no see." Watching the bus belonging to Jiangnan training camp arrive, the black-clothed middle-aged man also laughed loudly and opened his mouth. A smile also appeared on Zhang Feng's face. As the bus stopped, Zhang Feng also stepped out and smiled at that black-clothed middle-aged man. "Old Ghost One, you're still alive after all these years. You're not even dead, how could I die?" As soon as they met, they were flirting with each other, and although their words were a bit sharp, neither of them took it seriously. Instead, they were full of smiles and hugged each other. "These are the 4 heavenly prides of your Jiangbei training camp, right?" Zhang Feng's gaze landed on a few of the Jiangbei training camp's heavenly prides. Wang Mo nodded, and with a big wave of his hand, he said, "Say hello, this is the chief instructor of the Jiangnan training camp, 4th-ranked flying heavenly martial artist, Zhang Feng." "Good day, Instructor Jiang." The 4 calmly nodded at Zhang Feng and said. Zhang Feng didn't care and just waved his hand, "All come down." Yan Chuanqiu and the 3 of them then stepped off the bus and similarly rushed at Wang Mo to say hello. "Eh? You Jiangnan training camp only has 3 people this time?" Wang Mo looked at the Yan Chuanqiu trio and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. At those words, the expression on Zhang Feng's face immediately stiffened. Above his forehead, there was even a row of black lines instantly hanging down. "Yi Duan!" Zhang Feng roared angrily at the bus. "HM? Who called me? You, who disturbed my dreams?" Inside the bus, Yi Chen's somewhat indistinct tirade came from the bus. For a moment, Zhang Feng's fists couldn't help but clench. "Me!" Zhang Feng came inside the bus with an iron face, grabbed Yi Chen's collar, and directly dragged him down. It was only after seeing Wang Mo and the others that Yi Chen came back from his sleep and waved at Wang Mo and the others. "Good morning, everyone." The corners of Wang Mo's mouth, as well as the 4 heavenly prides from the Jiangbei training camp, twitched slightly. "Good morning? It's almost ing lunch and you're saying good morning to me?" Wang Mo smiled awkwardly. "Zhang Feng, this training camp's heavenly pride of yours is really extraordinary." With these words, Zhang Feng had more black lines on his forehead. The 3 of them, Yan Chuanqiu, even covered their faces and didn't dare to look at Yi Chen for fear that others would think that they were the same as Yi Chen. As for the 4 heavenly prides of that Jiangbei training camp, they couldn't help but look at Yi Chen with a sneer in their eyes. The eyes that looked at Yi Chen were filled with dislike. Chapter 49, Instructor, you know, I'm a person who grew up with. Feeling the disdainful gazes, Kai Hung is furious, proficiency +1. Disdain? 9,000 wind and thunder steps burns with anger in his heart, +1 proficiency. Cinnabar Sun sword technique now wants to kill people, +1 proficiency. Unhappy in his heart, sword light proficiency +1. Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but his gaze was quickly swept over the 4 heavenly prides of that Jiangbei training camp, and he saw from their eyes a touch of disdain, as well as a look of dislike. "You 4 are looking down on me, Yi?" When these words came out, Wang Mo froze. Even those 4 Jiangbei training camp's 4 heavenly prides froze because of these words from Yi Chen. They were looking down on Yichuan, and even the appearance of Yichuan just now was still incomparably vulgar in their eyes, as if he was a bumpkin who had never seen the world. But this kind of thing can't be laid out in the open. After all, the two training camps have similar underpinnings, and also in front of Zhang Feng. For a while, Yi Chen's words came out, instantly making the several heavenly pride of Jiangbei training camp not know what they should say. A youth with a bratty look eventually couldn't resist Yichuan's scrutinizing gaze and let out a cold laugh. So what if you despise it? A bumpkin. Before Yichuan could make any moves, Zhang Feng's face was gloomy at this moment. This was clearly looking down on the Jiangnan training camp. Zhao Tianqing. How dare you? Wang Yamo let out a low chortle, and his eyes towards Zhao Tianqing had a hint more of a warning in them. Even though the two training camps more or less carried a hint of rivalry, they were all still on the same page in terms of the big picture. Such words could easily stir up discord between the two training camps. Not only was Zhang Feng's face gloomy, even Yan Chuanqiu's trio's complexion had become a little unsightly. Looking down on Yi Chen, it was clear that he didn't even look down on them. Everyone is a heavenly pride in their respective training camps. Where can they stand this anger? Yi's someone was equally unable to stand it. Mud horse. An explosive shout sounded, followed by a figure that looked like lightning, violently rushing in front of Zhao Tianqing. Bang! A fist pushed out horizontally and violently smashed onto the Zhao Tianqing's stomach, a powerful force that instantly caused Zhao Tianqing's entire face to turn livid. Along with his body, he also flew directly backwards at this moment. It smashed heavily on that small hill. This sudden scene was something that the few heavenly prides from the Jiangbei training camp did not expect, not to mention them, even Wang Yamo and Zhang Feng did not expect it. By the time they reacted, that Zhao Tianqing's body was already deeply embedded within that small hill, and they couldn't even gouge it out. A trace of dismay surfaced on everyone's faces. Wang Yamo had just wanted to open his mouth when he heard an aggrieved voice ring out. Instructor Jiang, you can see, it's this kid who looks down on me. I'm good at everything, I just can't stand the sight of others looking down on me. I have an inferiority complex since I was a child, but this kid. Oh. Wang Yamo heard this sentence, the whole person's face became strange. However, he saw that Yi Chen standing in front of Zhang Feng, as if he was a tattletale elementary school student, wiping his tears as he spoke. The most important thing is? After Wang Yamo was silent for a while, he slowly said, I said that if you cry, at least drop 2 horse urine down, right? Yi Chen was silent for some time, took out the eye drops from his pocket, and dropped them in front of the crowd, and cried out in aggravation. Ooh, instructor, you have to do it for me. This action of Yi Chen completely silenced the entire crowd. Even Wang Yamo wanted to chide some, but he was also so mesmerized by this nonsensical scene of Yi Duan that he didn't know what he should say. Dog thing! You dare to hit me! And just at this time, Zhao Tianqing also finally climbed out from the middle of that small hill. His body was dusty and appeared more or less in a mess, so much so that his complexion became a bit hideous at this moment. Enough! Wang Yamo let out a low chortle, and there was a flash of anger surfacing between his brows. Zhao Tianqing's body trembled slightly, somewhat unconvinced, but after feeling that Wang Mo's sharp gaze, in the end, Zhao Tianqing still didn't say anything, and viciously glared at Yi Chen, his eyes as if he wanted to kill him. Cough. Zhang Feng coughed, then waved his hand. Alright, it's normal for there to be friction between the juniors, but now is not the place for you to fight. If you want to fight, go inside the ruins and fight. Now. All give me obediently stand still, wait for the relics to open. Saying that, Zhang Feng even made a gesture to glare at Yi Chen, but then his mouth opened slightly and transmitted a voice. Well done, but don't mess up outside, wait until you're inside and clean them up properly. Yichuan blinked his eyes and innocently said, Instructor, I'm not trying to clean them up, but I really have low self-esteem, I despise. Before Yichuan could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Zhang Feng. Shut up! Zhang Feng stopped Yichuan from continuing to speak. He was afraid that if Yichuan continued to speak, the whole world would be turned upside down by these nonsensical words of Yichuan. Inferiority complex? Laozi almost believed it. Zhang Feng sneered in his heart. With the 2 fourth-ranked powerhouses stopping them, the fight didn't start after all. As time passed, after the crowd had waited for 10 minutes, when Yi Chen was about to fall asleep, a faint chirping sound suddenly came from the highest part of the small hill. Buzzing buzz. The energy between heaven and earth began to converge as these micro-chirps echoed. Eventually, at the highest point of that small hill, there was a black stone monument that instantly rushed out from within the small hill. Immediately afterward, the stone monument spread out a circle of black energy, and underneath the circle of black energy, a black energy portal, too, suddenly emerged. The relic is open. Zhang Feng and Wang Mo's complexions slightly corrected as they said to the heavenly pride of their respective training camps behind them. Quickly go in. As the words fell, the crowd transformed into a residual shadow and quickly surged towards the black portal. All wanted to compete to be the first to enter. Only Yichen walked slowly in the direction of the black portal, saying as he walked, "It's a random teleportation anyway, so what's the point of competing, a bunch of fools." Yichen's words were not disguised, causing rows of black lines to instantly fall from the foreheads of those rushing past, Yan Xuanxiu and the others, after hearing Yichen's words. For some reason, Yan Xuanxiu and the three of them suddenly wanted to defect to the Jiangbei training camp, and with the other four guys, clean up Yiduan. Of course, this thought was just a thought, and Kong Jie glared at Yichen before taking the lead to enter it. It was only after everyone had entered the black portal that Yichuan slowly arrived before the black portal, and after looking up and down for a while, he was the one who opened his legs and walked in towards it. In a flash, his figure disappeared into this side of the world. Only after seeing that everyone had entered the relics did Zhang Feng and Wang Mo retract their gazes and said with a smile, "I don't know if anyone will be able to get the inheritance this time." Wang Mo shook his head and said, "The inheritance of this one relic is extremely special. Your Jiangnan province and our Jiangbei province have investigated for so many years without investigating the identity of the owner of this relic, and it's also very difficult, so I guess it might not be possible this time either. However, even if we don't get the inheritance, the accumulation of this fifth-order powerhouse's lifetime is terrifying, and after so many years, every time our celestial pride has been able to obtain quite a lot of benefits. Just think of it as a chance to prepare for them before the college entrance exam." Zhang Feng nodded, only for some reason, Yi Chen's unreliable appearance surfaced in his mind. Maybe. It's not like there's no chance. Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke softly. A burst of dizziness came, and just like when he entered the alien space, the scenery around him soon changed drastically. Immediately afterward, Yichuan felt that he had appeared in a desert. Around the desert, as if even the breath of life could not be detected, there was only a dead silence, only a gust of wind blowing, swept up the yellow sand in the desert. Yichuan just wanted to yawn, and his mouth was instantly filled with yellow sand. Blah blah blah. What the hell? He just spat out the yellow sand inside his mouth and looked around with some displeasure, then took out a map and checked it. The Jiangnan training camp and Jiangbei training camp had already gone in this side of the ruins for an unknown number of times, even though the location of the teleportation was different after each of them entered the ruins. But both had also drawn out the overall situation of the ruins, which led to this map in Yi Chen's hands. Well, where I am now should be within the space of the relics, a place called the Deadly Desert. This place doesn't have any good things. What I need to do now is to head to the center of the Deadly Desert and open the desert altar to enter the second level. After finding the location, Yichuan simply pondered a bit to determine his next goal. After memorizing the route, Yichuan slowly walked towards the direction of the desert altar. Before coming here, Zhang Feng had told the crowd about this relic space. The relic space, in general, was the place where those fallen powerhouses chose their successors, and within it, there were different tests that these powerhouses had left behind. What Yichuan and the others had to do was to complete the tests of these powerful people. Yichuan's first hurdle now was to cross the Deadly Desert, arrive at the desert altar, and after opening it, enter the second hurdle. Some unlucky luck, to be teleported to this kind of less place, not a single good thing. Yichuan shook his head, then quickly walked in the direction of the desert altar. Chapter 50, The Underworld Passage, Get Out. Yichuan strutted in the middle of the Deadly Desert, and the yellow sand around him invaded Yichuan's mouth and nasal cavity from time to time. In the end, he just couldn't take it anymore and ran his chi and blood before he was able to isolate these yellow sands from the outside. This place is too unbearable, better hurry up and head to the second level. Saying that, Yichuan accelerated his speed and headed in the direction of the desert altar. With Yichuan's current strength and speed, it only took a few minutes to see the desert altar in the center of that deadly desert. In the middle of the boundless desert, a broken altar stood silently between heaven and earth, and on top of the altar, there was a decayed flag that was stuck on it. Seeing this, Yichuan once again accelerated his speed. The weather of this deadly desert was really too harsh. Yichen did not want to stay here at all, and in a flash, he arrived at the location of the altar. Only, the moment Yichen arrived at the altar, a powerful fluctuation instantly came from below the altar. Immediately after, a tail that was 3 meters long swept fiercely towards Yichuan. Yichen's eyes narrowed slightly. "I've been guarding against you for a long time. Yi Chuan coldly laughed, and the tiger's sword quietly appeared in Yi Chuan's hand, accompanied by a ray of sharpness that instantly appeared. Heaven and earth with a sword. Terrifying power was instantly declared on top of that one tail. Plop! In just an instant, that tail, which was 3 meters long, was instantly chopped off by Yi Chuan. One should know that Yi Chuan's current cultivation had already reached the 4th level of bone forging, and even the breathing method in martial arts would soon be able to cross over into the grand completion. With today's combat power, even the 9th layer of that Ink Dragon Tower, Yi Chuan was able to easily break through. Not to mention, the ferocious beast in front of him that was merely radiating the aura of a beginner at the 3rd stage. As its tail was chopped off, a yellow scorpion-like creature that was more than 10 meters long rushed out from the yellow sand. With scarlet eyes, it quickly killed towards Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan's complexion did not change in any way, he just swung out a sword again, instantly cutting that yellow scorpion off. From the beginning to the end, it only took a breath of time. You really think that my Jiangnan training camp's intelligence is all for nothing, and you still want to sneak attack little master? Yi Chuan glanced at the yellow scorpion's corpse and shook his head, then stood on top of that altar and pulled out the flag that was inserted into the altar. In the next moment, the altar instantly erupted with pitch-black light, enveloping Yi Dust. When Yi Dust regained the light again, Yi Dust realized that he had already come to another side of the world. All around the blackness, the only thing that flickered around was the ghostly candle flame, which gently swayed, bringing the few lights to this side of the dark heaven and earth. Is this the 2nd level? Yi Chuan looked around, and the scene in the map could not help but appear in his mind. It should be the Underworld Passage. According to the description on the map, there are quite a few benefits in the Underworld Passage. Yi Chuan rubbed his hands, and his eyes became bright at this moment. However, just as Yi Chuan was excited in his heart, a figure appeared at Yi Chuan's side. It's you! Zhao Tianqing looked at Yi Chen and let out a cry of shock, followed by a look of anger on his face. Just now, you even dared to strike at me, you're simply tired of living. Zhao Tianqing roared lowly and looked at Yi Chen with eyes filled with killing intent. As for Yi Chuan, he looked at Zhao Tianqing, who had suddenly appeared by his side, and after some silence, he came to a sudden realization. That's right, after the 2nd level, you have to match up with other people, and it's the same going forward. If you want to pass, you don't just have to pass the test level, you also have to eliminate other opponents. In that case, Yi Chuan slowly looked towards Zhao Tianqing, a kind smile on his face. Kid! Just screamed quite cheerfully. Zhao Tianqing was a little confused by Yi Chen's amiable smile, however, in the next moment, Yi Chen's silhouette was once again charging towards Zhao Tianqing. Zhao Tianqing had thought that his previous loss was simply because his attention wasn't on Yi Duan's body, but now, looking at that Yi Chen's almost lightning-like speed, Zhao Tianqing couldn't help but lift a trace of horror in his pupils. How is it possible? I've already cultivated to the 2nd level of bone forging, why can't I even capture his shadow? A look of fear surfaced in Zhao Tianqing's heart. In the next moment, a laughing voice rang out. So, get out. Before Zhao Tianqing could react, he saw a fist print that was constantly enlarging in his field of vision, and then landed hard on top of his face. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Zhao Tianqing merely felt a stabbing pain in his face, and then a flash of black light wrapped around Zhao Tianqing and directly disappeared in this side of the world. After doing all this, Yi Chen clapped his hands and looked at the direction Zhao Tianqing disappeared in, and let out a cold laugh. What a grade, and you still dare to look down on little master. After saying that, Yi Chuan looked towards the depths of the Underworld Passage, his eyes glowing. Babies, little master, I'm coming. After saying that, he rushed into the Underworld Channel. Meanwhile, outside the ruins, Zhang Feng and Wang Mo had set up a tea table at some unknown time, and the two of them sat opposite each other, smilingly sipping their tea. The two of us haven't seen each other for a long time too, right? The last time we met was even last time. Wang Mo said smilingly. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Good guy, don't say anything if you don't know what to say. God, last time is still in the last time. I also don't know this time, in the end which of us will have the most harvest. Wang Mo savored the tea and slowly said. This time, our Jiangbei training camp, even the weakest Zhao Tianqing is already at the 2nd layer of the forged bone, immediately breaking through the 3rd layer of the forged bone, and I see that your Jiangnan training camp, there is still a little guy who has just crossed over to the 2nd layer of the forged bone. Wang Mo said, but his eyes fell on Zhang Feng's body. Zhang Feng's brows clustered slightly. So what? It's not like the relics are a place of strength, luck is important too. Wang Mo waved his hand. For so many years, our Jiangbei training camp has pressed you guys head and shoulders whether it's strength or luck. This isn't me talking nonsense, Anon. Do you believe it or not, the first one to be eliminated. Before Wang Mo finished his words, on that small hill, there was a black light flashing. Immediately after, Zhao Tianqing, who had a face of fear, was teleported out and sat paralyzed on the ground. Wang Mo's words that were on the edge of his mouth seemed to have been strangled in an instant, and he was rigidly unable to say them. And as Zhang Feng watched this scene, a smile even appeared on his face. The first one to be eliminated must be someone from your Jiangbei training camp. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Feng laughed out loud. Wang Mo's face, at once, became gloomy. He looked at Zhao Tianqing with some hatred. How long has the ING relic been open? Less than 10 minutes, right? How long has it been since the relic's opened? Laozi didn't even do piston movements as fast as you. Wang Mo looked at Zhao Tianqing and said in a deep voice, how did you get eliminated? Zhao Tianqing snapped out of Wang Mo's voice and screamed, Instructor, that Yi Chuan isn't human. This guy is too scary. Hearing Zhao Tianqing's words, Wang Mo couldn't help but stare. Yi Duan? It was this guy again? Zhang Feng, who was also on the side, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he heard the word Yi Duan, with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Terrifying my ass. All the same age a Yi dust can be terrifying to there? I think you are just making excuses for yourself. Wang Mo gasped impatiently and interrupted Zhao Tianqing's words, glaring viciously before moving his gaze back. Zhao Tianqing wanted to say something. He had a bitter saying. Under Wang Mo's gaze, he didn't dare to say too much to disobey Wang Mo's words. It seems that our Jiangnan training camp has good luck this year. Zhang Feng said smilingly. Humph. Wang Mo snorted coldly. Don't forget, Zhao Tianqing is the weakest one among our Jiangbei training camp. Old Jiang, I'm not hiding it. This time our Jiangbei training camp has produced a demon of the 5th layer of bone forging, ready to impact the top 20 in the country of this college entrance examination. This time the relics of our Jiangbei training camp is bound to win. Wang Mo opened his mouth indifferently. When these words came out, Zhang Feng's pupils shrunk slightly. 5th level of bone forging. Such a cultivation level, even in the Jiangnan training camp, it was even able to compare to some instructors. Moreover, nowadays, there were still 2 months before the college entrance exam, so if he could utilize it well, he might be able to touch the tail of that 4th level. At that time, in the college entrance examination, there was still a real hope of hitting the top 20 in the country. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's brows also had a touch of gravity between them. Looking at Zhang Feng's expression, Wang Mo's previous anger because of Zhao Tianqing's elimination was also dispersed a lot. Instead, he added some tea to Zhang Feng with interest. Meanwhile, in the middle of the underworld passage, a white ghostly netherworld flew away. A surge swept towards the depths of the netherworld passage. Even the color of fear could be seen on the faces of these white ghostly netherworlds. It was as if there was some great terror behind them. Ha, my babies, don't run, little master, I will love and cherish you. Behind them, a rampant laughter echoed throughout the underworld passage, but it was that Yi Chuan who chased after them towards these white underworlds, his eyes filled with greed and fervor. In the Jiangnan training camp's intelligence, although these underworlds were difficult to deal with, after killing them, they were able to obtain these underworld essence spirits. They were able to raise their cultivation level by a small margin. Although it was very small, it couldn't help that the number of these underworlds was simply too much. The most important thing was, Yi Chuan also discovered that just by devouring 10 pixie essence spirits, he was able to raise the proficiency of his breathing techniques and martial arts a little bit, and even his cultivation a little bit. Thus, this was how the current scene came about. Chapter 51. Is this guy out of his mind? Mine, all mine. With red eyes, Yi Chuan made a frantic strike, decapitating a head of white underworld and obtaining the underworld essence spirit, which he directly swallowed into his stomach. These densely packed, white underworlds that were comparable to the 9th level of the refined viscera, converged, and even if some bone-forging realm powerhouses encountered them, they couldn't help but have their scalps numb, and didn't even dare to entangle themselves. However, in front of Yi Chuan, these white ghosts were like bugs without any threat, and with a wave of his hand, he strangled a large area. In just the time it took to burn incense, a subtitle appeared in front of Yi Chuan's eyes. Kai Hung breathing technique upgraded to grand completion. 9,000 wind and thunder steps upgraded to a grand completion. Shen Yang sword technique upgraded to a grand mastery. Sword light upgraded to grand completion. In an instant, Yi Chuan's body was slightly shaken, and immediately afterward, he felt that an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation was even more surging out from his body. Bone forging. 5th layer now. Yi Chuan blinked his eyes, but the corners of his mouth contained a smile. This place is really a treasure land. In just a short time of burning incense, surprisingly, my breathing method and martial arts have all been raised to a great success, and even my cultivation, surprisingly, has crossed into the 5th level of bone forging. The current me, even if I were to face an ordinary martial artist of the 7th bone forging layer, I would be able to easily kill them. It's not over yet, there are still quite a few specters in this passageway. Yi Chen's eyes were like night pearls in the night, extremely dazzling and bright. Yi Dust frantically chased and killed the white underworld until he reached the depths of the underworld passage, where there was a bronze portal that stood there quietly. On both sides of the bronze portal, there were 2 white beads that flickered with light. The fluctuations emitted were exactly the same as those white specters. This one bead. Yi Chuan's gaze landed on top of that bead, and the smile on his face grew more and more intense. According to the training camp's intelligence, inside this bead is the place where the white specters are born, so doesn't that mean that as long as I guard next to this bead, I'll be able to continuously give birth to white specters? Yi Chuan suddenly felt as if he had discovered a great flashy point. Although it is true that after the breathing method and martial arts have been raised to a great accomplishment, it requires even more spectral essence spirits, almost 100 heads to be able to raise a little bit of progress, and even when the cultivation level is raised, it almost requires 30 to 40 heads to be able to raise a little bit of progress. But can't help that the underworld essence spirit in here is inexhaustible. Yi Chuan rubbed his hands together and stopped entering the 3rd level. Instead, he stayed right next to that bronze portal and waited for the rabbits. For Yi Chuan, the inheritance of a 5th-ranked powerhouse had no attraction at all. Can a greater inheritance be as perverse as one's own system? Moreover, the 5th order. To be honest, Yi Duan really didn't see it in his eyes. For himself, breaking through the 5th rank was just a matter of time. Thus, Yi Dust was hardened and stayed at the 2nd level. Time flew by, and with the opening of the relics, a full 3 hours had passed. At this moment, outside the ruins, besides Zhao Tianxing, there were also more Yang Bufan and Kong Jia, and one more person was a heavenly pride from the Jiangbei training camp. Both sides had eliminated 2 people. However, Wang Mo's face did not have any worries. Instead, he had a confident look on his face. On the contrary, Zhang Feng's expression was getting more and more gloomy. At this moment, within the relic space, in a great palace, 3 figures slowly emerged. Yan Chuanxiu, as well as the 2 heavenly prides from Jiangbei training camp. Surprisingly, there are only 3 of you? Looks like you're the only one left from the Jiangnan training camp. A young man dressed in white, carrying an inked blade on his back, looked at Yan Chuanxiu with a smirk, while the other member of the Jiangbei training camp by his side similarly looked at Yan Chuanxiu playfully. As expected, it's still the same. All previous Jiangnan training camps have been suppressed by our Jiangbei training camp, and this one is no exception. The youth at his side smiled and spoke, but after shaking his head, he continued. It's just a pity that the brat who struck out at Zhao Tianxing before isn't here anymore. I really wanted to teach him a lesson, to dare to strike out at our Jiangbei training camp's people. Saying that, the man snorted coldly, obviously extremely indignant towards Yi Chen. Yan Chuanxiu looked at the 2 men, his expression gradually becoming grave. Was even Yi Chen eliminated? Who made the move? Yan Chuanxiu was a little puzzled. According to reason, at the final level, there should only be 4 people left, but there were only 3. Could it be that is stuck? Yan Chuanxiu's brows knit tightly. In Yan Chuanxiu's opinion, among the Jiangnan training camp, Yi Chen should be second only to himself, or about the same strength as himself. Such strength was unexpectedly stuck? Or was he eliminated? Thinking of this, Yan Chuanxiu's complexion also became more and more gloomy as he gazed at the 2 figures in front of him dead on. That's just it, we've reached the final level anyway, let's eliminate this fellow first. The youth carrying the ink blade on his back spoke indifferently. The moment the words fell, it was already killing towards Yan Chuanxiu. You guys dare! Yan Chuanxiu roared, instantly fighting with the 2. Meanwhile, in the depths of the palace, a blurry figure slowly opened his eyes, a faint blood-colored glow flickering within his eyes. Has someone come again? His gaze landed on the 3 people who were fighting in the middle of the palace, sizing them up carefully. The talent of the people who came this time is quite good. That little fellow carrying the ink blade, to be able to have a cultivation of the 5th bone forging layer at this age, is suitable to be my target for taking over my body. Saying that, the corner of the blurred figure's mouth sketched out a smile. However, this smile did not last for too long, as the vague figure's expression gradually became puzzled. Strange, why is my power decreasing? Could it be because I have been sleeping for too long? No. The blurred figure seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze snapped over in a direction that happened to be the direction of the underworld passage. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, and the picture within the underworld passage was instantly reflected into his field of vision. In the picture, a youth dressed in white was squatting beside two pure white beads, drooling and gazing at those two white beads with a deadly gaze. Every time the beads, out of a head of white underworld, instantly beheaded by the youth, along with the underworld essence spirit directly devoured. And looking at this situation, this guy should have been squatting here for a long time. Seeing this, the blurred figure also fell into silence. Only after a moment did the blurred figure let out an angry low roar. Is this guy sick in the head? The chances I left behind in the later levels are clearly greater, but he has to guard here, causing me to lose my power for nothing. The blurred figure's heart was dripping blood, in order to maintain the test of these levels, that consumed all of his power. This kid had been squatting here for 3 hours of time, the equivalent of those 3 hours of devouring his own power all the time. No wonder it feels like his body is a bit empty. It turns out that there is screwing himself. A ball of anger immediately surged in the heart of the blurred figure. However, after sensing the youth's cultivation level, his anger gradually subsided. Surprisingly, it's a heavenly pride of the 6th bone forging layer? The foundation is even more solid than the little fellow carrying the ink blade. The eyes of the blurry figure brightened up immediately. Afterward, the blurred figure began to calculate. Despite shedding so much power, I'm still able to erupt with the strength of the 9th level of bone forging, so seizing a little fellow of the 6th level of bone forging should be a handful. However, it is better to withdraw my power first and let this fellow arrive at the final level, otherwise, my power will still keep weakening. The blurred figure said, and then between a single movement of his mind, he instantly withdrew the energy in that white bead. At the same time, in the middle of that underworld passage, the bead that was still giving birth to a steady stream of white underworld instantly dimmed. Yi Chuan looked at the dimmed bead and couldn't help but stare, then wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. It's gone? How come it doesn't last at all? Yi Chen kicked the 2 beads and said with some hatred. That's just it, in the end it lasted for 3 hours, it's pretty good. Yi Dust shook his head, and then between a thought, the system panel slowly surfaced. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Bone Forging Martial Artist 59-100. Kai Hung Breathing Technique, Grand Completion 12-100. 9000 Wind and Thunder Steps, Grand Completion 4-100. Chen Yang Sword Technique, Great Accomplishment 12-100. Sword Light, Great Accomplishment 12-100. Bone Forging 6th layer now, even immediately able to break through the 7th layer of Bone Forging, a great improvement, these white ghostly energies, even more rapid than cultivating within a level 4 alien space. Yi Chen looked at the system panel in front of him, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After stretching his waist, Yi Chuan walked towards the bronze portal. Forget it, if it's gone, go to the next level and take a look. Saying that, Yi Chuan walked into the bronze portal, and his figure arrived at the 3rd level at that moment. It was just that after entering the 3rd level, Yi Chuan was strangely surprised to find that the 3rd level did not have any obstacles, nor did it have any chances waiting for him. Strange. Looking at the empty 3rd level, Yi Chuan had some doubts in his heart, but in the end, he passed through the 3rd level and entered the final palace. On this side, Yi Chuan's figure, just after entering the palace, was to see a flash of black light, wrapping Yan Xuanxiu, directly teleporting out. In the palace, only 3 figures remained once again. Chapter 52. Who gave you the courage to pretend in front of me? No, I just got here and you're leaving? Treating me so poorly? Yi Chuan looked at Yan Xuanxiu, who was about to teleport out, and immediately spoke. Yan Xuanxiu froze, his eyes gradually became strange as he looked at Yi Chuan, his mouth opened to say something, but the black light didn't give Yan Xuanxiu any chance, directly teleporting him out. If Yi Chuan could read lips, he would know what Yan Xuanxiu wanted to say. Are you sick? However, it was clear that Yi Chuan did not understand. Immediately, Yi Chen's gaze fell on the 2 Jiangbei training camp members. Oh, there's you 2 Anan. Yi Dust glanced at the 2, and after clapping his hands, he said with a smile, you guys just go ahead, I have my eye on this inheritance. The 2 Jiangbei training camp members glanced at each other, and one of them sneered. It is said that the level of the Jiangnan training camp people is not good, one by one, they are still high-minded, now it seems that it is really so. Could it be that you didn't see that Yan Xuanxiu was eliminated out by the 2 of us? Yi Chuan sniffed and realized, so he was eliminated out by you guys? I thought it was because he didn't treat me well. This is bad, I actually misunderstood my companion. Yi Chen's face revealed a look of indignation as he looked at the two guys from the Jiangbei training camp in front of him and said angrily, "It's all your fault. You guys didn't even say this kind of thing earlier. Do you just want me and my companions to be at odds?" Facing Yi Chen's split-faced blame, the two Jiangbei training camp guys were instantly confused. Not buddy. What's your attention span here? Shouldn't it be Yan Xuanqiu who's been eliminated by us, and you should be feeling troubled by things? Why are you still blaming us? Is this person sick in the head? The man who had spoken earlier looked to the Inkblade youth at his side. The Inkblade youth mused, regardless of him, settle this guy first, the inheritance will be ours by then. The person who spoke nodded, only when he had just turned his head and was about to join forces to eliminate Lu Sheng out, he saw a figure instantly appear in front of him. Immediately afterward, a fist enlarged in his field of vision, and a strong sense of crisis enveloped his mind, as if his entire being would have to die if this fist came down. And just when that fist was about to land on that person, perhaps the intense life and death crisis triggered the protection mechanism of the relic, and a black light instantly enveloped the person and teleported him out. Yi Chuan's fist swooped down. This is gone? Yi Chuan's figure slowly emerged and looked at the location where the person had disappeared, his eyebrows slightly raised. So you're the strongest one in the Jiangnan training camp. At this moment, the youth carrying the ink blade on his back spoke icily, taking out the ink blade from his back as a powerful aura surged out of his body. Being able to eliminate him means that you are qualified to know my name. The ink blade youth spoke icily, only for his name to reach his lips, but he saw Yi Chen's figure violently killing towards him. A trace of disdain flashed through the eyes of the ink blade youth. I am at the 5th level of bone forging, just by your. Just. His words still hadn't finished, Yi Chuan's fist made an affectionate contact with his cheek. Bang! In an instant, the silhouette of the ink blade youth was as if it had been hit by a truck and instantly flew backwards, drawing a perfect parabola in mid-air. Yoo-hoo, surprisingly you haven't been eliminated out yet? I have to say, you're much better than that person just now. Yi Chuan smilingly gave a thumbs up at the Inkblade youth. The extreme of the relic's protection was that once you encountered a life and death crisis, such as a certain killing spell that could potentially kill you, you would be forcefully teleported out. For example, the guy just now, Yi Chuan's fist was enough to easily decimate him. So the protection mechanism was triggered, but the Inkblade youth in front of him was obviously stronger, and even though he was struck by Yi Chuan's fist, he wouldn't die, so it wasn't triggered. You seek death. The Inkblade youth stood up. His eyes instantly became scarlet. As the number one person in the Jiangbei training camp, there were still 2 months before the college entrance examination. He had already cultivated to the 5th layer of bone forging, and was expected to cultivate to the peak of bone forging before the college entrance examination, and competed for that top 20 heavenly pride in the country. When had he ever suffered such aggravation? I am at the 5th level of bone forging, today. The Inkblade youth took a deep breath and let out an angry hiss. However, Yi Chen still didn't give him the chance to finish his words. Taking a step out, the 9,000 wind and thunder steps directly allowed Yi Chen to transform into a bolt of lightning, arriving at the side of the Inkblade youth, his fists instantly falling. Bang bang bang! 5th level of bone forging? I'll let you forge bones at the 5th level. Are you still 5 or not? The fall of each fist was accompanied by the sound of Yi Chuan's voice. What's wrong with the 5th level of bone forging? Is it very powerful? Try calling me another one? His grandmother, pretending up in front of me. The fists landed on the body of the Inkblade youth like a raging storm, causing the other party to let out pig-killing screams. Don't. Stop fighting. Can don't hit the face? Oh, please, I'm wrong, can't I be wrong? The Inkblade youth finally couldn't stand this ravishment from Yi Duan, and his inner aggression was instantly vented, accompanied by the dripping of a horse's urine. Even though Yi Chuan's fists couldn't kill him, this kind of misery was something he could hardly accept. Wouldn't it be fine for you to say you were wrong earlier? Do you have to take this beating? Yi Chuan withdrew his hand, stood up, looked at the Inkblade youth who was lying on the ground. His face had swollen to the same size as a pig's head, patted his hand and said, So, are you going to roll out on your own, or am I going to help you out? Yi Chuan looked at the Inkblade youth in front of him and said, while drawing out his tiger's sword. Looking at the tiger tsunami sword that was flashing with a wisp of sword awnings, the Inkblade youth fell into silence. At this moment, he wanted to say, Do I even have a ing choice? I'll go by myself. Without any hesitation, the Inkblade youth made a choice. Subsequently, a ray of black light wrapped around the Inkblade youth and teleported him out. That's right. Yichuan clapped his hands in satisfaction, then looked around, and his eyes suddenly became excited. TSK, now that only I'm left, the inheritance should be mine. Yichuan carefully surveyed the surroundings, but did not find any clues. After some silence, Yichuan looked deeper into the palace and faintly opened his mouth. Come out, don't hide, I've already found you. Accompanied by Yi Chen's words, in the depths of that palace, there was actually a black light that flickered, followed by a black silhouette slowly walking from the depths. I am curious, how did you discover the existence of old me? The black silhouette's eyes were indeed somewhat puzzled, only that he soon saw a look of surprise on Yi Chen's face. Boy, I just read that it was all written like that in the novel, and it really turned out to work. I'm simply a big smart. A naive smile appeared on Yi Chuan's face. Just by looking at Yi Chen's smile, the black silhouette fell into silence. Meanwhile, outside the ruins, the figure of the Inkblade youth was teleported out. Wang Mo looked at the Inkblade youth being teleported out. The kind of aura that he was still talking with Zhang Feng was instantly gone. His eyes were wide open. Zhang Feng, you actually came out? Wait, what happened to your face? Wang Mo saw that Zhang Feng's face was swollen like a pig, and many question marks immediately surfaced on his head. One had to know that Zhang Feng was a heavenly pride at the 5th level of bone forging, and he had even mastered a 4th-order breathing technique, so even if he faced a martial artist at the 6th level of bone forging, he would be able to fight. As a result, he was actually beaten like this? In the end. What is the situation? As for Zhang Feng, once he saw Wang Mo, the aggression in his entire heart, at this moment, he finally couldn't hold back. He ran to Wang Mo and bawled. Instructor, you have to do it for me. That Yi Duan is simply not human. Wang Mo? Zhang Feng, who was beside him, heard this, and a strange look appeared on his face, while behind them, Yan Xuanxiu's 3 people's faces became incomparably grave. This Zhang Feng was actually beaten into this state by Yi Chen? One must know that Yan Xuanxiu had fought with Zhang Feng and another fellow, not to mention the other party joining forces. Just Zhang Feng alone was enough to easily eliminate Yan Xuanxiu. And it was such a person who was actually beaten up by Yi Chuan. Just how terrifying was the current Yi Chuan? It seems that in the ruins now, there are only my Jiangnan training camp's heavenly pride. At this time, Zhang Feng said smilingly. On the side of Wang Mo, his face was gloomy. He did not think that Zhang Feng, who he was proud of, was eliminated, and he did not even see the legacy. If this is spread out, it is simply a big disgrace. For a while, Wang Mo even wanted to tear Zhang Feng's current face. It was simply too infuriating. Immediately, Wang Mo snorted coldly, so what? Don't forget, the inheritance here isn't something that can be gotten so easily. Your Jiangnan training camp may not be able to get the inheritance in the ruins. Saying these words out, Wang Mo also felt that his heart was much more relaxed. Yes, anyway, the heritage of the relics is not so easy to get. Jiangnan training camp cannot get, not also a basket of water. All are half a caddy. The smile at the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth slightly stiffened, and his eyes looked at Wang Mo with some mischief. That's not necessarily true. Zhang Feng snorted coldly. How about a bet then? If your Jiangnan training camp can get it, I'll come and work as an instructor for your Jiangnan training camp for a year next year. If I can't get it, you'll come and work as an instructor for our Jiangbei training camp for a year. Wang Mo sneered and rushed at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was eliminated. Wang Mo has a stomach of anger cannot be vented, just towards Zhang Feng venting. This. Zhang Feng hesitated. Chapter 53 Taking over the body? Scarlet Church ruler? To be honest, Zhang Feng really didn't dare to directly answer the other party's words. After all, the relic had been around for so many years, and no one from the Jiangnan training camp and Jiangbei training camp had ever been able to get the inheritance from this relic, after so many years. Even if this relic was only the inheritance of a 5th-ranked powerhouse, it was so difficult that the identity of the owner of this relic had not even been investigated. This also led to the fact that even though Zhang Feng had great confidence in Yi Chen. However, above this issue, Zhang Feng eventually hesitated. What? Don't dare. Wang Mo looked at Zhang Feng's appearance and immediately spoke. Seeing the other party's appearance, Wang Mo also finally got out that bad breath in his heart. Only, just after Wang Mo's words fell, Zhang Feng glared at Wang Mo and said, "Dare, why don't you dare? I'll bet with you." Zhang Feng was also someone with a temper, at least he was a 4th-ranked powerhouse, and he was also the chief of the Jiangnan training camp. Even other 4th-ranked martial artists had to give some face in front of Zhang Feng. Not to mention, nowadays there were juniors behind Zhang Feng. In this situation, Zhang Feng naturally would not let himself lose face. However, the moment the words were spoken, Zhang Feng's heart was filled with regret. "Damn, I'm still stimulated by this dog," Zhang Feng said with some chagrin in his heart. On the other hand, Wang Mo, who was on the opposite side, revealed a smile at this time. He resumed his seat, poured a cup of tea for Zhang Feng, and said, "Then let me see how this heavenly pride of your Jiangnan training camp can get this relic inheritance. If you can't get it, you should call me chief instructor next year." Wang Mo flirted. "Scram!" Zhang Feng said to Wang Mo without a good breath. He was regretting it now. Wang Mo didn't care and took a sip of tea and waited slowly. Meanwhile, in the middle of that palace, the black silhouette fell into silence. Careless, unexpectedly pitched out by this little doll. The black silhouette's heart was a little emotional. He did not think that the other party was merely making a trick, and he himself had jumped out directly. It looked like this, the IQ was really a little too low. However, all of this was no longer important. "To be honest, I appreciate you, I appreciate your talent, I appreciate your strength." The black silhouette smiled faintly at Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan, however, looked at the black silhouette and said, "No, who are you, and why are you inside the ruins?" The smile on the black silhouette's face slightly stiffened, and he looked at Yi Chuan like a little cutie. However, in order to be able to obtain Yi Chuan's body, the black silhouette still explained, "I am the owner of this one relic." Who knows, just after the black silhouette's words came out, Yi Chuan sprayed. "Put your mother's fart, the owner of the relics is dead, and you, a living person, appeared in front of me, and you still dare to say that you are the owner of the relics?" The black silhouette's forehead couldn't help but come together, forcibly suppressing the anger within. How? Does this guy not follow the set path? According to the routine, shouldn't you be casting a surprised look at yourself and then inquiring about my legacy? How? The black silhouette suddenly felt that he seemed to be somewhat unable to catch up with Yi Chuan's brain circuits. However, the black silhouette still explained to himself, a strong person of the 5th rank, even if he dies, he is still able to leave behind a trace of his divine soul, and in this state I am in now, can't you see that there is a big difference between me and an ordinary person? My current state is a wisp of divine soul. Yi Chuan looked at the black silhouette suspiciously, and then came to a realization, so a 5th rank powerhouse is this powerful? The black silhouette was finally relieved when he heard this sentence that fit the trope, and just as he wanted to open his mouth, he heard Lu Sheng say, "Then your current divine soul, can you still fight?" Facing this mindless sentence from Yi Chuan, the black silhouette froze. He didn't understand what Yi Chuan was asking this for. But in order to be able to coax Yi Chuan into easily taking over the body himself, the black silhouette still said, "The divine soul is naturally able to maintain a certain amount of combat power, but it is no longer able to recover to its peak. So the situation in this relic is all the means of your divine soul?" "Of course." Yi Chuan sniffed and pondered, then slowly said, "So, creating this one relic, including those levels, is also a great exertion for you, right?" The black silhouette froze, getting more and more confused as to what Yi Chuan wanted to know about something. But still, he nodded his head. And the moment the black silhouette nodded, Yi Chuan's figure was instantly killed towards the black silhouette. The tiger whistling sword quietly emerged, accompanied by a ray of swordlight that suddenly blossomed in the palace. It was as if a white light had suddenly torn through the entire black curtain. With the powerful sword aura, even that black silhouette felt a slight sense of crisis. "How dare you strike at me?" The black silhouette was furious, waving his hand, but there was a monstrous black mist that violently killed towards Yi Chen. However, even in the face of these black mists, Yi Chuan was not the least bit afraid. His expression remained calm, and the tiger's sword in his hand was swung out violently. Cinnabar Sun Sword Technique. A wisp of blazing fluctuation surrounded the tiger's whistling sword, accompanied by a sound of a tiger's roar, violently breaking through the entire palace at first glance. Roar, roar, roar. The hot sword light fell on top of the black fog, as if the darkness had met the sunlight, instantly restrained, issued a burst of zzz sound, even under the sword light, instantly melted. Your strength. How is it possible? Within the black silhouette's pupils, there was a flash of horror that surfaced. Obviously, the aura that Yi Chuan emitted was only at the 6th level of bone forging, but it was this level of killing. Not to mention the 6th level. Even a 7th layer, 8th layer bone forging martial artist couldn't do it, right? And the black silhouette that produced a barrier, its strength was just barely able to maintain at the 9th level of bone forging, and now by this sword swing of Yi Chuan's. Poof! The black silhouette instantly turned into 2 petals. However, it quickly healed, but after this healing, his breath instantly plummeted. If he was barely able to maintain the 9th level of bone forging before, then now the black silhouette was barely able to maintain the 9th level of bone forging. Then the black silhouette now, but even the 8th layer of bone forging could not be maintained. Why are you taking a shot at me? The black silhouette was a little confused. Why did Yi Chuan take a shot at himself? It was just a matter of taking a shot at himself. Why was Yi Chuan so powerful? Looking at the weakened black silhouette in front of him, the corners of Yi Chen's mouth arced. Why? Naturally. Yi Chuan's gaze fell into the void. Desire to take away the body, Kai Hung is furious, proficiency plus 20. Wanting to take away his body, 9,000 wind and thunder steps is enraged in his heart, proficiency plus 20. Wanting to take over the house, Tatsuyo sword technique angrily draws his sword, proficiency plus 20. Wanting to take over the house, sword mantle's heart rages with rage, proficiency plus 20. Naturally, it was the system that told me. Yi Chuan smiled slightly in his heart. Ever since the moment the black silhouette came out, these subtitles surfaced, which led to the scene just now. Yi Dust had only asked the other party because he wanted to confirm the other party's strength. If the strength is strong, Yi Chuan turns around and runs. As for the weak strength, sorry, then it would only be the opposite party. Yi Dust shook his head, and with a thought, the system panel reappeared. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Bone Forging Martial Artist 59-100. Kai Hung Breathing Technique, Grand Completion 32-100. 9,000 Wind and Thunder Steps, Grand Completion 24-100. Chen Yang Sword Technique, Grand Completion 32-100. Sword Light, De Cheng 32-100. Good man, directly bringing me 20 points of proficiency. This is a Grand Completion level 4th order martial breathing technique. Yi Chuan looked at the system panel and couldn't help but reveal a bright smile. Originally, after reaching the Grand Completion, it would be more and more difficult to improve. Who knew that this guy would directly send himself 20 points of proficiency? It was enough to cultivate himself for 2 days in the cloud domain space. Yi Chuan smiled and looked at the black silhouette and said, "Tell me, why did you take over your body, and where is your inheritance?" The black silhouette sniffed and sneered, "Why should I tell you? You think?" The words have not yet finished. A sword light flashes. The black silhouette once again turned into 2 petals. After healing again, the cultivation is only the 3rd layer of bone forging. You still have one more chance. If you don't say it, the grinding will also grind you to death. Yi Chuan faintly opened his mouth, but there was a world of difference from before. Even the black silhouette was able to feel an extremely strong killing intent from Yi Chuan's body. This kid is serious. The black silhouette's heart couldn't help but tremble, swallowed his saliva, and finally opened his mouth. I was originally a branch helmsman of the Scarlet Church, and then after being heavily injured by the people of the Great Xia Martial Alliance, I fled to this place and opened up this relic, and for so many years, it was to attract some heavenly pride to enter the relic so that they could take over their bodies and be reborn. Scarlet Church? Taking away the body to be reborn? Yi Chen's eyebrows raised slightly. A 5th-ranked powerhouse would be able to seize a body and be reborn? The black silhouette said, "How is that possible? It has to be at least the 7th rank to go on. I am able to do so because of a secret method of our Scarlet Church, but even if I take over the body to be reborn, after I succeed, I will still turn into someone with no cultivation, so I have to pick some people with good talent, and in conjunction with some of the resources that I have left behind, I will be able to recover my cultivation quickly." Under the threat of death, the black silhouette did not hide anything. Even though he only had a wisp of his soul left now, he still had the chance to take over and be reborn, so he naturally did not want to die. As for Yi Chen, after hearing these words, his eyes brightened up at once. Resources? In what place? Looking at Yi Chen's eyes that looked as if he had seen a rare treasure, the black silhouette knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to save what he had accumulated over the years. However, under Yi Chen's threat, the black silhouette, even though he was helpless, still pointed in the direction of the depths of the palace. Right there. Chapter 54. I can read minds. Bone Forging 10th level. Yi Chuan looked in the direction the black shadow was pointing and saw the depths of the palace, and a look of suspicion appeared on his face. "It's dark there, you're lying to ghosts. Quickly tell the truth, don't say Get you killed. The black shadow was a bit tearless, crying and saying, "No, do I still need to lie to you? I damn well can't even keep my cultivation at the 3rd level now, what else do I have to lie to you for?" Listening to the black shadow's words, Yi Chuan rubbed his chin, and then his eyes lit up as he slammed his fist against the black shadow. In an instant, the black shadow, which had already shattered several times, shattered once again. And this time after it healed, the black shadow's aura, however, had fallen to the 10th level of the viscera refining. After the black shadow healed, the entire face was filled with a bewildered color. He looked at Yi Chuan blankly, as if he wanted to ask, "I've said it all, why are you still hitting me?" Yi Chuan heatedly smiled, "To be on the safe side, it's better to weaken you to the 2nd rank, in this way, I can enjoy the resources you've cultivated with peace of mind." The black shadow sniffed, that is, the soul body did not have fresh blood, otherwise it would have long ago sprayed out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, I was not even your opponent in my heyday, is it necessary to be so careful?" However, although there is anger in the heart, but the black shadow at this moment, but never dare to show it, after all, who knows in front of this brain-sick guy, next to do what operation? Only able to endure this breath. First endure, wait for the old man hopefully resurrected, and then find the opportunity, will this dog thing broken into pieces. This heartfelt voice of the black shadow had just come out, when Yi Chen, who had originally already walked towards the depths of the palace, turned his head back violently and looked at the black shadow suspiciously. "Are you kids slandering me in your heart?" The black shadow was stunned, and then hastily shook his head, jokingly, how could he admit such a thing? However, Yi Chen did not say anything and directly threw another punch. Bang! The divine soul was shattered once again, and when it healed, his breath fell directly to the 5th level of the viscera refining. "Be careful, I can read minds." Yi Chuan looked at the black shadow with a smile. The black shadow was appalled in his heart, and for a moment, he couldn't figure out if Yi Chen's sentence was true or false. Yi Dus smiled, while in his field of vision, there was a subtitle floating. "A turtle in a jar has secret killing intent, Kai Hung is furious, proficiency +5. A turtle in a jar, but it secretly has murderous intent, the 9,000 wind and thunder steps are furious, proficiency +5. A turtle in a jar with murderous intent. Chen Yang is furious. Proficiency +5. A turtle in a jar, but with a murderous intent. Swordlight is furious. Proficiency +5. Where is the means to read other people's hearts and minds? All this is just a plain and simple system means. I didn't expect the system to have such a function, how did I not trigger it before? Can't it be because this old ghost is a 5th order powerhouse? Even if he dies, he's still a 5th rank powerhouse? Then if that's the case, it's possible to stay around and provide me with proficiency. Yi Chuan thought quickly in his heart and already had a good idea of disposing of the black shadow. This kind of good thing that could provide one with proficiency every now and then could not be seen very often. Before there was Morong Qing this little treasure, but as Yi Chuan's strength increased, Morong Qing could not keep up anymore. Now, there is one more black shadow. Maisie. Yi Chuan revealed a demented smile. And at this time, the black shadow looked at Yi Chuan suspiciously, pondering the truthfulness of the sentence Yi Chuan had just said. Could it be that this brat really has the means to read other people's minds? No, it can't be. Old me was once a peak 5th rank powerhouse, and I didn't even have this kind of means. How could a tiny 3rd rank be possible? It must be a coincidence. Yes, coincidence. The black shadow thought so in his heart and then laughed coldly in his heart. Dog thing, trying to coax your grandpa me, you're still too tender. However, just as his heartbeat fell, what greeted the black shadow was Yi Chuan's fist. The black shadow shattered once again. I told you, I can really read people's hearts. Yi Chuan lazily walked towards the depths of the palace, and after the black shadow behind him healed again, but he had already begun to doubt life. Could this all be true? The black shadow's body couldn't help but contract for a moment, and the eyes that looked at Yi Chuan's back had been filled with fear. Soon, Yi Chuan arrived at the depths of the palace, and it was only at this time that Yi Chuan was able to see that there was a pool of white water here. Within the pool of water, it contained extremely rich energy, and just the energy that escaped from this pool of water made the qi and blood in Yi Chuan's body run much faster. This is? Yi Chen looked at this pool of water in front of him, and his eyes instantly became bright, as if the entire person was seeing delicious food. I have refined all the resources that I have accumulated throughout my life into this puddle of energy liquid in front of me. Through this puddle of energy liquid I was able to quickly recover to the peak of the target of my seizing after I seized my body, and even break through several small realms. The black shadow explained honestly, but as he spoke, his heart was dripping blood. This was the accumulation of his entire life. Even though he was a big spender during his lifetime, what was left behind was enough to drive any third-ranked, or even fourth-ranked martial artist crazy. But now, all of them are not their own, everything is cheap to this dog. In front of me, no, good people. The Black Shadow hastily curbed his thoughts of wanting to insult Yi Chuan. He could no longer tell if Yi Chuan was able to read other people's minds now. He didn't dare to try again anyway. After all, it was hard to maintain a second stage cultivation now. If he did it again, he would be really weak to the point of bursting, and then, not to mention taking over the body. How long one can survive is not certain. Yi Chuan looked at the Black Shadow with a smile, but it made the Black Shadow panic inside. Count on your sense of humor. Yi Chuan looked at the fact that no more subtitles popped up in front of him, clapped his hands, and directly jumped into that energy liquid. In just an instant, Yi Chuan felt that the pores of his entire body were instantly opened at this moment, and those energy liquids continuously surged into Yi Chuan's body along with the open pores. Subsequently, a caption appeared before his eyes. Sufficient energy, Kai Hong cultivates frantically, proficiency +2. Sufficient energy, wind and thunder steps crazy cultivation, proficiency +2. Sufficient energy, Cinnabar Sun Sword technique crazy training, proficiency +2. Sufficient energy. Swordlight is practicing like crazy. Proficiency +2. A subtitle flashed continuously in Yi Chen's eyes, and along with it, the aura of Yi Chen's body began to rise crazily. And the energy liquid in that pool of water was also falling rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Black Shadow on the side watched this scene, and his entire face became incomparably twisted due to the flesh pain. However, a moment later, the Black Shadow revealed a look of shock. No, this is an energy liquid that is enough to allow an ordinary person to cultivate to the third stage. How did this guy absorb it so quickly? Even if it's me, if I want to absorb the energy liquid in the entire pool, it would take days. How did this kid fall so much in a few breaths of time? This kid's body, it can't be an energy black hole. A shocked look appeared on the Black Shadow's face. One must know that his talent was already very strong, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to cultivate to the peak of the 5th rank, and if it wasn't for the accident, he would even be a 6th rank martial artist by now. With this kind of cultivation, not to mention being able to traverse the entire Jiangnan province, at least he would be able to become one of the top batch of powerhouses in the Jiangnan province. However, he couldn't even do this scene in front of him. This kid's talent. The Black Shadow was a little envious, and even wanted to seize Yi Chen at this time, only now his cultivation was completely unable to support him to seize Yi Chen. It was even very likely that he would be killed back by Yi Chuan, so he could only dry envy Yi Chuan's talent. But the Black Shadow fell into deep thought. Following this fellow around seems to be a good choice. The Black Shadow's eyes gradually brightened up. Even though he was once a member of the Scarlet Church, joining anyone was not joining. Anyway, he was someone who had died once, so he had thought about it. With such talent, in the future, he will definitely be able to break through the 6th rank and become one of the ranks of the first tier of Blue Star powerhouses, if I can follow him. Resurrection is definitely not a problem, and I'll even be able to recover to the peak. The Black Shadow's mind kept pondering, and his eyes gradually changed as he looked at Yi Chen. Time passed little by little, and it was only after roughly a few hours had passed that Yi Chuan slowly opened his eyes from within that pool, accompanied by an extremely powerful energy whistling out from Yi Chuan's body. Bone forging. 10 layers now. Yi Chuan opened his eyes, and there was a flash of brilliant light from within his eyes. Between his thoughts, the system panel emerged once again. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Bone Forging Martial Artist 9100. Kai Hung Breathing Method, 99100. 9000 Wind Thunder Steps, 99100. Chen Yang Sword Technique, 99100. Sword Light, 99100. Not only that, the breathing techniques and martial arts, all of them have been raised to the perfection realm, so if I want to raise them again, I'll need some stimulation. The current me feels like I have the power to fight even against a strong person who is at the beginning of the 4th stage. Within Yi Chen's eyes, there was an exquisite light flickering. Bone forging 10th level, such a cultivation level, even if it was placed in the entire Jiangnan training camp, as well as the training camps of several neighboring provinces, it belonged to the top of the line. Unless it was the training camps among those important provinces, perhaps there were heavenly prides that were even more powerful than Yi Chen, but so what? The college entrance exam was still 2 months away. But This time I was able to improve so fast, it's entirely because of the energy liquid. Without this energy liquid, I wouldn't have been able to make it this far at all. Chapter 55 How did you get the inheritance? A beating would be nice. Bone forging 10th layer. All of the 4th order breathing technique martial arts were complete. With this kind of battle power, not to say that one could fight against a flying heavenly martial artist who had first entered the 4th rank, one could at least claim to be invincible at the 3rd rank. The reason why he said that was because the 3rd to 4th stage was almost a leap in life level. Even if one had mastered the 4th rank breathing techniques in martial arts, they might not be able to make up for the gap. Of course, in addition to the breathing method in martial arts, Yichuan's sword light realm had also been raised to perfection. Perhaps, it might even be able to wrestle with a 4th order flying heavenly martial artist. However, without having fought a real 4th rank martial artist, Yichuan didn't know where his true battle power was right now. After I return to the Jiangnan training camp, I will be able to break into the 10th floor of the Ink Dragon Tower, and I should be able to know my ultimate battle power by then. Yi Chen said secretly in his heart. According to this speed, before the college entrance examination, I will definitely be able to break through the 4th rank, and a martial artist of the 4th rank, when placed in the previous college entrance examination, is also able to rank in the top 20. Moreover, in the middle of that kind of occasion of the college entrance exam, the system's enhancement is even greater, so it might be able to enhance the breathing method in martial arts to the 5th rank, in that case. Even if it's the first place in that college entrance exam, I'll be able to compete for it. There was an extremely bright light flickering in Yi Chen's eyes. The first in the college entrance examination, that was being able to casually choose a martial arts academy, and even those martial arts academies had to beg themselves to join them. The resources they enjoyed were incomparable to others, and they would be able to become even stronger. Beautiful. Yichuan hemmed and hawed, then walked out from the pool of energy liquid. He patted his palm, looked at the black shadow on the side, and said smilingly, "So, what should I do with you now?" The branch helmsman of the Scarlet Church should have the blood of many innocent people on his hands, right? Yichuan's voice became somewhat cold. The black shadow's entire being gazed at by Yichuan became stiff, and he smiled sardonically at Yichuan. That what? I'm actually quite useful. Being gazed at by Yichuan with such a gaze, his heart had flustered and he hurriedly said, "You also know my identity in the beginning. I know many of the secret strongholds and secrets of the Scarlet Church in the Jiangnan training camp. As long as you don't kill me, I'll be able to tell you everything. By the way, those Scarlet Church's treasure troves in Jiangnan province I also know. There are also some more important identities of the Scarlet Church's traitors that I also know." The black shadow kept talking, and if he had a real body, he would have been sweating profusely by now. After all, the killing intent emanating from Yichuan's eyes was getting thicker and thicker. "So, you are also very useful." Yichuan smiled faintly as he listened to the black shadow's words, then retracted his gaze and said in mock contemplation, "In that case, it is not impossible to let you go, just you a divine soul. I can hardly guarantee that after your cultivation is restored, you will not make a move against me." Yichuan said with a smirk. The black shadow was stunned and quickly said, "I know a special spell that can make me under your control." In order to survive, the black shadow didn't care about anything else, and hurriedly informed Yichuan of that special spell. Yichuan tried it and left a mark on the black shadow's body. Sure enough, Yichuan realized that with a single thought, he was able to understand this guy's divine soul. Being left with the imprint, the black shadow's entire body appeared much more withered, and said somewhat weakly, "Now, you should be able to trust me." Yichuan hemmed and hawed and pocketed the black shadow with one hand. "Alright, then I'll spare your life. Now, how should I go out?" The black shadow was caught off guard and put in, and it took a while before he was able to inform Yichuan of the way out of the ruins. Outside the ruins, Jiang Feng and Wang Mo were sitting on both sides of the tea table. Only Wang Mo was looking relaxed, while Jiang Feng's entire body was a bit anxious. Why hasn't this Yi Chen come out yet? If he doesn't get the inheritance, won't I really have to go to the Jiangbei training camp as an instructor? This is so humiliating, not to mention humiliating. If the people above know about this, they must not hang me up. Yichuan, don't let me down. Jiang Feng was anxious in his heart, but on the surface, he was incomparably calm. However, this pretense of Jiang Feng's relaxed appearance could not hide from Wang Mo, who understood him, no matter what. Wang Mo smiled confidently, "Jiang Feng, don't be in a hurry, just come to our Jiangbei training camp immediately. Maybe next year we'll even be able to coach a top 20 national pride." Jiang Feng glared at Wang Mo, feeling that this guy was so angry. He was about to retort, but he saw a burst of energy fluctuation coming from the small hill. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen's figure appeared in the crowd's field of vision. All of a sudden, the gazes of the crowd landed on Yi Chen's body. There was the complexity from Yan Chuanxiu's trio, there was also Zhang Feng's furious gaze, and there was even Zhang Feng's somewhat anxious gaze. Eh? Suddenly, Wang Yimou and Zhang Feng looked at the aura emanating from Yi Chen's body and couldn't help but stare. Bone forging 10th layer. Wang Yimou and Zhang Feng both exclaimed at the same time, but their faces were already filled with horror. Immediately afterward, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. You've obtained the inheritance. In the middle of the relics, with such a great improvement, and still being the last one to stay in the relics, the only explanation was that Lu Sheng had obtained the inheritance in the relics. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible to have such a great improvement. Faced with Zhang Feng's words, Yi Chen nodded rightfully. Then what? When Zhang Feng heard this, a cheerful smile appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha, good. 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 Worthy of being my Jiangnan training camp's heavenly pride. Ha ha ha, so good na. Zhang Feng laughed out loud as his gaze landed on Wang Mo's body. At this moment, Wang Mo's entire face became a little embarrassed, before he had always appeared to be very confident. Now. Is directly by Yi Duan ruthlessly hit the face. But at the same time of embarrassment, Wang Mo's heart also has a question. So? How did you get the legacy of the relic? The moment these words came out, everyone came back to their senses and looked at Yi Chen with some curiosity. After all, this relic had never been able to obtain the inheritance. The difficulty was much more difficult than all of the rank 5 relics. Facing the crowd's inquiry, Yi Chen blinked and said, "It's very simple, just beat up the owner of the relic." Crowd? Instantly, a question mark appeared above their heads. What the hell? Beat up the owner of the relic? One must know that even though the owner of the relic had died, the divine soul left behind could still maintain a certain level of strength. Even if it was a 5th-ranked powerhouse, after so many years, it would still have at least a late 3rd-ranked or even peak combat power. Such an existence, a guy who was only at the 2nd or 3rd level of bone forging when he first entered, was actually able to beat it up? Cough cough cough, honestly, don't joke. Zhang Feng coughed and said in a serious manner. I'm not joking, I really beat him up. Yi Chen innocently spread his hands and said. In an instant, the crowd even fell into silence, as they looked at Yi Chen's extremely serious demeanor, but in their hearts, they couldn't help but float a thought. Could it be that what this guy said was true? To know, in ancient and modern times, since the time when the relics appeared, those who were trying to obtain the heritage of the relics, that one was not respectfully requesting the master of the relics to give the heritage to him or her, and even went so far as to show his or her supreme talent. How did it come to Yi Chuan, directly beat up the relic owner and then forcefully obtain the inheritance? To be honest, there was some skepticism in their hearts. At this moment, the black shadow in Yi Dust's pocket actually wanted to prove and properly expose Yi Dust as a pervert, but it was not good enough to expose his identity, so he could only curse in his heart. Cough cough cough. Zhang Feng coughed. He thought that Yi Chuan didn't want to say it. After all, every person has their own secrets, so he said. Since the inheritance has already been gotten by Yi Chen, then this trip to the ruins is considered to have come to an end. Let's just go back to our respective homes. By the way, Instructor Wang Mo, don't forget to come to our Jiangnan training camp as an instructor next year. Saying that, Zhang Feng looked at that Wang Mo with a smile on his face. Compared to Zhang Feng's smile, Wang Mo looked a bit gloomy. Go home. Looking at Zhang Feng, they returned to the bus. Wang Yimou also no longer stayed here. With a grim face and a wave of his hand, he led the crowd on the bus and left the place. And in the bus of Jiangnan training camp, Zhang Feng still couldn't help but ask. Alright, now that there are no outsiders anymore, quickly tell us how you obtained the relic inheritance. Yi Chuan looked at the 4 guys looking at him somewhat breathlessly and said somewhat helplessly. Why don't you guys believe it? I really obtained the inheritance after a beating. Who knows, when these words came out, he saw the somewhat contemptuous looks of Zhang Feng's 4 guys. That's just it, just forget it if you don't want to say it. But this time, it's kind of ruthlessly given us a mouthful of bad anger. Zhang Feng said with a smile, changing the topic. Yan Chuanxiu and the others also had a smile on their faces. Although they had been eliminated early, the people from the Jiangbei training camp had been eliminated by Yi Chen, and it was considered to be a vicious breath of air for them. However, the moment he thought of this Yan Chuanxiu's mouth, it dissipated a few points. Because he knew that with this trip to the ruins, he was afraid that he would not be able to keep his identity as the #1 person in this Jiangnan training camp. Thinking of this, Yan Xuanqiu couldn't help but say, Yi Chuan, after you go back, can you be sure of breaking through the 10th floor? Chapter 56 Breaking Records, Cultivation Progress 99. The 10th floor. As Yan Xuanqiu's sentence rang out, the gazes of the crowd once again landed on Yi Chen's body. One must know that the 10th floor of the Jiangnan training camp, in the history of the entire Jiangnan training camp, there was only one person who had broken through. If one wanted to break through the 10th floor of the Jiangnan training camp, one needed to have the strength of the third stage of perfection. After all, on the 10th floor of the Morong Tower, just the cultivation of the town's guardian had come to the 10th floor of the bone forging, and had even mastered the 4th order martial arts of the grand completion level. Such battle power, when looking at all the third-ranked martial artists in the entire Grand Xia, they were definitely considered to be among the top group. It could be seen how difficult it was to break through the 10th floor. And now, Yi Chuan's cultivation had also come to the 10th level of bone forging, and in their opinion, the difference between Yi Chuan and the town guard of this 10th level was the degree of mastery of the 4th-ranked martial arts. Just the 4th level martial arts mastery is extremely difficult. Even the 4th level flying sky realm martial artists want to master a 4th level martial arts to the great success. Under normal circumstances, it is necessary to spend several years of time. It was like when Jiang Feng, who was at the 4th rank, raised a 4th rank martial art to the grand completion realm. It took him 2 years to do so. Therefore, Jiang Feng also couldn't help but fall his gaze on Yi Chen's body. Yi Chuan lazily reclined on the seat, waved his hand and said, "Is the 10th level difficult?" The moment these words came out, the entire bus was plunged into a dead silence. They looked at Yi Chuan with a suspicious gaze, and Kong Jia on the side couldn't help herself and explained, "The 10th floor of the Ink Dragon Tower, that's something that only a 3rd order consummate combat power, or even close to a 4th order combat power, can break through." Yi Chen looked at Kong Jia, blinked his eyes, and said, "I know, so is this hard?" In an instant, the crowd fell directly into silence. They wanted to say something, but looking at Yi Chuan's cultivation of the 10th bone forging layer, they ended up not saying anything. They wanted to say that even if their cultivation reached the 10th level of bone forging, they might not be able to break through the Ink Dragon Tower, but once they thought of Yi Chuan's terrifying talent, in order to prevent being slapped in the face again, they finally chose to remain silent. "We won't know when we go back and try." Yi Chuan snorted, then stopped saying anything and closed his eyes. Only Jiang Feng and a few others were left looking at each other. Could this guy really be sure of breaking through the 10th floor of the Ink Dragon Tower? Jiang Feng's heart couldn't help but give a beat, and then his heart gradually grew in anticipation. If Yi Chen is able to break through the 10th layer after he goes back, doesn't it mean that after the college entrance exam, our Jiangnan training camp will produce a demon in the top 10 in the country? As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Feng's heart couldn't help but get excited. Top 10 in the country, ah. Looking at the history of the entire Jiangnan training camp, there was only one time, and that time, it made the entire Jiangnan province a sensation. After all, although Jiangnan province is one of the provinces of Daxia, but amongst all the provinces of Daxia, it is not much, and can only be said to be moderately high. The stronger the province was, the more resources it had, and the more heavenly pride it produced. Take the imperial capital for example, the training camp over there, just the alien space, had mastered a level 6 alien space. This level of alien space, even Jiang Feng, such a 4th order martial artist, are extremely yearning. Not to mention the training camp in the imperial capital, but also has a 6th order instructor for those heavenly pride training lectures, which the Gap also pulled out. In a word, it is resource inequality. And to solve this problem, that is to cultivate as many heavenly pride as possible. Why did all the major provinces create training camps? It was in order to be able to cultivate more celestial pride to achieve good results in the college entrance exams, and in this way, the resources that the Martial Arts Alliance tilted to the major provinces in the second year would also be different. The bus kept traveling on the road in the suburbs and soon returned to the Morong Tower. Yi Chuan lazily stepped off the bus, and behind him, Jiang Feng slowly said, "Are you going to take a break, or what?" Yi Chuan said unconcernedly, "Resting for such a long time, isn't it just a small Morong Tower? Break into him." Yan Xuanqiu's trio. Immediately, Yi Chuan arrived outside the Ink Dragon Tower. At this moment, there were still quite a few members of the Jiangnan training camp around the Ink Dragon Tower, and they also revealed a look of surprise after seeing Yi Chuan and the others return. Just after seeing Yi Chuan come to the Ink Dragon Tower, they also revealed the color of relief. Obviously, Yi Chuan broke into the Ink Dragon Tower. For them, they were already accustomed to it. Can this kid really break through the 10th floor? Even though he knew that Yi Chen had obtained the inheritance, and even his cultivation had been raised to the 10th level of bone forging, Zhang Feng's heart was still a little wobbly. It had been too long since the last time someone from the Jiangnan training camp had broken through the 10th floor. The surrounding members of the Jiangnan training camp, after hearing Zhang Feng's words, also revealed looks of surprise. What? Yi Chen wants to break through the 10th floor of the Ink Dragon Tower? How is this possible? Yes, that's the 10th layer. Even Yan Xuanxiu hasn't broken through the 9th layer by now, and Yi Chen wants to break through the 10th layer this time? Could it be that Yi Chen's strength is now above Yan Xuanxiu's? It makes sense. You guys can tell by looking at Yan Xuanxiu's face that this guy must have been surpassed by Yi Chuan. Yan Xuanxiu, who already had a complicated look on his face, couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch slightly after hearing the whispers of the crowd around him. Good fellow, what face of his own? As the crowd murmured, Yi Chen's figure quickly entered the Ink Dragon Tower. It directly teleported to the 9th floor. The crowd also waited around with interest. However, they were not allowed to wait for too long. In just a minute's time, the glow of the 9th floor of the Ink Dragon Tower dimmed. Along with the light of the 10th floor, it instantly became bright. What? In a minute's time, you broke through the 9th layer? How is this possible? As the crowd looked at the scene before them, their entire pupils couldn't help but contract at this time. A minute's time to break through the 9th floor, what kind of concept was this? This was clearly a crush of strength. Zhang Feng was inwardly shocked when he saw this scene, but he also had more than a hint of anticipation. Maybe he can really break through the 10th layer. Zhang Feng couldn't help but say excitedly in his heart. However, they still weren't made to wait too long, and after only 5 minutes had passed, the light of the 10th layer of the Ink Dragon Tower instantly dimmed. Everyone's complexion was moved by this moment. The 10th layer was actually really broken through? It still only took 5 minutes. Yi Chuan, this guy is a bit too demonic. A member of the Jiangnan training camp had a shocked look in his eyes that was hard to hide. To know that the 10th floor is not so easy to be able to break through. Otherwise, looking at the history of the entire Jiangnan training camp, it is not possible that there is only one person. But now, the truth was in front of them. In an instant, the crowd was at a loss for what to say at this moment. Soon, Yi Chen's figure emerged in their field of vision. Yi Chuan still had that same lazy look as he stretched his waist and yawned before slowly saying, "So what, there's nothing else, I'll go back first." What the hell? Not challenging at all. After saying that, leaving behind the crowd that had fallen into silence, Yi Chen slowly returned to his residence. Inside the residence, Yi Chen sat on top of his bed and took out 2 pills. This was what Yi Chen had been rewarded with after he had broken through the 9th and 10th layers. One of them showed a black luster with a rich energy converging in it. 4th stage Dragon Blood Pill. It was said to be refined from the blood of a ferocious beast that contained the bloodline of a dragon, and it contained extremely dense qi and blood energy. The other one, on the other hand, showed a luster like white jade. 4th Order Epiphany Pill. Compared to the 3rd Order Epiphany Pill, the 4th Order Epiphany Pill could last for a full day, and even the epiphany effect was many times stronger than the 3rd Order Epiphany Pill. These 2 pills, if they were placed in the outside world, I'm afraid I don't know how many 4th rank martial artists would go crazy. Even 5th ranked powerhouses might step forward to fight for them. After all, these 2 could be really good things. I hope I can cultivate to the 3rd rank perfection. Yi Chen placed the dragon blood pill into his mouth, and in an instant, the pill turned into a majestic energy that surged into Yi Chen's limbs and bones, and began to continuously quench Yi Chen's bones. In just an instant, Yi Chuan felt that the qi and blood in his body completely boiled, and even with his own body, a high temperature was emitted, and the temperature of the space around him was also raised at this moment. He did not know how long had passed, but Yi Chuan slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of brilliant light surfaced from within Yi Chuan's eyes. The cultivation progress has increased to 99. With that said, the system panel also slowly surfaced within Yi Chuan's field of vision between a single movement of his mind. Name, Yi Dust. Cultivation, Bone Forging Martial Artist 99-100. Kai Hung Breathing Technique, 99-100. 9000 Wind and Thunder Steps, 99-100. Chen Yang Sword Technique, 99-100. Sword Light, 99-100. It's just one last step away from breaking through the 4th stage, but when raising the power of qi and blood to 99, it's clear that there's still a lot of energy in the dragon's blood, Dan, so why is it that it can't be rushed through? It's as if there's a layer of shackles holding me stuck, it's hard to break through. Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke out the dilemma he had just felt. Could it be that breaking through from the third stage to the fourth stage requires some specific approach? Yi Chen fell into a deep thought. Chapter 57, Martial Arts Breathing Method Re-Advanced. Giving instructors lessons. Forget it, just ask old Jiang after this kind of thing. He's a 4th rank flying heavenly martial artist, surely he knows about breaking through to break through to the 4th rank. Yi Chuan waved his hand, then landed his gaze on that 4th order Epiphany Dan. The 4th order Epiphany Dan lasts for 1 day of Epiphany effect. I don't know if such a long period of Epiphany effect will allow my 4th rank martial arts and breathing techniques to break through to the 5th rank. Yi Chuan murmured faintly. The system's breathing techniques and martial arts enhancement methods, one either waited for him to automatically inwardly scroll and cultivate, one either stimulated the cultivation of martial arts and breathing techniques with the outside world's emotions, and the other was to stimulate them with the dense energy or to cultivate them on his own. The fastest effect was naturally the external emotions. But energy stimulation and autonomous cultivation were just as effective. The energy of the Dragon Blood Dan has not yet been completely refined, while there is still a certain effect. Perhaps we can take the Epiphany Dan and see if we can advance the 4th order breathing method in martial arts. Thinking of this, Yi Chen also then swallowed that Epiphany Dan. In an instant a subtle aura spread out from Yi Chuan's body, and immediately after, Yi Chuan closed his eyes and entered the state of Epiphany. And at the same time, the black shadow also came out from Yi Chuan's pocket. He watched Yi Chuan enter into the state of Epiphany and scratched his head. Doesn't this guy know that I'm the once 5th ranked powerhouse? Had to ask that guy, what's his name, Zhang Feng? Isn't it stupid? The black shadow looked at Yi Chen with the gaze of a retard. Just wait for him to finish his cultivation, then give him a talk. Who let me stall such a guy, for the sake of my resurrection grand plan? Endure. The black shadow shook his head, but in the end, he also couldn't help but sigh. Soon after a day passed, a powerful fluctuation of breath suddenly erupted from Yi Chen's body. Roar, roar, roar. A beast roar echoed out, as if there was a tiger king declaring his territory in the middle of the room. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen opened his eyes. And in his field of vision, there was a subtitle slowly emerging. Kai Hong Breathing Technique Advanced to Kai Hong Heaven Swallowing Technique 5th Order. 9,000 Wind and Thunder Steps Advanced to Heavenly Thunder Steps 5th Order. Shenyang Sword Technique Advanced to Xian Kong Sword Technique 5th Order. Sword Light Advanced to Sword Chi. Sure enough, it's advanced. There was a bright glow flickering in Yi Chen's eyes. In addition to external stimulation, although autonomous cultivation is a bit slower in efficiency, under the effect of the Epiphany Dan, it is just as capable of making martial arts and breathing techniques advance. The current me hasn't crossed into the 4th rank yet, but the entry-level 5th rank breathing technique makes the gap between me and 4th rank powerhouses, other than not being able to fly, shouldn't be very big anymore. Now, it's just a matter of finding a way to break through the 4th rank. Yi Chuan slowly opened his mouth, and within his voice, there was a hint of excitement. 4th order flying That was a leap in the level of life. After breaking through, not only did one's longevity increase greatly, but one was even able to fly in the air, which was a means that every martial artist could only dream of. Spare Yi Chen was no exception. Cough, cough, cough. And just at this time, an untimely cough rang out. Yi Chuan looked over, but realized that the black shadow did not know when he sat on the chair and coughed at himself. That what? Actually, I was a peak 5th rank realm powerhouse before. Saying that, the black shadow blinked his eyes. Yi Chuan fell into silence. A moment later, Yi Chuan slammed his fist over. The black shadow screamed miserably, and his divine soul was once again heavily damaged. Only after he had healed did he hear Yi Chen's ghostly voice come out, "Next time, say this kind of thing earlier." The black shadow wanted to cry without tears, "You don't ask me again, but also have to let me say it in advance. I don't have the ability to be able to listen to other people's hearts. Have to beat yourself up right. Tell me, the 3rd stage breaks through the 4th stage, what do you need some?" Yi Chuan sat on the bed and his gaze fell on the black shadow. The black shadow didn't dare to have any other thoughts and hurriedly said, "The 3rd stage breaking through the 4th stage is a kind of leap in the level of life, so at this time, there is a need to break a shackle within the body." A shackle in the body? Yi Chuan pondered. If Yi Chuan didn't remember correctly, the realm of the 5th stage was also called the shackle realm. Perhaps seeing through the thoughts in Yi Chuan's mind, the Black Shadow explained, opening the shackles, opening up the limits of the human body, making the human life level sublimated. This is also what the Fifth Order's shackle realm needs to do. In fact, the Fourth Order and the Fifth Order can be completely seen as one realm. Flying realm. The reason why it's called flying is that the martial artist is able to fly in the air, but the essence of it is also that after opening the first yoke of the human body, relying on the potential after opening the yoke for the first time, it continuously strengthens the body, making the later yoke able to be broken more easily. Preparing for the fifth stage to open the rest of the shackles, rather than saying this is the fourth stage, it's more like a pseudo-fifth stage. Generally speaking, once one breaks through the fourth stage, as long as there are no accidents, the back is able to cultivate to the fifth stage, but how far one can go at the fifth stage depends on talent. Hearing this, Yi Chen gradually realized. Open the shackles? Then what are the ways to open the shackles? Yi Chuan asked. The Black Shadow said, to open the shackles, one either relies on the qi and blood in the body to continuously impact the shackles for a long period of time, and naturally, it can be opened, and this is also the most common and dumbest way. And some of the simpler ways is to rely on some external forces, such as pills and the like. There is also another way, which is to let others help you open the shackles. Usually those big powers, such as the Scarlet Church, or some martial arts families, will take the third method. Of course, although the third method is simple, others helping you to open your shackles is far from being as good as opening the shackles yourself, but for the big powers, a strong person of the fourth rank, even if they don't have much potential, is still too much stronger than a third-rank martial artist. Yi Chuan sniffed, and in his heart, he summarized the Black Shadow's words. So, what's the difference between not saying these words of yours and not saying them? Isn't it still letting me slowly open the shackles? Yi Chen looked at the Black Shadow with a somewhat strange gaze. The Black Shadow smiled sarcastically. So, according to what you just said, then relying on external forces, pills and the like is also not as good as slowly impacting the shackles yourself? Yi Chuan came back to his senses and said. The Black Shadow nodded. If that's the case, then we can't rush, we can only slowly impact the shackles. Yi Dust rubbed his chin, already having an idea in his heart. Anyway, there are still 2 months to go before the college entrance exam, so let's use 2 months to slowly accumulate and slowly impact the shackles. Yi Chen also put his heart down and was no longer in a hurry. After all, even if he couldn't break through the fourth rank before the college entrance exam, with his own battle power, it wouldn't be too much of a problem to match some of the first-time fourth rankers. The Black Shadow looked at Yi Chuan with a desire to speak. He wanted to tell Yi Chuan that even though relying on one's own qi and blood and slowly impacting the shackles was certainly the best way, but this method was really too slow, and some people might have to be stuck for the rest of their lives. Even for some people who were exceptionally gifted, with such a method, it could not be said that they would have to use several years. 2 months is still not enough in the end. But after the Black Shadow thought about it, in order to prevent this guy from giving himself another punch, in the end, he did not say anything. Let this kid suffer, so that he doesn't have to punch me from time to time. Black Shadow said viciously. In this next period of time, Yi Chuan appeared to have nothing to do, except for the 2 days a week when he cultivated in the cloud domain space and slowly broke through the shackles in his body. Yi Chuan was too bored and finally found an errand at the Jiangnan training camp. That was teaching. Since those members of the Jiangnan training camp were able to give lectures to the instructors, then wasn't he able to give lectures to those members as well? In this way, he would also be able to earn a lot of points and enter the cloud domain space to cultivate. This move also aroused the curiosity and even yearning of many members of the Jiangnan training camp. After all, Yi Chuan was a demon who had broken through the 10th floor of the Ink Dragon Tower, and his strength was even more powerful than that of the instructors, and the effect of his lectures, naturally, was also much better than that of the instructors. For this reason, quite a few instructors had spat at Yi Chuan for stealing their jobs, and even the extra money that should have belonged to them was taken away by Yi Chuan. Later, there were really instructors who couldn't help themselves and wanted to join forces and beat up Yi Duan. The result was that they were killed back by Yi Duan. Then later, these instructors also became regulars amongst Yi Duan's classroom. Because they found even they benefited greatly from Yi Chuan's lectures. Zhang Feng stood inside his office and looked through the window at the square of Jiangnan training camp, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. On top of the high platform in the square, Yi Duan lectured on martial arts, while below, those instructors who were once part of the Jiangnan training camp were simply docile students, listening attentively to Yi Duan's lectures. The identity instantly shifted. Members giving lectures to instructors. This is damn afraid that it's not the first time that the heavens and earth have been opened. Zhang Feng looked at this scene, the corners of his mouth twitching, and finally pulled the curtains closed, not wanting to look on. Because he was afraid that if he continued to watch, he wouldn't be able to resist going down to listen to the lesson himself. After all, the experience taught by each one was still very useful. Even when he, a strong person of the fourth stage of the flying heaven realm, listened to it, it all had a great deal to gain. In the end, Zhang Feng could only still let Yi Chen act like this. And in this way, time flew by, and soon, a month and a half passed. A month and a half later, Yi Chen sat in the depths of the cloud domain space, the qi and blood in his body constantly stimulating a certain place within his body. There, it was as if there was an invisible shackle that prevented Yi Chen's qi and blood from completely penetrating. Chapter 58, Fourth Order. What? You're going to the Scarlet Church? As for Yi Chuan's side, the black shadow slowly emerged. He looked at the qi and blood fluctuations emanating from Yi Chuan's body with a slightly surprised expression. Such a dense qi and blood power, it's even more dense than some Fei Tian first-layer martial artists. What kind of monster is this guy? But it's also true, to have even started with the breathing method of the fifth stage, it's completely a monster. The black shadow lamented, but he couldn't help but shake his head. However, even if that's the case, wanting to break the first layer of shackles is not that easy. Using oneself to break the shackles, the fastest speed nowadays is only half a year's worth of moments. Even if your talent is even more demonic than that person, it's impossible to break these shackles within 2 months' time. The black shadow said, only he still wanted to continue speaking, but suddenly his pupils slightly shrunk. As if he had sensed something, a look of disbelief immediately appeared on his face. How is this possible? The black shadow gazed at the Yi Duan with a deadly gaze. However, he was able to sense that from within Yi Chen's body, there was a wave, as if it was that wave, emitting an extremely terrifying energy. Vaguely, it seemed as if one could hear a clicking sound, spreading out from Yi Chen's body. Immediately after. Rumble. A burst of rumbling sounds resounded from within Yi Chen's body, as if there was a rushing river that washed over Yi Chen's body at this moment. Click. Another crisp sound rang out, only this time, it was obviously even more crisp and bright. The black shadow's pupils shook more and more as he looked at Yi Chuan dead on, but from Yi Chuan's body, he felt an energy fluctuation that only a fourth-rank martial artist could possess. Breakthrough. Fourth rank. The black shadow exclaimed in shock, but his expression shook with emotion. Only to see, Yi Chuan slowly opened his eyes at this time, and a faint glow spread out from within Yi Chuan's eyes. Yi Dust did not open his mouth, but his eyes were looking straight at the void, where there was a system panel that only Yi Dust could see, slowly emerging. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Flying Heavenly Martial Artist 1-100. Kai Hong Heaven Swallowing Technique, Introductory 49-100. Heavenly Thunder Steps, Introductory 49-100. Xian Kong Sword Technique, Introductory 49-100. Sword Chi, Introductory 9-100. Finally, I've crossed into the flying sky realm. The corners of Yi Chuan's mouth were only outlined at this time. It's just that after the breathing techniques and martial arts have reached the 5th rank, the efficiency of cultivation has decreased quite a bit, even in the middle of this level 4 alien space. This 1.5 months' time, it's surprising that the proficiency is still a little short of only half. If I want to raise the breathing method and martial arts of the 5th rank to a minor success, I'm afraid that it will still take a month and a half's time. It's just a pity that there isn't such a long time for me. There's still half a month left. It's the college entrance exam. Yi Chuan said with some emotion. The breathing method and martial arts of the 5th rank were normally only cultivated by martial artists of the 5th rank. Yi Chuan had only just broken through the flying sky realm, and to be able to have such a progress was already very heaven-defying. At least. Putting it in the middle of the 4th-ranked martial artists in the entire Grand Xia, Yi Chen's mastery of the breathing method in martial arts realm could also be called the middle to upper group of people. What other way is there to become stronger in the middle of the entrance exam? Yi Chuan's eyebrows raised slightly, and he couldn't help but ponder. He looked at the black shadow, and even though he didn't say anything, it already said a lot. The black shadow couldn't help but tremble a little in his entire body when he was gazed at by Yi Chuan like this. For some reason, he was now a little afraid of this guy Yi Chuan. After all, this guy's brain circuits, Black Shadow could not guess at all. If he suddenly gave himself a punch, it was really hard to say. Still, it only took a moment for the Black Shadow to understand this guy's thoughts. Cough cough, actually, I also know some of the strongholds of the Scarlet Church, where there should be a lot of resources hidden. When these words came out, Yi Chen's eyes also instantly became bright. He had to step out, directly came to the side of the black shadow, one hand pulling the black shadow, said with deep emotion, "We planted law." "What? You're going to the Scarlet Church?" Inside the chief instructor's office, Zhang Feng looked at Lu Sheng in front of him with a deadpan look. The look in his eyes was extremely strange. He even stretched out his hand and pasted it on Yichuan's forehead, and said in a puzzled manner, "This doesn't have a fever either?" Zhang Feng was puzzled. "No, what's wrong with this?" Yichen asked with the same puzzlement as he knocked Zhang Feng's hand away. Zhang Feng fell into silence for a long time before he couldn't help but say to Yichuan, "Is there a possibility that the Scarlet Church's people aren't something you can resist?" "Not afraid, I've already broken through the 4th stage." Yichuan said calmly. "Even if... well... you broke through the 4th rank?" Zhang Feng was just about to say something, but he snapped back to his senses and looked at Yi Chen with a deadpan expression. "What were you just saying? You broke through the 4th rank?" Zhang Feng's voice instantly became sharp, and his hands instantly landed on Yi Chen's shoulders, sensing Yi Chen's cultivation, followed by a flash of disbelief surfacing on his face. "Still really broke through the 4th stage?" Zhang Feng was a bit bewildered, knowing that even he, when he first broke through the 4th stage, it had taken him a full 2 years to break through from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage. How long had Yi Chen been? If he remembered correctly, Yi Chen had only just broken through the 10th level of bone forging a month and a half ago, right? At that time, Yi Chen had not even cultivated to the peak of the 3rd rank. In a month and a half's time, from just breaking through the 10th layer of bone forging, he had broken through to the 4th rank. Such a speed was appalling when looking at the entire Grand Xia. Hiss. Zhang Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. He really hadn't seen such a terrifying fellow. Even as the chief instructor of Jiangnan training camp, his face was filled with shock at the moment. However, after pondering for a long time, Zhang Feng still said, "Even if you've broken through the 4th rank, what can you do as someone who just broke through the 4th rank? You have to know that the Scarlet Church is spread throughout the entire Grand Xia. Even if it's not the strongest amongst our Jiangnan province, it's not something that can be fought against so easily. A branch helmsman, that's a 5th order powerhouse. Is it possible that you're still able to fight against a 5th order powerhouse?" Yichuan said indifferently, "Just don't go to those big strongholds, just go directly to the small strongholds." Small strongholds? Do you know where these small strongholds are? And you just go? Zhang Feng sneered. Just kidding, the strongholds of the Scarlet Church were extremely secretive. Even after the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Alliance had investigated openly and secretly for so long, they hadn't been able to find out where the strongholds of the Scarlet Church were. Especially those small strongholds, precisely because they are too small, they are even more hidden than the big strongholds. If the entire Martial Alliance couldn't find them, is it possible that you, Lu Sheng, could still find them? What kind of international joke is this? Zhang Feng disdained in his heart. However, Yi Chen said calmly, "I can find it." Can find it? Zhang Feng was confused. He looked at Yi Chen, wanting to see a hint of clues from Yi Chen's face, but in the end, Zhang Feng was disappointed. Yi Chen didn't have any traces of lying. "You really found it?" Zhang Feng asked suspiciously, but inside, he couldn't help but get excited. Although the small strongholds of the Scarlet Church weren't much, it would be a great achievement if they could pull them out. There were even a lot of resources in these small strongholds, if they could be taken away. In an instant, Zhang Feng's entire body became a little excited. "Why don't you take me one?" Zhang Feng said to Yi Chen with some currying favor. "You?" Yi Dus slightly looked a little disgusted. "What the hell kind of expression is this?" Zhang Feng couldn't stand it at once and roared at Yi Chen. "Nothing, anyway, I'll just inform you, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Yi Chuan rubbed his nose, then strutted out of the chief instructor's office. Does this kid have me as the chief instructor in his eyes? Zhang Feng roared angrily, but he quickly calmed down. He looked at the direction Yi Chen left and couldn't help but smile faintly. "This kid, if you want to go out and have fun, just go out. It's hard to believe that I'm still in charge of you, isn't it?" In Zhang Feng's opinion, Yi Chuan clearly wanted to go out to get some air. As for what to do with the Scarlet Church, it was just an excuse. After all, if the strongholds of the Scarlet Church were so easy to find, it wouldn't have been a tumor in Xia for so many years. He was purely using these words of Lu Sheng as an excuse to go out and have fun. Originally, Zhang Feng was not prepared to allow it. After all, Yi Chen's talent was here. If he was targeted, it would be troublesome. But after Yi Chen showed that 4th stage cultivation, Zhang Feng didn't care anymore. Even if he was only at the 4th level, this cultivation level, in the entire Jiangnan province, was considered good. Even if he was not defeated, he would be able to escape with a certain ability to protect himself. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng didn't care. Instead, he began to long for it. 4th rank. With this kind of cultivation, put it in the previous college entrance exams, it's able to enter the top 10 existences. My bonus is stable. Zhang Feng hemmed and hawed, revealing a brilliant smile. Yi Chuan left the Jiangnan training camp, pulled the black shadow out of his pocket, and said indifferently, "Alright, where is the nearest stronghold of the Scarlet Church?" The black shadow rubbed the middle of his head and took out a map. After taking a look at it, he pointed to a location on it and said, "It's right here. If I remember correctly, there is a small stronghold right here, and the strength of the people inside is average, which is the cultivation of the 3rd rank." Yi Chuan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly swept towards the direction on the map. Chapter 59. Who exactly is the outlaw? Jiangnan Province, inside a cave in a suburban valley. From the outside, the opening of the entire cave could barely accommodate the size of a person, but after following the opening into the cave, it was only then that one could realize that the entire cave had a heavenly abode. In the entire cave, open, as if an underground palace in general, brightly lit, and even filled with countless boxes. Inside the boxes, there was a rich energy vapor, making the spiritual chi of heaven and earth inside the entire cave become incomparably thick. And within the cave, there was even a figure dressed in scarlet, resting inside. "Hey, I don't know when we can transfer out of this place. The treasure vault is really a bit boring, and it's really hard to look at these things and not be able to use them." A member of the Scarlet Church looked greedily at the chest, but didn't dare to reach out and take it. "Come on, we're already lucky to be able to hold down this place. During this period of time, the Grand Xia Martial Alliance often raids some of our Scarlet Church's strongholds. We're already very safe here." "That's true, but it's a bit hard to stay here and not have any interest in doing anything, right? Watch out for me at night. I'm going to go find my old flame to have some fun." "Oh, pussy addiction again?" One of the Scarlet members of the church, lying on the chair, said in a bored manner. Just as they were chatting idly, there was a youth dressed in black, strutting out, even muttering to himself. "This is the treasure vault you said is here? It was really accurate by you, he. What man?" Looking at the black-clothed youth who swaggered in, one of the members of the Scarlet Church instantly stood up from their chairs and looked at the guy in front of them with vigilance, their eyes even more filled with a look of doubt. To know, this is one of their Scarlet Church's treasure trove, not only has a heavy guard, but also extremely hidden, here for so many years, have not been discovered by the Martial Arts Alliance, can be seen how hidden it is. On top of that, on the periphery of the cave, there were many members of the Scarlet Church guarding it, and this black-clothed young man in front of him had even walked in without any warning. He didn't even take them seriously in the slightest, which also made one of the Scarlet Church members a little confused. The black-clothed youth looked towards those members of the Scarlet Church, crossed his arms, and shouted, "What are you looking at? Walking you have come." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the members of the Scarlet Church instantly changed, and they all erupted with a powerful aura, directly killing towards the black-clothed youth. Every member of the Scarlet Church's body exuded an aura that belonged exclusively to a 3rd-stage martial artist, and there was no shortage of strong individuals with a bone-forging 10th level. Every member here was more powerful than the Liang that Yi Chuan had encountered back then. However, facing these members of the Scarlet Church, Yi Chuan was incomparably calm, only slowly launching out a palm horizontally. Rumble! The terrifying power instantly crushed those Scarlet Church members who were killing towards Yi Chuan, and along with their bodies, they all ruthlessly smashed into the surrounding of the cave. Even the entire cave shook at this time. Yi Chuan slowly withdrew his palms and stretched. "The people of the Scarlet Church, they are really trash. But fortunately, these things should be enough for me to improve quite a bit." Yi Chuan's gaze looked towards those heavenly treasures in the treasure vault, and a touch of greed surfaced in his eyes. After roughly half a day had passed, Yi Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Inside the cave, the heavenly materials of the Scarlet Church and the treasure vault had already been completely devoured by Yi Chuan. A powerful aura spread out from Yi Dust's body, and immediately afterward, the system panel also surfaced in Yi Dust's field of vision at this moment between a thought. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Soaring Heavenly Martial Artist 9100. Kai Hong Heaven Swallowing Technique, Introductory 69100. Heavenly Thunder Steps, Introductory 69100. Xian Kong Sword Technique, Introductory 69100. Sword Chi, Introductory 19100. Still a little bit short of being able to break through to the first level of the Soaring Sky. This speed is a little slow, and even the breathing techniques in martial arts haven't crossed over into the minor achievement realm. 5th rank martial arts and breathing techniques, even with the help of the system, it's still very difficult to cultivate. Yichuan looked at the system panel and a helpless look appeared on his face. The corner of the black shadow's mouth on the side twitched slightly. He naturally also felt that powerful aura coming from Yichuan's body, an aura that was clearly immediately able to reach the second layer of the flying sky, but from Yichuan's tone, it seemed that he still had some regrets about the situation. This is simply a little too shameless. The Black Shadow spoke quietly. Is there a possibility that even a student of the Star River Academy, at the 4th stage, breaking through a small realm requires 10 days and half a month, while you? The Black Shadow even somewhat did not want to speak. From the time Yichen broke through the 4th rank until now, it was only a day's time, and he was immediately able to cultivate to the second level of the flying sky. With such strength, it was surprising that he was still somewhat unaware of it. It was a bit too exasperating, wasn't it? Yichuan looked at the Black Shadow suspiciously. Are the students of the Star River Academy very powerful? The Black Shadow was silent once again. This one question from Yi Dust, for any person from Disya, would answer awesome, but answering this question in front of Yi Dust, but could not get an answer. The students of the Star River Academy were awesome, but if the person in comparison was Yichuan, there would have to be a question mark. Yi Dust was also too lazy to dwell on this for too long with Black Shadow, and after waving his hand, he took out his bracelet and dialed the phone number of the Martial Union. Hey, I cleared out a Scarlet Church's treasure trove, you guys send someone to verify it. Yes, the location is. After saying that, Yichen hung up the phone and slowly walked out of the cave. And after waiting until the strongest members of the Martial Alliance arrived, looking at the surrounding fainted members of the Scarlet Church, as well as the already empty treasure vault, they suddenly fell into silence. That guy wouldn't have looted the Scarlet Church's treasure vault, right? Doesn't he know that all these resources are to be turned in? And where did this guy go? A member of the Great Summer Martial Alliance looked at each other in dismay, but they didn't know what to say. That's just it. It's a good thing for the Martial Alliance to be able to clear out a Scarlet Church's treasure trove. After all, there are still so many third-rank Scarlet Church members. Take them all down and see if you can interrogate the other strongholds of the Scarlet Church. The person leading the team waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to care about this, and then began to work. 1 month later. Jiangnan Province, Martial Alliance Headquarters. The receptionist picked up the phone, and after hearing the contents inside, the receptionist hung up the phone with an expressionless face and said to the superior beside him, "Leader, that fellow called again, saying that he had ransacked another Scarlet Church's treasure trove." The corners of the mouth of the leader beside him twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but cover his face with his hand. In this month's time, Yichen had already called the Martial Alliance a dozen times, and every time he called, he said that he had found a treasure trove and asked them to go and verify it. But every time they went to verify, was able to see quite a few members of the Scarlet Church, and there were even a few times when there were actually members of the Fourth Order Soaring Heaven Realm in there. Over this month, it was almost as much as Jiangnan Province had achieved in several years. The Martial Arts Alliance was a bit energized, but at the same time, they also had some toothache. Damn, this guy is to bring them a lot of achievements, but the hidden treasury is eaten clean by this guy every time. It was only at the back that there were some worthless first-rank cultivation resources left behind. This made the crowd of the Martial Alliance somewhat speechless as well. Is this guy a terrorist, or are the people of the Scarlet Church terrorists? The leaders of the Martial Alliance sent out questions in their hearts that knocked at their hearts. That's just it, just go and verify it. Anyway, these guys are all achievements for our Martial Alliance. As for the resources, take it to this guy. The leader waved his hand and said with some headache. On the other hand, Jiangnan Training Camp, Zhang Feng hung up the phone with a smile on his face, then fell into silence again. Has this guy already dry humped over a dozen of the Scarlet Church's treasure troves? It was true that the Martial Alliance had already investigated Yi Chen's identity a long time ago, and had even called and asked Zhang Feng about it. And Zhang Feng fell into silence when he learned this information. He hadn't thought that all the things that Yi Chen had said back then were actually true. And the most puzzling thing for Zhang Feng was, where in the world did this guy come from to get the location of these hidden treasure vaults? If it was just 1 or 2 times, it could still be described as luck. But more than 10 times. Where is this luck? This is clearly this guy rushing to the Scarlet Church treasure trove. It seems that this little guy also has quite a few secrets in his body, but this is good. A dozen treasure vaults, even if they are only low-level ones, it's not a small loss for the Scarlet Church's rudder in Jiangnan Province. The Scarlet Church. should be shaking with rage right now. Zhang Feng seemed to have thought of something and a playful smile appeared on his face. At the same time, in the middle of a gloomy space in Jiangnan province, a figure wearing a dark red robe was sitting at the top of a round table, and all around him sat a figure also wearing a dark red robe. The only difference was the number of blood drops on their chests. Most of the red-robed figures had 4 drops of blood engraved on their chests, except for the one who was the leader, who had 5 drops of blood engraved on his chest. Admittedly, the person in the lead was clearly the Scarlet Church's rudder master in Jiangnan province, a powerful person of the 5th Order Yoke realm. Chapter 60 Flying 4th Floor. Advanced Treasure Vault. So, tell me, why in this month's time, there are more than a dozen low-level treasure vaults discovered one after another, and even an intermediate-level treasure vault has been discovered? A hoarse voice came from the mouth of the branch rudder master, and in an instant, the temperature within the entire space, at this moment, was lowered by a lot. Even the air around them seemed to have formed layers of frost, causing those members with 4 drops of blood on their chests to be unable to hold back a slight tremor in their bodies. Boss. We don't know, this guy clearly knows those treasure vault strongholds of ours, and you are aware of it, those treasure vault strongholds, even if it's us, we only know 1 or 2, these more than 10 strongholds. A 4th-ranked Scarlet Church member said, his gaze falling on that subdivision master. Even though this fellow hadn't finished his words yet, the sub-coordinator had already fallen into silence. Just as this fellow had said, even they, the 4th-ranked Scarlet Church members, knew the locations of a few treasure vaults at most. The fact that a dozen or so treasure vaults had been pulled out one after another could only mean that either several 4th Order Scarlet Church members were undercover agents, or that the undercover agent was him, the sub-helmsman. I damn well became an undercover agent? Inside the sub-helmsman's brain, 100,000 question marks surfaced. This is really a person sitting at home, pot from the sky. It was impossible to be an undercover agent, after all, to be able to achieve the position of a sub-helmsman. All of them had accepted many tests from the Scarlet Church, not just the strength to go up, they could do it. As for several 4th Order Scarlet Churches are undercover agents. The sub-helmsman looked at these men of his and once again fell into silence. Under his command, there were only a dozen or so 4th-ranked powerhouses, and counting the 2 4th-ranked members who died this month, there weren't many left. If several of them are undercover agents, wouldn't he himself be hollowed out? In an instant, this Jiangnan province's helmsman, surprisingly, didn't know what to say either. Hiss. He sucked in a mouthful of cool air and rubbed his brow, but he didn't know what to say. What the hell was going on here? No matter what, and no matter how the Martial Alliance's people found out about the church's stronghold, but this matter definitely can't pass like this. The branch ruler slowly came back to his senses, and there was even a flash of stirring color surfacing in his eyes. Although I, the Scarlet Church, do not dare to openly go to war with the Martial Alliance, but it is not something that any cat or dog can casually topple. Find out this person for me. I want to dedicate his soul to the Scarlet God. Saying that, a terrifying aura instantly whistled out from the body of the branch helmsman, echoing throughout the entire space. Seeing this, a 4th-ranked Scarlet Church member also looked grave and stood up violently. Yes. Another week later, Yi Chuan was walking aimlessly in the wilderness, when the black shadow on the side floated in mid-air and said suspiciously to Yi Chuan, "Why don't you continue to scrape the resources of the Scarlet Church?" Although the black shadow had once been a person of the Scarlet Church, and was even close to being able to serve as a branch helmsman of the Scarlet Church in Jiangnan province, something had gone wrong in it, causing him to fall in the place where the relics were located. Therefore, Black Shadow didn't have too much affection for the Scarlet Church now, and even when Yi Chuan made a move against the Scarlet Church, Black Shadow was happy about it. It was just that, during this period of time, he had also told Yi Chuan about some of the Scarlet Church's strongholds, but Yi Chuan did not have the slightest intention of making a move. Facing the Black Shadow's inquiry, Yi Dust was as if he was looking at a little cutie. Like looking at the Black Shadow. Are you stupid? I've ended up in so many treasure vaults in a damn month, the people of the Scarlet Church must have taken precautions. The Black Shadow froze, and immediately reacted. Ha ha ha, it's me who thought too little. The Black Shadow scratched his head, a little embarrassed. After all, after staying in the ruins for such a long time, his brain was dulled to the point that he was a little turned around, and hearing Yi Chen say this, he also came back to his senses. So, are you not doing anything now? Why don't we go back to the Jiangnan training camp? After all, there are still 3 weeks left before the college entrance exam. The Black Shadow was also somewhat energized as he spoke. The college entrance examination, at first, he was the one who failed the college entrance examination, depressed, and ultimately chose to join the Scarlet Church, but in reality, for the college entrance examination, he was still in love with it. Yi Dust shook his head and didn't speak, only his gaze fell on the void in front of him. The system panel that only Yi Dust could see slowly surfaced. Name, Yi Dust. Cultivation, Flying Heavenly Martial Artist 29100. Kai Hung Heaven Swallowing Technique, Minor Completion 17100. Heavenly Thunder Steps, Minor Achievement 17100. Sword Technique of Shin Kong, Small Completion 17100. Sword Chi, Introductory 69100. After a month of absorbing so many heavenly materials and treasures, I've only barely managed to ascend to the 3rd level of the Soaring Sky, and I'm still a little bit of progress away from even the 4th level of the Soaring Sky. Moreover, after the breathing method and martial arts have reached a minor level, the speed of cultivating them is even slower. I had already levered to a minor level half a month ago, and in this half a month's time, even with the Scarlet Church's resources, I've only been able to raise my proficiency by a mere 17 points. As for Sword Chi, it's even more so that it hasn't even been raised to the minor accomplishment realm yet. Yi Chuan looked at the panel and still couldn't help but shake his head, secretly saying in his heart, it should also have something to do with the resource level being too poor. Although I've ended up with a dozen or so treasure vaults of the Scarlet Church, there are only a few 4th order cultivation resources among them, and most of them are 2nd order and 3rd order cultivation resources, which are already a bit insufficient for the current me. If I want to improve quickly, I must have more 4th order resources, but it's just a pity that 4th order resources are extremely precious, and even in the Jiangnan training camp, although they can be exchanged, they are still limited. If you want to become stronger before the college entrance exams, either you find a newly opened 4th ranked foreign space, there's a lot of 4th rank resources in there. Either. Or do a big job. There was a flash of brilliant light in Yi Chen's eyes. He looked at the black shadow on the side and asked, if I remember correctly, you should have said that the Scarlet Church in Jiangnan province only has one high-level treasure vault. The Scarlet Church's treasure vaults were divided into low grade, mid grade, and high grade. The higher the grade, the higher the strength of the guards, and even more hidden, but the resources inside were even more precious. The dozen or so treasure vaults at Yi Chuan's end before were mostly low-grade vaults, and there were only 1 or 2 intermediate-grade vaults. Therefore, Yi Chuan landed his goal on that Scarlet Church's high-level treasure vault. The black shadow froze, then said with some excitement, you still want to hit the idea of a high-level treasure vault? I'm telling you, the advanced treasure vault is the center of the Jiangnan branch rudder. Although it is said that the branch rudder master won't be guarding it, there are many 4th-ranked members of the Scarlet Church in there, and there's not even a lack of 4th-ranked powerhouses that are at the 7th or even the 8th level. You haven't even broken through the 4th level of the Flying Sky yet, you'd better not hit the idea of a high-level treasure vault. The Black Shadow was advising Yi Chen. He was now considered to be in the same boat as Yi Duan. He didn't want to see Yi Chen being captured by the people of the Scarlet Church. When that happened, he would be in trouble, not to mention that he had no hope of being resurrected. He might even see the person he wanted to see the least. Therefore, he began to frantically advise Yi Chuan, not wanting Yi Chuan to risk his life. Yi Chen didn't say anything, he just looked towards the location of the high-level treasure vault that the Black Shadow had told him about earlier, with a hint of madness in his eyes. You said that those people from the Scarlet Church should have hated me to death by now. The corners of the Black Shadow's mouth twitched slightly, more than hated to the bone, and even couldn't wait to draw the tendons from your body. Then before, I had been going after the low-level treasure vaults. Will they focus all of their attention on the low-level treasure vaults? Also, you said that the only person who knows the location of the high-level treasure vault is the servant master, or the next servant master, and that none of them know about it except for the people who are guarding it. Will they think that I know the location of the advanced treasure vault? There was a faint essence-like flickering in Yi Chen's eyes. When these words came out, the Black Shadow froze. He did not think that Yi Chuan had analyzed so much out, and even analyzed the mind of that Scarlet Church as well. After the Black Shadow pondered over it for a while, there was the same bright light floating in his eyes. It seems like it's really like this. Right now, the Scarlet Church is definitely heavily guarding those low-level treasure vaults and even intermediate-level treasure vaults in hopes of capturing you, but they definitely can't think that we're going to the high-level treasure vaults. In that case, the Black Shadow was so excited that even his body trembled slightly. In the advanced treasure vault, there are not only 4th-order resources, there are even 5th-order resources. Dry up. There was also a touch of madness that gradually surfaced in the Black Shadow's eyes. Yi Chuan smiled faintly and slowly walked towards the location of that high-level treasure vault. As for the strength, this isn't a breakthrough. As Yichuan's voice fell, a powerful aura instantly whistled out from Yichuan's body, and at this moment, Yichuan's cultivation level also directly came to the 4th level of the flying sky. The black shadow behind him, his pupils slightly shook, and eventually shook his head with a bitter smile. This monster I don't know what point this guy can grow to in the end. Perhaps he can become the existence of the first echelon of the Great Summer, when the time comes. Those people from the Scarlet Church will have a complete headache. The black shadow said, and then quickly followed Yichuan's figure, and the two of them quickly swept towards the Scarlet Church's high-level treasure vault. In the Scarlet Church, in an intermediate-level treasure vault, a 4th-ranked Scarlet Church member smiled at the helmsman and said, "Don't worry, Branch Helmsman, we'll definitely be able to catch this guy this time." Chapter 61 The Rudder Master with a Broken Heart, flying 7th level. Right now, those low-level treasure vaults all have members at the 4th level of the soaring sky or even above sitting in the town, and the intermediate-level treasure vaults even have members above the 7th level of the soaring sky, as well as you, the helmsman, sitting in the town. Even if that fellow has the strength of the peak of the 4th rank, even if the town guards of those low-level treasure vaults are not defeated, they will be able to send a message at the first time, and those nearby will quickly rush over, and at that time, we'll definitely be able to wipe out this thief. This 4th-ranked Scarlet Church member swore and patted his chest. The Scarlet Church was not a martial arts alliance, so naturally it could not investigate the identity of a small thief, although it was said that there were also undercover agents of the Scarlet Church in the martial arts alliance, but to use undercover agents just for the sake of a small thief was more or less more than worth the loss. After all, it was a big risk to contact the undercover agent in them. Therefore, they could only do so, thus being able to keep watch. Based on the strength of those treasure caches that Yichuan had previously terminated, the strength of this thief was probably around the 3rd or 4th level of the flying sky. And the forces that they were now guarding in the various treasure vaults were all above this level of strength. Therefore, the branch helmsman believed that he would definitely be able to capture Yichen. However, after listening to his men's words of conviction, a trace of uneasiness surged in the sub-helmsman's heart for some unknown reason. It was as if in the middle of the thorough plan, there was a certain ring that had some problems, making him always feel that something was not right, as if he had forgotten something. It should just be my illusion. I've already laid a dragnet. As long as this fellow dares to venture out, I'll be able to suppress him. The branch rudder master shook his head, dispelling the trace of uneasiness in his heart, and then a smile reappeared on his face as he began to wait for Yi Chen's arrival. However, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For a week in a row, Yi Duan did not appear, which gradually caused a trace of anger to grow in the heart of the split rudder master. Damn it, what the hell does this fellow want? I've been waiting here for such a long time, but I haven't seen a single hair? The sub-rudder master cursed in the middle of the treasure vault, while the 4th rank member on the side hurriedly said, "Sub-rudder master, perhaps this fellow knows that we'll be defending and doesn't dare to come." The sub-helmsman sniffed and was silent for a moment, as if there was really such a possibility, in case the other party's guts were relatively small, perhaps they really didn't dare to make a move. Could just let this guy go. There was a streak of killing intent surfacing within the branch rudder master's eyes, clenching his fists, his tone appearing extremely unwilling. However, just at this time, the member beside him seemed to have received some kind of message, and immediately afterward, his face turned pale. Sub-helmsman. That person trembled and opened his mouth, as if he had seen some great fear. "Just say it if you want to say it, mother-in-law," the sub-helmsman said without a good breath. At this moment, his heart was also annoyed beyond measure. "Split helm master. Our high-level treasure vault has been terminated." When these words came out, the sub-rudder master first froze, and then immediately afterward, his eyes rolled over, and his entire body unexpectedly fainted from anger directly. At this time, he finally came back to his senses as to which part of him had not planned well. He had set up all the low-level treasure vaults, and even the intermediate-level treasure vaults, but had forgotten the location of the high-level treasure vaults. He had even drawn some of the members who were guarding the high-level treasure vaults to the low-level treasure vaults and intermediate-level treasure vaults to guard them. Just because high-level treasure trove, that is only the next helmsman, or even the helmsman can know, nowadays in the Jiangnan province helms, but only he knows. This guy, in the end, how did he find it? Before the sub-rudder master fainted, many questions flashed through his mind. A good while had passed before the sub-rudder master came back to his senses, only that his face was still filled with a bewildered look. It's over. It's over. If the rudder master finds out, I'll be in real trouble. At this moment, his entire body was in a state of stagnation, as if he was a person who had lost his soul, muttering there. Inside a hidden cave, majestic energy continuously roared out from Yi Chen's body, while the black shadow stood outside the cave, protecting Yi Chen. The black shadow's entire person appeared extremely excited. Just a short while ago, he and Yi Chuan had successfully terminated the Scarlet Church's high-level treasure vault, from which they had obtained quite a lot of cultivation resources, and even he had been given a share of some of the resources by Yi Chuan. Nowadays, Black Shadow's strength was also restored to the 3rd level. Who would have thought that a tiny 4th-ranked doll would be able to bring such a big impact to the Scarlet Church's branch rudder in Jiangnan province? The Black Shadow continuously lamented, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes as he looked at Yi Chen. This fellow is simply a monster. Even if it was the old man once, he was less than a tenth of him. Saying that, the Black Shadow shook his head, but as if he suddenly sensed something, his gaze fiercely landed on Yi Chen's body. Immediately after, within his eyes, there was once again a flash of shock surfacing. Surprisingly, another breakthrough. Only an extremely powerful aura was seen emanating from Yi Chuan's body, and a terrifying power of qi and blood roared out from Yi Chuan's body, causing the entire stone wall of the cave to begin to crazily shake at this time. However, this kind of fluctuation did not last for too long, and after a moment, those terrifying forces returned to Yi Chen's body, causing the surrounding area to return to calm. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, with a faint glow flickering. Immediately afterward, with a thought, the system panel slowly surfaced in Yi Duan's field of vision. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Flying Heavenly Martial Artist 6100. Kai Hong Heaven Swallowing Technique, Grand Completion 26100. Heavenly Thunder Steps, Grand Completion 26100. Shen Kong Sword Technique, Grand Completion 26100. Sword Chi, Minor Achievement 45100. Fei Tian. 7 levels up. Yi Chuan looked at the system panel in front of him, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but outline a curve. With a cultivation level of the 7th level of Fei Tian, looking at the entire Great Xia among the Fei Tian powerhouses, it was definitely considered to be a powerful group of people. More importantly, Yi Chuan's 5th-rank breathing techniques and martial arts, all of them had been raised to the realm of great accomplishment, and even his sword chi had been raised to a minor accomplishment. The current me is able to crush a martial artist at the 9th level of the Fei Tian even if I'm facing them, and even at the 10th level of the Fei Tian. As long as I'm willing, it would be hard for the other party to be able to do anything about me. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Of course, the flying heavenly martial artists in Yi Dust's mouth also referred to those ordinary flying heavenly martial artists. If there were any flying heavenly martial artists like Yi Dust, who had mastered the breathing method in martial arts of the 5th level, Yi Dust would not be able to do the battle over the level. Just looking at the entire Grand Xia, those who could master the 5th order breathing method in martial arts in the Fei Tian realm were few and far between, and only among those first-rate martial arts academies could there be heavenly prides who were able to do so. Not to mention Grand Completion level breathing techniques and martial arts. Almost no one at Yi Chen's level was able to do it. In this way, the first place in the college entrance exam should be stable. Yi Dust smiled and opened his mouth. At this time, the black shadow on the side spoke quietly. Is there a possibility that those students who take the college entrance exam can cultivate to the 2 or 3 layers of the flying sky and they are already very demonic? The black shadow's voice was filled with a ghostly color. Looking at the entire Xia's college entrance exams, being able to break through the 4th rank before the college entrance exam was already the pride of heaven, and there were only a few of them that appeared in a year. Those who were able to break through the 3rd rank were basically able to enter a first-class martial arts academy. And each one this kind of, from the college entrance examination there is still half a month's time, has already flown the 7th level of the demon, is not unheard of, but from the last time it appeared, has been decades. There was even only one in history, not counting Yi Chuan this time. It could be seen how terrifying the current Yi Dust was. So much so, the black shadow couldn't help but spit out even more when he heard Yi Dust's sentence. Stable? Don't ing talk about stable or not. If you don't get the first place, then it's a problem with the college entrance exam. The black shadow thought so in his heart. Yi Chuan looked at Black Shadow's grudging gaze and smiled before saying, "You say, what is the mood of that Scarlet Church's rudder master in Jiangnan province right now at this moment?" Hearing this, Black Shadow's mood also instantly changed for the better, smilingly said, "What mood can it be? Waiting to die? The only high-level treasure trove in Jiangnan province has been terminated by you, and now those treasure troves still remaining in Jiangnan province can't even pay out their members' salaries. What do you think will be the situation on the side of the headquarters? I reckon right now that guy wants to get you killed." When Yichuan heard this, not only did he not have any worries, he instead revealed a smile. For the Scarlet Church, Yichuan was not at all hungry. There was even some loathing for these guys. You said that even if you don't obey the officials, but you still want to go against them and jeopardize other innocent people, this would really deserve to die. So to victimize the Scarlet Church, Yichuan was half a mental fluctuation. It's a pity, although I ended so many Scarlet Church treasure troves, the number of Scarlet Church members killed is still too few. Wait for the opportunity to find a few strongholds to exterminate him. Yichuan stretched his waist. The corner of the Black Shadow's mouth on the side was slightly twitching. This is still less Look at the Jiangnan province's martial alliance. Could they kill so many Scarlet Church members in 10 years? If it wasn't for yourself, the rebel, do you think you could have found the Scarlet Church's strongholds and treasure vaults? The Black Shadow was vaguely proud in his heart. Chapter 62 The Final Sprint. Despite some regrets, Yichuan returned to the Jiangnan training camp. After all, there is only the last half a month left for the college entrance exam, so it would be troublesome if anything happened. And the Jiangnan training camp was certainly the safest place. Although the chief instructor Jiang Feng was only at the cultivation level of the Flying Sky Realm, the Jiangnan training camp was after all still in the middle of the Jiangnan provincial city, and once they encountered any situation, the strongest people within the Jiangnan provincial city would also support them at the first opportunity. Therefore, at this time, there was no need to wave outside. After returning to the Jiangnan training camp, Yichuan didn't do anything too out of the ordinary, but honestly cultivated in the cloud domain space, preparing for the final sprint. Not only Yichen, all the members of the entire Jiangnan training camp had a sprint in the last half month. No one wasted any more time. They knew very well that the college entrance examination half a month later would most likely determine the future direction of their lives. Whether or not they would be able to cross the Dragon Gate was in half a month's time. Daxia, inside an alien space. The entire space was like a purgatory, surrounded by endless magma tumbling around, emitting an extremely terrifying energy, blazing hot temperature. Even with the surrounding space were burned slightly distorted. It became incomparably hot. And in this foreign space, there is a strong figure sitting around, vigilantly looking at the location of the magma depths. Just at this time, a scarlet figure slowly emerged between heaven and earth, followed by a mysterious fluctuation descended. Those who guarded this place of the great Xia martial artists, even at this moment, as if in a coma, even directly became stagnant. And that scarlet figure, as if it had entered no man's land, in this side of the magma heaven and earth, walking leisurely, slowly came to the location of the depths of the magma. A moment later, the scarlet figure stepped on that incomparably hot lava, looked at the sea of fire not far away, and smiled faintly. Old friend, still not coming out to meet us? As this person's voice rang out, that sea of fire at this moment, unexpectedly directly set off a wave, and the fire pillars even rose up to the sky at this time, as if they were going to pierce through that heavenly dome. In the middle of the densely packed fire pillars, there was a golden pupil that looked like a blazing sun that slowly emerged. Lord of Scarlet. A low voice that sounded like an ancient bell rang out, emitting an extremely powerful energy fluctuation that caused the surrounding space to ripple out. Indeed, the scarlet figure in front of him was the current ruler of the Scarlet Church, the Scarlet Lord. The Scarlet Lord smiled faintly and said softly, "There is still half a month's time left before the great summer will open the college entrance exams, and according to the news that my people have passed over, this time the college entrance exams will be a little different." As soon as these words came out, there seemed to be a faint light flickering within those gold-colored pupils. The Scarlet Lord continued, "Those guys from Great Xia seem to want to place this time's college entrance exam within a certain foreign space. Do you think this is an opportunity?" As the words fell, within that pupil, it was even more so that a brilliant light directly exploded out. Foreign space? A low voice, once again, came out, echoing throughout the entire heaven and earth, carrying a touch of mockery in it. "This group of guys, it seems that they are truly treating us as a whetstone. It's just a pity that millstones are sometimes too hard, and even the sharpest knives will be broken." When the Scarlet Lord heard this, the smile on his face also became even more intense as he said with a smirk, "So, cooperation? If we are able to exterminate this session of college entrance examination candidates, it will also be a heavy blow for Great Xia. If my intelligence is correct, this session has produced quite a few good seedlings. Maybe in the future there is hope to cross into the 8th rank, or even a level like you and me." The golden-colored pupils shrunk slightly, but did not open their mouths immediately, as if they were pondering something. A moment later, a golden scale slowly emerged from that sea of fire and floated in the Scarlet Lord's palm, and only then did that low voice resound again. "This token is capable of forcibly raising the level of the foreign space. Once these words came out, the Scarlet Lord instantly understood the other party's meaning, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. I think it's enough. After saying this, the Lord of Scarlet put the golden scales into his arms, and his figure also turned into a scarlet mist that slowly drifted away and eventually disappeared between heaven and earth. And that one golden pupil was also at this time, slowly became dim, the fire pillar that rose up to the sky would also finally fall down, and the sea of fire became incomparably calm. A few moments later, those who fell into a state of stagnation under the great summer martial artists, is also at this time to become awake. It was just strange that they appeared to have no knowledge of the situation in which they had fallen into stagnation before, so much so that they had even forgotten that they had fallen into a stagnant condition for some time. Memory was distorted. I disagree. Inside a conference room in the Daxia imperial capital, a powerful figure converged together, seemingly discussing something, and a burly figure immediately shook his head and refused. The other space is extremely dangerous. Even if only a portion of the people are screened to enter the other space, it's not necessarily possible to guarantee that all the candidates are safe. If something goes wrong, it's not a good thing for my Grand Xia. This person opened his mouth, carrying a tone that could not be refused. I do think it's possible. For so many years, the human martial artists in the rear have experienced such a long period of comfortable life, but they have already forgotten that heterospace is still the most difficult bone for our Grand Xia to gnaw on. It's as if it's a sharp sword hanging above our heads. If they still can't change their minds in time, when we all leave one by one, who will still have the ability to suppress these foreign spaces in the entire Daxia? This is a change, and change is destined to be accompanied by bloodshed. Could it be that those who guard the front line can die and bleed, but not them? A single voice resounded in the conference room, and in an instant, the bickering within the entire conference room became even more intense. They stared angrily at those who did not share the same views as their own, desperately trying to prove everything with their own views. As the bickering became more and more intense, eventually, bang! An old man sitting at the main seat of the round table slapped the table with his palm. It's decided, the second round of tests of this college entrance exam consists of the top 1,000 of the college entrance exam, entering the shadow space. An old voice rang out, but it overpowered everyone's voices in an instant. As soon as these words came out, those who held opposing viewpoints, their faces instantly became somewhat ugly, but the identity and strength of the old man who spoke was extremely transcendent in the entire Grand Xia, so even if they were somewhat dissatisfied, they could only suppress that touch of dissatisfaction within themselves, and didn't dare to have any rebuttals. Inside the conference room, it also became quiet all of a sudden. Change is a must. Can't you all see what kind of virtues those students who enter the martial arts academy after the college entrance exams are? The talent is good, and the efficiency of cultivation is also very high, but when they entered the alien space for the first time, what kind of behavior did they show? Each and every one of them is so fearful that they don't even dare to take action against ferocious beasts whose cultivation level is lower than theirs. Are such people the geniuses we need in Great Xia? The old man spoke indifferently, his vicissitude gaze swept over the crowd, but they all slowly lowered their heads at this time. It's settled, this Gao Cao will come like this. Of course, for safety's sake, the Shadow Space sends the Martial Alliance's fourth-ranked powerhouses to conduct a sweep, making sure to ensure that the ferocious beasts within the Shadow Space can be within the range that we can control. Once these words came out, the crowd no longer said anything, but only looked solemnly at the old man and responded in unison. Yes. As time passed, the entire Grand Xia's various places began to be filled with a hint of tension. It was as if there was something grand that was about to happen. In the schools, in the major training camps, it was rare to see wandering students anymore. All the students had entered the final sprint stage. Even the Jiangnan training camp's Murong Tower is also gathered a lot of members. They began to go crazy in general, the impact of the Murong Tower's layers, hoping to be able to rush to a higher position before the college entrance examination, so as to be able to obtain the chances therein. The resource pool was even exhausted again and again, and all the members no longer skimped on the points they had on them, and began to purchase many cultivation resources and cultivate like crazy. Morong Cheng and a bunch of other children of martial arts families in Jiangnan province even returned directly to their own families, relying on their families' resources for the final sprint. The only one who was left was Yi Chuan, who was sitting in the cloud domain space, and the surrounding heaven and earth aura that was like a white mist was madly surging into Yi Chuan's body. Perhaps it was because Yi Chen's performance made Zhang Feng really shocked. In the end, Zhang Feng applied to his superiors to allow Yi Chen to stay in the cloud domain space for the last half a month. After all, the energy and resources within an alien space were limited, and it was impossible to keep a person inside all the time to cultivate. But Yi Chen's talent was enough to shock the entire Jiangnan training camp, so Jiang Feng naturally made an exception and applied for it, and as a result, he even agreed. So much so that, for the last half a month, Yi Chen stayed in this cloud domain space to cultivate. Soon, half a month's time passed. Yi Dus sat in the cloud domain space, slowly opened his eyes, and a powerful aura, also at this moment, roared out. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Flying Heavenly Martial Artist 69-100. Kai Hung Heaven Swallowing Technique, Grand Completion 36-100. Heavenly Thunder Steps, Grand Completion 36-100. Shen Kong Sword Technique, Grand Completion 36-100. Sword Chi, Minor Achievement 58-100, Sword Chi, Minor Achievement 58-100. Chapter 63 Heavenly Pride from All Sides and the Beginning of the College Entrance Examination. It's a pity, I'm still a little bit short of being able to cross over to the 8th level of the flying sky. After Yi Chen glanced at that cultivation progress, a look of regret appeared on his face. However, very quickly, Yi Chen regained his composure. But it's not a problem, after all, the college entrance exam is broadcast live worldwide. As long as I show enough demons, then I'll be able to stimulate the people of the country, and use their emotions to stimulate my martial arts proficiency, and at that time, it's a great harvest. Breaking through the 8th level of the soaring heaven is but a handful, even the 9th level of the soaring heaven is hopeful. There was a flash of brilliant light in Yi Chen's eyes. Afterward, Yi Chuan slowly stood up and glanced at the time on his bracelet, and after a faint smile, his figure dissipated into the cloud domain space, heading towards the space beyond. The college entrance exam is going to start. A faint voice echoed throughout the cloud domain space. Great Xia, the imperial capital. A figure dressed in black, holding a long spear, faced dozens of figures clad in armor, and within his eyes, only the color of sternness flickered. Above the lance in an instant, a dark black energy was wrapped around it, and within that dark black energy, it was filled with an obliterating force. Bang! A muffled sound exploded, and between the sweeping of the long spear, those dozens of figures clad in armor were, surprisingly, instantly crushed at this moment. Above the entire field, there was also only that one black-clothed youth's silhouette left, standing silently. Pa pa pa. A thin middle-aged man with a smile at the corner of his mouth, clapping his palms as he slowly walked over. 5th Order Martial Arts Soul Destruction Gun, you have also acquired its essence. Tomorrow's college entrance exam, you will definitely be able to soar. After all, in the previous college entrance exams, those who are able to introduce the 5th Order martial arts to the world can be the existence of a phoenix feather. You are still the first one in these several years. When these words came out, the youth in black clothes, despite his face being incredibly cold, at this moment, he couldn't help but outline a touch of arc. High school entrance exam? I hope to be able to show me some opponents that are worthy of making me fight. Otherwise, it would be too boring. The black-clothed youth spoke indifferently, but his eyes were filled with a touch of hopefulness. The thin middle-aged man at the side smiled faintly, similarly confident. Don't worry, with your talent, the only ones in the entire Grand Xia who can match you are those two. The black-clothed youth shrugged his shoulders as he said, perhaps. Great Xia, in the middle of a dense jungle. Thud. Dang. Dang. As if there was a muffled sound that exploded, the earth began to tremble slightly with the sound of that muffled sound. A few moments later, was able to see, there is a burly figure, holding a huge ferocious beast corpse, slowly from the depths of the jungle out of the body bathed in ferocious beasts of the blood, so that his entire person is emitted a ferocious gas. Walking out of the jungle, the burly youth threw the corpse of the ferocious beast on his shoulder onto the ground fiercely. The earth instantly sunk in for a few minutes, and dust flew in an instant. Hey, high school? Abba said, I'm the most powerful warrior of our tribe. This time for the college entrance exam, I'll definitely be able to make a name for myself in Daxia. The stout youth's face carried a touch of simplicity. After he scratched the back of his head, as if he was confirming the direction, he eventually walked slowly towards a certain direction. Great Xia, in a courtyard in the magic capital. A woman wearing a long white dress, quietly sitting in the center of the courtyard, surrounded by surging heaven and earth aura, surging into the body of the woman in white. Make the body of the woman in white, but also at this moment, exudes a powerful breath. In this powerful breath, even with the surrounding air, seems to be frozen out of a layer of frost. Gradually, the woman in white opened her eyes. Sister! You finally come out of the gate. At this moment, outside the courtyard, a playful voice came. A little girl doll bounced in carrying a sugar gourd. As the white-clothed woman looked at the little girl in front of her, a touch of tenderness rarely surfaced on her cool face. "You girl, didn't you say you can't eat sugar gourds? It's going to be bad teeth." "Hee hee hee." The little girl smiled innocently, then looked up and down at the white-clothed woman in front of her and said, "Sister, I heard father say that you've already broken through the 4th rank. Sister is so powerful. This time, sister will definitely be able to get that college entrance exam," the little girl said, cheering and hugging the woman in white. The woman in white faintly laughed, rubbed the little girl's hair, and said with a smile, "The heroes of the world are like the crushing carp in the river. I am just one of them. Where is it so easy to be able to get a high school student?" Although the words were said this way, a color of confidence surged on the white-clothed woman's face as she said these words. "Hee hee hee, I believe sister," the little girl said with a smile at the woman in white. The woman in white smiled faintly and slowly stood up, putting the little girl down, pulling her little hand and slowly walking out of the courtyard. "Then, elder sister, we'll take this college entrance exam for you." As the time for the college entrance examination descended, news of heavenly pride coming out from every part of the Great Xia came out, instantly revitalizing the entire Great Xia. What's more, directly arranged a so-called college entrance examination Heaven's Pride list, for is this session of college entrance examination students listed list. This list singled out, immediately by the great summer countless people welcome, many people have bought a look. At this moment, within the Jiangnan training camp, Yi Chuan was sitting on the sofa in Jiang Feng's office, holding a copy of the Gao Gao Heavenly Remarks list in his hands as well, reading it with great interest. TSK, the first place, Imperial Capital Luo Wufei, flying at the 3rd level of the sky, mastering the entry-level 5th rank martial arts soul-destroying gun. It's a bit interesting. There's also the 2nd place, Mu Qingxue of the Devil's Capital, flying sky 3rd level, mastering the entry-level 5th rank martial art Xuanhe sword technique, not bad either. Well, this 3rd place is also a bit of something. Tianbao Chamber of Commerce's young president, flying sky 3rd layer, mastery of martial art breathing method unknown, a rich 2nd generation Yi Chuan crossed his legs and looked at the Gao Gao Qianjiao list in his hand with great interest. In the college entrance examination Heavenly Pride list, this time in the college entrance examination has a 4th order cultivation, there are 18. Among them, there is the Zhang Feng that Yi Chuan defeated in the relics before. Obviously after the relics ended, that Zhang Feng is also in the last few months, successfully broke through to the 4th order, in today's college entrance examination Heavenly Pride list, ranked 17. Zhang Feng looked at Yi Chen's dangling appearance, he couldn't help but have a burst of this headache. After he rubbed his temples, he said somewhat helplessly, "You kid, can you have some image? Also, how much certainty do you have about this college entrance exam?" Zhang Feng said, and looked at Yi Chuan with some hope in his eyes. Yi Chen pointed to the ranking on that college entrance exam Heaven's Pride list and said smilingly, "Look, doesn't this list say that I'm ranked 21st? Admittedly, Yi Chen's ranking was 21st on that Gao Gao Qianjiao list, and he was even still only at the 10th level of bone forging cultivation. Obviously, few people knew about Yi Chen's news after he broke through the 4th rank. Even for those who knew, it was only Zhang Feng and some of the top echelons of the Jiangnan Province Martial Alliance. After all, Yi Chuan had ended up in so many of the Scarlet Church's treasure vaults, and these top echelons naturally didn't publicize it in order to prevent Yi Chuan from being targeted by the Scarlet Church's people. So much so that Yi Chen's cultivation level was still stuck at the 10th level of bone forging on the Heaven's Pride ranking. I have to say, the person who wrote this Heaven's Pride list is quite a character, to be able to collect the information of so many Heaven's Pride and gather it in the Heaven's Pride list. If there are no surprises, this Heaven's Pride list should be the ranking of this college entrance exam. Zhang Feng said, then looked at Yi Chen with a strange gaze. The accident in his mouth referred to Yi Duan. Quickly tell me, what exactly is your current cultivation level? Zhang Feng was also a bit anxious inside, because he suddenly realized that he was somewhat unable to see through Yi Chen. What was important to know was that he, Zhang Feng, as the chief instructor of the Jiangnan training camp, also had a cultivation level of the 3rd level of the flying sky, and even he couldn't see through it. It meant that Yi Chen's cultivation was already above him. Facing Zhang Feng's inquiry, Yi Dus snorted and said, "Not much, barely that much higher than you." Hearing this sentence, Zhang Feng was inexplicably relieved in his heart. But yet, he also still said excitedly, "Wouldn't that be the 4th level of flying heaven?" Hiss, the candidates of this session of the college entrance exam are all somewhat demonic, and as a result, your cultivation is still above them all. It's just a pity that we don't have any 5th level martial arts and breathing methods in Jiangnan training camp. If we did, let you cultivate and practice, the first place in this college entrance exam would be secure. Zhang Feng muttered to himself there with some regret. As for Yi Chen, when he heard Zhang Feng's words, he just blinked with a smile on his face, but he didn't say anything. Alright, it's almost time to pack up and prepare for the college entrance exam. Yi Chen didn't stay here for too long. After yawning, he turned around and left Zhang Feng's office. Zhang Feng didn't care either, he just looked excited. Even if I can't get the first place, the top 5 is definitely secure, and there's even a chance to rush to the top 3, TSK, this is going to be prosperous. Zhang Feng spoke excitedly. After all, the better Yi Chen performed, the more benefits he would be able to obtain. After Yi Chen left Zhang Feng's office, he returned to his residence, and instead of continuing to cultivate, he laid down on the bed and began to rest his eyes. After 8 o'clock on the following day, Yi Chuan opened his eyes on time, quickly changed into a clean outfit and walked towards the examination center in Jiangnan province. Although Yi Chuan was from Jiangcheng, after coming to the Jiangnan training camp, Yi Chuan's examination center was naturally placed in the city of Jiangnan province. The college entrance exam has begun. Chapter 64 Cultivation Test, First Place. Yi Chen arrived at the examination center that belonged to him, which was a high school in the city of Jiangnan province. At this moment, at the entrance of the school, it was already surrounded by a dense crowd of parents and elders, bringing their children to participate in the college entrance examination. In the surrounding of the school, there were even people from the military, surrounding the whole school, looking around vigilantly. Yi Chuan just stood at the entrance of the school, and was able to feel that in the middle of the school, there was a strong aura, hiding in it. In the middle of this school, just what I have sensed, there are 5 4th-ranked powerhouses, and there may even be others that I haven't detected, or even 5th-ranked powerhouses. This security measure, it's simply a bit strict. Yi Chuan's eyebrows raised slightly, and he could not help but lament. One must know that the Scarlet Church's branch rudder master in Jiangnan province was only a 5th-order powerhouse, and on top of that, counting the emissary above the branch rudder master, a 6th-order powerhouse. But in the middle of a school in Jiangnan province, there were such strong security measures, so it had to be said how much the Great Summer Martial Alliance valued the college entrance exam. No wonder the people of the Scarlet Church can only strike in the shadows, and don't dare to fight against the Martial Alliance openly. The strength and depth of the Martial Alliance is above the Scarlet Church. But that's right, there aren't that many fools in the world with twisted personalities to join the Scarlet Church. Yi Chuan shook his head, and then arrived at the school's entrance, and after going through identity verification, he directly entered the school and arrived in his examination room. After entering the examination room, Yi Chuan sat in his seat and looked at the virtual helmet placed on the table in front of him with some curiosity. The college entrance exam was conducted through a global live broadcast, and the content of the live broadcast was the tests and examinations that the candidates were subjected to in the middle of the virtual world. Therefore, every student needed to put on the specialized virtual helmet and enter the virtual space to undergo the test. With the passage of time, the number of candidates within the examination center also increased. Among them were all unfamiliar faces. Yi Chuan didn't bother to care, he just quietly closed his eyes and rested his mind, waiting for the opening of the examination time. A few moments later, a bell echoed in the middle of the school. Immediately after that, a middle-aged man in camouflage uniform walked into the examination room. A pair of sharp eyes were like that of an eagle's eye as he swept over the crowd, and he spoke faintly. Everyone put on their virtual helmets, enter your admission code, and enter inside the virtual examination room. As soon as these words came out, the crowd started to move, and Lu Sheng was no exception. Soon after Lu Sheng put on the helmet and entered his passcode, the dark field of vision in front of him suddenly changed drastically. In an instant, Yi Chuan realized that he had actually arrived within a white space. Is this the virtual space? What a real feeling! Yi Chuan was like a bumpkin, constantly surveying the surroundings, pinching himself every now and then. Exempt, even the feeling of pain is simulated. This virtual space is really real. There was surprise in Yi Chuan's eyes. However, not waiting for Yi Chen to be surprised for too long, there was soon a stone monument that surfaced in this side of the white sky and earth. The first round of the test begins. This test candidates' cultivation situation. This test, candidates have a total of 3 testing opportunities, 3 tests to take the highest score. A cold mechanical voice resounded throughout the white sky and earth. Yi Chuan's eyebrows slightly raised as his gaze landed on top of the stone tablet, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It's finally started. Yi Chuan also knew a lot about the stages of the college entrance exam. The college entrance exam was divided into 3 stages in total. The first stage was the degree of mastery of the cultivation, and based on the level of cultivation, the score was assessed, and the higher the cultivation, the higher the score would naturally be. And the second round of testing was the degree of mastery of martial arts and breathing techniques. The higher the grade of the mastered martial arts and breathing techniques, the higher the score will naturally be, while the same grade of breathing techniques and martial arts, the higher the realm, the higher the score will be. After all, it was a college entrance examination that belonged to martial artists, and everything was naturally based on talent and strength. After the 2 rounds of tests, the 3rd round of tests would also be ushered in. The actual combat test. However, the actual combat test was different amongst the college entrance exams every year, and no one knew what this year's actual combat test would be like. However, Yichuan didn't care about any of this, he just looked at the stone tablet and slowly put his palm on top of it. Cultivation also surged into the stone monument at this moment. At the same time, with the start of the college entrance examination, in the major live broadcast platforms, and even video platforms, all broadcast the live broadcast of this college entrance examination. The official Martial Alliance even opened a live broadcast as well, showing the situation of this college entrance examination to the general public in an all-round way. And the moment the college entrance exam started, no matter if it was the official Martial Alliance or other broadcasting platforms, the traffic instantly peaked. But fortunately, it wasn't the first time that the college entrance exam was held, though staff members in charge of the live broadcast had already prepared for it, and upgraded and repaired the equipment in the first time, making the live broadcast image not interrupted. Here we go, this year's college entrance examination has finally begun. I don't know how many bits of heavenly pride can be born out of this college entrance examination. I hope that my baby can get good grades, not to mention entering a first-class martial arts academy, but at least give me a chance to enter a martial arts academy. I don't know if you guys have seen that college entrance exam Heaven's Pride list. I feel that there shouldn't be any difference between the results of this college entrance exam and that Heaven's Pride list. In an instant, the live broadcast screen drifted through the dense pop-ups. Above the screen, instantly surfaced a snow-white, dense, but where a dense phobia patients have to die on the spot. In the live broadcast screen, the only thing is a list of names standing quietly there, and there is no picture of the candidates. After all, the number of candidates is really too much. It is impossible to one by one will be these candidates live out of the screen. Only those who entered the list above the candidates, only qualified to the screen live to the whole of the people of Dasha. Soon, above the list, a person's name also began to emerge, and with the appearance of the person's name, there was also a live broadcast screen of one of the candidates that emerged. Hiss, the last person on this list, even has the cultivation of the 7th level of bone forging. This session of the college entrance examination, the quality is a bit too high. What do you call this? The list is only 100 in total, which one can enter the top 100 is not a dragon and phoenix among human beings, forging bone 7 layer, it's very normal, right? The entire Dasha crowd, including the martial artists, looked at the live broadcast screen. They watched as the names of the people on the list surfaced, as well as the images of the candidates appearing next to them, and they all spoke. Sure enough, I told you that the rankings of that Heaven's Pride list should be the rankings of this college entrance examination, and by now it's already up to more than 50, and there's no mistake between the rankings on this list and the rankings of the Heaven's Pride list of the college entrance examination. I also don't know is that talent edited the college entrance examination Heaven's Pride list, surprisingly can do accurate. If so, doesn't it mean that the first of this college entrance examination is that Luo Wuxi? Countless Dasha netizens sent out pop-ups. As time passed, the names after the list gradually appeared. But when the 21st name appeared, the crowd also discovered something. If I don't remember wrongly, on the Gao Gao Heaven's Pride list, the 21st place should be a guy called Yi Chen. How did it turn into someone else? Yes, I just took a look at the Heaven's Pride list, and there was really an error. It seems that this Heaven's Pride list isn't alright, but to be able to calculate so many correct rankings, the author of this Heaven's Pride list is also already very powerful. Many people saw this scene, but merely smiled slightly. After all, a wrong ranking, but also harmless, before being able to verify so many times the correct ranking has been very powerful. However, as the crowd looked further back at those rankings, the expression on their faces became more and more wonderful, because they suddenly realized that the rankings on the list after that, and the rankings on the Heaven's Pride list were all one position behind. Yi Chen's name, however, still did not appear on top of the list. What's the situation? Now that the 11th place has appeared, why has Yi Chen's name not appeared yet? Could it be that this fellow was able to enter the top 10? Hiss. Now that the 11th place Heavenly Pride's cultivation is already at the first level of Flying Heaven, it is estimated that they are close to reaching the limit of the first level of Flying Heaven. Could it be that Yi Chuan is still able to reach the second level of Flying Heaven? For a moment, the crowd's expressions became brilliant. A person who could only be ranked 21 on the Heaven's remarkable ranking list had all of a sudden risen to the top 10. It might seem like it was only a dozen or so elevations, but let's not forget that the more rankings before the exam, the more difficult it would be to surpass. Entering the top 10 is a very terrifying ah. However, the horror in their hearts had not yet receded, and the names of the rankings behind them gradually emerged. All the way to the point where the name of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce's junior president, Zhu Jian, appeared in the 4th place. Yi Chen's name still did not appear. Hiss. It's hard to believe that Yi Chen was still able to enter the top 3? Someone spoke in surprise, their eyes all filled with shock. My goodness, what exactly is this Yi Chen's situation? Didn't he say that he was only at the 10th level of bone forging? Can't it be that his cultivation has also reached the 3rd flying sky layer? The crowd had a lot of thoughts in their minds, constantly pondering where exactly Yi Chen was ranked. However, the rankings behind him were revealed one by one. 3rd place, Mu Qingxue, flying sky 3rd layer. 2nd place, Luo Wuji, flying sky 3rd layer. When the names of Luo Waoshui and Mu Qingxue appeared on top of the list, the crowd fell into silence. A person who should have appeared in the 21st place was at this moment appearing in the 1st place. 1st place, Yi Chuan, Fei Tian. 7th layer. Chapter 65, 5th order breathing technique martial perfection, flying 9 layers. With that list above the 1st place, after the name of Yi Chen appeared, all the people of Daxia who watched the live broadcast of the college entrance examination also fell into silence at this moment. After a short period of silence, but then in an instant, directly in the middle of the major live broadcasts, a wave was instantly set off. What the hell? Flying 7 layers? In the middle of the college entrance exam, can there also be a flying heaven 7th layer martial artist appearing? No, this can't be some kind of bug, right? Countless people's pupils instantly shook when they looked at the 4 big words flying sky 7th level on top of the list. It must be known that since the emergence of the college entrance examination system, throughout history and today, even the most demonic guys have achieved nothing more than the 5th level of the flying heaven in the college entrance examination. This was still the only demon in the history of Daxia who had reached the flying heaven 5th layer of cultivation during the college entrance examination, and later became one of Daxia's top powerhouses. And now, the history of the college entrance exam was instantly broken, and a demon of the 7th level of the soaring heaven was born at this moment. In an instant, the hearts of countless people throughout Grand Xia instantly set off a wave, as they exclaimed in shock and frantically sent out pop-ups, thus venting the shock in their hearts. At the same time, in the Great Xia imperial capital, within a conference room of the Star River Academy, a powerful figure converged in this conference room. Each person's body exuded a powerful aura, and these auras converged together, even causing the surrounding space to ripple out. And in the large screen of the conference room, it was also the image of the live broadcast of the college entrance examination today, and these figures sitting inside the conference room were all Star River Academy's tutors. It must be known that the Star River Academy, as the #1 martial arts academy in Grand Xia, the weakest ones who could serve as tutors here all had a cultivation level above the 7th level of the 6th order golden body. Among them, there was even no shortage of 7th order martial artists serving as mentors. It was said that in the Star River University, in addition to the 6th order and 7th order tutors, there were also a few special 8th order powerhouses who served as tutors. It was only that a few special 8th order powerhouses hadn't recruited any students for a long time. Almost every year, it was already good enough to have 1 or 2 who were under the command of these special 8th order tutors. At this moment, as Yi Chuan's name, and even Yi Chuan's cultivation appeared on the big screen, even these Star River Academy tutors couldn't help but have their pupils shrink slightly. 7th level of flying heaven? How is this possible? A tutor exclaimed in shock, his eyes all filled with horror. As tutors of the Star River Academy, they had naturally seen an unknown number of heavenly prides, or perhaps those who were able to enter the Star River Academy were themselves 1 in a million heavenly prides. However, among the countless prides they had seen, there was not a single one that could be compared to the image in front of them. Suddenly, as a middle-aged man in a mountain suit on top of the main seat, there was a flash of light bursting out from his eyes. As the vice dean of the Star River Academy, he had also never seen such a demon before. Immediately afterward, the middle-aged man looked towards a disheveled middle-aged man holding a broken sword in the corner of the conference room and slowly opened his mouth. "Are you still not going to recruit students this year?" The middle-aged man's voice was the only one that he and the disheveled middle-aged man could hear. However, the disheveled middle-aged man acted as if he didn't hear it, and only looked at the large screen, terrified and lost in thought, seemingly pondering over something. The vice dean looked at the middle-aged man, and a touch of helplessness also appeared on his face. "I know that those things hit you hard, but you are after all a tutor of the Star River Academy, and now it has been more than a decade since you recruited any students. Perhaps It wouldn't be wrong to make an exception for this? The vice dean spoke softly, his voice carrying some admonishment. However, the disheveled middle-aged man still didn't respond to his words, only silently hugged the broken sword in his hand tightly, as if he was afraid that the broken sword would suddenly leave him. The vice dean was not in a hurry, and only silently looked at the disheveled middle-aged man. Until after a while, the middle-aged man is with that slightly hoarse voice said, "Not enough. Not enough." Hearing the middle-aged man open his mouth, the vice dean's face finally revealed a smile. Facing the middle-aged man's words, the vice dean was not annoyed, but only smiled slightly. Perhaps this little guy can bring us a surprise? We'll see. After the vice dean laughed, he withdrew his gaze, and on top of a bracelet in his hand, there was a piece of information that surfaced. The content within the information was clearly about Yi Chen. A bit interesting. Looking at Yi Chen's information, the corners of the vice dean's mouth rose slightly. The decadent middle-aged man, however, was as if he couldn't feel the situation around him, looking at the live broadcast screen on his own, with a faint glow flickering in his eyes. Jiangnan Training Camp, Instructor Training Room. Zhang Feng instantly stood up from the sofa, staring dead on at the image within that live broadcast screen. His entire brain was even more blank and down at this moment. He knew that Yi Chen had broken through the 4th rank, and his cultivation was even likely to be above his own. In Zhang Feng's expectation, Yi Chen's cultivation should be at the 4th level of the Fei Tian. After all, this achievement was already shocking, and when looking at the entire history of the college entrance examination, it was definitely considered to be a top 3 demon. But who knows? Yi Duan even gave him back a big one. Flying 7 layers. Zhang Feng's voice trembled a little at this moment. He knew very well what kind of situation would be brought about by the appearance of this achievement. The entire Grand Xia would be shaken by it. I'll be damned. Our Jiangnan training camp has actually produced a demon at the 7th level of the flying sky. Zhang Feng's mouth continued to twitch, and at this moment on his communication bracelet, there were already quite a few of his superior leaders calling over. In an instant, Zhang Feng was unsure of surprise and shock. At this moment, every place in Daxia had set off a storm of discussion as Yi Chen's results appeared. Even in the virtual space of the college entrance examination. After Morong Cheng looked at the top of the list, Yi Chen's results, her small mouth also could not help but purse her complexion somewhat. In order to finally impact the college entrance examination, she had finally broken through the 3rd stage before the college entrance examination after returning to her home. Becoming a strong person of the bone-forging realm, she had hopes of being admitted into the Star River Academy. I thought that I had already closed the distance between me and Yi Chen, but who knows? The distance between the two sides was that it had gotten farther and farther away. Yi dust. Morong Ching couldn't help but gently call out Yi Chen's name. Only in that voice, there was a complicated resentment that was hard to hide. Not only Morong Ching at this moment, other students who participated in the college entrance examination also noticed Yi Chen's results. Especially Luo Waoxia, Mu Qing Shui, Zhu Inspection, and other people who were ranked second only to Yi Duan. Their hearts likewise set off a lot of waves. Before the college entrance examination, they had always thought that they were the ones who were most likely to get the top student of the college entrance examination, but this was only the first round, and Yi Chen directly gave them a blow to the head. Instantly, the self-confidence in their hearts was shattered into pieces. Yi Duan. At this moment, no matter if it was the students amongst the college entrance exams or those people of Daxia, they all remembered one name. Yi Duan. As Yi Duan's name appeared on the first place of the list, immediately afterward, the live broadcast image that belonged solely to Yi Duan also slowly surfaced. At this moment, Yi Chen, standing next to the stone monument as if he was looking at something, had a cheerful smile on his face. What is this guy smiling at? I don't know, but my dog's expression should be the same as this guy's when he sees food. The crowd was all a little curious as to what exactly Yi Chen had seen to reveal such an expression. What they didn't know was that at this moment, Yi Dust was staring at the system prompt subtitles that only Yi Dust could see in the void. Shocking the nation, Kaiheng Heaven Swallowing Technique Proficiency plus 64. Shocking the nation, Heavenly Thunder Step Proficiency plus 64. Shocking the nation, Xian Kong Sword Technique Proficiency plus 64. Shocked nation, Sword Chi Proficiency plus 42. Shocking the nation, Cultivation Progress plus 12. A subtitle, as if it didn't want money, madly flashed in Yi Chuan's field of vision, and Yi Chuan was even able to feel that the cultivation within his body was also madly skyrocketing at this moment. Even the breakthroughs in breathing techniques and martial arts were instantly flooding Yi Chuan's mind with countless epiphanies. Subsequently, Yi Chuan's mind moved, but the system panel appeared in Yi Chuan's field of vision. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Flying Heavenly Martial Artist 81-100. Kai Hung Heaven Swallowing Technique, 99-100. Heavenly Thunder Steps, 99-100. Shen Kong Sword Technique, 99-100. Sword Chi, Grand Completion 45-100. All the breathing techniques and martial arts of the 5th rank have been perfected, and my cultivation level has been raised to the 9th level of the Flying Sky. Even the Sword Chi realm has crossed into the Grand Completion realm. Yi Chuan's eyes were filled with excitement. Yi Chuan knew that after he had obtained the system panel, he knew that he would definitely receive a terrifying boost during the college entrance exam. However, he did not expect that this promotion would be so terrifying. Not to mention that his cultivation had been raised by 2 minor realms, even his Sword Chi was about to be raised to perfection. What was important to know was that the Sword Chi realm, amongst all the sword martial artists in Grand Xia, those who could cultivate to completion were almost all 5th or even 6th ranked martial artists. As for Yi Chuan, he was only at the 4th rank, and he had already reached a great success, and the college entrance examination had not yet ended, so perhaps when the college entrance examination was over, his own Sword Chi would even be able to break through to the consummation. This feeling is simply soothing. A smile appeared on Yi Chuan's face, then his gaze looked towards the stone tablet, and a touch of excitement surfaced in his eyes. If I remember correctly, it seems that this stone tablet can be tested 3 times, taking the highest score. Saying that, Yi Chen stretched out his hand and pasted it towards the stone monument. Chapter 66 Evolutionary Opportunity reappears, the Silent Scarlet Church. What does he want? Wait, why did he put his palm on top of the stone tablet again? Could it be that he still wants to test it? Although it is said that there are 3 chances to test the stone monument, but the results of all 3 tests are the same. After all, the college entrance exams, for the sake of accuracy, this stone monument is almost already not necessarily accurate, and there will be no mistakes. It's probably because he thinks he still has something to improve, but if he improves again, this guy is still number 1, what's there to test? Many people looked at Yi Chuan's action with some doubt, but they also smiled and did not say anything. They just watched as they pasted their palms on top of the stone monument. Soon, Yi Chuan's palm was pasted on top of the stone monument, and in an instant, cultivation was inputted into it, and the stone monument began to tremble like crazy. Immediately afterward, a bright light shone above the stone tablet, accompanied by an extremely powerful aura that stirred out. Buzz buzz buzz. As a faint chirping sound echoed out, words began to manifest on top of the stone tablet. Flying Sky 9 levels. With that scarlet text, imprinted on top of the stone monument, the crowd that was originally just watching the show, at this moment, instantly seemed to have their throats strangled again, their eyes wide open as they gazed at the stone monument, their eyes all filled with shock. This. What the hell is this? The 9th level of the Flying Sky? How is it possible? Hiss. A voice that sucked in cool air resounded throughout the entire country of Grand Xia as everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. The 9th level of the Flying Heaven. Looking at the entire Grand Xia, a martial artist at the 9th level of the Flying Heavenly layer was considered to be the top existence among the 4th rank, and was even qualified to sit in a small to medium-sized city and become a town guard. And such a cultivation level even appeared in the body of a high school entrance examination candidate. No, it's clear that just now Yi Chuan was only at the 7th level of the Flying Heaven. How come he's suddenly at the 9th level of the Flying Heaven? Could it be that the college entrance exam is still able to make a temporary breakthrough? There really is such a situation. I remember that in every session of the college entrance examination, there were candidates who temporarily broke through during the test, but they all broke through a small realm, like Yi Chen, who directly broke through from the 7th layer to the 9th layer of the never appeared before. Hiss. What kind of monster is this guy? Countless Dasha people looked at the live broadcast screen incredulously, while those candidates among the college entrance exams, although they couldn't see the live broadcast screen, but they were also able to see that the rankings on top of the leaderboards had changed. What the hell? Flying 9th level? No, this can't be that old monster reborn, right? There's a hang-up. This guy definitely has a hang-up. Countless candidates looked at the scarlet words Flying Sky 9 layers, and all that was left in their hearts was that endless despair. Even the demons of the 3rd level of the Flying Heaven such as Luo Wao Xia were filled with disbelief in their eyes when they saw the 4 words of the 9th level of the Flying Heaven. The gap in cultivation is like the sky. At this moment, in the Jiangnan training camp, Zhang Feng, after seeing the change in Yi Chen's results, his entire face was completely flushed, his voice stuck in his throat, stammering but unable to speak. He almost took a breath without slowing down. Steady! 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 Zhang Feng seemed to have fallen into a frenzy, only saying the word stable over and over again to the live broadcast screen. At this moment, inside the conference room of the Star River Academy. After seeing Yi Chen's results, the vice dean stood up instantly. This is impossible. The vice dean's voice instantly masked the other voices in the conference room, and the other Star River Academy tutors were also incredibly looking at the picture in the live broadcast room at this moment. A look of doubt and shock filled their eyes. Could it be that there's a problem with the mechanism of the entrance exam, or perhaps there's a bug in the virtual space? Some tutors couldn't help but open their mouths. Some tutors who were acute had already started contacting the staff of the college entrance examination, but after contacting them, they got a message that silenced them all. The virtual space did not have any problems. This also represents that Yi Chen really had the cultivation of the 9th level of the flying sky. At this moment, even this vice dean of the Star River Academy was a little confused, looking straight at the live broadcast screen, but he didn't know what he should say. It was only after a few moments that he slowly dropped his gaze on the disheveled middle-aged man in the middle of the corner, but he realized that the middle-aged man's body gradually had a touch of light flickering up. The vice dean's eyes lit up, and he quickly transmitted his voice, "Can you meet your requirements?" However, the disheveled middle-aged man shook his head and slowly said, "The talent is demonic, but the talent of the sword Dao I have yet to see." When these words came out, the vice dean's expression was also somewhat helpless. He knew very well that the guy in front of him, even if his martial talent was even more demonic, the only thing he valued was just the sword Dao talent. It was just that the sword Dao talent wanted to fulfill his requirements, but it wasn't an easy thing to do. Otherwise, for so many years, he wouldn't have stopped recruiting students, although it was said to have the reason of that incident back then, but his requirements were definitely the highest in the Star River Academy and even the whole of Dixia. Let's hope this little guy can fulfill his requirements. This way might be able to make this fellow come out of the haze before my Grand Xia can add another 9th order extreme peak. The vice dean's heart said secretly. At this moment, with Yi Chuan testing his cultivation once again, the entire Grand Xia was completely thrown into a state of madness. As for Yi Chuan, he was finally seeing what he wanted to see. Shocking the nation for the second time, an evolved white light appeared on the body of the Kai Hung Heaven swallowing method. Shocking the nation for the second time, an evolved white light has appeared on the heavenly thunder steps. The second time the nation was shocked, an evolved white light appeared on the Xian Kong sword skill. Shocking the nation for the second time, sword chi proficiency plus 20. Shocking the nation for the second time, cultivation progress plus 5. Looking at the subtitles, Yi Chuan couldn't help but lick his own lips, and the color of satisfaction was all over his eyes. Finally, it's starting to evolve. If I continue at this pace, when the second round of testing comes around, I'll be able to evolve, and by the time I harvest a wave, I'll be able to master the 6th order breathing method in martial arts. As soon as Yi Chuan thought of this, he couldn't help but look towards the location of the camera, his eyes filled with anticipation. Subsequently, the system panel also appeared in Yi Dust's field of vision. Name, Yi Dust. Cultivation, Flying Heavenly Martial Artist 86-100. Kai Hung Heaven Swallowing Technique, 99-100. Heavenly Thunder Steps, 99-100. Shen Kong Sword Technique, 99-100. Sword Chi, 65-100. One by one, the people of Dixia looked at the live broadcast screen belonging to Yi Chuan, and again at the strange expression on Yi Chuan's face, and their complexion gradually became a little strange. Why do I feel that the way this guy is looking at us is like viewing a leak? Perhaps it's an illusion? After all, it's the college entrance exam, and it's normal for this guy to be excited in his heart after achieving such results. Although I always feel that this guy's eyes are a bit unkind, but it's a blessing for my Daxia to be able to give birth to such a heavenly pride. I just don't know, how is this guy's mastery of martial arts breathing techniques in the second round, with such a high cultivation level? It's impossible that the martial arts and breathing techniques realm is also high. If this is really the case, this guy can be all-powerful. Many people were sending out pop-ups, but they were already looking forward to the second round of exams. And at this moment, in the middle of the virtual space, an ice-cold voice also rang out. The first round of exams is over, please prepare yourselves. After 15 minutes, the second round of exams will be opened. With the fall of this figure, the screen of the live broadcasting room also came to an abrupt end, and a new screen would not appear until 15 minutes later. But even then, it didn't extinguish the flame in the hearts of the people of Daxia. After all, Yi Chen, the torch, had completely started a prairie fire. Great Xia, inside a hidden room, a figure wearing a scarlet robe looked at the live broadcast screen and fell into silence. It was only after a few moments that there was a member of the Scarlet Church who looked towards the Scarlet Lord who was sitting on top of the main seat, and after some hesitation, said, "Lord, with this demon around, do we really need to continue with the plan? The scales that Guy gave us are only raising the level of the foreign space to level 5. When these words came out, the other members of the Scarlet Church looked at the Scarlet Lord and seemed to be hesitant to continue with the plan as well. After all, the cultivation Yi Chen had displayed was at the 9th level of the flying sky. Such a demon was definitely considered to be the best among the 4th rank. Even if he was facing a 5th ranked ferocious beast, there might not be any problems. However, in the face of this person's doubt, the Scarlet Lord could not help but rub his brow with a headache, and then there was a flash of sternness that surfaced within his eyes. Continue. Why don't we continue? It is because such a demon has appeared in Great Xia this year. We have to complete this plan even more. You guys say, if this kid dies in the middle of a foreign space, those guys in Great Xia, will they go crazy? The Lord of Scarlet said, a touch of paranoia surfacing in his eyes. The rest of the members of the Scarlet Church were silent, and they couldn't help but say in their hearts, I don't know if those guys will go crazy, but you'll definitely go crazy first. Perhaps sensing the thoughts of the members, the Scarlet Lord said indifferently, don't worry, the elevation of the foreign space to the 5th level is not just as simple as a ferocious beast at the early 5th stage. The ferocious beast side, in order to cooperate with US, has already made preparations. Even if this Yichuan can be unharmed in the hands of an early 5th order ferocious beast, then what about 2? Or even 3? Although the mid-5th rank ferocious beasts can't make a move. But it's enough to send out 2 or 3 early 5th rank ferocious beasts. This time, we must make that Great Xia's heavenly pride fold within the foreign space. Chapter 67 Round 2 and then Round 1, National Madness. Is it time for the second round? Luo Wu, who sat in the middle of the white space, and a touch of confidence gradually emerged from his eyes. Although Yi Chen's talent is formidable, but to be able to cultivate to this realm at such an age, I think he must have spent all of his time on improving his cultivation to come. The mastery of breathing techniques and martial arts is definitely not too high. Luo Wuxia said, and his eyes gradually became confident. In Luo Wuxia's opinion, Yi Chen's ability to cultivate to the 9th level of the flying sky was definitely because he had not drilled the martial arts and breathing method properly. After all, drilling breathing techniques and martial arts required a lot of time. Even he, who was called the #1 person in the Imperial Capital training camp, had only barely been introduced to the breathing techniques and martial arts of the 5th level. This was still based on the fact that he had spent a great deal of time on studying martial arts and breathing techniques. Otherwise, his cultivation would even be able to break through to the 4th or even 5th level of the soaring sky. The reason why he hadn't done so was also because the college entrance exam tested not only cultivation, but also the mastery of martial arts and breathing techniques. Both needed to be combined for it to work. Therefore, for the second round of tests, Luo Wuhu was incomparably confident in his heart. It wasn't just Luo Wuxia, Mu Qingxue and even Zhu Inspection and the others had this thought in their hearts as well, and it wasn't even close to being the same as Luo Wuxia. They were all prepared to surpass Yi Chen in the second round, in terms of their martial arts and breathing technique scores. Only then would they have a chance to rush to a higher ranking in the third round of the actual combat test. Or even replace Yi Chen. 15 minutes of time quickly passed. In the virtual space, an icy voice sounded once again. Second round of testing, martial arts breathing method mastery test. Please enter the candidate's martial arts and breathing methods perception into the stone tablet for testing. Those who have mastered special martial arts talent can enter them together to increase their test scores. As the icy cold voice rang out, a brilliant light immediately erupted within the eyes of Luo Wuhu and the others. The special martial talent in the mouth of this icy voice was worthy of a sword Dao realm such as Sword Qi, or a sword Dao realm or something like that. This kind of special martial Dao sense, likewise, was also in the second round of the examination, and would even provide a certain amount of additional points. As the examination began, one candidate after another entered the martial arts and breathing techniques they had mastered into the stone monument for testing, while some geniuses who had mastered special martial Dao sense abilities also entered them to increase their total score. Yi Chuan was not the least bit different, and after a slight smile, he entered these into the stone tablet. Soon, within the live broadcast, the list was instantly updated, and it was still only the top 100 geniuses in the country that were able to show their names in live broadcast images. Countless people of Disya watched the live broadcast screen. I don't know this time Yi Duan can rank to the first few, but Yi Duan's martial arts cultivation is so high, must have used a lot of time to enhance the cultivation on. Martial arts and breathing method is estimated to have not used too much time, in this case then. Maybe a little lower than the other heavenly pride. That's what the words say, but just Yi Chuan's cultivation at the 9th level of the flying sky has already proved a lot. Even if the martial arts and breathing method are weaker, he is definitely the #1 heavenly pride ever. That's true, but with Yi Chuan's talent, in this second round of testing, he'll be able to enter the top 10 anyways. Inside the live broadcast room, countless pop-ups kept drifting by, and everyone's gazes were all aligned towards the top 10, ready to see when Yi Chuan's name would appear. So much so that those heavenly prides that had clearly entered the list were no longer cared for by the people of Daxia, and because of Yi Duan alone, he was the one who attracted most of the attention of the people of Daxia. That is, these students who participate in the college entrance examination do not know, if they know, afraid of not the heart are about to hate on the leaf dust. After all, to participate in the college entrance examination for these heavenly prides is an opportunity to open up the future road, but at the same time, is also the opportunity to make a name for themselves. Ask, which one of the heavenly pride does not want to make a name for himself? It's just a pity that this opportunity has gradually become small with the appearance of Yi Chen. Time moved on little by little, and soon the results of the 90 heavenly prides at the back of the list were displayed. Into the top 10 display. At this moment, the 11th ranked Heaven's Pride's achievements had already come to the 4th ranked Martial Arts Grand Completion and the 4th ranked Breathing Technique Perfection. Worthy of being my Grand Xiao's pride, at this rate, the top 10 prides are all at least mastering the 4th order martial arts and the breathing method to a consummate degree. Yes, 4th order breathing method and martial arts consummation, placed amongst all the 4th order powerhouses of the Grand Xia, they all belong to the top group of people. These heavenly prides are still truly terrifying. However, I am curious as to how far Yi Chen can rank among the top 10. The crowd opened their mouths and quietly waited for the top 10 of the ranking list to manifest. The 10th place was not Yi Duan. 9th place was not Yi Duan. The 8th place was still not Yi Duan. As the name of one of the heavenly prides manifested, the eyes of a crowd of Daxia's people gradually became strange, and now that the leaderboard had already manifested the 5th place, but it still wasn't Yi Duan, it was a guy from one of Daxia's ancient tribes, who had grasped a 5th ranked introductory breathing method and 4th ranked consummate martial arts, as well as a physical body talent. Good boy, Yi Chuan won't still be able to hang on to the top 3, right? If that's the case, there's no need to even look at the first place in the college entrance exam, it's definitely Yi Chen's. Hiss, you guys say, is there a possibility that in this second round of tests, Yi Chuan will still be able to get the first place? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is there such a demon in this world? If he, Yi Chuan, can do it, I'll wash my hair live. Upstairs, I've memorized your ID. One netizen after another sent out pop-ups, and as the subsequent rankings were revealed, unconsciously, many people's hearts couldn't help but tighten at this moment. Even amongst the Star River Academy, the vice dean of the Star River Academy, and even those tutors, were at this moment gazing at the live broadcast screen with dead eyes, wanting to find a certain person's name on this. Soon, the 4th name appeared, the young president from the Heavenly Treasure Chamber of Commerce, gradually mastering entry-level martial arts and breathing techniques, and even the Tao of the Blade realm, reaching the Blade Manifestation Grand Completion realm. Surprisingly, it's really the top 3. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, followed by the name of the 3rd place being revealed. Mu Qingxue, mastery of 5th stage entry-level breathing techniques and martial arts, sword manifestation perfection. Hiss. One of the Star River Academy's tutors couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, only that this move was not directed at Mu Qingxue, but rather at Yi Chuan, who had yet to appear. Should this Yi Chuan be so terrifying? A peak 6th ranked tutor couldn't help but spit out a sigh. And the moment his spat fell, the name of the 2nd place in the live broadcast screen emerged. Luo Wufei. Mastery of the 5th order introductory breathing technique and martial arts, 3rd realm of Gundao introductory. Hiss. No, what the hell is the situation with this Yi Chuan? Luo Wuji is already in the 3rd realm of Gundao introductory, and his results aren't even as good as Yi Duan's? You have to know, among the previous college entrance exams, which one of those who were able to master the 3rd realm in the special martial arts domain was not the top student in the college entrance exam? Surprisingly, they were still suppressed by Yi Chuan. I'm even a little curious now as to what level Yi Chen's talent has reached. One after another, the tutors of the Star River Academy spoke up, their eyes filled with horror. Not only the Star River Academy's tutors, but even the entire populace of Grand Xia was completely abuzz at this moment, as they watched the live broadcast screen with dead eyes, wanting to see Yi Chen's results manifest. Not letting the crowd wait for too long, soon within that live broadcast screen, Yi Chen's image also manifested at this moment. Only to see that Yi Chen's palm was pasted on top of the stone monument, and there was a font that manifested on top of the stone monument. Fifth order breathing technique perfection. Fifth order sword technique perfection. Fifth order footwork consummation. Sword chi. Great accomplishment. As the rows and rows of fonts emerged, the entire live broadcast room was instantly plunged into an endless dead silence. That row of fonts was like a bright light in the middle of the dark night, appearing extremely piercing, and everyone's pupils couldn't help but let go and shrink at this moment. Is this real? 3 gates and 5 stages of perfection? Sword chi has actually reached a great accomplishment. Is this really still human? Countless netizens were completely frantic at this moment, as they gazed at the live broadcast screen with dead eyes. And within the conference room of the Star River Academy, those mentors of the Star River Academy were also completely frantic at this moment. Demon. Absolute demonic sins. If this son grows up, he will definitely be the top pillar of my great Xia human race. A 7th-ranked tutor stood up with a powerful aura emanating from his body, looking at Yi Chen as if he had seen a rare treasure. This son must be recruited under my banner. Another 7th-ranked tutor stood up and said with an excited expression. Subsequently, a 7th-ranked tutor spoke out one after another, instantly arguing about Yi Chen's belonging, and if this scene was known by the students of the Star River Academy, they were afraid that they would be so sour that their teeth would ache. After all, in the Star River Academy, being able to be taken under the wing of a 7th-order tutor was already quite rare, not to mention that at this moment, all the 7th-order tutors of the Star River Academy were arguing over Yi Chen alone. Just as the argument was raging in the conference room, the vice dean slowly stood up and looked towards Yi Chen in the live broadcast screen. His eyes were filled with the color of satisfaction. This son is bound to be at the absolute top of the 9th rank in the future as long as he doesn't die prematurely. The moment these words came out, the hearts and minds of one of the Star River Academy's tutors shook. Immediately afterward, a sharp sword aura instantly swept through the entire conference room. This son. I, Li Changfeng, accept it. Who is in favor and who is against? Chapter 68. The first person in history, Li Changfeng's excitement. A faint voice echoed throughout the entire conference room, and everyone's gazes converged on the location where that voice came from. However, it was seen that the middle-aged man who was previously holding the broken sword, with a somewhat disheveled expression, at this moment, slowly stood up, and from his body also at this moment, an extremely terrifying sharpness instantly surged out. The sharp sword aura stirred within the entire conference room, causing those tutors, whether they were 6th-order tutors or 7th-order tutors, to instantly change in color, with endless scorn flowing from their eyes. Within the conference room, it instantly became incredibly quiet. At this moment, that disheveled middle-aged man's eyes were a rare flash of bright light. As if having found some sort of hope. The corners of the vice dean's mouth also rose slightly at this moment. The rest of the tutors were even changing their expressions, as if they were surprised by Li Changfeng's words. As tutors of the Star River Academy, they knew very well what kind of existence Li Shifeng was. In the Star River Academy, there were only a few special 8th-ranked tutors, and Li Shifeng was one of them. If it wasn't for some kind of accident back then, perhaps the current Li Changfeng would already be a Xia 9th-ranked powerhouse. And it is also because of that accident, so that Li Zhanfeng has not only been stuck in the realm of the 8th Order, even as the identity of the Star River Academy tutor, but also no longer recruiting students. This situation had already lasted for more than 10 years. Now, with Yi Chuan's achievements, the moment he appeared in everyone's view, this ruthless man who was once the most hopeful to cross over to the 9th rank, finally moved. The corners of the vice dean's mouth contained a smile, and there was an extra hint of anticipation in his eyes. Don't worry. This fellow is definitely yours. After all, in the middle of my Star River Academy, there are simply very few people who can match you in terms of the sword path. The vice dean smiled and opened his mouth. It was obvious that Li Shifeng's willingness to recruit students was also what the vice dean wanted to see. Li Changfeng did not say anything, but only gazed at Yi Chen in the middle of the live broadcast screen with dead eyes, especially resting on the line of words on that stone tablet. Sword Chi. Great achievement. Li Changfeng murmured faintly, but there was an uncontrollable color of excitement surfacing in his eyes. Such a sword Dao talent. Even the me that was once there did not achieve it. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but cry out in his heart, as the number one person in the Star River Academy's Sword Dao. The former Li Chengfeng's talent on top of the Sword Dao was also astonishing. However, when Li Xianfeng had raised his Sword Qi realm to the grand completion, the Li Xianfeng of that time was 19 years old, and his cultivation had also come to the 5th rank. And nowadays, Yi Chuan was only 18 years old and had not even crossed into the 5th rank before he had mastered the great completion Sword Qi. Such talent was even more terrifying than the Li Xianfeng back then. This is also what made Li Xianfeng rise up a burst of love for talent. The situation of the Star River Academy was like this, so it could be seen how the entire country of Great Xia was a boiling scene. Countless people were staring at Yi Chen's results with horror in their eyes. 9th level of Flying Sky, 5th rank breathing technique martial arts consummation, and even the Sword Qi realm has already become a great success. Is this really still a person? This is also too terrifying, isn't it? Many people had even been completely confused after seeing Yi Chen's results. Even the mutterings of their mouths were somewhat uncontrollable. At this moment, in the virtual space, the corners of Yi Chuan's mouth, the smile was becoming more and more obvious, simply because in Yi Chuan's field of vision, a subtitle surfaced. Kai Hong Heaven Swallowing Technique advanced to Bazho Vomiting Technique 6th order. Heavenly Thunder Steps advanced to Flowing Light Absolute Shadow Steps 6th order. Shen Kong Sword Technique advanced to Silent Sword Technique 6th order. Sword Qi Proficiency plus 15. The emergence of a subtitle caused Yi Chuan's mind to have many more epiphanies as well, even as Yi Chuan could clearly feel that the heaven and earth aura in his body was gradually becoming stronger at the moment. Even Yi Chuan's foundation had stabilized a lot. Between Yi Dust's thoughts, the system panel appeared once again. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Flying Martial Artist 86-100. Bazho Vomiting Method, Introductory 1-100. Flowing Light Absolute Shadow Steps, Introductory 1-100. Silent Sword Technique, Introductory 1-100. Sword Qi, Grand Completion 80-100. Is this the strength of the 6th order breathing technique? Feeling the majestic sense of power coming from within his body, Yi Chuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. I even feel that I'm already able to be invincible under the 5th rank, and even if I'm facing a 5th rank powerhouse, I still have the power to fight. Yi Chen said softly. What was important to know was that, looking at the entire Great Xia, and even the history of the Great Xia, there was not a single person who was able to master the 6th order breathing methods and martial arts at the 4th order. The only one was just Yi Chen himself. Even for those 5th ranked powerhouses who wanted to master 6th rank breathing techniques and martial arts, it wasn't that easy. After all, after breathing techniques and martial arts reached higher ranks, it was even more difficult to master them. Otherwise, even a heavenly pride like Luo Wuhu, wouldn't he have only just gotten started with 5th rank breathing techniques and martial arts? But will still be able to take the opportunity to collect some of the proficiency. Yi Chuan smiled faintly, and in front of the entire nation, he once again placed his palm and pasted it towards the location where that stone tablet was located. No, what does this dude want? Could it be that what the stone tablet tested out isn't all he's got? The nation's netizens all saw Yi Chen's actions and couldn't help but cry out in shock. Especially when they thought of the same action Yi Chuan had made during the first round of testing, their complexion changed once again when they saw Yi Chuan make such an action again. Hiss. The first time, he had already perfected the 5th order breathing technique and martial arts. What kind of results will appear this time? This fellow, he wouldn't have mastered any other 5th order perfection martial arts, would he? I think it's very likely this kid was hiding his clumsiness all the first time. Many netizens sent out pop-ups at this time, voicing out the thoughts in their hearts. However, when Yi Chen's palm was pressed on top of the stone tablet, everyone's complexion shook violently at this moment. 6th order breathing technique initiation. 6th order sword technique initiation. 6th rank footwork initiation. Sword Qi. Grand completion. How is this possible? A 4th rank martial artist is able to master 6th rank breathing techniques and martial arts? What kind of monster is this guy? The moment Yi Chuan's results came out, the entire netizens of Daxia were once again thrown into a frenzy. A breathing method and martial art of the 6th rank. Looking at the history of the entire Grand Xia, I'm afraid that the only one who could achieve this at the 4th rank realm was Yi Chuan, wasn't it? At this moment, the entire country was in a boiling frenzy, and even in that Star River Academy, countless tutors looked at Yi Chen's achievement, and their faces were filled with horror. Is this guy's talent so terrifying? Many of the tutors' complexions became dumbfounded. They had never seen someone with such a terrifying talent before. The vice dean's body even trembled from excitement. This son is bound to enter my Star River Academy. The vice dean's eyes turned scarlet at this moment, as if he had seen some rare treasure. If this son enters my Star River Academy, all resources will be open for him. No, it's not enough. The vice dean muttered to himself, but he looked incomparably excited. Li Chengfeng, who was beside him, could not help but let out a long whistle and wanted to leave the conference room, but he was pulled back by the vice dean. What do you want to do? The vice dean pulled Li Shifeng and glared at him. Li Chengfeng's brows frowned slightly. Is there a problem with me going to my student? With his talent exposed, those people from the Scarlet Church will definitely not let him grow peacefully. As he spoke of the Scarlet Church, a flash of stern killing intent surged out of Li Chengfeng's eyes, and it was clear that Li Chengfeng did not treat the Scarlet Church very well. Stop right there. You are at least a tutor of our Star River Academy. How can you break the rules like this? The vice dean chided. Now that the college entrance exam hasn't ended yet, and Yichuan hasn't chosen a martial arts academy yet, what are you in such a hurry for? Is it hard to want my Star River Academy to be reduced to a joke? Li Chengfeng was unconcerned. If the other martial arts academies dare to rob my students, I will dare to come to my door to discuss them one by one. Li Jianfeng said indifferently, as if teaching other martial arts academies was nothing more than a small matter for Li Jianfeng. The vice dean became more and more helpless. You'd better stay here properly. Yichuan is destined to be your student as long as he worships the Star River Academy. Obediently wait for the college entrance exam to end, okay? It was only under good words that the agitated Li Chengfeng was pressed down, and the vice dean was relieved, and when he looked at the live broadcast screen again, the smile on his face was thick and incomparable. Now, the first in this year's college entrance examination, there is no longer any suspense. As for the third round, is completely just going through the motions, the vice dean said with a smile. Even though the third round tested for actual combat ability, a person who was at the 9th level of the flying sky and had mastered the 6th rank breathing method in martial arts, would you dare to say that he wasn't strong? Even if Yi Chen was not good at fighting. Dealing with those guys at the 3rd level of the flying heaven, who still only mastered the 5th rank breathing method in martial arts at the entry level, was still not a handful. Thinking of this, the vice dean also revealed a smile. At the same time, in the virtual space, he just had already seen the subtitle of the proficiency spike, and between a thought, the system panel reappeared. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Flying Martial Artist 89-100. Bazho Vomiting Method, Introductory 24-100. Flowing Light Absolute Shadow Steps, Introductory 24-100. Silent Sword Technique, Introductory 24-100. Sword Chi, 99-100. It's worthy of being a 6th order breathing technique, and even before crossing over to the minor achievement realm, my cultivation will soon be able to break through to the 10th level of the soaring sky. Even the Sword Chi realm is on the verge of evolving. Chapter 69 The Silence of the Scarlet Church. The third round is about to begin. Yi Chen looked at the system panel, and on his face was a smile that was hard to hide. This college entrance examination could be said to have given Yi Dust a harvest that was simply too great. If this continues, I will definitely be able to raise my Sword Dao realm to the next realm after the third round is over, and even my cultivation will be raised to the 10th level of the flying sky. It would be best if I can raise my 6th stage breathing techniques and martial arts to a minor achievement, but this is very difficult. Yi Chen smiled and muttered to himself. After the breathing technique and martial arts reached the 6th rank, the difficulty was even greater than the 5th rank, and the nation's shock, which stimulated the martial arts and breathing technique, had only raised the proficiency by more than 20 points. This was still because the realm was not profound. Of course, although the live broadcast of the college entrance examination is facing the entire country, but after all, it is not beside Yi Duan, the emotions that can be absorbed are limited. If it was squarely in front of the whole country, in reality, there would be more emotions. Martial arts and breathing techniques would also be able to rise faster. Looking at his system panel, Yi Chen couldn't stop the smile on his face. If I remember correctly, among the top martial arts academies in Disya, the graduation requirement is to break through the 5th rank, so doesn't that mean that as long as I enter the martial arts academy, it won't take long before I'll be able to graduate right away? Yi Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of this question. Of course, this is just the other academies. The Star River Academy's requirements are a bit more strict, but it's not much stronger. Yi Chen rubbed his hands together, looking excited. Meanwhile, in the virtual space, a single college entrance exam candidate looked at Yi Chen's results but fell directly into silence. In this world, why would there be such a demonic guy? Why the hell can't I be born a year later and have to take the college entrance exam with this demonic guy? Many candidates even couldn't help but wail. Taking the college entrance examination in the same year as Yi Chen was definitely the hardest day of their lives. Not only those ordinary candidates, but even Mu Qingxue, Luo Wuji, Shu Inspection, and the others had a look of despair welling up on their faces. If the gap between Yi Chen and them wasn't a lot, they were still confident that they would be able to surpass each other, as long as they were given enough time. But now, the distance between Yi Chen and them was like the distance between heaven and earth, making it impossible for them to surpass it no matter what. This was also what caused endless despair to well up in their hearts. Even the courage to fight Yi Chen was gone. What kind of monster is this guy? All the candidates, this thought appeared in their hearts at the same time. What kind of monster was Yi Chuan? Great Xia, inside a hidden room. The Scarlet Lord and a key member of the Scarlet Church watched the live broadcast screen and also fell into silence once again. So boss, do we really have to continue? This guy's cultivation and strength is afraid that he can even get rid of early 5th stage ferocious beasts, right? If we don't kill these young celestial pride by then, won't our plan be completely ruined? At that time, we'll also have to cause the anger of those powerful people in Xia. We have some more to lose than to gain. A member of the Scarlet Church looked at the Scarlet Lord with a somewhat hesitant expression. The Scarlet Lord's face was also a bit hungover at the moment, and he didn't know if he was going to open the plan. It was really that the talent Yi Chen had displayed was a little too terrifying. Just from the data in the college entrance examination test, this guy definitely has the battle power of the early 5th stage. However, once he thought that he had spent a lot of money for this plan, the Scarlet Lord also somewhat did not want to give up, so the Scarlet Lord also fell into silence. Should we cancel it? A member of the Scarlet Church said cautiously. No way. It absolutely cannot be cancelled. The Scarlet Lord raised his head violently, a hint of madness surging from his eyes. Isn't it just the 9th level of flying heaven? So what if you've mastered the 6th order breathing method? This time, one must completely decimate these heavenly prides within the foreign space. Otherwise, once Yi Chuan is allowed to grow, he might be able to break that shackle, and then our Scarlet Church will be completely hopeless. The Scarlet Lord gazed at Yi Chen in the middle of the live broadcast screen with a deadly gaze, and his eyes also turned scarlet at this moment. He knew very well what Yi Chen's talent represented, and now he didn't have any way back. If what that guy gives me at that time isn't enough, then we'll use what we have. I don't believe that he alone will be able to take care of all the ferocious beasts within the alien space. The Scarlet Lord roared lowly, the color of madness all over his eyes. As Yi Chen's second test results appeared, the first 2 rounds of the college entrance exam gradually came to a close. But this time, the ending of the college entrance examination appeared to have no suspense, and all the people in the whole of Daxia knew that this time the first place in the college entrance examination was definitely Yi Duan's. And at this moment, within the virtual space, that one cold voice sounded again. The second round of examination is over, please leave the examination room for all the candidates, there will be special personnel later on, counting the top 1,000 students to enter the third round of testing. When the voice fell, Yi Chuan immediately felt a powerful force that directly forcefully yanked himself out of that virtual space. A moment later, Yi Chuan returned to reality. At this moment, in the examination room where Yi Chuan was, no matter whether it was those candidates or the invigilators, their gazes all fell on Yi Chuan's body, and their eyes were filled with complex colors. Yi Chuan's demonic talent had already made them not know what to say. Cough cough, students who didn't enter the top 1,000 will leave on their own, Yi Chuan. Follow me. The invigilator waved his hand at Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly and also followed. Where are we going? Yi Chuan followed the invigilator, but found that the other party had brought him to a bus. At this moment, there were already several people sitting inside the bus. These people Yi Chuan was also familiar with, all of them were from the Jiangnan training camp, Yan Xuanxiu, and the others were all there. At this moment, with Yi Chuan's arrival, a member of the Jiangnan training camp looked at Yi Chuan with an adoring gaze. Worthy of being the number 1 person of our Jiangnan training camp, after we wait until we reach the martial arts academy, I would like to see who dares to look down on our Jiangnan training camp. Yan Xuanxiu smiled and spoke. Yi Chuan asked with some doubt, what? Are the people of the Jiangnan training camp looked down upon in the middle of the martial Dao Academy? This. Yan Xuanxia was a little embarrassed, but Kong Jia on the side answered for him. Jiangnan training camp is basically in the last few positions among all the training camps in the whole of Daxia, and after entering the Academy of Martial Arts, they basically all hugged each other as a training camp. So, Yi Chuan understood, to put it bluntly, it was a small group. However, at this, Yi Chuan didn't really care. What hook ate small group, the best not to provoke their own, if they provoke their own. Fist to him dry broken. Yi Duan is not a good-tempered person. So, what place are we going to? Yi Chuan glanced at the people on the bus. Besides an invigilator sitting there, the rest were just a few people from the Jiangnan training camp. All of them were able to rank in the top 1,000 among this college entrance examination. Even Morong Ching was not qualified to sit on this one bus. There were only 7 or 8 people in the entire bus, which was why it was said that the Jiangnan training camp's ranking was very low. If it were some more powerful training camps, there would be more than a dozen or even 2 dozen in the top 1,000. And the Jiangnan training camp only had a total of 7 or 8 people. The third round of actual combat test. Yang Bufan said in a jarring voice. Every year, the practical test of the college entrance exam is different, and this year, instead of testing in the virtual space, it should be to let us experience a real practical battle. Hearing Yang Bufan's words, Yi Chen's eyes instantly brightened. Alien space. If it was said that in reality, the most suitable place for real combat, then it was none other than other space. After all, for Daxia martial artists, there wasn't much danger within Daxia, and the only danger that came from the other space. Therefore, since the actual battle was in reality, then it was most likely within the foreign space. When these words came out, many of the members of the Jiangnan training camp's complexion became a bit gloomy. After all, for them, the foreign space was also full of dangers. Yi Chuan's complexion was somewhat excited. The dangers within the foreign space Yi Duan did not care. What he cared about was still those heaven and earth auras as well as heavenly treasures within the foreign space. After all, this was the only way to be able to improve oneself quickly. I also don't know what the level of the foreign space is this time. Will it be the 5th rank? In that case, getting a 5th ranked ferocious beast killed, wouldn't I still be able to gain proficiency by killing enemies by crossing the ranks? At this moment, the bus was slowly heading towards a place, but Yi Chuan was already fantasizing. Time flew by, and after a few hours had passed, the bus brought Yi Chuan and the others to an endless wilderness. At this moment, in the middle of that wilderness, there were already quite a few buses parked, with many of the top 1,000 ranked candidates converging together. When Yi Chen and a group of Jiangnan training camp members stepped out of the bus, it immediately caused a commotion. This guy is Yi Chuan? It doesn't look that impressive. I didn't expect the talent to be so terrifying. Yeah, both have 2 eyes and 1 nose. How come this guy is so demonic? How on earth did he cultivate? A whispering voice rang out, and with Yi Chuan's current cultivation level, he was naturally able to hear it clearly, so much so that a wrinkle immediately appeared on Yi Chuan's forehead. This group of guys? Yi Chuan clenched his fists. Chapter 70 Inspection Envoy. So stingy? Yi Chuan now felt like he was like an animal inside that zoo, accepting this group of people spectators. Even though these people were all surprised at their own cultivation and level of cultivation. But it was still more or less not very pleasant. It seems that you are now considered a complete celebrity. Yan Xuanxiu smiled and patted Yi Chen's shoulder. Get lost. Yi Chuan blankly glanced at Yan Xuanxiu without a good mood. And just at this time, suddenly, a figure stood in the air, with an extremely powerful aura that instantly stirred out. In an instant, it enveloped the entire wasteland. Old Me, Martial Alliance Inspection Envoy, Zhu Xiaotian. A faint voice came from that pale figure, accompanied by a powerful pressure that enveloped the entire wasteland. Instantly, everyone's gazes were directed towards that pale figure. Zhu Xiaotian's figure looked a bit old, but from his body was an aura that even Yi Chen trembled for. What kind of position is the Inspector Envoy? Yi Chuan inquired in a low voice at Yan Xuanxiu, who was at the side. Yan Xuanxiu first looked at that Zhu Xiaotian with a face full of respect before explaining to Yi Chuan. The Martial Alliance governs all the martial artists in Grand Xia, in which many positions have been created. Besides the Alliance Master and a few Vice Alliance Masters, it's the 12 Town Guards of the Martial Alliance. To become one of the 12 Town Guardians of the Martial Alliance, the worst is a 9th rank cultivation. The Town Guards are responsible for guarding all the 9th ranked foreign spaces within the Grand Xia territory, and in normal times, one would not see these Town Guards at all. Under the Guardians, there are some inspectors of the Martial Alliance who are responsible for inspecting the world, controlling some of the injustices within the Martial Alliance, and incidentally guarding those alien spaces below the 9th level, and discovering and removing those newly born alien spaces. If one wants to become an inspector, one needs to have at least an unrivaled combat power of the 7th rank to be qualified to serve. The one in front of me, if I remember correctly, should be the living Hell King amongst the 36 inspection envoys of the Martial Alliance, Zhu Xiaotian. As Yin Xuanxiu spoke, a look of longing nevertheless emerged from his eyes. Which of these who were able to enter the top 1,000 of the college entrance exams was not a heavenly pride, and which of them did not want to become that towering inspector envoy, or even a townkeeper? Just. Great summer, countless people, the pride is like a river of crushing carp, countless, in the end to be able to become an inspector, and even the town guardian of, is very few. It can be said that each inspection ambassador, in the young, are one of the top contemporary pride, many of which have the identity of the contemporary high school scholar. Therefore, these heavenly prides were actually nothing in front of these inspection envoys and even town guardians. The third round of this college entrance examination, the actual combat test, is to enter a newly born 4th level alien space of my great Xia, the flaming space. What you are responsible for is to clean up the ferocious beasts within the flaming space, and to kill and eliminate them. Kill different ferocious beasts, will obtain different points, at the same time collect the heavenly materials and treasures within the alien space, the same is also one of your tasks. Different heavenly materials and treasures, the points are also different. In the end, according to your points after you come out to rank, synthesize the results of the previous 2 rounds to decide the ranking results of the top 1,000 of this college entrance examination. Can all be clear? Zhu Xiaotian's gaze swept over the bodies of all the people, especially lingering on Yi Chuan's body for a moment, and even at the sight of Yi Chuan, Zhu Xiaotian's unsmiling face unexpectedly revealed a rare smile. This is the jade slip that you need to wear within the foreign space. This jade slip is able to record the number of ferocious beasts that you have killed within the foreign space, and it is also a measure to protect your safety. Once you encounter an unbeatable ferocious beast, or any other crisis, immediately crush the jade slip, and it will forcefully teleport you out. Remember, don't give up your life for the sake of ranking, all missions are based on your safety not being affected in any way. Old me doesn't want to wait for the end of the college entrance exams, and then have to give out pensions to your families. Zhu Xiaotian's voice was extremely cold. The countenance of one candidate also gradually became grave along with Zhu Xiaotian's voice. Obviously, they were also aware of the danger level of this practical test. Although they were all ranked in the top 1,000 prides, with cultivation levels of at least 3 orders, and there was even no shortage of 4th order powerhouses, but within the 4th order foreign space. However, it is very easy to encounter 4th ranked ferocious beasts. With a wave of Zhu Xiaotian's hand, a blood-colored light point appeared in the sky, and under Zhu Xiaotian's control, these light points accurately landed in each person's hand. Yi Chuan glanced at the jade slip in his hand, waited for a moment, and then placed it into his bosom without a care in the world. Level 4 alien space. For other candidates there might still be difficulty, even for a heavenly pride like Luo Wojiao who had reached 2nd place in the previous 2 rounds, there were some crises. But for Lu Shang, the cultivation of the 9th level of the flying sky was here, but also with the 6th order breathing method in martial arts introductory, not to mention the 4th level of foreign space, even if it was the 5th level of foreign space, Yi Chuan dared to take the risk of breaking into it. Invincible is more or less lonely. Yi Chuan looked at the entrance to the fiery space and couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Beside them, Kong Jie Yin Xuanxiu and the others listened to Yi Duan's words. The corners of their mouths twitched continuously. They very much wanted to say something, but once they thought of Yi Duan's terrifying strength, they ultimately shook their heads. Forget about it, don't bother with this hanging bastard. Now, all of you enter the fiery space. Everything you do within the fiery space will be broadcast live to face the entire audience of Great Xia. Zhu Xiaotian waved his hand, and immediately, there were staff members who opened the passageway to the flaming space. In an instant, a fiery fluctuation swept across the entire wasteland. After each candidate took a deep breath, they swept towards the fiery space. Yi Chen also walked slowly towards the blazing space. Only when he passed by that Zhu Xiaotian was smiling and opened his mouth. Little fellow, don't bully those candidates too badly. Yi Chuan was surprised and glanced at Zhu Xiaotian, and smiled heatedly. Senior has said so, I naturally have to follow, but... Yi Chen's eyes rolled. Those who were familiar with Yi Chen knew that Yi Chen was starting to play something again at this moment. Sure enough, Yi Dus stopped, rubbed his hands, and looked at Zhu Xiaotian smilingly. But senior, can I have any benefits this way? Looking at the shameless Yi Chen, Zhu Xiaotian also fell directly into silence. The reason why he opened his mouth was also because he looked at Yi Chen's strength here and was afraid that in the blazing space Yi Chen would bring pressure to the other candidates. After all, such a situation had also occurred in previous years. But people like Yi Chen who bargained in front of himself were still few and far between. Moreover, since he had become an inspector and gotten the name of the king of living hell, not to mention these juniors, even those 6th order, and even 7th order powerhouses didn't dare to talk to themselves like this. Zhu Xiaotian looked deeply at Yi Chen. Feel free to play it out yourself. Oh. Yi Chuan turned his head with some regret and walked towards the flaming space, muttering under his breath as he walked. Still thought that I could get any benefits, but the result is nothing. Is the inspector envoy also buttoned up and swishy? Yi Chen's voice was very small, but those who could become inspection envoys, the weakest, were all invincible battle power of the 7th rank. How about also being able to hear Yi Chen's words? So much so, rows of black lines immediately fell on Zhu Xiaotian's forehead. This fellow. Zhu Xiaotian clenched his fists and took several deep breaths before he was able to release that lump of pent-up chi in his chest. That's just it. It's still a little kid. What's the point of bothering with a little kid? Zhu Xiaotian comforted himself. And at this time, Yi Chen had also entered the passageway and disappeared into this wilderness. As one candidate entered the passageway, soon the entire wasteland also became quiet, and Zhu Xiaotian's complexion also became grave at this moment. Be vigilant in the surroundings to prevent any ferocious beasts or scarlet church scumbags. Zhu Xiaotian rebuked, and immediately afterward, he was able to feel that from all around the wilderness, an extremely powerful aura was coming from. These candidates, all of them are the mainstay among the future Xia martial artists, and are even expected to give birth to 8th and 9th order powerhouses, so absolutely no accidents can occur. Otherwise, wouldn't have let him, the inspector envoy, personally sit in on it. As one candidate entered the fiery space, the live broadcast footage of this college entrance exam practical test was also uploaded to one of the live broadcast platforms. When the viewers of Grand Xia knew that the third theory's practical test was actually within this foreign space, their faces also revealed a look of surprise. Hiss. Surprisingly, it's an alien space? This is unprecedented. The previous actual combat tests were all conducted within virtual space. I didn't expect that this time it was actually real in an alien space. In this way, there won't be any candidates who will die in an alien space, right? This is a bit too ruthless. That's how it should be. Isn't the purpose of becoming a martial artist to defend against the foreign space? Letting this group of children know the ferocity of the foreign space in advance will also enable them to grow up quickly. In an instant, countless pop-ups flashed through the live broadcast room, with everyone giving out different insights about this practical test. With more and more pop-ups, the live broadcast screen also slowly emerged, and the appearance within the flame space was thoroughly displayed within the live broadcast room. The live broadcast screen was divided into many modules, and in order to see the live broadcast screen of that candidate, one needed to travel to the live broadcast module where that candidate was located. With the emergence of the screen, in just a moment, the number of people in the live broadcast module belonging to Yi Chen instantly broke 1 million. Chapter 71. What does this guy want? Volcano peeing. Among the first 2 rounds of the college entrance exam, the results Yi Chen had shown could be said to have shocked the entire audience of Daxia. So much so that, when the live broadcast screen of the 3rd round appeared, everyone had a brainstorm to enter the live broadcast module where Yi Duan was. Even the Star River Academy had specially found a screen to broadcast Yi Duan's live broadcast screen. Everyone was guessing what kind of beautiful performance Yi Chen would have in the middle of the 3rd round of practical tests. It was also often the case that in the 3rd round of every college entrance examination, most of the people who were interested were those candidates who had performed well in the previous 2 rounds. Especially the first place. As for the subsequent, were few and far between. There were even some candidates who didn't have a single person in their live room. And this year's exam, it was even more so that Yi Chuan, alone, grabbed all the attention. It made Yi Duan's live broadcast room alone, all crowded in nearly half of the Daxia netizens. In the live broadcast screen, Yi Dust's figure slowly appeared in that fiery space. All around was a volcano. The blazing temperature made the space within the fiery space seem to be slightly distorted. With his hands in his pockets, Yi Chuan stepped inside the fiery space and frowned slightly. So hot? Yi Chuan operated the power of qi and blood, which was what dispelled the heat wave around him, and the temperature gradually lowered. This one foreign space is somewhat different from the foreign space I entered before. The temperature is too high, and it requires the operation of chi and blood to be able to dispel this high temperature, and in that case, it requires a constant consumption of chi and blood power. Although the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth in this place is rich, if some candidates whose breathing techniques are not profound enter it, I'm afraid that they won't be able to last long here. Yi Chuan instantly analyzed the specialness within this piece of foreign space. So, this practical test is not purely a test of battle strength, it's almost multifaceted. Yi Chen murmured faintly. And his words also followed the live broadcast screen, facing the entire Dasha netizens. This she dust has some experience, this has only just entered the fiery space, but he has analyzed so much information out, this guy shouldn't be the first time he has entered a foreign space. Worthy of being a ruthless person who broke the record in both previous rounds, his brain is just good. If it were me, I guess I'd still be looking hard for those ferocious beasts and heavenly treasures. A netizen watched the live broadcast screen and laughed as he sent out pop-ups. Let's see what Yi Chen is going to do first. The crowd had looked once again. Inside the blazing space, Yi Chen had his hands in his pockets as he slowly walked towards the deepest part of the blazing space, while this scene was what made the netizens of Dasha somewhat surprised. Going directly to the deepest part? But it's true, with Yi Chuan's cultivation, it seems like it's not that difficult to traverse a level 4 alien space. TSK, high cultivation is being able to do whatever you want, even within the foreign space, it's like it's your own backyard. Many people opened their mouths in envy. And at this time, Yi Chuan had already easily gotten through the outer perimeter, and although there were some ferocious beasts appearing all around, but it was only just after seeing Yi Chuan that those ferocious beasts fled out as if they had seen something terrifying. Haha, these ferocious beasts are actually fearing Yi Duan. This isn't a good thing, it's been more than 10 minutes now, don't you guys see on the leaderboard, everyone else has already started to hunt and kill the ferocious beasts to gain points, while Yi Duan's side has always remained at 0? That's right, obviously the cultivation is the highest, by all rights it should be the easiest to gain points, but on the contrary, these ferocious beasts saw Yi Duan as if they'd seen a ghost, and directly fled, Many netizens opened their mouths in a flirtatious manner. Obviously, the cultivation level was here, but on the contrary, the points were the lowest among the 1,000 people. This would seem somewhat comical. However, as Yi Chuan walked deeper and deeper towards the fiery space, the strength of the surrounding ferocious beasts also increased little by little. Originally, in the periphery, the most that could be found were those first and second rank beasts, and when they saw Yi Chen, they naturally turned their heads and ran away. However, as Yi Chuan entered the depths of the fiery space, the strength of the surrounding beasts began to rise, and third-order beasts had begun to appear. Until this moment. It was only then that there were ferocious beasts that killed towards Yi Chen. However, these third-order ferocious beasts, in Yi Duan's eyes, it was like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, extremely easy. Some third-order beasts hadn't even touched the corner of Yi Chen's clothes, but they had already been strangled by the sword chi released from Yi Chen's body. They were turned into a piece of rotten meat, which was haphazardly sprinkled on top of the earth, and the blood dyed the ground red. Many people could not help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw this scene. Worthy of being a demon of the 9th level of the flying sky, a third-ranked ferocious beast has absolutely no comparison in front of Yi Chuan. Where are those who said Yi Duan had 0 points before? Come out and take a look, does Yi Duan need to kill those first and second rank wasteful ferocious beasts? In just a moment, the points have rushed straight to number 1, who else is there? A pop-up screen flashed in the live broadcast room. And at this time, Yi Chuan had already arrived at the deepest part of the fiery space. There was a volcano that sat quietly on top of the earth, and around the volcano, there was a giant python made of rock that hovered around the volcano, emitting a powerful tyrannical aura. These rock pythons are surprisingly all 4th order ferocious beasts. The number is surprisingly still so high. When this scene was projected onto the live broadcast screen, many people at this moment could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, with a touch of horror gradually surfacing in their eyes. 1, 2, 3. 9. There are actually a full 9 rock pythons here? 9 early 4th stage rock pythons? Boy, even a martial artist at the 6th level of the flying heavenly layer would be afraid to be afraid when faced with 9 early 4th stage rock pythons. Many people's appalled expressions had even more than a touch of gravity in them when they saw this scene. What should be known is that ferocious beasts, because of the special nature of their physical bodies, are inherently more powerful than martial artists of the same realm, not to mention so many rock pythons. The ferocious beasts at the early 4th stage, that was something that only a martial artist above the 4th level of the flying sky could be sure to kill. Only some gifted people were able to kill it with a cultivation below the 4th level of the soaring heaven. And now the 9 rock pythons. Rather than Yi Duan having a cultivation of the 9th level of the soaring heaven, everyone here could not help but pinch Yi Duan in a sweat. Yi Duan is afraid that he's in a bit of trouble this time. Someone suddenly spoke. However, just as this person's pop-up had just been sent up, in the middle of the live broadcast screen, Yi Duan had already transformed into a bolt of lightning and fiercely killed towards the location where the 9 rock pythons were. Rumble. Sharp sword chi, instantly stirred out, wrapped in an extremely powerful energy, instantly erupted. Accompanied by a roar, it stirred between heaven and earth. Those 9 rock pythons were also all instantly awakened the moment they discovered Yi Chen, and they all roared lowly, killing towards Yi Chen. However, just between the flashes of sword chi, those huge and ferocious early 4th stage rock pythons were already instantly chopped off. Along with their bodies, under the sword chi, were all directly turned into pieces of stone and fell to the ground. Instantaneous kill. The process of the battle was only a couple of breaths of time. At this moment, the rock pythons, which were a full 9 in number, had already turned into a lifeless piece of stone, falling into the various corners of the volcano. For a time, the entire live broadcast room was plunged into dead silence, even the pop-ups had not floated up. This just killed it? That's 9 early 4th stage rock pythons? Even if a strong person from the 6th level of the flying sky came, they would have to be scared of the scene, but they were directly killed in seconds? Yi Chuan, this battle power is a little too terrifying. Many people had opened their mouths at this time, and on the live broadcast screen, the pop-ups were again instantly filling every corner of the screen. And at this moment, on that live broadcasting room's leaderboard, Yi Chuan's points also instantly came to 10,000 points. 4th ranked ferocious beast. Once killed, it was able to obtain 1,000 points. Yi Dust had killed 9 of them, plus quite a few 3rd ranked ferocious beasts that he had killed on the road before, causing Yi Dust's points to break through the 10,000 points barrier at this moment as well. Boy, 10,000 points, I'm afraid this isn't directly throwing off the others by a large margin. Isn't that so? Now that Luo Wuhui's speed is already fast, up to now it's just over 1,000 points, and that's still the reason why Luo Wuhui killed a ferocious beast at the beginning of the 4th stage. Just this are still more than 8,000 points away from Yi Duan. Many people spoke up, and their shock could be felt in the pop-ups. No, what does he want to do again? Suddenly, they noticed Yi Chuan's movements, only to see Yi Chuan arrive at that crater, suddenly ripping off his pants and aiming them at the crater's location. Shoo! A whistling sound rang out from within Yi Chen's mouth, accompanied by the opening of the floodgates. A long thin stream of water fell into the volcano, causing that originally somewhat calm volcano to suddenly sprout a huge bubble of magma. This scene, however, was what caused the crowd to fall into silence once again. This guy live streamed a peeing volcano? Doesn't he know that we can see him? And Yi Duan, this brother is really a few big ah. For a time, the original silent live broadcasting room, along with Yi Duan peeing, completely plunged into madness. More than that, there are quite a few good people at this time, have clicked on the screenshot screen, will be Yi Duan peeing screen directly intercepted, released to the internet. In just an instant, amongst the major platforms in Daxia, a hot search appeared. Volcano peeing picture. Author, Yi Dust. Chapter 72. This dude sleeps through high school exams? Shocking change. Nationwide sensation. At this moment, Yi Chuan was completely unaware that all of this had been recorded. After completely relaxing his bladder, Yi Chuan shook it off, which brought up his pants again. Soothing. Yi Chuan's complexion gradually became relaxed. After he looked at his bracelet and realized that he had come to first place, he stopped doing anything. He directly took out a pillow from the Xian ring, placed it on the ground, and lay down comfortably. With this score, Little Master should be able to secure first place. Since that's the case, what's the point of wasting time? Looking for heavenly materials and treasures? In the end, it's still not going to be for the group of buckling and swishing fellows from the Martial Alliance. It's better to sleep peacefully, and anyway, the ferocious beasts here have all been killed by me. Well, it's decided, start sleeping. Yi Chuan did his mental construction and closed his eyes beautifully, automatically ignoring the subtitles that kept popping up and blocking them out before preparing to have a good dream. The chi and blood in his body automatically operated with the breathing method, so he didn't have to worry about being close to the volcano and the temperature being too high. And this scene, after being uploaded to the live broadcast, once again made the crowd fall into silence. No, what is this dude doing here? Isn't this the college entrance exam? He's sleeping here? Who's a good person to pee in a volcano in the middle of the college entrance exams and sleep afterward? Isn't he worried about his grades being surpassed? Is there a possibility that with 10,000 points, even Luo Wuxi would need several hours to be able to sell you Rob to gather so many points? A weak voice rang out, but it instantly caused the crowd to fall into silence once again. Daxia, Martial Alliance official. A senior member of the Martial Alliance, listening to Yi Chuan's words, rows of black lines immediately fell on his forehead. Slander. This is ing slander. What do you mean our Martial Alliance is buckling and swishing? Shouldn't we collect these resources? Damn it, when this kid comes out, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. A senior member of the Martial Alliance pounded the table in anger and said. Cough cough, just now the news came from the side of Star River University, saying that Li Shifun wants to recruit him, if you want to clean up. Go ahead. After another senior coughed, he reminded. In an instant, the senior who had just been a bit furious, his face suddenly became stiff, and then as if he had changed his face, his expression became serious. Actually, I think that what little friend Yi Chuan said is very good. We also need to consider if we are being too stingy. In an instant, the corners of the mouths of the senior members of the Martial Alliance in the room twitched one by one. Daxia, Star River Academy. Ah, this kid is getting more and more to my liking. In the middle of the meeting, Li Chengfeng looked at the live broadcast screen. The disheveled look on his face was swept away, and there was a mere look of appreciation. One of the tutors around looked at Li Shifeng, who was no longer disheveled, and was also surprised in his heart, but once he thought of Yi Chen's talent. Even if Li Shifeng had a knot in his heart, under such a talent, he would be able to dissolve it. The vice dean on the side was somewhat helpless as he held his forehead and said, I don't know if this little guy's nature, coming to our Star River Academy, is good or bad. Li Chengfeng said with full of concern, a strong person is one who has a unique character to be able to become a strong person. These words made the vice dean even more helpless. No, people Yi Chen hasn't even worshipped under you yet, and you're so protective? Li Chengfeng lightly glanced at the vice dean and said, What? Who else is there in the Star River Academy besides me who can teach him? Oh? A few other old things of the 8th rank, right, you let them try? Vice dean. Fine, fine, the young ones are unreliable and the old ones are shameless, right? The vice dean took several deep breaths before he was able to suppress the lump of depression in his heart and looked at the live broadcast screen once again. Just as many people in the whole of Daxia watched Yi Chen's college entrance exam live broadcast sleeping, in a live broadcasting room that no one paid attention to. A candidate came to the depths of the fiery space, his face expressionless until he walked onto a volcanic crater. Immediately afterward, that candidate's face instantly became devout. The Scarlet God is above. I wish to give my life for you. Only wish to return to your embrace. A murmuring sound rang out from the candidate's mouth, and then he took out a golden scale from his arms, and on top of the scale, a tyrannical aura surfaced. The candidate threw the scale into the volcano. It was instantly swallowed by the magma within the volcano. Immediately after, rumble. A pillar of fire shot up into the sky, accompanied by an extremely violent energy that erupted directly from within that volcano. The fiery pillar of inflammation seemed as if it was going to poke through the entire dome of the sky. The entire fiery space, at this moment, completely darkened, along with a powerful sense of oppression that suddenly descended. What is the situation? As the heavens and earth suddenly turned gray, countless candidates, including Luo Wuhu and the others, instantly revealed panicked expressions. Not only them, but even the audience watching within the Daxia live streaming room had also detected a hint of something wrong. Wait? How did the weather suddenly change within the foreign space? Isn't it said that the weather within other space is extremely stable and never changes? What is this again? It's hard to believe that is a change in the foreign space. A pop-up screen instantly surfaced within the live broadcast. This sudden scene caused many of the live stream's viewers to be tugged at their hearts and minds, looking at the strange changes within the live stream in horror. And at the same time, in the middle of the Great Summer Martial Alliance, one of the higher-ups even instantly stood up, emitting a powerful aura fluctuation. The flame space has changed? How is this possible? Obviously before this, the stability of the blazing space was investigated, and it is impossible to raise the level within 10 years, so why? The faces of one of the top brass were as gloomy as water. Ordinary people might not know what the occurrence of a change in this blaze space represented, but they knew very clearly. The appearance of such a change in the blazing space is clearly a case of upgrading. The upgrading of foreign space is not a rare thing in the Martial Alliance, and it has happened many times in history. It's just that every time a foreign space was upgraded, the spatial fluctuations within the foreign space would become incomparably more frequent before the upgrade, and the people of the Martial Alliance would be able to predict it in advance. But as this time? There was no sign that the foreign space was forcibly upgraded, but it had never happened before. Damn it, check for me. I want to figure out in the shortest possible time why the blaze space suddenly upgraded. A high-ranking officer roared angrily and opened his mouth, his voice echoing throughout the room. Immediately, there were people who walked out of the room, ready to properly investigate what was going on. But even so, the complexion of the crowd was still incomparably ugly. The upgrading of the foreign space represented that the blazing space would be upgraded from level 4 to level 5, at which time the ferocious beasts within the fiery space would become even more powerful, and even there would be 5th-order ferocious beasts born. The strongest of these college entrance exam candidates is only each one, a demon at the 9th level of the flying sky, facing a 5th-order beast. They didn't even dare to imagine exactly what would happen. And once this happened, it would be a huge loss for the entire Grand Xia. Damn it, if I find out who did this, I will definitely thwart him. A senior member of the Martial Alliance roared, and his terrifying aura was such that it caused the entire Martial Alliance headquarters to tremble. Great Xia, Star River Academy. Buzz. A crisp sword sound suddenly echoed between the Star River Academy. It was accompanied by a strand of sharp sword chi, as if it was going to tear apart the entire heaven and earth. Are these guys from the Martial Alliance? Out of their minds. Li Shifeng's roar rang out from within the Star River Academy, accompanied by endless fury. Li Shifeng, calm down. The Vice Dean's body similarly erupted with a powerful aura, only it was a step weaker compared to Li Shifeng. How do you want me to calm down? Li Shifeng's eyes had the color of madness emerge. The foreign space is upgraded, Yichuan and the others are bound to be attacked by 5th-order ferocious beasts in there, and the Martial Alliance is unprepared for such a thing. I think they've been sitting in that position for too long. Li Zhanfeng's eyes were scarlet and red. It was so hard to find Yi Chan, a good seedling. Li Zhanfeng had thought that he would be able to pass on all his skills. It turned out to be something like this. The foreign space is upgraded, the space is unstable, even you can't enter it. What can you do now if you go over there, other than adding to the chaos? The Vice Dean roared, not fearing Li Changfeng in the slightest. Then you can't just watch from here either. Li Zhanfeng also roared angrily at the Vice Dean. The two of them glared at each other in death, not letting up in the slightest. In the end, it was the Vice Dean who softened. That's just it, you go to the fiery spatial passage first to prevent any other changes from appearing. I'll go too. Please, Dean. A look of determination surfaced in the Vice Dean's eyes. With the upgrading of the foreign space and the spatial instability, even an 8th-ranked powerhouse could not intervene, only the 9th rank. Only a 9th-ranked powerhouse would be able to forcibly break through the space and bring out the people within the blazing space. And the Dean of the Star River Academy was a 9th-order powerhouse. According to theory, the 9th-order strong man is responsible for guarding the 9th-level space, easily not to go out, otherwise if the 9th-level alien space problems, for the Great Summer can be the end of the disaster. But now this matter. It is really too big. So big that it can make Daxia appear green and yellow. Under such circumstances, even a 9th-order powerhouse would have to be mobilized. As Li Changfeng listened to the Vice Dean's words, his expression eased slightly, and then his figure disappeared into the Star River Academy, rushing to the passageway of the fiery flame space. The Vice Dean, on the other hand, went to inform the Dean of the Star River Academy about this matter. Chapter 73: The Overbearing Li Changfeng. The Martial Alliance began to act. The sudden escalation of the alien space had directly caught the Martial Alliance off guard. If this matter was not known to the public, there were many solutions, but this time, it was facing the entire Daxia live broadcast, which could be even more troublesome. Not only was it not possible to interrupt the live broadcast, otherwise, it would be easy to cause the hearts of the people of Daxia to flutter, and even shake the hearts of some people. In this way, if the Martial Alliance wanted to deal with this matter, it would become even more tricky. But even so, at this moment, the official Martial Alliance also had quite a few people from Daxia, and even the parents of those candidates who participated in the college entrance exams and the martial arts families behind them, who also began to put pressure on the Martial Alliance one after another. What in the world is happening? Is the Martial Alliance not willing to give us an answer? How did the foreign space suddenly escalate? Is this how the Martial Alliance runs things? If my child dies in the college entrance exam, you guys pay for my child. Martial Alliance. Why haven't you guys stepped in yet? A single voice rang out from all parts of Grand Xia. Some ordinary parents might not know what was going on in the foreign space, but those martial arts families knew all about it. Therefore, after such a change appeared within the live broadcast, they were also excited. Just because. Among this college entrance examination, there were also children belonging to them. For a while, the official Martial Alliance were all subjected to countless verbal attacks. There is no way, in such a major day, but there is such a change of events, it is really difficult for people to accept, especially those who have children at home, still in a different space, but also unable to accept the change of events. The branches of the Martial Arts Alliance in the major cities have come down to comfort these parents, as well as to calm the anger of those martial arts families. Only the effect was very weak. Great Xia, in the middle of a gloomy space. The Scarlet Lord as well as a member of the Scarlet Church watched this scene, and a smile appeared on his face. That's right. That's it. The bigger the ruckus, the better. Isn't the Martial Alliance the self-proclaimed protector of Great Xia? Why? Can't even protect these Great Xia's heavenly pride? Jia jia jia. The Lord of Scarlet laughed strangely, but within his smile was a sickly and unrestrained look. The surrounding members of the Scarlet Church similarly laughed one after another, and there was a look of satisfaction in their eyes. Blazing Space upgraded to level 5, next. The Ferocious Beast Camp will be able to have even more powerful ferocious beasts to enter the Blazing Space in a short period of time. Unless there is a 9th-ranked powerhouse to make a move, it will be impossible to resolve the spatial fluctuations caused by the space upgrade. The Scarlet Lord smiled and spoke. And the 9th-ranked powerhouses are now all stopped by the people from the Fierce Beast Camp altogether. This time, we'll make sure that the entire Great Xia's heavenly pride will completely die out. Especially for a heavenly pride like Yi Chen, we absolutely can't let him walk out of the fiery flame space alive. Only then will we be able to see a glimmer of hope. The Scarlet Lord looked at the live broadcast screen, but his eyes held a hint of anticipation. As things got bigger and bigger, a single martial world came down to the scene, and there were even 7th-ranked powerhouses questioning the Martial Alliance on the spot. Some of the more short-tempered martial arts world powerhouses even rushed directly to the passageway of the blazing fire space. However, they were all stopped outside by Zhu Xiaotian, the inspection envoy of the Martial Alliance. Everyone! Stop! Zhu Xiaotian stood between heaven and earth, his face cold and incomparably cold, with an extremely terrifying aura that whistled out from his body, causing the temperature between the entire heaven and earth to plummet much lower at this moment. Inspector Zhu! Now that there is a mutation in the flame space, are we not allowed to step in and save our children? A 6th-ranked powerhouse from a martial arts family looked at Zhu Xiaotian with an ugly expression and questioned. That's right. We just want to save our children, what's wrong with that? As a Great Xia Inspector Envoy, is it hard for you to stop us? A voice rang out, but it caused Zhu Xiaotian's face to become even more ugly. With the problems in the fiery space, his heart was even more anxious, and the fact that these people from the Martial Wei family had gone down made Zhu Xiaotian's already anxious heart seem more and more irritated. Zhu Xiaotian's gaze swept over the crowd and said in a deep voice, "The foreign space upgrade was something that we in the Martial League did not expect, and now there are already people from the Martial League that have begun to investigate the cause of this matter. What are you guys messing up here? Alien space upgrades, spatial instability, even the old man can't dissolve it, can it be that you guys can?" Zhu Xiaotian wanted to comfort them. However, under this situation, how could these martial arts family powerhouses possibly listen to them? Each and every one of them looked incomparably agitated. Could it be that we're just going to stand by and watch our children be killed by those ferocious beasts in the flaming space? In this matter, your Martial Alliance must give us an explanation. There were parents with scarlet eyes, glaring angrily at Zhu Xiaotian. There were even more people exuding powerful cultivation fluctuations, wanting to separate themselves from Zhu Xiaotian. However, just at this time, a crisp sword sound was suddenly exploded between heaven and earth. I'll see. Who dares to come half a step closer to the passageway? Accompanied by an explosive shout, like a deity murmuring above the 9 heavens, it suddenly landed in the entire heaven and earth. Rumble! A huge sword light instantly cut a huge sword mark between the crowd, pardoning and dividing the strongest members of the Martial Alliance and the parents of those candidates. Immediately afterward, it was possible to see a person with a disheveled appearance, but his body was emitting an extremely stern aura. God-destroying sword. Li Shifeng. When everyone's gazes landed on that middle-aged man's body, many people's pupils shrunk slightly, recognizing the identity of the visitor. Even Zhu Xiaotian, the Martial Alliance inspection envoy, couldn't help but have a flash of scorn emerge from the depths of his eyes when he saw Li Shifeng, and even also let out a sigh of relief at this moment. Each and every one of you are so old, can't you understand what's going on? Li Chengfeng stood between heaven and earth, stepping on a broken sword as he spoke indifferently. Spatial fluctuation, that's something that can only be dissolved by a 9th-ranked powerhouse's strike. You guys are messing around here, could it be that this matter also has your shadow in it? Saying that, a flash of sharp killing intent instantly flashed from within Li Chengfeng's eyes. I'll just say one thing, whoever dares to come half a step closer, I'll kill them. Before the 9th-ranked powerhouse has arrived, this place is my call. The faint voice echoed between heaven and earth, sparing those parents who were anxious in their hearts. At this moment, they unexpectedly became quiet. Not because of how reasonable Li Shifeng's words were, but because Li Shifeng was the reason. As an 8th-order special tutor of the Star River Academy, he was even called the God-extinguishing sword in the Great Xia. Even when looking at the entire Great Xia among the 8th-ranked powerhouses, Li Shifeng was ranked among the top 3 existences. More importantly, this person kills people never tell any reason. Once violated Li Shifeng's bottom line, even if it is the inspector make also kill to you see. And one of the most scary thing for them is Li Zhanfeng is the most likely ruthless person to become a 9th order in a short period of time in Xia. Even the 36 inspection envoys of the Martial Alliance had to give Li Shifeng a certain amount of face when they saw him. Since the God-destroying sword has spoken like this, we will just wait here. A 7th-ranked powerhouse had a somewhat stifled face, but he also had to say these words. After all, if he annoyed Li Shifeng, he would really have no good fruit to eat. Li Chengfeng lightly glanced at the crowd and did not speak. And at this time, Zhu Xiaotian was also completely relieved. He smiled and rushed at Li Shifeng and cupped his fists and said, "Thanks a lot, if it wasn't for you." Just before he finished his words, Li Shifeng was coldly interrupting Zhu Xiaotian's words. "Don't be playful and smiley here at Laozi. This matter you as the inspector ambassador guarding the fiery flame space Laozi didn't even look for you to get into trouble already good enough. If Laozi's student dies in there, king of living hell? Oh, you see if Laozi can kill the king of hell." Li Chengfeng snorted coldly, then twisted his head, no longer taking care of Zhu Xiaotian. Zhu Xiaotian's entire body was instantly confused. What the hell? Li Zhanfeng's students were in there? Wasn't it said that this place hadn't recruited students for decades? And how could you, a teacher of the Star River Academy, have students who are still taking the college entrance exam? Zhu Xiaotian was puzzled in his heart and wanted to ask, but as soon as he thought of the ice-cold gaze that Li Chengfeng had just given him, he shut his mouth at once. He is the king of living hell is not false, but if the opposite is a monkey that can make a fuss in the hell and heavenly palace, he also dare not say half a word. The king of living hell also has to be alive. As time passes little by little. Within 10 minutes of the mutation in the blazing space, the Martial Alliance released a video. Within the video, there was clearly an image of a candidate taking out a golden scale and placing it into the crater, and it was because of this that the flaming space completely changed. At the same time, on top of this video, there was also an announcement released. Upon investigation, it was a candidate who secretly defected to the Scarlet Church, and with the identity of a candidate, entered the flaming space to forcibly raise the level of the foreign space, with the intention of maiming my Great Xia's heavenly pride. The Martial Alliance has already dispatched strong men to take control of the candidate's martial arts family, and the Martial Alliance will give each and every candidate an explanation. At the same time, due to the upgrading of the foreign space, spatial turbulence is rampant. The Martial Alliance has already asked the Vice Dean of the Star River Academy to contact the Dean of the Star River Academy. As long as the Dean of the Star River Academy is able to temporarily suppress the Star River space, he will be able to rush to the blazing space in the first instance to save my Grand Xia's heavenly pride. With the release of the video, the announcement, those viewers who were still anxious from watching the live broadcast gradually calmed down. Chapter 74, High School Entrance Exam. You sleep? Wait, 4th order 5th order? I see, I said why did the foreign space suddenly change? So it's because someone secretly defected to the Scarlet Church. Damn it, if you want to find death yourself, just do it yourself. Why do you have to hitch a ride with other people? I remember, isn't this guy from our Wang family? This Wang family is at least one of the top 3 martial arts families in our city. How could there be someone who has secretly defected to the Scarlet Church? This must be investigated. Among the candidates, it's surprising that such rats could be mixed in. As the official announcement from the Martial Alliance appeared, countless netizens of Dixia were completely enraged at this moment. Although it was said that they had verbally attacked the Martial Alliance before, in their hearts, the credibility of the Martial Alliance was still very high. Great, the Martial Alliance has already invited the Dean of the Star River Academy. As long as that person can spare some time, he will be able to save these candidates. Now, it's up to these candidates to hold on. Be sure to hold on. The fall of the announcement tugged at the hearts and minds of countless netizens, and they all dropped their gazes onto the screen of the live broadcast. Although the foreign space was spatially disorganized, the live broadcast screen was not interrupted, which was what the Scarlet Church wanted to see. After all, in the Scarlet Church's opinion, what could be as enjoyable as having the netizens of Grand Xia watching Grand Xia's pride die in the other space? No, wait, the foreign space is about to be upgraded. Why is Yi-Chen still able to sleep so peacefully? When everyone's gazes converged on the live broadcast screen again, it was only then that they suddenly realized that such a big thing had happened in the flame space, and Yi-Chen was still able to sleep so peacefully inside at this moment? Please. Big brother. This is a foreign space, ah. And it's all been upgraded to level 5. How did you sleep? Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the live broadcast module belonging to Yi-Chen, and each and every one of their faces could not help but show a look of admiration. Only to see, in the live broadcast screen, the volcano was constantly trembling, while that Yi-Chen, who was leaning near the crater, was still huffing and puffing on his pillow, as if he was not affected in any way. Until a crisp system beep sounded in Yi-Chuan's mind. Ding, Bazho spitting method is upgraded to a minor accomplishment. Ding, flowing light absolute shadow step is upgraded to a minor accomplishment. Ding, the silent sword technique has been upgraded to a minor level. Ding, the sword chi suddenly felt something and an evolved white light appeared on its body. As this crisp system beep sounded in Yi-Chuan's mind, Yi-Chuan finally woke up from his huffing and puffing. He slowly raised his body and rubbed his somewhat hazy eyes. Upgraded? Sleeping is also able to collect emotions? Yi Dust slept in a bit of a daze, but when Yi Dust tapped on the system panel, he couldn't help but be startled. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Flying Martial Artist 91-100. Bazho Spitting Method, Minor Achievement 1-100. Flowing Light Absolute Shadow Steps, Minor Achievement 1-100. Silent Sword Technique, Small Success 1-100. Sword Chi, 99-100. Exempt, when did you break through? Yi-Chuan couldn't even help but be surprised when he saw this panel, and after glancing at the subtitles that he had blocked out, he was the one who realized that while he was sleeping, he had already raised his proficiency in his breathing techniques and martial arts for an unknown number of times. It can still be played like this? Yi-Chuan scratched his head, not even coming back to his senses for a while. But soon, Yi-Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Something's not right? Why has the aura between heaven and earth grown so much? Yi-Chuan's gaze fell among the subtitles he had blocked out earlier and noticed one of the pics. Sufficient aura between heaven and earth, cultivation progress +1. It's normal for a level 4 foreign space to have sufficient aura of heaven and earth, but I'm already at the 9th level of the flying sky. Even if it's even more dense, the system wouldn't show such a prompt. Unless it's in a level 5 or even higher alien space. Yi-Chuan instantly discovered the clues, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Could it be that the fiery space has been upgraded? Is someone playing tricks? Yi-Chuan slowly stood up and looked around, and sure enough, he felt that the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth around him had become incomparably dense, and even he, who was already at the 10th level of the flying sky, was able to feel that his cultivation level was somewhat active. As for why Yi-Chuan was able to react at the first time that someone was messing with him. Don't forget, this is in the college entrance examination. Every session of the college entrance examination is extremely strict, with the Martial Arts Alliance strongman personally sit in the town. In addition to someone to play tricks, Yi Dust really can't think of there will be other reasons. As for what the Martial Arts Alliance deliberately, it was simply a joke, unless the Martial Alliance wanted to be pushed to start over by the people of Dixia, otherwise it would definitely not make such a change. It's a bit interesting. Yi-Chuan couldn't help but smile when he thought of this, and after slowly stretching his waist, his eyes couldn't help but look at the surrounding locations. The 5th level space should have quite a few 5th order ferocious beasts, right, and I don't know how much of a gap there is between the current me and the 5th order ferocious beasts. Yi-Chuan gently opened his mouth, but there was a touch of sharp color surfaced in his eyes. It was only the very moment his voice fell. Rumble. Right in the crater where Yi Dust was sleeping, there was suddenly a huge thing that instantly rushed out. It was a flame python that magma had turned into. The body of the flame python exuded a terrifying aura that belonged solely to the early 5th stage, and under this powerful aura, the already blazing temperature between heaven and earth became hotter and hotter. The smile at the corner of Yi Chuan's mouth instantly froze as he looked at the flaming python and let out a dry laugh. Big brother. I'm just saying it for fun, do you believe me? Blazing fire space. In addition to Yi Chuan just woke up from his sleep, the other candidates also have perceived the changes in the foreign space, especially those from the major training camp out of the Pride is the first time to react to the foreign space upgrade. Although they were still a little scared in their hearts when they realized this matter, they also found a solution at the first time. Gather. The only way to gather everyone together is to have so many 4th order celestial pride plus hundreds of 3rd order celestial pride. Even if they are facing an early 5th order ferocious beast, they will be able to delay for some time. As long as the delay is long enough, we will be able to wait for the rescue from the Martial Alliance. Such thoughts resounded within the minds of one heavenly pride after another. They then began to swipe towards the location at the center of the fiery space, wanting to wait for the other candidates there. And this scene also caused quite a few Dasha netizens to let out a sigh of relief. These little guys seem to have good brains after all. A person's strength is ultimately limited, only by relying on the strength of a team can they survive within a grade 5 alien space. As long as they converge together, with their talent and strength, as long as they don't encounter those 5th-ranked ferocious beasts joining forces, they'll be able to wait unharmed for the Dean of the Star River Academy to come over with support. A single Dasha netizen watched the movements of these candidates and let out sounds of admiration. Only, at this time, there were some other voices that rang out. Although there is nothing wrong with the saying that there is strength in numbers, it seems like a certain person was able to survive within the fiery space all by himself. As soon as these words came out, countless netizens in Dasha froze and clicked on the live broadcast module where that one pop-up screen was located, and then saw a picture that made everyone fall silent. Mudhorse, also dared to scare me? I thought there were more 5th order fierce beasts? Just this? No strength, old brother. An unpleasant voice rang out from within the live broadcast, and everyone was able to see that Ji Duan was currently madly whipping a dead flame python. And in that flame python's body, there is a bowl-like wound looks extremely hideous, but also because of that wound, making the flame python's vitality completely dissipated. This guy killed the flame python of the early 5th stage? When the viewers who had just rushed to this live broadcast room saw this scene, dense question marks immediately surfaced in their minds. At the same time, an incomparably strong look of horror surged across their faces. This was an early 5th stage ferocious beast. What should be known was that under the same realm, ferocious beasts were often more powerful than martial artists of the same realm, and for an early 5th stage ferocious beast, even an average 5th stage 2nd or 3rd level martial artist wouldn't dare to say that they would be able to kill it. However, Yi Chuan had killed an early 5th stage beast. The most important thing was that Yi Chuan was still only at the 4th stage of cultivation. This was also able to do it? Many people's faces surfaced in bewilderment when they saw this scene. Ha ha ha, worthy of being my old man student. Outside the flaming space channel, Li Chengfeng held his cell phone, looking at the images in the live broadcast room and vocalized a loud laugh. Xu Xiaotian on the side looked a bit strange. No, Yi Chen shouldn't have joined the Star River Academy yet, right? How did he become your student? The smile on Li Chengfeng's face slightly stiffened as he looked at Xu Xiaotian. What? You have an opinion? Within the light voice, but it contained a touch of sharpness. Xu Xiaotian instantly shook his head. No opinion. Absolutely no opinion. Jokingly, how would he dare to have any opinions? At the same time, Xu Xiaotian also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I held back at that time and didn't give that kid Ji Chuan a punch, otherwise. Li Shifeng, this dog knows about it, he shall not strip me of my skin. Thinking about Li Shifeng's strength, Xu Xiaotian couldn't help but shiver coldly. This fellow, said to be in the top 3 of the 8th rank, but if he started to go crazy, even a 9th rank powerhouse would have to be afraid. He himself was only someone who had just broken through the 8th rank, so if he could not provoke or try not to provoke. The most important thing is? This fellow was extremely protective. This was the consensus in the hearts of all the high-ranked powerhouses in the entire Grand Xia. Chapter 75 directly scared the ferocious beast into burning its life? Killing the enemy, Bazho is very happy, proficiency +2. Killing the enemy in the next stage. The flowing shadow step is very joyful. Skillfulness +2. Killing the enemy at the next level, silent sword technique is very happy, proficiency +2. A subtitle appeared in Yi Chen's field of vision once again. It wasn't until he saw the subtitles that Yi just stopped whipping the corpse and laughed joyfully. I almost forgot that the system still has this function. An early 5th stage ferocious beast. Seems to be just like this, right? Doesn't that mean that? As long as I kill 49 more early 5th rank ferocious beasts, my breathing method and martial arts will be able to be upgraded to a great success? Or even break through the 5th rank? Yi Chen's eyes instantly became bright as if a hunter had seen his prey. He licked his lips, his eyes filled with that color of excitement. What is this guy? Going crazy again? How? Is there a bad feeling? Countless Dasha netizens suddenly fell silent as they looked at that silly smile on Yi Chen's face. If I were a ferocious beast, looking at the smile on Yi Chuan's face, I'm afraid I'd be trembling with fear, right? More than that. I have a damn feeling that this guy could level the fiery flame space. Someone spoke excitedly. Flatten the flaming space? How is it possible? Even if Yi Chuan is able to kill early 5th ranked beasts, don't forget that even the lowest 5th ranked space has several 5th ranked beasts sitting in it. Is it possible that Yi Chuan is still able to kill all of the 5th ranked beasts? In case a mid 5th rank beast is born, even Yi Chuan wouldn't be a match for a mid 5th rank beast. Someone immediately objected. In the face of such words, the crowd merely smiled bashfully. Obviously, it was just a joke. Yi Chen being able to kill an early 5th stage flame python was already beyond their imagination. As for Yi Chen being able to do more, that might not be the case. A 5th level alien space is not something that can be swept away so easily. The thoughts of the crowd within the live broadcast room were unknown to Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan just knew that his current proficiency level had increased a little bit from time to time. This made Yi Dust very excited. After all, the breathing techniques and martial arts of the 6th rank were not that easy to be able to raise, even within the 5th rank foreign space. Not to mention that the current breathing techniques and martial arts could be upgraded to the minor achievement realm, which was even more difficult. On the contrary, the proficiency level was still increasing, which made Yi Chuan inwardly excited. Sure enough, the college entrance exam is my turf, and the improvement brought about by the college entrance exam is even greater than the improvement I got from practicing for several months in the Jiangnan training camp. This is simply heaven. There are also the 5th order ferocious beasts within the foreign space. Each one of them is a treasure. Set a small goal. Let's do 10 early 5th order beasts first, and then after I break through the 5th order, I'll come back and slowly find those mid 5th order beasts to trouble me. Yi Chuan smiled with the corner of his mouth as he strutted towards the nearest early 5th rank beast. At this moment, in the middle of the central region of the blazing fire space, a candidate's figure slowly emerged, and the figures of Luo Wufei, Mu Qingxue, and even Zhu Chek also appeared in this central region. At the sight of the crowd, even Luo Wuxie and the others were relieved. As long as we gather together, the ferocious beasts within the fiery flame space will not be a great threat to us. Zhu Inspection smiled and spoke. The crowd also followed the words of Zhu Chang and the others as Zhu Chang revealed a smile. The sudden upgrade of the blazing space had made them more or less worried in their hearts. After all, a 5th level foreign space was not something they could fight against. This was especially true for those candidates who only had 3rd level cultivation. Originally, the 4th level of foreign space already had a certain degree of difficulty for them, and now it was suddenly upgraded to the 5th level of foreign space, naturally making their hearts worried beyond measure. However, when they saw the crowd, as well as the best among the college entrance exams such as Zhu Inspection, their hearts gradually became stabilized. Wait, where's Yi Chen? Where is this guy? Suddenly Yan Xuanxiu, who was among the crowd, looked around, but did not see Yi Chen's figure. This remark also attracted the attention of many people. Yeah, why haven't we seen Yi Chen? If Yi Chuan was here, our probability of survival would be higher, right? After all, he is at the 9th level of the flying sky. That's right, with Yi Chuan here, even if we were to face a 5th level beast, we would have the power to fight. As Yan Xuanxiu opened his mouth, many people also began to look around, trying to find Yi Chen's figure. Luo Wuxie and the others' brows were slightly clustered, as the top few existences in the college entrance exam, they naturally had their own arrogance in their hearts. It was just that under this situation nowadays, they also had to admit that with Yi Chen, a demon of the 9th level of the flying sky, here, the probability of them surviving would be greater. So they also just frowned, but did not say anything. Only, after surveying around, they were the ones who realized that Yi Chen's figure was not nearby at all. Strange, Yichuan didn't even come over. Is it possible that he was delayed by something? The complexion of the crowd gradually became puzzled. Perhaps he has encountered danger. Someone slowly spoke. By the way, are your teleportation jade slips still working? I just tried it, and the teleportation jade slip isn't working at all. The foreign space is upgrading, the space is unstable, even an 8th ranked powerhouse can't do anything about it, unless we wait for the space to stabilize, or a 9th ranked powerhouse makes a move, otherwise, nothing can be done about it. Someone took out a teleportation jade slip and laughed bitterly. After noticing the upgrading of the foreign space, they had tried the teleportation jade slip at the first opportunity, yet there was no effect at all. It seems that we can only wait for the space to stabilize, or for my Grandxia's 9th ranked powerhouses to step in. One candidate after another sighed. Everyone. At this time, Luo Wuhui stepped forward. Now that the alien space has been upgraded, the only way to fight the dangers within the 5th level alien space is to work together, so all of you acting now, you can all listen to the command. If someone is doing it for their own selfish desires, causing all of us to fall into danger, then don't blame the lance in Mr. Luo's hand. In Luo Wuxie's hand, a pitch-black lance emerged, wrapped in an obliterating force, a powerful aura that instantly shocked the entire scene. Causing the surroundings to instantly become incredibly quiet, no one raised an objection at this time. They knew very well that Luo Wufei's words were the only way they could survive. Now, guard the surroundings. Once a ferocious beast approaches, shoot on sight. Luo Wuhu's icy cold voice echoed in the surroundings. Not bad, worthy of being an early 5th stage ferocious beast, it's full of treasures. At this moment, in the depths of the fiery space, in front of Yichuan, there was a black giant wolf with a height of 7 or 8 meters lying in front of him, and even though the giant wolf was already dead, it still emitted a powerful pressure. It made the surrounding beasts not dare to approach. Yichuan, on the other hand, picked up the spirit sword in his hand, and put all the valuable parts of the giant wolf into the Xian ring. His face was full of excitement. It took several minutes before Yichuan managed to empty all the valuable parts of the giant wolf's body. Only then did he clap his hands with satisfaction, ready to go and look for the next prey. When Yichuan had just raised his head, his gaze instantly locked eyes with a ferocious beast of the early 5th stage. Immediately afterward, the corners of Yichuan's mouth gradually sketched out an arc. As for that early 5th stage ferocious beast, it first glanced at Yichuan, and then at the corpse of its kind lying in front of Yichuan. Especially when it saw the slight arc outlined at the corner of Yichuan's mouth, a fearful emotion unexpectedly surfaced in that pair of pupils. Without any hesitation, that early 5th stage ferocious beast turned its head and ran. Yichuan was first stunned, and then he became furious. You stop right there. Don't run. His grandmother, having appeared in front of me, how dare you run? Yichuan was incomparably furious, and immediately ran the flowing light absolute shadow step. As a 6th rank step, the speed increase brought to Yi-Dust was incomparably terrifying. Merely being able to see a trail of residual shadows emerge, Yi-Dust's figure had already directly spanned a position of hundreds of meters. In just a split second, he had closed the distance between him and the early 5th stage beast. Seeing this, the fear in the pupils of that early 5th stage beast became more and more intense. It let out a low roar, and the chi and blood in its body burned crazily at this moment, and its speed was also suddenly accelerated at this moment. This early 5th stage ferocious beast had even burned its life hard under Yi Chen's pursuit. And so, the image of a 4th ranked martial artist, chasing after a 5th ranked ferocious beast and hacking at it, was also directly uploaded to the live broadcast. Countless Dasha viewers had fallen into silence at this moment. Isn't it said that the 5th rank foreign space is dangerous? How do I feel that? The dangerous one is Yi Chen? No, this dude wouldn't consider the blaze space as his own territory, right? That's an early 5th stage ferocious beast. Surprisingly, it was hardened by Yichuan to the point of burning its life? Saying what the hell? Question marks surfaced in the minds of countless Dasha spectators. Wait, the direction that this beast ran over to seems to be where Luo Wuji and the others are. Suddenly, a viewer who had turned away from Luo Wuxiez in their livestream noticed this and sent a pop-up screen. Where Luo Wuxie and the others are located. The crowd first froze, then their expressions gradually became strange. It was not known if they were worried about Luo Wu enemy and the others, or if it was because Yi Chen's ferocious scene had made them look strange. At this moment, even though Luo Wuhu and the others had converged together, they were quickly attacked by the ferocious beasts around them. However, what made them breathe a sigh of relief was that the ones that attacked them were only some 4th-ranked ferocious beasts and 3rd-ranked ferocious beasts. 5th-ranked ferocious beasts. They have not yet appeared. Chapter 76, The Candidate's Fear, Boy Here I Come. Countless Dasha viewers watched one live broadcast after another, especially when they saw Luo Wuji and the others converging on the team. Their eyes were filled with pity. Good news, there were no 5th-order ferocious beasts killing towards Luo Wuhu and the others yet. Bad news. Yi Chuan chased after a life-burning 5th-order fierce beast to kill towards where they were. Outside the blazing space, the parents of those candidates, and even the powerful martial artists behind them, couldn't help but roar even more when they saw this scene. No, what is Yi Chen doing? Why must he chase this ferocious beast to Luo Wuhu and the others? Isn't this bringing trouble to Luo Wufei and the others? This son is truly hateful. Some of the candidates' parents' eyes instantly reddened at this moment. Originally, there was no 5th-rank ferocious beast making a move on Luo Wuhu and the others, and they saw the hope of being able to delay, but now an early 5th-order ferocious beast that was burning with life was killing towards Luo Wuji and the others, even though Yi Chen was chasing after them from the back, but this would just as easily cause that touch of ruthlessness in the heart of this early 5th-order ferocious beast. If it rushed into Luo Wuji's group, what would happen to them would be unimaginable. So much so, one of the candidates' parents looked at Yi Chuan in anger, and the color of hatred surfaced in their eyes. What are you screaming for? Didn't you see that this is the route chosen by the ferocious beast? However, their side had only just rebuked, when Li Changfeng on the side was unwilling. Is it hard to believe that Yi Chuan is still able to control the escape route of the ferocious beast? Or does Yi does know that Luo Wuhu and the others are in this direction? Li Shifeng glared at the parents of this group of candidates, his calf-protecting character directly exposed. But there was still a candidate's parent with red eyes who wanted to argue something. However, Li Shifeng's body was already having a ray of sharpness appearing, hardening this candidate's parent to shut his mouth. Well, can't fight. But even so, in their hearts at the moment, they also had some indignation towards Yi Chen. In their opinion, all of this was Yi Chen's reason. Inside the fiery space, Luo Wuhui and the others were still constantly fighting those 3rd and 4th-ranked ferocious beasts. Although the ferocious beasts were numerous, the number of candidates was also not small. Even in the face of a dense wave of beasts attacking them, they were still able to barely hold on. However, just at this time, roar, roar, roar. An angry low roar came. Just this one voice contained an extremely powerful pressure, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. And those candidates even heard this roar. The entire body couldn't help but tremble up, as if they were extremely afraid of this horrifying pressure. This is Luo Wuhu and the others turned their heads violently towards the direction where the voice came from, their faces gradually becoming gloomy. The image they least wanted to see appeared. This voice and pressure was clearly something that only a 5th-ranked ferocious beast could erupt from. Damn it, has it finally been targeted by a 5th-rank ferocious beast after all? Luo Wuxie gripped the long spear in his hand tightly, gritting his teeth with a touch of unwillingness in his eyes. Even though as the #1 heavenly pride of the Imperial Capital training camp, Luo Wujin asked himself that no one was his opponent this year, but facing a 5th-order ferocious beast. Even if Luo Wu's enemy's heart was incomparably proud, he had to admit that even he was nothing more than a mole in front of a 5th-rank ferocious beast. Everyone, get ready! Luo Wuhu took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. Whether or not we can survive depends on whether or not we can resist this 5th-rank ferocious beast. Luo Wuhu roared lowly. However, it was with the emotion of fear that began to spread out amongst one candidate. The 5th-rank ferocious beast was definitely not something they could resist. Dang! 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 The vibration sound of extremely fast frequency came continuously. The sound gradually became loud. They knew that the 5th-rank ferocious beast was near them now. Finally, a brown silhouette instantly attacked from afar, a terrifying power of qi and blood burning on his body. The pressure spread out. Even the surrounding ferocious beasts couldn't help but prostrate themselves on the ground under this pressure, not daring to move. At this time, they were able to see that is actually a brown tiger beast, body length of 4 or 5 meters, just that tail, as if the iron rod, enough to open the stone-broken mountain. Berserk qi and blood power, like a flame in general burning. Eyes scarlet, full of tyrannical color, mouth, teeth hideous, flashing cold. This is the 5th-rank ferocious beast, Sawtooth Iron-Tail Tiger. Luo Wuxie's heart sank once again, recognizing the name of the ferocious beast in front of him. The despair in many people's hearts intensified after they heard Luo Wuyu's words. The sawtooth iron-tailed tiger was an extremely powerful existence amongst the fifth order fierce beasts. Even if it was only at the early fifth order, its true fighting strength was above most of the early fifth order fierce beasts. Even in the face of a mid-fifth order beast, it is capable of wrenching the existence of the wrist. Now, such an extremely terrifying ferocious beast had unexpectedly appeared in front of them. Could it be that? Really have to die here? Luo Wuhui's heart had an endless color of unwillingness emerge. He gripped the long spear in his hand tightly, with a strand of spear on emerging, wrapped in a trace of obliterating power. No. Even if I die, I have to die standing up. The color of determination flickered within Luo Wuhu's eyes. In the next moment, the chi and blood in his body roared out, and he violently killed towards that sawtooth iron-tailed tiger with his lance in hand. All of you are still not going to make a move. What's the better time to wait? Luo Wuhu roared lowly. Behind him, Mu Qingxue and Zhu Chek and the others naturally reacted at the first time, and they all erupted with powerful strength, and together with Luo Wuhu, they killed towards that sawtooth iron-tailed tiger. Rumble! A killing fury converged together, crazily killing towards the sawtooth iron-tailed tiger. Only, such a terrifying killing spell was still more or less inadequate in front of the sawtooth iron-tailed tiger. However, at this moment, within the eyes of the sawtooth iron-tailed tiger, there was a color of fear that surfaced. This scene was also instantly noticed by Luo Wuhu and the others. This ferocious beast appears to be afraid? Could it be that our killing has worked? Or is this ferocious beast injured? Luo Wuhu and the others' eyes instantly lit up, looking hopefully at the joint kills of their own and others. Bang! However, as a muffled sound exploded, their joint killing attack landed on top of the sawtooth iron-tailed tiger, but it didn't cause half a bit of damage to the sawtooth iron-tailed tiger. Just the other party's iron tail swept across a bit, easily dissolved their attacks. All of a sudden, again, it was given to Luo Wufei and they won't be able to do the whole thing. What is this situation? In an instant, Luo Wuxi and the others were in a daze. Obviously they had detected a hint of fear in the eyes of the sawtooth iron-tailed tiger, but why had their own killings failed to work? Could it be that the target that made the jagged iron-tailed tiger fearful wasn't their joint killing attack? However, although their kills didn't cause any damage to the sawtooth iron-tailed tiger, they managed to delay the sawtooth iron-tailed tiger's speed. It caused the sawtooth iron-tailed tiger to stay hard in place for a few seconds. And it was also these few seconds of time, in the eyes of the jagged iron-tailed tiger, the color of fear became more and more intense. At this time, behind him, a strange laughter rang out violently. Jia jia jia, baby, don't run. Run again. People are going to be heartbroken. With the sound of this strange laughter, all the candidates could not help but freeze. Yan Chuanxiu and the others' eyes even surfaced a touch of doubt. They merely felt that this voice appeared to be somewhat familiar. And that sawtooth iron-tailed tiger was even more so when it heard this voice. The color of fear in its eyes became more and more intense. Roar, roar, roar. It roared lowly as if it was warning something. However, none of this was of any use. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A crisp sword sound suddenly echoed out. With a strand of sharp sword chi, suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, followed by everyone was able to see, just in front of them was incomparably ferocious sawtooth iron-tailed tiger, facing the sky of sword chi when. Surprisingly, it was like a piece of tofu, unexpectedly unable to resist for half a minute. Puffing. The sword chi tore apart the body of the sawtooth iron-tailed tiger, and blood gushed out crazily, so much so that above the entire battlefield, the smell of blood became more and more intense. Thud. Under the shroud of sword chi, the huge body of the sawtooth iron-tailed tiger collapsed heavily onto the ground. In an instant, the entire battlefield became silent. All the candidates stared blankly at the sawtooth iron-tailed tiger that had collapsed, its vitality gradually dissipating, and even the ferocious beasts on the side that were prostrate on the ground because of the sawtooth iron-tailed tiger's mighty pressure were also looking at the corpse at the moment with clueless eyes. A thin figure slowly emerged. It was reflected in everyone's vision. Yi Chen. Among the crowd, Yan Chuanxiu let out a cry of surprise, followed by endless joy welling up on his face. Yi Chuan? The crowd snapped back to their senses and looked towards that thin youth, but their complexion became incomparably complicated at this moment. The name Yi Chuan. Whether it was among the candidates or among those Xia people, it was incomparably loud. Now, when Yi Chuan appeared in front of them, and even killed the early 5th stage sawtooth iron-tailed tiger in front of them, their expressions, one by one, became incredibly complicated. Yi Chuan slowly walked next to the sawtooth iron-tailed tiger, and when he heard Yin Xuanxio's words, he couldn't help but be stunned, and it was only at this time that he also noticed the crowd. Eh? You guys are here too, huh? At these words, the corners of countless people's mouths twitched slightly. Good guy, hundreds of people here, combined with the fact that you did not see it before, right? Are you blind? Chapter 77 Beast Tide Attack. Yi Dust was right. Yi Chuan looked at the candidates in front of him smilingly, only that although he was looking at them, Yi Chuan's gaze fell on top of the system panel that only he himself could see. Manifestation of sainthood in front of people, Bazho rejoices, proficiency plus 10. Manifestation of sainthood in front of people, flowing light absolute shadow step is very joyful, proficiency plus 10. Manifestation of sainthood in front of people, silent sword technique rejoices greatly, proficiency plus 10. Cultivation progress plus 1. These people can be good seedlings. The corners of Yi Chuan's mouth were thick with smiles. One must know that after the breathing techniques and martial arts had been raised to a minor success of the 6th rank, it could be incomparably difficult for this to raise the proficiency, that is, the strength of these candidates was placed here. Otherwise, it would be impossible to directly add 10 points of proficiency at once. This is already very impressive. Of course, if so many of them were 5th order, or even 6th order powerhouses, the proficiency would go up even more. But so far, Yi Chuan was also already very satisfied. Thinking of this, Yi Dust's mind moved, and the system panel surfaced. Name, Yi Dust. Cultivation, Flying Martial Artist 97-100. Bazho Vomiting Technique, Minor Achievement 18-100. Flowing Light Absolute Shadow Steps, Minor Achievement 18-100. Silent Sword Technique, Minor Achievement 18-100. Sword Chi, 99-100. Well, after killing so many 5th-ranked ferocious beasts, coupled with the emotional stimulation of collecting them, it's about to be raised to the 5th rank as well. Yi Chen looked at his system panel and was quite satisfied. After all, to be able to have such an increase at this point in time, it was already quite good. Great Xia, in a hidden space. The Scarlet Lord and a member of the Scarlet Church looked at this scene and also fell into silence. Boss. 5th-ranked ferocious beasts. Don't seem to be too much of a problem for Yi Chen. A member of the Scarlet Church looked at the Scarlet Lord and issued a question from the depths of his soul. The Scarlet Lord was silent. The entire hidden space was also silent as everyone looked at the Scarlet Lord. After a few moments, there was a touch of ruthlessness that surfaced within the Scarlet Lord's eyes. No matter how powerful Yi Chuan is, he is only one person. Since a head of early 5th stage ferocious beasts won't work, then create a beast tide for him. Madness appeared on the Scarlet Lord's face at first glance. Hiss. A single member of the Scarlet Church couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after hearing the Scarlet Lord's words. Beast tide. That was an existence that was enough to terrify countless Xia martial artists. A beast tide in a 5th-level alien space, even a 5th-ranked powerhouse could die inside. As for martial artists below the 5th rank, there is even no possibility of surviving. But nowadays, all of Xia's strongest eyes are in this fiery space. Even if we want to create a beast tide, there's no way for us to do it. A member of the Scarlet Church couldn't help but say. The Scarlet Lord's gaze faintly glanced at the fellow who had spoken, and that icy cold look instantly caused this person to shut his mouth. We are not able to do it, but the fierce beast camp may not be unable to do it. Even if we can't create a complete beast tide, it's still enough to make the great Xia's heavenly pride lose heavily in it. Within the Scarlet Lord's eyes, the color of coldness was extremely dense, causing the temperature of the surrounding space to drop a lot. Quite a few members of the Scarlet Church had their bodies tremble at this moment. Everyone's gazes fell on Yi Chuan's body, and their eyes were filled with a complex color. Especially Luo Wuhui and the others. Before the actual combat test started, they were eager to see Yi Chen's strength. After all, in their view, they were the deserving heavenly pride, and even though Yi Chen had ruthlessly left them behind in the previous 2 rounds, it still couldn't stop the heart in their hearts that wanted to challenge Yi Chen. However, with that sawtooth iron-tailed tiger dying in Yi Chen's hands, they also all pressed this idea in their hearts. After all, the challenge returns to the challenge. But it is not the desire to be unilaterally abused. What are all looking at me for? Yi Chen touched his face and looked at the crowd suspiciously. Only then did the crowd move their gazes away from Yi Chen's body. Yan Shuanqiu walked over to Yi Chen's side and said with a smile, "With you here, we'll be able to survive unscathed within this fiery space." When these words came out, one candidate revealed a smile. Even though Luo Wuxie and the others had a million prouts in their hearts, at this moment, they were forced to admit that Yi Chen's arrival had indeed added a lot of safety to them. At least, they didn't have to worry about the fifth-order fierce beasts anymore. Yi Chuan shook his head. He didn't want to stay here. Instead of staying here, he would be better off hunting the fifth-ranked ferocious beasts, so that he would still be able to raise his cultivation and even increase his proficiency. However, before Yi Chuan's words could be said, suddenly, rumble! A low sound came from the depths of that fiery space, as if there were tens of thousands of hordes trampling on the earth at the same time. Accompanied by a low hissing sound, it echoed throughout the entire heavens and earth, a terrifying sound wave that even brought the surrounding trees rooted above the earth to uproot at this moment. A powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire heaven and earth. This is... Many people's complexions changed violently at this moment. Luo Wuhui and the others were even more unsightly, almost gritting their teeth as they spoke, "Beast-tide." The moment these words came out, countless people's hearts sank violently at this moment. Not only were these candidates, but the one and all Daxia populace who were still paying attention to the live broadcast were also discovering the clues. How is it possible? A beast-tide? A beast-tide in a level 5 alien space? Damn it, what the hell is going on? First the flame space upgrades, and now the beast-tide. The people of the Scarlet Church, what the hell do they want? Many people roared out in anger. Within the headquarters of the Martial Alliance, there was even an extremely terrifying aura stirring out, enveloping the entire city. And outside of the blazing space, the parents of the candidates who were still relieved, at this moment, their eyes turned scarlet again. Beast-tide. How could this happen, my son? Scarlet Church, your ancestors. Damn it, why haven't the 9th rank powerhouses come over yet? A beast-tide has appeared in the flame space, what should we do? One candidate's parents were instantly in a big mess when they saw the signs of that beast-tide. Even within Li Qingfeng's eyes, a flash of stern killing intent surged out, having a sword sound that echoed out. He took out the phone and dialed the vice dean's number, roaring, "When will the dean come over? The fiery flame space has evolved into a beast-tide." The vice dean over there was also incomparably anxious at this moment. After all, he was also paying attention to the live broadcast screen, so he naturally knew the situation here. Dean here has been stopped by a 9th-ranked ferocious beast. It will take at least another 15 minutes. Listening to the vice dean's words, the dash of fury on Li Qingfeng's body became more and more intense. 15 minutes. In other words, the candidates within the flaming space needed to hold out for 15 minutes under the attack of the beast-tide. This was not good news. Under the tidal wave of beasts, even martial artists of the same realm could die inside. Don't look at Yi Chuan being able to kill a 5th-order fierce beast, but that was only something that could be done by fighting alone. And the 5th-rank beasts in the beast-tide are not just one or two so simple. More importantly, there are many 3rd-order and even 4th-order beasts. One person's power is ultimately limited. Scarlet Church. Within Li Qingfeng's eyes, there was killing intent surging out. Beast-tide. One candidate's face instantly turned pale. Even the bodies of Luo Wuhu and the others couldn't help but tremble. It was true that they were heavenly prides, but they were facing a beast-tide in a rank 5 alien space, even though this alien space had not yet stabilized, and there were at most some ferocious beasts at the beginning of the 5th rank. But the appearance of the beast-tide for them is tantamount to the end of the world. Thinking about this, even their hearts were in a panic. Yi Chuan, what now? Yan Shuanqiu also looked at Yi Duan helpfully at this moment. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Duan. From the moment Yi Duan killed the sawtooth iron-tailed tiger, they had already taken Yi Duan as their backbone. Now that the beast-tide was coming, naturally, they also placed all their hopes on that Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced at them lightly and said, "What else can we do? Kill?" These words not only didn't dispel the fear in their hearts, but instead made this fear grow stronger and stronger. Killing is easy to say, but doing it is 10,000 times more difficult. However, Yi Chuan didn't care about the thoughts of the others at this moment, but looked at the direction of that beast-tide coming, and there was a touch of excitement surfacing in his eyes. Beast-tide. Don't know how many ferocious beasts at the early stage of the 5th rank will be there. I'm relying on you guys to break through the 5th rank. Saying that, Yi Chuan licked his lips, and with one step, he took a step towards the location where the beast-tide was coming. And this scene, falling in everyone's field of vision, it was as if Yi Chuan's thin body was standing in front of everyone, shielding everyone from the wind and rain. Yi Chun. For a moment, countless candidates were moved. Luo Waoxie and the others clenched their teeth and reddened their eyes. Yi Chen is right, then kill. If he, Yi Duan, can be so open and fearless, naturally, we are not afraid either. Luo Wuhu roared lowly. Mu Qingshui didn't speak, she just silently took out a spirit sword and stood behind Yi Chen. Xu Jian, who was on the side, was silent for a while, his shin ring flashed, and in an instant, a weapon that emitted raging spirituality instantly appeared out of thin air. His grandmother, this college entrance examination, it's a loss to the point of bursting. Xu Qian cursed, but he realized that Yi Chen in front of him did not know when he turned his head, and his gaze fell straight on top of the weapons he had summoned. Chapter 78 Sword Intent Realm. Soloing the Beast Tide. Xu Jian noticed Yi Chen's gaze and couldn't help but stare. What are you looking at my weapon for? Yi Chuan didn't reply, only his gaze fell dead center on top of the weapon that Zhu Chang had summoned. Even couldn't help but lick his lips. The types of these weapons were very complicated, but there were a large number of them, and there were more than a dozen spirit swords alone. Moreover, just the spirit swords of the 4th class level alone had a full 10 handles. There were even 2 5th rank spirit swords. What you need to know is that the price of spirit swords is already expensive. Even in the Jiangnan training camp, if you want to buy a 4th class spirit sword, you need tens of thousands of points. Moreover, it was also priced out of the market, and one needed to go through a reservation to be able to buy it. So much so that Yi Chuan was already a martial artist at the 10th level of the Flying Sky, but he was still using a 3rd class tiger's sword. Each of the spirit swords summoned by Zhu Inspection was above the rank of the tiger's whistle sword. More importantly, these spirit swords were able to raise one's martial arts proficiency, or even raise one's sword Dao Realm A. For a while, Yi Chuan's eyes also began to gradually become fiery. Are you so rich? Yi Chuan looked at Zhu Chang slyly and said. Zhu Chang was looked at by Yi Duan, and for some reason, there was a burst of panic in his heart, always feeling that something bad was about to happen to him. However, Zhu Chang still nodded his head after swallowing his saliva. It's still a little bit of money. When these words came out, Yi Chen was silent. A little bit of small money. They had 10 4th rank spirit swords, a few 5th rank spirit swords, and even other spirit weapons that they said they took out. Is this called a little bit of petty cash? Even the wealth of a 6th ranked powerhouse was nothing more than that, right, and it wasn't even comparable to these things that Zhuchek had taken out. Worthy of being the young chairman of the Heavenly Treasure Chamber of Commerce. Yi Chen said with some acidity. Zhu Chang was silent, he was naturally able to hear the sourness in Yi Duan's words, and after some hesitation, he said to Yi Duan. How about you pick one? As soon as these words came out, Zhu Chang was able to see that Yi Duan's eyes were literally shining with light. This was the first time that Zhu Chang had seen someone's eyes that were able to shine with light in them. Then I'll be polite. Yi Chuan rubbed his hands together and came directly next to Zhu Chang and started picking and choosing. This one is good, this one is also good, oops, this one is also good. Hiss, I suddenly feel that this one is also good. Yi Chuan touched one spirit sword after another, seemingly picking and choosing, but in fact, at this moment in Yi Chuan's field of vision, a pop-up screen instantly surfaced. Absorbing the power of the spirit sword, silent sword technique proficiency +5. Absorbing the power of the spirit sword, the white light of the sword chi evolution becomes brighter and brighter. Absorbing the power of the spirit sword, silent destruction sword technique proficiency +5. Absorbing the power of the spirit sword, the white light of the sword chi evolution becomes more and more radiant. After Yi Chuan had touched all the 4th rank spirit swords one by one, Yi Chuan was able to land his gaze on that 5th rank spirit sword. He tentatively smiled at Zhu Jian and said, so what? Can I choose the 5th order spirit sword as well? Looking at Yi Chuan's smiling appearance, Zhu Inspection once again fell into silence. This guy has such a thick skin? However, fortunately, as the young president of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, the 5th order spirit swords were really nothing in Zhu Chang's eyes, and he just waved his hand airily, choose, the one you see is the one. Upon hearing this, the excitement on Yi Chen's face became even more intense. He hurriedly gripped a 5th rank spirit sword. Absorbing the power of a spirit sword, silent sword technique proficiency +20. Absorbing the power of a spirit sword, sword chi evolves to the sword intent realm. The moment Yi Chuan held the first 5th rank spirit sword in his hand, the subtitles reappeared. Immediately afterward, a flash of light also surged out from Yi Chuan's eyes. Sword Intent Realm. In an instant, a wave of enlightenment instantly surged into Yi Chuan's mind, and Yi Chuan quickly digested the enlightenment in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, Yi Chen's body was surging with a raging sharpness. At this moment, Yi Chuan was as if he had transformed into a sharp sword that had yet to be unsheathed, and his entire body exuded a burst of sharpness that even made people's eyes sting. Sword Intent Realm. This is a sword Dao realm that even a 5th rank martial artist may not be able to master. I didn't expect that today I would rely on Zhu Inspection's spirit sword and evolve to this step. In that case, early 5th rank ferocious beasts are like chopping melons and cutting vegetables in front of me. There was a flash of brilliant light flickering in Yi Chuan's eyes. However, the 5th rank spirit swords hadn't even finished absorbing Yi Chuan heatedly smiled, then picked up a few other spirit swords and absorbed them one by one. When all the spirit swords were absorbed, Yi Dust then summoned the system panel between his thoughts. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Flying Heavenly Martial Artist 97-100. Bazho Vomiting Method, Minor Achievement 18-100. Flowing Light Absolute Shadow Steps, Minor Achievement 18-100. Silent Sword Technique, Grand Completion 2-100. Sword Intent, Introductory 40-100. The Silent Sword Technique has reached its grand completion, and the sword intent has been initiated. My current battle power is at least several times more powerful than before. Feeling the terrifying power filling his body, Yi Chen revealed an intoxicated look. This scene, however, fell in front of the crowd, but it made these candidates and even those netizens of Daxia, one by one, their faces became strange. No, what's wrong with this dude? After touching the spirit sword, why is he suddenly showing such an expression? I've heard of those who get drunk from drinking, but I've never seen one who can get himself drunk from touching a spirit sword. This guy. One candidate and even Daxia netizens looked at Yi Chen with strange expressions. If Yi Chen's talent wasn't placed here and was really a bit scary, they would even treat Yi Chen as a cutie. Up. Only outside the fiery passageway, Li Chengfeng looked at Yi Chen's appearance with satisfaction. Not bad, my generation of sword cultivators should be like this. The spirit sword is the root of our sword cultivator. Treating the spirit sword should be like treating one's own child. Obviously, Yi Chen's kind of appearance, which fell in Li Chengfeng's eyes, was clearly a sword cultivator's care for his spirit sword. No one knew that it was purely because the spirit sword was able to increase Yi Chen's proficiency. After absorbing the power of all the spirit swords, only then did Yi Chuan casually choose a 5th rank spirit sword, and after weighing it in his hand, he smiled at Zhu Inspection and said, "Hee hee, thanks a lot, just this handle." Zhu Chang waved his hand and did not say anything more. After all, a 5th rank spirit sword could not be considered anything to Zhu Chang. After picking out the spirit sword, Yi Chuan also stopped talking nonsense and looked towards the tide of beasts that kept rushing over, and there was even a touch of sharp color surfacing in his eyes. Beast tide? It's just the right time to use it to test my full battle power. Yi Chuan softly opened his mouth, and immediately afterward, the whole person directly left a trail of residual shadows on the spot, instantly killing towards the leader of the ferocious beasts at the early stage of the 5th rank. Yi Chuan, this is a bit too reckless. This is a beast tide, but he didn't even resist with the other candidates. Why did he even charge up? Although it is said that Yi Chuan is able to kill early 5th stage ferocious beasts, but this is a beast tide. This action of Yi Chen also froze many Daxia netizens. Their faces changed drastically. They obviously did not expect that Yi Chen would choose such a way to fight against the beast tide. Haha, it seems that this great Xia's heavenly pride is nothing more than a little cutie. It's just a matter of really thinking that killing an early 5th stage ferocious beast would be able to counteract the beast tide? Simply looking for death. As the Scarlet Lord looked at the image of Yi Chen, he also couldn't help but let out a loud laugh, with a touch of mockery on his face. A cultivation of the 4th rank. Wanting to fight against a beast tide with 5th rank ferocious beasts is simply. The Scarlet Lord said, however, before he could finish his words, they directly came to an abrupt end. Only to see, Yi Chen transformed into a residual shadow and instantly rushed into that beast tide. Accompanied by an extremely subtle energy that roared out from Yi Chuan's body, strands of sword chi surrounded Yi Chuan, emitting a powerful might. Those sword chi unexpectedly became sharper and sharper under the augmentation of these subtle energies. Silence. A faint voice was spat out from Yi Chen's mouth. Immediately after, Yi Chen swung out his sword. Terrifying energy instantly erupted from the 5th rank spirit sword in Yi Chuan's hand, transforming into a sharp sword light that instantly cut through the entire heaven and earth. The ferocious beasts of the early 5th rank in that beast tide stopped their bodies under this sword. Immediately afterward, it was possible to see that on the bodies of those 5th order fierce beasts, there was actually a subtle sword mark that slowly surfaced. Blood. It was also at this moment that blood gushed out from that sword mark. The next moment, the bodies of those early 5th stage ferocious beasts, at this moment, instantly turned into 2 petals and fell heavily onto the ground. A burst of dust was raised. In an instant, no matter whether it was in the middle of the fiery space or in that live broadcast room, it all instantly became quiet. Even the ferocious beasts that kept rushing over from the rear stopped themselves stiffly as this scene surfaced. Terrified, they looked at the white clothes that stood quietly in the middle of the battlefield. How is this possible? The Scarlet Lord was first stunned, then a low roar came out of his mouth, and within his voice, it contained a strong look of disbelief. Previously, Yi Chuan had already shocked them by single-handedly killing the ferocious beasts at the early stage of the 5th rank, and now, Yi Chuan had even rushed into the beast tide alone, and in front of all the candidates, all the Dasha netizens, and even the members of the Scarlet Church. He killed the early 5th stage beast in the middle of the beast tide. This scene was thoroughly engraved into everyone's hearts. Chapter 79. In the future, this sun will be a pillar of my great Xia kingdom. Inside the flaming space, there was an incomparable silence. The ferocious tide of beasts, with the fall of a 5th order beast, hardened and stopped their bodies, and the remaining 3rd order, and even 4th order beasts, on their faces at this moment, even more humanized fear emerged. Immediately after, a world spectacle was displayed in front of everyone. Those ferocious beasts that had converged, at this moment, even turned around without hesitation and ran towards the depths of the fiery space. It was as if seeing some terrifying existence in general. And on the contrary, there was only a youth dressed in white, holding a spirit sword, standing there quietly. The beast tide was actually scared away by this guy. Suddenly, within the live broadcast, there was a netizen who muttered and opened his mouth. And what responded to him was endless silence. Obviously, this scene was something that no one had expected. If you say that Yi Chuan single-handedly challenged a 5th order ferocious beast, it was just that, but on the contrary, this guy also single-handedly challenged an entire wave of beasts. With his own strength, he had decimated the 5th order fierce beasts in the beast tide, and again, he had hardened the beast tide and scared it away. Looking at the history of the entire Grand Xia, the only one who could do this at the 4th rank was Lu Shang. Damn it! In a hidden space, the Lord of Scarlet looked at this scene, and even more so, his teeth were clenched, he clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Ji Chen. It never occurred to me that the one who ruined my plans would be a candidate for the entrance exam. Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan. Very well. This seat will remember your name. The Lord of Scarlet roared lowly, his voice echoing in this hidden space, containing endless rage. For the sake of this plan, the Scarlet Lord had expended many efforts to be the one to contact those ferocious beasts. Furthermore, forcibly upgrading the foreign space was not a small matter for the Scarlet Church and the Fierce Beasts camp, and it would cost a relatively large amount of money. It was to be able to annihilate this batch of Great Xia's heavenly pride. However, it was easily solved by a single candidate. It didn't even use the 9th-ranked powerhouses of Grand Xia to make a move. How could this not make the Lord of Scarlet angry? Yi Chuan. The Lord of Scarlet gazed at Yi Duan's face in death, as if he wanted to completely memorize Yi Duan's appearance inside his mind. At the same time, outside the flaming space, one of the parents of the candidates watched the words in the live broadcast room, and they also finally breathed a sigh of relief. The beast tide had receded, so the candidates within the flaming space were naturally unharmed. In this way, their hearts that were hanging in the air also completely fell. Even Li Chengfeng couldn't help but look at the live broadcast, his voice excited. Good, worthy of being the one I have my eye on. At this moment, Li Shifeng wanted to recruit Yi Chen as his student more and more. Such a talent. What others don't know, but Li Zhanfeng was able to see that when Yi Chuan killed those 5th order beasts in the beast tide, he clearly used his sword intent. Sword intent was a realm that countless swordsmen were pursuing. It could be said that after mastering the sword intent, one would have the qualifications to become a renowned swordsman of the world. Even so, it can be said that the only way to truly be able to say that one is a swordsman is to have mastered sword intent. And now, Yi Chen was only 18 years old, and he had already done it. This had never been seen before in the history of Great Xia. Such talent. Once it grows up, it is bound to be another slaying national pillar of my Grand Xia. Li Changfeng couldn't help but cry out in his heart. Pillar of the nation. A pillar of a country. That was only the true top powerhouses of the Grand Xia, the powerhouses that stood at the peak of the entire Grand Xia, the deservedly number one in one of the realms, were qualified to be called pillars of the nation. This was something that even some ninth order powerhouses could not do. If the thoughts in Li Changfeng's mind were known by other powerhouses, he was afraid of how much of a storm it would cause. Just because of the word national pillar. Just as everyone was excited in their hearts, all of a sudden, there was a burst of spatial distortion in that part of the heaven and earth of the blazing spatial passage. Immediately afterward, two figures appeared in the wilderness. Powerful aura fluctuations instantly stirred between heaven and earth, giving people a feeling that they could not help but want to worship them. Everyone's gazes fell on those two people. One of them, dressed in a Chinese mountain suit, was clearly the vice dean of the Star River Academy. As for the other person, although his figure was slightly stooped, the aura that stirred up the entire heaven and earth was diffused from this person's body. Dean. When Li Changfeng saw the visitor, he also couldn't help but pay a slight bow to the visitor and spoke respectfully. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of those candidates' parents changed and they hurriedly bowed to that old man. Greetings, Dean. Admittedly, the hunched old man in front of him was clearly the current dean of the Star River Academy. At the same time, was also a Xia 9th ranked powerhouse. An existence that could be compared to the Martial Alliance's town envoy. How are the children? The dean spoke calmly, but it was also possible to vaguely hear the dean's voice slightly anxious. One of the candidates' parents glanced at each other, and then someone said with a smile. Thanks to the dean's concern, those children. Dean, you'd better take a look yourself. Hearing these words, the dean couldn't help but be stunned. He looked to the side of the vice dean, who was also dumbfounded, then hurriedly took out his cell phone and handed it to the dean. The dean looked at the live broadcast screen within his cell phone, looking at those sitting on the ground eating, drinking, and chatting one candidate after another, and fell into silence. A moment later, the dean was then looking at the vice dean with a strange expression. Is this what you told me, that the children's lives were threatened? You're telling me that this is how they would look like they're being threatened with their lives? The dean pointed at the live broadcast screen and looked at the vice dean with an unkind gaze. After knowing that the college entrance exam had taken a turn for the worse, the first thing he did was to prepare to suppress the ferocious beasts within the 9th level foreign space, taking time out and preparing to come to the rescue of these candidates. After coming over in a hurry, he saw the scene in front of him. This eating and drinking, just like a spring trip, you tell me that this is a life-threatening situation? This. The vice dean was also completely confused when he saw this image. He found the dean the first time after he knew that there was a problem with the college entrance exam, so naturally he didn't have the time to check the live broadcast screen, and during that time, Li Changfeng also urged him once, so that the vice dean didn't have the time to pay attention to the live broadcast screen even more. After he and the dean came over, they were only able to see the scene in front of them. The dean glared at the vice dean, who stood between heaven and earth with a dumbfounded look on his face. It caused the entire space to fall into dead silence. Ahem, it's actually like this. After all, it was Li Changfeng who broke the silence, and after coughing, he slowly told the two what had just happened. After listening, the dean's eyes even directly had a flash of light burst out. Surprisingly, there is such a good seedling. This son must enter my Star River Academy. Only my Star River Academy is qualified to cultivate such a heavenly pride. The dean opened his mouth excitedly. There were not many things that could make this 9th rank powerhouse excited, and Yi Chen was one of them. As the dean of the Star River Academy, he was the top powerhouse of the world, and the dean was an existence that had experienced many years, but despite this, the dean of the Star River Academy had never seen a heavenly pride with such a terrifying talent. If this son is properly cultivated, in the future will certainly be able to become a pillar of the world. There was a bright light flickering in the dean's eyes, and even his voice became impassioned at this moment. The parents of the candidates outside of the flame space, including those powerful people from the Martial Alliance, couldn't help but have their bodies slightly shaken after hearing the dean's words. If these words had come from someone else's mouth, they might have thought that the other party was bull-ting. But for these words to come from the mouth of a 9th ranked powerhouse, the possibility of this matter was very high. A national pillar. The parents of one candidate and even the strongest members of the Martial Alliance looked at each other in dismay, and they had not expected that this dean of the Star River Academy would have such high expectations for Yi Chen. However, when they thought about Yi Chen's performance in this year's college entrance examination, they were relieved. In the college entrance examination, he had a cultivation of the 9th level of the flying sky, and even mastered the breathing method in martial arts of the 6th rank, and even killed a 5th rank beast. Such a situation, if a single item, perhaps a few decades can appear one. But together. In the history of Great Xia, there was only one person, Yi Chen. Dean, it's better to get the child out first, after all, it's still within the foreign space, in case the people from the Scarlet Church and the Fierce Beasts make some more trouble, it won't be good. The vice dean at the side stopped the dean's agitated appearance and said in a hurry. Oh, right, send the children out first. It was only at this time that the dean was able to react, and he hurriedly waved his hand, and a terrifying energy instantly seeped into that passageway. Little by little, the spatial fluctuations of that fiery spatial passage were stabilized. It was only after several minutes had passed that the dean stopped the seepage of energy and let out a long breath. All right, let the children come out. The dean said with a smile, but his eyes were looking towards the fiery spatial channel from time to time, as if he was expecting something. Meanwhile, within the flaming space, one candidate sat on the ground, eating, drinking, and chatting. Without the threat of the ferocious beasts, they were starting to become a bit nourished as well. Only Yi Chuan was sitting calmly on the ground at the moment, his gaze looking ahead. Those who didn't know thought that Yi Chuan was on the alert for the beast tide to go and return, which made people admire him. The only one who knew was Yi Chuan himself. At this moment, Yi Chuan's gaze was dead on the system panel in front of him. I have reached the 5th rank? Chapter 80. My teacher? I'm still your father. Yi Chuan looked at the system panel in front of him, and a flash of excitement surfaced in his eyes. Yi Chuan thought about how he would be able to have a great improvement in the middle of the college entrance exam. After all, the system's promotion method was undoubtedly the most suitable in an environment like the college entrance exam, where people were revealed to be saints. But Yi Dus did not think that the promotion would be so great. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Shackled Martial Artist 1-100. Bazho Vomiting Technique, Minor Achievement 32-100. Flowing Light Absolute Shadow Steps, Minor Achievement 32-100. Silent Sword Technique, Grand Completion 12-100. Sword Intent, Beginner 47-100. Inside his body, there was an extremely powerful energy that was constantly stirring in Yi Chuan's body. Yi Chen even felt. He was now facing the wave of beasts just now, and even if those beasts didn't leave out of fear, he alone would be able to annihilate all of them. 5th Stage Cultivation. 6th Rank Minor Breathing Technique, 6th Rank Minor Footwork, 6th Rank Major Sword Technique, and Entry-Level Sword Intent. With such a configuration, even when facing a martial artist at the 3rd or 4th level of the yoke, Yi Chuan dared to say that he would be able to crush them. So is the 5th rank feeling so wonderful? Yi Chuan slowly closed his eyes, feeling the raging sense of power coming from his body, gradually opening his eyes and grinning. Not bad. Just as Yi Chen was feeling his realm rise, Luo Wuhui and the others were also observing Yi Chen at this moment. Only the eyes they looked at Yi Chen with were complicated. I had thought that I would become that well-deserved number 1 in this session of the college entrance exam, but I didn't expect to meet this pervert. Luo Wuhui looked at Yi Chen's back and let out a sigh. This future 9th-ranked powerhouse of Disxia let out a sigh during the entrance exam. I feel like I'm just like a younger brother compared to Yi Chen. Such a feeling lasted until Luo Wuxi crossed into the 9th rank in the future. It wasn't just Luo Wao enemy who had such thoughts in his heart. Mu Qing Shui, even Zhu Jian, and even that naive young man from a certain primitive tribe, likewise had such thoughts. In front of Yi Chen, all of their proud talents seemed inadequate. Even compared to Yi Chuan, it was nothing more than a trifle. Why is there such a terrifying fellow? They fell into deep thought. Just as they were silent, all of a sudden, a candidate's excited voice rang out, "The teleportation jade slip is working. We can go out." These words immediately caused the eyes of those candidates who were still resting and chatting to light up. It's true, the jade slip really works. For a while, many of the candidates were excited. Even though the crisis had now faded, they wanted to leave this place. After all, this was a level 5 foreign space. Even though Yi Chuan had killed those early 5th order ferocious beasts, with the passage of time, there would still be mid-5th order, and even late 5th order and peak 5th order ferocious beasts gradually appearing within the 5th order alien space. At that time, I'm afraid that even Yi Chuan won't be able to resist it. Now that the jade slip could be used, they were naturally excited. Immediately, some candidates crushed the jade slip and teleported out. For them, the top priority right now is still to leave the blazing space. As for the college entrance exam scores, it was not as important as their lives. Even though there was a small portion of people who were reluctant, but once they thought of the terror of a grade 5 alien space, they ended up leaving one after another. Luo Wuhui and the others also chose to crush the jade slip. Only Yi Chen looked at the depths of the blazing space with some regret. 5th level alien space, this is a good place the Jiangnan training camp hasn't even mastered. If I can cultivate in this, maybe it won't take long for me to be able to cultivate to the 6th rank. Pity. Yi Chen shook his head. The other candidates were terrified of the 5th rank foreign space, but for Yi Chuan, this was a good place. As for any 5th order ferocious beasts, Yi Dust was really not afraid. With Yi Dust's current cultivation and strength, even a mid-5th order ferocious beast trying to kill Yi Dust would not be an easy task. However, the crowd had all left, so it was not good for Yi Chuan to stay here alone. In the end, when only Yi Dust was left alone, he crushed the jade slip and left this side of the world. Coming out. As the first candidate's voice appeared outside the blazing fire space, one candidate's parents' expression immediately became excited. After they saw their children, one by one, they all rushed forward, constantly surveying their children, fearing that there was an injury there. As Li Changfeng looked at this scene, he couldn't help but coldly snort in his heart. How can a pampered child raise a top martial artist? All the people of this generation are living in honey jars. Li Changfeng showed extreme disdain for the scene before him. However, when Yi Chuan's figure appeared outside the fiery spatial channel, a smile appeared on Li Xuanfeng's face as he took one step and came directly in front of Yi Chuan. Grabbing Yi Chuan's arm, he continuously surveyed it. Child, is everything alright? Li Changfeng's eyes carried a hint of concern, his appearance even more so than those parents of the candidates. However, Yi Chen froze. He had only just come out when he was grabbed by a disheveled middle-aged man that he didn't recognize, and with a gentle voice, he said to you, Child, is everything alright? If this were any other person to come, they would have to be confused. Not. Uncle, who are you? Yi Chuan struggled for a bit, and found that he could not break this middle-aged man's arm no matter what, and immediately glared at Li Shifeng in front of him and asked. Ha, I'm your teacher Li Changfeng didn't care and just giggled. I'm still your father. Yi Chuan immediately returned. Damn it, is he not clear whether he has a teacher or not? Just a random person said as their teacher, they do not want to face? There are people in front of themselves to get close. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for it. What the hell? Li Jianfeng was completely confused by Yi Chen's words. Who was he? Star River Academy Special 8th Order tutor, and even a top demon amongst the Sword Dao. Even some of the strongest people of the 9th Order did not have the same attainments in the Sword Dao as himself. It could be said that as long as one crossed into the 9th rank, one would most likely become a pillar of the Great Summer Sword Dao Nation. As a result, he was said to be his own father by a college entrance exam candidate? Li Changfeng was also considered someone who had seen a great deal, but in the face of these words from Yi Chen, he still fell into silence. Cough, this is the 8th ranked tutor of the Star River Academy, Li Shifeng. Finally, Zhu Xiaotian on the side couldn't stand it any longer and coughed, reminding Yi Chen in a whisper. Yi Chuan's pupils slightly shrunk, and the long-lost face-changing technique appeared on Yi Chuan's face. A smiling expression appeared on Yi Chuan's face, so it's Teacher Li. I almost didn't recognize him after not seeing him for so long. Li Shifeng became more and more silent. Has he and this guy met? And why did he feel that this kid's talent in changing faces was even more terrifying than his talent in Sword Dao? Li Chunfeng's first meeting with Yi Chuan was instantly confused by Yi Chuan. You are Yi Chuan, right? And at this time, the Vice Dean and Dean also appeared in front of Yi Chuan, with the Dean smilingly looking at Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan looked over, and just at the first sight of the Dean, a feeling surfaced in Yi Chuan's heart. This old man in front of him was unfathomable. Associated with Li Dufeng on the side, it was obvious that the old man in front of him was not simple. Immediately, Yi Duan respectfully asked, Junior son Yi Duan, I don't know the name of the senior. Ha, a good boy who understands manners. The Dean smiled and stroked his beard. The corners of Li Shifeng and Zhu Xiaotian's mouths on the side twitched slightly. You call this knowing manners? Who's a good person who says I'm your father as soon as he comes up? I'm afraid I'm not blind. However, the two of them only muttered a few words in their hearts, but did not dare to refute the Dean's words. Old man Qi Yunfei, the current Dean of the Star River Academy. When these words came out, Yi Chen's pupils slightly shrunk. Dean of the Star River Academy. Yi Chuan had also joined the Jiangnan training camp for not a short period of time, and had a very clear understanding of the major forces of today's Great Xia. In today's Grand Xia, the number one official force was none other than the Martial Alliance. The Martial Arts Alliance is responsible for controlling all martial artists in the world. And under the Martial Arts Alliance is the major top martial arts academies, in which the Star River Academy is all the martial arts academies, deservedly the first academy. To be able to serve as the Dean of the Star River Academy, all are not the existence of the Ninth Order. In addition, is the major martial arts family, as well as the top Chamber of Commerce, and even some groups. All of them had top-notch powerhouses in their ranks. But no matter what, all of these forces were subject to the direct jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Alliance, simply because the Martial Arts Alliance was formed by a few of the top martial artists in Grand Xia, and no one was able to go against the decisions of the Martial Arts Alliance. Obviously, the Qi Yunfei in front of him was a ninth-ranked powerhouse. This was what caused a wave to ripple through Yi Chen's heart. Greetings, Dean Qi. Facing a ninth-order powerhouse, Yi Chuan naturally did not dare to be reckless, and immediately bowed respectfully to Qi Yunfei. He, good boy, a good boy. Qi Yunfei said with a smile, then his words changed. Other words, I won't say more. With your achievements, you are bound to enter my Star River Academy, other martial arts academies. Can't teach you. Qi Yunfei's complexion gradually became calmer. These words, more or less, carried a touch of hegemony. This kind of dominance, however, was brought about by the Star River Academy's top-notch faculty and rich heritage. Even if there were deans from other top martial arts academies here, Qi Yunfei would still dare to say this, and even those deans would not be able to refute it. That is why I have chosen a mentor for you for your next 4 years. It is this. Li Shifeng beside you. Chapter 81 Heavenly Contract. Li Chengfeng, where's my sword? Qi Yunfei opened his mouth indifferently, and Li Shifeng, who was on the side, even straightened himself when Qi Yunfei mentioned him and coughed in a pretense of condescension. However, Yi Chen was sizing up Li Shifeng with a skeptical gaze. Dean. Him? Yi Chuan's eyes were filled with skepticism. No, what's your kid's expression? This look from Yi Chen completely made Li Shifeng explode. He looked at Yi Chuan angrily. As a special 8th-ranked tutor of the Star River Academy himself, which student of the Star River Academy didn't want to make himself his tutor? But it was Li Chengfeng who couldn't look at any of them. Yi Chuan's talent was here, so that Li Chengfeng could not refuse, who knew that this guy even disliked himself? Is there any justice in heaven? Oh, young people, some arrogance is also very normal. Without some strength of the tutor, really cannot suppress these high-minded young people. In the face of Yi Chen's action, Qi Yunfei not only did not have any displeasure, but instead said with a smile. You shouldn't underestimate Li, although a 40-year-old man hasn't broken through the 9th rank yet, but when looking at the 8th-ranked powerhouses in the whole of Daxia, Li's strength can be ranked in the top 3. Listening to Qi Yunfei introduce himself to Yi Chuan, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but straighten his body again, just don't know why. Qi Yunfei's introduction. Li Chengfeng was the more he listened, the more strange he felt. Wait. What do you mean that a 40-year-old person has not yet broken through the 9th rank? Could it be that the 9th rank is very easy to break through? Li Chengfeng looked at Qi Yunfei with a ghostly look on his face, that ghostly look that carried a thick grudge. Cough cough, although there is some difference in realm, but the attainments above the sword path are already out of this world, even some of the 9th rank powerhouses can't compare to little Li. Therefore, having little Li as your mentor is completely more than enough. Qi Yunfei naturally noticed Li Shifeng's grudging expression, and with a dry cough, continued. Really? Even though Qi Yunfei had introduced Li Shifeng in such a way, there was still a tinge of skepticism in Yi Chen's eyes. Kid, overdoing it and on. Li Shifeng glared at Yi Chuan with eyes that looked as if he wanted to eat Yi Chuan up. If Yi Chuan's talent didn't really make his heart itch, right now he couldn't wait to directly cut Yi Chuan with his sword. Alright. Yi Dust waved his hand, looking more or less reluctant to accept it. The sentence that the dean had said earlier, Yi Dust also agreed with it. In the entire Grand Xia, only the Star River Academy had the qualifications to train Yi Duan. This was also Yi Dust's thought. Although the other top martial arts academies were also very good, but he had at least gotten the first place in the college entrance examination, if he didn't go to the Star River Academy and went to other academies. Isn't this bull? As for what the top school at the bottom, there are any special skills, martial arts and so on. There are special techniques in martial arts, you still bottom? As long as the talent is good, let the big summer attention, even if they want those special techniques martial arts, the big summer will also meet their own. It's just a matter of paying some price. To choose, naturally choose the best. But this mentor. After Yi-chan squirmed for a moment, he said to the dean, "So what, dean, can't you be my mentor?" Shi Yunfei was silent. As the dean of the Star River Academy, he hadn't recruited any students for a long time, and had even forgotten that the dean could actually recruit students as well. Now, Yi-chan's words had slightly moved Shi Yunfei's heart. However, it was only a heartbeat, and soon Shi Yunfei discarded this thought as he looked at Yi-chan and said with a smile, "You little slicker, you're eating a bit ugly and on. Olmi is still the same sentence, Li Zhanfeng is more than enough to be your mentor, he won't let you down." As for the old man. Old man as the dean of the Star River Academy naturally has the qualification to enroll students, just that the old man has other identities, these identities fall on the old man's body, making the old man is also distracted, do not have the time to guide students. After all, when a person's ability is greater, the greater the responsibility on his body. This is something that you will naturally know when you grow up in the future. Shi Yunfei looked deeply at Yi-chan and said. Yi-chan pondered. However, in the future, if Oldme has time, you come to ask Oldme to teach you, Oldme will not refuse, although I can't be your tutor, but the students of the Star River Academy are all Oldme's students. Shi Yunfei turned his words around and said smilingly. Yi Chuan's eyes instantly became bright. Despite the presence of the system, it would be of great benefit to himself if a 9th-ranked powerhouse personally instructed him. Thank you, Dean. Yi Chuan immediately revealed his snow-white teeth and said with a smile. You ah. Shi Yunfei was also amused by this appearance of Yi Chuan, and then said with a straight face, "Now, let's talk about the treatment. Past top scorers of the college entrance exams were able to get a ground-level contract from our Star River Academy, but your talent." Shi Yunfei pondered slightly and said without hesitation. How about directly mentioning a heaven-level contract? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the vice dean on the side, and even the three of them, Li Shifeng and Zhu Xiaotian, changed instantly. Only Yi Chuan looked at the dean with a confused face as he twisted his head to look at Li Chengfeng. "Uncle, what is a heavenly-level contract? Try calling me uncle one more ing time? I'm your mentor." Li Zhanfeng let out a low roar, his forehead constantly throbbing. It was clear that there was already complete anger. Even so, there was a burst of sharpness that appeared all around. Seeing this, Yi Chuan smiled sarcastically and waved his hand, saying, all the same. Humph. Li Chengfeng snorted coldly, then still explained to Yi Chen. In my Star River Academy, there are a total of 4 different contracts. The first is the most common contract, which is those ordinary Star River Academy students. The second type is called the Xian level contract. Students who have this contract are able to pick a 7th-ranked powerhouse as their mentor and enjoy certain treatments such as credit rewards and whatnot. The third type is called the Earth level contract, and is also something that the true heavenly pride within the Star River Academy can enjoy, having the qualification to pick special 8th order powerhouses as their mentors. As for whether or not the other party will agree to it is hard to say, and on top of that, it's even more so to be able to enter the alien space suppressed by my Star River Academy to cultivate for free. As for the 4th type of heaven-level contract, there tends to be only one person for several years, and they are all people who have shown great talent and potential within the Star River Academy to be able to enjoy it. For the heavenly pride who has gotten a heavenly-level contract, the school will do whatever it takes to cultivate you, and your authority within the school can even be comparable to that of a 7th-ranked mentor. Of course, the heavenly pride that can get this kind of contract, in the future, the worst achievement is the 8th rank. At first, I was also a heavenly pride that got a heavenly level contract. Li Chengfeng said, and a touch of arrogance even appeared on his face. The only one who noticed a little was Yi Chen, or he said to himself. The worst is the 8th rank, so it's you who's the worst? I don't even know what there is to be proud of. Even though Yi Chen's words were small, how could they not be heard by Li Chengfeng? Li Zhanfeng immediately widened his eyes and stared at Yi Chen. What do you understand? As long as Lao Zi wants to, I will be able to cross over to the 9th rank at any time? Lao Zi is a genius even among those heavenly grade contracts. Yi Chuan glanced at Li Chengfeng suspiciously, obviously having great doubts about Li Chengfeng's words again. Li Shifeng completely couldn't take it anymore and cursed. Where is my sword? Li Zhanfeng said and was ready to take out his spirit sword and teach Yi Chen a good lesson. Fine, you're the best, you have the best talent, alright? Yi Chuan quickly waved his hand and said. Humph. Only then did Li Chengfeng give a cold snort of satisfaction, his hands wrapped around his chest, more or less a flavor of arrogance in it. Shi Yunfei on the side looked at this scene, but smiled and did not say anything. Alright, then this matter is finalized. Later on I will have someone send you the heaven level contract. After you sign it, you can head to the Star River Academy. Our Star River Academy doesn't have a vacation to speak of, nor does it have grades, everything is strength oriented. If you want to graduate, you must break through the 5th rank to do so. Of course this is for students with ordinary contracts, Xian level contracts, you need to break through the 6th rank to graduate. Earth level contracts need to break through the 7th order, and your heaven level contract even needs to break through the 8th order to be able to graduate. Shi Yunfei looked deeply at Yi Chen. Humph, kid, the heaven level contract is not that good. Prepare to obediently stay in the Star River Academy for a dozen years or so. At that time you will almost be able to arrive at the 8th rank as well. Li Zhenfeng, who was on the side, said in a conspiratorial manner. Can you only graduate at the 8th rank? A thoughtful look appeared on Yi Chen's face. Shi Yunfei smiled and patted Yi Chen's shoulder. With your talent, I don't think it will take that long. After all, aren't you already at the 5th rank now? After saying that, Shi Yunfei didn't say anything else and his figure gradually disappeared between heaven and earth. Only Li Shifeng, the vice dean, and Zhu Xiaotian, who didn't have any presence on the side, froze as they listened to Shi Yunfei's words before he left. You are at the 5th rank? Only after a while did Li Shifeng look at Yi Chen in disbelief. Yi Chuan nodded with a face that took it for granted. On? Is there a problem? 3 people. Pretending before an expert, Bazho rejoices, proficiency plus 30. Pretending to be a pussy in front of an expert, Flowing Jedi Step rejoices, proficiency plus 30. Pretending to be a pussy before a master, Silent Sword Technique rejoices, proficiency plus 15. Pretending to be an expert, Sword Intent rejoices, proficiency plus 5. A subtitle surfaced in Yi Chuan's field of vision, and looking at that subtitle, the smile on Yi Chuan's face intensified a few points. Chapter 82 Challenging me? But I'll pack the 7th rank in half a year. Worthy of being an 8th rank level powerhouse, even the 6th rank breathing techniques and martial arts that have already become small successes are able to skyrocket 30 points of proficiency. This gain is a lot more than this little ninny Morong Ching. Yi Chuan looked at the subtitles in front of him and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Compared to the joy in Yi Chen's heart, Zhu Xiaotian, Li Chengfeng and even the vice dean looked at each other and fell into silence. 5th order now. Also mastered the sword intent. Such a talent. Simply makes people a little envious and jealous. Even Li Chengfeng, who was only a step away from the 9th rank, fell into silence in the face of Yi Chen's talent that could be called a terrifying demon. He always thought that his martial arts talent and even his sword talent was the best in Daxia, but compared to Yi Chuan, a guy who had just finished the college entrance exam, but had a 5th order cultivation, and even mastered the sword intent, this was simply appalling. Unheard of. But it had appeared in front of them. So much so that they didn't know what they should say to be good. In the end, they could only respond to this matter with silence. Forget it, I'd better go back first, there's a lot of things going on inside the school. After being silent for a while, the vice dean found a reason and was ready to leave. To be able to become the vice dean of the Star River Academy, and even be so young, he was bound to have superior qualities, but when he faced Yi Chen, it was a burst of toothache. He didn't want to stay here anymore. He felt that if he continued to stay here, he was afraid that he would be angered by Yi Chuan and spit out blood. Cough cough, the Martial Alliance also has a lot of things going on, and now it's gone off the rails like this. Zhu Xiaotian also coughed and prepared to leave. For a while, only Li Chengfeng and Yi Chen were left, looking at each other wide-eyed. Why are you looking at me? Yi Chuan said as he looked at Li Shifeng. Li Shifeng was about to say something, but in the end, he just said, alright, I'll let you have a few days off, and come to Star River Academy to report a week later. It was obvious that Li Shenfeng didn't want to continue to stay by Yi Chuan's side either, it was really this guy's talent that was too enviable and jealous. The most important thing was, this guy was also particularly infuriating. Obviously, accepting such an exceptionally talented student should be a happy thing for Li Chengfeng, but on the contrary, right now Li Chengfeng was somewhat unable to smile. In the end, he waved his hand, and after saying a word, he directly left. For a while, on top of the wilderness, only Yi Chen and the candidates and their parents were left. After Li Chengfeng and the others left, those candidates and even the candidates' parents looked at Yi Chen with envious gazes. That was the dean of the Star River Academy, the existence of the world's 9th rank, but for a candidate to be so pleasant, which had never appeared before. They were all very clear. That this teenager in front of them would ride the wind with a bright future as this college entrance exam came to an end. Yi Chen. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. But it was Luo Wao Enemy who spoke. He only saw Luo Wao Enemy calmly looking at Yi Duan, even though the gazes from all around fell on him. It was as if he didn't realize it, he just looked at Yi Duan on his own. This time, it was me who lost, but next time, I will surpass you. Luo Wao Xie's words were powerful, as if they carried some sort of determination. Just listening to Luo Wao Enemy's words, Yi Chen pondered for a moment and asked, "How long will it take you to break through the 5th rank?" Luo Wao Enemy was stunned, and for a moment, he unexpectedly did not know why Yi Chen asked this. However, Luo Wao Xie still said after seriously pondering for a moment, "Half a year at the latest." The moment these words came out, a look of distress also surged on Yi Chen's face. "Half a year, ah? That's a bit too long, isn't it? I can't wait for you for half a year. After half a year I might even be at the 6th stage and 7th stage." The moment these words came out, the entire wilderness was plunged into a calm, and everyone looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. What is this guy talking about? 6th rank and 7th rank after half a year? Such a big mouth? Although it is said that this little guy's performance in the college entrance exam is really a bit dazzling, but wanting to break through the 6th and 7th orders after half a year is a bit too exaggerated. Not to mention breaking through the 6th order, just the stage of the 5th order. Even in the Star River Academy, there are as many people who have been stuck for 1 or 2 years or even 3 or 4 years. After all, you're still young and impetuous, not knowing the difficulties of cultivation. One after another, the parents of the candidates laughed and shook their heads, clearly having taken Yi Chen's remark as a punchline. After all, cultivation was not that easy, and the difficulty only increased as the realm increased. Even a heavenly pride would have a bottleneck. If you can't break the bottleneck, being stuck for a few years or even 10 years is a very normal thing. However, Luo Wao Xie did not have any teasing or disdain in the face of Yi Chen's words, but instead had a touch of wariness emerge. So that's how it is? Looks like I have to speed up, ah. Luo Wuhui clenched his fists and spoke with a smile. The surrounding candidates and even the candidates' parents couldn't help but glance at each other after hearing Luo Wuxi's words. No, is this kid really second in the college entrance exam? Why is it so simple? Could it be that whatever Yi Chen says is what he says? This child looks like he's practicing martial arts foolishly. The surrounding whispers, but it didn't affect Luo Wuhui's complexion. He just looked at Yi Chen with a firm gaze. Yi Chuan's eyes were also slightly narrowed at this moment, looking at the other party. Feeling the challenge, Bazhou leaped forward and made the decision to give the other party a chance. Feeling the challenge, the Jedi Shadow Steps jumped at the chance and made the decision to give the other party a chance. Feeling the challenge, the Silent Sword technique is eager to try, and I've decided to give my opponent a chance. Feeling the challenge, I'm eager to try the sword intent. I've decided to give my opponent a chance. Ding, mission released, accept Luo Wao Xie's challenge after half a year, defeat him, any kind of breathing method or martial arts will be upgraded by 1 minor realm. A subtitle instantly surfaced in Yi Chuan's field of vision. And as the last subtitle surfaced, it caused Yi Chuan to freeze for a moment. Mission? The system can still play like this? Yi Chuan was instantly a bit puzzled. He felt that the system was becoming more and more functional, and it seemed that as his strength increased, the system was gradually becoming more complete. But this is good, at least for himself it is also a good thing. Any one breathing method and martial art to raise a small realm? Yi Chuan looked at the subtitle and grinned. This was a good thing. After half a year, he might be able to evolve a breathing technique in martial art of the 7th rank, and if he could directly raise 1 minor realm, this would be absolutely terrifying for his battle power. Good, I'll take it. Yi Chuan smiled at Luo Wuhu and spoke. Half a year later, at the Star River Academy, I won't hold back. Yi Chen flashed a brilliant smile at Luo Wao Enemy. Half a year? Luo Wao Enemy murmured faintly, only in the next moment, his eyes were instantly filled with a strong battle intent. Now that's interesting. The gazes of the two collided, but there were sparks blooming out. These two people. Those candidates and parents of the candidates in the surrounding area looked at the rather base appearance of the two, and their faces became more and more strange. Hee, one person dares to say, one person dares to believe, these two guys are still matched. A candidate's parent laughed and opened his mouth. Afterwards, there were staff members from the Martial Arts Alliance who were ready to send these candidates back. Although it was said that there were some accidents in the third round of the college entrance examination this time, overall there weren't too many accidents. As for the results of the college entrance examination, in fact, everyone already had a scale in their hearts. The first place was naturally Yi Chen, who deserved it. There was no one who objected. Subsequently, Yi Chuan, Yan Xuanqiu and the others boarded the bus to Jiangnan province, and after a few hours, they also finally returned to the middle of Jiangnan province. Yi Chuan naturally returned directly to the Jiangnan training camp, and it was reasonable to say that after the college entrance exams were over, the candidates would all choose to go home. However, since Yi Chen came to this world, he was all alone. As long as Yi Chen was there, it was his home. Sitting in the room of the Jiangnan training camp, Yi Chuan rarely practiced cultivation. Instead, he was on the communication bracelet, looking for news about the Star River Academy. After all, he was going to report to the Star River Academy in a week's time, so Yi Chen naturally wanted to learn more about the Star River Academy. Just the more he looked, the more excited Yi Chuan's eyes became. Roar, the Star River Academy actually possesses a suppressed Grade 8 alien space, and there are even 3 suppressed Grade 7 alien spaces. Looking at the introduction on the Star River Academy's official website, Yi Chen's eyes instantly brightened. If this is able to cultivate within a Grade 8 alien space, even the progress of breathing techniques and martial arts of the 6th rank can be very fast. In that case, I might be able to break through to the 6th rank in less than half a year. There was truly a light flickering in Yi Chuan's eyes. There are also all sorts of cultivation rooms, TSK. It's worthy of being the top martial arts academy in Dixia. The more Yi Chuan looked, the more excited he became. Only when he saw the end, the excitement on Yi Chuan's face dispersed all of a sudden. It was only because Yi Chuan had heatedly noticed one thing. That is, no matter if it is cultivating within the foreign space or cultivating within the various top-level cultivation rooms, all of them need to spend credits. This point was surprisingly exactly the same as the Jiangnan training camp. Yi Chuan was somewhat speechless. No, these martial arts academies and training camps are sick, right? They have to have the entire credit system out? Idle balls. Yi Dust cursed, angry at being unable to whittle away. Chapter 83 Crippled Space Stone Fragment, Shackled 3rd Level. In the end, Yi Chuan still had to accept this mode of not being able to whittle away. It's just that, if it comes, it's not just credits. Yi Chuan shook his head, and after putting those thoughts in his mind completely behind him, he then came into the cloud domain space, preparing to take advantage of the last 7 days of traveling to the Star River Academy to properly cultivate. Although it was said that the college entrance exam was over, Yi Chen's use of the cloud domain space was naturally not blocked by anyone. After all, everyone knew that Yi Chuan had gotten the first place in the college entrance exam, and this ranking had allowed Jiangnan province to gain a lot of resources. A 4th-level alien space. Compared to the rewards that Yi Chen had brought to them, it was nothing. It could be said that as long as Yi Chuan didn't blow up the cloud space, they were too lazy to care. And wanting to blow up the entire foreign space couldn't be done even if a 9th-rank powerhouse came. Don't look at just a level 4 alien space, but there are many things involved. A 9th-order strong man, at most, can destroy a level 1 to 3 alien space, but can't shake a level 4 alien space. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many alien spaces in Daxia. Yi Chuan arrived at the depths of the cloud domain space, but he skimmed his lips. 4th-level alien space is still more or less trashy, and it's too slow for my current enhancement. Forget it, mosquito meat is also meat, it's better than nothing. Jiangnan training camp. On this condition, Yi Chuan also had to accept the reality, in that cloud domain space cultivation up. Time, too, passed little by little in Yi Chuan's cultivation. Soon, 5 days passed. Yi Chuan sat in the depths of the cloud domain space, slowly opening his eyes, but between those eyebrows, there was more or less a touch of irritation surfacing. Why does always feel a little restless? I don't know why. Ever since Yi Chuan entered the cloud domain space this time, he had always felt out of sorts, and it was as if his heart was being gnawed by ants. It had been impossible to calm down and cultivate. The system panel slowly surfaced between a thought. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Shackled Martial Artist 5-100. Bazho Vomiting Method, Minor Success 68-100. Flowing Light Absolute Shadow Steps, Minor Completion 68-100. Silent Sword Technique, Grand Completion 30-100. Sword Intent, Introductory 55-100. It's been 5 days, but I haven't even crossed over to the 2nd level of the shackles. This speed is a bit too slow. Yichuan rubbed his temples, only that the feeling of irritation in his heart still had not dispersed from Yichuan's mind. Instead, as Yichuan rubbed his temples, it became even more irritable. Yichuan slowly stood up. At this moment, he was already located in the deepest part of the cloud domain space, surrounded by a white blanket, but as Yichuan cultivated, the white mist that those energies had transformed into also dimmed a few points. At this time, Yichuan had even been able to see the scenery within a 100-meter radius. Yichuan looked towards a deeper direction, but vaguely, he was able to see something that looked like a spatial barrier, isolating it. Through that spatial barrier, only endless darkness could be seen. Yichuan knew that. After that spatial barrier, there was another side of heaven and earth. This was all known to Yichuan only after he joined the Jiangnan training camp. No one knew how the birth of the other space was born, but after so many years of research by countless researchers in Disya, one reason was eventually recognized by most. That was that the other space was actually a passageway to another world. Through the foreign space, the people of Blue Star were able to travel to another world, and the beings of another world were able to descend to Blue Star. Otherwise, why would there be ferocious beasts born within the foreign space? Why would those ferocious beasts appear out of nowhere when the foreign space was born? Why is it that when the foreign space is upgraded, obviously there are no higher-level ferocious beasts within this foreign space, yet higher-level ferocious beasts are hardwired to appear? There is no more than one word. The foreign space is the passageway to another world. And those ferocious beasts, they are from another world. This foreign space is the world they are in, the passageway to the Blue Star. The ferocious beasts also wanted to pass through this passageway and occupy the Blue Star. A passageway to another world? There was a different kind of light flickering in Yichuan's eyes, but it was unknown what Yichuan was pondering at this moment. Yichuan slowly walked towards the direction of that spatial barrier and stood in front of the mirror-like spatial barrier. Looking at that transparent, yet impenetrable spatial barrier, Yichuan slowly stretched out his hand and touched it. The next moment, Yichuan's finger was again withdrawn in an instant, while the place of the finger that touched the spatial barrier was scorched black. It was as if it had been scorched by a blazing fire. The spatial barrier is surprisingly untouchable, or perhaps my strength is not enough to touch the spatial barrier. Yichuan looked at his fingers and fell into deep thought. And just at this time, a thought involuntarily surfaced in Yichuan's mind. This thought seemed to be guiding Yi Dust to find something. Yichuan slowly closed his eyes. Is this thought that is guiding me? The source of what is making me irritable during this period of time? Yichuan spoke softly and began to accept the thought that surfaced in his mind as he followed the guidance of the thought and slowly walked in a certain direction. Obviously, his eyes were closed, but Yichuan seemed to be able to sense the situation around him, easily bypassing those obstacles, and eventually slowly came to a stop. When Yichuan opened his eyes again, he realized that he was already standing in another orientation of the spatial barrier. And in front of Yichuan, there was a white jade-colored stone that was quietly set in that spatial barrier, emitting a special energy fluctuation. Yichuan couldn't help but freeze for a moment as he looked at that alabaster-colored stone, and a look of doubt surfaced in his eyes. Simply because this piece of stone, Yichuan did not recognize it at all. Even the energy fluctuations that diffused out from within that stone were extremely unfamiliar to Yi Dust. What the hell is this? Yichuan scratched his head. So that thought in my mind just now was guiding me to this thing? But the energy within this thing isn't heaven and earth spiritual chi. What can it do? Yichuan looked at the alabaster-colored stone with some confusion. And just at this time, a subtitle quietly surfaced from within Yichuan's field of vision. Crippled space stone fragment detected, to devour, or not? With the emergence of this subtitle, Yichuan finally figured out the name of that alabaster-colored stone. Space stone? Crippled? What the hell? Yichuan rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment afterward. The system shouldn't appear out of nowhere with such a pop-up. Since the system said it could be devoured, it should be beneficial to me. There was a flash of light in Yichuan's eyes, and he immediately made a decision. Devour. Yichuan's heart moved slightly. Immediately afterward, an arcane fluctuation spread out from Yichuan's body, as if it had a great attraction, and it rigidly pulled the fragment of the crippled spatial stone that had dived into the spatial barrier into Yichuan's Dantian location. Immediately afterward, a flash of black light, along with that space stone fragment, was pulled into Yichuan's Dantian with one handle, and eventually disappeared. After another few moments had passed, Yichuan suddenly felt that within his body, there was an extremely pure energy that instantly rushed through his body. Under the scrubbing of these energies, Yichuan felt that there seemed to be a crisp sound of something breaking in his body. Refining the fragments of the crippled space stone, cultivation progress plus 20. As this subtitle surfaced, Yichuan's pupils shook violently, followed by a powerful aura that suddenly roared out from Yichuan's body. Rumble. The powerful aura instantly caused the entire foreign space to vibrate, and those white mists that were dispersed between heaven and earth were instantly dispersed. This increased the cultivation progress by 20 points? Yi Chen was shocked by the caption in front of him. One should know that he had only increased his cultivation progress by a few points after cultivating for 5 days within this level 4 alien space. And just by devouring a fragmented space stone fragment, he had directly increased his progress by 20 points? Yichuan felt like he was dreaming, but the terrifying power within his body was reminding Yichuan that this was not a dream. Rather, it was a real existence. Hiss. Yichuan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as he felt the surging energy fluctuations within his body. This crippled space stone fragment is a little too terrifying. With that said, Yi Dust's mind moved, and the system panel reappeared. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Shackled Martial Artist 25-100. Bazho Vomiting Method, Minor Achievement 68-100. Flowing Light Absolute Shadow Steps, Minor Achievement 68-100. Silent Sword Technique, Grand Completion 30-100. Sword Intent, Introductory 55-100. So, I'm shackled to the third layer here? Yi Chen looked at the panel and fell into shock. However, this shock did not last too long. A crisp voice rang out between heaven and earth, but it instantly pulled Yi Dust back from the shock. What the hell? Yichuan looked in the direction where the sound came from, but his pupils contracted violently. Only to see that incomparably hard spatial barrier. At this moment, with the disappearance of that crippled spatial stone fragment, it was as if it had become incomparably fragile. A crack quietly surfaced. And as time passed, there was another crack that crept up bit by bit, eventually spreading throughout the entire spatial barrier. Seeing the densely packed spiderweb-like cracks in front of him, Yichuan's heart was immediately startled. This foreign space won't be about to explode. Chapter 84. The alien space blew up. It must be the work of the Scarlet Church. When this thought surfaced in Yichuan's mind, Yichuan was taken aback. It can't be? I didn't do anything either? Could it be because of that crippled space stone fragment? Yichuan couldn't help but feel a pang of weakness when he thought of this. Will there be a fine if the entire foreign space explodes? Yi Dust asked sheepishly. Just after looking at the increasing number of spatial cracks, Yichuan eventually turned around without any hesitation and headed towards the passageway of the cloud domain space. In just a dozen seconds or so, Yichuan rushed to the passageway, calmed himself, and walked out of the passageway of the foreign space pretending that nothing had happened. And the one who was guarding this place was still Xiao Wuji. At this moment, Xiao Wuji was also in a very good mood. After all, Yichuan was the one he brought to the Jiangnan training camp, plus now Yichuan had won the first place in the college entrance examination. Xiao Wuji was naturally also able to obtain quite a few rewards. These rewards were even enough for Xiao Wuji to break through the 4th rank. When I break through the 4th rank, won't I also be able to serve as the chief instructor of the training camp? That Zhang Feng fellow should step aside as well. Xiao Wuji sat outside the passageway, thinking prettily. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed by, but it was Yi Chen who walked out of the cloud domain space. If it was before, Xiao Wuji would definitely not take care of Yi Duan in order to prevent his temper from suddenly becoming violent. But nowadays, Yi Chen had brought so many benefits to himself, and most importantly, Yi Chen was about to leave, so much so that Xiao Wuji had become pleasant to Yi Chen. Coming out? Any breakthroughs in your cultivation in the past few days? Xiao Wuji said smilingly to Yi Chen. Yichuan looked at Xiao Wuji and an unnatural look surfaced on his face, then muttered in a small voice. Old Xia, have you gone to a fortune teller recently? Fortune telling? What's the point of telling this stuff? Xiao Wuji looked at Yi Chen's appearance, confused, and spoke with a smile. Martial artists of my generation have never gone against the heavens to change their destiny, but never their last name. Saying that, Xiao Wuji patted his chest. Besides, I will soon be able to break through the 4th rank. Is this considered a good fate? Looking at Xiao Wuji's excited look, Yi Duan wanted to say something, then stammered, why don't you go up and apply not to town guard this place? Town guarding this place? should also be very hard, right? Xiao Wuji laughed and said, "You child, this doesn't understand it. Guarding outside the foreign space, those escaping heaven and earth spiritual chi, it is a great benefit to my cultivation. Other people can't even beg for it." Yi Chuan was silent, then turned to leave. Anyway, he had persuaded himself, if he didn't stop, forget it. Xiao Wuji smilingly looked at Yi Chuan's departing back. This little guy, it seems that after the college entrance exam has also grown up, and knows that he can't say anything treasonous to his elders. Good thing too, this kid is getting better and better looking. Xiao Wuji said smilingly, then slowly closed his eyes, but in his mind, he was beautifully fantasizing about how he should distribute the rewards when they came down. However, this beautiful dream had not lasted too long. Suddenly, the spatial channel beside Xiao Wuji instantly trembled violently. What the heck? Xiao Wuji frowned as he looked towards the middle of that spatial passageway, but he was able to see a white radiance that was constantly enlarging in his field of vision. Eventually, filled all of his field of vision. Ears. Rumble. A roar exploded, and that white radiance instantly engulfed Xiao Wuji's body at an extremely fast speed. The terrifying roar caused the entire earth of the Jiangnan training camp to shake, and even that powerful energy fluctuation caused one of the strongest people within the city of Jiangnan province to instantly rise up in the air and look in the direction of the Jiangnan training camp. Who the hell threw a nuclear bomb into alien space? A voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. And at this moment, within a corner of the Jiangnan training camp, Yi Chuan's body trembled slightly as he felt the terrifying energy fluctuations that spread out from within the passageway of the alien space. Old Xia shouldn't be alright, right? I persuaded him anyway, he didn't listen himself. Yi Chuan muttered as if he was comforting himself. Brush, brush, brush. A breaking sound rang out, accompanied by a powerful aura that surfaced in the sky above the Jiangnan training camp, and a powerful aura emanated from each and every one of them. It was clear that they were all existences above the fourth rank. The person at the head of the group even had a faint golden light flickering on his body, filling him with endless majesty. Cloud domain space. The head of the middle-aged man's gaze was immediately locked the location of the energy explosion. His face slightly changed, instantly rushed in. When he came out again, he was already carrying the severely injured Xiao Wuji. At this moment, Xiao Wuji, the injuries on his body can be described as miserable, his body is trembling, the breath is also extremely depressed, as if the next moment will be sleeping in general. After the middle-aged man input a stream of energy into Xiao Wuji's body, the injuries on Xiao Wuji's body unexpectedly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. A moment later, Xiao Wuji opened his eyes, but in his eyes was a flash of panic. The heterospace blew up. Xiao Wuji opened his mouth in shock. It was obvious that the scene just now had brought a great shock to Xiao Wuji. The middle-aged man's brows frowned slightly as he said in a deep voice, "You are guarding the cloud domain space, have you detected any special circumstances yet?" The foreign space suddenly exploding, even he, a 6th-rank golden body realm powerhouse, had not expected it, and could not even do it. Xiao Wuji froze and immediately pondered. And at this time, a hurried figure ran over, panting, while at the sight of the cloud realm space passageway that had been blown to rubble, that person's face immediately revealed endless anger. My cloud domain space, ah! It's that bastard with 1,000 daggers who dared to blow up my cloud domain space. That's right. It must be the Scarlet Church. Only these guys would dare to do this. This person's voice instantly attracted the attention of many people who looked over, but they saw Yi Chen's cynical expression. Yi Dust's face was filled with pain as he looked at the cloud domain space that had been reduced to rubble. His grandma, didn't we just end a few of his treasure vaults? Didn't you just end one of his high-level treasure vaults? How dare you target me like this? I was counting on cultivating within the alien space and waiting until I reached the Star River Academy to properly display the talent of our Jiangnan province's scholars, but now... Yi Chen spoke painfully, even covering his chest as if his heart was being stabbed. Anger also welled up in the hearts of one of the Jiangnan Province Martial Alliance's powerhouses when they saw the scene. That's right. It must be someone from the Scarlet Church. Some of the Martial Alliance powerhouses were directly sidetracked by Yi Chuan and directly decided that this matter was the work of the Scarlet Church. Xiao Wuji also froze for a moment when he looked at Yi Duan's appearance, and a trace of suspicion flashed across his face. Earlier, when that golden body powerhouse had asked him about any special circumstances, the first thing that came to his mind was Yi Chen, who had suddenly become understanding. However, at this moment, looking at Yi Chen's pained appearance, his heart shook. Maybe this child is really changed for the better, besides. The fourth level of foreign space, that is the ninth order of the strong, cannot destroy, he a small fifth order. Lao Zi is only a third order. Xia Wuji thought so in his heart. With Yichuan's performance, quite a few martial alliance powerhouses were led astray by Yichuan, and determined in their hearts that this matter should be the Scarlet Church's people playing tricks on them. Only that Golden Body Realm powerhouse looked at the Cloud Realm space suspiciously, seemingly pondering something. The Scarlet Church? The Scarlet Church dares to strike at the Jiangnan training camp? This is in the Jiangnan provincial city. The middle-aged man spoke softly. In the end, he was still a golden body powerhouse, and those who were able to cultivate to this level didn't have such a bad brain, and even though Yi Chen's performance was seamless, it still allowed him to detect a hint of something. And at this time, Yi Chen was even more strenuously showing off. That's right, who else could it be but them? They dared to make a move on the college entrance exam. It's only normal for them to make a move on our Jiangnan training camp. Yi Chen roared as if he did not share the same fate as the Scarlet Church. He must have watched me ruin their plans and struck in secret. It's lucky that I came out fast, otherwise, I would have died inside. At these words, that golden body powerhouse's face changed slightly. Yes, this group of scumbags dared to make a move at the entrance exam. What other places are there that they wouldn't dare to come to? Even Yichuan is still inside, they might really want to cause Yichuan's death. The golden-bodied powerhouse instantly figured it out, and a powerful aura emanated from his entire body, enveloping the entire Jiangnan training camp. Scarlet Church. Very well. The golden body strongman's voice was filled with coldness, and even the temperature around him lowered a lot. Daring to strike at my Jiangnan province's heavenly pride, and also daring to strike at my Jiangnan province's training camp, do you really think that my Jiangnan province can't find them? From now on, give me a vicious crackdown on the Scarlet Church. I don't want to see that there are still figures of the Scarlet Church within Jiangnan province. The golden body strongman's anger, at this moment, instantly burned at the Scarlet Church's body. One must know that the golden body strongman's position within Jiangnan province had always been one of the most powerful, and was even known as one of the ceilings of Jiangnan province. His words? There was no difference between his words and the official words of the martial alliance in the Jiangnan province. This also destined. This next period of time, the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Alliance would carry out a severe crackdown on the Scarlet Church. Yichuan stood on the ground and carefully looked at the golden body powerhouse in the midst of his anger, and also let out a sigh of relief. Few, fortunately, shifted the target. I have to say that the Scarlet Church is still really suitable to be a backstabber. Although it's a bit immoral, but these guys have so many sins on them anyway, one more is not more, one less is not less. Thinking of this, Yichuan calmed down inwardly. Chapter 85: The Cursing Rudder Master. The Scarlet Church has done a lot of evil, even if it's just one more pot, there's no problem, sooner or later we'll end them anyway. Yi Dust righteously said to himself. Immediately after that, Yichuan's eyes rolled. If I remember correctly, Black Shadow should know quite a bit about the Scarlet Church's strongholds. Thinking of this, Yichuan ran back to his room without hesitation and grabbed the Black Shadow, who was constantly recovering his divine soul power. Ever since the start of the college entrance exam, the Black Shadow had stayed in Yichuan's small courtyard in the Jiangnan training camp. Now that he was suddenly grabbed by Yichuan, the Black Shadow was confused, and there was even a touch of bad premonition surfacing in his heart. Hey, kid, what are you doing? I'm telling you, don't mess with me, Anon. Walking out of the small courtyard, the Black Shadow became more and more uneasy inside as he warned Yichuan. Where would Yichuan pay attention to the Black Shadow? He directly brought the Black Shadow to the Jiangnan Province Martial Alliance's Golden Body Powerhouse. Senior, this guy used to be a member of the Scarlet Church. He knows quite a few of the Scarlet Church's strongholds. As long as we have him to lead the way, we will definitely be able to find the Scarlet Church's people. This group of Scarlet Church is just too arrogant. How dare they even make a move against the Jiangnan training camp? Last time they dared to cause trouble at the college entrance exam, this time they dared to blow up the alien space, next time won't they dare to directly blow up the headquarters of the Martial Alliance? Yichuan said with righteous indignation, incidentally handing the Black Shadow to that golden body powerhouse. The Black Shadow's entire face was dumbfounded. What was the situation? The Scarlet Church had actually blown up the foreign space? After so many years of his own death, was the Scarlet Church so powerful? And this kid sold me out this way? In the Black Shadow's mind, there are 10,000 question marks surfaced. He looked at Yichuan, but only saw righteous indignation on Yichuan's face. As if everything was true. Just don't know why, the Black Shadow always feel that there seems to be a general explosion. Not only was the Black Shadow confused, even the Golden Body Powerhouse looked at the Black Shadow in Yi Chuan's hands and was also a bit confused. Yi Chuan hurriedly said, "I entered the Scarlet Church's treasure vault before, and it was this guy who led the way." Hearing this, the Golden Body Powerhouse's expression gradually became strange. He naturally knew that the Scarlet Church's treasure vault had been terminated, but he had not thought that Yi Chuan had this fellow by his side. The Scarlet Church is indeed an undead little powerhouse. A guy who is not even of the 5th rank is still able to retain his divine soul. The golden-bodied powerhouse picked up the Black Shadow with some curiosity, and no matter how much the Black Shadow struggled, he couldn't escape his grasp. With him, it will definitely be possible to end the Scarlet Church in the entire Jiangnan province, the golden-bodied powerhouse said to Yi Chuan with satisfaction. Yi just hemmed and hawed and suddenly became squirmy. Hee, senior, look, I gave so much information. That? Yi Chuan rubbed his hands at the golden-bodied strongman, looking a little embarrassed. The golden-bodied strongman smiled and said, "Don't worry, as long as you end the Scarlet Church, the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Alliance will definitely give you a commendation." Commendation? Yi Chen froze. Just nothing? Yi Chuan looked at the other party incredulously. The golden-bodied strongman also froze. What's wrong? Isn't the commendation enough? This is a great opportunity to become famous. Which martial artist doesn't want to be commended by our martial alliance? Yi Chen fell into silence. Famous? Wasn't he himself famous amongst the college entrance exams? The golden-bodied strongman looked at Yi Chuan. His expression gradually became strange. He understood Yi Chuan's thoughts. After rubbing his brow, the golden-bodied strongman said meaningfully, "Yi Chuan, you have to know that our Jiangnan province is very poor. Anyway, you still have 2 days to go to the Star River Academy, where there are many resources." Ah. Yi Chuan looked at the golden body powerhouse slyly. "Senior, the big cake you drew is really choking." Cough. The golden-bodied strong man coughed dryly. He felt that the Yi Chuan in front of him was not so good to deal with, and said in a hurry, "All right, I still have important matters to attend to. The matter of purging the Scarlet Church should not be delayed. I'll leave first." After saying that, he directly took the Black Shadow and disappeared in the Jiangnan training camp. The remaining Martial Alliance powerhouses were all embarrassed, but they also pretended that they did not see Yi Chen's grudging gaze and left one after another. For a time, only Xiao Wuji and Yi Chen remained in the Jiangnan training camp. Xiao Wuji looked at Yi Chen and said with a smile, "You brat, you're about to go to the Star River Academy, and you're still counting on this?" Yi Chuan wanted to dislike a sentence, but once he thought that he had just pitted Xiao Wuji, he ended up not saying anything and just sighed and walked towards his own small courtyard. While walking, he muttered to himself, "Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Alliance is really inappropriate." The voice was even so loud that the entire Jiangnan training camp could hear Yi Chen's voice. Jiangnan Province, in the middle of a wilderness. Several figures wearing scarlet robes flashed rapidly, constantly fleeing out towards the outside. For us sake, is the Jiangnan Province Martial Alliance all crazy? Just chasing after us like this? The branch rudder master cursed with a gloomy face, and although his mouth was cursing, the speed of his fleeing was not slow at all. How did these guys find our stronghold? Could it be that we've all been exposed? Damn it, this time when we leave alive, we must properly investigate the traitors within my Scarlet Church. To think that even our stronghold has been exposed. There was a trace of ferocity surfacing within the sub-rudder master's eyes. Behind him, a single member of the Scarlet Church, Griny, but without saying a word, followed behind his own boss and continuously fled. It wasn't until after they had gotten out of the Jiangnan province's range that they let out a sigh of relief and stopped their pace. Finding a hidden spot, they simply adjusted. The branch helmsman sat on the ground with a gloomy expression. "This matter, it's not simple, although the Jiangnan Province Martial Alliance often strikes against our Scarlet Church, this time it seems that they are determined to remove us from the Scarlet Church." Could something have happened to the Martial Alliance? The sub-helmsman vaguely felt that this matter was somewhat uncomplicated, not as simple as an ordinary purge. But on the contrary, he just couldn't think of what exactly caused the Jiangnan Martial Alliance to go after them all at such a great cost. "Boss, I heard that it seems to be our people who blew up the Jiangnan training camp's 4th-level alien space." A member of the Scarlet Church suddenly thought of something and said to the branch leader. Only just as his voice fell, he felt the pair of ghostly gazes of the branch rudder master. "Are you thinking I'm a cutie? Or do you think I'm an existence beyond the 9th rank? Ha?" The sub-ruler's heart was incomparably furious, and he kicked over. What a ing ninth rank powerhouse can't do, I can do it, your boss. If I could do it, I'd still be just an ordinary sub-rudder master? A long ing time ago, I would have usurped the throne and I would have become the Scarlet Lord. The sub-rudder master cursed. He hadn't thought that his men would even be able to come up with such comical excuses. But they all say that. That member of the Scarlet Church said weakly. Are you a pig? What they say is what they say? Doesn't it mean that you guys believe them when they say that a Fifth Order blew up an alien space? How the hell did I have such a stupid henchman like you? The sub-helmsman looked at his own men with some hatred, his mouth still cursing non-stop. That's just it, let's just get kicked out, we're not dead yet anyway. Rest is almost over, his grandmother's feng shui here in Jiangnan province is not good, let's go to the imperial capital headquarters. I don't believe that if we change the place, we will still be so unlucky. The sub-helmsman cursed again, stood up, patted his ass and led his men towards the direction of the imperial capital headquarters. Leaving without looking back, he no longer had any attachment to Jiangnan province. The headquarters would let whoever he wanted come, anyway, he was not doing it. 2 days later, Yichen slowly awoke from his cultivation. Taking a look at the system panel, the data panel that did not have the slightest increase, Yichuan's expression had no other expression. Really stingy, are all the people in the Martial Alliance so poor? The inspection ambassador buckled and swished, and the people of the Jiangnan province Martial Alliance buckled and swished as well. Yichuan cursed, but he had forgotten that he had blown up the cloud domain space. It's just that, little master, I'm the one who's going to the Star River Academy, a hallowed heaven level contract, how can I care about these petty profits? Yichuan comforted himself, then walked out of the small courtyard, bid farewell to the crowd of Jiangnan training camp, boarded the high-speed train, and was heading towards the imperial capital. Along the way, the scenery outside the high-speed railroad window continuously retrogressed, a piece of peaceful scenery, reflected into Yichuan's field of vision, but also let Yichuan's impetuous heart gradually became calm. It seems that this peaceful life is still very good. Yichuan's gaze looked out the window and spoke softly. But it's not realistic. Yi Dust smiled bashfully. The ferocious beasts within the foreign space are eyeing us, and the Scarlet Church is constantly destroying. Yi Dust said, but he fell into silence as he slowly closed his eyes. Until the sound of the high-speed train stopping rang out. The imperial capital station has arrived, please disembark in an orderly manner. The high-speed railroad announcement sounded, and Yichen also slowly opened his eyes at this time. Has the imperial capital arrived yet? A flash of brilliant light flashed through Yichen's eyes, and the corners of his mouth also rose slightly, outlining an arc. He stood up and followed the flow of people, slowly stepping out and stepping on top of the land of the imperial capital. At once, an extremely prosperous city was reflected in Yichuan's field of vision, and even though this place was only the outskirts of the imperial capital, it was still not something that could be compared to Jiangnan province. Even the aura between heaven and earth was much stronger than Jiangnan province. Yichuan's eyes moved slightly, cultivating in this place, I'm afraid that the efficiency is at least several times that of being in Jiangnan province. Chapter 86 Yi Duan's Privilege. Like a plague, Yi Duan. The level of the foreign space also determines the richness of the aura of heaven and earth in the vicinity. Yichuan couldn't help but secretly say as he looked at the surrounding skyscrapers and felt the heaven and earth aura between heaven and earth. The descent of the foreign space has brought the scourge of ferocious beasts, but it has also increased the richness of the heaven and earth aura in this place. As if in the Jiangnan training camp, because of the existence of the cloud domain space, it makes the heaven and earth aura in any part of the Jiangnan training camp much denser than the outside world. The reason why Jiangcheng is just a small, remote city, the highest is only a second-ranked martial artist, but with the previous descent of the third-ranked foreign space, Jiangcheng's heaven and earth aura will also gradually recover. This is the benefit of an alien space. As for the imperial capital, the foreign spaces are even more countless, just the foreign spaces suppressed within the Star River Academy alone are several, and it is naturally normal for the aura between heaven and earth to be dense. Even the aura of heaven and earth inside the Star River Academy is even more dense. Yichen said in his heart, but his eyes gradually became brighter as he quickened his pace and walked towards the outside of the high-speed train station. This was only just out of the high-speed rail station. He was able to see that a middle-aged man wearing the Star River Academy's clothing was standing at the entrance of the station, and the moment he saw Yichuan come out, that middle-aged man revealed a smile. Yichuan student, right? The middle-aged man came forward and took Yichuan's hand. Yi Chuan was a little confused by this scene, the whole thing. You are. Introduce yourself. I'm the teacher of the Star River Academy's enrollment office, Zhao Feng, and I came today specifically to pick you up at the Star River Academy. Zhao Feng coughed and said to Yi Chen. Yi Dust froze, and his heart became a bit puzzled. How did you know that I'm here now? Zhao Feng said rightfully, we knew from the moment you bought the ticket. As the #1 martial arts academy in Disya, this bit of privilege is still there. Yi Chuan was silent. This was the first time Yi Chuan felt the power of the Star River Academy. Previously, he merely felt that there were quite a few top-notch powerhouses within the Star River Academy, but now it seems that, in addition to those powerhouses, the Star River Academy's privileges within the Great Xia are also frighteningly strong. Student Yi Chuan, get on the car, I'll send you inside the Star River Academy first. Zhao Feng pulled Yi Chuan's hand and spun around to get into a commercial vehicle. And Zhao Feng took on the role of the driver. Yi Chuan looked at Zhao Feng and wanted to say something. He had a lot he wanted to ask right now. But Zhao Feng seemed to be able to see through Yi Chuan's thoughts and said smilingly, Student Yi Chuan doesn't need to ask much. When you arrive at the academy, you will naturally understand the academy. Zhao Feng had said so. Yi Chuan was naturally too embarrassed to continue asking, and just sat in the car, along with the commercial vehicle, driving in the direction of the Star River Academy. It had to be said that the imperial capital covered a really large area. After the car had traveled for half an hour in the imperial capital, it was only after that he was able to vaguely see that not far away, there was an extremely luxurious gate that stood on top of the earth. Above the gate, there were 4 big words that emerged. Star River Academy. The 4 big words flew with a dragon and phoenix, and there was even a grandiose aura that arose, causing all the people who looked at these 4 words to be unable to help but feel a slight shock in their hearts. Even Yi Chen was attracted by these 4 words. At this time, Zhao Feng's voice slowly sounded. These 4 words were inscribed by the first principal of our Star River Academy back then. Yi Chuan nodded slightly. Regarding the first principal of the Star River Academy, Yi Chuan also knew about it, or rather, there was no one in the entire Great Xia who did not know about it. The first principal of the Star River Academy was the first 9th-ranked powerhouse of Grand Xia, and it was he who founded the Star River Academy, and even founded the predecessor of the Martial Alliance. It was also him who led the Great Xia human race to resist the threat of the alien space. It was only later that, while suppressing a grade 9 alien space, he was surrounded by the ferocious beast camp by design and fell within that one alien space. But even so, that person also took away several 9th-ranked ferocious beasts before dying. It caused the beast camp to be incredibly chilled. Yi Chuan's heart also admired the Star River Academy's first principal. As Yi Chen came back to his senses, he was able to see that at the gate of the Star River Academy, there were already quite a few figures converging at that spot. However, at the gate, there were youths wearing Star River Academy uniforms standing at the gate, blocking those people outside. And among this group of people, Yi Chuan even saw Luo Wuhui, Mu Qingxue, and even Zhu Chek and the others. What is this about? Looking at those people at the entrance, Yi Chuan couldn't help but ask. Zhao Feng said with a smile, it's just an old tradition of our Star River Academy. New students who want to enter the middle of the Star River Academy are required to break through the test of the old students. Yi Chen was silent for a while and said, then what happens if you can't break through? Zhao Feng's eyebrows raised slightly, and he said rightfully, of course, where do you come from and where do you go back to? Our Star River Academy isn't something you can just casually enter. Yi Chen realized, then suddenly revealed an expression of eagerness. Then should I also break in? A light surfaced within Yi Chen's eyes. This kind of thing, Yi Chuan was particularly good at it. Moreover, with so many people, at a glance, he would be able to raise his proficiency quite a bit, knowing that right now, the 6th-ranked breathing method in martial arts proficiency increase was just too slow. If one just relied on automatic cultivation, it would take days to be able to improve a little. Yi Chuan's last 2 days in the Jiangnan training camp had not improved at all. Now, a chance had been placed in front of him. However, Zhao Feng fell into silence as he listened to Yi Chen's words. He is very clear about Yi Duan's information. Not yet enrolled in school is already the cultivation of the 5th stage, but also in the 4th stage, was able to kill the early 5th stage of the ferocious beasts. Now that he has crossed into the 5th order, he is afraid that his battle power is even more powerful. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng glanced at the students blocking the doorway with some concern. Although it was said that there were 1 or 2 Shen-level contracted celestial pride amongst these older students, their cultivation had only just broken through the 5th rank. Even though Zhao Feng was full of confidence in the students of the Star River Academy, he was afraid that Yi Chuan, this pervert, would beat the out of these students when he thought about it. Don't break the hearts of these veteran students when the time comes. A moment later, Zhao Feng even said without any hesitation, "You're different, the heavenly grade contract doesn't need to go through this." Yi Chen froze, some disappointment surfaced in his eyes, only he was still a bit reluctant and said, "Really not?" "No." "Can't we accommodate?" "No." No." Zhao Feng drove the car while black lines fell down on his forehead. What's wrong with this person? Being able to take the privilege and still not satisfied? You have to know, students who can join the Star River Academy can take the privilege, but there are very few. Throughout the history of the Star River Academy, there are definitely no more than 5 who can take this kind of privilege. As a result, you're still not satisfied. Zhao Feng felt a little tired of his heart. Well then. Yi Chen laid down on the seat with some regret. And at this time, the commercial vehicle had also arrived at the gate of the Star River Academy, attracting the attention of those new students and even the old students. The business car stopped at the gate and Zhao Feng rolled down the window. "Yo, it's Mr. Zhao? This has a newcomer coming over again?" An old student rubbed his hands together and said with some excitement. As that old student opened his mouth, those freshmen who were stopped at the door all looked at the figure inside the car with a look of sympathy. They could all have come this way. However, Zhao Feng's next words were what made them instantly confused. "Nah, the one sitting in the back is Yi Chuan, I'll take him in first and on." Zhao Feng waved his hand afterward. In an instant, the smiles on the faces of the older students directly froze. "Yi Duan?" The old student's body immediately took a step back towards the back, as if he had exploded, with a hint of horror in his eyes. "Go go go." The old student shook his hand frantically, urging as if he had seen the plague. Jokingly, even though they were students of the Star River Academy, they had seen Yi Chen's performance in the entrance examination. That was a ruthless person who was able to kill an early 5th stage ferocious beast, and even a ruthless person who killed a 5th stage ferocious beast when facing a beast tide. Even if they were conceited, they did not feel that they would be Yi Chen's opponent. Instead of letting Yi Chen go in, it was better than them losing face in front of Yi Chen. No, why is Yi Chen able to go in directly? The old student's appearance in Yi Chen's privilege caused one of the new students to be dumbfounded. However, after the dumbfoundedness, there was a dissatisfied voice that came out. As this voice came out, the expression of the old student who had been terrified before suddenly sank, and his pair of eyes gazed at the person who had spoken with a deadly gaze. "What? Are you able to decapitate a ferocious beast of the early 5th stage? If you can, I can also let you in." As soon as these words came out, amongst the new students, they instantly fell into silence. Yes, it was only at this time that they were reminded of Yi Chen's terrifying battle power. Not a single word could be said. However, the eyes that looked at Yi Chen were still filled with envy. This was a privilege. And it was still a privilege of the Star River Academy, a privilege that every student who entered the Star River Academy wanted. Yi Chen poked his head out of the car and looked at the older students, saying with some regret, "Seniors, can I really not try? I think it would be a lot of fun." Yi Chen's words caused the corners of the mouths of one of the Star River Academy's old students to twitch slightly. "Fun? Fun the hell? You're having fun, what about us?" Without any hesitation, all the veteran students who stopped outside the door spoke in unison. "No. Chapter 87. This guy is definitely sick in the head. The mentor makes his entrance." The students of the Star River Academy had never been this neat and tidy before. Yet, it was because of Yi Chen's appearance that created this scene. Then, well, a disappointed expression appeared on Yi Chen's face. At this time, the old student who had just opened his mouth was constantly scowling at Zhao Feng, signaling him to hurry up and go in. Zhao Feng smiled, then started the vehicle and slowly walked towards the middle of the Star River Academy. Only leaving behind the countless envious freshmen watching Yi Chen riding in the commercial vehicle, walking into the Star River Academy. Among the crowd, Luo While Xia's trio glanced at each other. "Yi Chuan, this guy. Hey! Is this the benefit of having strong talent?" Xu Jian let out a bitter smile. The three of them placed in any year, they were able to casually enter the top 3 of the college entrance examination, or even compete for the top prize. But it was in this year that they encountered this pervert, Yi Chuan, and hardened all the light that should belong to them, causing them to be like a passerby instead. Such a person is qualified to be my opponent. Luo Wuhui looked at Yi Chen, who had already entered the Star River Academy, and there was even a touch of soaring battle intent surging out of his eyes. Zhu Jian said somewhat breathlessly, "Big brother, let's enter into the Star River School mansion first and then talk about the matter of opponents, okay? Didn't you see that a few of the veteran students who blocked the door were at the 5th rank cultivation level?" As Zhu Jian's words came out, Luo Wuhui also fell into silence. Yi Chen slowly entered the interior of the Star River Academy along with Zhao Feng. It soon arrived in a playground. At the moment, the playground was extremely empty, and there was only Yi Chen and Zhao Feng. "Wait here for a while, after the new students come in, you can start the new student ceremony." Zhao Feng smiled at Yi Chen and said. At this moment, Yi Dust was still immersed in the unwillingness of not being able to break through the door earlier, and twisted his head around and rushed at Zhao Feng. "Teacher, can't we really try to break through the door?" Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng took a deep breath, and there was a tendon constantly pulsing on his forehead. No, is this guy out of his mind? He's still not happy with his ing privileges? Zhao Feng crazily cursed in his heart, but he still forced himself to hold back the anger in his heart and said to Yi Chen in a pleasant manner, "You don't need it." "No, I need it," Yi Chen said seriously. "No, you don't need it." "No. Mother, are you sick?" Zhao Feng cursed out loud. He really couldn't stand it anymore. As a teacher of the Star River Academy's admission office, when had he ever encountered this kind of guy with a brain problem? However, very quickly, Zhao Feng was taking several more deep breaths and said, "Listen to me, I'm a teacher. If I say you don't need it, then you don't need it. If you have to try, how about letting me have some fun with you?" Zhao Feng straightened his chest. Although it was said that as a teacher of the admissions office, he didn't need to be particularly powerful, and even his cultivation was the 3rd level of the yoke, but at least he had graduated from the Star River Academy before, and had been immersed in this realm for a long time. What Yi Chen was able to do in the blazing fire space before, he was able to do the same. He was even able to accomplish it better. However, Yi Chen just glanced at Zhao Feng lightly and said, "Teacher, it's better to forget about it. I'm afraid that your old bones will be broken by me." Zhao Feng. Not a buddy, looking down on people like that? Zhao Feng looked at Yi Chen and hated him so much that he was gnashing his teeth. In the end, Zhao Feng coldly dropped a sentence, "Who the hell do you like, anyway? Just stay here and wait for the others to come over." After saying that, Zhao Feng fled and left the playground. Only Yi Chen was left standing alone in the middle of the playground. "AI, it's a pity." Yi Chuan shook his head with some regret, just looking at Zhao Feng's hastily escaping back. Yi Chuan still scratched the back of his head. "Nah, what I said is also the truth. Why is Mr. Zhao still not happy? I can really break his body bones off. I'm doing this for his own good." Yi Chuan's words did not have any cover. Zhao Feng had not yet left too far, naturally also heard Yi Chuan's words, the whole person's body aflutter, almost tripped on the ground. This guy definitely has a big brain disease. Zhao Feng roared angrily in his heart, and then he spun around and accelerated his pace to leave. Soon, in the middle of the playground, only Yi Chuan was left alone. Yi Chuan didn't care and casually found a seat and began to feel the heaven and earth aura in the Star River Academy. Worthy of being the Star River Academy, just the heaven and earth aura of the outside world is even comparable to a 4th-level cultivation room. Yi Chuan slightly felt it, and then he revealed a surprised gaze. No wonder the Star River Academy is able to cultivate so many strong people out, just the heaven and earth aura here is desirable. Yi Chuan sighed with emotion and then closed his eyes. Time passed little by little. Soon, 3 hours of time passed. Finally, those freshmen who were stopped outside the door also began to arrive in the middle of the playground one by one, looking at Yi Chuan cultivating alone there, but they couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration. Worthy of being the number 1 in the college entrance exam, just this much time is actually spent on cultivation. Talent and perseverance are at the top, no wonder he was able to become number 1. Many freshmen looked at Yi Chen and voiced out their emotions. Luo Wao's battle intent surged in his eyes, and surprisingly, he also directly sat down, just like Yi Chen, and began to silently cultivate. Zhu Inspection on the side looked at this scene and said quietly, "Is there a possibility that after we arrive, the new student ceremony will begin, and it is really silly for you to cultivate now?" Luo Wuhui's body trembled slightly, and he stood up with an expressionless face. "The ground of the Star River Academy playground is really good, I'm telling the truth, I just wanted to feel it." The corners of Zhu Jian's mouth twitched slightly. "Good guy. Are all lies so smooth?" Just like what Zhu Chang said, as a new student arrived at the playground, immediately afterward, it was able to feel that there was an extremely powerful aura that instantly surged out from the depths of the Star River Academy. Afterward, they landed around the playground. Every single person's body emitted a powerful aura. Hiss. Surprisingly, They are the Star River Academy's 6th order instructors. It is said that in order to become a 6th order instructor of the Star River Academy, one must at least have a battle record of having killed more than 10 late 6th order ferocious beasts in order to be able to assume the position. It can be said that to be able to become a 6th order tutor, one would be at the top of the 6th order powerhouses in the entire Grand Xia. With the appearance of that one 6th order tutor, a new student couldn't help but open his mouth one after another, looking at these tutors with a blazing color in his eyes. For the average student or even a Xian level contract's heavenly pride, most of them were worshipped under the 6th rank tutors. So, among these mentors could very well be the mentors that would accompany them for some time to come. Silence. A 6th order tutor let out a low heckle, and a terrifying aura stirred in the playground. So much so, many people became peaceful at this moment. And right at this moment, a yawn slowly sounded. Well, what a comfortable sleep. The Star River Academy's ground is just great. With the sound of this voice, it also broke the quiet scene around them in an instant, and everyone's gazes, including those 6th rank tutors, also had their gazes fall in the direction where the voice came from. But it was Yi Chen, who had been sitting on the ground with his eyes closed before, who stretched out and opened his eyes at this time. HM? What are you guys looking at me for? Yi Chuan was somewhat confused as he felt the gazes coming from all around him. Didn't this guy just practice? How can he still be asleep? I thought how hard this guy worked, but it turned out to be here? A freshman couldn't help but open his mouth. Yi Chuan naturally also heard these words, but just blinked his eyes but didn't say anything. Cultivate? It didn't exist. Breathing techniques and martial arts were all capable of automatic cultivation, so what was the point of cultivating on one's own? Of course, Yi Chuan also wanted to cultivate a little bit, but he just closed his eyes, and not much time passed before he fell asleep. Well, I'm still growing my body, it's normal to be sleepy. Yi Chen comforted himself. Heh, in the end it's the top student of the college entrance exam. This kind of mentality is also very good. Geniuses are always a bit different. A number of 6th rank tutors opened their mouths smilingly, but did not show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction because of Yi Chen's sleep. Instead, the eyes that looked at Yi Chen were filled with admiration. The new students were silent once again. Damn them, but they just discussed a little. These 6th order tutors are extremely serious. How Yi Chuan fell asleep in this scene, you guys still praise him? Do you want to be so double standard? In an instant, the eyes of one freshman looking at Yi Chen became a little bit grumpy. Being with Yi Dust always looks like they are trash. Cough cough cough. Feeling the ghostly gazes coming from all around, Yi Chuan also coughed dryly, more or less embarrassed. And just at this time, there was another powerful aura coming from the depths of the Star River Academy, causing an extremely powerful pressure to spread throughout the entire playground, causing those new students to be unable to resist turning pale and their entire bodies trembling the moment they felt this powerful aura. This is... Quite a few freshmen raised their heads in horror and looked towards the direction where that aura swept over. However, they were able to see that there were a dozen or so figures standing between the heavens and the earth, and within their hands and feet, there was a fluctuation that made their souls tremble. Star River Academy's 7th order tutor. Some of the new students' faces were horrified, and at the same time, their eyes were filled with excitement when they looked at these 7th order tutors. Star River Academy's 7th order tutors. That was something that one had to have a battle record of slaying 10 late 7th order ferocious beasts, or even pacifying a 7th order alien space, in order to be able to serve as one. Chapter 88. It turns out tutors are only gentle with Yi Duan. With such a battle record, even if one went to the Martial Alliance, some of the Star River Academy's 7th ranked tutors would be able to serve as one of the 36 inspection ambassadors. It could be seen how vast the Star River Academy's heritage was. One student looked at the 7th order tutor that stood above the dome of the sky, and a hint of yearning filled his eyes. What was important to know was that a 7th order powerhouse, even if one looked at the entire Grand Xia, could be considered a first-rate powerhouse, and any 7th order tutor would be able to become the 3rd in command, or 2nd in command, of a provincial city in the Grand Xia. In the Star River Academy, there were more than 10 of them. 7th order tutor. It is said that if you want to worship the 7th order tutor's door, you have to get at least a Xin level contract to do so, and if you want to worship the 7th order tutor's door 100%, you even need to sign a low-level contract with the Star River Academy. It's a pity that I'm just an ordinary contract. I don't have any destiny with these 7th order tutors. AI, if I can worship under a 7th order tutor, this is simply an honor. Guess, Yi Chuan will definitely be able to worship under a 7th order tutor. Saying that, someone suddenly mentioned Yi Duan, but the crowd again turned their gazes to Yi Duan. Looking at the Ji Chen with his hands in his pockets and hanging around, all the people's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Although it was said that outside of the blazing fire space, the dean had let Yi Chuan join Li Zhenfeng's disciple, but the only ones who knew about this matter were only a few people, Yi Chuan. No one else knew about it. After all, the Star River Academy dean's conversation was not something they could hear. So much so, the eyes of the crowd looking at Yi Chen were filled with envy. Yi Chuan was the only one who, after picking his nose, calmly looked at the 7th-ranked tutor who stood above the sky dome. If Yi Chen were to know what this group of people were thinking, he was afraid that he would laugh out loud. 7th order tutor? I will be able to become a 7th order in less than a year, and I have to worship a 7th order tutor? This is too faceless. As the crowd murmured again, a 7th-ranked tutor above the sky dome slightly clustered his brows. Quiet. No rules at all. A 7th-order tutor scolded, and with a powerful pressure that enveloped the entire playground but made the crowd become quiet in an instant. They didn't dare to touch the majesty of the 7th-order tutors, and could only obediently shut their mouths, not even daring to look at those 7th-order tutors. Only Yi Chuan, somewhat curious, looked at the 7th-order tutors and said, "Teacher, what is the process of our new student ceremony?" Among the crowd, Yi Chen's opening appeared to be a bit of a crane. Some of the new students couldn't help but shake their heads. This guy, people's 7th-order tutors have told us to be quiet, but he still dares to open his mouth. Is he so rash? He doesn't think that these 7th-ranked tutors will also speak to him in a pleasant manner, right? Some of the new students sneered in their hearts, and there was a hint of pity in their eyes when they looked at Yi Chuan, as if they had already seen the image of those 7th-ranked tutors berating Yi Chuan. However, the 7th-order tutor who had been incredibly serious before, after seeing that it was Yi Chen who had opened his mouth, said with a smile, "You kid, are you that cute? Don't worry, it will soon be the process of my Star River Academy students and tutors choosing each other. After choosing a tutor, the new student ceremony can end." As the 7th-ranked tutor's voice fell, one of the new students once again fell into silence. Differentiated treatment. This was clearly differentiated treatment. On what grounds? Wasn't he, Yi Chen, just a bit more talented and stronger? What's the reason? Many new students cried out in their hearts, obviously extremely unconvinced by the scene in front of them. Oh. Yi Chen nodded in understanding, then his eyes lit up and said, "Then does our Star River Academy still have 8th-order tutors appearing?" These words came out, but they also caused all those 7th-ranked tutors to freeze for a moment, obviously not figuring out what Yi Chen was trying to express. However, the 7th-ranked tutor who had opened his mouth before still answered Yi Chen's question with a smile after briefly thinking about it. Generally speaking, our Star River Academy's special 8th-ranked tutors won't easily come down to recruit students, but this year well. Those 7th-ranked tutors glanced at Yi Chuan with deep meaning and said, "Naturally, they will appear." Once these words came out, the heart of a new student at this moment, it was even more directly set off a burst of shocking waves. What? All of the Star River Academy's special 8th-ranked tutors will come out this year? Hiss, this is big news. To know can become the Star River Academy special 8th order tutor, are in a certain field and a superior, and even have comparable to the 8th order inspector's combat power, only to be able to serve. If you want to join the special 8th order tutor, you must at least sign an Earth grade contract, and the Star River Academy issues no more than 3 Earth grade contracts each year. I didn't expect that we would be able to see a special 8th order tutor appear today. Some of the new students who knew the Star River Academy well became even more excited at this moment. However, very quickly, they reacted. Wait, these special 8th order tutors wouldn't be rushing towards Yi Chen, right? In an instant, they again fell into silence at this moment. The eyes that looked at Yi Chen became more and more complicated. Only Yi Chen's eyes were bright. A special 8th order tutor? Doesn't that mean that I cannot have to choose Li Qingfeng? Yi Chuan hemmed and hawed in his heart. If I want to choose, I'll choose the strongest one. It's all students and tutors choosing each other anyway. Who says I have to choose Li Shifeng? Yi Chuan's eyes rolled, and another weird idea popped up in his little head. And it was at this time that a faint voice resounded between heaven and earth. Have all arrived? With the fall of this voice, between the entire heaven and earth, there was suddenly an extremely domineering aura that instantly stirred out, enveloping the entire Star River Academy's playground. Immediately after, it was possible to see a burly man, carrying an ink-colored sword behind his back, his hands clasped around his chest, stepping into the void and slowly walking. On his body, there was an extremely dense baleful aura, causing the temperature of the surroundings to be lowered a lot due to the presence of this baleful aura. Hiss. Surprisingly, it is the absolute heavenly blade flower dragon. It is said that this person once went deep into the 9th level alien space, hard by virtue of his 8th level cultivation, killed a dozen of late 8th level ferocious beasts, attracted the thought that the 9th level ferocious beasts to strike, and even more so, escaped unharmed in the hands of the other party. Worthy of being the Star River Academy's special 8th order tutors, basically are the most top-notch existence in a certain field. They may not be able to compare their cultivation to some 9th order powerhouses, but in certain fields are not in the least bit worse than 9th order powerhouses. Some of the new students, especially those who followed the Tao of the Blade, look towards the absolute heavenly blade flower dragon with a look of longing in their eyes. Looks like there are quite a few students this year. With the emergence of the flower dragon, there was a voice full of seductive sound. Just that seductive sound let many new students' hearts emerge 1,000 reveries. Immediately after, an absolutely beautiful woman, wearing a cheongsam, slowly stepped out of the void. Between her hands and feet, she even attracted the gazes of countless people. Even some 7th rank tutors couldn't help but be attracted by this person, and it took a good while before they were flushed and came back to their senses. Charm King's power of charm is getting stronger and stronger. Old me is about to cross into the 8th rank, but I can't help but be charmed by the Charm King. A somewhat pale-looking 7th rank tutor let out a bitter laugh. What is this to you? Back when the Phantom King entered the 9th rank alien space, but he was able to delay a 9th rank ferocious beast for 15 minutes by virtue of the power of charm, buying a lot of time for my Disya powerhouses. Another 7th ranked powerhouse lamented. Admittedly, the stunningly beautiful young woman in front of him was likewise the special 8th ranked tutor of the Star River Academy, Charm King Lu Qingyao. After Yi Chen's eyes lingered on Lu Qingyao's body for a moment, they landed on Hua Long's body, seemingly weighing something. However, it was also this action that caused a trace of surprise to flash through Lu Qingyao's eyes. This little doll's heart is so firm? Not even subjected to my power of seduction? Rather, it's somewhat cheaper for that stinking man Li Qingfeng. Lu Qingyao's mouth carried a hint of regret. Since we're all together, let's hurry up. Another voice rang out, but it was able to see a somewhat disheveled-looking middle-aged man, carrying a broken sword on his back, walking slowly, with a hint of impatience in his voice. While that pair of eyes was dead set on Yi Chen. Soul-breaking sword Li Shifeng. A freshman exclaimed in shock, his eyes all filled with horror. I didn't expect that the once soul-breaking sword who disappeared for more than a decade has become a special 8th rank tutor of the Star River Academy. But yes, this one is a ruthless person who, more than 10 years ago, with his cultivation of the 8th rank, hardened and heavily injured a 9th rank ferocious beast. It is rumored that a 9th rank powerhouse has let slip that once the soul-severing sword crosses over into the 9th rank, it will be enough to be considered a top 10 existence amongst all the 9th ranks. As a voice rang out, the gazes of countless freshmen fell on Li Qingfeng. Even Luo Wuhu and the others were not the least bit different. Compared to the other two special 8th order powerhouses, Li Shifeng was undoubtedly the strongest one, and his battle record was also the most prominent existence. To be able to become a student of such a strong person was enough to brag for a lifetime. And right at this time, everyone was able to see Li Qingfeng arrive in front of Yi Chuan and pick up Yi Chuan's sleeve. Brat, you're still here playing around with things that are set in stone? If you don't come to see your teacher, are you waiting for me to come to see you? Li Qingfeng glared at Yi Chuan with a hint of ill will in his eyes. And these words were the words that made the hearts and minds of all the new students jolt. Yi Chuan has actually already paid homage to the soul-breaking sword? Chapter 89, I'm in the top 5 of the college entrance exams, but I'd become crooked? In the minds of countless new students, only question marks surfaced. They looked incredulously at Yi Chen, who was picked up by Li Shifeng, but their faces were filled with disbelief. What you have to know is that is a special 8th order tutor. Star River Academy's special 8th order tutor, placed in any place in Disya, can be called the existence of the top strong, even if it is the Disya Martial Arts Alliance's 36 inspection envoys. In the face of the Star River Academy's special 8th order tutor, all have to give 3 times the thin face of the. After all, domestically, the Star River Academy's special 8th order tutors, each one of them has a great hope of crossing over to the 9th order, and even once they cross over to the 9th order, they are able to compare to many 9th order powerhouses. He has already worshipped under the Soulbreaker Sword sect? Luo Wuhui looked at this scene dumbfounded. As the number 1 heavenly pride that came out of the Imperial Capital training camp, Luo Wujiao wanted to worship under a special tutor more than anyone else. After all, he knew very well that in the Star River Academy, the tutors were different, and the students were able to receive different treatment. Even if it was the same contract, in the hands of different tutors, the treatment they could enjoy was different. And by worshipping under a special 8th rank tutor, even the most ordinary contract could potentially be better than some of the heaven's pride of Xian rank contracts. Of course, such a thing would be impossible. After all, no special 8th rank tutor would choose an ordinary student. Although it was just an example, it was able to illustrate the unwillingness in Luo Wuhu's heart. Old Dang. What are you doing, Lao Dang? You put it down. At this time, Yi Chen was constantly struggling, trying to break free from Li Qingfeng's hands. Crowd? What did they hear? Yi Chen actually called soul-severing sword as Lao Dang? Hiss. Yi Duan, with this mouth, I'm afraid he's going to offend soul-severing sword. Those freshmen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as they listened to Yi Duan's words, and their eyes became compassionate as they looked at Yi Duan. It's said that the soul-severing sword has a very bad temper. Even if an 8th-ranked powerhouse messes with the soul-severing sword, the soul-severing sword doesn't give the slightest bit of face. I've heard that last time, a first-time 8th Order powerhouse spoke out against the soul-severing sword, and as a result, he was directly beaten by the soul-severing sword and spent half a year in bed before he recovered. Is Yi Chuan so brave? The eyes of one freshman looking at Yi Chen became a little different. They suddenly felt that this guy Yi Chen was a little too brave. Originally, they were still envious and jealous because Yi Chuan had worshipped under the soul-breaking sword sect, but with Yi Chuan's words, they looked at Yi Chuan with nothing but pity in their eyes. It was as if they had already seen Yi Chen's tragic fate at the hands of the soul-severing sword. However, this next scene was the one that made everyone's eyes fall wide open. Kid, let me tell you, I don't have a good temper. Li Chengfeng glared at Yi Chuan and spoke with a bad expression. So what? Don't accept me if you're capable, I want to worship under the dean. Yi Chen also responded without giving the slightest bit of face. When these words came out, Li Chengfeng instantly darkened his face. Good fellow, actually threatening himself. However, when he thought of the time when he was outside of the blazing fire space, he could vaguely see a hint of heartbeat on the dean's face when Yi Chuan mentioned that he was worshipping under the dean's door. Without any hesitation, Li Chengfeng smilingly put Yi Chen down, and incidentally also gave Yi Chen a tidy-up of his clothes. Hee, Master is joking with you. Master's temper is the best in the entire Star River Academy, how could he possibly clean up his own student? Don't worry, after so many years in the Star River Academy, Master has you covered. Li Zhanfeng's face changed extremely quickly, smilingly said to Yi Chen. That's more like it. Yi Chuan's eyebrows raised slightly. Looking at the situation of both Li Shifeng and Yi Dust, a new student, and even those 6th and 7th ranked tutors, were all wide-eyed at this moment. No, is this still the soul-severing sword? Wasn't it said that the soul-severing sword's temperament was the worst in the Star River Academy? How come it's the best? Yi Chuan, this didn't even anger the soul-severing sword? The world has changed? Can even a sow get up a tree? A freshman and even those mentors looked at this scene in disbelief. Above the celestial dome, the two of them, Hualong and Lu Qingyao, looked at this scene and also said with some surprise, Li Shifeng, this guy's character has changed so quickly? However, soon the duo seemed to have thought of something as they glanced at each other, revealing a look of helplessness. I think Li Shifeng should have bet all his treasure on Yi Chen. As special 8th Order tutors, they also knew some of the secrets. Especially about Li Qingfeng's secrets. That's just it, today is destined to be a walk in the park. Hualong shook his head somewhat helplessly, and some colors of regret surfaced in his eyes as he looked at Yi Chen. Why isn't this kid a sword user? If he used a sword, he might be my student. On the side, Lu Qingyao covered her mouth with a smile and said, though the words are like that, there are still a few good seedlings in this term besides Yi Chen, don't you want to pick them? Hualong shook his head and said, although the seedlings are good, they are still within the scope of inspection, at least for now, I can't see any extremely good seedlings that can allow me to go down and recruit them. Lu Qingyao laughed, but no longer said anything, only her gaze looked towards Mu Qingshue's position, her eyes moved slightly, and she said to Mu Qingshue, child, would you like to cultivate with me? The moment these words came out, it also once again caused the entire playground to set off a wave of shock. Other than Yi Chen, there was actually someone else who had been spotted by the special 8th rank tutor? Even though Mu Qingshue's entire nature was extremely calm, at this moment, being watched by Lu Qingyao's gaze, she could not help but have her small face turn a little red. Without any hesitation, Mu Qingshue nodded. Many thanks, mentor. With these words, Lu Qingyao's gaze became softer and softer. She waved her hand at Mu Qingshue, girl, come over here. For a moment, Zhu Inspection, Luo Wufei, and the others clenched their fists, but their gazes couldn't help but fall on Hualong's body. The soul-severing sword and the Phantom King had both recruited students, so this absolute heavenly sword. Hualong naturally noticed their gazes as well, and after sweeping a glance, he said indifferently, Luo Wao enemy, Zhu Chek, Xiong Ming, if the three of you are able to break through to the 5th rank within half a year, I can give you a chance to worship under me. Originally, Hualong didn't want to recruit, but looking at Li Xianfeng and Lu Qingyao both found one, he didn't find it as not good, so under the circumstances, he set this requirement. Luo Wawu and Zhu Jian are not to mention, as for that Xiong Ming, in this college entrance examination, is also ranked 5th, from the Great Summer Territory in an ancient tribe. It was said to have the bloodline of an ancient tribe. The moment these words came out, Luo Wu's trio also revealed a look of excitement. Although they didn't directly worship, as long as they had the opportunity. Yet it was also something that made their hearts incomparably excited. And breaking through the 5th rank within half a year might be a great difficulty for other heavenly prides, but for them, it wasn't impossible to do. However, just at this time, an unwilling voice resounded once again. Could it be that the Star River Academy doesn't have any other tutors? The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes fell on the person who spoke. And the one who spoke at this moment was clearly Yi Chen. Looking at Yi Chen, the crowd once again fell into silence. What does this master want again? Is it possible that the soul-severing sword is still not satisfied? You know, if the soul-broken sword wants to recruit students, the people who are willing to worship the soul-broken sword's door, I'm afraid that it can be lined up from the gate of the Star River Academy to the Jiangnan training camp. Just like this. This master still doesn't know enough. For a time, the crowd was at a loss as to what they should say to make it better. No more. Don't think about it. For this next period of time, honestly follow Laozi's cultivation. Finally, Li Chengfeng could no longer endure it, and immediately carried Yi Chen's collar, not giving Yi Chen the slightest chance, and instantly led Yi Chen out of the middle of the playground. Hee, this little guy is still really interesting. Lu Qingyao covered her mouth and laughed, her body swayed with the laughter, but how much flavor it added. It's a pity, why didn't this kid use a sword? If he used a knife, I wouldn't have to pick a few crooked dates. Luo Wuxi's trio. What the heck? They are at least the best of the best in this session of the college entrance exams, how come they become crooked jujubes when it comes to you? Don't treat them so differently. For a while, with Hualong's words, Luo Wuxi's three people's hearts towards Yi Chen produced a strong color of resentment. It was obvious that they had been struck down. However, fortunately, with Li Chengfeng forcibly taking Yi Chen away, order was restored in the entire playground. The three special 8th order tutors had their own candidates, and the next step was the mutual selection between the 7th order and 6th order tutors and amongst these new students. At the same time, in a valley deep within the Star River Academy, there was a small compound situated in the valley. Inside the valley, it was extremely quiet, and there was even a rich heaven and earth spiritual chi surrounding the valley, and just taking a single breath was enough to make the cultivation in the body boil. HM? The heaven and earth spiritual chi here is actually several times more concentrated than the Star River Academy playground. Originally, Yi Chuan was still struggling, but it was only with the increase in the concentration of heaven and earth aura that Yi Chuan stopped struggling and began to look around. From now on, you will cultivate with me. Li Chengfeng unceremoniously threw Yi Chen into the courtyard. This courtyard will be you and me living together, got it? Li Shifeng said indifferently. Only, Yi Chen's face revealed a hesitant look. What's wrong? Li Shifeng asked, only just opening his mouth, a bad premonition surfaced in his heart. Ah? The two of us are living together, ah? But I heard that. You seem to be from Rongcheng? Chapter 90. Whoever doesn't stick around is a grandson. What's wrong with me being from Rongcheng? Facing these words from Yi Chen, Li Chengfeng was first confused. However, very quickly, Li Chengfeng seemed to have thought of something, and his entire face was as incomparably gloomy as that black charcoal. Do you think that Lao Zi has a good temper? Li Jianfeng was almost biting his teeth and glaring at Yi Chuan in death, with eyes that could not wait to swallow Yi Chuan directly. At the same time, Li Jianfeng's heart couldn't help but roar. Damn, which is making rumors about Rongcheng, Rongcheng's eating your family's rice ah. Li Jianfeng at this moment is considered completely unable to hold back. He stared at Yi Duan dead, but were Yi Duan at this time, say half a word out again, he is ready to do it. What student, what talent is good? As a swordsman, if one's heart is not lucid, how can one say that one is a swordsman? What just made Li Shifeng a bit stifled was that Yi Chen righteously said, "That's right, Teacher Li, I also feel that someone is spreading rumors to discredit Rongqing. His grandma, let me find these people and not peel their skin off." Yi Chuan was filled with righteous indignation, as if he was the one being rumored about. Li Zhanfeng's heart gradually smoothed out, but on second thought, he felt that something was wrong. "Didn't this sentence come out from inside your mouth?" Li Zhanfeng glared at Yi Chen and wanted to say something, but was once again interrupted by Yi Chen. Only to see Yi Chuan obediently sitting in place, looking at Li Chengfeng, acting like a third-grade student, saying, "Teacher Li, please teach me more in the future." Li Zhanfeng wanted to speak, but looking at Yi Chen's obedient appearance, he didn't know what to say. But if he doesn't say it, his own sword heart is a little bit not clear. Li Zhanfeng vaguely has a premonition. It seems that during the time that Yi Chen is still in the Star River Academy, he is afraid that he will never be able to hope for the 9th rank. This was the intuition from a swordsman. After a long period of silence, Li Chengfeng finally sighed, sat down in front of Yi Chuan, and said with a straight face, "Since you have come to the Star River Academy, then it is necessary for me to talk to you about what you should do as a student of the Star River Academy." When these words came out, Yi Chuan also came to be interested, listening carefully to Li Chengfeng's voice. The Star River Academy, as the #1 martial arts academy in Disya, is not just because our Star River Academy possesses the most abundant heritage and has top-notch powerhouses sitting at its feet, but because at the foot of our Star River Academy lies the suppression of a Grade 9 alien space, 3 Grade 8 alien spaces, and 9 Grade 7 alien spaces. When Yi Chuan heard this, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly. A 9th level alien space. To know, where was the most dangerous place in the middle of the Great Xia territory? It was bound to be a level 9 alien space. It was only because in the 9th level foreign space, there were 9th level ferocious beasts that existed, and only the 9th level powerhouses of the Grand Xia were able to fight against them. In addition, in the 9th level of foreign space, there are many 7th order, and even 8th order beasts active in it. In the entire Grand Xia, there are only 9 level 9 alien spaces. However, it did not occur to him that in the Star River Academy, there was actually a Grade 9 alien space. Yi Chen's expression gradually became grave. The Star River Academy was established in order to suppress that level 9 alien space, and every dean of the Star River Academy must have a cultivation of the 9th rank, and even after becoming a dean, he must guard the level 9 alien space to prevent the ferocious beasts inside from stepping out. This is also the reason why, even though the dean clearly had his heart set on it before, he couldn't recruit you as a student. Li Chengfeng first explained what happened before, and then said, "In addition to the 9th level foreign space, the 8th level foreign space and even the 7th level foreign space are likewise locations that the Star River Academy needs to guard. The 8th level foreign space is naturally guarded by a special 8th level tutors. Don't look at the fact that there are only 3 8th level tutors counting me today, but truthfully, there are still 3 more 8th level tutors in those 3 8th level foreign spaces. And the 7th level alien space is given to the 7th rank tutors to guard, combining the 6th rank tutors as well as the students of my Star River Academy to guard and clear it together. So, from the moment you entered the Star River Academy, or rather the moment you signed the contract, you will need to take on the responsibilities of a student of the Star River Academy. That is to say, purging and guarding the foreign space." Li Chengfeng said to Yi Chen with a solemn face. This was a responsibility that every Star River Academy had to take on, otherwise, even if they were talented, the Star River Academy would order them to drop out. Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not have much to worry about. Of course, for some students who are not strong enough, the Academy will not force them to enter into the midst of a level 7 alien space. Instead, they will be dispatched to various places in Disya to suppress some low-level alien spaces. Li Chengfeng explained again. But it wasn't that bad. After the explanation, Yi Chen's face gradually became strange. So, that Chen Mayan that he met in Jiangcheng before was because he wasn't strong enough? I told you, all the students of the Star River Academy have not broken through the 4th rank. Obviously the 3rd rank breaks through the 4th rank is very simple. It turns out to be that this guy's strength is not enough. Yi Chuan's heart was clear. At the same time, in a remote city in Daxia, Chen Huayan stood outside a wilderness, his eyes looking at the location of the void fluctuation in front of him, and there was a touch of anticipation surfacing in his eyes. "Ah, Chiu." Suddenly, Chen Huayan sneezed. He rubbed his nose and said with some doubt, "Strange, I'm at the peak of the 3rd stage, but I still catch a cold? Could it be that someone is saying something about me behind my back? Forget it, doesn't matter. After this job, I will be able to break through the 4th rank, and then I will be able to receive more difficult tasks. Chen Moyan looked at the void in front of him smilingly. As for you. Li Chengfeng sized up Yi Chen's body and said indifferently, at least, you are also lousy student and the top student of this session of the college entrance examination, so I've made the decision to allow you to go to the 7th level of the foreign space to suppress for 7 days every month. As he uttered this sentence, Li Chengfeng's heart became even more complacent. Within the 7th level foreign space, even some of the veteran 5th rank students of the academy will have to suffer, just to let this brat know that the realm down the road is not something that can be so easily surpassed and cultivated to break through. Son of a, making a fool out of me in public, shall I not use a little authority to make this brat suffer? Li Chengfeng thought so in his heart. Sure enough, he saw Yi Chen's brows furrowed at this time. Li Zhanfeng hemmed and hawed in his heart, brat, now you know what happens when you offend me. Cough. Li Zhanfeng coughed, ready to give Yi Chen some slack, but who knew, Yi Chen's next words made Li Zhanfeng instantly confused. Ha? It's only been 7 days. Yi Chen frowned and said. Doesn't it say above the heavenly contract that I can enter a 7th level alien space at will? This sentence completely gave Li Chengfeng a whole lot of trouble. On the heaven level contract, it was said that one could enter the 7th level alien space at will, but what one entered was the suppressed 7th level alien space, which was equivalent to a cultivation treasure land. And those who have not been suppressed level 7 alien space is not the same thing, asshole. Li Chengfeng wanted to explain something, but was rebuffed by Yi Chen. 7 days is too short, right? This way, you are also my mentor, help me walk the relationship. For me to do the 15 days to go. Don't tell me that you a special 8th order mentor can't even do this much. Then I'll despise you, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Shifeng. Li Shifeng was silent. He always felt that things seemed to have suddenly become a bit off somewhere. He looked at Yi Chuan, wanting very much to explain the difference between suppression and no suppression, but after looking at Yi Chuan's gaze that slightly carried some contempt, Li Shifeng instantly made a decision. Heck, if I don't let this kid suffer, I really think that the inside of the foreign space is all about chance, right? Li Shifeng roared in his heart, then said to Yi Chen. Since you've asked for this, I, as a mentor, naturally won't let you down. 15 days is 15 days, if you can't hold out. Don't blame me, Li Zhanfeng said aggressively. 15 days I'm your grandson if I don't stick it out. Yi Chuan also said without the slightest bit of weakness. 15 days? Who are you looking down on? This is a 7th level alien space, if you can't stay in such a good place for 15 days, you're the one who's sick in the head. Yi Chen thought so in his heart. Li Zhanfeng looked deeply at Yi Chuan, then slowly said, alright then, this matter is decided, 15 days. No backtracking allowed. On. Yi Chuan held his head high, as if he was a big, proud white goose. Li Chengfeng smiled, then continued, other than that, the rest of the time is all free time for the students, they can use it for cultivation, or they can do what they want to do. Of course, as your mentor, you can also ask me if there's anything you don't know about cultivation. The second thing is that in the Star River Academy, every month there will be a Star River Academy's grand competition. The grand competition is something that the entire Star River Academy students will take part in, which means those who are at the 5th rank, the 6th rank, or even those who have signed a heavenly contract and haven't graduated by the 7th rank. My requirements for you are not very strict, just get me into the top 1000 for the first monthly exam, if you can do it. I'll teach you a sword technique. Li Chengfeng looked at Yi Chuan and seduced. However, Yi Duan said without a care in the world, sword technique? What sword technique? Is there anything special about this sword technique? With regards to sword techniques, Yi Chuan really didn't care very much. After all, with the existence of the system, his own swordsmanship would sooner or later be upgraded to the 9th rank, and a 9th rank swordsmanship, when looking at the whole of the Grand Xia, could be called the top. Chapter 91, the 4th level of the yoke. Therefore, for the sword technique that Li Chengfeng wants to teach, Yi Chuan really doesn't care. After all, the system produced must be a fine product, Li Zhanfeng looked at Yi Duan's unconcerned appearance and said with a smile, so unconcerned? But what if I say that this sword method can be called the first in Xia? When these words came out, Yi Chuan instantly knelt on the ground. The mentor's favor, the student has no teeth to forget. A certain person would like to worship the mentor as a righteous father, but also ask the mentor not to disdain. Li Chengfeng. I don't know why, but I suddenly disliked this student of mine a little. However, Li Zhanfeng still said with a smile, don't be happy so early, wanting to get the top 1000 in the first monthly exam is not that easy. At least, in the history of the Star River Academy, it has never appeared before. How many students were there in the Star River Academy? The Star River Academy's annual enrollment seemed to be only a few hundred to 1,000, but don't forget that the Star River Academy's graduation wasn't determined by time. Instead, it was decided according to the strength of the students. If you are an ordinary student, you will graduate as soon as you reach the 5th rank. However, if a student had signed a contract, even if it was a Xian level contract, they still needed to cultivate to the 6th rank before they could graduate. As for Earth level contracts and Heaven level contracts, that would be even more difficult. Under such circumstances, the number of students within the Star River Academy had long reached tens of thousands. Among them, there was no lack of students with 5th rank, 6th rank, and even 7th rank. It could be said that nowadays, in the Star River Academy, there were hundreds of students of the 6th order alone. 5th order students, even more thousands of people. Only a small number of students were freshmen and those old students of the 4th rank. Under such circumstances, it was not easy to reach the top 1,000. If one wanted to enter the top 1,000, one was destined to have at least a mid or even late 5th order combat power. It even required a certain amount of luck. It could be said that this requirement that Li Chengfeng had set for Yi Chen was almost impossible to achieve. 1,000 names. Yi Chuan's eyes rolled for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Old Deng, oh no, righteous father, you just wait." Li Jianfeng smiled without saying anything. "Alright, the next time is at your disposal. As a heavenly pride of the heavenly contract, you can receive 10,000 credits free of charge every month to use for your own cultivation. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me directly." After saying that, Li Chengfeng walked towards the middle of the room. Yi Chen's eyebrows slightly raised as he arrived at another room. Although the room between the two was right next to each other, the room's concealment was very good. Not only was it able to isolate the fluctuation of energy, even the sound could not be transmitted. Moreover, inside the room, it was also fully equipped with all the 5 organs. After Yi Chuan took a look at it, he also nodded his head with quite a bit of satisfaction. Not bad at all. Have to hurry up and feel the efficiency of cultivation here. This old den isn't good, but the place is still very good. At least the heaven and earth aura is even more dense than the fiery flame space. Yi Chuan heatedly smiled, and immediately sat down on top of the bed, closed his eyes, and began to feel the cultivation efficiency. After only an hour, Yi Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Shackled Martial Artist 26-100. Bazho Vomiting Technique, Minor Achievement 75-100. Flowing Light Absolute Shadow Steps, Minor Achievement 75-100. Silent Sword Technique, Grand Completion 35-100. Sword Intent, Introductory 59-100. Ha! Yi Chuan's eyes instantly brightened. In addition to the proficiency gained earlier in the middle of the playground, just 1 hour has actually raised the progress of the breathing technique and the footwork technique by a little bit. Is the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here? Even this rich? A smile surfaced on Yi Chuan's face. At this rate, even without using any cultivation resources, I'll be able to raise the breathing method and the absolute shadow steps to a great success within 2 days. Within a week, both the breathing technique and martial arts will be able to be raised to completion. Even the sword intent has the hope of opening into the minor achievement realm. I didn't expect old Den's place to be so good. Yi Chuan said with a smile, his face was filled with excitement. There's also a 7th level foreign space. It looks like it won't be long before I'm able to break through to the 6th rank. 1,000 names. Oh, this old Deng more or less still underestimates me. Yi Chuan smiled, then took out his identity bracelet, which was bound to the Star River Academy the moment he entered it. At this moment, it clearly had Yi Chuan's identity information on it, and in the credits column, 10,000 credits had also arrived. I can properly purchase some cultivation resources. Work hard and strive to break through the 6th rank within a month. Yi Chuan joyfully picked up the cultivation resources. Meanwhile, in the middle of Li Chengfeng's room, the vice dean's silhouette slowly emerged as he looked at Li Chengfeng, his brows slightly clustered. You're planning to impart that one-sword technique to Yi Chen here? Li Chengfeng lay on the bed, once again regaining that disheveled look from before, and said faintly, "If I don't pass it on to him, who will I pass it on to? This son's talent is extremely demonic. It's not too much to even say that he's a demon that has never existed in my Grand Xia. Take a sword technique and give it to him, he'll definitely be able to cultivate it to perfection." The vice dean sniffed and frowned slightly, "But you should also know what this sword technique means, some people." are afraid that they won't be willing to do so. The students you had before. As the vice dean's voice rang out, the temperature in Li Jianfeng's room instantly lowered a lot, and even in the space, there was a layer of frost floating out. Buzz buzz buzz. A sword chime echoed in the room, filling it with an aura of solemnity. He dares. Li Changfeng violently sat up straight in his own body, and there was even a touch of intense surging out of that pair of eyes. This time, I won't let anyone have their way. Doesn't he want this sword technique of mine? Then come and get it with a straight face. Who does he think he is? Li Shifeng roared lowly, as if he were a hysterical beast. As the vice dean watched the scene of Li Shifeng, he also fell into silence, and only after a moment did the vice dean slowly say, "Don't worry, the Star River Academy will be on your side. Yi Chuan is also a student of my Star River Academy after all." The vice dean's eyes also had a flash of brilliant light flickering out. The foreign space has been quiet for such a long time. There are really some people who have forgotten. Who is the heart and soul of our great Xia human race? The vice dean opened his mouth in a low voice, then as if he thought of something, his brows clustered slightly. Not right. Since you wanted to give the sword technique to this little guy, why did you allow him to get the top 1,000 grades in the first monthly exam? You clearly know that this is impossible. The vice dean looked at Li Changfeng with a slightly puzzled expression. As the vice dean, he could understand too well the gold content of the top 1,000 of the Star River Academy. Without the cultivation of the 5th level of the yoke, don't die the top 1,000, it's a complete hit. Although Yi Chuan had the cultivation of the yoke realm, it was also very difficult to cultivate to the 5th layer of the yoke within a month's time. After all, the further back you go, the more difficult it is to cultivate Li Changfeng gradually regained his composure and said indifferently, "Others can't do it, but Yi Chen may not. This son's potential, I haven't seen the limit until now, without stimulating him a bit, how to release these potentials out, and how to face those guys." Li Changfeng said, "That pair of eyes," but there is a touch of stern color emerged. He, when I fought with him, I lost. But this time, the fight between my student and his student may not necessarily be lost. This Yi Chuan is clearly a treasure given to me by the heavens." A rare flash of excitement appeared on Li Shifeng's face. The vice dean looked at Li Jianfeng's appearance, and after a moment of silence, he finally did not say anything, and his figure disappeared into the room. Time passed little by little. Soon, a week had passed. In the middle of the room, Yi Chen was calmly sitting on top of the bed, and his entire body was emitting a powerful fluctuation of breath. Suddenly, Yi Chen violently opened his eyes, and a violent aura stirred out. It caused the entire room to be filled with a powerful sense of oppression. The 4th level of the yoke is up. Yi Dust gently opened his mouth, and between his thoughts, the system panel also surfaced in Yi Dust's field of vision at this time. Name, Yi Duan. Cultivation, Shackled Martial Artist 35-100. Bazho Spitting Method, 99-100. Flowing Light Absolute Shadow Steps, 99-100. Silent Sword Technique, 99-100. Sword Intent, Minor Success 1-100. The breathing technique and martial arts have both been raised to completion, and the sword intent has also entered the minor achievement realm. Feeling the raging energy fluctuations emanating from within his body, Yi Chuan's mouth couldn't help but draw out an arc. The perfection of the 6th order breathing technique, and even the perfection of the 6th order martial arts, made Yi Chuan, even though he was only at the 4th level of the yoke now, even if he faced a strong person at the 5th or even the 6th level of the yoke, Yi Chuan had the certainty that he could kill him. It should be possible to get the top 1,000. Yi Chuan stretched his blocking waist and opened his mouth indifferently. If Li Changfeng were to hear these words from Yi Duan, he was afraid that he would fall into silence. This is only a week's time to achieve this step, not to mention 1,000, even the top 800 have a chance. It's just a pity that a few days ago, the 8th level foreign space was the turn of Li Shifeng to guard the town, and before the monthly examination, Li Shifeng could not come out. Instead, he missed the scene in front of him. Well, the credits are also spent almost. The promotion of the 6th order breathing method in martial arts is much more difficult than I imagined, especially after the great completion. It is spending so many resources, only to be the one who barely promoted to perfection. Yi Chuan looked at the information on his bracelet and couldn't help but lament. Chapter 92. Come on, you go and finish off Yi Duan. It really doesn't stand up to spending. Yi Chuan lamented, originally thinking that 10,000 credits was already a lot. After all, the Star River Academy's credits were not comparable to the points of that Jiangnan training camp. If calculated according to its value, 1 credit of the Star River Academy was even comparable to 10 points of the Jiangnan training camp, or even more than 10 points. Only. As Yichuan's cultivation increased, the grades of the martial arts and breathing techniques were getting higher and higher, which was also causing Yichuan to consume more resources to improve. Looks like. Still have to earn credits. S-World's first sword technique still needs to be learned, although this guy doesn't seem to have any skills, but since the dean said it, it means that the other party still has redeeming qualities. This since it is said to be the world's first sword method. That is bound to be the top sword method, and although my sword method can rely on the system to upgrade, but I don't know to monkey years and months to go, learn a top sword method in advance, is also a good thing. Top 1000 on the monthly exam? Yichuan pondered for a while, then stood up and stretched, already having a certain idea. It seems that one has to go to that 7th level foreign space to take a look, after all, every month. I still have 15 days, and incidentally cultivate and refine inside. Yichuan said, but he had already pushed open the door of the room and walked towards one of the 7th level alien spaces in that Star River Academy. In the Star River Academy, there were a total of 9 level 7 alien spaces that needed to be guarded, and the one that Yichuan was going to was the closest level 7 alien space to him. It was called Desolate Bone Space. Great Xia, on the outskirts of the imperial capital, in a hidden space. The figure of the Scarlet Lord was sitting at the head of a round table, while beside him, there was a group of figures that were also dressed in scarlet robes, and each one of them exuded an extremely powerful aura fluctuation. Yichuan. In the hands of the Lord of Scarlet, he picked up a copy of Yichuan's profile, and within that pair of eyes, there was even a faint glow flickering. Looking at Yi Chen's information, the Scarlet Lord fell into silence. He had never thought before that a small college entrance examination candidate would be able to disrupt his plans and make his plans completely fall through. Even because of the failure of this plan, the Scarlet Church received a strong blow from the Martial Alliance. If it wasn't for the fact that they, the Scarlet Church, also had some undercover agents belonging to them in the Martial Alliance, otherwise, they were afraid that they would have been destroyed by the Martial Alliance this time. But even so, also exposed several undercover agents hidden in the Martial Alliance, and one of them had even entered the circle of the top brass. It can be said that Scarlet Church has suffered heavy losses this time. This fellow must be killed. The Lord of Scarlet looked at the information belonging to Yichuan, and a flash of intense killing intent surged out of his eyes. Whether it was because Yichuan had broken his plan, causing the Scarlet Church to suffer heavy losses, or Yichuan's terrifying talent, all of them had to be killed in advance and beheaded in the cradle. This son's talent is extremely demonic. Once he grows up, even in just a few years' time, he could become a first-class powerhouse of the Grand Xia. The Scarlet Lord's gaze swept over the bodies of each Scarlet Church member with a touch of ruthlessness. Now that Yi Chun has entered the Star River Academy, it will be even more difficult to kill. Left Protector. As the Scarlet Lord's voice rang out, to the left of the Scarlet Lord, a figure with an extremely tall stature, but whose appearance could not be seen because of the scarlet robe that shrouded it, slowly stood up. In a low voice that echoed through the space, causing the entire space's aura to become somewhat oppressive. I'll leave this matter to you, I hope you won't let me down. The Scarlet Lord calmly looked at the other party. After the matter is accomplished, I can give you a chance to break through the National Pillar Battle Force. A touch of fervor surfaced in the Left Protector's eyes, and he immediately said without hesitation, yes. Scarlet Church, within a stronghold. The Scarlet Church's imperial capital General Helmsman was currently half kneeling before a blood-colored crystal. As the imperial capital's branch rudder master, his strength was much more powerful than any of the Scarlet Church's branch rudder masters, to the point where he could be compared to the Scarlet Church's emissary. Among the Scarlet Church, the Lord of Scarlet was naturally the most powerful, and could even compete with the Great Xia State Pillar. Under the Lord of Scarlet, there were the Left and Right Guardians, both of whom had Ninth Order cultivation, and even among the Ninth Order powerhouses, their strength wasn't too weak. Under the Left and Right Two Big Protector is the Scarlet Church Messenger. They are responsible for inspecting the Scarlet Church Major Rudder, generally have the cultivation of the Eighth Order, only a small part of the top of the Seventh Order of the Strength. The standard is also the Martial Arts Alliance of the Inspector. Further down is the Rudder Master. There are good and bad strengths of the helmsman, it all depends on whether the area he is responsible for is affluent or not. As the sub-helmsman of the imperial capital, and even more so as the sub-helmsman in charge of all the sub-helmsmen of the Scarlet Church, his strength is enough to be comparable to that of the Scarlet Church's emissaries, and he has a cultivation of the Eighth Order. At this moment, he was half kneeling in front of the blood-colored crystal, looking incomparably respectful and pious. And within the blood-colored crystal stone, the figure of the left protector slowly emerged as he looked at the chief helmsman and said indifferently, "I'll give you a mission, kill Yi Chen at all costs. That Yi Dust is just a little guy of the 5th rank, you, a powerhouse of the 8th rank. Don't tell me that you can't do it." The chief rudder master's brows clustered slightly. Although the words were so said, but Yi Chen was now in the Star River Academy, not so easy to be able to kill the Star River School Mansion. That had a 9th-ranked powerhouse sitting in it. Just as he hesitated, the voice of the left protector was slowly resounding at this time. "I remember that you should have been stuck at the 8th rank for a very long time already." As soon as these words came out, the chief helmsman raised his head violently and looked towards the left protector. The left protector's voice was filled with temptation. "After this is accomplished, I will give you a chance to break through the 9th rank." In an instant, a flash of fervor appeared on the chief servant's face. "Willing to die for the church." Upon hearing this, the left protector also revealed a look of satisfaction, and his figure slowly dissipated within that blood-colored crystal. As the left protector's figure dissipated, the general helmsman slowly stood up and walked out of the room where the blood-colored crystals were hidden, and arrived in a large hall. Within the great hall, there was a line of Scarlet Church members dressed in scarlet robes, and all of them involuntarily lowered their heads under the gaze of the General Helmmaster. The Chief Rudder Master's gaze swept over their bodies and finally landed on one of them. "Song Jifei. Present." A member dressed in scarlet robes walked out and looked respectfully at the Chief Rudder Master in front of him. "The Jiangnan province's rudder was destroyed by the Martial Alliance, so by all rights, you shouldn't be able to bear this responsibility." The Chief Rudder Master narrowed his eyes and looked at Song Jifei in front of him. It was true that Song Jifei was the Scarlet Church's Scarlet Church Subrudder Master that the Scarlet Church had planted in Jiangnan Province. It was only because the Jiangnan Province Martial Alliance had inexplicably made a move against the Scarlet Church before, and had even pinpointed the various strongholds of the Scarlet Church in Jiangnan Province. The Scarlet Church was expelled from Jiangnan Province in a hard and fast manner. Although Song Jifei had escaped, after arriving in the imperial capital, because of this, it also made him unpopular amongst the Scarlet Church. A bitter smile appeared on Song Jifei's face. "General Helmsman, Alright, I don't want to hear your explanation either, now I'll give you a chance to take the blame for your sins." The Chief Rudder Master waved his hand indifferently. Song Jifei's eyes lit up, and he immediately excitedly stated, "Chief Rudder Master, please say, Song Jifei, even if my body is broken to pieces, I will also fulfill the opportunity given by Chief Rudder Master." The Chief Rudder Master smiled faintly, "Then you will go and finish off Yi Duan." "Song Jifei?" In an instant, the expression on Song Jifei's face instantly became stiff and incomparable, so much so that his smile, at this moment, appeared to be extremely incongruous. "Me? Going to kill Yi Chen?" Song Jifei pointed at himself and looked at the chief helmsman with a confused expression. "Is there any mistake? I'm a segment rudder master or a segment rudder master in a less place like Jiangnan Province, and I'm only at the 5th rank until now. You're asking me to go to the Star River Academy and kill a 5th Order Heavenly Pride? Isn't it obvious that you're asking me to die?" Song Jifei cursed in his heart. Chief Helmsman said lightly, "Don't worry, didn't think of letting you go to send death for nothing. Yi Chuan, as a student of the Star River Academy, will inevitably have to enter a foreign space, don't forget. What we Scarlet Church is best at? Chiseling holes? Taking the back door?" Song Jifei said cautiously. The chief helmsman's face darkened. "What hook ate chiseling holes and taking the back door? Can you be a little more civilized? That's opening up a new passageway. Don't worry, there are people lurking inside those alien spaces of the Star River Academy. As long as Yi Duan appears inside the alien space, you can just finish Yi Duan off in the alien space. Anyway, there are countless ferocious beasts within the alien space. With cleaner hands, even if Yi Chen dies, they won't be able to think that we did it. I remember that you should be breaking through the 6th rank soon, right?" The Chief Rudder Master said meaningfully to Song Jifei, "As long as you complete this mission, I'll give you a chance to break through the 6th Order." At these words, Song Jifei's breath instantly became fiery. Even as the branch helmsman of the Scarlet Church, but as Song Jifei's talent was limited, the 5th rank was already his limit, and if he wanted to break through the 6th rank, it was almost impossible to do so without a chance. But now, Chief Rudder Master had actually given him a chance. In an instant, Song Jifei burst into tears. "Reporting to Chief Servant, I promise to complete the mission." Song Jifei cried out excitedly, his voice echoing in the Great Hall. When the chief rudder master heard this, the smile on his face grew stronger. Chapter 93 Cursing Yi Duan, Defense Fortress. Desolate Bone Space. Yi Chuan slowly came to the entrance of the desolate bone space, and was able to see that there were several students wearing Star River Academy's clothing guarding the foreign space passageway, exuding a powerful aura. In the Star River Academy, if you want to get credits, apart from guarding the foreign space and eliminating the ferocious beasts, you have to receive some tasks issued by the Academy. Among them, guarding the foreign space passageway was also released in the taskbar of the Academy. It belonged to a kind of task that was both easy to obtain credits and fast. However, this kind of task, the requirements for receiving are also very high. For example, a 7th level foreign space channel. Want to guard this channel, the minimum requirement is the need to have a 6th level of cultivation. Or perhaps a 6th order battle strength. After all, once something changed in a level 7 alien space, it would be really hard for an ordinary martial artist to do something about it, and only a 6th order martial artist would be able to barely solve some of the troubles. What person? As Yi Chuan's figure appeared, the gazes of those few Star River Academy students instantly landed on Yi Chuan's body, a gaze filled with sharp colors. However, after taking a good look at Yi Chuan, the faces of several people relaxed a lot. So it's senior brother Yi Chuan. A 6th order senior said with a smile. School brother has only just entered our Star River Academy, and he's about to go to guard the foreign space? With this year's college entrance examination, Yi Chen's fame was extremely loud when looking at the entire Grand Xia. Even in a place like Star River Academy where heavenly prides gathered, Yi Chen's name was as loud as thunder. So it was not a strange thing for them to recognize Yi Chen. Subduing a foreign space? Yi Chuan stared blankly. Aren't they all purged? There's still a need for a township? When these words came out, a few 6th-ranked seniors looked at each other, and immediately afterward, their faces became strange. Could it be that Teacher Li didn't tell you that our Star River Academy students have to guard the alien space for a period of time every month? This is the responsibility of our Star River Academy students. When these words came out, Yi Chen's face gradually became even more strange. I said, why is this smiling? Together this isn't cultivating in a foreign space. Yi Chuan at this time finally reacted. At that time he listened to Li Shifeng said only a week of time, but also thought it was the kind of suppressed foreign space a week of cultivation time, thinking that the Star River Academy is quite black, but also play a word game with himself. The result did not think. Was that he misunderstood? Bad, a good week, why does this mouth of mine have to say half a month? Yi Chuan is now very bitter. The foreign space that has been suppressed and the foreign space that has not been suppressed are not the same, even though the concentration of heaven and earth aura is the same. But where would you find so much time for you to cultivate in an unsuppressed foreign space? All the time was wasted on fending off the invasion of ferocious beasts. Yi Chuan cursed. Li Shifeng this even pit me. Looking at Yi Dust's self-consumed cursing, several 6th-ranked seniors fell into silence. No, is this dude so tigerish? How dare he scold Teacher Li like that? Doesn't he know that Teacher Li's temper is the worst in our Star River Academy? That's just it, it's also Mr. Li's student anyway, it's none of our business. A few 6th order seniors whispered, then one of them said to Yi Chuan, Senior, give us your identity bracelet to verify it. As things stood, Yi Chuan couldn't back out. After all, Li Chengfeng had now entered an 8th-rank alien space to hold down the fort. If he failed to complete this mission, he would be punished by the Star River Academy. If it was light, a certain amount of credits would be deducted, and if it was heavy, he would be directly dismissed. His grandmother's Li Shifeng. Yi Chuan cursed while handing over his bracelet to the few seniors guarding the passageway. The corners of the mouth of the several 6th-ranked seniors continued to twitch. Only after seeing the time Yi Chuan needed to guard the passage, they also finally understood why Yi Chuan was cursing. Half a month's time, if it were me, I would also be cursing and grinning. It would be better to have this time to cultivate. A 6th-ranked senior shook his head, and after verifying the information, he returned it to Yi Chuan, then instructed, Senior Yi Chuan, once you've entered the 7th-ranked alien space, you must stay for the full 15 days, otherwise it's considered early retirement, and then a certain number of credits will have to be deducted. Yi Chuan nodded with a numb face. He didn't want to curse anymore, he only wanted to kill people. After entering the foreign space, you need to report to the front line of our Star River Academy. At that time, someone will arrange your township. The first time may all be a bit uncomfortable. After all, Yi Chuan's talent was here. Even these 6th-ranked seniors wanted to have a good relationship with Yi Chuan, so they urged a lot to know. Even if they had the cultivation of the 6th rank, in the whole of Disya, they were also among the top demons, but they were only at the 4th rank when they first entered the Star River Academy. Like Yi Chen's side, a demon who was already at the 5th rank when he entered the Star River Academy had never appeared before. Aha! Yi Chuan nodded, then with that tearful mood, he walked into the passageway of the foreign space. In an instant, the vision in front of him gradually became blurry, and a familiar feeling of vertigo came, and then slowly dissipated a moment later. Immediately afterward, a campground was reflected in Yi Chuan's vision. Yi Chuan couldn't help but freeze as he looked in front of him, a camp rising up from the ground, as well as at the very front of that camp, there was a majestic steel city wall. This was the first time Yi Chuan had seen such a scene. Although it was not the first time that Ji Dust had entered a foreign space, it was still the first time that he had entered a 7th level foreign space, and it was even the first time that had seen that within a foreign space, there was a place that was comparable to something like a small city. What is the situation? Yi Chuan looked at the scene in front of him and even wondered if he had come to an alien space. However, after feeling the concentration of heaven and earth aura between heaven and earth, Yi Chuan also confirmed without a doubt that this was the desolate bone space. After all, the concentration of aura between heaven and earth was even more dense than before in Li Qingfang's small courtyard. A new arrival? Are you Yi Chen? At this moment, a passing Star River Academy student noticed Yi Chen and his eyes lit up. First time entering the desolate bone space, right? Come with me, I'll give you a good introduction, and by the way, I'll take you to report. This Star River Academy student said extremely enthusiastically to Yi Chen. Oh. Yi Chuan was a bit confused and followed. My name is Gu Yunfei, I entered the Star River Academy 3 years earlier than you. I'll first introduce you to the alien space situation of our Star River Academy. Gu Yunfei looked like an extremely talkative fellow, and said as he led Yi Chuan in a direction. This is a scene that you should rarely see within other alien spaces. A 7th level foreign space is already a high level foreign space, where there are many 7th level ferocious beasts active, and the situation is extremely complicated. Wanting to clean it up is not a simple thing. So, our Star River Academy is also in this foreign space, established a defense fortress, which is the scene you see before you. Gu Yunfei explained. Yi Chuan scratched his head and said, could it be that the Star River Academy can't even suppress a 7th level foreign space? And have to build a defense fortress in it? This is what Yi Chuan cannot understand. Obviously the Star River Academy has a 9th order powerhouse in town, and there are so many special 8th order tutors. If the 8th order alien space 9th order alien space cannot be suppressed, Yi Chuan is still able to understand, but the 7th order alien space. Gu Yunfei said with a smile, when I first came in and saw this scene, I had the same idea as you, but unfortunately that's the way it is. As Gu Yunfei said, the smile on his face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a color of gravity. You've just joined the Star River Academy, there are still many places you don't understand, and of course, I only know half of what I currently know. All of the alien spaces that our Star River Academy needs to suppress are actually just one alien space. It was just that the first principal of my Star River Academy, by virtue of his supreme greatness, rigidly divided it into several alien spaces to share most of the pressure. When these words came out, Yi Chuan's pupils could not help but shrink slightly. A foreign space? Divided into several different alien spaces? Doesn't this mean that? Yi Chuan thought of the words that Li Qingfeng had said to himself at that time, that the Star River Academy suppressed 1 grade 9 alien space, 3 grade 8 alien spaces, and 9 grade 7 alien spaces. Doesn't this mean that these 13 alien spaces are actually all just one alien space divided into 13 parts? Then if that's the case, what kind of terror should this one alien space once be? Thinking of this, Yi Chuan also sort of came back to his senses, why the Star River Academy only occupied a part of the imperial capital, but needed to suppress so many alien spaces. According to the law of distribution of foreign spaces, it was impossible to give birth to multiple foreign spaces in the same geographical area. But if a foreign space was divided into 13 foreign spaces as stated by Cloudflare, this could be explained. It is also because of this that, even within a 7th level alien space, there is a high probability that there will be an 8th, or even a 9th level ferocious beast descending. Gu Yunfei's voice slowly sounded at this time, carrying a hint of gravity. So, at this time, you should know why these 7th ranked foreign spaces would have built defense fortresses. Listening to Gu Yunfei's words, Yi Chen nodded with a grave expression. If that was the case, establishing defensive fortresses would not be a waste of resources, everything was for safety considerations. Chapter 94, Guarding the Beacon, 5 Levels of Shackles. Of course, the probability of an 8th-ranked ferocious beast or even a 9th-ranked ferocious beast appearing in a 7th-ranked alien space is very small. After all, when the first principal of our Star River Academy divided this one alien space, he left a hand in it. Looking at Yi Chen, who revealed a grave expression, Gu Yunfei also said with a smile, "Those 8th-order ferocious beasts and 9th-order ferocious beasts want to enter the 7th-order alien space is not that easy, besides. In the 8th-order alien space and 9th-order alien space, but there are special 8th-order tutors and deans of our Star River Academy sitting in the town. So this kind of situation rarely happens. I remember the last time it happened. Should have been more than 10 years ago." Gu Yunfei shrugged his shoulders, but was not much worried. Yi Chen nodded and followed Gu Yunfei in the direction of a building. "Here, it's here." Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a building, and above the building's gate, there were a few large characters that had surfaced. Desolate Bone Guardhouse. This is? Yi Chen looked at the Desolate Bone Guardhouse in front of him and was a little puzzled. In our Star River Academy, the defense fortresses of the 9 level 7 alien spaces are called guardhouses, and this Desolate Bone Guardhouse in front of us is the hub within the Desolate Bone space. The guarding arrangements and scouting arrangements within the Desolate Bone space are all issued out within the Desolate Bone Guardhouse, and since this is your first time coming to the Desolate Bone space, you naturally need to receive your guarding assignment. Enter your identity into it first, and after the next time, when you enter the Desolate Bone space, the Town Guard Arrangement mission, it will automatically be released on your communication bracelet. Gu Yunfei explained. Yi Chuan nodded in understanding, and immediately followed Gu Yunfei, walking into this Desolate Bone Guardhouse. Walking into the Desolate Bone Guardhouse, he was able to see an extremely sturdy middle-aged man sitting at the very front of the guardhouse, his body emitting an extremely strong energy fluctuation. It was clearly a 7th-order powerhouse. This is our Star River Academy's instructor Zhao Xiong, a 7th-order realm powerhouse. Gu Yunfei whispered in Yi Chuan's ear. Yi Chuan nodded. He had seen the Zhao Xiong in front of him when he had just entered the Star River Academy before. However, at that time, there were more than 10 7th-order tutors, and Yi Chen did not particularly care about the other party. At this time, Gu Yunfei stepped forward and said respectfully, "Instructor Zhao, this is schoolmate Yi Chuan, who has just entered our Star River Academy and has come to register." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiong's gaze instantly landed on Yi Chuan's body, and said with a smile, "Yi Chuan, right? It's a pity, if my old man breaks through the 8th rank, I'm bound to fight with Li Zhanfeng, and such a good seedling like you was even snatched away by him." Yi Chuan froze, then surprisingly said with quite a bit of recognition, "I think so too." When these words came out, Zhao Xiong froze instead. To be honest, he didn't expect Yi Chen to say this, but because of this, Zhao Xiong's eyes became brighter as he looked at Yi Chen. "Ah, it seems like you feel the same way, right? Laozi has long looked at Li Shifeng for a long time, his grandma, relying on his own talent, he looks down on no one, bah." Zhao Xiong cursed and said. Yi Chuan didn't move and asked Gu Yunfei, who was on the side, "Senior, does this tutor Zhao Xiong have any beef with that no-good tutor of mine?" Gu Yunfei looked at Yi Chuan with a confused expression. Good guy. Were the 3 words unproductive something that a student could use for a tutor? However, Gu Yunfei quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "It is said that tutor Zhao Xiong and tutor Li Shifeng once entered the Star River Academy together, and at that time, tutor Li Shifeng was number 1 in the college entrance exams while tutor Zhao Xiong was number 5 in the college entrance exams, and he has always wanted to compete with tutor Li Shifeng. But time and time again, he was suppressed by tutor Li Shifeng." At those words, Yi Chuan was instantly enlightened. Hoping that no good tutor of mine is quite powerful. Yi Chuan pondered. What are you two doing chirping there? Zhao Xiong glared at the two of them and said without a trace of anger. The two hurriedly shook their heads as if they hadn't said anything. However, Zhao Xiong didn't mind either. He just asked Yi Chen to give him his bracelet, and then Zhao Xiong threw it to Yi Chen after entering a message on Yi Chen's bracelet. After all, it's your first time here, so let's let you guard the 3 southeast locations of our desolate Bone Guard station. Zhao Xiong said indifferently. Lest at that time, that turtle son Li Shifeng says that I'm taking personal revenge. Yi Chuan took the bracelet and asked in a low voice again. Senior Gu, what are these 3 places in the southeast? Gu Yunfei explained, in our desolate Bone Guard's defense fortress, it is divided into 4 general directions of southeast, northwest, and after that, there are 4 more precise small directions, and the southeast is one of them, and in each of these directions, there are 9 points of defense divided into 9 points of defense, which are used to ward off invasions of ferocious beasts. And the southeast bearing, in every time the ferocious beasts attack, the bearing with the lowest invasion force, should also be for the sake of you being a newborn, giving you an easy to defend position, so that you can get used to adapting to it. Hearing this, Yi Chuan nodded in understanding. Then let's. Yi Chuan looked towards Zhao Xiong, who waved his hand with some impatience. Scram, I still have so many things to do here. Gu Yunfei, you take him there, and by the way, you also guard this place, so that Yi Chuan can get used to adapting properly. Yes. Gu Yunfei hurriedly agreed, and with Yi Chuan, he walked out of the desolate bone guards and headed towards the southeast 3 places. Along the way, Gu Yunfei was also explaining to Yi Chuan about the foreign space. We are now considered the front line of the battle with the ferocious beasts, and according to the pattern of those ferocious beasts' attacks, basically they will harass us once every day, and every once in a while, they will hold a large-scale invasion. It's been half a month since the last large-scale invasion, and I estimate that it won't be long before the ferocious beasts hold another large-scale invasion this time. Gu Yunfei was still a veteran of the Star River Academy after all, and was incredibly knowledgeable about all of this. Of course, you shouldn't be able to take your turn, after all, you freshmen only need to hold down the fort for just a week every month. Gu Yunfei said with a smile. Just these words, but it made Ji Chen fall into silence. He rushed at Gu Yunfei and shook the communication bracelet in his hand, saying, Is there a possibility that I need to hold down the town for 15 days? Hiss. Gu Yunfei immediately sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Yi Chen in horror. No way, is Teacher Li so cruel? How dare he let you, a freshman, hold down the fort for 15 days every month? Even some old students who have joined the academy for a year wouldn't arrange such strict requirements. Gu Yunfei's words were like a sharp sword stabbing into Yi Chuan's heart, and Yi Chuan felt some pain in his heart. He couldn't say that this was something that he had forced Li Chengfeng to request, right? Yi Chuan clenched his teeth and finally did not say it. After all, it is too humiliating. Things were not clear, and they were impatient. Soon, the two of them came to the southeastern 3 locations of the desolate bone defense. It was said to be a defense location, but it was actually just a beacon in the southeast direction of the defense fortress walls. What we need to do next is to guard this place. After rotating with the 2 students who were previously guarding the 3 southeastern locations, Gu Yunfei said to Yi Chen, Our task is to see if there is any invasion of ferocious beasts. Once we find traces of ferocious beasts, or when the scouts in front of us send news, we need to light the beacon fire, the alarm warning. Saying that, Gu Yunfei gave Yi Chen a demonstration of how to light the beacon, not the ancient kind of beacon, but to inject one's own cultivation into a black stone monument at the beacon. As long as the cultivation is injected, the stone monument will emit a blinding pillar of light that the entire defense fortress can see. At that time, those students from the Star River Academy who were resting in the rear, as well as the desolate bone guards guarding this place, would be the first to enter into the midst of combat. When there's nothing to do, just chat casually to pass the time, there's nothing difficult about it. Gu Yunfei said, yawning, and said. Yi Chuan nodded, then his gaze moved slightly, but he noticed a subtitle surfacing in Yi Chuan's field of vision. Spiritual chi of heaven and earth is dense, cultivation progress +1. The aura of heaven and earth is dense, sword intent proficiency +1. Looking at this pop up, Yi Chuan's eyebrows slightly raised, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. One should know that it had only been half an hour since he had entered the desolate bone space, and both his cultivation and sword intent had unexpectedly increased a little bit of progress. So it seems that this desolate bone space is not much different. Yi Chuan said secretly in his heart, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but appear a touch of arc. Immediately, Yi Chuan and Gu Yunfei together guarded the beacon platform. Time passed quickly, in the blink of an eye, it was the past 5 hours of time. As the time passed, Yi Chuan also had a slight movement in his heart and summoned the system panel out. Name, Yi Dust. Cultivation, Shackled Martial Artist 45-100. Bazho Spitting Method, 99-100. Flowing Light Absolute Shadow Steps, 99-100. Silent Sword Technique, 99-100. Sword Intent, Minor Success 12-100. So, this is the 5th level of the yoke? Yi Chen looked at the system panel in front of him and blinked. However, after the 5th layer of the yoke, it's not a matter of raising a point in half an hour, it has to take 40 to 50 minutes to raise the progress a little. It's not a problem, after all, the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is to raise, it's understandable. But even so, according to this progress, I stayed in this desolate bone space for half a month's time. How to say can cultivate to the shackle 7 layer up, right? If I can't get into the top 1000 in the next monthly exam, I'll simply find a piece of tofu and hit my head. Looking at the system panel, Yichuan said smilingly. Just the next moment, Yichuan seemed to sense something, and his gaze snapped towards the outside of the defense fortress. Chapter 95 Desolate Bone Guard, Silent Power, Excited Sword Intent. Outside the desolate bone fortress, dust flew. The earth trembled slightly, as if there was some huge creature that trampled on the earth, causing the entire heaven and earth to raise a cloud of dust. This is... Yichuan's eyebrows raised slightly as he looked toward Gu Yunfei, who was on the side. This should be the invasion of ferocious beasts. Gu Yunfei opened his eyes, looked at it faintly, yawned, and said, it's an invasion. Although the words were said, Yi Chen's look at Gu Yunfei became strange. Why are you so calm when the ferocious beasts invade? Yichuan was a little puzzled. This Gu Yunfei looked like he was only at the 5th level of cultivation, and with Yichuan's current cultivation of the 5th level of the yoke, although he couldn't see through Gu Yunfei's real situation, he was able to feel that Gu Yunfei's cultivation wasn't much more powerful than himself. But the other party, surprisingly, did not have any worries. What's this? Experience every day, are used to it. Gu Yunfei said smilingly, then came to the ink-colored stone and injected his chi and blood power into that stone tablet. Buzz buzz buzz. A faint chirping sound resounded between heaven and earth, accompanied by a pillar of light that rose up into the sky, instantly piercing into the clouds from that beacon. The entire desolate bone guards were able to see that pillar of light that rose up into the sky. It was extremely dazzling. Alright, it's done, let's wait for someone to come and clean up this group of ferocious beasts. After doing all this, Gu Yunfei clapped his palms and said without a care in the world. Yichuan's eyebrows slightly raised as he looked at Gu Yunfei. So simple? Or else? Alright, take a quick rest, it's just a small ferocious beast tied, the desolate bone guard guys will take care of it themselves. Gu Yunfei patted Yichuan's shoulder, then sat aside and directly closed his eyes, cultivating at the beacon. Yichuan looked at this scene, then moved his gaze to the battlefield in front of that. As time passed, Yi-Dust was also finally able to see that group of ferocious beasts that had broken through the flying dust, and in an instant, a fury that permeated the entire battlefield. These ferocious beasts were very different from the ferocious beasts that Yichuan had encountered before. It was not that Yichuan had not experienced a beast tide before. Previously, when he encountered the newly born alien space in Jiangchang, Yichuan had experienced the first-order ferocious beast tide with Morongqing, and later, in the 3rd round of the practical test of the college entrance exam, he had experienced the ferocious beast tide in the fiery space. But the ferocious beast tide experienced before, compared to the present ferocious beast tide, was not on the same level. If the ferocious beast tide that experienced before was a motley army, then nowadays in this desolate bone space, the small ferocious beast tide that Gu Yunfei spoke of was like a group of elite soldiers, killing towards the desolate bone fortress. These ferocious beasts seem to have commanded the same, and this kind of charging and killing is also like our ancient charging formation method. Yichuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the tide of ferocious beasts in front of him. And at this very moment, a figure instantly rose up in the air from the back of that desolate bone fortress, each one of them exuding a powerful aura. The weakest of them all had the cultivation of the 7th level of the yoke. That one figure was dressed in gray clothing, and his gaze was indifferent as he looked at the wave of ferocious beasts that were charging in. The person at the head of the group was holding a battle sword, and an extremely powerful aura surged out from his body. Charging my desolate bone fortress, who gave you the guts? A low rumbling sound rang out from that person's mouth. In an instant, that person took one step and stood in that mid-air, the battle sword in his hand instantly whistling out at that moment. Rumble! A black blade aura appeared violently, wrapped in an extremely strong fury. In an instant, it landed in the midst of that ferocious beast tide. In just an instant, it was possible to see that the surging tide of beasts was instantly slaughtered by an unknown number of people under this blade aura. Yichuan's eyebrows slightly raised, and he could not help but look at the person in the lead. At this time, Gu Yunfei, who had originally closed his eyes in preparation for cultivation, also opened his eyes and slowly said, Morong Tianyan, 3 years ago, he signed a Shen-level contract with the Star River Academy, and again last year, he was promoted from a Shen-level contract to an Earth-level contract. Now serving as the Desolate Bone Space, Desolate Bone Guard Captain, with an 8-turn golden body cultivation. Listening to Gu Yunfei's words, a flash of surprise surfaced in Yi Chen's eyes. 8-turn golden body? The sixth stage of the martial Tao was called the golden body. A strong person in this realm was already considered a mainstay of Daxia, and was even qualified to become a high-ranking person in a provincial city in Daxia. And the other party didn't look like he was more than 20 years old, but surprisingly, he all had the cultivation of an 8-turn golden body. Such a talent can be called a demon. Are the Desolate Bone Guards also served by students from our Star River Academy? Yi Chuan asked. Gu Yunfei nodded, and there was a hint of envy in his eyes as he looked at the figures dressed in gray robes. In my Star River Academy's various alien spaces, there are guards that belong uniquely to those alien spaces. The ones in the Desolate Bone space are called Desolate Bone Guards, and to enter these guards, one must at least have a cultivation above the 7th level of the yoke. This is only for the 7th level foreign space. If in the 8th level foreign space, the minimum requirement of the guards is the Golden Body realm. As for the 9th level alien space, the minimum requirement is above the Golden Body 7 turns. As for wanting to become the captain of the guards of the 9th level alien space, it is even more necessary to have the cultivation of the 8th order. Alright, your mentor used to be the captain of the guard of that one 9th level alien space that our Star River Academy suppressed. Listening to Gu Yunfei's explanation, Yi Chen nodded in understanding and then asked, are there any benefits to joining these guards? Mentioning this, Gu Yunfei's eyes also showed a touch of yearning. The benefits can be great. Joining the guards, even the lowest level of the 7th level foreign space of the guards, the ordinary members have a subsidy of 20,000 credits per month, and even the resources obtained from this foreign space, the members of the guards are able to purchase them at half price. In addition to that, joining the guards is something you need to apply for from the Martial Alliance. It can be said that joining the guards also makes you a frontline combatant on record with the Martial Alliance, and in addition to the subsidies from the Star River Academy, there are also subsidies from the Martial Alliance, and you are able to enter the Martial Alliance's merit system. As for the Martial Alliance's merit system, this is something to behold. You shouldn't know about the martial realms and cultivation methods after the 7th rank by now, right? Gu Yunfei hemmed and hawed and said at Yi Chen. Yi Chuan froze, listening to Gu Yunfei mention. Yi Chuan only at this time is back to God. He seems to, until now, do not know what the realm after the 6th order is called, the name. Not to mention the cultivation method. Don't look at the 9 stages of martial arts, but the names of the 7th to 9th stages are not open to the public. For one thing, if you want to arrive at this realm, it's not something that ordinary people can do. Even among our Star River Academy, those who can cultivate to the 7th stage are few and far between. Otherwise, wouldn't be able to have a 6th order powerhouse as a mentor. Secondly, the cultivation after the 6th rank is heard to be different. Even the resources for cultivation are also different from those under the 7th rank, and those cultivation resources as well as the cultivation method are under the jurisdiction of the Martial Union, and of course there is also the reason for defense against the Scarlet Church. However, I don't know how capable the people of the Scarlet Church are. Obviously they have all been subjected to the jurisdiction of the Martial Alliance, but on the contrary, the people of the Scarlet Church are still able to cultivate above the 7th rank. It should have something to do with the Fierce Beast camp. Gu Yunfei spoke to himself. And by entering the Martial Alliance's merit system, one is able to know the cultivation realm after the 6th order, and even the cultivation method, and one can elevate one's status in the Martial Alliance by accumulating merit. You know about the 36 inspectors and 12 town guards, right? That thing doesn't just have to have a strength requirement, it even has a requirement for merit. Listening to Gu Yunfei's words, Yi Chen then realized. So that's why, no wonder these Star River Academy students will enter the guards. This is not a waste of cultivation time, but rather entering the merit system, exchanging cultivation methods after the 7th stage, as well as cultivation resources. But I have the existence of the system. I shouldn't need the cultivation method after the 7th rank. After all, my current breathing method is already at the 6th rank. The next step is to break through the 7th rank. Yi Chen said secretly in his heart. I also don't know when I'll be able to trigger the conditions for upgrading, but there's no rush. I'm only at the 5th rank now. As Yi Chuan thought of this, a smile appeared on his face. And at this time, those ferocious beasts in the middle of the battlefield had also been decimated by these desolate bone guards' powerhouses. However, after these ferocious beasts were beheaded, Yi Chuan was able to clearly see that from within the corpses of these ferocious beasts, there was actually a wisp of gray airflow that rose up, and ultimately hid into the heavens and earth. Those gray air currents. Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the gray stream of air that had hidden itself between heaven and earth. Gu Yunfei beside him glanced at it and said indifferently, "The ferocious beasts of the desolate bone space have certain special features. According to the words of those tutors of our academy, these ferocious beasts were all born in a place called the Land of the Desolate Bone deep within the desolate bone space, and as the Land of the Desolate Bone is filled with the power of silence, these ferocious beasts were born naturally contaminated with the power of silence as well. These gray air currents are actually just the power of silence. The power of silence." Yichuan blinked his eyes, but the corner of his mouth involuntarily rose a few points at this time. It was only because, within Yichuan's field of vision, there was a subtitle that slowly surfaced. "The power of silence is detected, the sword intent is excited beyond measure and wants to devour." Chapter 96 Sister Control Morong Tianyang, Yoke 8 Layers. Sword intent has actually taken an interest in these forces of silence. Devouring these forces of silence? What changes will occur after devouring it? Enhancing proficiency? The moment he saw the subtitles in front of him, many thoughts flashed through Yichuan's mind. It was just that because of the mission, Yichuan needed to stay in the beacon and could not leave without authorization, otherwise, it would be against the military order. After all, in the middle of these alien spaces, it was actually the style of action of frontline combat troops. Yichuan now had a mission in mind, so naturally, Yichuan could not be allowed to do whatever he wanted. Although Yichuan acted with some licentiousness, he wasn't the kind of guy who didn't have a brain. When to do something and when not to do something, Yichuan was still clear. It's a pity, if only I could kill a ferocious beast and study it properly. It is just a pity that the general tide of ferocious beasts in beacon is not our turn to make a move. And the 3 southeast beacons, again, are the locations with the least amount of invasion. Yichuan's face had a touch of regret surfaced. Alright, cultivate in peace, don't think too much. The students who enter the foreign space for the first time will not arrange for you to fight with the ferocious beasts. Of course, if you are unlucky and encounter a big beast tide when I did not say, as for the rest of the peacefully cultivate in the beacon, after all, this is a 7th level alien space. If you go to those suppressed 7th level alien spaces in the academy to cultivate, it will cost you a lot of credits. Hey, I've kind of dipped into your light this time, and I'll be able to enjoy myself for a while during this half month. Gu Yunfei looked heartless and said. Yichuan nodded. It's just that, anyway, the desolate bone space is right here and won't run away, there are plenty of opportunities. Yichuan took a deep breath and was about to sit down and cultivate properly when he realized that the captain of that desolate bone guard, Morong Tianyang, was currently looking over towards his location. At first, Yichuan thought that it was just a coincidence, until Yichuan saw Morong Tianyang walking towards himself. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at Morong Tianyang in front of him. You are Yichuan? Morong Tianyang's face did not have any expression on it, giving people the impression that his body was draped with a thick layer of frost in general. It was extremely cold. Behind Morong Tianyang, there were also a few members of the desolate bone guards, and their eyes were filled with curiosity as they looked at Yi Chen. They had also heard of Yi Dust's reputation. After all, the college entrance exam was an annual event. Yi Chen calmly looked at Morong Tianyang. What's wrong? Behind him, Gu Yunfei on the other hand looked a little nervous. He pulled Yichuan's sleeve and whispered in Yichuan's ear, No buddy, what's the relationship between you and Morong Tianyang? Is it hard for you to have provoked him? My brother, Morong Tianyang is not a guy to be messed with. This guy is an 8-turn golden body powerhouse. It is said that he will soon be able to break through the 9-turn golden body. At that time, amongst the captains of the guards in the 9 level 7 alien spaces, he will be able to be counted amongst the middle of the pack. Hiss, you must not offend this fellow. Gu Yunfei kept saying in Yi Chen's ear. It was just that the crowd was so close together, and none of them were weak, so if Gu Yunfei's words could be heard by Yichuan, the crowd would naturally be able to hear them as well. For a while, the faces of that one desolate bone guard member became strange. However, Morong Tianyang's expression did not change in any way, and he just quietly looked at Yi Chen and said, I've heard Chen Mayun talk about you. Yi Chen's eyebrows slightly raised. Chen Mayun? In an instant, Yichuan knew Morong Tianyang's identity. When he was still in Jiang City, Chen Mayan had said that Morong Qing had a brother in the Star River Academy, and it was obviously the Morong Tianyang in front of him. Yi Chen was slightly surprised, not expecting to meet Morong Qing's brother. However, it was only at this time that Yichuan came back to his senses. Since the end of the college entrance exam, it seemed that he had never seen Morong Qing again. Originally I thought of letting Morong Qing enter the Star River Academy, but as a result, she told me that in the Star River Academy, seeing you would only make her feel desperate. So she chose the Mordor Academy. Morong Tianyang slowly opened his mouth, but everyone was able to feel the unkindness in Morong Tianyang's tone. Yi Chen froze. He had not thought that Morong Cheng had not chosen the Star River Academy, but instead chose the Magic Capital Academy. The Magic Capital Academy was also considered a top martial arts academy in the Great Xia, but if he wanted to compare it with the Star River Academy, it was still obviously a cut short. Do you know that this choice is extremely unfair for her? Obviously she is capable of entering the Star River Academy, but because of you. Morong Tianyang slowly opened his mouth, in his voice, but it was filled with a touch of coldness surfaced. Yi Chuan heard and understood. Originally in this guy's arrangement, Morong Cheng was supposed to enter the Star River Academy, and according to Morong Cheng's talent was also able to enter the Star River Academy. Just because of his own reasons, Morong Cheng but chose the Magic Capital Academy. So, the other party was blaming everything on himself. The moment he thought of this, Yi Chuan's heart became a bit upset. Morong Cheng choosing the Magic Capital Academy was her own choice. It wasn't like Yi Chuan forced Morong Cheng to choose it. As for the so-called feeling that there was a big gap between her and herself, looking at these gaps in the middle of the Star River Academy would make her feel desperate. Not. What the hell does this have to do with herself? Hopefully, my good talent is also a mistake now, is it? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Morong Tianyang and slowly said, "So, you want to say something?" Morong Tianyang stared at Yi Chuan dead on, as if he wanted to see through Yi Chuan's entire person, but in favor of. Yi Chen's expression was extremely calm, not even able to afford the slightest ripple. "I don't believe that you don't understand how she feels about you. Anyway, if you let me know that you hurt her, I don't care who your mentor is, I don't care how talented you are. I will make the harm you did to her 100 times more on your body." Morong Tianyang slowly opened his mouth, a touch of determination in his voice. Yi Chen's eyebrows slightly raised. "So, you are a sister controller?" Put. When these words came out, Gu Yunfei behind Yi Chuan, and even a few members of the desolate bone guards behind Morong Tianyang, instantly couldn't hold back their laughter. Morong Tianyang's face at this moment also became a little less pleasant to look at. He now wanted to say, "What's wrong with sister control? Sister control ate your family's rice?" But in the way of the captain's identity, Morong Tianyang still forced himself to hold back his out-of-control emotions, and after rushing at Yi Chen with a cold snort, he turned to leave. Still that sentence. "But where my sister suffers half a bit of aggression in your place, I will not let you go." After saying that, Morong Tianyang arrogantly left. It wasn't until Morong Tianyang left that Gu Yunfei was looking at Yi Chuan in surprise. Dude is awesome, he actually picked up Morong Tianyang's sister. TSK, Morong Tianyang's great uncle. You can now be considered to walk horizontally among the Star River Academy. Gu Yunfei's face revealed a touch of envy. Yi Chen's forehead had rows and rows of black lines hanging down, and he looked at Gu Yunfei with a hint of mischief in his eyes. However, Yi Chen was somewhat curious about the sentence that Gu Yunfei had just mouthed. Walking horizontally in the middle of the Star River Academy? Is he Morong Tianyang very hung? Is he as hung as that incompetent mentor of mine? Gu Yunfei fell silent. It was only after a moment that he said quietly, "There are a few in the entire Star River Academy that can be compared to tutorly, and what I mean by walking horizontally is amongst the students of our Star River Academy. Morong Tianyang is the captain of the desolate bone guards. In addition to that, amongst all the students of the Star River Academy, he is also in existence ranked in the top 50. And this is still Morong Tianyang's score from the last time he took the monthly exam. It's been several months since Morong Tianyang last took the monthly exam." Gu Yunfei said with a look of yearning in his eyes. "Top 50 ruthless people. If I can enter the top 50, I'm afraid that I'll be able to wake up laughing in my dreams." Yi Chuan pondered for a while and sent out a soul torture question, "Is the top 50 very difficult?" Gu Yunfei once again fell into silence. He viciously glared at Yi Chuan. "Damn, don't talk to you anymore, you are too uninteresting." After saying that, Gu Yunfei was no longer bothering with Yi Chuan. He sort of realized that talking about this with a demon like Yi Chuan was simply asking for trouble. Seeing this, Yi Chuan smiled faintly and didn't care. He sat down on the beacon platform and began to absorb the aura between heaven and earth, raising his cultivation level. Time passed little by little. Soon, 10 days passed. A powerful aura whistled out from Yi Chen's body, while in the middle of that beacon platform, Gu Yunfei was the one whose entire body had become numb. Yoke 8th layer now? Gu Yunfei's eyes were somewhat dull as he looked at Yi Chen. and even vaguely, a hint of despair could be seen filling his eyes. To know, Gu Yunfei had already entered the Star River Academy for 3 years, and now he was only at the 8th level of the yoke. This was still because of the situation where he had signed a Xian level contract. The resources he enjoyed were far too good compared to ordinary students. But even so, it took 3 years to cultivate to his current cultivation level. And Yi Chuan. In the desolate bone space, it only took 10 days to cultivate to the 8th level of the yoke. Such a cultivation speed was a little too terrifying. Yi Chuan also slowly opened his eyes at this time, and a hint of regret appeared in his eyes. After breaking through, the rate of improvement is getting slower and slower, even in the midst of a 7th level foreign space. Chapter 97 Scouting Mission. The corners of Gu Yunfei's mouth kept twitching. Listen, you guys, listen. Is this guy speaking human language? Is this ing still slow? I was able to cultivate from the 5th layer of the yoke to the 8th layer of the yoke in 10 days, and I was able to wake up laughing in my dreams. As a result, to you, this guy here even still dislikes him slow. Be a person, Yi Duan. Gu Yunfei continuously wailed in his heart. He had thought that following Yi Dust in this beacon terrace for 15 days, he was able to properly cultivate. After all, there are few things here, and there is no need for them to make a move, but as a result, who knows? Yi Duan just started the 2nd day to cultivate to the yoke 6th layer, this also even if, estimated also Yi Duan accumulated enough. After all, this guy in the middle of the college entrance examination has been yoke realm. Who knows, after 2 days, unexpectedly broke through to the 7th layer again. The latter is okay, it took several days to break through the 8th layer. Wait. Why did I use okay? Gu Yunfei fell into silence. Bad, following this guy around, he had actually felt that breaking through was so easy. Gu Yunfei's silence was in stark contrast to the regret on Yi Chuan's face. Yi Chuan at the moment was looking at the system panel and fell into a deep thought. After the 8th level of the yoke, if you want to ascend to the 9th level of the yoke, even within the 7th level of the foreign space, it will still take half a month before you can do so. After all, there are no more cultivation resources. If there were resources, I guess it would only take a week to be able to break through to the 9th level of the yoke, or even less. Credits, too little. Yi Chuan looked somewhat helplessly at the empty credits column within his identity bracelet. Guarding the beacon tower, although it's easy, it doesn't gain any credits, and the reward is only 200 credits per day, and I still have to wait until I'm out of the desolate bone space before it can arrive. Too troublesome. Yi Chuan sighed and looked at the battlefield in front of him. During these 10 days, other than the small beast tied every day, there were no other changes, and Yi Chuan didn't even have a chance to strike. It made it impossible for Yi Dust to obtain credits even if he wanted to do so by killing ferocious beasts. No way, can't continue to stay at the beacon, this place is simply a waste of life, a waste of time. Yi Chuan said in his heart, and his gaze fell on Gu Yunfei. Gu Yunfei sensed Yi Chuan's gaze and couldn't help but freeze. Looking at Yi Chuan in front of him, a bad premonition surfaced in his heart. What are you going to do? Gu Yunfei couldn't help but hug his body tightly. For some reason, he always felt that Yi Chuan was not harboring good intentions. Yi Chuan said smilingly, Senior Gu, is there a possibility that we don't stay at the beacon? Let's go as scouts for fun. Saying that, a bright glow flashed out from within Yi Chuan's eyes. To say what was the fastest way to obtain credits within the alien space? It wasn't any desolate bone guards, nor was it guarding the beacon, but scouts. The scout mission required one to go out of the desolate bone fortress and explore the traces of ferocious beasts while collecting heavenly treasures within the foreign space. Regardless of whether it was the information explored or the heavenly materials and treasures collected, after handing them in, they were able to obtain quite a few credit rewards. Even all the dam went out to collect by themselves, and the useful resources were used by themselves, so what's the point of turning them in? This was the job with the most oil and water for Yi Duan. The most important thing is that the scouts to spy on the ferocious beasts' intelligence, they are also able to kill the ferocious beasts to earn credits, and even the dead gas in the body of the ferocious beasts in the desolate bone space is even able to let his sword intent devour it all. This is the point that Yi Chuan is the most heartfelt. But now, staying at this beacon, Yi Chuan felt like his body was rusting. Gu Yunfei looked at Yi Dust, and the corners of his mouth continued to twitch. What stuff? Go and be a scout for fun? Scout, is that good to be a scout? Even if a student of the 6th rank went to be a scout, it would be dangerous, otherwise, the reward of a scout wouldn't be so high. Other than those who were confident in their own strength, who would be willing to go? Anyway, it was impossible for him, Gu Yunfei, to go. Even if he jumped from this beacon, it was absolutely impossible for him to go. Senior Gu. Yi Chen looked at Gu Yunfei fondly. Help me go and talk about it? Anyway, as long as you help me talk, it's not like I'm asking you to accompany me. Gu Yunfei heard this and was silent for a long time before he finally agreed. It was just that when Gu Yunfei brought Yi Chen out from the desolate bone guards, his entire being was in a state of skepticism. He informed Zhao Xiong of Yi Chen's idea, and Zhao Xiong agreed. It should have been a happy thing for all, but Zhao Xiong's next sentence directly gave Gu Yunfei dry silence. People, Yi Chuan is a new student after all, still need you old students to take care of the care. In this case, you go and complete the scouting mission with Yi Chuan. You are responsible for protecting Yi Chuan's safety. This is what you older students should do. When Gu Yunfei heard these words, he even wanted to directly smash his fist on Zhao Xiong's face. He, a person at the 8th level of the yoke, needs me, a person at the 8th level of the yoke, to protect him? Such a heavenly pride. Is it me protecting him or him protecting me? However, even though Gu Yunfei had a lot of unwillingness in his heart, but faced with Zhao Xiong's order, even if he was no longer willing in his heart, he could only harden his head and take on this task. Gu Yunfei looked at Yi Chuan with a weeping face and said, Yi Chuan Sr., you can be considered to have pitted me miserably. Yi Chuan touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. To be honest, Yi Chuan didn't think that Gu Yunfei would be able to go with himself to complete the scouting mission. Who knew that Zhao Xiong, this guy, would even think of such a thing? Now, the task has also been released, Gu Yunfei, even if you do not want to go, but also have to honestly follow Yi Chuan's side to go to perform the scouting mission. Gu Yunfei also knew this, so after glancing at Yi Chuan with a grudging look, he then sighed and opened his identity bracelet, glanced at the scout mission, and his eyes lit up. Fortunately, the mission isn't particularly difficult, it's just intelligence within 300 kilometers to the east. Gu Yunfei looked at the mission, which was what brought back a smile. The foreign space was huge. Generally speaking, 1,000 miles away from the fortress was what belonged to the depths of the foreign space, and 300 kilometers was nothing more than the outer area of the foreign space. Although the ferocious beasts here are also many, most of them are just some 4th and 5th order ferocious beasts, and even the 6th order ferocious beasts are very small. It could be said that the safety factor was very high. After all, Yi Chen is just a new student. Zhao Xiong is not a brainwart, giving Yi Chen a particularly difficult scouting mission. Solely, he just casually found a peripheral exploration point and gave it to Yi Chuan and Gu Yunfei. Gu Yunfei looked at the mission site with a smile on his face. Immediately, he happily led Yi Chuan out of the desolate bone fortress and swept off in the direction of the mission site. And right after the two left the desolate bone fortress, in a hidden jungle outside the desolate bone fortress, a figure wearing a scarlet robe slowly emerged as he gazed at the direction that the two of them, Yi Chen and Gu Yunfei, had left, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Is it finally out of the defense fortress? I thought that in order to kill you, I would have to create a big wave of ferocious beasts, but now it seems that I shouldn't have to go through so much trouble. The man spoke softly, then took out a jade slip and said to it, Let Song Jifei prepare for it. Yi Chen has walked out of the desolate bone fortress. Follow him and wait until there is no one else around to make this thing beautiful. After saying that, the scarlet-robed figure gently clenched his palm and directly crushed the jade slip. Along with his figure, he also disappeared into this side of the heaven and earth. Yi Chen and Gu Yunfei's silhouettes quickly traveled through the wilderness. Around them, a ferocious aura stirred out, causing the entire wilderness to be filled with a murderous aura. The temperature between heaven and earth seemed to have lowered a lot at this moment. Gu Yunfei constantly looked around as if he was on guard for something. I say, Senior, we're here to scout for information. Would it be a bit not so good for us to sneak around in the open like this? Gu Yunfei said cautiously. It was important to know that a scout's job was to spy on the gathering of ferocious beasts in the surroundings, and at the same time, to lurk in the foreign space to prevent ferocious beasts from suddenly rioting and posing a certain threat to the defense fortress. And this kind of work, again, all need to be very careful, and the only way to be able to ensure their own safety in the face of the endless ferocious beasts within the foreign space. However, after Yi Chuan and Gu Yunfei walked out of the defense fortress, he even directly and squarely ran in the middle of this wilderness, as if he was afraid that others would not be able to detect Yi Chuan's breath. This also caused Gu Yunfei's heart to beat for a while, and he was in a state of fear at all times, extremely afraid. Yi Chuan's face, however, revealed an expression of indifference. Oh, nothing, I originally wanted to kill some ferocious beasts, scout work. Tube him. Gu Yunfei's body stopped in place as he looked at Yi Chuan incredulously. No buddy, you don't care about him, I'm going to care about him. You said earlier that you were going to kill the ferocious beasts, why the hell would I still follow you? Gu Yunfei cursed. He had thought that Yi Chuan just wanted to experience the work of a scout and wanted to earn more credits. Who knew that this guy was actually rushing towards these ferocious beasts? What is this not looking for death? This is a foreign space. And still has not been suppressed and cleaned up the foreign space, countless beasts, but also has a 7th order beast survive in it, if bad luck. If you're not lucky, you'll have to die here. Yi Chuan stopped himself and scratched his head before saying, then what do you say, senior? Gu Yunfei let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it can still be heard. Gu Yunfei had only just wanted to talk to Yi Chuan about how to complete the scouting mission, but he saw Yi Chuan's face change slightly as he looked violently in one of the directions. Chapter 98 Killing Peak 5th Order in Seconds, Special Sword Intent. Dang! 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 A low sound suddenly exploded in the middle of this battlefield. It caused the atmosphere between the entire heaven and earth to become somewhat oppressive at this moment. Gu Yunfei's heart couldn't help but sink slightly as he looked towards the location where Yi Chen was gazing towards, and he was able to see that there was a giant bear that was 4 to 5 meters tall, and at the moment, it was looking towards the two of them with that scarlet gaze. And that giant bear's body was emitting an extremely powerful qi and blood fluctuation. This is the peak 5th rank ferocious beast, the tyrannical blood giant bear. Gu Yunfei's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face did not have the same cloudy look that he had before. Instead, there was more than a touch of scorn. Peak 5th stage ferocious beasts. It was almost the limit of the yoke realm, in addition to the fact that the physical body of a ferocious beast itself was much more powerful than that of a human. It could be said that for a peak 5th order ferocious beast, unless it was some demonic yoke 10th layer martial artist, there was almost no yoke realm martial artist that dared to fight with such a ferocious beast. Strange, although it is said that peak 5th order ferocious beasts are not rare in the desolate bone space, but this place still belongs to the outer region after all, and the ones that are generally active are 3rd order and 4th order ferocious beasts, and 5th order ones are rare. Gu Yunfei slowly spoke. A peak 5th order ferocious beast appeared here, knowing that it is now less than 200 kilometers away from our desolate bone fortress. How did it dare? As Gu Yunfei spoke, a blood-colored battle sword also emerged in his palm, and a fierce aura spread out from Gu Yunfei's body in an instant. In any case, although the appearance of a peak 5th rank tyrannical blood giant bear here made Gu Yunfei feel strange, it was still necessary to resolve this head in front of him before he could better explore the situation. The cultivation of the 8th level of the yoke whistled out from Gu Yunfei's body, and Gu Yunfei's complexion at this moment also became sharp and incomparable, just like two people with that previous appearance. Senior brother. Back off. And look at senior me. What are you doing? Gu Yunfei had just taken a fighting stance when he saw Yi Chuan slowly walking towards the location where the bloodstorm giant bear was. In an instant, Gu Yunfei's face became flustered. Yi Chuan, quickly come back, that's a peak 5th ranked ferocious beast. Gu Yunfei's heart instantly became anxious, although it was said that Yi Chuan had the cultivation of the 8th level of the yoke, but after all, he had only just joined the Star River Academy, and was different from himself, a veteran student who had already joined for 3 years. In Gu Yunfei's opinion, Yi Chen, who hadn't gone through the Star River Academy's systematic learning and had been upgraded, couldn't match the battle power of Star River Academy students in the same realm. After all, the students of the Star River Academy enjoyed the guidance of the most inferior 6th-ranked tutors, plus the fact that the Star River Academy was ferociously thick, and many of the students had powerful martial arts and breathing methods on their side. This was the reason why Gu Yunfei had the confidence to face a peak 5th rank ferocious beast. And Yi Chuan was just a new student who had just joined the Star River Academy for only half a month. How could he deal with a peak 5th order ferocious beast? However, just as Gu Yunfei was about to make a move to stop Yi Chuan, he saw a residual shadow suddenly appear where Yi Chuan had just been. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen's figure unexpectedly disappeared directly into Gu Yunfei's field of vision. This scene, moreover, caused Gu Yunfei's pupils to resist shrinking slightly. What a fast speed! Gu Yunfei exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, Yi Chuan's figure appeared in front of that tyrannical blood giant bear, accompanied by a snow-white sword light whistling out. Buzz buzz buzz. A crisp sword sound echoed between the heavens and the earth, and before Gu Yunfei could react, he saw that the bloodthirsty giant bear, which was at the peak of the 5th stage realm, was directly separated from its body. The huge body suddenly collapsed onto the ground, smashing the earth into a slight tremble. This. Gu Yunfei looked at this scene and gradually came back to his senses, his pupils contracted, and a wave of shock had already risen within him. Not this. Him. Gu Yunfei looked at the corpse separated from the bloodstorm giant bear, and then at Yi Chuan, who was calmly standing in place, and for a while, he was even a little speechless. He hadn't thought that even the peak 5th stage ferocious beast that he needed to barely suppress was so worthless in front of Yi Chuan. It was instantly killed in seconds. Gu Yunfei was in a daze. At this moment, Yi Chuan was standing in front of the corpse of that tyrannical blood giant bear, and was able to keenly see that a strand of deadly silence slowly rose from the body of the tyrannical blood giant bear, wanting to merge into the heavens and earth. But at this time, an invisible force spread out from Yi Chuan's body, seemingly transforming into an invisible palm. A hand was to drag the deathly silence gas into Yi Chuan's body. Immediately afterward, a subtitle appeared in front of Yi Chuan's eyes. Absorbing the deadly silence chi, sword intent has evolved, evolution progress 0.1%. Looking at this subtitle in front of him, a bright glow immediately surfaced in Yi Chuan's eyes. Sword intent has evolved? Sure enough, for the deadly silence chi to be able to attract the attention of the system, it is bound to be uncomplicated, just like the fragmented space stone fragment that was seen in the middle of the cloud domain space earlier. Yi Chuan said excitedly in his heart. So it seems that absorbing the deadly silence chi will be able to increase the evolution progress. It's just that I don't know whether the next realm of sword intent or a mutation will occur after the evolution. A faint glow flickered in Yi Chuan's eyes. Among the Sword Dao realms, the Sword Intent realm could be said to be the realm that one must master to become a top swordsman, and Sword Intent was also divided into many ranges. It wasn't as simple as just a mere realm of intent. Some swordsmen killed in the middle of the battlefield might master the killing sword intent, some swordsmen enlightened in the depths of the bamboo forest might master the armor and wood sword intent. And these are the ones that belong to the special sword intent? Even if they all belong to the realm of sword intent, the swordsman who comprehends special sword intent is obviously more powerful than the swordsman who has comprehended ordinary sword intent. Within the same realm, special sword intent masters were almost able to crush ordinary sword intent masters. The sword intent on Yi Chuan's system panel only belonged to ordinary sword intent. Special sword intent? Absorbing the deadly silence chi and evolving into deadly silence sword intent? Yi Chuan murmured faintly, but the glint in his eyes became brighter and brighter. According to this progress, even killing 105th ranked ferocious beasts will only improve the progress by 1%. If you want to advance your sword intent to deadly silence sword intent, you have to enter the depths of the desolate bone space. Yi Chuan already had a goal in mind as he slowly looked into the depths of the desolate bone space. It's just a pity that the desolate bone space is after all a level 7 alien space, and to enter the depths, even a sister controller as strong as Morong Tianyan wouldn't dare to have the certainty of retreating from the depths in one piece. The current me is still a bit far away. Yi Chuan spoke softly and fell into a deep thought. It's just that, even if the road to advance into deadly silence sword intent is still a long way to go, but nowadays, my sword intent isn't considered ordinary sword intent, at least it's also tainted with a trace of deadly silence chi, and has some special effects. Yi Chuan smiled faintly and slowly stretched out his hand. In the center of Yi Chuan's palm, there was a wisp of sword chi that slowly emerged, and within this wisp of sword chi, there was even more of a touch of the fluctuation of deathly silence within it. It is a good harvest. Yi Chuan clenched his palm and the sword chi dissipated between his fingers. No, you killed the tyrannical blood giant bear? At this time, Gu Yunfei finally came back to his senses as he walked over to Yi Chen's side, looking incredulously at the Yi Chen in front of him. Yi Chuan looked at Gu Yunfei blankly and said, "Senior, is this hard?" Gu Yunfei. Is it hard? Look at this, are these ing words from a human being? A peak 5th ranked tyrannical blood giant bear, even if that group of guys from the desolate bone guards were to make a move, it would be nothing more than that. Gu Yunfei spoke quietly. Yi Chuan smiled and said, "Senior, we still have to finish the mission." Gu Yunfei suddenly came back to his senses, glanced at the corpse of the tyrannical blood giant bear, nodded and said, right, we still have to finish the mission." Afterward, he was ready to swipe towards the mission location with Yi Chuan. Only as they left, Yi Chen's gaze glanced at the corpse of that tyrannical blood giant bear, and a faint light flashed through his eyes. As the two of them disappeared into this side of the world, Song Jifei's silhouette slowly appeared next to the corpse of that tyrannical blood giant bear, and as he glanced at the sharp edge of that wound, a look of gravity appeared on his face. Luckily, Laozi was more cautious and let a blizzard giant bear test the waters. If it was me instead. Song Jifei looked at the corpse and sucked in a breath of cool air. I'm afraid that it's me who's lying here. Song Jifei shook his head and said, worthy of being a ruthless person who was able to kill so many 5th-ranked ferocious beasts in the middle of the college entrance exams. If such a person isn't snuffed out earlier, when he grows up, it's bound to be a huge blow to my Scarlet Church. Song Jifei looked at the direction that Yi Chen and Gu Yunfei had left, a cold smile appearing on his face. Although your battle power and talent are impressive, don't forget that this is a foreign space. Staying in the Desolate Bone Fortress, I still can't help you, but after leaving the Desolate Bone Fortress, the other space is our Scarlet Church's world. Song Jifei sneered, his figure gradually disappeared in this side of the world. Yi Chuan and Gu Yunfei, the two of them, arrived at the location they were exploring for this scout mission. Located 300 kilometers to the east of the Desolate Bone Fortress, according to the mission, although this place was only on the periphery, the nearby scouts detected traces of ferocious beasts' activities here, and even the shadows of 6th-ranked ferocious beasts had appeared. What should be known is that the 6th-order ferocious beasts have always been active in the depths of the Desolate Bone space, rarely appearing in the periphery. Every time it appeared, there would be something special happening. What they have to do is to find the reason why the 6th-rank ferocious beast appeared here. Chapter 99 Chopping the 6th Order, why does it feel a bit fake? Is it a 6th-ranked ferocious beast? Yi Chuan and Gu Yunfei's figures appeared at the mission location. It was located 300 kilometers to the east of the Desolate Bone Fortress, in an extremely lush forest. The forest was extremely quiet, and one couldn't even hear any birds or beasts chirping. It was as if no living beings survived in this forest other than the lush trees. This one forest itself is a bit strange. Gu Yunfei looked around and said slowly. Yi Chuan nodded. Inside the foreign space, ferocious beasts are rampant, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is rich. It's impossible for a forest place to not have any movement. Either a powerful ferocious beast has occupied this place, or someone has cleared the place in advance. Yi Chuan spoke calmly, then he and Gu Yunfei exchanged glances. They thought of the mission. A 6th-order ferocious beast. So, is it really likely that there will be a 6th-order fierce beast here? Gu Yunfei said, instantly collecting his own aura and carefully looking towards himself. Yi Chen waved his hand. Isn't there a 6th-order fierce beast? Wouldn't you know if you try? How to try? Gu Yunfei froze for a moment, but he didn't think about what method Yi Chen was going to use to test if there was a 6th-order ferocious beast here. Yi Chen looked at Gu Yunfei strangely, and that look was like looking at a little cutie. Like, whether there is a 6th-order beast or not, just make some noise and you'll know. Gu Yunfei instantly shut up. He touched his forehead and said somewhat helplessly, my ancestor, our mission is to investigate the reason why the 6th-ranked senior brother appeared here, not to mess with the 6th-ranked ferocious beast. Gu Yunfei now sort of realized that Yi Chen was just a particularly confident person. Particularly confident in himself. Obviously, he was only at the cultivation level of the Shackle realm, but when faced with a 6th-order beast, he dared to directly provoke it. To put it nicely, it was confidence. But to put it bluntly, it was a tiger. Completely brute force. 6th-order beasts are not something we can fight against. That's a golden body level beast. Even if a golden body realm powerhouse comes, they all have to be afraid of one or two. Gu Yunfei was ready to persuade Yi Chen. After all, we are just figuring out the reason. After the mission is completed, there are naturally other strong people to clear this 6th-ranked ferocious beast. There's no need for us to take risks. After Yi Chuan pondered for a moment, he said, is the 6th-order ferocious beast very scary? Gu Yunfei was stunned, and before Gu Yunfei could come back to his senses, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation instantly erupted from Yi Chen's body. The power of qi and blood mixed with the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and spread out, causing the surrounding lush trees to constantly shake. In an instant, the entire forest, walking stones and flying sand, the movement was extremely great. It's over. If there's really a 6th-order ferocious beast, we'll be completely lost here. Gu Yunfei could not cry. He now really did not want to carry out the mission with Yi Chuan. This guy, everything he did, let himself be scared. The previous tyrannical blood giant bear was not even a problem, at least it was within the range that he could solve. However, the 6th-order ferocious beast. Rao Gu Yunfei had the cultivation of the 8th level of the yoke or was still a heavenly pride of the Star River Academy. Once he was really noticed by the other party, then he could only wait for death. My ancestor, hey. Gu Yunfei looked at Yi Chen with a grudge. Roar, roar, roar. And just as a powerful aura erupted from Yi Chen's body, a low hissing sound was instantly heard in the depths of that forest. As the hissing sound rang out, there was even an invisible storm that swept out at this moment, accompanied by a powerful pressure that suddenly covered the entire forest. It's over, there really is a sixth-ranked ferocious beast. Feeling that powerful aura, Gu Yunfei's face instantly turned pale as he gritted his teeth. No matter what, take this guy away first. Anyway, the next time Laozi says nothing, I won't be able to complete the mission with him. Gu Yunfei cursed in his heart and was about to pull Yi Chen's hand to quickly leave this place. However, he saw that Yi Chuan had already met the hissing roar of that ferocious beast and walked towards the location where the ferocious beast was. No, my ancestor, what the hell are you doing? Gu Yunfei looked at this scene, and his entire body was completely frantic. Obviously, the sixth-order fierce beast had discovered them, so they should quickly leave this place at this time, otherwise, once the sixth-order fierce beast got close to them, there would be no chance of survival at all. But Yi Chuan was good, not only did he not run away, but he walked straight towards the sixth-order beast. This made Gu Yunfei's entire body completely numb. He had never seen such a tiger before. Gu Yunfei cursed, gritted his teeth, and finally followed in the direction that Yi Chen had gone. Dang! 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 The earth trembled slightly, and a low sound was heard. It was as if there was a huge object trampling on the earth, making a sound. Yi Chuan walked towards the sound, and soon saw that in front of him, in the deepest part of the forest, there was a 7 to 8 meter tall white wolf with scarlet eyes, staring at Yi Chuan. However, within the eyes of that white wolf, there was a color of madness that emerged. Is it a ferocious beast of the early 6th stage? A faint glow appeared in Yi Chuan's eyes. It's just right to test my current battle strength. In addition, a ferocious beast at the early stage of the 6th rank should be able to provide quite a lot of deadly silence chi, right, and my sword intent should also be able to improve its progress by quite a bit. Yi Chuan smiled faintly, but his figure instantly rushed over. The cultivation of the 8th level of the yoke instantly exploded at this moment. Inside his body, it was even as if the sound of a fierce tiger roaring echoed out. Roar! The tiger's roar simulated by the chi and blood suddenly exploded. With the resounding of this tiger's roar, it could be clearly seen that at this moment, the white giant wolf's eyes actually had a flash of stagnation in them. Tiger is the king of all beasts. And Bazhou was the king of tigers. Under Bazhou's hissing, even this giant wolf at the early stage of the 6th rank was suppressed by this powerful aura, and its expression became dull. Immediately after. Silent sword technique. A faint voice rang out from Yi Chuan's mouth, accompanied by a sharp sword aura that instantly appeared between heaven and earth. Accompanied by a faint touch of the power of silence, it instantly whistled out. Plop! The sword chi landed on the body of the giant wolf, hardening the body of that early 6th stage giant wolf and cutting open a hideous wound. Blood continuously diffused out along that hideous wound. Ow! The giant wolf suffered pain, and the dullness in its eyes dissipated instantly, replaced by a flash of anger and madness. It looked at Yi Chuan, roared lowly, and violently killed towards Yi Chuan. Rumble! The terrifying power caused the earth to tremble, and the ancient tree in the surroundings, under the rampage of the giant wolf, instantly broke as if it was made of tofu. Yi Chen's eyebrows raised slightly. Did the perfection level silent sword technique even just hit it hard? A 6th-ranked ferocious beast is really extraordinary. But how many times will you be able to withstand it? Yi Chuan's eyes gently lowered, and between his fingers gently waving, accompanied by a strand of sword chi containing the power of silence, it instantly whistled out. The sword chi gathered together and turned into a storm of sword chi that instantly landed on that giant wolf's body. Put! A strand of sword chi tore through the giant wolf's body, blood dyed that white for red, and rigidly intercepted the giant wolf's rampaging body. It's over. Yi Chuan gently opened his mouth, a step opened out, an extremely raging sword intent roared out from Yi Chuan's body. At this moment, Yi Chuan seemed to have transformed into a shocking sword. Terrifying sword chi, wrapped in that extreme sword intent, poured out. Rumble! The terrifying power was cathartically released on the body of the giant wolf, which merely let out a wail, and the madness in its eyes gradually faded away, replaced by a touch of unwillingness. Immediately afterward, the huge body heavily collapsed on the ground, and its vitality dissipated. A wisp of the power of silence emerged from the body of the giant wolf, and when it was about to merge between heaven and earth, it was instantly absorbed by the system. Subtitles appeared in front of Yi Chuan's eyes. Absorption of deadly silence chi, evolution of sword intent occurs, evolution progress 1%. Is a 6th-ranked ferocious beast able to improve by 1%? Yi Chuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the subtitles in front of him. Immediately afterward, Yi Chuan's body trembled slightly, and a mouthful of blood instantly spurted out. In the next moment, Yi Chen's face turned pale. Yi Chen expressionlessly wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, as if he was saying to someone, "The sixth-ranked ferocious beast is really powerful, killing it actually took most of my physical strength." As the voice fell, Gu Yunfei's figure also rushed over. "Yi Chen, I've come to help you." Gu Yunfei's eyes were red, and his face became a little crazy. Eh? Only when Gu Yunfei rushed over, he froze. "This is dead?" Gu Yunfei's eyes gradually became bewildered, and he couldn't help but look at Yi Chen, who also looked at Gu Yunfei. Yi Chen nodded at Gu Yunfei. "Well, got it dead. But I also paid some price." Saying that, Yi Chen spat out another mouthful of blood and wiped it with an expressionless face. Hiss. Gu Yunfei instantly sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Yi Chen with horror. "No, this is a sixth-order ferocious beast, you actually killed it? Are you so much?" Gu Yunfei's eyes widened. "Well, got it killed, but I didn't feel good either," Yi Chen said calmly. He looked at Yi Chen, but his face was gradually becoming strange. For some reason, he always felt that this current appearance of Yi Chen was a bit fake. It was as if he was playing a role for someone to see. And just at this time, a sorrowful voice suddenly sounded. "Jia Jia Jia, worthy of being this year's top student of the college entrance examination."